Family, who would have thought? College student XuanYuan was feeling emo on the playground when an AI asked him, "Do you want to save the world?" And then he was sucked into a black hole and transported to the world of One Piece. As soon as he woke up and shouted Sabo's name, he was met with suspicion, and then he started to level up, even awakening the powers of a devil fruit. Now, that carp is coming. They have to run away. Well, I just woke up, and before I could say 2 words, a golden-haired little brat was staring at me with a vigilant look. "How do you know my name? Did my parents send you?" I was stunned. Who understands this? This start is way too intense. Let me tell you, this story has to start from the beginning. It's simply outrageous. Just a second ago, XuanYuan, an ordinary college student about to graduate and be unemployed, was on the school playground feeling emo about my life. I thought I had lived 20 years without much excitement. And then the next second, I heard an AI voice in my head ask emotionlessly, "Do you want to save the world?" My first reaction was that someone was joking, and I subconsciously replied, "Of course I do. Who are you?" Before I could finish my sentence, that voice said, "Consider it done," and a black hole appeared underneath me, sucking me right in. The whole process was so fast that I didn't even have time to shout, "What the hell?" When I opened my eyes again, good grief, I was on a tiny 5-square-meter island with a bamboo raft and a broken box, surrounded by water. This setup was worse than Robinson Crusoe. The box contained just a black bamboo, and I was so hungry my eyes were turning green. I thought, who cares if it's a weird meal? It's better than starving to death. I took a bite, and the taste was indescribable. After regaining some strength, I pushed the raft into the water and lay down, going with the flow. Just as I was about to pass out, I finally reached the shore. I had barely crawled a couple of steps when everything went black, and before I fainted, I heard a little kid with a straw hat shout, "Ace, there's a strange guy here." When I woke up again, I was in a shabby wooden house, and a loud girl was roaring, "You two brats. Is it not enough to raise the 3 of you? You want to bring someone back too?" I opened my eyes groggily and saw 2 kids, one sharpied, the other the straw hat kid, completely ignoring the loud girl shouting and lifting me onto the bed. Not long after, a golden-haired little boy in tattered noble clothes walked in, dragging a crocodile. My mind went blank. Dayton, Ace, Luffy, Sabo. Who understands I had crossed into One Piece? Oh my God, the heavens have finally favored me. To verify my guess, I trembled and pointed at the straw hat kid. "You are Luffy?" That kid grinned and nodded. "Yep, that's right." I pointed at the other 2. "Then you must be Ace, and you must be Sabo." This stirred up a hornet's nest. Sabo instantly became alert and stared at me. "How do you know my name? Did my parents send you?" I immediately acted innocent and confused. "Didn't you say it yourself?" Sabo was taken aback and turned to ask Ace and Luffy, but those 2 thick-head ones didn't remember and shook their heads in confusion. Sabo scratched his head and actually believed me, apologizing awkwardly. Wow, just like that, I passed this level. Then Ace started questioning me. Of course, I couldn't say I had traveled here. I could only pretend to have amnesia, say my name was XuanYuan and that I woke up on a bamboo raft, remembering nothing. Guess what? Ace's expression changed immediately, and he empathetically said, "Looks like we are the same, both abandoned by the world." I felt a pang in my heart. The word orphan struck me hard. I really didn't have many friends and was used to being alone. Maybe my expression was too on point. Ace directly hugged me and seriously said, "We'll figure this out together as brothers." Brothers? I was stunned, feeling his sincerity warming my heart. "That's right. From now on, we are brothers," Ace said decisively. Luffy and Sabo also cheered and jumped on me, and the 4 of us hugged together. Wow, the ASL trio just became the ASL X4 giants, focusing on companionship. Just as this touching moment was happening, Dayton walked in, interrupting us with a look of disdain, saying to me, "Kid, I don't raise idle people. If you want to stay, you have to work. Clean, do laundry, find food, 1 bowl of rice, and 1 cup of water a day." Ace and the others immediately protested, shouting in unison, "XuanYuan won't help you do work." I quickly stopped them and smiled at Dayton. "He'll work hard." "Just kidding. I've read the script. Dayton has a typical sharp tongue, but a soft heart, and she's good to them." Sure enough, when I said that, Dodon's expression softened. She snorted and left, tossing out, "Rest well today." Just like that, I officially became part of this family. To avoid being left behind by these future monsters, and to set sail a year earlier than Luffy, I insisted I was 8 years old, 1 year older than Luffy, and under the threat of Ace and Sabo's fists, Luffy could only begrudgingly continue being the little brother. In the days that followed, I directly entered hell-level competitive mode, with the soul of a 20-year-old adult. How could I be outdone by these little brats? Starting from just sweeping the floor at home to eventually being able to run behind them. And then half a month later, I could take down a small water buffalo by myself. In less than a month, aside from Ace and Sabo, I'd already made Luffy cry out in pain from needle pricks. There was no way around it. Who told him that rubber people don't fear getting hit? One day, the four of us went hunting in the forest, targeting a one-eyed giant tiger. Luffy, being impulsive, didn't wait for Ace to finish planning and shouted rubber gun while charging in. As a result, he just scratched the tiger. The distance was too far and caused no damage, completely taunting the tiger. The tiger roared and pounced toward us. Ace cursed idiot Luffy while sincerely blocking in front. Just when the tiger leaped into the air, Sabo and I seized the opportunity and struck simultaneously, each with a large wooden stick, hitting the tiger hard on the waist. With a copper head and iron legs, but a tofu waist, this is common sense. With a loud bang, we knocked that giant tiger down. After dealing with the tiger, Sabo and I turned and punched Luffy on the head, giving him 2 symmetrical lumps. That night, while eating roasted tiger meat, Luffy stuffed himself and fell asleep. After helping Dayton clean up, I had another spar with Ace and Sabo, just a usual bedtime workout. However, once they all fell asleep, I found myself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, feeling restless and with an itch in my bones, as if there was energy pent up inside me. I couldn't hold it in any longer and quietly slipped outside, looking at a big tree in the yard, and without thinking, I kicked it. With a crack, that tree, which required 2 people to hug, broke in response. I was dumbfounded, looking down, and to my surprise, I had a furry bear paw on my foot, with long fingers and white fur. This is the power of a devil fruit. Dodon's voice came from behind me, as she had been awake and came to check on me. I told her about the strange bamboo I had eaten before, and Dayton analyzed that I probably had a special animal-type bear devil fruit, which allowed for partial beast transformation. Animal system? The strongest in close combat? The moment I thought of the epic battle between Marco the Phoenix and Kizuru, I was taken aback by how intense this was. I tried to control it, and the bear paw really did retract. But just a few days later, Ace and the others mysteriously gathered for a meeting. When they saw me, Ace said to me with a serious face, "XuanYuan, my devil grandpa Garp is coming back soon. We need to hurry and run to our secret base for a while." As soon as I heard the name Garp, I understood Navy hero, founder of the Iron Fist of Love. If those kids got caught by him, they would be in serious trouble. Of course, I fully supported the idea. When we said goodbye to Dayton, we made up a lie about going out for survival training. Dayton didn't call us out on it. She just kept mumbling, reminding us to come back if we ran out of food. Let me tell you, the secret base we built was incredible. It wasn't just a house, it was a fortress in the sky, built right in the branches of a big tree, so high that I had to support the back of my neck to look up. Luffy was so proud, acting like a tour guide, bragging endlessly that this thing was designed by Sabo. The traps were set up by Ace, and they carried the wood back from the garbage mountain piece by piece. Ace was also very proud, slapping me on the shoulder and saying, "From now on, this is your home, don't be shy." When I heard Garbage Mountain, I was confused. What kind of place was that? Sabo, despite his usually gentle demeanor, became animated when talking about his home situation. He told me that this country was a large isolation zone. The lowest level was the Garbage Mountain, where they scavenged to survive. A little higher was the border town, where delinquents and bad kids gathered, and Ace and the others often went there to practice. Further in was the Central Street, which was clean to the point of being hypocritical, and at the core, surrounded by high walls, was the high city where the royals and nobles lived. When Sabo said this, the disdain on his face was palpable, as if the entire country just threw away everything and everyone they didn't want outside the walls, out of sight and out of mind. Hearing this made my heart race. Good grief. This was just a luxury version. In a large pig pen? Just as we were chatting, Luffy suddenly suggested that to celebrate my joining, we should go to town for some ramen. Ace and Sabo clearly hesitated, afraid of running into someone they knew. I understood perfectly. They were worried about encountering Sabo's noble father, who understands family, to welcome me. A runaway, noble young master was willing to risk being caught and sent back. I was about to say that I didn't like ramen, but Sabo cut me off, saying there were plenty of delicious options in town, and today it had to be his call. Fine, let's go. The four of us played the classic old gag, stacking ourselves under a big coat to disguise ourselves as a super fat person and wobbled into town. And what happened? Luffy's loud voice gave us away in his excitement. "This is the place. It's the best." Everyone around turned to look at us. A servant pointed and shouted, "Sir, it's young Master Sabo and his friends." The next moment, a greasy middle-aged man with a mustache, dressed in noble clothes, rushed over, yelling, "Where's Sabo? Where's that little brat who brought shame to the family? It's over. We're done for." Ace roared in anger, tore off his coat, and shouted, "Run." The four of us scattered like birds and beasts, desperately sprinting towards the garbage mountain. As I ran, I didn't forget to look back and glare fiercely at Sabo's father. Let me tell you, that glare was infused with a soul-crushing death stare. The old man froze on the spot, probably thinking about why that kid's eyes looked like he wanted to eat him. By the time he came to his senses, we had already vanished. After hiding, Sabo apologized to me with guilt and then revealed all his troubles. To put it simply, he was just a tool of a noble family, existing to marry a princess one day and bring benefits to the family. He said that in that suffocating high castle, he lived like a puppet until he met us, and only then did he feel like a person. After hearing this, he suddenly seemed energized, shouting at the sky, "We must go to sea, gain freedom, become pirates." Ace shouted along, "That's right. I want to be the strongest pirate and become the pirate king. To prove my worth to the world." Luffy was even more direct. "I'm definitely going to be the pirate king." Then all three pairs of eyes turned to me. Ace asked, "XuanYuan, what about you? Your dream is to be the pirate king too, right?" I shook my head. "So, do you want to join the Navy?" I shook my head again. "So what exactly do you want to do?" The three of them said in unison. I looked at this decaying country and thought of Sabo's suffering, and suddenly, a thought exploded in my mind. I took a deep breath and said to them very seriously, "I kind of want to be a revolutionary." "A revolutionary? What the heck is that?" Luffy's question mark was almost popping out his forehead. Ace couldn't be bothered anymore. He directly pulled out a bottle of alcohol from behind him. Goodness, this guy is simply a born master of sleight of hand. He managed to pull out a bottle of alcohol in such a chaotic scene and even magically produced 4 bowls. "Come on, fill them up." Sabo was excited too. We clinked our bowls together with our 4 little hands, the drink spilling into each other's bowls, and then we drank it all in one go. Ace patted his chest and said, "After this drink, we are brothers." I laughed. "Not drinking either. That's not acceptable." Ace started to rank the seats. I'm the oldest. The big brother. Sabo is second, XuanYuan, you're third, and Luffy is the youngest, the 4th brother. Sabo immediately protested. "Why are you the big brother?" Ace replied proudly, "Because I've won more fights against you." I can't help but complain in my heart. As a 20-year-old man in mentality, I actually became the 3rd brother, but then I thought being Luffy's brother doesn't seem like a bad deal. Sabo looked at Ace's fist and ultimately backed down. The 4 of us, emphasizing life and death together, clinked our glasses once more. I led them, like a brotherhood oath, reciting word by word, not asking to be born on the same day, same month, and same year, but hoping to die on the same day, same month, and same year. Just when our atmosphere was at its peak, a rough voice exploded from behind us. "You little brats, so you were hiding here." As soon as we turned around, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's faces instantly went pale, and they screamed in unison, "Grandpa!" I followed their gaze and saw an old man with white hair, his eyes sharper than an eagle's, his fists cracking ominously, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. My heart sank. This was bad news. The naval hero Garp. In the blink of an eye, Garp appeared before us, and then there were 3 loud thuds. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy each had a fresh bump on their heads, perfectly aligned. Running away from home. Huh? Wanting to become a strong Navy officer with this little discipline? Garp shouted. Ace retorted, puffing out his chest, "Who wants to be in the Navy?" "I want to be a pirate." "You little brat, dare to talk back." Garp's fist was raised again. I couldn't take it anymore, so I rushed forward and stood in front of Ace, forcefully blocking Garp's fist, and coldly said, "Don't hit him, you old geezer." My God, my hand went numb. Is this old man a monster? Garp was taken aback and looked at me. "Who are you, you little brat?" "I'm his brother, and also his big brother. No matter who you are, you can't touch my brother." I yelled back, "Oh, looks like there's another little brat to educate." Garp sneered. "I'm not interested in pirates," I said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Garp was delighted. "Great. Finally, there's a normal one. I will definitely train you to be the strongest Navy." Who said I want to be a Navy? I'm even less interested in the Navy. My words completely extinguished his good mood. "Then you have no dreams? How can the grandson of a vice admiral not have dreams?" "Who is your grandson?" I was speechless. My dream was to join the Revolutionary Army. And I had just decided that. Revolutionary Army? Garp's old brain almost short-circuited. He got all excited, probably thinking about his son, Dragon. Who is the leader of the Revolutionary Army? No way. Absolutely not. Being a pirate is better than being a revolutionary. As soon as Ace heard this, he immediately seized the opportunity. "Then can we become pirates?" "Pirates are not allowed either. You all have to be Navy." Garp felt like he was being played and was completely furious. The result was that the 4 of us were severely schooled by this unreasonable old man. I finally understood what it meant to experience a dimensionality reduction attack. In front of him, we couldn't even dodge. That night, after they all fell asleep, I sat alone on a tree looking at the stars. Garp also came out, sat beside me, and asked why I wanted to join the Revolutionary Army. I asked him in return, Then why do you want to be in the Navy? He said seriously, to uphold justice and protect the people. I was quite moved by this, but I couldn't help but retort. Do you really think that this world government, which is so hierarchical and treats civilians like grass, is really worth protecting? Karp was silent for a long time, and finally, he patted my head and said, "You're still young. But since you're my family now, don't go down the wrong path, or else it'll give this old man a headache." I felt a pang in my nose, and, almost unconsciously, I choked out, "Thank you, Grandpa." The next day, the hellish training began. Karp said our training task was to attack him, and anyone who couldn't hit his face within an hour would have to face extra lessons. I was the first to charge in, my palm transforming into a bear's paw, and I swung with all my might. What happened? Karp sidestepped and countered with a punch to my stomach, sending me flying like a cannonball. XuanYuan, Ace, and the others saw me get thrown, and their eyes turned red, forgetting their fear of the old man, and rushed in together. As a result, one after another, they ended up flying in parabolic arcs. Luffy was the worst off, getting knocked away by Ace, who was coming back. We were knocked down again and again, only to get back up and charge again. After an hour, we hadn't even touched a corner of his clothing. Karp evilly announced that everyone would have to accept extra tutoring. In the next hour, we were so exhausted that we couldn't even muster the strength to attack, and could only run for our lives. As a result, Karp directly used his shave to appear in front of us and knocked us down one by one again. After a month of grueling training, we made rapid progress. From not being able to touch him at the beginning, we later developed a good rapport among the four of us. And I was even able to hit him in the face 3 times. Just as we were gradually getting used to this life, Karp suddenly announced that his vacation was over and he had to return to the Navy headquarters. A few of us were surprisingly reluctant to part. Karp asked who wanted to go with him to the Marine headquarters. Ace and the others shook their heads like rattles, but I raised my hand. "I want to go. I need to see what the ruling core of this world is really like. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure you never lose a battle." Although Ace and the others were reluctant, they agreed. Just before leaving, I suddenly remembered something extremely important and quickly grabbed Karp. "Grandpa, wait. There's something that concerns Sabo's life or death." Karp's expression instantly changed. I immediately recounted what I had overheard about Sabo's parents planning to hire the pirate Brugger to capture Sabo and eliminate Ace and Luffy in the process, embellishing the details. "Are you sure?" Karp's expression became extremely dangerous. "I'm sure. If you don't believe me, let's go to Garbage Mountain right now and catch that pirate named Brugger to find out." I said firmly, "I'm not joking. I'm a time traveler. How could I forget such a crucial plot point?" Karp nodded and, filled with killing intent, said, "All right, Grandpa believes you. Now let's go deal with that blind pirate. I tell you, these pirates are really out of luck. Their boss, a guy named Bruge, was sighing with his subordinates, saying there's no way out. They took the nobles' money, so they have to do dirty work, otherwise the nobles would turn against them." Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, and Grandpa Karp and I swaggered in. The pirates were stunned, and Bruge's eyes widened as he asked how he got in. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Open the door, walk in, close the door, isn't it that simple?" Little did he know, the 100 or so people outside had already been put to sleep by Grandpa Karp, each one snoring like a pig. Bruge broke into a cold sweat and nervously asked who we were. Grandpa Karp exuded his full aura and calmly replied, "Just a passing navy, here to execute justice." Goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, a little thug next to him lost it, pointing at Karp and shouting, "Boss, it's Karp, the naval hero Karp." Now they had really stirred up a hornet's nest. Bruge's legs turned to jelly, and his attitude did a complete 180. He bowed and asked, "Lord Karp, what brings you here?" Karp didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and said, "I'm here to send you on your way." Bruge still wanted to struggle and hurriedly brought up his noble connections, pleading for mercy. Karp sneered, "You made the mistake of messing with someone you absolutely shouldn't have." Bruge was still confused, and Karp dropped the bombshell on him. "The little brats you want to mess with are my grandchildren." Bruge immediately knelt down, crying and begging for mercy, saying it was all the noble's coercion. But you know what? Karp looked at him as if he were just a stone, without a hint of emotion. In the next second, the old man moved. I didn't even see the action clearly, just felt a gust of wind rush by. And the pirates in the room fell like dumplings, all down. It was all about high efficiency, no overtime. Karp looked at the pile of people on the ground and simply said, "Those who touch my family will die." I pointed to a door behind me and asked my grandfather if it was a treasure vault. Karp said to open it and take a look. I thought it was a good idea, so I kicked the door open. And guess what? When I kicked the door open, I was stunned. It was not gold and silver treasures inside at all. It was packed full of corpses. There were men, women, and children. I felt a chill shoot up from my feet. Carp's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the killing intent was 100 times heavier than when we were fighting earlier. He said, "Now you understand this is what pirates are like. And this is why I didn't want Ace and the others to become pirates." Looking at the grim scene, I gritted my teeth and said, "These people aren't pirates. They're beasts." The situation was resolved, but then I suddenly thought of a crucial problem. I said to Carp, "Grandpa, those pirates are gone, but Sabo's parents are still around. They will definitely come looking for Sabo, and Ace and Luffy will be in trouble too." Carp said he would talk to them, and with his reputation, it should be fine. I shook my head and said, "Grandpa, you are too naive. In the eyes of those nobles, the Navy is just their dog. The moment you leave, they will dare to take action." Carp fell silent when he heard this, knowing I was speaking the truth. Seeing that I seemed to have a plan, he asked if I had one. I pointed to a corpse in the pile that was about the same size as Sabo, but disfigured, and said, "I've got it. Let's do a switcheroo. We'll take this corpse back and tell Sabo's parents that during a pirate raid, Sabo was accidentally killed, and you, being a good-hearted person, took out the pirates and returned their son." Carp hesitated a bit, feeling that this was too cruel to Sabo's parents. I quickly reassured him, "Grandpa, don't worry. To them, Sabo is just a tool for climbing up. They don't have any feelings for him. Even if hypothetically they're really sad, we can always return Sabo later and say it was a mistake." Carp thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I'll follow your lead." So we went straight to Sabo's family in the royal city. His father, a greasy nobleman with a mustache, pretended to smile when he saw Carp. Without saying a word, Carp handed over the wrapped corpse. When his father opened it, he was so frightened that he immediately threw his son back to Carp, screaming to ask what was going on. Carp expressionlessly repeated the words I taught him. Guess how his father reacted? There was no sadness on his face. Instead, he looked a bit regretful and disgusted, and then very seriously said to Carp, "Vice Admiral Carp, please, keep this matter confidential. The death of such a useless child would ruin our family's reputation." Damn, he ultimately couldn't handle this overwhelming wealth. Carp, furious at the time, coldly laughed and left with a remark about not trusting pirates anymore. Outside the city, Carp was so angry that his fists were cracking, saying he never expected them to be so cold-blooded towards their own son. I comforted him, saying that when I became a revolutionary, I would definitely change this damn world. Carp sighed and said I was too young to understand. I seriously told him that I did understand, and I wanted to protect my family, brothers, and friends. In the end, Carp decided to take me back to the Navy headquarters. On the way, he mentioned that my name XuanYuan was too strange and would attract attention, so it needed to be changed. I hoped he wouldn't give me some ridiculous name like Monkey D. Dog, and, thankfully, after thinking for a long time, he said, "From now on, you'll be called Monkey D. XuanYuan." All right, I can accept that. When we reached the port and boarded the warship, Carp directly introduced me to everyone as his grandson, Monkey D. XuanYuan, who he was taking to the headquarters for training. A major enthusiastically took me to my room, which was a single room at the officer level, much larger than our secret base, but also much lonelier. I asked him to show me around the warship, and it was ridiculously big, even having a swimming pool. This old man really knows how to enjoy life. Just after the tour, Carp sent someone to call me. As soon as I entered his room, he looked serious and said, "XuanYuan, we need to talk about your devil fruit." He said my ability was too strange. Being able to partially transform into a beast and not being afraid of water, which didn't conform to the rules of devil fruits at all. He suspected that what I had eaten was not a devil fruit at all, or perhaps a super special one. He warned me that this matter absolutely must not be leaked, otherwise those scientific madmen in the Navy might slice me up for research, and I shouldn't use this ability lightly in the future. As soon as I heard it, I thought, the opportunity has come. I immediately started to act, with a pitiful look on my face, saying, "Grandpa, doesn't that mean I won't have any fighting power? In the future, Luffy will be able to bully me." Carp shot me a glance. "What are you trying to extort from me, you little brat?" I quickly moved closer and acted cute. "Grandpa, teach me the 6 powers of the Navy. I need some self-defense techniques." Carp hesitated a bit, saying that this kind of thing can't be passed on according to the rules. I clung to his arm and shook it. "But I am your own grandson. How can I be considered an outsider?" He thought about it, and mumbled that even if that old guy Sengoku found out, what could he do? So he agreed. He took me to the deck right away and said he would first teach me the life-saving technique, moonwalk. With a few swift movements, he was flying in the air, stepping on the air as if he were a bolt of lightning. The Navy guys on the deck were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, who could learn this? After demonstrating, Carp asked if I understood. I nodded, saying it was about right. I focused my strength, and wow, it felt like I stepped on a catapult. and I shot up into the air. Although I was wobbling, I really flew. Everyone on the deck was stunned, jaws dropped, probably cursing that this family was full of monsters. Carp was grinning from ear to ear, saying my talent was stronger than Dragoness. But then I ran out of strength and started to fall from midair, and Carp quickly caught me. Not only did he not scold me, but he kept praising me, saying I was so impressive for my first try, and he was very happy. The next day, we encountered a giant sea king. Carp suddenly had an idea and said he would teach me a long-range attack called Storm Kick. Saying that, he kicked lightly at the distant sea king. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. A wave of blue slashing energy broke through the sea surface and instantly chopped off the sea king's tail. Carp proudly told me that he only used 30% of his strength. At that moment, I thought, this old man is a pure monster. He taught me the trick and let me give it a try. I gathered all my strength and kicked out, but ended up just creating a small gust of air that flew a few meters before being splashed away by a wave. The surrounding Navy guys were snickering. Carp exploded at that moment, pointing his finger at them and cursing, saying they had no right to laugh at his grandson. I quickly held him back, and that stubborn spirit in me also flared up. That night, I practiced like crazy on the deck. I jumped into the air with Moonwalk, then kicked at the sea with Storm Kick. Again and again, I was drenched, not knowing whether it was sweat or seawater. I was determined to not let my grandpa down. I actually knew that Carp was watching me from behind a mast, his eyes full of concern, wanting to come over to stop me several times, but holding back. As dawn approached, I finally exhausted my strength, and everything went black as I fell from the sky. Just as I was about to crash onto the deck, a warm embrace caught me steadily. I groggily felt it was my grandpa's arms, and then I completely fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in Carp's room, sleeping in his bed. I remembered that Grandpa had carried me back and probably even helped me take a bath. He and T slept all night, just watching over me. Thinking of this, my heart suddenly felt warm, my nose tingled, and my eyes got a bit wet. I thought to myself, no, I have to get up quickly and check on Grandpa. He must be exhausted after watching over me all night. I jumped out of bed, and wow, I felt as light as a feather. The strength in my legs was incredible. I knew this must be the result of yesterday's intense training. I didn't have time to think about it. I rushed to the door. Just then, the door creaked open, and Grandpa walked in with a bowl of steaming porridge. When he saw me bouncing around, he got worried. Hey, you hurry up and lie back down. You exhausted yourself yesterday. You need to rest for at least 3 days. I directly pulled him over and pressed him down to sit on the chair. Grandpa, I'm fine. I'm doing great. I'm your monkey D. Garp's grandson. I'm not that delicate. The old man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile widely, patting my head and laughing. Haha, that's right. My grandson is going to be a powerful Navy in the future. I immediately corrected him. Grandpa, it's a strong man, not the Navy. He didn't argue with me at all, completely entering his pampering mode, handing me the porridge. All right, a strong man. Come on, quickly drink this bowl of porridge. You can only become strong after drinking it. I looked at the bloodshot veins at the corners of his eyes and felt a deep pang of heartache. I told him, Grandpa, you can't stay up late like this anymore. If you don't promise to take care of yourself, I won't take care of my own health either. Well, this tactic of mutual harm worked pretty well. The old man immediately raised his hands in surrender and agreed to take good care of himself. Only then was I happily able to finish the entire bowl of nourishing porridge. I tell you, the whole ship is going to explode in the next second. Hurry and take a look. Admiral Carp's grandson is going to kick the storm foot again. This statement spread like it had wings. One person passed it to another, and before long, the entire deck was crowded with people. Except for those steering the ship, basically everyone came to watch. It was like a concert. Grandpa was watching me from the side, his eyes full of encouragement. Go for it, XuanYuan. Grandpa believes in you. I nodded, feeling a surge of determination inside me. With so many people watching today, I absolutely couldn't let my grandfather down. I suddenly leaped into the air with a swift movement, and my actions were so smooth that even my grandfather was slightly taken aback. I quickly went through the essentials of gale foot in my mind, and then, facing the sea, I kicked out fiercely. Whoosh! A sharp slash wave, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, instantly split the calm sea surface, creating a long gash. And the slash wave flew far forward before disappearing. Grandpa, I did it! I shouted excitedly at my grandpa. The crowd below erupted. Wow, that's amazing. What power! He only trained for 1 day. I thought he was just relying on his grandpa's connections. Family, who understands, at that moment, all doubts turned into admiration. I seized the moment and used a moonwalk to leap to the highest point of the mast, shouting at everyone below with all my might. I know many of you used to think of me as an ignorant little brat. You thought I was just a beneficiary of my grandpa's connections. But I tell you, I am who I am. My name is Monkey D. XuanYuan. I will earn your recognition with my own efforts. As soon as I finished speaking, the deck fell silent. The next second, all the Navy soldiers below stood up straight and saluted me with the most standard military salute. In that moment, they no longer saw the grandson of Garp, but a warrior worthy of their respect. After that, I trained even harder. Moonwalk, gale foot, and the shave that Grandpa taught me, I practiced whenever I had the chance. The whole warship became my training ground. One moment I would suddenly disappear here. The next I would be racing the warship along the side of the ship with Moonwalk, or crazily unleashing gale foot against the sea, sending splashes flying everywhere. The soldiers on the ship got used to it and often marveled. No wonder he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. His talent and troublemaking ability are on the same level. While training like this, one day I suddenly saw the water flow in the distance, starting to flow backwards up the mountain. So I quickly called Grandpa to come and see. Grandpa smiled and said, "Hee, that's reverse mountain. If we go over, we'll reach the Grand Line." Once we arrived at the Grand Line, Grandpa's expression became serious. He said there are too many tough guys here, and I need to learn the remaining techniques of the Navy Six to protect myself. He first taught me paper drawing, speaking so elaborately that I was left bewildered. In the end, he simply asked me to attack him directly. I tell you, my fists are almost swinging out sparks, but I can't even touch the corner of his clothes. His body is like it's made of jelly, drifting away from my attacks, as if it has no bones at all, just like a real-life example of someone who knows how to listen and completely avoids force. Two words flashed through my mind in an instant: Tai Chi and water. Yes, the highest good is like water. If the body can move like water, then what attack could possibly land? I just had a bit of an insight, and my body moved along with it. The grandpa next to me, who was eating a donut, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. He probably didn't expect me to grasp the concept so quickly, and it seemed like I was even more perfect than the original paper drawing. Without saying a word, he directly stuffed the remaining iron blocks and the finger gun into my hands. Not wanting to disappoint the old man, I practiced these 6 styles together, and my progress was astonishingly fast. One day, I kicked the surface of the sea with a strong wind, creating a huge splash. And then I moved like a water snake, weaving through the torrents without getting a single drop of water on me. Suddenly, I noticed a poor fish caught in the last wave, and with a focused gaze, I swiftly jabbed it with a finger gun, giving it a refreshing surprise. Grandpa watched beside me, nodding his head, saying I had already mastered it. But I knew deep down I was still far from it. Soon, a massive island fortress appeared ahead of the warship. The Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, we had arrived. Goodness, as soon as we disembarked, there was a large crowd of Navy personnel lined up to welcome us, all saluting in perfect unison, and I soon realized they were all there to greet my grandpa. A major general who looked like he held a high rank stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Vice Admiral Garp, welcome back." I was thinking to myself, it seems that my grandfather's prestige in the Navy is indeed not to be underestimated. As a result, my grandfather had urgent matters with the marshal and turned to a rear admiral named Hades, saying, "Hades, this is my grandson, XuanYuan. Please help me take care of him." Rear Admiral Hades smiled brightly, just about to say no problem and that he would treat him like his own son. However, my grandfather's next sentence left him speechless. "I don't want you to be a nanny. I want you to send him to the army for training. You handle the paperwork." Hades was taken aback and cautiously asked, "So, Rear Admiral Garp, which unit do you plan to assign him to?" My grandfather thought for a moment and said, "Let's throw him into G6 for some training." Upon hearing this, Hades' face turned pale and his voice changed. "Rear Admiral Garp, are you talking about S6? The 6th branch of the world government? That place is full of monsters. Are you sure you want to send the young master there?" My grandfather ignored him and turned to me seriously. "XuanYuan, that place will make you stronger the fastest, but it will also be very tough. I won't be able to visit you often. Are you willing?" I clenched my fist and said decisively, "Grandpa, don't worry. I am Monkey D. XuanYuan. I will definitely not embarrass you. This matter is settled." Hades took me to handle the paperwork, and on the way, he suddenly remembered something and asked me, "By the way, young Master XuanYuan, what is your Dao power?" "Dao power? What the heck is that?" I was completely confused. Hades explained that Dao power is the combat power value, with an ordinary soldier being 10. While he spoke, he took me to a testing room made entirely of steel, still mumbling that the requirements for entering S6 are very high, and he hoped my Dao power would barely meet the standard. I was brought into a room, and instructions came through the speakers, telling me to punch the steel wall in front of me with all my strength. Without hesitation, I gathered all my energy and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the thick steel wall was actually dented in by my punch. The staff outside were stunned by the data. When I came out, Hades was holding the report, his hands trembling, looking at me as if I were a monster. Young Master XuanYuan, your Dao power is a staggering 800. Anything over 600 is considered superhuman. I thought to myself, what's the big deal? That CP9's Lucci has 4,000 even without transforming. So what does mine count for? With this 800 power as a base. Hades happily took me to the entrance of a high-walled courtyard. He said it was confidential, and he couldn't go in, so I had to report in with the recommendation for myself. As soon as I walked through the door, a giant, at least 2 meters, 7 tall, blocked my way, his voice booming like a bell. Kid, you can't just barge in here. I thought it was the doorman, so I handed over the recommendation form. Guess what happened? The doorman looked at the recommendation form and surprisingly muttered to himself, 9 years old with 800 strength, not bad. Oh, that's Carp's grandson. Haven't seen that guy in a long time. I was completely stunned. This little guy, he calls my grandpa little guy. How much older does he think he is? I mustered up the courage to ask if he knew my grandpa. He laughed. Of course I know him. He was one of the first recruits I trained. He caused me a lot of trouble back in the day. Wow. It turns out this person in front of me is not a security guard, but the ultimate big boss of S6. Just as I was in awe, he suddenly gave a creepy laugh. Kid, don't look at me like that, because you're going to change soon. My biggest hobby in life is to torment tough little kids like you. Your grandpa used to curse me behind my back quite a bit. My back was covered in sweat. It turns out that the habit of mistreating people that my grandfather had was inherited from you. This old monster called Iron Bone grabbed me like I was a little chick and took me into an office, directly tossing me to a major general instructor in a special military uniform. The general grabbed me, and I felt like I couldn't muster any strength at all. Wow, is this what dominance feels like? This place S6 really does seem to be full of monsters, right? After Iron Bone gave his instructions, he left. The general was quite friendly, smiling as he said, "All right, let's go. I'll take you for some tests to assign you properly." He let me inside, and I couldn't help but notice the playgrounds, classrooms, and various training grounds, so I asked him, "What kind of unit is this S6? It feels more like a school." The old guy laughed and said, "Hey, you got a sharp eye? You're right. This is the beginner's village of S6, specifically training rookies like us." Let me tell you, what he said next completely fried my CPU. He said true S6 big shots are always traveling around the world, demonstrating an uncanny ability to appear and disappear. In simple terms, they're like a special forces unit without a fixed headquarters. But the impressive part is that they can turn any place into a temporary base, even the Navy headquarters, if they want to. I was shocked at that moment. Isn't this just the legendary Celestial Dragon experience card? The only ones capable of gathering these extraordinary individuals are the 5 elders and that Iron Bone Lord. I asked him about the other trainees, and he said the admission standards here are ridiculously high. Anyone with less than 1,000 Dao power before the age of 10 is simply not considered. So including me, there are only 15 students in the entire training camp. I was dumbfounded at the time. 15 people? Such a large base for that. I asked him how we would handle meals and cleaning, and he said not to worry. There were dedicated personnel coming in regularly to take care of it, and they would leave once they were done. Absolutely top-notch service. It was simply extravagant. I felt like I wasn't here to be a soldier, but to be a young master. I followed him around for quite a while. My legs almost gave out, and only then did he point to a strangely shaped building and told me to go in for a test. I thought, isn't it just a test of my combat power? Why such a big fuss? But once I went in, wow, there were all kinds of instruments I had never seen before, measuring not only combat power, but also talent, stress resistance. It was even more intense than taking a civil service exam. This time I was cautious and didn't hide all my strength, using about 80 of it. And guess what? My combat power value was 910, over 100 higher than last time. That guy, the instructor Eddie, looked at the data and shook his head, saying what on earth did those Navy folks measure? I could only scratch my head and make up an excuse, saying maybe I hadn't eaten enough last time. Instructor Eddie laughed and said I was a little genius with a combat power of 910 at the age of 9, qualifying me for the next step of the admission test. Who understands my family? I'm already in and still have to take an exam. This S6 really understands PUA. He said this test is practical to see if you're just good at talking theory. I thought we were just testing here, but he took me for almost another hour and we arrived at a port. I was puzzled at the time, just how big is this training camp? Eddie said, not counting the sea and jungle areas, the land alone is about half the size of the Navy headquarters. I almost passed out from disbelief. It was too extravagant. When we reached the port, he pulled out something that looked like a compass and shoved it into my hand, grinning mischievously. He said, "This is called the Eternal Pointer, And your entrance exam is very simple. Swim in this direction, and I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. I was completely stunned. Swimming. I gasped and asked him, you have to provide me with a boat. What if I drown halfway? Guess what he said? He said no. The only transportation is your own body. If you can walk on the moon, you can fly over. Then, this old man directly boarded a nearby warship and zoomed away. As he left, he casually remarked, if you can't make it within a month, you're eliminated. What the hell? What kind of twisted test is this? Do you really think I'm Superman? I gave the battleship the middle finger, but even though I was angry, I couldn't embarrass my grandpa. Gritting my teeth, I jumped straight into the sea and swam furiously in the direction of the pointer. That old guy on the ship must have been using his observation hockey to watch me. Not long after I swam out, I felt something behind me in the water, and that feeling was terrifying. It was getting closer. I silently counted in my mind 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, with a moon step, I shot out of the water. Looking back, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a sea king resembling a prehistoric giant sea serpent, with its huge mouth wide open, coming straight for me. Can I make you arrogant? After dodging, I countered with a swift kick. That thing has tough skin and thick flesh. Just broke a bit of skin. I simply jumped onto its back with a moonwalk, pointed my finger like a gun at its neck, and gave it a good jab. That sea king cried out in pain and dove down to escape. From then on, it was like an all-you-can-eat buffet of sea kings. I took down one after another. By night, exhausted and hungry, I spotted a small sea king that I had just knocked down and had a brilliant idea. Hey, isn't this a ready-made sea king share bike? I jumped on it, grabbed its whiskers, and whenever it tried to sink, I yanked it, making it cry out in pain, and it had no choice but to swim forward. It was all about physical taming. It was even faster than swimming by myself. The next morning, both of us were tired, but finally, we saw a small island in the distance. I patted the sea king's back, thanked it for its hard work, and released it, swimming to the shore myself. Once on the island, I found a small town and quickly looked for a restaurant to grab a bite. However, before the food arrived, I heard a scream outside. I turned around to see a few thugs surrounding a girl, and no one around dared to speak up. The restaurant owner even held me back, saying those were the subordinates of the notorious pirate Redbeard, warning me not to go and get myself killed. I couldn't hold my temper and lost my cool right there. The leader of the gang was about to kick the girl, so I pointed my finger like a gun and shot him in the leg, making a bloody hole. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. The remaining thugs were no match for me. With a swift kick, I sent them all flying, and they ran away in a panic. I was just about to ask that girl what was going on when a familiar voice sounded behind me. Kid, congratulations, you passed the test. I turned around, and there was Eddie, that old guy, standing there with a big smile. The girl instantly transformed, saluting Eddie and respectfully saying, Instructor, Cadet Chris has completed the mission. I was stunned at that moment, thinking, are you kidding me? Am I the only one who is serious here? Eddie came over and said that this twisted test was called the Ironman Triathlon, testing my patience, courage, and sense of justice. Swimming in the sea was patience. Fighting sea monsters was courage. And now saving people was a sense of justice. He said I performed excellently and made my grandfather proud. And now I officially became a member of S6. Although I felt tricked, hearing this made me feel really good inside. I asked him what would happen to the real pirates, and he said the Navy would come to wipe them out tomorrow. Then he suddenly turned his tone and, with a mischievous smile, said, but since you're so invested, why don't we leave this matter to you? Good grief, I just started school. And my first official mission has arrived. Eliminate the Redbeard pirate crew by the end of today. I said the task is fine, but I need to eat first. In 20 minutes, I polished off a portion meant for 3 people, leaving Eddie stunned, saying my appetite truly lives up to being Garp's grandson. After I was full and satisfied, he told me on the way that this red-bearded guy was originally named Gester, with a bounty of 40 million, and his strength is not weak, estimated to have over 3,000 in combat power. I thought to myself, what is there to be afraid of? Luffy took down a 30 million bounty right after setting sail. With my combat power over 1,000 and knowing the 6 styles, taking him down should be more than enough. When we arrived at the port, he pointed to the largest pirate ship and said, go, eliminate him. I made a victory gesture and walked straight onto the ship. The guard at the entrance, seeing I was just a kid, tried to stop me and shouted fiercely, hey, kid, what are you doing here? Get lost or I'll kill you. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids, coldly staring at him. This is Redbeard Gester's ship, right? Where's his room? Kid, do you really want to die? I don't want to publicly beat up a little brat, so get lost. The pirate shouted angrily at me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I beckoned him with my finger and said, all right, let's find a quiet place to have a good chat. Without looking back, I walked straight into a dark alley nearby, and before I left, I even gave him an international friendly gesture. You're asking for trouble. That guy really got fired up and shouted as he followed me, probably plotting how to make me cry for help. But guess what happened? Within 2 minutes, the alley was filled with howls and cries. Only, I wasn't the main character. I blew on my fist and looked at the guy on the ground, who I had beaten into a national treasure, and coldly asked, "Do you now know who the little ghost is?" I know. Please spare me, sir." He cried pitifully, his attitude doing a complete 180. "All right, stop wailing. Tell me, which room is your captain gassed in?" "The biggest one on the second floor of the ship. The boss is definitely resting right now. If you want to deal with him, this is absolutely the best time. This guy is quite the traitor, selling out his boss without batting an eye." I confirmed that he wasn't lying and didn't even want to waste more words with him. Disgusted by getting my hands dirty, I simply knocked him out with a single slap. The next moment, I charged onto the pirate ship with a swift move. The guards on the ship felt a blur in front of their eyes, thinking they were experiencing low blood sugar, shook their heads, and went back to what they were doing, completely oblivious to my presence. I went straight to the second floor and found the biggest room. "This is it." As soon as I stopped, a cold voice came from inside. "Friend, everyone is here. Why are you still standing at the door? Come in." I was completely stunned. I came in quietly, but he noticed me through the door? Does he have radar for hearing? But it's too late to be scared now. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. When I went in, I was shocked again. Sitting inside was not a big, bearded pirate with a tough look, but a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, reading a newspaper, looking quite refined. When he looked up and saw me, he was also taken aback, then laughed. I didn't expect that such a big commotion would come from a kid. I wasn't intimidated by him and shot back. We're in the same boat. I thought the local tyrant on this island was some kind of fierce demon, but it turns out he's just a pretty boy. Hee. In this day and age, being fierce alone isn't enough. He leisurely folded the newspaper, and my biggest mistake was trusting my first mate, thinking that having some power meant he could do whatever he wanted, indulging his subordinates to bully civilians and ruining the situation I had worked so hard to manage. I tell you, this person is definitely not simple. I look at him and say, "You're very smart. The bounty is 40 million, which is definitely intentionally low-key. Your brain and strength are worth much more than this." He smiles even more happily. "You're not bad either. At such a young age, you can see through so much." Interesting. I can't continue the conversation. I'm afraid of getting entangled in his words. I directly take a stance. "Enough nonsense. You know why I'm here. Let's get to it." I can feel that this guy's strength is definitely above mine. But he doesn't rush. Instead, he asks me, "Can I ask a question before we start? Which unit are you from? The Navy arrives tomorrow. How did you get here early? There's no record of you in the intel. Could it be you're CP9? I directly felt a tremor in my pupils. Does anyone understand this? The pirate leader of this remote island actually knows about CP9, a top-secret organization directly under the Celestial Dragons? This guy's danger level instantly shot up in my mind. It seems I was right. Seeing my reaction, he smiled like a fox. I coldly said, "You're too dangerous. You must stay here today." As soon as I finished speaking, I exerted force under my feet and unleashed a powerful kick. Several sharp, slashing waves instantly sliced through the air. A hint of surprise flashed in Geister's eyes. "At such a young age, you've mastered 2 of the 6 forms. Are you a prince trained by the Gorosei? Here to experience life?" He said this while not slowing down his movements. I didn't even know where he pulled out a black katana from. And with a light wave towards my slashing waves, my kick, which I had used 80% of my strength for, was effortlessly cut through as if it were tofu. Wow. 1,000 llamas galloped through my mind, and I quickly retreated, creating some distance. Charging an opponent wielding such a powerful weapon would be suicidal, right? Just when I was feeling troubled, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a suit of medieval knight armor standing in the corner, holding a broadsword. In an instant, a sneaky plan popped into my head. I pretended to be enraged and kicked at him wildly. A hint of disdain flashed across Geister's face. "Useless brat. Do you think the same trick will work on me again?" With a casual wave, he unleashed a more powerful slash that completely crushed my attack. "Now's the time." At the moment he swung his sword, I instantly flashed to his back, grabbed the broadsword on his armor, and thrust it toward his unguarded back. Just as I was about to succeed, a hint of appreciation appeared at the corner of Geister's mouth. The katana in his hand turned sharply at an angle that no human could achieve, and he quickly swiped backward. What? I was stunned. Is this reaction speed monstrous? I knew the black blade was formidable, and I didn't dare to clash head-on, so I released the broadsword, letting it fly forward by inertia, while I executed an extreme side dodge to evade the blade's edge. That seemingly sturdy broadsword was instantly split in half by Geister's katana, as if it were made of paper. In that split second, I had already moved to his attack blind spot and kicked toward his side. Interesting. This time, Giester didn't use his sword. Instead, he sank down, his muscles instantly tensing. With a loud bang, I felt like I had kicked a steel plate. The tremendous recoil nearly broke my leg, and I was sent flying several meters away. Looking at him, he seemed completely unfazed. Iron wall. I gritted my teeth, staring at him. How could you use the 6 styles of a navy? Why wouldn't I? He laughed, as if it were all effortless. It's over. I'm done for. Not only does this guy overpower me, but he also knows my biggest trump card, the Navy's 6 styles, and uses them better than I do. How can I fight this? Just as I was contemplating whether to use my fruit ability, Giester suddenly stopped smiling and looked at the wall. Oh, we have another guest. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a large hole was blasted in the wall. A muscular man in a white leather jacket, with 2 cigars in his mouth, walked out through the hole. I focused and saw, wow, isn't that the future White Hunter Smoker? How'd he get here? But it's just in time, help has arrived. Smoker pointed his 10 hands at Giester. Captain of the red-haired pirate crew, Giester, with a bounty of 40 million. I announced that you're under arrest. Giester chuckled. The White Hunter certainly has a commanding presence. But I'm not a devil fruit user. Your sea stone-infused guy is of no use to me. As soon as I saw Smoker about to lose his temper and charge in, I quickly reminded him, be careful. This guy's strength is definitely not just 40 million. Don't be fooled by the bounty. It was only then that Smoker noticed me, frowning and asking, who are you? Monkey D, XuanYuan. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Monkey D. Both Smoker and Giester were taken aback. Gaster's expression changed as he stared at me. What relation do you have to Monkey D? Garp. He's my grandfather. I see. Giester suddenly understood. No wonder, as the grandson of the hero Garp. It wasn't surprising to have such strength. After hearing this, Smoker immediately classified me as an ally and waved his hand at me. Stand behind me. A pirate of this level is not something you can handle. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, can you please assess the situation? Don't underestimate him. Only by teaming up can we have a chance. Smoker, however, looked confident. The prey I choose cannot be weak. After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch, his arm instantly transforming into a massive cloud of smoke. White blow. I was wide-eyed, witnessing the ability of the nature-type fruit for the first time. As a result, Giester just smiled slightly and swung his knife at the cloud of smoke. With a swish, the smoke was surprisingly cut apart. A wound instantly appeared on Smoker's arm, and he quickly pulled back his hand in pain. I was completely taken aback. Can you really cut through the nature element? Your blade is wrapped in armament hockey. You little brat, sure, no, quite a bit. Giester looked at me with a smile, his eyes resembling those of someone observing a rare animal. Smoker, too, dropped all pretense, his face turning ashen. We exchanged a glance and moved in unison, one to the left and one to the right, launching a pincer attack. Good coordination, Giester praised, but the katana in his hand suddenly spun violently, instantly forming a small tornado made of blade edges around him. Smoker and I were so scared that our souls almost left our bodies, and we hurriedly retreated in a panic. We saw that where the tornado passed, the walls, tables, and chairs were all cut into neat fragments. Let's see where you can hide. Giester flicked his wrist, and countless sword energies poured down on us like rain. Smoker was a moment too slow and was about to be hit by a sword energy. I hurriedly kicked with a gale kick to barely block it. But because of that movement, I lost my balance and was about to be bisected by another sword energy. White snake. Smoker's arm instantly transformed into a giant smoke snake, wrapping around me and pulling me to his side. Thanks. I had just finished saying that when Smoker let out a bitter laugh. What are you thanking me for? It's just a few seconds of delayed death. As soon as he finished speaking, an even denser wave of slashes had already sealed off all our escape routes. Hold on tight. I shouted at him, grabbing his arm, and my legs suddenly stomped in the air. Moonwalk. We crashed through the ceiling of the ship and soared into the night sky. You can actually do the moonwalk. Smoker was stunned. What is even more surprising is coming up next. Look back. I said to him as I ran wildly in the air, not turning my head. When Smoker looked back, his eyes almost popped out. There was Gast, who was also moonwalking, leisurely chasing after us in the air. How could a pirate do the moonwalk? Smoker's worldview was severely impacted. I wanted to know that too. I was inwardly lamenting, thinking that we definitely wouldn't be able to escape like this. With a determined heart, I brought Smoker back down to the port. Not running anymore. Gast also landed, looking at us with a smile. Since we can't escape, we might as well fight to the death. My fighting spirit was fully ignited. Smoker was also surrounded by swirling smoke, ready to fight desperately. Just then, Gast's expression suddenly changed slightly, as if he sensed something. He glanced in a certain direction behind us and then said with a smile, "Hee hee, let's call it a day. Next time we meet, we'll settle the score." After saying that, he turned and jumped onto a small boat, sailing away. "Hey, don't run." Smoker was so angry he was jumping up and down. I held on to him. "Forget it, we really aren't his match right now." From the distant small boat came Geister's loud laughter. "Monkey D, XuanYuan, I got you remembered. Next time we meet, I'll definitely defeat you. So you better hurry up and get stronger. I'm waiting for you." I don't know what came over me. A surge of blood rushed to my head, and I shouted back at his retreating figure. He ran away. What a cunning guy. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind us. I was startled by Smoker and turned around to see it was Instructor Eddie. "Instructor." I quickly saluted. Smoker was also taken aback. After this battle, we could be considered acquaintances made through conflict. Instructor Eddie briefly understood the situation and surprisingly pulled out a small black notebook to hand to Smoker, saying that this thing could help him resolve many bureaucratic troubles, and that his achievements wouldn't be stolen in the future. Smoker was skeptical, but seeing my expression that said I was sure it was right, he solemnly accepted it. Before leaving, I said goodbye to Smoker. He patted my shoulder and said seriously, "Take good care of yourself. We are comrades." The word comrades made Smoker, who had always been a lone wolf, have a different look in his eyes. On the way back, Instructor Eddie asked me, "Do you have anything to explain about this mission?" "Report, Instructor. The mission failed. I have no explanations." I stood straight. Failure is failure. Nothing more to say. To my surprise, Instructor Eddie laughed instead. "Not bad. You dare to take responsibility. Don't worry. This mission was a test I personally assigned to you, not an official S6 mission. Since you have a good attitude about admitting your mistakes, I won't pursue it further." I felt a warmth in my heart, knowing he was helping me bear the burden. I solemnly bowed to him and said, "Thank you, Instructor. This is your last chance to fail." Instructor Eddie's smile became serious. "Yes, I will never have a failed mission again," I replied loudly. Upon returning to the base, the instructor didn't take me to any training grounds, but instead led me to a luxurious apartment building. "You will live here from now on, room 5. He handed me a golden key. I took the key, but I'm more concerned about training. "Instructor, when do I start training?" "Tomorrow. You will train with another newcomer. By the way, your roommate is named Lalo, a 7-year-old genius with a power level of 1500. As soon as I heard that, I exploded. "Instructor, can we switch rooms? I can live alone. I don't want to be a babysitter." "Are you kidding me? I just crawled out of that pit with Luffy. And now you want to throw a 7-year-old brat at me? No way. This is an order from Iron Bone to cultivate your team's spirit." Instructor Eddie flatly refused, then waved his hand and walked away. I sighed, resigned to my fate. But when I opened the door to room 5, I was completely stunned. The living room was 500 square meters, the gym was 1,000 square meters, and the bathroom was 500 square meters. It was decorated like a palace, with dinosaur skin sofas and sapphire-studded crystal chandeliers. Who understands this, my family? This overwhelming wealth hit me right in the face. I felt numb and collapsed onto the massive bed that could fit 10 people. Just 2 minutes after lying down, I jumped up like a country bumpkin in the city. No way. I need to properly explore my new home. I opened the wardrobe and, wow, it was filled with uniforms, all sizes prepared for you. This service is even better than Hadaleo. I picked a fitted set and changed into it, feeling quite handsome. Just as I was about to enjoy a bath in that bathroom larger than my living room, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "You're the new one, right?" I turned around and saw a red-haired little guy standing at the door, looking quite clever. I thought this must be my future roommate, so I quickly greeted him. "That's right, I'm Monkey D. XuanYuan, you can just call me XuanYuan. You're Lalo, right?" The little guy's eyes lit up like a little sun. Very enthusiastic. "Yes, yes." The instructor said there would be new students today. "Welcome, welcome. Let me tell you, living in such a big place alone is driving me crazy with boredom." This guy was quite the chatterbox, but he was really nice, pulling me along and giving me a whole bunch of information, from the history of the school to which dishes in the cafeteria are delicious, his mouth never stopping. We could really talk, and in the blink of an eye, it was dark outside. "Oh, XuanYuan, you must be hungry. Let's go get some food." Lalo pulled me out. I was caught off guard at that moment and stammered, but what? Aren't you hungry?" He looked at me with an innocent expression. I blushed and said softly, "No. I have no money. Who understands? My pockets are cleaner than my face. All my savings were spent during the previous triathlon. And when I take them out to dry, the wind blows, and it turns into a cash version of the Dandelion's promise, just flying away with the wind." As a result, Lalo heard this and burst out laughing. "I thought it was something serious. Don't you know? For us S6 students, all our food, clothing, housing, and transportation are free. If you perform well, you can even receive a scholarship of up to 10 million Bailey every month. Damn, at that moment, I thought to myself, my cheap grandpa really is a wealthy old dude. When I got to the cafeteria, I found out that I had to swipe a card to eat. Lalo explained that this was a rule set by Lord Tiegu, and based on each person's health data, the chef would provide the most nutritious meal plan. I thought to myself, isn't this just a high-end customized version of a primary school nutrition meal? The problem was, I had just arrived today, so where was I supposed to get an identity card? Lalo suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh right, I forgot. Your card probably won't be issued until tomorrow. He directly shouted at the chef. Master, this is the new arrival, Monkey D, XuanYuan, and his card hasn't been processed yet, so just serve him food first. As soon as the chef heard my name, his attitude made a complete turnaround, and he smiled like a blooming flower. So it's young Master XuanYuan. Lord Tiegu has already given me a heads up. Your meal is here, please enjoy. I looked at the luxurious seafood platter that was handed over, and then at Lalo's envious little eyes, feeling quite pleased inside. It seems my identity as a relationship insider can't be hidden anymore. Just as I was enjoying the food, two more people arrived. One was thin, named Ryan, nicknamed Brother Chai, and he looked quite friendly. The other was different, dressed in all black. He wore a constant expression of disdain, as if the whole world owed him 8 million. Lalo whispered to me that this person was named Noah, who had given himself the nickname Heavenly Enemy. He was extremely reclusive, but his abilities were monstrous. I was curious at the time, what kind of grudge could lead someone to choose that name? Moreover, I could feel the intense aura this guy had. It was ridiculously strong. After dinner, we went back to the dorm and continued chatting on the bed. I asked Lalo how powerful that sky enemy really was. Lalo's expression suddenly became serious. Let me tell you, here we measure strength using Dao power. When I first arrived, I had 1100, and after practicing for half a year, I'm at 1500 now. Brother Chai is over 2000. Guess what the sky enemy's score is? How much? My curiosity was piqued. He had over 2000 when he first arrived. Now, it's said to be 3500. Isn't that insane? I gasped. 3500? That's indeed a huge gap. My current power level probably seems like child's play in front of him. I asked him how I could graduate and officially become an S6 member. Lalo said, the graduation test requires you to withstand an hour of attacks from an instructor. Our instructors here are all devils. If you don't have at least 8,000 power, you'll be taken out in an instant. 8,000 power. All right, I'll remember that goal. While I was sound asleep, my unreliable cheap grandpa, Carp, was cozying up to the highest authority here, Old Ironbone. It turns out that my smooth journey so far has all been arranged by him behind the scenes. The next morning, training began early. A one-eyed instructor asked me to introduce myself. As soon as I finished, Lalo and Brother Chai started clapping. But the one-eyed instructor remained expressionless, not moving at all. Once the applause died down, the one-eyed instructor said, I guess you all know him now? Just a useless kid with a power level of only 1,000 at nearly 9 years old. Nothing to see here. Everyone, gear up 100 kilograms weight. Morning run, 20 kilometers. Let us go. I was furious at that moment. My blood rushed to my head. I didn't move an inch. Staring at him fiercely. What gives you the right to call me garbage? Apologize to me. That bastard just laughed, looking disdainful, with a power level of 1,000. What else could you be if not garbage? A waste? I couldn't hold it in anymore, so I charged at him with a single leap, delivering a powerful kick in midair. A massive wave of slashing energy surged forward. And guess what happened? He waved his hand. It was gone. My attack was like a fart, completely dismissed by him. I don't believe in evil. So I quickly circled behind him and aimed a finger jab at the back of his head. With a crisp sound, I felt like I was stabbing not a person, but a steel plate. My finger almost broke. I was overestimating myself. That one-eyed dragon didn't even turn his head. He just turned around and kicked towards me. I hurriedly defended with a piece of iron, but it was useless. I let out a scream, and my whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Family. With that kick, I felt like my internal organs were all flipped upside down, and my bones were all shattered. He walked up to me, looking down from above. So how's it going, kid? Do you admit you're trash now? I gritted my teeth and forced myself to get up from the ground, coughing up blood. I admit you are stronger than me, but one day, I will make you pay for what you said today. Hey, you have guts. That one-eyed dragon actually laughed, to make it easier for you to take your revenge. Remember my name? I am Emogia. To reward your guts, I will increase your weight limit to 150 kilograms. Now return to the team. I didn't say a word, silently shouldering the burden. As soon as I entered the team, a guy named Noah ran past me and muttered, "What a worthless guy," just as expected. Hey, my temper. Lalo was about to explode on the spot, but I stopped him. I directly shouted at Noah's back, "You're called Noah, right?" He stopped, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Looks like they didn't tell you the rules. You're asking for death." I sneered, "I'm not interested in your rules. If you call me trash, then you are the person I must defeat." After saying this, he ran to the front of the line. Good grief. On the first day of school, I had already booked 2 revenge matches. After finishing the 20-kilometer run, that son of a gun, Mo Jia, actually gave us a 10-minute break and sarcastically said, "If you have any personal matters to deal with, hurry up." Isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Without saying a word, Noah walked over to me. Brother Chai tried to step in and advise, but was shut down with a single remark, "Otherwise, I'll take you down too." I pushed aside Chai Gu and faced Noah. "Come on, let us see what you've got." As soon as I finished speaking, I kicked out. He reacted quickly and sidestepped. I followed up with a sweeping kick. But the real killing move was the Gale kick. A wave of slashing energy flew out close to the ground. Noah was startled and hurriedly smashed the wave with a punch. But he also drew blood on his hand. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, I executed a quick dash to his back and threw a punch. This time he was prepared and turned to meet my punch. Damn, that force nearly numbed my arm. Then, his attacks came like a storm, faster and faster. And I was being pushed back step by step. No way. I would definitely lose in a head-on clash. I steeled my resolve and unleashed my ultimate move, the enhanced version of paper drawing. I felt like I had no bones, slipping and sliding through his airtight attacks. When he hit me, it felt like he was hitting water with no force at all. The more he hit, the more anxious he became, and his attacks started to become chaotic. I was waiting for this moment when he got anxious. The opportunity came. I dodged his punch and jabbed my fingers hard into the gap in his chest. Ugh. He let out a muffled groan, clearly suffering an internal injury. But he was tough, enduring the pain and retaliating with a kick that sent me flying out. We both got hurt, so it's a tie. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and looked at him. "Come on, continue." Noah stared at me intensely, his expression complicated, and suddenly said, "You Monkey D, XuanYuan, have the right to call my name now." After saying that, he actually turned around and walked away. I was taken aback for a moment. Then I smiled. I knew that with this match, I had earned his respect. In the distance, Mo Jia watched everything with a sly grin, like an old fox. When we gathered, he actually announced that the next training would be another 20 kilometers, claiming he had something to attend to and needed to leave early. Everyone knew that this was definitely a way to give us a break from my fight with Noah. In the afternoon, we had a formation class, and the instructor was Moya, Mo Jia's younger brother. Leiluo specifically reminded me that although he looked friendly, he was actually scarier than his brother. So I should definitely not provoke him. I thought to myself, I'm not stupid. Why would I provoke him for no reason? As a result, as soon as class started, that guy named Moya, wearing glasses and smiling like a fox, directly called my name. "We have a new classmate today. Stand up and let me get to know you." I stood up to introduce myself. He smiled even more happily. "Oh, XuanYuan classmate. For some reason, the first time I saw you, I was filled with interest in you." I tell you, as soon as he said that, all my classmates looked at me with eyes full of sympathy, as if they were looking at someone in hospice care. I was still foolishly smiling at him at the time. "Thank you, instructor," completely unaware that I had already caught the attention of a supreme schemer. This schemer is our new formation instructor, Moya. Let me tell you, this guy is a real smooth talker. He came up smiling, saying that we really clicked and insisted on making me some kind of class representative. My heart sank at that moment. Something fell off. Just as I was thinking of finding an excuse to slip away, guess what? He cornered me with one sentence and pretended to ask other classmates if they had any objections. Goodness, those guys shook their heads like rattling drums, afraid that this hot potato would land on them. Who understands, family? Would you take this fortune if it was given to you? There was no way out, so I had to grit my teeth and agree. As a result, this guy's smile became even brighter, bright enough to make me uneasy. He announced on the spot that the theory class was over and we were going straight to practice, dragging us to the training ground. Those two guys, Lei Luo and Rue In, looked at me with the eyes of martyrs the whole time. I was puzzled, thinking it was just a trap class. How bad could it be? When we got to the training ground, Moya started calling my name, asking me to explain the ice and fire duality formation we had just learned. I thought this was an easy question, so I stood up and recited the theory. After I finished, he nodded repeatedly, smiling like a blooming flower, then said, "Since you understand it so well, Why don't you lead the way as the class representative and go in to help everyone retrieve the items inside, to demonstrate the power of the formation? I was completely stunned at that moment. This script was all wrong. Just as I was about to say it wasn't appropriate, he patted his chest and assured me, "Don't worry, there's no danger to life." Absolutely none. When he emphasized the words life, I felt a chill in my molars. But since he had already said that, wouldn't it look cowardly if I didn't go? I steeled my heart, thinking that at worst, I could use the Navy SIG style to escape, and agreed. As a result, my whole class, except for my two buddies, applauded me like I was going off to war. The scene was just ridiculous. Once I entered the array, I knew I had been tricked. They promised a world of ice and fire, but inside was nothing but mist and illusions. I walked for 2 hours and still hadn't made it out after covering just 1 kilometer. Moreover, this wretched place had no sense of martial ethics. Ice chunks occasionally fell from the sky, and explosives randomly spawned on the ground, making it impossible to defend against. If it weren't for my decent training in the Navy SIG style, using iron and paper techniques, I would have been turned into a pile of ice and fire debris long ago. By the time I crawled out, half my body charred and the other half bruised. I was practically smoking. Then that Moya rushed over and hugged me, looking concerned, saying, "Oh no, XuanYuan, are you okay? I forgot to mention, there's a 50 chance this array will produce an illusion formation. Look how unlucky you were to encounter it." But see, I didn't lie. There really was no danger to life. I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood in his face. Before I could erupt, he struck again. "It seems this formation needs improvement. Come on, XuanYuan, share your experience inside. Once we improve it, you'll be the first to try it." After hearing this, my vision went dark and I fainted. In a daze, I heard the devil's voice again. "Oh, it seems he is too tired. Should I put him in the frost formation to wake him up?" Let me tell you, this was more effective than any stimulant. I shot up from my dying state, stood up straight, and shouted, "Instructor, I'm fine. Just kidding. If it happened again, I would really be done for." As a result, the old six smiled slightly and said, "That's good. Then you should go get treated first, and when you come back, we'll demonstrate the fire formation and see what needs improvement." I stared at him, my mind blank, with only one thought in my heart: God, please kill me. This was only the second class of the first morning. "Grandpa, I miss you. Your loving iron fist was so gentle." During lunch, I turned my grief into appetite and devoured 10 people's worth of food by myself while complaining to Lalo and the others about how all the instructors in this school were perverts. As soon as I finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly floated from behind. "Is that so?" I turned around, and there stood Eddie, the swordsmanship instructor for the afternoon, like a ghost behind us. He grinned at me ominously and said, "I originally wanted to see how badly you were tortured by him, oh yeah? But I didn't expect you to be so spirited. Well then, in the afternoon swordsmanship class, I will make sure you enjoy it." At that moment, the piece of meat I was holding fell directly to the ground, and my heart felt cold. In the afternoon swordsmanship class, sure enough, I was once again honored to be appointed as the class representative. In simple terms, it meant being a live target in front of the whole class, demonstrating how various incorrect attack postures were countered. With a loud bang, I was knocked to the ground. Eddie began to analyze. "Everyone look. This horizontal slash is too slow and can easily be countered." As a result, a clueless classmate, Noah, said, "Instructor, you were too fast. I didn't see it." Eddie nodded. That makes sense. Let's do it in slow motion again." Do it again? So I was knocked down to the ground with another bang. By the end of the class, I didn't even know how I managed to get up, and I finally closed my eyes and fell asleep on the training ground. I'm being taken care of like an injured person by my buddies in the dorm, while everyone at school is talking about me, the chosen unlucky one. I heard that in the girls' dorm, 2 girls even got into a fight over me. One named Taslin seems to have a good impression of me, thinking I'm very manly, while another named Anchi thinks I'm just completely clueless. Even the coldest guy, Noah, is secretly observing me in the woods, muttering that he is both jealous and admiring of me, feeling like we could be friends or possibly enemies. The level of teenage angst is off the charts. The next morning, there is a new class and new torture. Instructor Terry, a handsome guy with long hair, immediately has us run a weighted 4,000 meters uphill, with a time limit of 1 hour, facing various obstacles along the way. I was almost out of breath halfway through, and it was Ryan who pushed me from behind, helping me barely keep up with the main group. When we reached the top of the mountain, just as I wanted to sit down, a super pleasant voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw a stunning long-haired beauty. She told me not to sit down immediately after intense exercise and handed me her water bottle, introducing herself as Taslin. I felt my face flush instantly, and I was so flustered that I couldn't speak properly, just smiling foolishly while holding the water bottle she gave me. Once everyone gathered, Instructor Terry began the lesson. And he was actually talking about domineering power. Let me tell you, it was just like in a comic. There are 3 types: observation haki, armament haki, and the most powerful, conqueror-s haki. He said observation haki is about ultimate prediction, allowing you to dodge attacks, even with your eyes closed. Armament haki is like putting on an invisible armor that you can use to hit others, even able to strike elemental users. To prove this, he had Noah, the strongest in the class, try to sneak attack him from behind with all his might, but Terry didn't even open his eyes and easily dodged everything. Then he let Noah punch him with all his strength, and Noah was sent flying by the recoil, while Terry was completely unharmed. Finally, he pointed a finger at a big rock and gently flicked it, which resulted in a loud bang as the rock shattered. Everyone in the class was dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as if they wanted to learn it right there on the spot. Seeing us like a bunch of eager pups, Instructor Terry smiled with satisfaction. And let me tell you, that smile was exactly like that of Emoya, that sly guy. He announced we would start training in observation haki. And the method was simple. We all had to stand in a line with our backs to him while he randomly threw small stones at us. And we had to dodge based on our instincts. Sounds simple, right? He casually threw a small stone on the ground, and it made a pit. As the training began, the mountaintop turned into a sea of screams. Everyone was on high alert, but the more tense we were, the harder it was to dodge. And it was like hail falling down. By the end of the class, everyone had bruises, and poor Lalo was the worst off, with not a single good spot on him. After the training, the 3 of us were gathered together applying medicine to each other when that ice-cold guy, Noah, actually came over on his own. He first pointed out Lalo's problem, saying he was too nervous, then turned to me and surprisingly smiled a little, complimenting me for dodging half the attacks in my first training session, which was quite impressive. I was shocked. This guy actually smiled. I smiled back and told him that he looked pretty sunny when he smiled and should do it more often. He paused for a moment after hearing that, then nodded seriously and said, "We are friends. I will consider your suggestion." Watching him walk away, I suddenly felt that even if I was being tortured, having made a friend like him didn't seem too bad after all. I was just thinking about it when the retribution came. In the next class, the instructor, when I asked who Lei Luo was lying on the ground like a salted fish, weakly telling me, "Instructor Terry's brother, Tiger." Goodness, Tiger? As soon as I heard that name, I knew it was another pressure monster. I thought about combat, formations, swordsmanship, and dominance all being covered. What else could this guy teach? Could it be how to bite people with our teeth? In the end, Ryan was laughing slyly beside me, saying, "You wouldn't guess it even if you racked your brain." I guessed it was marksmanship, but he said no. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and told me that Instructor Tiger teaches medical training. Medical training? I laughed at that. It sounded so easy, like a theory class. It seemed that Tiger was just a name without substance. Then, Lalo rolled his eyes and said, "Wait until he uses you as a guinea pig to demonstrate how to stitch up a wound live. Then you'll know if it's scary or not." I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I thought, who understands this? Is there really such an operation? When I finally saw Tiger in person, I was even more stunned. This guy must be 3 meters tall with a hulking build. When he stood among us little kids, he looked like a giant god descending. With that physique, are you telling me he teaches medicine? His fists are bigger than my head, and I'm afraid if he gives me a shot, I might just disappear. But then he opened his mouth, and my heart sank. Kids, today I'm going to teach you battlefield first aid. Pair up, and hit each other as hard as you can. If you get hurt, I'll demonstrate on you. Whoever goes easy on their partner will face me. Wow, this is not a medical class at all. It's basically a large-scale brawl combined with body outline lessons. What's even more shocking is that during the group assignment, Noah actually took the initiative to tell Tiger, "Instructor, just call me Noah from now on." I told you. The whole place went silent at that moment. This kid finally opened up. I gave him a thumbs up, feeling quite pleased. The next class was simply unbearable. I was in a group with Lalo, basically handling all the output while he took the hits, and then Tiger rushed in like a battlefield angel, cursing while giving us a practical lesson. For the past 2 weeks, my days consisted of getting beaten up in turns by 3 instructors on odd-number days, and watching Lalo being used as a living textbook by Tiger on even-number days. Occasionally, that elusive old man Tiegu would pop up, giving us some motivational speeches and lessons on survival in society. After 2 weeks of this, one day after I had just finished showering, I heard Lalo frantically calling me. I thought to myself, hasn't this kid been beaten enough today to be in such high spirits? He burst into the bathroom, his face beaming, and told me, "XuanYuan, good news. Tomorrow is the monthly outing mission day. We can finally get some fresh air." It turned out that this hellhole had a team-building activity once a month. which they called a mission, but it was really just an excuse to let us take a break. The mission could be wrapped up in a day or two, leaving us 5 or 6 days to mess around. Just the thought of getting out of this dreadful place got me excited. The next day, the old man Tiegu came in with a stack of documents, handing them out like flyers, one for each of us. I eagerly opened mine, nearly overheating my CPU. Mission 1. Destroy the Revolutionary Army's Acast base. Mission 2. Eliminate 10 fleets under the command of Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. I was stunned and looked up at Iron Bone. Old man, are you sure this is the task for us? Isn't it just sending us to our deaths? Iron Bone gave me a glare. That is your ultimate goal. Flip to the back. Your current mission is on the last few pages. Goodness. It turned out the beginner tasks were at the end. I almost embarrassed myself. I quickly flipped to the back, and Lalo and Ryan leaned in, saying they had discussed it and that the 3 of us would team up to deal with a pirate crew in the West Sea. And it would be a nice trip as well. The West Sea? A thought flashed through my mind, and I nodded immediately. Good idea. Just then, I caught a glimpse of Noah standing by himself, looking like he wanted to come over, but was too shy. I walked straight over. Noah, didn't T choose a task? Come with us. Our mission is for a 4-person team. Noah's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded immediately. Lalo was still beside Ryan, muttering, "Why are you inviting him? It'll be so boring." As a result, Ryan smacked him on the back, telling him he was being stingy. Once we sorted out the team, we want to get our gear. That warehouse, let me tell you, was bigger than 2 football fields, with piles of swords and spears outside like small mountains. Just as I was about to say it was quite impressive, Noah casually remarked, "These are all junk. The good stuff is inside." I thought to myself that you little young masters are really spoiled, but I still followed them inside. When we reached the innermost part, I was stunned. A row of knife racks displayed a dozen knives neatly. Although they were all sheathed, the murderous aura emanating from them hit my face from a distance. Ryan explained beside me, "These dozen knives are all famous blade from the top 50 craftsmen. If they get damaged during the mission, you'll have to compensate at the original price." Oh my goodness, 50 good knives, and this place takes up almost 1/3 of that. S6 is truly extravagant. Noah also pulled out his short knife, called Cherry Snow, from behind, and said that as long as the task achievements are sufficient, one can exchange for their own at an internal price. As I listened and picked, suddenly, my hand stopped on a knife that was entirely blood red. I froze. The design was too familiar to me, with a straight blade and an axe-shaped edge. Wasn't this just our ancestral Tang knife? Family, who understands? Seeing something from home in another world, that feeling, my DNA was stirred. They looked at me as if I had lost my soul and all gathered around. Ryan said, "This knife isn't a good quality one. It has enough hardness, but it's just not very sharp, so no one uses it." I was overjoyed. You wouldn't understand. The Tang Dao is all about armor breaking. It's a killing machine on the battlefield. I made up my mind right then and there. I want it. Once I have enough merit, it will be my exclusive partner. As soon as I finished speaking, the Tang knife vibrated with a buzzing sound, as if responding to me. Wow, even the knife is so accommodating. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I blurted out, "I know, your name is Minghong, right?" The blade trembled even more violently, and a red glow intensified. Shortly after, a piece of information flooded into my mind. It turns out that this Minghong knife was formed from excess materials when the ancient Emperor XuanYuan was forging swords. The Emperor found it too bloodthirsty and wanted to destroy it, but it transformed into a cloud magpie and escaped, ultimately ending up in this world. Like me, it is also an unfortunate soul far from home. I touched the blade, and my heart was racing. Bro, from now on, we'll make a name for ourselves in this world together. Noah and the others were stunned, saying that the knife had recognized me as its master. Laro was even more envious and started trying out one knife after another, hoping to find his own destined blade. After selecting our weapons, we went to receive a black badge. On the way, they told me that this thing was proof of S6 identity, essentially a universal pass. With it, we could commandeer naval ships at will, call upon local forces, access all government facilities for free, and enjoy various privileges. It was simply outrageous. We sat on the S6 dedicated warship, racing westward. On board, we studied the mission information. The target was a ragtag group called the Dideo Pirates, with a captain's bounty of only 45 million, which Lei Luo didn't take seriously at all. But I pointed to an inconspicuous line of small text in the data and said, "I agree with Lei Luo's assessment that these pirates are weak. But the real focus is that Nico Robin seems to have joined this pirate crew." "The Devil's Child," Lei Luo exclaimed, snatching the documents and flipping through them for a long time. I nodded, my expression serious. "That's right. She is the true target of my choice for the West Sea mission." I have to save her. I have spoken out about the tragedy of O'Hara and the tyranny of the world government. I said, what's wrong with an 8-year-old girl understanding some ancient script? Does that mean she has to be hunted down by the whole world? What kind of justice is this? After I finished speaking, the three of them fell silent. In the end, it was Noah who spoke first. XuanYuan, you are right. If the world government is wrong, then it's up to us to correct it. Lalo and Ryan also patted their chests and said, XuanYuan, we support you. No matter if it's saving people, or even if you're doing something unjust, we'll stand with you. I reached out my hand directly. All right, from today on, the four of us brothers will share life and death together. The four hands tightly grasped each other. The warship was incredibly fast, reaching our destination, a small island called Kexnuo, in just over a day. To avoid alerting the enemy, we didn't let the warship dock and instead paddled a small boat quietly to the shore. As soon as we landed, Leiluo asked, XuanYuan, what should we do now? Should we go directly and take down the pirate crew? I shook my head. No, Robin is too vigilant. If we act rashly, she will definitely run away at the first opportunity. So, my suggestion is to find Robin first. Once we locate her, we can deal with that so-called big knife pirate crew anytime. Noah and Ryan both agreed. Great, then let's split up. I immediately made arrangements. Noah and I will be one group, and Raylo, you will be with Ryan. Now, let's start searching the island for information on Robin. Once we find her, we will figure out a way to bring her back. Let's meet here at 8 o'clock tonight. Noah and Ryan nodded. However, Raylo was unhappy and shouted, wait a minute, why are you and Noah in one group, and I have to be with Ryan? I have to take care of him? Ryan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, idiot, I'm the one taking care of you, okay? XuanYuan is afraid you'll get into trouble if you go out alone. XuanYuan, I won't cause trouble, trust me. Raylo was still there assuring me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, all right, I believe you, but this isn't a fight. We're looking for someone, got it? You and Brother Chai are in the same group, so be more efficient. In the end, if you win, isn't that still impressive for you? When Leiluo heard this, he immediately had a light bulb moment and thought it through, though he still pretended to be tough. Fine. I'll reluctantly take Brother Chai along, but let us agree on this. If we find Robin first, then we win. Seeing him act like he was taking advantage while trying to appear innocent made us all burst into laughter. All right, groups were formed, and we split into 3 routes. Left, center, and right, and began a thorough search. Let me tell you, I headed straight to the liveliest spot in the center of the island. Come on, who is Robin? She thrives in the shadows, and the more dangerous the place, the safer she feels. After being wanted for over a year, she is definitely not the little girl she used to be. She must have been secretly gathering information about the main text of history. Places like taverns and restaurants, where there are a lot of people and noise, would absolutely be her first choice. My thoughts are extremely clear. I went from tavern to tavern, and sure enough, in the alley behind the 6th restaurant, a petite figure darted past. Goodness, that speed was like a startled kitten. But I recognized her at a glance. It was definitely her, Nico Robin. She was the target of my voyage this time. I immediately set a flag in my heart. I said, even Jesus can't keep her here, I've got it. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then I pushed off with my feet. And my whole body shot up to the roof like a cannonball. From above, I could clearly see a small figure huddled in a dark corner, like a little radar, ready to bolt at the slightest rustle. Her small face was filled with terror, and who understands what the family feels? I felt heartbroken just looking at her. I found her, and my heart was filled with joy. I pushed off again, and like a ghost, I silently landed behind her. She didn't notice a thing. I gently called out, Robin. She suddenly jolted, and I tell you, she shook like a phone on vibrate. She must have been startled, as it would have been so easy to catch her off guard, appearing silently behind her. She spun around quickly, her eyes wide with terror. But then, upon seeing me, she realized I was just a boy about her age, looking at her with, how should I put it, that particularly sincere gaze. She was momentarily stunned, probably recalling some old teachers or something. But it was just for a second. The little girl immediately became alert, taking a big step back and coldly asking me, who are you? How do you know my name? I didn't move forward, just stood still, and said to her in what I thought was the gentlest tone, don't be afraid, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to save you. Robin, I am willing to be the first and forever person to protect you on this vast sea. As soon as those words came out, I felt her pause again. She could sense that I wasn't lying, but just think about what kind of life she had been living. Every day, she was either betraying others or being betrayed herself. It was impossible for her to believe me so quickly. But she didn't run away, and that was enough. She stared at me and asked why. I took a deep breath and laid my cards on the table, because I like you, whether you believe it or not. I want to protect you and take care of you. It's that simple. I'm telling you, this is not just nonsense. When I was watching One Piece, I had an indescribable urge to protect Robin, and now that the real person is right in front of me, the thoughts I had buried deep in my heart just slipped out. Robin looked at me in surprise, and after a while, she quietly said, "I'm sorry. I still can't trust you." I forced a smile, but quickly put on a cheerful face again. "It's fine. It would be the same with anyone. I have plenty of time, and I will make you see what kind of person I am." She didn't directly refuse, which is great news. "So can you tell me who you are now?" She was still so cautious. I nodded and said word by word, "My name is XuanYuan, Monkey D, XuanYuan. I got some of your information from Navy files and some. You wouldn't understand if I told you. You're a part of the Navy." The moment she heard this, hostility ignited in her eyes, and her whole body tensed up, ready to strike at any moment. "Sigh, I knew it would be like this." I sighed and quickly explained, "You've got it wrong. My intelligence comes from the Navy, but I'm not part of the Navy. I'm from S6. S6? What is that?" She still looked full of suspicion. "The sixth branch of the world government." I directly revealed my true identity. And guess what happened? She looked even more disappointed and coldly said, "So you're still a tool of the world government." I won't explain anymore. I'll just say it directly. I am indeed a person from S6, but trust me, I won't hurt you. Regardless of our identities, I will protect you. I mean it. Really? She must be struggling internally, as these words sound like empty promises, but she still wants to believe. I asked her back, "Is it fun for me to lie to you? If I really wanted to catch you, would I need to go through all this trouble?" This seemed to awaken her. She was silent for a long time before raising her head and looking at me seriously, saying, "I don't know why, but I believe you. Whether what you're saying is true or false, I believe you." Wow. I was so happy at that moment that I almost jumped up and directly took her hand. "Don't worry, I'll never lie to you." Robin was so flustered by this that her face turned completely red, but she didn't pull away, letting me hold her hand with a flushed face. I felt absolutely delighted inside. I looked at her and asked with concern, "Robin, are you hungry? Let's go eat something first." I knew she was having a hard time, often going without a meal. She shook her head and said, "It's fine, I'm not hungry. You go ahead with your business." But her little eyes instinctively glanced towards the nearby restaurant. How could I miss that little gesture? I smiled and said seriously, "But I'm hungry, Robin. Just accompany me, okay?" Only then did she nod and follow me into the restaurant. In fact, I knew her stomach had been growling for a while. She just didn't want to trouble me. As soon as we entered, I found a corner to sit down and shouted to the waiter, "Boss, bring me one of everything delicious you have." Robin was startled and quickly reminded me in a low voice, "Hey, don't order so much. It's very expensive here. What if we don't have enough money later?" I gave her a mysterious smile and said, "It's nothing, don't worry." She seriously replied, "Do you usually carry so much money when you go out? It's really expensive here." I chuckled lightly and said, "I don't have a habit of carrying money." "What?" she exclaimed, probably thinking I was crazy, having come here to eat a free meal. I quickly pushed her back in her seat and said, "Don't be anxious. Although I didn't bring any money, don't worry. Someone will come to pay the bill for us soon." Let me tell you, as soon as I walked in, I scanned the room, and there are several wanted criminals in this restaurant. Aren't they just moving ATMs? Robin sat down, still skeptical. Just then, a particularly fierce voice erupted next to us. "Nico, Robin, what are you doing here? You're the one causing trouble." I looked up and saw a muscular man with a large sword on his back glaring at Robin with an unhappy expression. I recognized him immediately as Barks, the vice captain of the Great Blade Pirates. I smiled slightly at Robin and said, "See, the money giver has arrived." Then I stood up and cheerfully walked over to the guy. "Hello, Barks, your timing is perfect." The dude looked completely bewildered, probably wondering where this little kid came from. Not afraid of him, and even knowing his name. What happened next? Before he could finish his thoughts, I was already right up in his face. Let me tell you, it was done in a flash, as quick as lightning. I punched him in the stomach, and he immediately hunched over like a shrimp. Just as he was about to kneel down, my other fist smashed into the back of his head. I fried his CPU directly, and he went down on the spot. The whole process took less than a second, and the diners around didn't even see what happened. I casually supported his slumping body, dragged him to our table, and tossed him onto a chair, making it look like he had just passed out from drinking too much. Then I pulled his wallet from his pocket and waved it at Robin. "Look, now we have money to pay the bill." Robin was completely stunned. "What? What did you do?" I replied nonchalantly, "Well, you saw it. He was being rude, so I taught him a lesson and got us a free meal." "Pretty good, right? How did you do that?" "Do you know who he is?" "Barks, with a bounty of 25 million. Her expression was one of disbelief. I mean, 25 million is quite a figure in the West Sea, and yet I took him down with just 2 punches. I smiled and said, "It's nothing. Mainly he was careless and didn't take me seriously, which allowed me to succeed in my sneak attack. Robin just stared at me blankly, her eyes reflecting something different. I felt it was an unprecedented sense of security. After dinner, I easily slung Baku's over my shoulder and went to meet Robin at the agreed location. Lalo and the others had been waiting there for a while, and when they saw me arrive with the girl, their eyes went wide. XuanYuan, you're amazing. You were the last to arrive, and ended up finding Robin. Lalo came up and gave me a punch. From now on, Robin is our companion. So be nice to her, I said seriously to them. Of course. Hey, who is this big guy? Ryan pointed at Baku's, who I had thrown on the ground. Vice captain of the Great Blade pirate crew, Baku's. He one of our mission targets, brought back conveniently. Lalo chuckled and reached out to check Baku's breathing. Is he dead or alive? Considering he treated me to a meal, I didn't kill him. But he probably won't wake up for a while, I said lightly. Actually, I hit him directly on the central nervous system with my second punch. An ordinary person would have become a vegetable by now. All right, we found the person. So how do we proceed with the mission? I clapped my hands, bringing the topic back on track. Ryan immediately showed a knowing smile. XuanYuan, I've noticed that the Great Blade pirate crew has quite a few members, but aside from a few officers, the rest buy their meals in town. I instantly understood and started laughing as well. So you, Lalo interrupted, saying, Brother Chai and I have introduced a cleaning technique for intestines in their meals. Give them a little shock. I guess the ship is already in chaos. Come on, let's go see the commotion. I took Robin's hand, already starting to mourn for that group of pirates in my heart. On the way, Robin couldn't help but ask me again, who exactly are you guys? As I walked, I answered her seriously. I told you we are S6. This mission is to eliminate the Big Knife pirate group and, by the way, rescue you. Rello shouted from behind. I think rescuing the beauty is his main goal. I shot him a glare and said, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. We chatted and laughed until we reached the port, and what a scene it was. On the ship of the Dideo pirate crew, there were cries everywhere. Those who had taken a laxative were probably close to expelling their entire lives. Those who had taken the paralysis powder were directly lying on the ground, convulsing as if they had been electrocuted. There were a few physically strong ones who forcibly resisted the paralysis effect, but as a result, their brains got paralyzed and they attacked anyone they saw, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Captain Kakuni, along with a few officers, was there trying to suppress his own people, looking utterly overwhelmed. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and order, forget it, cut down all the crazy ones. Instantly, the ship turned into a hellish scene where comrades were attacking each other. I looked on helplessly and said to Leluo and Ryan, you two are too ruthless. Leluo seemed quite pleased with himself. Brother Chai said, if we're going to do it, let's make it big. This effect is pretty good, right? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the chaos on the ship finally stopped. On Kakuni's side, including himself, only 5 people were left standing. He angrily yelled to the sky, who is it? Come out. Leluo smiled, it's about time, let's go collect some heads. The 4 of us flashed into view right in front of Kakuni. The one judging you, Noah said coldly. Kakuni finally reacted, and, seeing us little ghosts, his face turned green with anger. It was you. Seeking death. Attack. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a command, all 4 of us sprang into action, except for Kakuni, who reacted quickly and dodged. His 4 subordinates didn't even have time to react and were instantly taken down by us, 1 hit each. My Minghong knife was particularly exaggerated. As the blade passed through, people were directly pierced, and not a drop of blood touched the blade. Who are you? Kakuni trembled as he looked at his last remaining subordinates falling. Just a few little ghosts like you. He roared, charging at me with his big knife. Raylo disdainfully met him head-on, but with a clang, he was instantly knocked back. Kakuni's big knife, with immense force, swung down toward the fallen Raylo. Just as quickly, with a loud clash, Noah and Ryan drew their dual blades, firmly blocking Kakuni's big knife. But the tremendous force made their palms bleed. At that moment, I also arrived. My Minghong knife struck directly at Kakuni's waist. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge, but instead kicked at me, wanting to exchange injuries. Damn it, who's afraid of whom? I was also fired up, directly taking a hit, and swung my knife even harder. Ugh, we both groaned simultaneously. I was kicked away, my stomach felt like it had been hit by a train. Meanwhile, Kakuni's chest was also slashed open by my knife, leaving a large gash. We pulled away from each other again. I got up from the ground, feeling my insides churning, and said in a deep voice, be careful, this guy's strength is off the charts. Even the iron block I threw was kicked away by him. Kakuni touched the wound on his chest and suddenly let out a furious roar. The muscles around the wound forcibly squeezed, staunching the bleeding. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? He charged at me again, faster than before, still targeting Lalo. Lalo barely managed to block him, but the knife slipped from his hand. Just as he was about to be struck, Noah's knife flashed like a cherry blossom lightning, slicing toward Kakuni's face, forcing him to take half a step back. Ryan seized the opportunity to block Kakuni's follow-up heavy punch. Now's the time. All the openings were exposed. I gripped the Minghong knife with both hands, and in that moment, I could feel a surge of violent power erupting from my arms, instantly transforming my hands into bare paws covered with thick flesh. My strength had increased by more than 3 times. A terrifying slash wave was unleashed with the edge of my knife, directly piercing through Kakuni's body. How could this be? He looked at his arm flying away with an expression of disbelief. Then everything went dark, and he fell straight down. It's over. I looked at the corpse on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Lalo, still shaken, said, I didn't expect this to be so difficult. The bounties above and below 30 million really are 2 different worlds. We are all exhausted. Ryan took out the phone bug to notify the Navy to clean up. I quietly put away the Minghong knife behind my back and hid the bare paw gloves that hadn't completely faded back into my sleeves, then smiled and caught up with them. Recently, the power of this devil fruit seems to be getting more and more out of control. But as soon as I finished saying this, I knew something bad was about to happen. Let me tell you, we just finished that job, and we had to celebrate. We directly booked the biggest tavern in town, drinking as if it were water. That kid Leluo was the first to pass out, drunk as a wet rag. And in the end, it was Ryan who carried him back to the hotel. Goodness, the way the hotel owner and the staff looked at us. It was as if they wanted to carve the words young masters on our faces, probably wondering which unfortunate noble raised us little treasures. But the problem was, when I got back to my room, I couldn't fall asleep at all, looking out at the big round moon. The blood in my body felt like it was boiling. That uncontrollable power surged again, and it was 100 times stronger than before. I felt like I was about to transform right then and there. Who understood what I was going through? If I transformed in the hotel, I'd be the headline news tomorrow. No way. I had to find a secluded place quickly. Without thinking, I climbed out of the window and dashed toward the beach, stepping lightly as if walking on the moon. When I reached the beach, I dove straight into the icy water, hoping it would calm me down. Guess what? The water not only didn't extinguish me, but exploded like cold water splashed in a hot oil. An indescribable pain shot from my heart, spreading throughout my body like lightning. So intense that I couldn't even scream. I watched my reflection in the water as black and white fur began to grow wildly on my body, twisting and deforming. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. This is it. What a terrible fruit this is. Transforming feels like being tortured. Then, I felt a sharp pain in my head, my vision went dark, and I passed out. When I woke up again, it was already bright outside. I found myself lying on the beach, feeling incredibly comfortable and full of strength, as if last night's excruciating pain had been a dream. Even more absurdly, the water around me was actually separated by an invisible wall, forming a dry circle around me. As soon as I stood up, the water surged back in. I instinctively touched the Minghong knife on my back, which was slightly warm. Goodness, it turned out my precious knife had been protecting me while I was unconscious. Truly my good partner. Now, although my body was fine, I was curious about what I had transformed into last night. I focused on that power. This time, there was no pain at all. The whole process was incredibly smooth. I quickly ran to the water's edge to check my reflection. When I saw it, I was completely stunned. The guy in the water, how should I put it? My entire body was covered with a black and white armor-like layer. Streamlined and incredibly handsome, but that color scheme and the 2 circles of black around my eyes. I couldn't believe it. I had transformed into a panda. No, not that round animal. It was more like I was wearing a panda-themed biological battle armor, simply the trendiest skin of 2025. I tried walking into the sea, and the deeper I went, the more I felt no weakness at all. I could even swim faster than before. My goodness, as a devil fruit user, I'm actually not afraid of seawater. I SNT this a bit too much. It seems that what I ate, which looks like bamboo, is definitely not an ordinary devil fruit. After studying it for half a day, I still couldn't figure out what special skills this panda armor has. Seeing that it was getting late, I quickly transformed back to my original form and rushed back to the hotel with moonwalk steps. Fortunately, when I got back, everyone was still asleep, which relieved me, and I sneaked back to my room to take a shower. For now, I'll keep this ability as my secret weapon. As Carp taught me, I must keep my trump card hidden. When I finished tidying up and came out, Robin and the others were up. Only that drunkard Raylo was still asleep. We had breakfast while discussing where to go for the next 3 days. Ryan suggested that there is an island nearby, called Vegas. which is a huge entertainment complex with casinos, amusement parks, and everything you could think of. As soon as I heard it, I thought, isn't this just the Pirate King version of Las Vegas? But Robin quickly dampened the mood, saying that place is a den of iniquity, a paradise of crime, with bounty hunters everywhere. Noah, on the other hand, seemed indifferent and casually remarked, perfect, I'm out of money anyway. Let's just catch a couple of wanted criminals and trade them for cash to keep playing. I love that. With our current strength, as long as we don't run into monsters in the West Sea, we can basically walk around freely. Then, we started discussing Robin's decision about whether to join. She still didn't want to join the Navy. After all, the Navy had destroyed her hometown. Noah and she almost got into an argument over the definition of justice. I quickly intervened, saying we could think about these big issues later. The most important thing now is to go to Vegas Island and have a good time. At noon, Lalo finally got out of bed with a hangover face. When he heard we were going to Vegas, he instantly came back to life, more enthusiastic than anyone else, dragging us to the port. To make it look more impressive, we specially hired 10 big men in black as bodyguards, aiming for a bit of flair. Although these bodyguards were just for show, and Robin could take them all down by herself, the effect was great. We directly rented the entire deck of the passenger ship, leaving other passengers to envy us from below. 2 hours later, as the ship docked, Lalo burst out like a wild dog, howling that he was here to have fun. We watched him from behind, laughing at his silly appearance. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. A man dressed in a cross-patterned coat, bald, with a cold expression. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, what the hell? How could he be here? I quickly tugged at Noah and whispered, Noah, do you see that person? Isn't that Das Bones? Noah followed my and nodded. That's right. The infamous killer from the West Sea, Mr. One. It seems this island is indeed lively. I told you, I was completely blown away at that moment. This is Mr. One, the user of the Dice Fruit, with blades all over his body, a ruthless character who pushed Zorro to the brink in Alabasta. Although he hasn't been rewarded yet, his strength is definitely at the level of a big boss. I immediately warned Noah not to mess with this guy, that the 5 of us together wouldn't be enough for him to cut down. But when Noah, this battle maniac, heard how serious I was about him, his eyes lit up instead, and he smiled, saying, oh, if you're saying that, then I definitely want to meet him if I get the chance. I shot him a glare and said, come on, isn't having Lalo enough chaos? We're here to relax. When we arrived at the casino, Lalo went completely wild, and Ryan and Noah were also curiously looking around. I played a couple of games and found it boring, so I told them I wanted to step outside for some fresh air. Robin, who was never really interested in the casino, immediately followed me out. As soon as we were outside, I said to her, let's go find Das Bones. I'm much more interested in him than in winning money. Robin smiled and took my hand, and that feeling, was incredible. True to her skills as an intelligence expert, Robin quickly pinpointed Mr. One's location. He was in a tavern, not ordering anything, just watching someone on the street. After analyzing the situation, Robin pointed to a one-eyed giant across the street and said, that person is his target. I looked at Mr. One's cold face, and a bad idea suddenly popped into my mind. I smiled at Robin and said, what do you think would happen if we stole his prey? Robin was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. It seems you're really bored. Wanting to compare yourself with that infamous killer? Comparing is one thing. I grinned, but what I really want is to make him my own. Without hesitation, we quietly followed him, watching as Mr. One cornered a one-eyed man named Kosa into a narrow alley. That one-eyed man was quite arrogant, having ambushed a dozen henchmen in advance. And the result? In front of Mr. One, those people were like paper. I saw Mr. One turn into a blade and charge, instantly taking them all out with precision. Just as he was about to finish off Kosa, I clapped my hands and walked out from the alley's entrance. Beautiful, ruthless, and merciless, truly worthy of the infamous Das Bones. He suddenly turned around, shocked to see a kid like me appear silently behind him. Who are you? Just someone who wants to be friends with you, I said with a smile, then nodded at Robin. Robin understood, crossed her arms, and countless arms emerged from the ground, directly moving Kosa's corpse behind me. Now your target is in my hands, I said, tilting my chin at him. Want it back? Be me first. Mr. One recognized Robin's ability instantly, his expression turning even colder. Nico Robin, you actually associate with such a dangerous person, seeking death. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a cold light and charged at me. Bring it on. I laughed loudly, drew my Minghong knife, and met him head on. Bang! With a loud crash. The blade collided with his arm, sparks flying. We both stepped back, and I felt a tingling in my hands, while he stared incredulously at his arm. There was actually a shallow white mark on it. Keep in mind, his body was like steel. He finally looked at me properly and asked in a deep voice, Kid, what's your name? I laughed, knowing that I had successfully caught his attention. Monkey D, XuanYuan, your opponent will also become your friend, right? The corners of his mouth lifted in an excited arc, but we'll only know after we finish fighting. In the next moment, our figures crashed into each other fiercely once again. The fight was exhilarating, and by the time we both stopped battered and bruised, the earlier killing intent had long disappeared, replaced by mutual appreciation of worthy opponents. Now, the three of us were sitting in the restaurant, with me gritting my teeth as Robin applied medicine to my wounds while I chatted and joked with Mr. One. You hit too hard. I'm in pain all over. I complained. Mr. One laughed heartily. You still have the nerve to say that. I chopped you so many times, and you didn't even blink. It was like you had no sense of pain at all. I thought you were a monster too. Nonsense, I was just toughing it out with sheer will, okay? If I had cried out, you would have turned me into a pig-ass head. Come on, enough talking. I raised my glass, and from today on, we are brothers. Cheers. All right, brothers. Cheers. Mr. One also raised his glass happily. Robin watched us, speechless, probably thinking how these two guys were about to fight to the death 1 second and became brothers the next, truly incomprehensible. Hey, that's the romance of men. Mr. One took a sip of his drink and curiously asked me, by the way, XuanYuan, where did you train to have such strength at such a young age? Robin chuckled beside us. XuanYuan, this is classified information of S6. Are you going to share it? Mr. One quickly waved his hand. Ah, classified? Forget I asked. I was being too forward. Oh, it's fine. What's there to hide? We're practically brothers. I'll tell you, I train at the world government's 6th branch. Codename S6. To put it bluntly, that place is a devil's training camp. They don't treat you like a person. So all my strength comes at the cost of my life. Mr. One was taken aback by this, his eyes filled with emotion, almost ready to bow to me and declare me a close friend for life. He even humbly said that in 2 years he wouldn't be able to beat me. I quickly stopped him, saying, Bonus, don't joke around. Your chop fruit is basically a hidden gem. You've just started and your whole body is like a famous sword. If you develop it, won't it reach the level of an unparalleled blade? Who would be able to take you on then? I'm not just bragging. With his current level, he would only be considered a minor boss in the early stages of a comic. If I were to encounter him at his peak, I could call my 3 brothers to join me, and we'd probably all get taken down by him. When he heard me praise him like this, he got pumped up, raised his cup, and clinked it with mine. We made a pact right then and there that we had to work together and become the strongest. By the time we finished our meal, it was already dark. Robin reminded me that we needed to find a place to stay quickly, or we would end up sleeping on the street. I nodded and pulled Mr. One along, saying, Let's go, I'll introduce you to my awesome brothers. And guess what? As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the casino, I saw it packed with people inside and out, and there were loud noises coming from within. My heart sank. Oh no, that brat Lalo must be up to something again. I squeezed in with great difficulty to take a look, and wow, what a scene it was. Noah, Ryan, and Lalo were standing in the middle as if nothing was happening, while people were lying all around them, including the 10 bodyguards we had hired. Just as I was about to curse, a well-dressed casino manager approached with a sorrowful face. Gentlemen, we were wrong. We really were wrong. What do you want from us? Just draw a line. Hey, this left me speechless. I was thinking, isn't it my brother who caused the trouble? Why are they begging for mercy? When Lalo saw me, he looked like he had found his savior and arrogantly waved his hand. All right, my brother is here. Let's consider this matter settled. Go, guess the best hotel on this island, and bring us the finest food and drinks. I pulled him aside and asked him what was going on. I have to tell you, this is simply outrageous. It turns out that Leluo was on a winning streak today, as if he had activated some lucky mode, winning 2 billion belly in the casino. The casino couldn't come up with the money and tried to play dirty by calling over 100 people to scare them off. But Leluo, what kind of person is he? He's just a pure fun guy. When he saw the situation, he got excited and offered a bounty, saying that among our 10 bodyguards, whoever could take down a casino thug would be rewarded with 10 million. As soon as the 10 bodyguards heard this, their eyes lit up, and like they were on steroids, they charged in. With a fierce display of strength, they managed to take down 50 opponents before they were all defeated. The casino manager saw that things were going wrong and tried to settle the matter by offering 2 billion to drop it. But Leluo replied directly, "What a joke. The warm-up just ended. The main show hasn't even started yet." He said he wanted to compete with Noah and Ryan to see who could take down the remaining 50 thugs the fastest. Then, folks, you should understand, these 3 charged out like 3 bolts of lightning, and in under a minute, the 50 opponents were all neatly lying on the ground. By the time I arrived, they were all standing there waiting for me. After hearing the whole story, Robin, Mr. One, and I fell silent. Mr. One couldn't hold back first and burst out laughing. XuanYuan, I accept this brother of yours. Just my type. Only then did Lei Luo and the others notice Mr. One. All three were stunned for a moment and shouted his name in unison. Well, that's great. No need for me to introduce them further. A group of like-minded guys immediately started bonding and calling each other brothers. The next day, we had to return to the base and said goodbye to Robin and the others at the port. I looked at Robin, and I really felt uneasy. She didn't want to go with me to S6, and didn't want to get involved with the world government. I couldn't persuade her, so I could only ask Mr. One to take good care of her. I directly took 1.2 billion from the unlucky manager at the casino, gave it to them as startup capital, and let them establish a small organization on their own. As for the remaining 800 million, seeing the manager almost gasping for breath in tears, I told him to pay it back in installments over a year. Right before boarding the ship, I whispered 2 words in Robin's ear. Wait for me. As soon as I jumped onto the warship, it set sail. Watching Robin and Mr. One's figures grow smaller, I felt a sense of emptiness in my heart. Once I returned to S6, before I even entered the dormitory, a cold voice sounded behind us. Oh, you still know how to come back? I turned around and saw Instructor Eddie, which startled the 4 of us. But he wasn't there to cause trouble. He brought someone to see me. When that person stepped out from behind him, I couldn't help but laugh. It was Hades. I ran up and gave him a big hug. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hades told me about some recent major events. Let me tell you, when I heard terms like the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea, my DNA reacted. He said that the world government is currently recruiting the warlords to counterbalance the 4 emperors. So far, confirmed are Mihawk, Moria, and Crocodile. And they're also trying to recruit Kuma, Doflamingo, the Empress, and Jinbei. As soon as I heard about Jinbei, alarms went off in my head. I hurriedly asked him, what about Arlong from the Sun Pirates? Hades said that once Jinbei officially becomes a warlord, Arlong will likely be released. Oh no, my heart dropped. If Arlong is released, won't he go back to the East Sea and cause trouble for Nami and her village? No way. I have to get to the East Sea before he does. This kept me tossing and turning all night without sleep. The next day, after finishing my intense training, I rushed straight to the office of Chief Instructor Ironbone. I heard he has the latest intelligence materials from around the world. When I went in, I got straight to the point and asked, Lord Ironbone, can I ask you for a favor? Could you cancel Nico Robin's bounty? At that time, I also went all out and talked a lot of reasoning with him, mentioning the tragedy of O'Hara and how innocent Robin was. To my surprise, Tego sighed after listening and said that he opposed the demon-slaying order back then and always felt sorry for the surviving little girl. He immediately agreed to find a way to revoke the bounty. However, he made a condition. He said that after a year, when I had a preliminary grasp of armament hockey, I would have to be his exclusive training partner. I impulsively agreed at that moment. To understand what I'm going through, I feel like I've dug a huge pit for myself. This time, it's like I've signed up for a hell-level intensity. From that day on, after training every day, I would soak in the Iron Bones information room, frantically researching global trends and calculating the time until Along's release. My brother saw how hard I was working and started coming to check the intel every day too. After about a week, Lei Luo ran over with a newspaper. Excited, XuanYuan. Good news. Huge news. I took a look and saw the newspaper headline. Nico Robin's bounty has officially been revoked. I held the newspaper, almost jumping for joy. Robin is finally free. We were all gathered together celebrating when Angie came over with Taslin. What are you guys talking about so happily? Us. Let me tell you, we're talking about XuanYuan's wife. Goodness, this guy Lei Luo has a mouth faster than his brain. The moment he said that, I swear, the air instantly froze. Taslin's face turned pale in an instant, and Angie next to her exploded with anger. As for us guys, we could almost have speechless carved on our foreheads. Lei Luo also realized he had said the wrong thing, standing there like a wooden block, not able to say a word. Ryan quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying we were talking about that bounty hunter Nicole Robin whose bounty was canceled. And guess what? As soon as he said that, Angie's anger shot up to the sky, directly pointing at XuanYuan's nose. XuanYuan, tell me, what is that Nicole Robin to you? I had a feeling something bad was going to happen. You know how XuanYuan is usually as cold as ice, but now his face was as dark as a pot bottom. He shot a glance at Angie and uttered a few words. Why should I answer you? After saying that, he turned and walked away, not giving her another look. This completely ignited the powder keg. Angie, with her bad temper, was furious on the spot. What kind of attitude is that? XuanYuan didn't even look back, coldly retorting. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Who are you? Do I need to explain myself to you? You. Angie was so angry she could barely speak, and in a swift movement, She was ready to charge at him. Ryan quickly wedged himself between the two like a sandwich, repeatedly urging, "Let's talk it out, don't resort to violence." But Anshi Wunti listened, shoving aside Ryan and Taslin, who had come to help, and yelled, "Get out of my way. I'm going to teach him a lesson today." I tell you, XuanYuan was directly amused by anger at that moment. His expression was as if he was saying that this little girl really thinks of herself as a big deal. But he still suppressed his anger and said, "I don't like to fight with women, but if you continue to be unreasonable, I don't mind making an exception." As a result, Anshi completely ignored him and launched a flying kick straight at XuanYuan's face. XuanYuan, being quite skilled, quickly dodged to the side. After missing her attack, Anshi became even more aggressive, launching punches and kicks like raindrops. XuanYuan then realized, hey, this little girl really has some skills. He had underestimated her before. Just as XuanYuan was about to fight back, I tell you, a wave of immense pressure suddenly surged in from the doorway. All of us, including the fighting XuanYuan and Anshi, were directly pinned in place by this aura, unable to move. We saw Big Brother Tiegu walk in with a dark face, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Lord Tiegu." We all quickly stood at attention and saluted. Big Brother Tiegu didn't even look at Anshi. Directly staring at XuanYuan. "What are you doing? Why are you fighting?" Family members, who understands? Clearly, it was Anshi who made the first move. Yet Big Brother Tiegu came in and pointed at XuanYuan's nose, scolding, "XuanYuan, get out. Run 50 laps around the training ground." A grown man, ready to fight with a woman. How embarrassing. We were all stunned. XuanYuan's mouth moved as if he wanted to explain, but in the end, he said nothing and turned to go run. This time, the brothers were not having it. Lalo and the other two immediately stepped forward to plead, saying that XuanYuan was already exhausted and that running another 50 laps would be harmful to his health. Boss Tiegu's eyes widened. "Are you questioning my orders?" That one sentence silenced everyone. But Lalo, that guy, truly valued brotherhood. He stepped forward and said seriously, "Lord Tiegu, this is my fault. If there is punishment, I should not be spared." After saying that, he ran out to join XuanYuan in facing the punishment. Ryan followed suit, bowing respectfully, share the blessings and bear the hardships together. Then he ran out as well. Noah, being the heavyweight, said the least but had the strongest resolve, simply stating, "They're my brothers." Then he followed them out too. I tell you, at that moment, watching the four of them run away together, there was a flash of appreciation in Ironbone's eyes. Although it disappeared quickly, I saw it. After they left, Anshi felt bad too and quietly said, "Lord Ironbone, I was the one who made the first move." Only then did Ironbone start his lecture, talking about how they were comrades and how to trust each other, blah blah blah. The core idea was that comrades should not fight among themselves. After hearing this, Anshi realized she was wrong, and her eyes turned red. On the other hand, XuanYuan and the others were in a terrible situation. After running 50 laps, it was already dark, and they looked like they had been pulled out of the water. I estimated they had surpassed several human limits. Lei Luo was the worst. He fainted immediately. The other three took turns carrying him back, and that road felt longer than my life. Halfway through, all three were exhausted and couldn't carry him anymore. Just then, a big hand reached over and picked up the unconscious Lei Luo. We turned around and saw, good grief, it was Ironbone. He even had a kind smile on his face and said, "Let's go, we'll talk in the dormitory." Once we got to the dormitory, he started pouring out motivational talk, saying that because they were men, they could only be punished, and that planning to attack comrades was itself a mistake. After a whole set of twisted reasoning, he actually managed to convince XuanYuan and the others. In the end, he left them with "You are all good guys," and sent someone to deliver recovery potions. The next day, something miraculous happened. The relationships on both sides actually improved. They were even better than before the fight. Maybe that's how friendships form, through conflict. However, whenever Nicole Robin was mentioned, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. One day, XuanYuan looked at the latest intelligence and frowned. It turned out that the evil dragon was heading to the East Sea with the fishmen, and the East Sea was XuanYuan's hometown. He immediately decided that the next mission would be to the East Sea. Of course, when the brothers heard this, they wanted to follow. But when they looked at the mission list, there were pitifully few tasks for the East Sea. After a long time, there was finally one team task. But it was a two-person task. This led to the three brothers almost fighting over who would get to accompany XuanYuan. Just when they were arguing fiercely, Anshi and Taslin showed up. Anshi, being the center of attention, quickly pushed Taslin forward. "You three shouldn't go. Let Taslin go with him. That would be fair." Taslin's face turned red instantly. But under Anshi's encouraging gaze, she mustered her courage and walked up to XuanYuan. "XuanYuan, Can we team up for the mission? XuanYuan, like a wooden log, nodded. I don't mind. Sorry for the trouble. Brother, did a dog eat your emotional intelligence? Thus, the two embarked on the military ship heading to the East Sea. The atmosphere on the deck, let me tell you, was awkward enough to scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. Tasselin quietly gazed at the scenery, occasionally glancing at him, but not saying a word. XuanYuan, trying to ease the tension, took the initiative to talk about the mission, mentioning their target was the Click pirate group, and added a lot of intelligence not included in the files. Yet, Tasselin remained gloomy. Finally, XuanYuan sensed something was off and asked her what was wrong. Tasselin didn't beat around the bush and shot straight. Can you answer me one question first? What is your relationship with Nicole Robin? XuanYuan was taken aback for a moment, then understood. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, sighed deeply, and spoke softly, with each word hitting hard. I'm sorry, Tasselin, Robin is my girlfriend. Wow. With that one sentence, the conversation hit a dead end. Although Tasselin had been prepared for it, hearing it in person still hurt her heart. She forced a smile and said, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go back to my room, and left in a hurry. The military ship soon arrived at the East Sea. The two of them took a speedboat to a small island that had just been raided by Click. The island was a disaster, with destroyed houses and crying people everywhere. After inquiring, they learned that Click would return tonight and told the villagers to prepare food. An old man kindly advised them to leave quickly. Tasselin got furious upon hearing this and was about to reveal her identity, saying they were there to help them take revenge. However, before she could finish her sentence, XuanYuan covered her mouth and dragged her away. Once they reached a secluded area, XuanYuan let go of her mouth and smiled, saying, You and Lei Luo are really a pair of impulsive fools. Well, you just shouted. How are we supposed to ambush now? It turned out XuanYuan was quick-witted and had come up with a sedative buffet plan. He instructed Tasselin to prepare a mildly toxic sedative that would accumulate. His logic was that Click would surely have the captured villagers try the food first. The testers would only eat a little bit of everything, so they wouldn't react. Once Click's pirates felt safe and started to gorge themselves, by the time they were full, the sedative would have built up enough in their systems, and they would be incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Tasselin's eyes lit up, praising XuanYuan's cleverness. The two immediately got to work, secretly hiding the speedboat and then finding an opportunity to lace the food prepared by the villagers with the drug. In the evening, Click's pirate fleet indeed arrived. The guy was decked out in armor, extremely arrogant. Just as XuanYuan predicted, he had the strong men captured from the village try the food first. Half an hour passed, and nothing happened to the testers. Only then did Click wave his hand and let his men dig in. The pirates devoured the food like starving ghosts. However, Click himself and his strongest subordinates, the Demon Jean and Iron Wall Bara, didn't touch the food at all, instead eating what they had brought from their ship. This guy was really cautious. Tasselin panicked. What do we do? Those three haven't been poisoned. XuanYuan, however, remained calm. It's fine. Once all his subordinates are out, it'll be easier to deal with just the three of them. After more than an hour, the sedative finally took effect. A drunken pirate tried to bully a village girl, but was knocked down by her brother with a punch, unable to dodge. Soon after, the other pirates who had stood up fell to the ground like robots that had lost power. Click instantly sensed something was wrong, and upon inspection, Demon Jin's face changed dramatically. Captain, they've been drugged. The voice was cold as ice. The poison was put there by me. XuanYuan and Tasselin stepped out from the shadows. Click glared at them. Just the two of you? XuanYuan sneered. What else? You think this is a fairy tale where one by one you come to save your grandpa? Idiot. Click was completely enraged. Iron Wall Bara, eager to show off, charged out first, swinging his shield to smash into Tasselin. Tasselin sneered and met him head-on. Her movements were agile, easily dodging the attack, and she countered with a slash that opened a deep wound on Bara's unprotected arm. Bara stared at his bleeding arm, stunned. In the next second, he went berserk, flames erupting from his body, transforming him into a fireball that charged at Tasselin. Tasselin, caught off guard, was knocked away. Just as she got up from the ground, the fiery metal man charged at her again. Tasselin's eyes narrowed as she gripped her knife, ready for a head-on confrontation. At that critical moment, a furious roar rang out. Get lost! A shadow dashed over like lightning, delivering a powerful kick that struck Bara, sending the burning iron lump flying like a soccer ball. I tell you, this guy kicked that tin man away without even looking back. Turned around to help that young lady Tasselin, showing an overwhelming boyfriend energy. The girl was quite stubborn, saying she could handle it and to let her go down. Hey, I have a bad temper. The guy shot back directly. You stay up there. These small fries don't need your help. This is a man's job. His tone was undeniable. Incredible. The girl still wanted to argue, but he added, that guy named Click is a sly one. You go protect the village chief, and make sure he doesn't take anyone hostage. The way he said it was flawless, and the girl finally obediently ran to the back. Just then, the Tin Man who was kicked away got back up, covered in flames, roaring to kill us all. Our main character XuanYuan just glanced at him and said, "Looks like he's completely gone mad." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew out in an instant. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly clean and swift. He flew straight to the top of Bala's head, grabbed the knife behind him, drew it, swung it, and sheathed it, all in one smooth motion that I could barely see. A flash of red light, and bang. The fire on the Iron Man was instantly extinguished, his shield split in half, and he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. One slash, and he was done. Does anyone understand? This is true cheating. The two bystanders, Click and Akin, were left dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. They didn't even see how he drew the knife. Then our male lead turned around and flashed a charming smile at those two. "Now, it's your turn." Akin, with his iron head, let out a furious roar and charged forward with his weapon. And what happened to XuanYuan? He pushed off the ground and shot straight into the sky. He used the moon step. Everyone below was stunned. The village chief was even in tears, excitedly saying, "This must be a celestial being sent by heaven to save us." I thought to myself, this village chief is quite the comedian. The big brother in the sky wasn't idle either. He unleashed a flurry of kicks at Akin on the ground, his legs moving like a machine gun, delivering wave after wave of slashing attacks downwards. Akin had never seen anything like this. When he blocked with his weapon, it was useless, and he screamed in pain, collapsing instantly, his combat power reduced to zero. Let me tell you, this guy is quite clear-headed. He knows that Akin isn't fundamentally bad, so he showed mercy and aimed for a precise strike, incapacitating him without taking his life. After dealing with Akin, the only one left is the final boss, Click. This old guy still thinks XuanYuan is some kind of devil fruit user. XuanYuan couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly started mocking him. Click got anxious and, armed to the teeth, went on a wild shooting spree. What happened? Our male protagonist simply vanished from his spot with a swift movement. Click thought he had turned him into dust and was laughing maniacally. I wanted to say, "Dude, are you a bit too naive?" The next second, XuanYuan's voice echoed hauntingly behind him. "You really are an idiot, aren't you?" Click was so scared his soul almost left his body. As he turned around, there was a loud thud. XuanYuan had reinforced his body with a piece of iron and landed a solid punch right in Click's stomach, sending the heavily armored Click flying. This old guy still wanted to play dirty. As he got up, he shouted, "I surrender. You're from the Navy, right? I'll go with you." I spit. XuanYuan doesn't buy into his tricks at all, and with one kick he knocks him out cold. Then he coldly says, "Sorry, I'm from the Revolutionary Army. I never show mercy to scum like you who have no credibility." So cool. It's simply amazing. Now it's done. The boss is wiped out. And the villagers are first stunned, but then they erupt into thunderous cheers. The village elder, an old man, comes over with a group of people wanting to kneel to XuanYuan, but he supports him up. This guy is quite humble. Then he asks the elder if he has a phone bug, wanting to contact the Navy to clean up the mess. As a result, the elder's face turns pale upon hearing this, pleading with him not to. What about the young people in our village who were forcibly taken to become pirates? The world government has rules. Once you're on a pirate ship, you're a pirate, and the Navy will indiscriminately take them away. I thought, wow, this rule is too unreasonable. But who is our male lead? He directly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, old man, I promise they will be fine." The Navy arrives quickly, and a leader is a familiar face, the greedy Colonel Mouse. When the mouse sees XuanYuan, he is all smiles and respectful. After all, his S6 identity is there. However, a pirate who was knocked out runs his mouth, pointing at the group of coerced villagers, saying they're also pirates. Hearing this, Colonel Mouse immediately orders to arrest them. Family, who understands? This just confirms the elder's worries. At this moment, our male lead steps forward and coldly states 6 words. They are forced, innocent. The mouse still wants to talk officialese, saying they will just take them back for investigation. XuanYuan's killing intent erupts in his gaze. I felt the chill through the screen. Then, the most explosive line comes. He stares at the mouse and says word by word, "I am the law. I have the final say here." Colonel Mouse immediately softens his legs, unable to speak clearly. XuanYuan adds, "Now, take the ones with creek and roll out, or I will kill you immediately." My goodness, this is pure wish fulfillment coming to reality. The mouse, frightened to the point of peeing his pants, hurriedly directs his subordinates to drag the pirates away and runs off in a flash. After sorting this out, the two immediately hop on a speedboat and set off. The girl asks where they are going, and XuanYuan says to Coco West Village to prevent a tragedy. Let me tell you, this guy's like a living spoiler. He knows that the dragon pirates are coming to stir up trouble here. Upon arrival, the village is still peaceful, and XuanYuan breathes a sigh of relief, saying, "Looks like we made it in time." Just then, they see a man wearing a windmill on his head, scolding an orange-haired little girl for stealing. I see, wow. ISNT, that young Nami and Aiken from back in the day. At that moment, XuanYuan's expression changes drastically, without saying a word. He directly pushes Tarslin off the boat, steps on the gas, and turns to run. The girl behind is all confused. "XuanYuan, where are you going?" He shouts back without looking. "Urgent business. Wait for me an hour or two, and I'll be back." What is he going to do? He is going to con the dragon. Let me tell you, this operation is simply brilliant. He directly drives the speedboat to the front of the dragon's fleet. The dragon releases a giant sea cow, but XuanYuan takes it down with one swift kick and jumps onto the deck. He is wearing a cloak, acting like a master, saying he is not an enemy. The dragon asks who he is, and he directly states the name Fisher Tiger. The entire ship of fishmen is stunned. Then he starts to fabricate a story, saying he saved the escaped tiger from Mariehua and mimicking Tiger's tone, calling the dragon by his nickname, Arlong. Let me tell you, the dragon believed him on the spot, getting all excited. XuanYuan seizes the opportunity and says Tiger knows that you and Jinbei will fall out, and that Jinbei became a warlord to protect Fishman Island. Finally, he pulls out a beautifully crafted flintlock, claiming it's a relic from Tiger for the dragon, urging him to fight with his brother's spirit. The dragon holds the gun and starts to cry. Before leaving, XuanYuan also plants a seed for himself, saying, "I have a little friend named Monkey D. XuanYuan, take care of him if you meet him in the future." Then he speeds off on the boat. This operation is simply a top-tier lesson in pulling off a con. When he returns, the dragon has also arrived. He hides Tarslin in the woods, telling her not to act and to watch what he does. The subsequent plot unfolds just as we know it, with the dragon demanding money for lives, and Belmare not having enough, only able to save her 2 daughters. That line, even if it's just talk, "I want to be their mother. They are my children," makes me want to cry every time I hear it. Then, the most crucial moment arrives. The dragon pulls out the flintlock and aims it at Belmare. I see, wow. It's the very one XuanYuan gave him. XuanYuan breathes a sigh of relief. Everything seems to be going according to plan. After Belmare says, "I love you," the dragon pulls the trigger. Bang! A loud noise, and what comes out is not a bullet, but a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke clears, Belmare is nowhere to be seen, leaving only some bloodstains and a pile of dark dust on the ground. The dragon is laughing maniacally. Haha. As expected of the flintlock my brother Tiger gave me, it turned her into dust with one shot. At that moment, I understood. There is something wrong with that gun. Belmare is not dead. Then, the angry villagers charge forward with weapons, roaring. But as the villagers rush in, there is no further development. Let me tell you, that is not even a battle of the same level. Ordinary people fighting fishmen, ISNT that just handing them over. In less than a few minutes, the entire village is knocked down with not a single one left standing. The dragon is so arrogant, standing there howling at the sky, saying that if you have no money, you must die. This is what you humans owe us fishmen. Just then, one of his subordinates, the octopus fishman, Little 8, suddenly rushes out from Nami's house, holding a huge stack of papers. Wow, he shouts, "Brother Dragon, this room is full of navigation charts." Nami turns pale upon hearing this, rushing up to grab it. "That's mine. Give it back." The dragon snatches it away, glancing at it, and his eyes light up. Let me tell you, that expression is like finding treasure. He looks at Nami, clicking his tongue in surprise. I didn't expect that in such a small place there is 8 genius drawing navigation charts. This is talent. I must take him. Little 8 immediately grabs Nami. Aiken nearby panics, standing in front of the dragon with a knife, shouting, "You took the money. You said you wouldn't harm her." The dragon is dismissive, lightly saying, "I won't hurt her. I'm just borrowing her." After saying that, he gestures to his subordinate, the fishman Kurobi, to deal with him. Kurobi raises his knife to strike, and my heart is in my throat. At this critical moment, a hoarse voice echoes throughout the scene. "Arlong, stop." I tell you, that scene instantly froze. Everyone turned their heads to look, and there stood a mysterious figure in a cloak not far away, with an aura that was 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. Who is this? Who else could it be but XuanYuan? The evil dragon was taken aback at first, then surprisingly respectfully called out, "Sir, what are you doing here?" XuanYuan's voice was as cold as the Siberian cold wave, piercing straight into the evil dragon's lungs. "Is this what you intend to do? Have you forgotten Tiger's teachings? Mentioning Tiger made the evil dragon explode with anger. He roared at XuanYuan, "Don't keep mentioning Brother Tiger. He died because he was too kind. The weak are prey to the strong, and humanity should be ruled by us." XuanYuan ignored his rhetoric and calmly said, "You know very well that humans are not weaker than you. You are just looking for an outlet for the unfair treatment of the fish people." This statement completely burned out the evil dragon's CPU, leaving him so furious that he couldn't articulate his words. Beside him, Kruby couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "I'll deal with him," as he charged towards XuanYuan. XuanYuan didn't even blink. He simply kicked at the charging Kruby. A gust of wind surged, and a blue cutting wave shot out, sending Kruby flying more than 10 meters away before he even had time to react. At that moment, I had only one thought. Handsome. So handsome. Kruby struggled to get up, looking like nothing was wrong, but the evil dragon and the others didn't dare to move. Only then did XuanYuan slowly say, "Along. This is just a lesson. Don't hurt the villagers. Take the ones you want and leave." He actually agreed to let the evil dragon take Nami away. A Jian shouted anxiously, but with a cold glare from XuanYuan, he didn't dare to speak again. The evil dragon took Nami and the others away just like that. Watching Nami's desperate eyes as she was taken away, XuanYuan silently said in his heart, "Nami, forgive my selfishness. Without going through this, you cannot become a true navigator who understands the family's feelings." Behind all this is XuanYuan's astonishing master plan. Let me tell you, Bel-Em-Ri is not dead at all. The moment the evil dragon fired, XuanYuan used Shave to rush in and save her before anyone even reacted. The blood and dust on the ground were all part of his prearranged smokescreen. He knocked Bel-Em-Ri unconscious and hid her in the woods, then came out to stage this heroic rescue. He wanted Nami to grow up in despair and hatred, bearing the hopes of the entire village, to become the strongest navigator. This plan, I can only say, is ruthless. As soon as the evil dragon left, XuanYuan also disappeared using Shave and met up with Tarslan in the woods. Tarslan looked at the unconscious Bel-Em-Ri and was extremely anxious. "What exactly do you want to do? You are manipulating other people's lives." XuanYuan took both of them onto a speedboat that had been prepared earlier, explaining while steering the boat. "Let me tell you, the upcoming plot is even more thrilling than a primetime drama." XuanYuan directly laid all his cards on the table with Tarslan, revealing that he is a time traveler, has seen the script of One Piece, and knows that Nami will become the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. Tarslan was stunned. One moment she was scolding him for being selfish, and the next, guess what? She confessed, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. She said she fell in love with him the first time she saw him challenge the instructor at the training camp. I was stunned at the time. This emotional line was like riding a rocket. XuanYuan was also taken aback. Then he hugged Tarslan and said he would love her well in the future. Tarslan asked what about Robin, and XuanYuan replied directly, "I will protect both of you with my life." Wow, what a top-notch water-bearing master. When Belle-Mel woke up, XuanYuan told her his plan again. To his surprise, Belle-Mel was silent for a moment and actually agreed. She said she was willing to hide temporarily as long as it was for Nami's sake. Now, all problems were resolved. XuanYuan immediately contacted Robin and Mr. One, who were far away in the West Sea, using a transponder snail. Let me tell you, these two are absolute business geniuses. In just a month, with the money XuanYuan provided, they not only established a secret base, but also acquired the casinos and entertainment industry on Vegas Island through a series of operations, developing their power to a leading position and on the verge of becoming the largest organization in the West Sea. When Robin and Mr. One heard about the situation in the East Sea, they insisted on coming over. XuanYuan had no choice but to let them arrange the organization's affairs and hurry over. Next, XuanYuan settled Tarslan and Belle-Mel on a small island, then took a speedboat back to Coco West Village. This time, he planned to talk to the dragon with the identity of Monkey D. XuanYuan. As soon as he arrived at the port, the dragon's subordinates surrounded him. When the dragon saw how young XuanYuan was, he thought he was being played. XuanYuan just smiled faintly. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The speed was like a ghost. A group of fishmen couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. He instantly appeared in front of a leading fishman and pierced through the other's body with a finger gun, of course, avoiding the vital points. This move directly stunned everyone. The dragon also put away his disdain and invited XuanYuan into the cabin. As soon as he entered, XuanYuan got straight to the point. "My goal is the same as yours." The dragon was taken aback. XuanYuan stared into his eyes and said word by word, "You want to establish the Dragon Empire and stop the fishmen from being bullied. I want to overthrow this decaying world government and establish an empire where all races can coexist equally. Your vision is too small. The dragon was first shocked, then laughed wildly, saying XuanYuan was dreaming. XuanYuan just looked at him calmly. Don't believe me? Then let's fight. I'll take you and your 3 main subordinates for against 1. If I win, you will work with me. The dragon looked at XuanYuan's serious eyes and felt a slight wavering in his heart. He said in a deep voice, I won't hold back. The fight was chaotic. Let me tell you, XuanYuan almost lost. Thanks to the enhancement from the Minghong sword on his back, he doubled his strength and narrowly won in the end. The dragon and his subordinates were all exhausted on the ground, but their eyes towards XuanYuan had completely changed. I concede. The dragon gasped, saying, I believe you now. What should we do? XuanYuan then revealed that he was the grandson of Navy hero Garp and had trained in the world government's secret organization S6. The dragon was shocked on the spot. He never expected that the world government had cultivated a grave digger for him. Just like that, XuanYuan successfully recruited the dragon pirates. He agreed with the dragon to discuss further after Robin and the others arrived, then took the speedboat back. By the time XuanYuan returned to the hotel on the small island, it was already the next day. He was exhausted like a dead dog, said he was done, and fell asleep. When he woke up, Robin and Mr. One had already arrived, and surprisingly, Robin and Tarsalin, who should have been rivals, were already getting along like sisters, chatting and laughing. XuanYuan breathed a sigh of relief at this harmonious scene. Everyone gathered to discuss the development of the organization. Robin and Mr. One had really made the organization vibrant, not only gathering a large number of personnel, but also adopting many talented orphans for training. XuanYuan looked at Robin, who had become a bit thinner from working hard for the organization, and hugged her affectionately. Robin, however, advised him to treat Tarsalin well too. XuanYuan looked at Robin in his arms, then at Tarsalin beside her, and nodded seriously. I will protect both of you with my life. Finally, Robin suggested that it was time to give the organization a name. XuanYuan looked at everyone and smiled. Let us call it Huaxia. From now on, Huaxia will be the home of all of us. After that, XuanYuan asked Robin and Tarsalin to take Belmel to rest on the island, while he and Mr. One went to the port where the dragon pirates were located again. His plan was grand. Robin and Mr. One would be responsible for the West Sea, while the leader in the East Sea would naturally be the dragon. When the dragon saw them, he appeared particularly happy. Now, he had completely regarded XuanYuan as the new leader, even seeing the shadow of his older brother Tiger in him. Let me tell you, this matter is settled. I directly confronted Aaron and said, Brother, from now on, when I establish my nation, you will be the boss of this area, the governor of the East Sea. Aaron was so excited that he pounded his chest and promised on the spot that he would handle the East Sea. No problem. I nodded, but I had to lay down some ground rules first. I set 3 rules for him. First, no more racial discrimination. Everyone is equal, understand? Second, make money quietly. Keep a low profile and stop dreaming of making headlines. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Most importantly, third, to win the hearts of the people is to win the world. Stop bullying the common folk. Oh, and about that girl Nami. You must take good care of her for me. Along chuckled and said, Don't worry, boss, that little girl is talent. I like her too. And I'll make sure to train her well. All right, with that settled, I left Mr. One there to exchange advanced management experiences with him. As for me, I had to hurry to find Robin. After all, my vacation was running out, and I had to report back to the S6 training camp tomorrow. Along and the others were still making faces and grinning at me, but I couldn't be bothered with them. I just sped off on the speedboat. That night, the moonlight was simply enchanting. I walked hand in hand with Robin on the small island, not saying a word, just enjoying the peaceful stroll. When we got tired, we leaned against a big tree and looked at the stars. As we gazed, Robin fell asleep in my arms. Her sleeping face looked so peaceful. I gently took off my jacket and covered her with it, feeling a wave of warmth in my heart. The next morning, as the sun shone, Robin woke up. Just as I was about to move, she pressed down on me and said, Don't move, let me stay like this a little longer. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. What could I say? I could only hold her tighter. However, this warm atmosphere didn't last long before she suddenly asked me, XuanYuan, do you love me? I replied, Yes, I love you very much. She then asked, What about Tarsalin? Good grief, who understands family matters? This classic dilemma. And she actually threw in I love her too. I was so embarrassed I could almost dig my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. I could only apologize, saying I didn't know why it turned out this way. Guess what? Robin not only wasn't angry, but she also smiled and said, You don't need to apologize. A man like you, who wants to achieve great things, can't possibly have only one woman behind him. I don't expect to be the only one. I just hope there will always be a place for me in your heart. After hearing this, I hugged her tightly, fearing that if I let go, she'd disappear. This girl is just too understanding. Sweet moments are always fleeting. The next day, I found myself back on the warship to S6, standing alone on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and thinking about Robin. Tarsalin walked over, seeing me in a daze, and said, "Don't worry, Robin is so smart. She'll take care of herself." I joked, "Oh, not jealous?" She linked her arm through mine, looking pleased, and said, "Of course not. The time you spend in the training camp is all mine." All right, with both of them saying that, what else could I say? I could only sigh and think. The heavens have treated me well. Upon returning to the dorm, my roommate Lalo rushed over, exclaiming that I was finally back. He was about to get bored to death. I asked him why he was back early since his mission was supposed to end today. He made a face and said, "Going out with that dull Noah was no fun. Besides beating up all the local delinquents on the island, there was nothing enjoyable. As for Brother Ryan, good grief. He was directly taken away by that violent girl Anchi, and now that couple was sweetly together somewhere, leaving him all alone." When I heard this, I laughed. Ryan and Anchi actually got together? It seems this trip had stories beyond just mine. The days that followed flew by in what felt like double speed. My daily life consisted of training, and more training. Whenever I had free time, I would go to the information room to study the latest intelligence. The strength of the six of us skyrocketed, especially me, Noah, and Ryan, who were directly referred to as the three strongest monsters in S6 history by our peers. During this year, my Huaxia organization also developed quite impressively. Over in the West Sea, aside from the naval base, Robin had secretly taken control of most areas. In the East Sea, Along transformed into a caring governor, cleaning up all the pirates and mountain bandits in his territory, significantly raising the locals' quality of life. Except for the people in Cocoa West Village, who still held a grudge against him because of Belmare and Nami, the rest were practically worshipping him. To fulfill my promise, I had to regularly spar with that old pervert Ironbone, and each time I was beaten up so badly that I questioned my life choices. However, getting beaten had its advantages. I used it as a trade-off to ask him to help retrieve Mr. Tom, the legendary shipwright who built ships for Roger. How could I pass up on such top-tier talent? I immediately had Robin recruit him. One day, after being beaten to a pulp by Ironbone, I was sprawled on the bed like a pile of mush when Lalo came over, gloating. Just as I told him to shut up, he dropped a bombshell. "Hey, there's big trouble at Fishman Island. That Princess Odoheim has been assassinated." My heart sank. Well, what was bound to happen had finally arrived. Lalo even asked if I wanted to go see. After all, Along was a fishman too. I called Along on the phone bug, and he said he didn't want to go back yet, feeling he wasn't strong enough to change anything. All right, if he wasn't going, I would force him. A week later, Whitebeard directly announced that Fishman Island would be under his protection. Even more absurdly, our S6 task list suddenly included an investigation into Whitebeard's purpose for taking over Fishman Island. When Lalo saw this, his eyes lit up, and he kept pestering us to go. I thought to myself, are you kidding? That Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. If we little underlings went, wouldn't we be just delivering our heads? With my meager strength, I could barely muster 5,000 combat power. Wouldn't I be one-shot by him? But somehow, Lalo managed to convince that old man Ironbone. The old man casually said that young people should take on more challenges. If they can't win, then just run. Run? Can I outrun the Tremor Fruit? But what could I do? The orders were given, and I could only brace myself. For the first time, the six of us teamed up for a mission, and I had already decided that our main plan was to enjoy a free trip. If there was real danger, we would just turn back. Later, I found out that Ironbone had never expected us to complete the mission. He was mumbling with his aide Eddie, saying this was a graduation test for us, and what it tested was not combat power but courage and the heart of a strong person. Good grief. I was taken aback. This was a forced elevation of intent. We were on the dedicated military ship S6, sailing smoothly and quickly arriving at our first stop before Fishman Island, the Shambadi archipelago. The Navy dropped us off and left, saying that Fishman Island is now full of Whitebeard spies, and they couldn't go in. That silly kid Lalo even asked, why are we here instead of Fishman Island? I really didn't want to bother with him. Even Ryan couldn't stand it and directly explained that our real target was Bista, the captain of the 5th Division under Whitebeard, whose ship was currently docked at Shambadi. Isn't it the most direct way to find out Whitebeard's intentions? By asking him? All right, the plan is set. I looked at the information in my hand. Besides Bista, there were also 2 pirate crews under Whitebeard, the DeCarlo brothers and the giant whirlpool Spider Scordo, neither of whom were pushovers. I told them that our target is Bista, and we should avoid provoking others. So what now? First, let's find a lively place to have some fun and gather intelligence. I specifically warned Lalo, You better behave and don't cause trouble. He agreed verbally. But seeing the eager look on his face, I knew something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, as soon as we entered a restaurant, Laylo locked eyes with one of the DiCarlo brothers. Those two brothers looked quite interesting. One had a blind left eye, the other a blind right eye. Laylo, that guy. When the brother glared at him, not only didn't he back down, but also retorted, "What are you staring at? Be careful not to blind your other eye." I yelled at him to sit down, but before he could, he even flipped the bird at them. This completely escalated the situation. The brother kicked a table towards us. Laylo instantly got fired up, jumped 3 feet high, kicked the table in half, and arrogantly pointed at them saying, "If you want to fight, let's do it." I saw the situation and thought, great, the plan is all messed up. I exchanged glances with Noah and said, "Let us go, take advantage of the chaos." Then I told Ryan, "Keep an eye on that troublemaker." After saying that, we slipped out through the side door of the restaurant. By the time Ryan and the others got outside, Laylo was already engaged with one of the DiCarlo brothers, and a single punch sent him flying, making him a lot more subdued. This guy, however, was not one to give up. He used a moonwalk to jump into the air and unleashed a flurry of kicks downward. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, suddenly, a bespectacled uncle appeared between them as if teleporting, effortlessly taking both of them down with just a few casual moves. When we finally saw the man's face, everyone was stunned, the iconic scar. Laylo and Ryan both exclaimed, "Rayleigh." Yes, it was the first mate of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. The DiCarlo brothers, upon seeing Rayleigh, treated him like a revered ancestor, respectfully greeting him before fleeing. Laylo was still being stubborn, while Ryan, with a serious expression, helped him up and asked Rayleigh, "Senior Rayleigh, do you have business with us?" The atmosphere was tense to the point of explosion. Rayleigh, the old man, smiled and spoke. And I tell you, that smile made my heart race. He asked Ryan, "You kids are from the Navy, right? Your mastery of the 6 powers is impressive. How did you train?" Ryan, also quite tough, shot back, "Sorry, senior, military secret, no comment." Wow, this really provoked Rayleigh. He grinned and said, "Interesting little brat. Not afraid of me? I'm a pirate, you know." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure that was indescribable erupted. Boom! It was as if the air suddenly turned to concrete. The surrounding bystanders rolled their eyes and collapsed one after another. "Conqueror's hockey." Ryan's teeth were chattering as he barely managed to squeeze out those words. The rest of us, including Laylo, felt our legs go weak, as if our souls were being squeezed out of our bodies, unable to utter a word. Rayleigh, as if nothing happened, coldly said, "Oh, you know about hockey? Seems like you're not simple after all. Speak quickly, or I might apply a bit more pressure, and you might just die on the spot." Ryan held on and shouted back, "You won't kill us. If you wanted to, you would have done it already. A legend like you wouldn't bother with us juniors." At that moment, I had only one thought. "Man, you really dare to say that." Rayleigh smiled, and that smile grew even colder. "That is true, but who told me I'm so curious about you? I feel that you will be people who can stir up the world in the future. For the future of our pirates, I might as well let go of my old face today." Damn, this is getting serious. Ryan suddenly pushed us back and shouted, "Laylo, take them and run. Go find XuanYuan. I'll hold him off." Laylo wanted to say something, but Ryan interrupted him in a furious roar. "Go now. Do you want me to waste my effort?" After saying that, he charged towards Rayleigh like a cannonball. I tell you, that scene was something else. Ryan, despite being in such an overwhelming and oppressive state, was still able to launch an attack. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. He commented that it was interesting, and then his body just swayed lightly, almost like dancing, causing Ryan's attack to completely miss. Ryan twisted in midair and threw another punch, but this time Rayleigh didn't dodge. He released all his hockey with a loud bang, without holding back. In that moment, the world went dark. Layluo, Taslin, and Anshi, none of us even had time to react before everything went black and we fainted. Although Ryan was still conscious, he crashed to the ground with a thud. Unable to move, just staring fiercely at Rayleigh. Rayleigh leisurely sat down next to Ryan and said, "Kid, you've got some guts. With all my hockey unleashed, you can still stare at me. I'll ask you one last time. Who exactly are you?" Ryan remained silent, stubbornly resisting. Just when things were at a critical point, a powerful voice suddenly erupted, bullying the younger generation. "Rayleigh, you've really fallen." Damn, reinforcements. Rayleigh looked up and saw a man as big as a bear not far away, smiling. "Hee hee, Carp, I didn't expect you to be here too. When did this island become so lively?" "Carp, the naval hero Carp." He walked over and said, "I came to check if my precious grandson has been bullied by you." "Good thing I came, or it would have been a disaster." Rayleigh pointed at Ryan on the ground, shocked. "Him, your grandson?" Carp waved his hand. No. He's my grandson's companion, but you can't touch him." This was too much information. Rayleigh pressed on. So your grandson is one of those who just slipped away? What the hell is your government doing, producing so many perverted kids? Karp ignored him completely, directly taking a stance. Enough nonsense. It's been a long time since we fought. Let's stretch our muscles today. After saying that, his fist, as big as a cooking pot, swung towards Rayleigh's face. Let me tell you, the scene was like a fight between gods. Rayleigh drew his sword, clanging as he and Karp became entangled in battle. Not long after, the large naval force that Karp brought arrived. Seeing so many people, Rayleigh feigned a move, using Karp's punch to bounce back and turn to escape. Karp didn't pursue. Panting, this old guy runs pretty fast. A naval major named Hades hurried over to help us up. He asked Karp why he didn't chase. And Karp replied, "We're all old acquaintances, no need to fight to the death." Then he looked at us and asked how we were doing. Hades checked and said Ryan was fine. We were just stunned and would wake up in an hour or two. At that moment, Ryan regained his composure and looked at Karp, asking, "Are you XuanYuan's grandfather, Monkey D?" Karp, upon hearing that, was full of pride, hands on his hips, saying, "That's right. That brat didn't cause you trouble, did he?" Ryan earnestly replied, "No, Grandpa Karp, XuanYuan is amazing. We caused the trouble, and he came to sort it out." Karp laughed heartily, full of pride. "Hades used to this by now," asked Ryan. "Where's XuanYuan?" Ryan explained the situation. Raylo got into some trouble. To keep a low profile, XuanYuan and Noah went to carry out a mission first. They should have already infiltrated the ship of the 5th Division Captain, Flower Sword Vista, to gather intelligence. Upon hearing this, Karp's expression changed. "Going to Vista's ship? Your mission is to investigate why Whitebeard is protecting Fishman Island?" Ryan nodded in affirmation. Hades became anxious. "Captain Karp, this is too chaotic. This mission is not something they can handle right now." Karp clenched his fist, but his tone remained calm. "Hades, don't rush. This is the arrangement of Lord Ironbone. He has his reasons." Then he turned to Ryan, his expression serious. "That's right, this mission was originally ours. But now that Ironbone has intervened, it's handed over to you. Remember, you only have one day. If you don't complete it within a day, it will be considered a failure, and we will take over." One day, Ryan was taken aback at first, but thinking that XuanYuan and the others had already set out, he immediately stood up, dragging his tired body, and said, "No problem, Grandpa Karp. We will definitely complete it." After saying that, he firmly rejected Hades' help and carried each of the 3 of us who were unconscious into the nearby restaurant one by one. Watching his stubborn back, Karp couldn't help but laugh, truly worthy of being my grandson's companion. Meanwhile, at the other end of the island, XuanYuan and Noah had already infiltrated the port of Vista's pirate ship. The two moved like ghosts, without making a sound, slowly creeping forward. Noah whispered from behind, "XuanYuan, do we really need to be this cautious? It's just a small captain under Whitebeard." XuanYuan didn't turn his head, lowering his voice. "Don't underestimate Whitebeard's crew, especially those at the captain level. Each of them is a powerhouse who can take on 100. We don't have the odds if we confront them head on." Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed. "What brings you here? What is your purpose?" Damn! Both of them had their body hair standing on end, instantly turning around and taking a battle stance, but there was nothing at all. Upon taking a closer look, it turned out to be 2 people talking in the distance. One was dressed in knight's attire, wielding 2 floral swords, and was the target. Vista. The other, holding a large knife, was another notorious pirate on the island, Squardo. Family, who understands this? This luck is simply outrageous. I could hear Squardo complaining. "Vista, what does Dad mean by protecting Fishman Island?" Vista replied calmly, "It's nothing. Dad just feels sorry for the fishmen and uses his name to protect them from being disturbed by human traffickers. Is it really that simple?" Although Squardo complained that Dad was too kind, his eyes were filled with admiration. XuanYuan, hiding in the shadows, heard this information exactly as he remembered it, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sound was very quiet, but Vista's ears were as sharp as radar. His gaze sharpened, and he struck towards the rock where XuanYuan and the others were hiding with a sword. An exaggerated sword energy instantly sliced through the air. Holy crap! XuanYuan and Noah were stunned by this sudden attack, and quickly drew their swords to block. With a loud bang, they were forced back several steps, their palms numb. XuanYuan was greatly alarmed. This casual strike is so fierce. Vista, seeing it was just 2 kids, was also taken aback. He didn't expect someone to sneak so close without him noticing. Squardo asked for him. "Who are you 2 kids?" XuanYuan began to act, looking innocent, just passing by, and then you guys attacked us. Vista sneered. "Passing by? I think you were eavesdropping. Now, what's your background?" XuanYuan shrugged. "I already said we were just passing by. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. His tone was incredibly arrogant. Vista narrowed his eyes. Kid, you have some guts. Aren't you afraid of dying? XuanYuan smiled slightly and quickly said in a voice only Noah could hear. When we move, split up and run. We have the intel. There's no need for a direct confrontation. See you at the Navy base later. Then he turned to Vista and said, What are you afraid of? You have no reason to kill me. Vista was completely enraged. The calmer you are, the more it shows you have a guilty conscience. If we don't clarify this today, you can't leave. Then let's not talk. As soon as XuanYuan's words fell, he suddenly spun the Minghong knife in his hand, shouted tornado slash, and sent a wave of sword energy in Vista and Squardo's direction. The attack came without warning, and both of them were stunned. But Vista reacted extremely quickly, meeting the tornado with a double sword slash that directly dispersed the sword energy. When he looked up again, XuanYuan and Noah had already run far to the left and right. Damn it, Vista shouted. Squardo, I'll take the left, you take the right, catch them. After saying that, he chased after XuanYuan. XuanYuan ran while analyzing, thinking that Squardo would definitely have no problem chasing Noah. The trouble was with Vista behind him. He looked up and saw a towering tree nearby, and immediately got an idea. He stomped on the air and used moonwalk, zooming up to the top of the tree. Navy 6 style? Vista recognized it immediately. This kid is from the Navy, but he didn't slow down, chasing up the tree trunk. Here he comes. XuanYuan saw he was catching up, stopped running, suddenly turned around, and from above, gripped the knife with both hands and struck down at Vista. Tiger Hunt. This move came down from a height, with impressive momentum. Vista saw he couldn't dodge and immediately crossed his two swords to brace for impact. However, as soon as the two swords touched, Vista realized something was wrong. The power of this strike was completely inconsistent with the earlier momentum. It was a feint, but by the time he realized, it was too late. The pressure from XuanYuan's knife suddenly vanished, and the strength he was using to block had nowhere to go, causing the recoil to knock him off the tree trunk. Meanwhile, XuanYuan used the rebound from his block to shoot up even higher into the tree canopy, disappearing without a trace. Vista fell to the ground, looked up again, and saw no trace of XuanYuan. Furious, he struck the ground with his sword, creating a deep trench, cursing as he returned to the ship. XuanYuan hid at the top of the tree, watching Vista walk away, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to the Navy base, Noah had already arrived. Not only Noah, but Ryan and the others were also awake, looking exhausted as they sat there. XuanYuan saw the miserable looks on the three of them and quickly asked what happened. Ryan bitterly recounted the incident of Rayleigh appearing and Carp saving the day. After hearing this, XuanYuan slapped his thigh, cursing himself for forgetting such a powerful figure as Rayleigh, only remembering him as a kind old man, forgetting that he was now in the Navy and in Rayleigh's eyes, he was an enemy. After discussing, everyone felt that their success in this mission was purely by luck. Their strength was still too weak. In front of true powerhouses like Rayleigh and Vista, they didn't even have the qualifications to fight back and had to return to S6 to continue training hard. Rello and the others were injured by hockey and also needed to recover. XuanYuan thought for a moment and said, Let us go, Noah. Let us buy some food to bring back. And Ryan didn't forget to remind, Be careful, don't cause trouble. XuanYuan joked, Do you think we are Rello? Causing trouble everywhere. Good Lord, I tell you. His words set up a huge flag. The two arrived at the shopping area and found the most luxurious food store to enter. As soon as they walked in, they saw a guy wearing a bubble headgear, showing off while the owner was bowing and scraping to serve him. A celestial dragon. XuanYuan and Noah exchanged glances, both seeing disgust in each other's eyes. They directly ignored the celestial dragon and continued to pick out their items. This infuriated the celestial dragon, who screeched, You audacious commoners! You dare not kneel before me. Noah's fists were clenched, ready to explode. XuanYuan patted his shoulder and said calmly, Forget it, just a dog barking, don't mind him. The celestial dragon overheard this and was immediately enraged, pointing at a slave behind him and shouting, Go, kill them. The slave, a big man, roared and lunged forward. However, Noah had been holding back his anger and kicked out. The big man flew out like he was made of paper, landing on the ground groaning, his stomach growling. No to the A. Noah was stunned. This guy was way too weak. The celestial dragon rushed over and kicked the slave repeatedly. Useless. I fed you 3 days ago. What a waste of food. 3 days ago. XuanYuan's expression instantly turned cold. You haven't fed him for 3 days? The celestial dragon continued to curse, and upon looking up, met XuanYuan's icy gaze, causing him to shudder in fear, and he weakly shouted, What do you want to do? If you dare hit me, The Navy Admiral will come and kill you. Threatening me? XuanYuan stepped closer to him. Let me tell you, he wasn't using haki at that moment. But the killing intent cultivated from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood was even more intimidating than haki. The celestial dragon trembled all over, and just as XuanYuan approached him, he let out a shrill scream, his eyes rolling back, and he fainted from fear. Is he dead? Noah asked coldly. XuanYuan looked disdainful. No, he just fainted. Killing him would dirty my hands. XuanYuan took the keys from the celestial dragon, unlocked the slave shackles, and handed him a pile of food. Eat. I'm sorry for hurting you earlier. The big man looked at them with gratitude and began to wolf down the food. Noah grabbed some food and said, XuanYuan, let us go. XuanYuan nodded, casually tossing some money to the terrified owner. As soon as the big man saw them about to leave, he dropped the food and ran over to Neil. Please, great sirs, take me with you. Noah refused. We're busy, you're free now, just go on your own. The big man, however, looked serious. I have no home anymore, I want to repay you. XuanYuan saw the determination in his eyes and asked, what is your name and what are you good at? My name is Marija. I'm good at. He then split the food in his hand in half and then brought it back together. A flash of light passed, and the food was restored to its original state. I'm a devil fruit user, but my ability has no offensive power. I can only restore broken things to their original form. XuanYuan was stunned. I tell you, his heart was exploding with excitement. This ability is not useless at all. It's simply a game-breaking cheat. ISNT this, just like Inoue Oraheim's ability in Bleach. It fundamentally defies the laws of causality. He suppressed his excitement and asked, does that celestial dragon know you have this ability? Marija shook his head. No. After forcing me to eat the fruit, he saw I didn't change much and kept calling me useless. That's good. XuanYuan excitedly patted him on the shoulder. This power is amazing. Marija, come with us. And so, they unexpectedly picked up a future ace. XuanYuan contacted Robin and asked them to send someone to pick up Marija. Robin said the organization was a bit busy recently, but they would arrange for someone to come in about 2 days. So everyone decided to stay on the island for 2 more days, waiting for Marija to be picked up while allowing a few of us to recover from our injuries. XuanYuan reported the completion of the mission to Marshal Ironbone. On the other end of the phone, Ironbone was so happy he could almost fly. He hung up and immediately had his subordinates handle the paperwork to officially promote XuanYuan and the others to S6 members. When XuanYuan and Noah returned to the base after arranging everything, we had already woken up. This kid Lalo, now that he was feeling good, started jumping around again. As soon as he saw XuanYuan and the others return, he ran over mysteriously and said, XuanYuan, Noah, come here, I have a big treasure to show you. Guaranteed to shock you. XuanYuan and Noah looked at him with expressions that said, what are you up to now? Lalo got anxious. This time I'm not joking. Just watch. After saying that, he took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly became sharp. The next second, a familiar, heart-pounding pressure was released from him. XuanYuan and Noah were dumbfounded, and in unison, with expressions of disbelief, they exclaimed, Conqueror's Haki. Lalo grinned widely, looking proud. That's right, it's Conqueror's Haki. How about that? Surprised? Aren't you? At that moment, I exchanged glances with XuanYuan and the others, and I tell you, this kid really hit the jackpot. Just because he was stunned for a moment by Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, his own Conqueror's Haki was actually activated. Isn't that infuriating? The rest of us have been struggling without awakening, and this troublemaker has already become the chosen one. Ryan was almost in tears, saying that he had also endured the Haki. So why didn't he awaken? XuanYuan, on the other hand, was more open-minded, patting us on the shoulder and saying not to worry, what is meant to come will eventually come. We rested for 2 days at the Shambadi archipelago and sent the little girl named Morishia onto the ship sent by Robin. The girl was crying her eyes out, but there was nothing to be done. We had our own matters to attend to. And guess what? Just after we sent her off, we returned to the naval base and saw a vice admiral blocking the door, interrogating Ryan and Raylo. Those 2 young masters were so arrogant that they completely ignored him. As soon as Noah and I walked in, the vice admiral turned his attention to us, saying that we were suspected of harming the celestial dragons and that he would take us back for investigation. I laughed at that moment, sat back on the sofa, crossed my legs, and asked him, what if I really hit you? What do you want to do about it? That guy really took himself seriously, saying he wanted to represent justice and eliminate me. I scoffed and retorted, represent justice? You? A lapdog of the celestial dragons. People like us from S6 are something you little characters can deal with? Let me tell you, I can tell at a glance that you're just here looking for trouble because you've been bribed. Sure enough, I provoked him, and he immediately made move. His speed was fast, but to me, it was no different from slow motion. I swayed my body to dodge and teased him. What is wrong? Are you guilty? Can't speak, so you resort to violence? He shouted something about how justice doesn't need justification and charged at me again. I got annoyed and coldly replied, You dog, today in the name of Huaxia, I declare your death date. As soon as I finished speaking, I took him down in one move, clean and swift. That guy lay on the ground and never got back up. Tasselin and the others were a bit worried, saying that killing a general would lead to big trouble. I said trouble was certain, but I would bear it alone. Lero was the first to object, shouting that he wanted to stick together, sharing the burden. Noah was even more straightforward, saying 3 words, I'm not leaving. Looking at these brothers, my heart felt warm. But I couldn't let them get dragged into this. I had to half persuade, half deceive them, saying that Noah and I would stay to handle things and that they should hurry back to report to Lord Tiegu to avoid any misunderstandings. They reluctantly agreed and got on the warship, looking back 3 times. Once the ship set sail, Noah saw through me and asked, Is the situation very serious? I sighed and laid it all out for him. I said that the world government had rotted to the core, and even the celestial dragons could privately raise vice admirals. I asked him, Noah, if you could break away from S6 and the so-called justice you've been protecting, would you do it? Noah was taken aback for a moment and asked what I was planning to do. I told him word by word. I want to build my own empire, overthrow this corrupt government, and establish the justice we truly want to protect. Are you with me? Noah looked at me, his eyes shining, and said, A home? I will stand with you. I don't want to be an orphan anymore. This time, I will use my life to protect our home. Good brother. That is how we made our pact. Then he told me about his family for the first time, saying that when he was 3 years old, the entire village was slaughtered by pirates, and his mother was cut countless times to protect him. Who understands family? I felt heartbroken listening to him. No wonder he hates pirates so much. I patted his shoulder and told him that from now on, we are his family, sharing life and death together. After talking about this, Noah asked me where we would go next. I said, wait for the Navy to catch us. What a joke. I laughed at the time. If a celestial dragon dares to touch my people, I will dare to touch his entire family. Let's go, Noah. Give him a little S6 shock. We acted on our decision and directly made our way to the mansion of the celestial dragons. That place was just like a palace, but the defenses were as flimsy as paper. We easily scaled the walls using moonwalk, and those bodyguards were still chatting and joking around, saying that no one dared to invade the home of the celestial dragons. We sneaked in like ghosts and happened to overhear that idiot, whatever his name was, Charvina, who had scared faint, bragging to his dad. His dad was scolding him, saying that raising a lieutenant general wasn't easy and that he couldn't just send him out casually. As a result, that kid said something like, S6 is just a dog raised by the government. So what if we kill it? Noah and I exchanged a glance in the shadows, and the murderous intent was almost unbearable. His father actually believed it and even asked why there was still no news from that major general. Charvina said they might be interrogating us now. I couldn't listen any longer and coldly said behind them, Don't worry, he won't be coming back. The 2 celestial dragons shivered in fear and turned to see us, their faces turning pale. The one named Charvina pointed at me and screamed, It's them. Before he could finish his sentence, I swiftly moved in front of him and knocked him to the ground with a punch, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, looking like he wouldn't survive. Just as his father was about to shout, Noah had already grabbed his throat, his gaze as cold as ice. You shouldn't insult S6. In the next second, a flash of a knife appeared, blood splattered, and that was taken care of too. I walked over and directly delivered a finishing kick to the one still groaning on the ground, focusing on a physical exorcism. Noah said, treating us like dogs. I cannot forgive. I replied, Let's go destroy the evidence. We took a few bottles of wine directly from his family's wine cellar, mixed it on the spot, and when we lit it, blue and white flames shot up. This was something we learned in the formation class. Even water couldn't extinguish it. We casually tossed the fire source, and the whole mansion instantly caught fire. Watching the blazing flames shoot into the sky, Noah and I were smirking from distance. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind us. You 2 little brats, how dare you set fire to the home of a heavenly dragon? At that moment, my hair stood on end. I turned around sharply with Noah and saw a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, grinning at us. I recognized him at a glance and blurted out, Pluto. Really? Goodness, he actually recognized me and seemed quite pleased. But Noah didn't care about that. His eyes turned red, and he pulled out his knife, shouting, Are you the one who hurt my brother? Rayleigh honestly replied, That's right, it was me. Noah immediately exploded with rage and charged forward, shouting that he wanted to die. I quickly followed him. I knew we couldn't win, but I couldn't let my brother go alone. And what happened? Folks, that scene was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. With just a kick and a punch, Rayleigh effortlessly took us both down. I didn't even see his movements clearly. He laughed and said, "You kids are still a bit green." But he meant no harm. Seeing that we were still ready to fight, he even took the initiative to apologize, saying he didn't know our background before. Now that he saw we dared to kill celestial dragons, he understood we were young people with dreams. He even said he owed us a favor and wanted to take us as his disciples. Of course I refused. Tiegu and the others treated us so well. I couldn't betray my master. Rayleigh didn't insist, just said we could find him if we needed anything. As soon as Rayleigh left, my phone bug suddenly rang. Once I answered, Tiegu's roar came through. "You little brat, are you okay?" Although he was shouting, both Noah and I could hear the worry in his voice. We felt a pang in our hearts and told him everything about killing the Admiral and the Celestial Dragons. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Tiegu sighed, telling us to come back. He said he was confident he could protect us and urged us not to wander outside. He instructed us to go to the port tomorrow to catch a ship, and he would arrange everything. After hanging up, Noah asked if I was wavering. I said no, but I felt that no matter what we were going to do in the future, we should return and clarify things with our teachers in person. Once a teacher, always a father. Noah nodded, saying he also wanted to go back right away. I stopped him, telling him to calm down. The situation was tense, and we were the prime suspects. Heading straight to the port would be walking into a trap. Tiegu wanted us to go tomorrow, so he must be taking his time to pave the way for us. So we decided to find a place to hide and wait for the situation to change. We disappeared into the night like ghosts. But just as we had hidden away, my master Tiegu was already furious. I'll tell you, at that time, the world government sent a poor guy to my master's office. That guy looked like he was about to write mediator on his face, smiling and saying, "Lord Tiegu, please calm down." The 5 elders said it's just a simple punishment. After all, the one who died was a vice admiral trained by the celestial dragons. We've wanted to remove this thorn for a long time. Goodness, before he could finish his sentence, my master shot him a cold glare that could freeze anything. "What do you mean it's none of my business? They are my disciples." That guy's face turned green, probably thinking this situation was too heavy, completely unaware that we had already taken care of 2 celestial dragons as well. He was still trying to explain, but my master interrupted him directly. "You go back and tell those 5 old men, if you're going to arrest my people, you have to arrest me first. Right now. Immediately, suppress this matter." The aura was simply overwhelming. That government official ran away in a panic, fearing that if he delayed even a second, my master would swallow him whole. My master didn't even glance at him and directly grabbed the phone bug, dialing a number. "Hello, Steelbone." His tone was extremely impatient. A voice came from the other end, clearly belonging to a big shot, but with a hint of helpless affection. "I say, you little brat, I'm your big brother after all. It's been years since you called, and now you can't even greet me as big brother? Since you are my big brother, you need to help me settle this." My master didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Have fine. Who told me I'm your big brother? Wait, you want me to handle it? What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time?" My disciple killed 2 celestial dragons. My master said it so casually, as if he were commenting on the nice weather. There was silence on the other end for a full 3 seconds, then a wail. "Hey, why is it whenever you call me, it's always about this kind of trouble? If you handle it well, I'll treat you to a meal. If you don't, I'll no longer recognize you as my big brother." After saying that, my master directly hung up the phone bug. Goodness, if I had seen that at the time, I would have shouted awesome. This was not asking for help. It was simply giving orders, a classic case of PUA big brother. On the other end, the big shot known as Steelbone, who was the commander of the entire Navy, held the disconnected phone bug, probably with a face full of despair. But in the end, he sighed and resignedly dialed the call to the 5 elders. The scene shifted to the Holy Land, Mariehua. The 5 old men of the 5 elders were listening to the unfortunate official's report. After he finished, a tall, thin old man spoke first. "That iron bone guy is too protective. He is challenging us for the sake of 2 little brats." Next to him, a sturdier old man snorted. "It's not just iron bone causing trouble. Steelbone just called, clearly indicating he wants to side with his brother. The face of the commander of the entire army is now a real problem." What happened next? A bespectacled old man, who was sharpening a knife, said calmly, "In my opinion, let us give them some face. Those celestial dragons are a bunch of useless fools and need to be taught a lesson. Those 2 little brats did well. Family members who understands." The knife in this old man's hand is the original ghost slash. A cursed blade. He was handling it like a toy, clearly a ruthless character. They were worried about how to explain to the families of the deceased when another old man, who had been silent, coldly dropped a bombshell. No need to explain. The latest news is that the celestial dragon named Charlemagne and his family all died in a big fire. What? The whole room was shocked. But who were they? They were the smartest of the smart, and they reacted in a second. It seems those two little brats were quite ruthless in their actions. This is good. No one will come to complain. They can just announce it as an accidental fire and suppress the matter concerning the rear admiral. It's not worth offending the two madmen, Ironbone and Steelbone, over two useless dead people. And those two little brats? Impulsive kids, 1T amount to anything. No need to worry about them. I have to tell you, the expressions on those old men's faces when they thought we were finally at peace were incredibly real. The next day, the headlines in newspapers around the world read, "The Dragon People father and son die in accidental fire." Once this news broke, the entire world exploded. The old man with the white beard in the New World was laughing so hard while holding the newspaper that the ship was shaking. He pointed at the paper and asked his subordinate, "Bista, what do you think about this?" The captain named Bista, who had been fooled by us before, directly sold us out, recounting in detail how he encountered us, how we escaped, and even how we got involved with Rayleigh and Carp. He concluded confidently, "Old man, this was definitely done by those two reckless kids." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard got even more excited. "Kawahaha, interesting little brats. I really want to meet them." Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, a man wearing a long robe with a cross-shaped tattoo on his face, known as Dragon, was also reading the news. A smirk appeared on his lips. "Well done. It seems it's time to pay a visit to Mr. Rayleigh." While the big shots around the world were guessing that we were behind this, we were leisurely sitting in a restaurant on the Shambadi archipelago, casually reading the newspaper. "Master is amazing. He settled this so quickly," Noah said. I stood up. "The problem has been solved, and it's time to go back and see the master." We returned to the S6 training camp, and Instructor Eddie was waiting at the door. He didn't say a word and immediately gave us both a bear hug. His eyes reddened. "It's good to have you back. Good to have you back." Once we entered the office, my master, Ironbone, looked much older after just a few days apart. But as soon as he saw us, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed. "You little rascal, you're finally back." At that moment, both Noah and I felt a lump in our throats, and tears almost fell. "I'm sorry, master, for making you worry. What are you crying for? My disciple doesn't shed tears, only blood." He said this, but held us tightly in his arms. He asked us what our plans were next, and we stammered, expressing our true feelings that we no longer wanted to protect this decaying justice, nor did we want to be dogs for the celestial dragons. Master sighed. "I know. I won't force you, but now is not the time. Your strength is still insufficient. Stay here. I will train you personally. Once you have the power to truly roam the world, I will let you go." I exchanged a glance with Noah and nodded heavily. In the following 5 years, it felt like we were on fast forward as we began our hellish, intense training. 5 years later, I awakened the Conqueror's Haki, and Noah's observation Haki was able to cover the entire island. Together, we smashed through the testing wall that was said to withstand 8,000 units of power with a single punch. Our master finally acknowledged us and agreed to let us leave. On the day of our farewell, he simply turned his back to us and said, "All right, let's go." I didn't say anything to Noah. I just knelt down on the ground and respectfully knocked my head 3 times towards his back. "Master, take care." We didn't notice that the master's body was trembling slightly. After saying goodbye to Laro and the others, we were ready to inform the other instructors, but found that the instructor's office was completely empty, with only a pile of documents on a desk. Noah curiously picked one up to take a look, and the next second, with a bang, he crushed the document in his hand. "Bastards! How dare these guys do this?" I took a look at the document, and my expression instantly darkened. It clearly stated that after we left for a year, the celestial dragons learned the truth and continuously pressured the government to eliminate us. My master has strong backing, so they couldn't touch him. So they turned to set up the S6 training camp, cutting funding, sabotaging recruitment, and using all sorts of underhanded tactics to harass my master. "XuanYuan, what should we do?" Noah's eyes were red. I looked at him. My voice is cold as ice. "What should we do? We are setting out. We must give our master a great gift. Go. Kill all those who dare to harm my master. But this will bring trouble to our master." I let out a cold laugh and slammed a document in front of him. "Don't worry. Look here. We have long been removed from the official list of S6. Now, we have nothing to do with S6 or our master. Let's kill them all, and no one will be able to trace it back to our master." "All right, then let's go now." We turned and left, not seeing Instructor Eddie come back, staring at the document that had been crumpled, and he ran off madly to find the master. The master just checked the direction of the boat we were in, looked up at the sky, and sighed deeply. Foolish child. Eddie, go prepare a bit. I think my retirement day has come. We return to the Sabaody archipelago, where we have clearly defined roles. Noah uses his abnormal observation hockey to pinpoint the locations of all the celestial dragons, while I plan the routes. You handle the inner circle, and I'll take care of the outer perimeter. We'll meet at the usual place in the evening. Okay. That night would later be known as the day of the celestial dragon's extinction. The world nobles were wiped out overnight. Not a single one left. The news reached Mariewa, and in the office of the 5 elders, an old man jumped up on the spot. What? They were all killed. It was that old man with the sword, calmly wiping his first-generation blade. What's there to be excited about? They were just a bunch of useless people anyway. This saves us the trouble. How we figure out who did this? It's suspected to be Iron Bone's 2 newly initiated apprentices. Those 2 brats again. Sigh. They were too ruthless this time, not leaving a single survivor. But it's for the best. At least no one will come to cause trouble. However, this uproar is too big. We must give the world an explanation. Let's issue 2 bounty notices. As long as it saves face, it's fine. There's no need to actually send people to eliminate them, lest we provoke Iron Bone again. Soon, 2 shocking bounty notices emerged. Demon Blade, Monkey D, XuanYuan, Ghost Hand, Noah. Bounty of 500 million berries. I'm telling you, these old men don't take us seriously at all. They're just doing it for the sake of the world government's image, thinking we're just a couple of hotheads. Once this matter broke out, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. Hades, who used to follow Old Man Garp, has now become a vice admiral, and he banged the table with Sengoku in the marshal's office. Marshal, haven't you put a bounty on young Master XuanYuan? Those celestial dragons deserved to die long ago. Sengoku was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. Vice Admiral Hades. Mind your words. The usually silent old man Garp finally spoke. His voice hoarse. Is there no way to turn this around? Sengoku shook his head. They're all gone. The world government will never forgive them. This time, even Iron Bone can't protect them. After hearing this, Hades' gaze turned completely cold. He looked at Sengoku and said each word clearly. I don't think young Master XuanYuan is in the wrong. And I don't think this decaying justice is worth my continued protection. After saying this, he took off his vice admiral coat and threw on the ground. Turning to leave. Hades! Sengoku shouted angrily. Garp also stood up and silently followed him out. At the port, he looked at Hades, who was preparing to board a ship, and quietly said, XuanYuan, I leave it to you. Meanwhile, the 2 of us who triggered this storm were lying comfortably on a stolen warship, basking in the sun. Noah held our bounty notices and laughed. Demon Blade, Ghost Hand, our nicknames are quite impressive. But this 500 million berries. Isn't that a bit of an insult? I covered my face with the newspaper and laughed. Be content. By the way, where should we go next? Should we go to the West Sea to find Robin? Or to the East Sea to find Aaron? Let's go to the East Sea, I said slowly. But not to find Aaron. I'll take you to a place. Where is it? You're being all mysterious about it. I smiled widely at the corner of my mouth. Haven't you always been curious about my childhood? Come on. Let me take you back to my hometown, Kirbo Mountain. And by the way, let us meet my brothers. The warship changed direction and sailed towards the East China Sea. The first place we arrived at was Windmill Village. As soon as the ship docked, someone rushed into the village tavern shouting, Village Chief. A warship has arrived at the port. The village chief calmly took a sip of his drink. A warship? Could it be that Garp has returned early? No sooner had he spoken than a little boy wearing a straw hat jumped up in panic, his face full of fear. What? Grandpa is back. What do we do? What do we do? We're gonna get beaten. Next to him, a blond boy in a black top had also panicked. Ace. What are we gonna do now? We were planning to set sail today. Just as he finished speaking, I tell you, the tavern door creaked open, and we all thought it was Old Man Garp coming back, scaring us nearly out of our wits. But guess what? Standing at the door was actually XuanYuan. I exclaimed, Wow, I haven't seen this kid in over 6 years. He looks like a different person. Ace and Sabo were stunned at first, but after realizing who it was, they let out a shout and rushed over, the 3 of them hugging each other. Luffy, that little guy, has a slower reaction time than others. Paused for a second but then recognized him and charged over like a little cannonball. But before this warm scene could last 3 seconds, someone in the tavern exploded, shouting, Damn, isn't that the Demon Blade Monkey D, XuanYuan? The one with a bounty of 500 million. And that behind him is the Ghost Hand Noah. Also 500 million. Good grief, the shout instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. XuanYuan didn't even furrow his brow, smiled, and said, It's too noisy here. Let's talk somewhere else. I tell you, that scene was something else. He picked up Ace and Sabo in one hand each, and with a bang, they vanished. Just like that. Noah also casually grabbed Luffy and disappeared too. The next second, everything went dark, and when we opened our eyes again, who could understand the family dynamics? We were directly teleported to a small grove outside the village. Luffy was still dazed. Hey, how'd I get here? Ace and Sabo were so shocked they couldn't speak. Pointing at XuanYuan, isn't this the shave from that old man's Navy 6 techniques? How strong are you now? XuanYuan casually replied, oh, it's nothing. Just haven't been idle these past 6 years. Then he casually shared his experiences from the past few years, like joining the secret unit S6, and how in a fit of rage he wiped out the celestial dragons, making it sound as simple as going out to buy groceries. Our mouths dropped open, especially mine. I felt like this world had turned into something unrecognizable. 15 years old, with a bounty of 500 million, and had taken down the celestial dragons. This resume would be rejected outright if it were submitted. Ace asked him what he planned to do next, whether he was going to become a pirate. XuanYuan surprised everyone by saying, no, I want to be a revolutionary, overthrow this rotten government, and establish a new world without nobles or scummy pirates. Luffy immediately got anxious, jumping up and down, saying, what about me? What about my dream of becoming the pirate king? If I become a pirate, won't we be enemies? XuanYuan, being quite clever, didn't even blink and calmly explained to Luffy, it's fine, in a new world I establish, people like you won't be called pirates, you'll be called adventurers. At that moment, Luffy was completely sold, his face lighting up. Oh, adventurer? That's great. After finishing the serious talk, XuanYuan suggested that since it had been a long time, they should go visit Dayton. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and shook their heads. Ace said, no, we just said goodbye to Dayton yesterday. We have to set sail today. The gap between us is too big. If we don't chase, we'll really never catch up. These two were quite stubborn, and XuanYuan didn't press the issue. He pulled out a very exquisite badge and handed it to Ace, saying it was his identification in S6, which would save them a lot of trouble if they ran into the Navy. Ace and the others initially refused, pushing it back and forth. But XuanYuan directly said he had another one, and that Noah's was his. Only then did Ace and the others accept it. After a simple hug goodbye, Ace and Sabo walked toward the port without looking back. XuanYuan then picked up Luffy and headed with me and Noah straight to Dayton's hideout. As soon as we reached the entrance, Dayton rushed out. Without saying a word, she first gave XuanYuan a punch of love and then pulled him into an embrace, scolding him, you little brat, you finally know to come back. Do you know how much I missed you? That's just how Dayton is, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She knew about the big things XuanYuan had done, so she immediately showed concern and asked if he was okay. XuanYuan also told Dayton about his plans to become a revolutionary, and just as they reunited, he was about to leave again. Although Dayton was reluctant, she knew the boy's temperament, sighed, and said she would send him off. But let me tell you, when we got to the port, something unexpected happened. Next to our ship, there was actually a Navy warship docked. Someone ran down from the ship, and we focused our eyes to see, wasn't it Vice Admiral Hades? Noah immediately got into a stance, thinking he was here to arrest us. But Hades rushed right in front of XuanYuan, stood at attention, and said very seriously, young Master XuanYuan, I finally found you. I have resigned from the Navy, and from now on, I will follow you. Good grief. I was shocked at that moment. A Vice Admiral of the Navy had resigned to follow XuanYuan, a true mutual commitment. This was great. Our team just gained a powerful ally. Once everyone was gathered, XuanYuan set the first target, to go to the EC and find our other brother, the dragon. As soon as we arrived at the dragon's base in the Huaxia Empire, we could hear his loud voice from afar. XuanYuan, my dear brother, you're making a big deal out of it. It was clear that he was thrilled about XuanYuan wiping out the celestial dragons. The dragon had changed a lot. After hearing XuanYuan's words, his attitude towards humans had completely turned around, and now on his territory, fishmen and humans got along like one family. He also told us that Nami had become quite powerful, having reunited with her mother Robin, and was working in their organization. After hearing this, XuanYuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. We must have a banquet. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone was having a great time when a little brother rushed in, breathless, shouting, Mr. Dragon, not good. The warlord of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk, has appeared in our territory. The whole banquet fell silent in an instant. The dragon turned pale. He knew how terrifying the warlords of the sea were and quickly advised XuanYuan not to act impulsively and just let him pass. But as soon as XuanYuan and Noah heard this, their eyes lit up, their expressions like cats spotting a laser pointer, excited beyond belief, saying it was the perfect opportunity to test their current strength. Hades was fanning the flames beside them. Don't worry, dragon. You have no idea how powerful young Master XuanYuan is. In the end, the dragon gritted his teeth and decided to join us. He said that in the water, he had the advantage, and if he really couldn't beat Mihawk, he could still take us to escape. We went to confront Hawkeye in grand style. That guy was just as legendary as described, rowing a coffin-like small boat with an aura of 2 meters and 8. As soon as he saw us, his eyes locked onto XuanYuan and Noah, and he coldly asked, "Are you XuanYuan and Noah?" XuanYuan stepped forward, grinning, and said, "Wow, the world's #1 swordsman actually knows us. What an honor. I wonder what brings you to this new village in the East Sea." Hawkeye, looking incredibly cool, replied, "I'm bored just taking a walk." "What, do you want to fight me?" "Of course." As soon as XuanYuan finished speaking, he swiftly drew his sword, Minghong. Seeing him draw his sword, Hawkeye also showed respect and pulled out his long black sword, Yi, from his back. I tell you, that scene made the air feel frozen. Hawkeye, without saying a word, unleashed a terrifying slash. XuanYuan and Noah dodged it with shave. XuanYuan told Noah to step back. He wanted to take him on one-on-one. He whispered something to the knife in his hand, and it suddenly emitted a red glow with a buzzing sound. Then he slashed at Hawkeye, sending a red wave of energy howling towards him. Hawkeye casually waved his hand, and a blue slash canceled out the red one. Seeing this, XuanYuan got even more excited and shouted, "It's been a long time since I used my full strength." Then, he actually transformed. His body was instantly covered in a layer of black and white fur, looking like he was wearing a stylish leather coat. He said this was his Devil Fruit ability, the Panda Fruit, which allowed him to possess the strength of a bear and the speed of a cat. I was dumbfounded at the time, thinking, does this fruit ability also change your skin? After transforming, XuanYuan kicked out a powerful attack called Bear's Gale, and the slash wave was even more potent than when he used the knife. Hawkeye became serious, and the two exchanged blows, their energy waves colliding, causing the entire sea to erupt like it was boiling. Hawkeye unleashed several slashes, and XuanYuan used an upgraded version of Shave, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. True to his name, Hawkeye managed to catch XuanYuan's trajectory with his eagle-like eyes and slashed at him, which XuanYuan narrowly dodged. Just when we thought the fight would go on forever, Hawkeye suddenly sheathed his sword. XuanYuan was stunned. "What is going on?" "We're not done yet." Hawkeye replied nonchalantly. "It's unnecessary. Your strength is already top tier. It would be difficult for me to win against you. And it wouldn't be easy for you to win against me either. Plus, after your transformation, you mainly rely on physical strength. And I don't like to engage in a deadlock with non-pure swordsmen. When your swordsmanship advances further, I will come find you." After saying that, he reminded XuanYuan not to get too complacent, as there are many hidden masters in this world. The battle ended like that, and Hawkeye sailed away on his small boat with elegance. On our side, Hades and the evil dragon were incredibly excited, bragging about how awesome XuanYuan was. The evil dragon was completely convinced this time and insisted on learning the Marine 6 styles from XuanYuan. XuanYuan generously smiled and said, "I'll teach you when we get back. After all, we're brothers." Back at the base, the evil dragon started intense training. XuanYuan became the devilish instructor, pushing the evil dragon to his limits. At that moment, Noah brought some news, saying that Robin had sent a message from the West Sea regarding an urgent matter that needed to be discussed, urging us to hurry over. After a discussion, everyone decided that XuanYuan and Hades would go to the West Sea, while Noah stayed behind to continue being the instructor and thoroughly torment the evil dragon. I followed XuanYuan and Hades and set off on a warship. On the ship, XuanYuan asked about Old Man Carp's recent situation. Hades told him that the old man actually cares a lot about him. He doesn't say it out loud, but he thinks about it constantly. As soon as we arrived in the West Sea, we saw a pirate ship right ahead. They were quite arrogant, not giving way to our Navy standard warship and blocking the route directly. Hades asked XuanYuan what to do. Without blinking an eye, XuanYuan coldly replied with 2 words, "Destroy it." Just as he finished speaking, someone on the pirate ship became unhappy. A short man with a pointed nose, smoking a cigar, shouted at us. "What is that warship staring at? Sink it." Let me tell you, this guy is the Mafia, Capone Beach, who later became known as one of the supernovas alongside Luffy and the others. One of his subordinates next to him turned pale and trembling said, "Boss, this is a Navy warship. If we attack, it's like poking a hornet's nest. The Navy will come after us mercilessly." Guess what happened next? Capone Beach didn't even blink. He turned around and with one swift motion, stabbed his own subordinate right through, leaving him cold. Who understands this? Family? Just for voicing an opinion. He was instantly taken out by his own boss. This workplace environment is insane. Just then, Hades and I suddenly flashed onto his ship. I crossed my arms, looked at that guy on the ground, and clicked my tongue, saying, "Wow, You're this ruthless even to your own people? Your team-building skills are lacking. Huh? It's all about division and discord, right? Capone Beej glanced at us, surprisingly unfazed, and even arrogantly said, "Just you two? Where are the others?" "What? You send only 2 representatives for team building?" I sincerely replied to him. "The only ones who can fight on our ship are the 2 of us. And we've all been deployed. You're getting the highest level of treatment." He sneered and jumped back to create distance. "Ha, then you're definitely going to lose." Losing in terms of manpower. Hades couldn't help but laugh at that, glancing around at the few ragtag pirates, and said, "Manpower? With just the 3 of you on this ship, you dare to call it manpower? Are you playing house here?" But the guy named Ka didn't respond at all, just snorted coldly. The next second, suddenly, he had several small holes popping out of his body, as if he had opened a portal. And a bunch of tiny little people pushing cannons came pouring out. The remaining pirates on his ship saw this, and were so scared that they screamed and jumped into the sea, shouting that their boss was going crazy. Hades was dumbfounded, pointing at the little people and laughing heartily. "What the heck is this? Are they action figures come alive?" Capone Beej shot him a glance and simply said 2 words, "Fire." The little people followed suit, shouting in high-pitched voices, "Fire." Then those mini cannons went bang, 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 shooting out a bunch of marble-sized cannonballs. Hades didn't take it seriously at all. "Is this thing just going to give me a massage?" I hurriedly shouted. "Don't be careless. There's something strange about this thing." As soon as I finished speaking, those small shells, halfway through their flight, seemed to pass through an invisible magnifying glass, instantly buzzing and transforming into normal-sized shells, hurtling towards us with the sound of rushing wind. Luckily, I reminded them quickly, and we both reacted fast, leaping up with a single bound to easily dodge them. Capone Beggy watched us from below, still unconvinced. "You can dodge pretty well, but there are only 2 of you. Cavalry squad, charge." Oh my God. He opened a big door on his stomach, and this time a bunch of little cavalry, riding mini horses, rushed out. As soon as these little cavalrymen came out, they instantly returned to their normal size, brandishing their swords and chopping towards where we landed. Hades sneered. "So this is the gap in military strength you mentioned? The ability is quite fun, but unfortunately, the quality is too poor." After saying that, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. A huge wave of azure, slashing energy swept across, instantly scattering the cavalrymen, both man and horse, into pieces, clearing the field. Capone Beej's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Just as he was in shock, my voice sounded behind him. "Now you've lost. You lost because you relied too much on these little toy soldiers." He suddenly turned around, and this time he finally saw my face clearly, his voice changing in fear. You are the one who killed all the celestial dragons, the demon sword. Monkey D. XuanYuan. How unlucky can I be to run into a madman like you?" I raised an eyebrow. "Who are you calling a madman?" Just for that sentence. You might as well not live anymore. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to draw my sword. I simply kicked him in the chest, sending him flying into the sea like a soccer ball with a splash. For a devil fruit user, falling into the sea is basically a death sentence. Saves me trouble. Hades ran over, looking displeased. "Young master, why did you steal my kill again? Now I have nothing to play with." I clapped my hands and said with a smirk, "Want to find something to do? Simple. Later you can take the boat, and I'll go back to catch some sleep." Hades' face fell. "No, young master. You know my sense of direction is terrible. Let's just have a little brothers do it." We were bantering back and forth while moonwalking back to our own warship, leaving behind those surviving pirates in the sea, each one looking like they had seen a ghost. Murmuring, "West Sea. Things are about to change." As the warship arrived at our Huaxia Empire base in the West Sea and just docked, a man who looked like he was made of blades came up to greet us with a smile. "Goodness, ISNT this Mr. 1 Des Bones. The strongest fighter under old sand." I smiled and introduced him. "Bonus, long time no see. This is Hades, our new partner. Mr. 1 was quite polite and shook hands with Hades. "Welcome, welcome. Robin is still busy at the base. If she knew you suddenly came back, she would probably be shocked." I nodded and casually asked, "By the way, how's that guy named Marija doing?" Mr. 1 answered seriously, "That kid is doing pretty well. Robin values him a lot. Just like you do." I was puzzled. It's just a power to fix things. What's the big deal? But that kid has been doing well. His abilities have improved quite a bit. Whenever someone's house in the base is broken, they just call him over, and it gets fixed in no time. I rolled my eyes upon hearing this, and thought to myself, "Family, that's a repair ability comparable to divine skills, and you're using it as a construction team? I really don't know how to thank you for this operation." We walked into the base, chatting and laughing. As soon as we entered Robin's office, we saw the figure I had been thinking about, deeply focused on handling documents. I quietly walked over and suddenly hugged her from behind, softly asking in her ear, "Are you okay?" Robin was startled at first, but as soon as she heard my voice and smelled that familiar scent, she immediately turned her head, her eyes turning red. "XuanYuan," she called out with a choked voice, and we held each other tightly like that. After a while, Robin leaned in my arms and softly asked, "What are you planning to do next? You killed the celestial dragons, and the bounty is already 500 million. I worry about you every day." I playfully scratched her nose and said, "How about we find a small island, watch the sunrise and sunset every day, fish a little, and just do that until we grow old? What do you think?" Robin laughed at my joke and drew circles on my chest, saying, "Someone like you would be lucky to live that kind of life. But it would be great if we could really do that." I put away my smile, held her tighter, and said seriously, "Robin, you're right. It's not realistic right now, but we can treat it as our ultimate goal. To achieve this goal, we must develop and strengthen the Huaxia Empire and completely overthrow this corrupt government. By that time, we can live the life we've always wanted." Robin nodded heavily, her eyes shining yes. "I believe you can do it. I will do my best to help you," she said a bit excitedly. "The situation in the West Sea is also good now, and soon it will be completely under our control, just like the East Sea. By then, with control over both seas, we can challenge the world government." I shook my head. "No, not at all. The world government is not as simple as you think. The four seas are just the outskirts to them, which is why we can easily take advantage of it. But the Grand Line is their core, and their hidden power is far greater than we can imagine. A regime as corrupt as this can exist for 800 years, and it definitely has its trump cards. We must not underestimate it." After hearing this, Robin also calmed down and said with her head down, "Yes, I was too naive. So what should we do now?" I looked at her with a firm gaze. "Surround the cities from the countryside. We must focus on the areas they neglect. First, we must completely take over the four seas. Even if we can't confront them head-on, we at least need to make it so they can't easily eliminate us." Robin's eyes lit up. "By the look on your face, do you already have a plan?" I gave a mysterious smile, leaned close to her ear, and began to quietly share my entire plan with her. The next day, I took Mr. One and boarded a warship, quietly leaving the West Sea base. On the ship, Mr. One curiously asked me, "XuanYuan, where are we going? Why aren't we bringing Robin and Hades?" I explained, "The stall on the other side of the West Sea has just been set up, and we can't do without Robin. Hades has just joined, so he needs to get familiar with the internal situation first. As for us, we have more important tasks." Mr. One got more excited. "Where to?" "This road doesn't lead to the East Sea." I stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant horizon, and smiled. "Who said we were heading to the East Sea? The East Sea and West Sea are basically stable, but we cannot be satisfied. There are still the South and North Seas left. It's time to plant our flag there." Mr. One's eyes instantly widened. "Are you saying our goal this time is a different sea area?" I shot him a sideways glance and said, "What's wrong? Unwilling? I see you training at the base every day. You're almost going crazy. I brought you out to get some fresh air." He immediately got anxious and replied, "Who wouldn't want to? I've been wanting to come out and make a big impact for a long time. My bones are almost rusting." I laughed heartily. "Don't worry. This time there will be plenty of opportunities for you to have a good time. Let's go. Our primary destination, Beihai." The reason for choosing Beihai is that I remember several strong players in the Supernova are from Beihai, especially that magician Basil Hawkins. I've been envious of his fortune-telling. Oh no, I mean prediction ability for a long time. As soon as we arrived in Beihai, we easily found the legendary magician. At that time, he was sitting cross-legged with a pile of tarot cards in front of him, mumbling, 90 chance of defeat in battle, 20 chance of escape, 0 death rate. Mr. One and I were sitting nearby, watching him with a smile as he played his tricks. When he finished his calculations, I spoke up. "So, have you figured out your fate?" Hawkins put away the cards, stood up, and said expressionlessly, "Fate has no absolutes. It can only determine probabilities. I'll get straight to the point. What are the chances of you joining me?" He coldly rejected. "I'm not interested. Find someone else." "I'm not surprised either. What's the reason?" "You're the one with a bounty of 5 billion. Monkey D. XuanYuan, right?" He stared at my face and said, "You have a dark omen. Your fate is full of misfortunes, destined to face death multiple times. I don't want to associate with a short-lived person." Goodness, starting off by cursing me to death. I hadn't spoken yet when Mr. One next to me exploded first, pointing at Hawkins and cursing, "What are you saying, you little brat? Take it back, quickly, or I'll kill you right now." Hawkins didn't even lift his eyelids, glancing at Mr. One and replying, "Your face doesn't look too good either. You look like someone who's had a lot of misfortunes." This completely ignited the powder keg. Mr. One roared, "I see you're looking for death," and rushed over in an instant, his arm turning into a sharp blade. Hawkins reacted quickly, immediately jumping back while swiftly pulling out his tarot cards, muttering, "Battle win rate 30, escape success rate 10, death rate 0. Seeing Hawkins still playing with cards while the fight had already started made Mr. One feel underestimated, and his anger surged, increasing his attack speed even more. I originally wanted to intervene, but then I thought, it's fine to let them fight. It will give me a chance to see the strength of these two, and, at the same time, let this charlatan see our power. Otherwise, he might really think he can predict everything just by reading fortunes." Ding! With a crisp sound, Hawkins drew his sword and blocked Mr. One's sword arm. Mr. One sneered. "Let me see what you're so arrogant about." After saying that, he turned both of his hands into blades and launched a furious flurry of slashes at Hawkins. Hawkins was forced to retreat step by step, and suddenly, with a clang, Mr. One exerted force with his right hand and directly broke Hawkins' sword. Hawkins was clearly taken aback, and Mr. One seized the opportunity to kick him flying. I stood by, nodding my head in approval, thinking that Mr. One had developed his fruit ability quite well. Now the hardness of his blade was almost on par with a good quality sword. Mr. One looked at the fallen Hawkins and coldly snorted. "Looks like he won't be getting up now." But to everyone's surprise, Hawkins swayed and stood up, patting his chest where he had been kicked, and astonishingly, he had no injuries at all. Mr. One was stunned. Even more bizarrely, a straw man with a hole through its chest suddenly emerged from Hawkins' feet. Mr. One instantly understood. "So that's how it is, he transferred the damage to these straw men?" Hawkins coldly said, "I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly." "Well then, I won't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, countless vine-like things suddenly sprouted from his body, quickly wrapping around him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic straw monster. Mr. One was left speechless. "You guy, you're really a monster." The straw man that Hawkins had turned into roared, and its massive claws swung towards Mr. One. Too slow. Mr. One instantly jumped into the air to evade the attack, then began to spin rapidly in midair, shouting, "Take this, spiral slash." Damn, I saw him turn into a tornado made up of countless slashes, directly sucking the enormous scarecrow inside. The tornado was filled with dense waves of slashes, wildly cutting into Hawkins. Even I was taken aback. When did this guy Mr. One learn such a twisted technique? Inside the scarecrow, Hawkins' heart-wrenching screams could be heard as tattered pieces of the scarecrow kept bursting out from his body. I squinted my eyes and silently counted in my heart. 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Just at the moment when the 10th scarecrow emerged, I moved. With a sudden lift of my leg, a powerful gale kick slashed out, directly dispersing Mr. One's already exhausted cutting tornado. Hawkins let out a scream and fell from midair, lying on the ground, unable to move. I hurried over to check and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the substitute doll had blocked all the damage. It was just exhausted. I helped him up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but to gain your recognition, I had to be this harsh." Hawkins still looked at me coldly and asked, "Why did you save me in the end?" I laughed, a particularly sincere laugh, "Because I want you to be my companion." How could I possibly go all out against a companion? Mr. One walked over at this moment, reigning in his killing intent, and smiled as he patted Hawkins on the shoulder. "That's right, we can consider this a case of not fighting, but getting to know each other." Hawkins looked at the two of us, and the coldness in his eyes seemed to melt a little. A smile finally appeared on his face. "All right, from now on, I'll stick with you guys. I believe that being with you will definitely change many impossible things." Once we got on the ship, I shared our plan to overthrow the world government, and Hawkins immediately screamed, "What did you say? You want to overthrow the world government?" Mr. One proudly patted his chest. "How about that? Pretty exciting, right?" Hawkins was stunned for a long time, then suddenly shouted excitedly, "Awesome. I thought I was crazy enough. But compared to you guys, I'm practically a good boy. I feel so great about joining you." I nodded with a smile. This guy really wasn't a settled person. "Let's go. Let's find the next target," I said. Hawkins asked curiously, "Are there more targets?" I winked at him. "Of course, you are one of the managers of Bay High, and there are 2 other candidates." We soon found a second target, the man wearing a white spotted hat and carrying a long knife. The Surgeon of Death. Trafalgar Law. I still asked directly, "Do you want to join my organization?" Luo looked at me, his eyes filled with scrutiny. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "That's quite interesting. I'll join. However, if one day I find it boring to follow you, I'll leave on my own." "No problem," I replied with a happy smile, not expecting it to go so smoothly. Only one left. In a good mood, I asked Mr. One, "What is the latest location of X, Drake?" "The intelligence shows that he is on Door Island, not far ahead." "Great. Let's head to Door Island." Just then, Hawkins suddenly called out to me, "XuanYuan, wait a minute." According to my predictions, there will be a major battle when we go to Door Island, with a casualty probability as high as 60. I was stunned for a moment, then I felt relieved and smiled, saying, "It's okay, it's just a little dangerous, a small situation. Let's go." We quickly found Drake at the port of Mori Island, where he was squatting and fiddling with a model of a warship. As soon as he saw us, he immediately stood up warily and coldly stared at me. "Magic Blade, Monkey D, XuanYuan." I smiled and said, "I didn't expect that former Navy Rear Admiral Mr. Drake still remembers me. What an honor." "Nonsense. Who wouldn't know you for daring to wipe out the entire Celestial Dragon family? So what do you need from me?" I won't beat around the bush anymore. With a serious expression, I looked at him and said, "Join my organization." Drake let out a cold laugh. "You want me to be your little brother?" I corrected him. "It's a companion. It's a brother." Who knew that after hearing this? His face was filled with disdain. "Monkey D, XuanYuan, you're too naive. Why should I agree to you? Just because you are from S6? To be honest, I can't stand you S6 people. You all rely on that old guy with iron bones to act recklessly and even call yourselves a genius concentration camp. It's really laughable. I could tolerate everything he said before, but that last sentence directly struck my sore spot. The smile on my face instantly vanished, and a cold, murderous intent pressed down. "Retract what you just said and apologize for insulting Lord Tiegu." Drake stiffened his neck. "I won't retract it. Did I say something wrong? It's precisely because of those old stubborns that this decayed government has lasted so long. His own disciple killed a celestial dragon, and he didn't say a word, still serving the government. Is such a person worthy of my respect? You don't understand anything, yet you dare to talk nonsense." I clenched my fists, desperately suppressing my anger. "I'll give you one last chance. Take back your words and apologize." Drake said word by word. "I'm saying it again. No way. Then you no longer have any value of existence." I said lightly. He disdainfully sneered. "Don't talk to me in that tone, do you think you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a blade of light, swift to the extreme, flashed by and pierced through his body. Drake's eyes widened, and he fell straight down without even having the chance to transform. I slowly sheathed the Minghong knife, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, and coldly said, "You can be disappointed with the world, you can hate the government, but I will never allow you to insult S6, which you know nothing about. And I will never allow you to insult my master. You have paid the price for your ignorance." Hawkins, standing beside me, looked at this scene and suddenly realized, murmuring, "So, this is what it means to have casualties. The dead are the enemies. This man is indeed worth following." Law merely glanced at Drake's corpse with indifference. He brought this upon himself. XuanYuan had already given him 2 chances. Overall, this trip to the North Sea was quite successful. Back on the ship, I asked the 2 newcomers, "Hawkins, Law, you are familiar with the North Sea. We want to build a base there. Where would be a good place to choose?" Law thought for a moment and said, "There's a small island to the northeast, shrouded in fog year-round, which is very suitable for a secret base." I nodded. "Okay, the place is set there. As for the funds, I'll have someone send it over later. Is 2 billion enough?" Hawkins and Rod were instantly shocked, standing there with their mouths open, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing their reaction, I thought it wasn't enough, so I seriously added, "Well, the initial investment needs to be a bit larger. How about for $1 billion then? That should be fine, right?" Only then did they come to their senses, frantically waving their hands as if they had seen a ghost. No, that's enough. 2 billion is enough. I tell you, XuanYuan is really a big shot." He directly patted Luo and Hawkins on the shoulders and said seriously, "No way. 2 billion is not enough. You must put in a lot of money in the early stages. You have no foundation in Beihai. Development will definitely be difficult. You must expand the venue." The 2 were stunned upon hearing this. Luo tentatively asked, "XuanYuan, are you saying you want to hand over all of Beihai to us? What else could it be?" XuanYuan replied as a matter of course, "I've already said that you are fully responsible, and the money will be in tomorrow." Hawkins was so shocked that he couldn't help but ask a very honest question. "Aren't you afraid we will run away with the money? Or form our own team to go against you?" I tell you, what XuanYuan said next was simply the pinnacle of Boss PUA. He smiled slightly and said, "Trust those you employ. If you doubt them, don't use them. I trust my judgment even more, and I trust my brothers. I never think my brothers would betray me." Wow. This sentence directly grasped these 2 rebellious supernovas firmly, and they immediately vowed in their hearts to follow XuanYuan for life, with no second thoughts. After securing Beihai, XuanYuan immediately contacted Robin to arrange for someone to deliver money. Then, we were set to head towards the next target, Nanhai. Mr. 1, the battle maniac, could hardly wait and rubbed his hands, asking, "XuanYuan, are we going to Nanhai?" My hands are itching, but this time, XuanYuan frowned. The previous incident with Drake made him realize that not all supernovas could be easily tamed. The toughest opponent in Nanhai was undoubtedly the highest bounty holder, Magnet Man, Eustace Kid. That guy had a temper like a firecracker. How could they possibly bring him on board? As XuanYuan was brainstorming, Mr. One chimed in again. What's there to worry about? Is there anything that can't be solved by a fight? Come on, practice with me. I tell you, this line is simply the best advice of 2025. XuanYuan's mind clicked, and he slapped his thigh, right? To deal with a hothead like Kid, why bother with PPTs or big talks? Just overpower him with strength. He was immediately delighted, drew his Minghong sword, and said to Mr. One, "You're absolutely right. Come on, you wanted to fight, right? I'll accompany you." What happened next? Those who understand know that it was not a sparring session. It was purely a one-sided beatdown. Mr. One was almost turned into a blade, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of XuanYuan's clothes. After the fight, he lay on the ground gasping like a broken bellows, full of existential doubt. You freak. How can a casual kick from you hurt so much? XuanYuan was still being modest. Oh, I used a technique from the Marines' 6 styles called Iron Block, which enhanced my physical toughness a bit. I was watching from side, rolling my eyes in my heart. Come on, your armament hockey hasn't even been activated yet, and you're acting all high and mighty. However, XuanYuan was too lazy to explain further and directly said, "All right, stop complaining. We're almost at Nanhai, and there will be plenty of tough battles for you. If you're out of energy, the bounty will all go to me." Upon hearing there were fights to be had, Mr. One instantly revived, shouting, "Who said that? I can still fight." In his eyes, as long as he wasn't fighting that freak XuanYuan, he feared no one. Upon reaching Nanhai and finding Kid, there were no words wasted. As soon as XuanYuan opened his mouth to say, "Brother, join us," the next second, both sides directly started fighting. Mr. One yelled and charged forward, "Boss, take a break, this kid is mine." Kid's magnet fruit wasn't impressive. He used it to suck Mr. One in, only to find, why can't I pull him? Mr. One immediately taunted, "Sorry, I'm the Chop Fruit user, not Iron Man. Your magnetism doesn't work on me." After that, he jumped into the air and unleashed a powerful spiral slash. Kid was fierce as well. He clapped his hands, and the surrounding scrap metal instantly formed a huge iron wall in front of him, blocking the attack. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth for over an hour, both lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Kid looked at Mr. One, his eyes filled with admiration. "I didn't expect you to be this strong, yet you're just his subordinate." "You're mistaken." XuanYuan strolled over leisurely. "He's not my subordinate. He's my partner, my brother." Kid looked up and recognized XuanYuan, his eyes igniting instantly. The magic blade with a bounty of nearly 500 million. "Come on, let's have a fight. I'm telling you, the highlight moment has arrived." XuanYuan looked at the exhausted Kid and said calmly, "I want to take advantage of you. If you want to see my strength, fine, I'll show you." After saying that, he didn't even draw his sword, just casually lifted his foot and kicked. A sharp cutting wave, visible to the naked eye, shot out and directly struck a massive iron block in the distance, larger than a house. With a thunderous boom, that huge iron block was instantly cut open, creating a bottomless chasm. The entire place fell silent. Kid was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. He knew that the iron block was the limit of his defensive control, yet the other party just casually kicked it. What was this fight even about? The gap in strength was so great, it was despairing. He struggled to sit up, a bitter expression on his face. "No need to fight. I'm not your opponent. This is the correct way to open up, King." XuanYuan helped him up and painted a big picture for him. "If you practice your abilities to the extreme, you will be everyone's nightmare." Upon hearing this, Kid felt flattered and immediately expressed his willingness to join. XuanYuan casually handed him the management rights of the entire South Sea. On the returning ship, Mr. One was still a bit confused. "XuanYuan, you just handed the South Sea over to him like that? Can he handle it?" XuanYuan replied calmly, "Don't worry, he has that ability." He was clear in his heart. Kid had a killing warrior, killer, under him. So Kid could handle the South Sea. With the layout of the 4 seas settled, we could finally go home and rest. As soon as we returned to the West Sea, Robin rushed over to greet us, and the two were overly affectionate. We, the subordinates, were considerate, Mr. One made an excuse to go train, and Haiti said he had something to handle, instantly leaving the space for the lovebirds. While we were enjoying our peaceful time, the Navy headquarters was already in an uproar. At the Holy Land Mariehua, Admiral Sengoku looked at the report in his hand, dumbfounded. "What is going on? Why is the 4 seas suddenly so peaceful? Where are the pirates? Have they all switched careers to become adventurers?" Next to him, the Navy's Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, took a sip of tea and said leisurely, This is quite interesting. It seems someone is doing work for our government, and doing it quite well. Sengoku, with a constipated expression, lowered his voice and said, I checked. It's most likely the grandson of Garp, the disciple of Iron Bone, Monkey D, XuanYuan. What? Suru's teacup shook, and her calm face changed instantly. The next second, she directly entered protective mode. Sengoku, I want to allow you to touch that kid. He has already been through enough, forced into a corner, and now he is building an organization to do good. What do you want? Sengoku was also troubled. I know. But what he is doing is undermining the world government. When the Gora CI finds out, it will be direct military pressure. At that time, no one will be able to protect him. The two discussed for a long time and finally decided not to kill him for now, but to send some navy to create trouble for us, to make us retreat and stop expanding. This was bad. The Navy started finding faults with our organization in the four seas. The East Sea and West Sea had deep roots, which was manageable. However, the newly started North Sea and South Sea were directly stalled in their development. When the news gathered to XuanYuan, his eyes turned cold, and he said calmly, It seems it's time. Robin nervously asked, XuanYuan, what do you plan to do? There was no other choice. XuanYuan stood up, his eyes shining with madness. I need to go to the Grand Line to find someone to buy us some time for our development. Who to find? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon. I tell you, when this plan came out, everyone was shocked. This is no longer child's play. We're dealing with the most dangerous man in the world. Let's get to it. XuanYuan immediately called over his old partner, our other genius from S6, Noah. Then he also summoned Mr. One and former Vice Admiral Hades. The four-man elite team aimed straight for the Grand Line. Hades, this guy, used to be a big shot in the Navy, and when he heard we were going to find Dragon, his face went pale, saying how terrifying Dragon is. But who is XuanYuan? With just a few words, he boosted everyone's morale, saying we weren't going to seek refuge but to make a deal. Getting Dragon to stir up some big commotion in the Grand Line to attract the government's firepower and buy us some development time. With the plan set, everyone immediately split up to prepare. Mr. One and Noah went to the training ground to warm up. Robin went to arrange manpower, and Hades was in charge of preparing supplies. When we got to the port ready to set off, everyone was stunned. Good grief, Hades had packed our new ship, the Huaxia, like a mobile warehouse, just like a squirrel preparing for winter. XuanYuan asked speechlessly, Hades, we're going to find someone, not for interstellar exploration. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Hades chuckled. Better safe than sorry, young Master XuanYuan. As soon as the ship entered the Grand Line, Hades acted like a child who had never seen the world, shouting excitedly at everything he saw, giving XuanYuan a headache. Even more absurd was that we originally intended to ask pirates for information. But what happened? Along the way, when XuanYuan asked a pirate if they knew about the Revolutionary Army, the pirate said no, and without saying a word, Mr. One and Hades took action, instantly taking out both the person and the ship. After a few days of this, the first half of the Grand Line went crazy, saying that a few reapers who exclusively kill pirates had arrived. No matter how high your bounty was, it was an instant kill upon meeting. Now, pirates would see the fierce dragon head on our ship and run faster than sea kings. We hadn't seen a single living pirate for 2 days. Just when everyone was getting bored enough to fish on the deck, Hades suggested, Young Master XuanYuan, ahead is Moku Town, a no-man's land and a paradise for pirates. We can definitely gather some information there. XuanYuan's eyes lit up instantly. Great. Full speed ahead. Destination Moku Town. Our Huaxia ship has not yet docked, but from a distance, we can see the harbor filled with pirate ships. XuanYuan's mouth curled into an extremely dangerous smile. Hee, the paradise of pirates? Today, I will turn it into your hell. He turned to us and said, Brothers, to avoid that group of flies buzzing around later, how about we dismantle all their ships first? Hades and Mr. One, hearing this, became even more excited, rubbing their hands and saying, Good idea. Noah also got interested. Let's see who could destroy more pirate ships. And so it began. Mr. One couldn't hold back first, leaping into the air with a moon step, and aimed at the dense cluster of pirate ships in the harbor, raising his hand to unleash the most powerful move he currently has. Tornado Slash. A terrifyingly powerful, slashing tornado formed in an instant, rushing towards the unguarded fleet of pirate ships with a force that could tear everything apart. I tell you, over there Mr. One just finished unleashing his ultimate move, and on my side, Hades couldn't sit still either, determined not to lose. He jumped straight into the sea with a splash, targeting the keels of those pirate ships. Wow. He kicked them with the gale foot from the Navy's 6 styles like they were free, making a real impact. When XuanYuan and Noah saw this, they thought, hey, these two are getting into it. We can't just stand by. And they drew their swords and charged in. A few minutes later, the port looked like a grand fireworks display. with loud booms echoing, and every single pirate ship, one by one, sank. Mr. One proudly reported his achievements. 5 ships. I sank 5. Hades popped his head up from the water, wiped his face, and said casually, I also sank 5, we're tied. Mr. One immediately became unhappy. That doesn't count. You ambushed the keel from below. That's cheating. You're being unscrupulous. Hades rolled his eyes. Who said you have to strike from the front? You ran away first. Why don't you mention that? Besides, you're a devil fruit user. I didn't say you were cheating. Why are you arguing with me? The two of them started to argue like elementary school students, looking like they were about to fight. XuanYuan and Noah floated over using the moonwalk, helplessly trying to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Let us just say you both won, okay? Noah and I combined only sank 8 ships. We concede. Just then, our big ship, the Huaxia, slowly sailed into the port. When the pirates heard the commotion, they all rushed out, only to see their homes gone, and they were instantly dumbfounded, standing by the shore cursing angrily, absolutely furious. Seeing this scene, XuanYuan chuckled. Hades, look, our competition even comes with a monster gathering feature, saving us the trouble of searching one by one. How convenient. Hades, being quite the show-off, stepped forward, exuding his aura, and shouted at the group of pirates. Shut up. The ships, I sank them, so what? Now, my young master has something to ask. Wow. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him, their voice cracking in fear. It's Hades, the king of the underworld, the pirate killer. Run. Instantly, the entire port was in chaos, like a vegetable market. Mr. One was laughing so hard he almost lost it. Your reputation as the king of the underworld is really something. You should go out less in the future. Hades could only awkwardly scratch his head. Don't let them get away. As soon as Mr. One's voice fell, the two of them flew up using the moonwalk, blocking the pirates' escape routes from left to right. One with a double slash, the other with a gale foot. 2 slashing waves carved deep trenches into the ground. Anyone who dared to cross would have to consider how many lives they had. Someone in the crowd screamed, It's the Quick Slayer. The Quick Slayer is here too. Mr. One, hearing this nickname, was stunned. Quick Slayer? Who understands this? The level of nicknames for this generation of pirates is too abstract. Hades didn't have time to complain, shouting again at the crowd. Everyone stand still. Anyone who dares to make noise again, I'll be the first to send them to meet the Sea King. You know what? This tactic really worked. The scene fell silent instantly. Young master, it's done, you can ask now. Hades turned around, looking obedient. XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction. Standing at the bow of the ship, his gaze cold as if looking at a group of ants. I only have one question. Who knows the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army? No one answered, and he added, You will all go to the bottom of the sea to reunite with your ships. Guess what? There really was a hot-headed little brat who shouted and charged at our ship. XuanYuan sighed and shook his head, sigh. Killing you will dirty my Minghong knife. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even draw his sword, just kicked out. Gale foot. A wave of slashing energy, even larger than what Hades had just unleashed, swept across. The few pirates who charged forward didn't even have time to scream. They were wiped out like they were erased. Now, the entire place was dead silent. Suddenly, a louder gasp erupted from the crowd. It's him. The one who wiped out the celestial dragons. The one with a bounty of 500 million. Monkey D. XuanYuan. I tell you, the atmosphere was more panic than before. It was like the end of the world had come. XuanYuan frowned. I just want to hear an answer. I don't want to hear nonsense. The crowd immediately quieted down again. Finally, a somewhat clever-looking pirate tremblingly stepped forward. Lord XuanYuan, I know. Last month on Mechanism Island, I saw a large group of Revolutionary Army buying weapons there. Very good. A smile appeared on XuanYuan's face. You can go now. As long as you don't become a pirate again, I promise not to harm you. The same goes for you all. Wash your hands of piracy and go home. If I catch you flying the skull flag again, I'll kill you without question. These pirates didn't dare to say a word, each one grateful, wishing they could disband their pirate crew right then and there. Later, it was said that Moku Town became a pirate forbidden zone because of what XuanYuan did, which was quite an unexpected delight. We boarded the ship and headed straight for Mechanism Island. The weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable. One moment there's bright sunshine, and the next it shifts to a winter wonderland with heavy snowfall. Hades said that if it's snowing, it means Mechanism Island is close. Soon, we spotted a small black dot in the distance, and as we got closer, it turned out to be a deserted snowy island. Noah closed his eyes and used his observation hockey, saying the island isn't small, but the people are on the other side, only a dozen or so. So, XuanYuan led Noah and me to scout ahead, leaving Mr. One, the training fanatic, to watch the ship. As the three of us reached the center of the island, we witnessed an outrageous scene. Two burly men in prison guard uniforms were chasing a small boy dressed in prison clothes, guns in hand. "If you keep running, I'll shoot." One of the guards actually raised his gun and fired. I was furious. Shooting a child? Is there any law left? XuanYuan was faster than me. In an instant, he teleported in front of the boy and took the bullet with a piece of iron. "Why are you attacking a child?" XuanYuan's voice was filled with killing intent. The two guards, used to being dominant, arrogantly replied, "We're just capturing a criminal. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Saying this, one of the guards aimed his gun at XuanYuan. But the gun didn't fire because XuanYuan had already teleported in front of him and crushed his gun into scrap metal with one hand. "Sorry, I can't find a reason to forgive you." With a casual wave, that guard fell down. The other guard, scared out of his wits, turned to run. But Noah sent a gust of wind and took care of him as well. The small boy looked at us, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. XuanYuan squatted down, gently patting his head and softening his voice. "Don't be afraid. Your brother is here to save you. Tell your brother what happened." The boy burst into tears, hugging XuanYuan's leg, and recounted the story in fragments. It turned out the whole island was a heartless factory, a place where the world government imprisoned political prisoners and those who offended the nobles, basically a slave concentration camp. The boy's mother had fallen ill from overwork, and the guards refused to treat her, forcing her to work instead. He had run out to find a doctor and ended up being chased. After hearing this, Hades clenched his fists. "Young master, I'll go and take care of these scumbags. Let us go together." XuanYuan's eyes were chillingly cold. With the boy as our guide, we quickly reached the so-called factory. From a distance, we heard a guard shouting at a pale woman, forcing her to work. That woman was the boy's mother. "Mom," the boy cried as he ran over. The guard turned around, saw the three of us, and wanted to raise his gun, but he was so intimidated by our killing intent that his legs went weak. XuanYuan didn't even glance at him, coldly stating, "Hades, Noah, you have 10 minutes to make them all disappear. Can you do it?" "No problem." Hades and Noah replied in unison, then disappeared in a flash, taking care of the guard in the process. Next, the camp was filled with screams, but quickly fell silent. XuanYuan approached the woman, checked her pulse, and reassured her. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just too tired. Rest for a bit." In less than 10 minutes, Hades and Noah returned, not a speck of dust on them. "Young master, it's all taken care of. Not a single one left." "No, we went all out." Hades seemed still fired up. XuanYuan nodded, stood up, and cleared his throat to address the newly freed slaves who looked confused. "Everyone, you are free now. No one will oppress you again. You are free." The words "you are free" detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Everyone erupted in joy, crying, laughing, hugging, releasing the pent-up pain and despair they had carried for who knows how long. Watching the scene, we were all quite moved. Just as we were about to quietly leave, a young man in prison clothes ran over and asked in a low voice, "Which division are you from? Did the battle plan come early?" XuanYuan was taken aback. "What division? Aren't you the Revolutionary Army?" The young man was also stunned. XuanYuan smiled. "We're not, but our goal is the same as yours. Consider us allies." The young man stared at XuanYuan for a long time, suddenly excitedly shouting, "You are the Demon Blade, Monkey D. XuanYuan. I've seen you on a poster. Mr. Dragon thinks highly of you. Wow, what a coincidence." It turns out this guy was from the Revolutionary Army and had been captured here. He told us that Mr. Dragon and the others were not far away on Mechanism Island. This was perfect. We had a guide. We brought him back to the ship. And as we were leaving, XuanYuan's voice echoed across the island. "Remember, no matter what, do not lose hope. As long as there is hope, there is no end." Later, at the Holy Land Mariehua, the 5 elders held a meeting and attributed this incident to the Revolutionary Army. I tell you, those old men are so self-satisfied, thinking they could just wait for the storm to pass and then recruit XuanYuan back, not knowing he was already having tea and chatting with their number one enemy. At the secret base on Mechanism Island, we met the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The man had a cross tattoo on his face and a strong aura. He looked like someone who could accomplish great things. He immediately thanked us for saving his people. XuanYuan, being straightforward, stated that our goal was the same, to overthrow the world government. Then Brother Dragon dropped a bombshell, saying he knew Rayleigh and had learned about my brother's first attack on the celestial dragons from Rayleigh long ago. This instantly brought us closer together. The enemy of my enemy, plus a mutual friend, made us brothers. They talked privately for a long time, and when they came out, both were grinning like flowers, clearly having reached some important agreement. Back on the ship, we were all extremely curious. XuanYuan told us that Dragon was a big thinker, saying that as long as they could overthrow the celestial dragons, he would be fine with being our subordinate. But XuanYuan disagreed, saying that being allies, mutually supervising and supporting each other, was the most stable way to cooperate. With a major alliance with the Revolutionary Army settled, we finally set sail back to the West Sea. Just after the ship had been sailing for a while, Noah came running over like a newspaper boy, holding a newspaper and shouting, "XuanYuan, big news. Your two sworn brothers are in the newspaper." XuanYuan snatched the newspaper, his eyes lighting up. The headline read, "Fire Fist Ace and Sabo officially joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace has even been made the captain of the 2nd Division." XuanYuan looked at the newspaper, his smile nearly reaching the sky. At that moment, Hades leaned over and said, "Young master, coincidentally, I just received news that the Whitebeard Pirates' main ship, the Moby Dick, seems to be nearby in our waters." XuanYuan's eyes brightened. "Really?" Mr. One, excited to see some action, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us go check it out." "All right." XuanYuan slapped his thigh. "Hades, turn the ship around. Let us go see my two troublesome brothers before heading home." "No problem." Our big ship carved a beautiful arc across the sea, and before long, a massive ship with a whale head as its bow appeared on the horizon. Hades pointed to the pirate flag on the ship and said solemnly, "That's the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates." I tell you, my brothers were all dumbfounded at that time. Mr. One directly asked me, "Bro, are we about to fight? It feels like we don't have enough firepower." I rolled my eyes and said, "Can you let me finish my sentence? We're here to find someone, not to give away our heads." Hades, on the other hand, clenched his fists, ready to fight for me at any moment. Sigh, these brothers are just so straightforward. On the other side, on Whitebeard's ship, those pirates were also in an uproar. "Old man, that ship is coming at us." Whitebeard remained calm, and even joked with the guy wearing a cowboy hat next to him. "Kuaha, this little brat has some guts, just like you back in the day." "Ace. Goodness, Ace. He is really here." Ace looked excited, yet a bit confused, probably wondering what kind of wind my brother was blowing to dare to sail straight towards the 4 emperors. I didn't give them much reaction time, and in just a month, I swooped onto their deck. Family, who understands that feeling of all eyes in the room focused on you. Without saying a word, I copied the way Red Hair did back in the day, unleashing my conqueror's hockey. With a whoosh, all those mooks on the deck rolled their eyes and collapsed. Clearing the scene, basic operation. I smiled and looked at the huge figure hanging with a saline bottle, apologizing for being new and a bit cautious about potential danger. So I wanted to ease the atmosphere a bit. "You're Whitebeard, right?" Whitebeard glared with his eyes, and his aura was simply overwhelming. "Arrogant little brat. Are you here to take my head?" I quickly waved my hands. No, old man, you misunderstood. With just a few guns on our ship, it's not even enough for you to warm up. I wouldn't dare. I'm here to discuss a big business deal with you." Before I could finish my sentence, that kid Ace couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted and rushed over. "XuanYuan, you little brat are impressive, even mastering conqueror's hockey. Seeing it made me happy too, Ace. Long time no see. I heard you joined a pirate crew, so I came to check on you." Just as we were about to reminisce, the white-bearded man reached out and pulled Ace aside, saying, "You two can chat later." "Kid, go ahead. What business do you want to discuss with me?" I looked at the circle of captains around me, smiled, and said nothing. Whitebeard understood instantly, waved his hand, and said, "You all step back." Once everyone had moved far away, I leaned in and lowered my voice to say something shocking. "Old man, I want to ask you to join me in pulling those celestial dragons down from the sky." Whitebeard was stunned at that moment. His eyes instantly became sharp. I didn't wait for him to ask, and continued, "I know you're powerful. You've protected many islands and taken in many who have been abandoned by the world. But how many can you truly protect? As long as the world government exists, the tragedies of this world will never end. A true hero acts for the country and the people. We need to solve the problem at its root, overthrow it, and build a new world where everyone is truly equal." After I finished speaking, Whitebeard fell silent. He stared at me for a full half-minute, then suddenly broke into a grin and said, "Kid, the drawing of the pancake is good, but just talking won't cut it." As soon as he finished speaking, without saying another word, he threw a punch straight at my face. I tell you, that punch felt like it shattered the space. But can I back down? No. Right on the spot, I transformed into my demon form, and with my bear claw, I went head-to-head and caught it directly. With a loud bang, the ship beneath us suddenly sank, and the surrounding seawater erupted into giant waves dozens of meters high. The Hades on our ship were so scared that their faces turned pale, yelling and wanting to rush up to help. On Whitebeard's side, the 4th Division Captain Jaws was also anxious and wanted to take action. But then Ace stopped him, saying, "Don't move, my brother knows what he's doing." Over here, Noah also held back Hades, saying, "Don't rush, listen to the young master." At that moment, Whitebeard burst into laughter, his hearty laughter echoing, "Good lad. You actually managed to withstand half of my strength. All right, I acknowledge your strength, and I will consider your proposal." I quickly reverted back and wiped the sweat off my brow, thinking to myself, "Come on, old man. Your fruit ability and hockey are useless. Otherwise, I would have been crushed long ago." The old man truly appreciates me, waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine, it's fine." Only then did Ace and the others rush over excitedly. Ace was so proud, boasting to everyone, "Look, my brother, isn't he amazing?" I pulled him aside, and that's when we really started catching up. I was shocked to learn that both Ace and Sabo had eaten devil fruits, and they were both of the Logia type. I knew Ace had the Mara know me, but Sabo had also eaten one. It was a dust fruit that I had never heard of before, said to be similar to crocodile sand fruit, but even more powerful. It's not afraid of water and can create huge rocks to attack. I thought to myself, wow, with the flap of my butterfly wings, did I just create a divergence in timeline? While we were talking, Whitebeard called us for a banquet. I quickly called Noah and the others onto the ship, introduced everyone, and then it was all about drinking and eating meat. The whole ship was filled with joy and laughter. After the banquet ended, I got ready to leave. But Ace and the others didn't want me to go and held me back. Then came the most amazing moment. Whitebeard directly said, "Ace, your brother is just getting started and needs help. Why don't you go and assist him?" I was shocked at the time. Who understands this among my family? This is not borrowing someone. This is simply angel investment. Whitebeard directly gave me his strongest second division captain. I quickly thanked him, and Ace was overjoyed. Before leaving, I kept an eye out. I pulled Ace aside and found the 4th division captain, Sachi. I said to him with a serious expression, "Brother Sachi, I have something very important to tell you. If you find a devil fruit that looks like a pineapple in the future, remember, don't make a fuss. Don't show it to anyone, just quietly hand it over to Dad." Sachi looked confused and asked why. Could I say that if you flaunt it, Blackbeard will kill you? I could only look at Ace, who immediately nodded, saying, "Sachi, listen to him. He won't harm you." Sachi then nodded hesitantly. Sigh. I could only leave it at that and find a chance to remind Whitebeard later. So, we took Ace and returned to our Huaxia ship, heading towards the West Sea base. When Ace boarded my ship, he was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, excitedly running around without any captain's demeanor. Upon arriving at the West Sea base, Robin was waiting for me at the dock. I went up and gave her a big hug, and Ace was cheering beside us. "Hey, sister-in-law." Robin blushed. I quickly introduced them to each other. We're family, so they soon became familiar. However, during the meeting, Robin splashed me with a bucket of cold water. She said that our rapid development during this period had put pressure on the government, and although we had expanded our territory, we were seriously lacking in management talent, causing many things to stagnate. Upon hearing this, I realized this was just a happy trouble. I immediately made a decision. This matter is easy to handle. From today on, all affairs in the West Sea will be entrusted to you, Robin. Use whoever you think is capable. After the meeting, I told Robin that I needed to go to the East Sea, as the situation there was likely similar. Her little face fell, unhappy that I was leaving again so soon after returning. I quickly hugged her and comforted her, "Baby, this is the early stage of starting a business. Once things stabilize, I'll make it a point to accompany you everywhere, okay?" This finally cheered her up. The next day, I set off for the East Sea with Noah, Hades, and Ace. When we arrived at the Cocoa West Village base, guess what I saw? Arlong was actually training his subordinates in a training ground, teaching the fishmen the Navy's 6 styles. He was using the shave technique with such skill. Wow, is this really the same Arlong who only knew how to bite people back in the day? He is simply a career dragon now. When he saw me returning, he was extremely excited. I pulled him aside and asked if the base's development had also hit a bottleneck. He awkwardly scratched his head and admitted that there weren't enough management personnel. I directly handed over the management rights of the East Sea to him. Then, I gave him a special mission. "Arlong, go to the Grand Line and bring your former boss, the current warlord of the sea, Swordsman Jinbei, back to me." Arlong exploded at this, asking why he would want to find that world government lackey. I patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Buddy, open your mind." Jinbei became a warlord of the sea to protect all of Fishman Island, enduring humiliation. He suffers more than anyone. Go have a good chat with him. He understands you better than anyone. After hearing this, Arlong lowered his head and fell silent. Meanwhile, the 5 elders in the Holy Land were having a headache over the Revolutionary Army's dragon. Their subordinates reported that I had taken control of the 4 seas. And guess what they said? Just some small matters in the 4 seas, don't bother us. Wow, they practically handed me an epic developmental period. A few days later, Noah reported that Arlong had set out to sea alone in a small boat. It seemed he had come to a realization. And guess what happened? Just a week later, Arlong returned, and he really brought Jinbei back. Jinbei, the warlord of the sea. When Jinbei landed, he first thanked me for killing the celestial dragons, then bowed and said he was willing to join us to rescue more oppressed people. Ace was also thrilled to see Jinbei, as they were already good friends. What else could we say? Let us hold a banquet. I tell you, ever since Jinbei joined, our team's reputation skyrocketed, and all the notable fishmen masters from the Grand Line rushed to join me. Our strength just shot up like a rocket. A month later, more good news came in. Robin and Mr. One had now completely taken control of the West Sea and had many powerful figures joining them. Robin said that in another week or two, she could hand over her tasks to Mr. One and his subordinates and come find XuanYuan. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, the heads of the South Sea, Hawkins and Kidd, also reported that the influence of the two seas was developing quickly and steadily, and they had recruited quite a few talented individuals. They estimated that in another 6 months at most, they could control both seas. Despite receiving so much good news, XuanYuan still had a serious expression because he had also received a letter asking him to head to the East Sea to advance towards the Grand Line, to the town where the pirate King Roger set out and died, Lobetown. The letter was signed by Navy Colonel Smoker. XuanYuan and Smoker could be considered old acquaintances. Initially, to join S6, Eddie assigned him a task that was the only one he never completed, killing the pirate Gaster, where he met Smoker, and they became friends through adversity. Later, he became a formal member of S6. Although they didn't team meet much, they maintained correspondence until XuanYuan exterminated the celestial dragons and was wanted by the world government, which cut off their contact. Now, suddenly receiving a letter from Smoker, XuanYuan felt very strange. He believed that Smoker, with his integrity, wouldn't he call him over to harm him. Something must have happened. But what could necessitate his presence? XuanYuan couldn't figure it out. XuanYuan, is something wrong? Noah entered XuanYuan's room and saw his expression and asked with concern. Nothing, just a personal matter. XuanYuan replied lightly. By the way, Noah, I have to leave the base for a few days. You all handle things here for now. And you can teach Arlong to use hockey when you have time. Sure. What is going on? If you want, I can go with you. Noah asked curiously. Hee, it's nothing. Just a personal matter I can handle myself. Do you think I'm the kind of person without a brain? XuanYuan smiled lightly. Hee. Okay then, be careful and come back early. Noah smiled slightly, fully confident in XuanYuan's strength. XuanYuan nodded, not disturbing anyone, and went alone to the port to choose a speedboat heading towards Lobetown. XuanYuan, you finally came. It's been a long time since we last met. XuanYuan found the bar mentioned in Smoker's letter. The bar was only occupied by Smoker, who seemed to have booked the whole place. When he saw XuanYuan arrive, he broke into a big smile. After not seeing you for years, you become a Navy colonel. That's impressive. XuanYuan looked at Smoker and smiled. You're not out of money and looking for me, a wanted criminal, to exchange for some drinks, are you? Your jokes are still so cold. Do you think I would capture my comrade? Really? Smoker rolled his eyes at XuanYuan and poured him a drink. Just kidding. You're still not fond of jokes. XuanYuan raised his glass and downed it in one go. Good wine. Let me tell you, XuanYuan, you really have made things bigger and bigger. From the very beginning of killing all the celestial dragons to now, your organization has actually controlled the entire East Sea and even in this rod town that I manage. They're almost all your people. You are truly impressive. Every single thing is so astonishing. Smoker said seriously while looking at XuanYuan. Then you should thank me. Under my influence, there isn't a single pirate left in the sea area you're responsible for, right? You must be very relaxed every day. XuanYuan joked. Who says there aren't? Look, the biggest pirate, a 500 million bounty criminal, is sitting right across from me, but I can't catch him. Smoker said with a mischievous smile. I'm not a pirate. I've said it before. I'm a revolutionary. XuanYuan corrected Smoker's mistake seriously. All right, revolutionary. Smoker nodded helplessly and looked at XuanYuan seriously. But XuanYuan, you still need to be careful. You've done too much, after all. The latest news from the Five Elders seems to indicate that they haven't come to manage things because of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates in the Grand Line. But many people in the government still suggest getting rid of you. If they find the time, they might deal with you immediately. I naturally know this. And I will be careful. What about you? Will you come to subdue me then? XuanYuan said with a mischievous smile. Smoker gave him a disdainful glance. Didn't I say before? I want to fight my own comrades. If I really get an order, I'll just refuse it. It's not the first time. Hearing Smoker's simple words, XuanYuan felt very comforted. At least he was truly a comrade in Smoker's heart. By the way, Smoker, you must have something to discuss with me, right? XuanYuan looked at Smoker seriously. Of course. If there's nothing, how would I dare to find you? A busy person? To tell you the truth, it's a big deal between you and me. Smoker said seriously. A big deal between us? What is it? XuanYuan looked at Smoker curiously. Aside from occasional sparring, there was nothing bigger than that. Do you remember why we first met? Smoker could tell from XuanYuan's expression that he couldn't guess, so he hinted. How could I forget? Wasn't it because we want to catch Gaster? XuanYuan said lightly, but suddenly his expression changed. Looking at Smoker seriously, could it be that you have news about Gaster? Of course. Don't forget who I am. I have accurate news about that guy. How about it? This counts as a big deal, right? Smoker said happily. I didn't expect that pervert to have disappeared for so long. Not even S6 has any news about him. And you managed to find out, really? Hurry up, be more specific. XuanYuan thought of that alternative pirate, Gaster, who had tormented him and Smoker, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Anticipation, unwillingness, excitement, and anger. In short, he just wanted to find that guy immediately and have a good fight to rewrite his one and only record of failure. Let me tell you, the situation is. Smoker then shared with XuanYuan his sources of information. It turned out that although Smoker was just a Navy colonel stationed in the East Sea, he was not someone without ambition. His dream was to enter the Grand Line and face off against great pirates like Roger. Therefore, he paid close attention to the movements in the Grand Line, looking for interesting pirates. Recently, a peculiar incident caught his attention. On a small island at the entrance of the Grand Line, there was actually a group of people targeting new pirates everywhere, and their behavior was very strange. They didn't kill the pirates like XuanYuan did back then, but often hid in the dark to ambush new pirates. If those newcomers reacted too quickly, they would mysteriously disappear, and they didn't kill the slow-reacting pirates either. Instead, they gave them a sum of money to let them forget about the incident. Most pirates chose to keep quiet after receiving the money, but there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Some rumors leaked out, and Smoker caught wind of them. His instincts told him that this matter wouldn't be so simple, so he immediately launched an in-depth investigation, and indeed made a discovery. This group of people testing the waters had an organization behind them, and the leader of this organization was their original target who had failed, Gaster. So Smoker immediately notified XuanYuan to make up for the regrets of the past. Is this news reliable? I think you got this information too quickly. With Gaster's excellent hiding abilities, how could he be found so easily after all these years? After listening to Smoker's account, XuanYuan felt that something was off. You're right. I've considered this. Although the possibility of Gaster making a mistake is very small, I think this matter is related to him. Think about it. He hasn't had any news for so many years. Even when he was so low-key before, how many people knew him? If it weren't for that bounty notice, probably not many would know him. Now, this suddenly emerging organization is actually related to him. I feel like this is no coincidence. Smoker analyzed seriously. XuanYuan nodded. You're right. I also think this matter is related to him, but I feel that this flaw is something he deliberately let slip for you to discover, just to attract our attention and lead us away. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how this could happen. Whether it's a trap or not doesn't matter. As long as I think about being able to fight him again, my blood starts to boil. If I hadn't been waiting for you, I would have gone to find him alone already. So tell me, even if it's a trap, are you going or not? Smoker said happily. How can I not go? XuanYuan smiled slightly. For so many years, one of the important reasons I've been strengthening my abilities is to avenge the humiliation I suffered back then. Even if it's a trap, I have to go. No trap can stop me. I knew it. Come on, let us have a drink, and then we'll set off. I've prepared everything. Smoker raised his drink and laughed. Okay, cheers. Smoker, how much do you know about Gaster's organization? Tell me everything so we can formulate a battle plan. On the way to the island where Gaster was located, XuanYuan looked at the excited Smoker on the deck. Smoker turned his head, took out a map, and said, Here, XuanYuan, this is the situation of the island where Gaster is located. This island is very small, named Dual Ground, with a circumference of only about 10 kilometers. Usually, hardly anyone goes there. It's an uninhabited island. However, recently my news shows that many people from Gaster's organization have gone to that small island to set up something, and Gaster is among them. Duel Grund. Who? XuanYuan laughed coldly. It seems that guy has already made arrangements, waiting for our arrival. So it looks like there will be an interesting game on that island today. Smoker said excitedly. That is right, and for us, it's a life or death game. So, are you brave enough to play on? XuanYuan said seriously. Hee of course. It would be a pity not to play this kind of game. Smoker shouted towards the distant sky. Gaster, wait for us, we're coming. Hee. Watching Smoker's performance, XuanYuan smiled faintly. At this moment, his heart was also exceptionally excited. XuanYuan, we've arrived. There is dual ground. Smoker pointed to a small island in the distance and said, look over there. XuanYuan carefully observed the island, and indeed, as Smoker said, it was very small, with a diameter of no more than 10 kilometers, resembling a slightly larger dual arena placed in the ocean. Moreover, this island was quite special, as there wasn't a single spot suitable for a ship to dock. The ship that XuanYuan and the others were on could only anchor a kilometer away from the island. Hee, what a choice of location. This way, we don't even have a place to dock our ship. It seems he wants to hold a caged beast fight. XuanYuan said with a faint smile. Hee, who cares? I'll play along. Smoker replied nonchalantly. All right, but what if the waves wash our ship away when we go ashore? XuanYuan asked. If it gets washed away, then so be it. There's a small inhabited island not far from here. After we finish, we could just chop down a tree and make a raft to get back. Smoker said casually. Hee, is that so? Can you get ashore? Do you want me to use the Marine 6 styles to take you up? XuanYuan looked at Smoker and smiled, knowing he was a devil fruit user and couldn't swim. Hee, don't underestimate me. I've gotten stronger over the years, just like you. Smoker smiled slightly, his legs transforming into a white mist. Smoke launcher, launch! Smoker shouted, and his body shot toward the island like a white cannonball. Hee, not bad, huh? Watching Smoker execute this move, XuanYuan smiled slightly and jumped into the air with a little force. Moonwalk. XuanYuan's figure flickered in the air like a flash of lightning, instantly catching up to Smoker, and they landed on the island almost simultaneously. Hee, impressive. You've mastered the Marine 6 styles so well. Smoker said, looking at XuanYuan with a smile. You're not bad either. Being able to use your devil fruit ability like that. XuanYuan replied. Hee, then let us see who can defeat more enemies next. Hee, I'm happy to oblige. Boss, just as you expected, those two have landed. In a dark corner of the island, a figure reported to a young man after seeing XuanYuan and Smoker through a telescope. The young man raised his head, his eyes flashing with a clever light. He was Geister, the alternative pirate who had easily defeated XuanYuan and Smoker before. And he was the target of their visit this time. They really came, my opponents. Geister smiled slightly, looking as happy as a child who received their favorite toy. Send the orders down, the operation begins. Geister said coldly. Yes. The pirate with the telescope immediately left. Gentlemen, the game has begun. Come out. Who do you think you can fool hiding in these woods? XuanYuan said, looking at the quiet forest in front of him. XuanYuan, is there someone ahead? Smoker asked curiously, looking at the forest without noticing anything unusual. You 20 are well hidden, but do you think it works in front of observation hockey? XuanYuan ignored Smoker's question and continued to gaze at the forest. Impressive, you actually have observation hockey. Suddenly, 20 pirates dressed in green emerged from their hiding spots, almost blending in with the trees. They would be hard to notice if they didn't move. Where's your boss, Geister? You should be on this island too, right? XuanYuan asked those pirates. XuanYuan, why ask them? You can sense it yourself with observation hockey. Smoker asked seriously from his side. No use. Geister's observation hockey is on par with mine. Don't forget he could use it the first time I met him, and now he's deliberately hiding it. So I can't detect it. XuanYuan replied earnestly. Don't worry. Our boss said that when you defeat us, he'll come out and have a good fight with you. One of the pirates led the way and said, is it that simple? Are you just pawns to test us? XuanYuan said with a cold smile. You could say that, because the weak have no qualifications to fight our boss. The pirate said coldly, then waved his hand, and the 20 pirates charged at XuanYuan and Smoker. Smoker, the competition starts now. Let us see who can defeat more enemies. XuanYuan smiled slightly and prepared to rush toward the pirates. XuanYuan, there's no need for a contest with these guys. I can handle all of them. Smoker said, pulling XuanYuan back. Watch me, White Snake. Smoker's hands transformed into the shape of giant pythons and rushed forward at high speed. All the pirates, seeing this peculiar move, hurriedly jumped into the air. But Smoker's White Snake was too fast. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 20 pirates managed to jump high enough to evade, while the others were ensnared by his White Snake. Then you 4 are mine. XuanYuan smiled faintly at the 4 pirates in the air and kicked at them. Storm leg. Several massive slashing waves struck the 4 pirates, knocking them all down to the ground. Meanwhile, the pirates caught by Smoker were also knocked unconscious by a smoke shoulder throw. Not bad. Watching Smoker's increasingly skilled use of his devil fruit ability, XuanYuan noted that he was even stronger than in the original story. Hehe, you too. It's impressive how easily you hit them in the air. Smoker smiled slightly in return. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as Geister walked out with a smile. Hehe, it's been a while, gentlemen. I didn't expect you both to have become so powerful. You've really surprised me. Hehe, you flatter us. Defeating you is what truly counts as getting stronger. XuanYuan and Smoker, seeing Geister, who had once easily defeated them, became fully alert, watching each other seriously. Hehe, since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. Let us continue our unfinished duel from last time. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time, Geister said with a smile. Drawing a black katana from his waist, which was his weapon, the heirloom sword Beidou, sharp enough to rival the Supreme Blade. Hehe, this time, Yuan wins so easily. XuanYuan also drew his Minghong sword, while Smoker was enveloped in swirling white mist, indicating that his devil fruit ability was fully activated. The battle was about to begin. The White Wind Smoker initiated the attack against Geister, his right hand transforming into smoke as he lunged at Geister. Hehe, that move won't work on me. Geister smiled slightly, moving forward directly, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Smoker, swinging his sword at him. With a clang, XuanYuan had already moved in front of Smoker, blocking Geister's Beidou with his Minghong sword. A good sword. Geister's eyes lit up when he realized XuanYuan could easily block his Beidou. Of course, otherwise how could I defeat you? XuanYuan smiled faintly, exerting force with his hands to send Geister flying away. Smoker, seeing XuanYuan block an attack for him, Smoker didn't hesitate. He transformed his entire body into smoke, rushing towards Geister to envelop him. Hehe, good cooperation. Geister effortlessly dissipated the force of XuanYuan's strike and used the Navy's 6 styles, Moonwalk, to leap into the air. This won't be so simple. Seeing Geister jump into the air, XuanYuan didn't pause and quickly exerted force with his feet, also using Moonwalk to chase after him. Hehe, you're chasing closely. Geister smiled slightly and kicked towards XuanYuan, who was rushing at him. Raging Foot, a powerful slash wave surged towards XuanYuan, who didn't evade. Instead, he swung his Minghong Blade forcefully, cutting through Geister's Raging Foot's slash wave. However, the force of the Raging Foot still pushed XuanYuan back in the air, but he quickly regained his footing and pursued Geister again. Hehe, such a quick reaction, truly impressive. Seeing XuanYuan respond so quickly, Geister smiled slightly and prepared to use Raging Foot again. White Fist. Just as Geister was about to launch another attack, Smoker used his smoke launcher from behind, flying to Geister's rear and throwing a punch at him. Facing the sudden attack, Geister remained calm. He turned in the air and swung his blade towards Smoker's White Fist. With a loud bang, Geister's hockey-infused strike directly injured Smoker's natural-type hands, sending him crashing to the ground. Ugh! Just as Smoker was knocked down, Geister let out a cry. It turned out that XuanYuan had caught up using Moonwalk and kicked him in the abdomen, knocking him down as well. Are you okay? Instead of pursuing Geister while he was down, XuanYuan jumped to the ground and helped Smoker up, asking with concern. I'm fine, just a scratch. Smoker said flatly as he stood up with XuanYuan's support, but blood was already streaming from his right hand. Hehe, quite impressive, XuanYuan. Your speed has exceeded my expectations. Just as XuanYuan was helping Smoker, Geister had already stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust. It was clear that XuanYuan's earlier kick hadn't hurt him much. So strong, XuanYuan thought to himself, taking out some emergency medical supplies from his pocket and handing them to Smoker. You should treat your injuries first, take care of that, and come back. I can handle things here. Just as XuanYuan passed the supplies to Smoker, Geister charged at him at high speed, and XuanYuan immediately drew his Minghong Blade to meet him. Hehe, indeed, your growth is terrifying. No wonder you could kill the celestial dragons. Geister said coldly. Hehe, you too. I never expected someone with such power could remain so low-key. You're truly a terrifying guy, just to think about. XuanYuan coldly replied to Geister. Hehe, then let's see who can make the opponent feel fear. I won't hold back. Geister said with a slight smile. Just right, I'm the same. Hehe, arrogant kid. I'm starting to like you more. Geister suddenly exerted force in his hands, pushing XuanYuan away. He then held the Big Dipper in a peculiar pose. Take this. Big Dipper slash. The Big Dipper emitted a black glow, and a black slash wave surged toward XuanYuan. Let's fight, partner. XuanYuan roared, feeling the power emanating from the Big Dipper, responding with a dazzling red light from his Minghong Blade. In an instant, the red and black slash waves collided, producing a loud explosion. Ugh! Smoker, who was treating his wounds nearby, quickly used the power of smoke to wrap himself up. These two guys are too abnormal. This power is comparable to a natural-type devil fruit ability. The two who unleashed such powerful forces were now locked in a fierce battle within the thick smoke. Interesting. Monkey D. XuanYuan, you are becoming more and more intriguing. Giesta laughed happily. You too. XuanYuan replied with a smile, but he felt slightly suppressed compared to Giesta. With a crisp sound, XuanYuan and Giesta separated again. XuanYuan, get out of the way. Just as XuanYuan separated from Giesta, he heard Smoker shout loudly. Ugh. Without any hesitation, XuanYuan jumped to the side with all his might. Maximum power, white fist. Just as XuanYuan dodged, Smoker's right hand transformed into a giant white fist made of smoke, charging towards Giesta again. Haven't you learned your lesson? Watch me chop off your hand. Giesta coldly snorted, again infusing haki into the Big Dipper and swinging it towards the white fist. Seeing Giesta's sword coming, Smoker instead smiled, and his figure turned into smoke and vanished in an instant. It turns out the kid wasn't using white fist, but white vine. XuanYuan immediately understood Smoker's intent as he transformed into smoke. Ugh. Giesta also realized something was off. His sword slashed through where Smoker had been, but he had merely cut through smoke. The smoke quickly moved forward, instantly wrapping around Giesta. Now you have no way out. The smoke enveloping Giesta immediately transformed back into Smoker. He grabbed Giesta's hand, holding the Big Dipper with one hand, and used the other to grip Giesta's neck, pushing him down to the ground. You were a bit too arrogant. Giesta, pinned down by Smoker, smiled instead of getting angry. Not good. Smoker, retreat. XuanYuan immediately shouted. Too late. Before Smoker could react, Giesta's unripped hands suddenly lunged at him, grabbing Smoker by the neck and using a powerful force to throw him back to the ground. This strike also infused with haki. Ugh. Smoker felt a powerful shockwave hit him, and he immediately tasted blood, spitting a mouthful out. Smoker, XuanYuan shouted, rushing over with his Minghong Blade. Giesta smiled slightly, tossing Smoker aside and immediately facing XuanYuan with the Big Dipper. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Smoker unconscious and in critical condition, XuanYuan began to rage. His anger visibly increased his speed and strength, making it hard for Giesta to keep up. Ugh. I didn't expect your rage to be this powerful. I should have made my move on Smoker sooner. Giesta said with a happy laugh. Damn it. I'm going to make you regret it. Giesta's words only fueled XuanYuan's anger even more. Now he had nothing to hide, and his body began to change as he used his devil fruit ability, donning a suit of black and white leather. Ugh, what is this? You're actually a devil fruit user. Giesta was startled by XuanYuan's transformation, but upon closer inspection, XuanYuan's transformation was so peculiar that he had never seen anything like it before. Could be a special paramecia-type fruit ability? He thought to himself. Ugh. However, XuanYuan did not give him more time to think. The demon transformed XuanYuan moved swiftly and immediately appeared in front of Giesta, swinging the Minghong knife towards him. With a loud bang, although Giesta quickly blocked XuanYuan's strike with the Northern Dipper, the powerful force still sent both of them staggering backward. Ugh, how terrifying. That direct hit made my hand feel a bit numb. Giesta thought to himself, feeling discomfort in his grip. It wasn't over yet. The highest ultimate technique of shaving, instant. XuanYuan, who had been knocked back, calmly stated as he suddenly steadied his body in mid-air and then disappeared. What? Seeing XuanYuan suddenly vanish, Giesta was immediately alarmed. In that instant, he felt a powerful force approaching from behind. Without any hesitation, relying on the foresight provided by his observation haki, Giesta quickly dodged to the side. Ugh. Just as Giesta sensed, XuanYuan had already arrived behind him in that moment and launched an attack. Fortunately, Giesta reacted quickly. Otherwise, a cut from that blade would have left him dead or seriously injured. Even so, he was still wounded on his left hand, blood flowing profusely. You actually dodged it. But next time you won TB, so lucky. XuanYuan coldly said as he looked at Giesta, looking at his injured left hand. Giesta paused for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, XuanYuan, you're indeed interesting. You truly deserve to be my worthy opponent. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, prepare to die, XuanYuan said, positioning his knife for another attack. Sorry, but I'm not planning to die just yet. Giesta replied with a relaxed expression. You can't kill me immediately, but if you don't hurry to treat Smoker, he might really die. Ugh. Upon hearing this, XuanYuan immediately regained his composure and used his observation haki to check on Smoker, who was lying nearby. He indeed was not dead, but was on the verge of death. Hurry and treat him, or else it won't be fun if he dies. Giesta said calmly, then tossed a packet of medicine into XuanYuan's hands. Here, this is emergency medical supplies. Quickly take it to save him. With your healing skills, you'll be fine. After looking at what was in his hands, XuanYuan, familiar with first aid knowledge, immediately recognized what it was and coldly asked, "Why?" Because he considers you his rival. Life would be so dull without you. The earlier injury to Smoker was to provoke your power, but I didn't expect this outcome to be unbearable for me. I lost this duel. Geister said calmly. Hurry and treat Smoker, or it'll really be too late. XuanYuan glanced at Geister, confirming that he truly had no killing intent, and then ran to Smoker's side to start treating him. Monkey D, XuanYuan, wait for me. I believe we will meet again next time. You need to get stronger quickly, and I will also accelerate my growth. By the way, your organization is the same. I'm very interested. While XuanYuan was treating Smoker, Geister had already gone forward to wake up the pirates who had been knocked out by XuanYuan and the others, leaving with them with a smile. Damn it. XuanYuan wanted to stop them, but he was in a crucial stage of treating Smoker and had to grit his teeth and endure. However, thinking again, having such a formidable enemy wasn't bad. At least he could continuously urge himself to improve. With this thought, XuanYuan felt relieved, released his devil fruit transformation, and quietly continued to treat Smoker's injuries. XuanYuan. During XuanYuan's treatment, Smoker gradually regained consciousness. Don't move, I'll treat you in no time. Just stay still. Seeing Smoker trying to get up, XuanYuan immediately intervened. XuanYuan, where's Geister? Smoker asked while lying down, but his mouth did not stop. He left. XuanYuan said while treating Smoker, briefly explaining what had happened, but omitting the part about his devil fruit transformation and Geister using Smoker's leverage. I didn't expect that guy to be so difficult to deal with. I'm really sorry, XuanYuan. I've almost become your burden, dragging you down. Smoker said apologetically. Who said that? We are comrades. Who is dragging whom down? Remember, as comrades, we share life and death together. XuanYuan said seriously to Smoker. Smoker didn't say anything else, but inside he was deeply moved. All right, get up. I have to say, that guy Geister's medicine is quite good. You should be able to move now. Just don't do anything too strenuous. XuanYuan said, patting Smoker's shoulder with a smile. Following XuanYuan's advice. Smoker stood up and indeed felt no pain. This is quite nice. Let us go see if our little boat is still there. XuanYuan smiled slightly, and the two walked towards the edge of the island. They had to admit that their luck was quite good after fighting for so long. Their little boat was still in the distance and had hardly moved. The two smiled slightly and jumped towards the boat, but this time it was XuanYuan carrying Smoker, since his wound had just been stitched up, and it was unnecessary to put any strain on it. XuanYuan, can't we stay a few more days? We haven't seen each other for so long. Let us wait a few days before leaving. I'll take you around to have some fun. After returning to Lowtown and resting for a day, XuanYuan was about to leave the next day, which made Smoker very reluctant. No, I have things to do back home. After all, there are still so many matters in the organization. I can't be gone for too long, and besides, it wouldn't be good for me to stay here since I'm the enemy of the government. XuanYuan said with a slight smile. What is wrong with that? Who dares to say anything? I'm not afraid. Smoker said nonchalantly. Don't say that, Smoker. If you really want us to fight side by side again in the future, you need to attain a sufficiently high position so that no one will say anything. And to gain a high position, you can't have this temper of yours right now. Think about your abilities. You are definitely more than just a colonel. So you need to learn to be flexible, XuanYuan said, patting Smoker on the shoulder. I understand. Smoker nodded seriously. Then goodbye, my comrade. See you next time. XuanYuan smiled slightly, and by the time Smoker looked up again, he had already used the Marine 6 dials to swiftly move far away. Still so impatient. Smoker smiled slightly, then remembering XuanYuan's words, he clenched his fists. Don't worry, comrade. I will definitely obtain a sufficiently high position, so that the government will recognize your existence. Boss, you're back. On a small island in the Grand Line, a burly man approached Geister respectfully. Rowan, take them down to continue training. After all, they're second-line personnel, yet they were taken out with one move by a Navy colonel. It's really embarrassing. Geister glanced at the 20 pirates following behind him and said coldly, Yes, boss. Rowan nodded and then coldly said to the 20 pirates, Now go to the training ground. You will return to the rookie reserve and start training from scratch. The 20 pirates exclaimed in unison, but they didn't dare say anything more, each walking with a bitter expression towards the center of the island. Also, inform the training personnel that GMA should strengthen their training. No one is allowed to leave the reserve until their strength reaches 300, Geister said coldly. 300 strength. Luowu was startled by Geister's words. What's wrong? Do you have doubts? No. Then hurry up. Geister said coldly as he walked towards his dedicated training ground. After finishing this matter with Geister, XuanYuan returned to the Huaxia base in the East China Sea to focus on the development of the base. A week later, Robin completely arranged the affairs of the West Sea and came to the East Sea to join XuanYuan, and the development in the East Sea was also going smoothly. Talents from all over came to join the Huaxia Empire, and XuanYuan arranged them to the North Sea and South Sea, where talent was urgently needed for initial development. In this short period, the development of the Huaxia Empire was very rapid, and it could be said to be deeply rooted in the four seas. XuanYuan, I didn't expect our home to develop so quickly. Robin leaned against XuanYuan, happily looking at the peaceful scene within the Huaxia Empire. Haha, of course, this is our home. The home of all of us, and I will make it even better, XuanYuan said earnestly, clenching his fist. Robin, I plan to march towards the Grand Line. The Grand Line, isn't that too fast? Robin looked at XuanYuan in surprise. Although the situation in the four seas is stable, our strength is still slightly insufficient to march towards the Grand Line. You must know that the Huaxia Empire was able to establish itself in the four seas largely because there were too many troubles on the Grand Line that made the world government turn a blind eye to them. If we march towards the Grand Line, it would lead the government to eliminate us with all their might. At that time, not only would we be unable to stand on the Grand Line, but even the little power we have in the four seas could be wiped out immediately. Don't worry, I have a plan. Go inform the cadres in the base to hold a meeting, XuanYuan said confidently. In the conference room, once Ace and the others gathered, they began to speak without holding back. XuanYuan, what is this meeting for? Recently, the Huaxia Empire has been developing well. Are you and Robin planning to get married? Haha, no. The reason I called everyone here is to announce a plan. Now that the situation in the four seas is basically stable, I plan to take some people to march towards the Grand Line. XuanYuan smiled at everyone. What? After hearing XuanYuan's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The evil dragon was the first to come to his senses and said with a happy smile, XuanYuan boss, you're finally going to take action. I think we could have acted long ago. The Grand Line, haha, our Huaxia Empire will definitely conquer it. What nonsense are you talking? You don't understand anything and are just spouting off. Senpai gave the evil dragon a glare, then turned to XuanYuan and said seriously, XuanYuan, I know the situation in the four seas is stable now, but I think it's still a bit early to march towards the Grand Line. After all, we are not pirates. If we march towards the Grand Line, then it is clear that we will no longer be the Huaxia Empire that the government can turn a blind eye to, but a thorn in their side, the Revolutionary Army. They will definitely do their utmost to strike us down, and at that time, even the foundation of the four seas will be shaken. Fight if we must. Who is afraid? Besides, we are the Revolutionary Army, the evil dragon said discontentedly, as he was eager for a war with the world government. You, Senpai stood up, ready to hit him. All right, Senpai, Aolong didn't team me it like that. We are in a meeting, so any viewpoints can be expressed. We are family, so why resort to violence? Noah, who was beside Senpai, quickly pulled him back and advised. Exactly. Only knowing how to suppress with force, one annoying guy. The evil dragon complained quietly when he saw Senpai being pulled back, but after receiving Senpai's angry glare, he quickly shut up. XuanYuan, I feel that it's indeed a bit early to march now. Just like Senpai said, if we march towards a Grand Line, we will undoubtedly expose our determination to overthrow the government. This is indeed very dangerous. Although Dragon's Revolutionary Army has shown its determination to oppose the government, it has hidden various bases and forces in the dark, making it impossible for the government to eliminate them all at once. After advising Senpai, Noah also expressed his viewpoint. Hades nodded, that's right, young master. Although this government is rotten, its power is still astonishing. It's not yet time to confront it head-on. We need to wait for an opportunity to act again. The others didn't speak, but their expressions showed they agreed with this viewpoint. Haha, is everyone done talking? Then I will share my opinion. Seeing that no one else was speaking, XuanYuan stood up with a smile and said, our Huaxia Empire has stabilized the situation in the four seas, right? But we still do not have the power to overthrow the government. So, how do we overthrow the government? Of course, we need to increase our own strength, not just wait for an opportunity. If we just wait without developing, when a world government finds an opening, no one can guarantee they won't come to eliminate us. Therefore, I think the development toward the Grand Line must be put on the agenda. XuanYuan, what you said is not wrong, but I think we should at least change our approach. After all, we currently do not have the strength to confront the world government directly. Robin said seriously from the side. Yes, don't worry. This march is just a name. In fact, I just plan to take some people to the Grand Line. I don't intend to occupy territory there, but to have our own affiliated forces like Uncle Whitebeard. This way, I can develop quickly without attracting the government's attention. When it's time to confront the government, this part of the strength will be particularly important. XuanYuan nodded and explained to everyone. XuanYuan, I understand what you mean. We are going to develop secret forces on the Grand Line, right? That's very good. Indeed, a two birds with one stone approach. So when are we leaving, and who will go together? Noah asked curiously from the side. I decide it will be in a day or two. We will disguise ourselves as adventurers to keep a low profile while having adventures on the Grand Line and developing our forces. XuanYuan smiled slightly. As for the candidates, I decide it will be me, Robin, Noah, Hades, and Ace. We can slightly disguise ourselves so others won't recognize us. As for Aolong and Senpai, you two will temporarily stay at the base. No way, I want to go too. Why is it always me watching the house? Upon hearing such a fun thing and not being included, the evil dragon immediately protested unhappily. Haha. Seeing the evil dragon's angry expression, XuanYuan smiled lightly. Then that's fine. But you must not cause trouble on the way. Okay, don't worry. I promise to listen to XuanYuan, boss. Haha. Then it's settled. You can go too. Senpai, I'll trouble you to stay and watch the house. XuanYuan said with a smile. After all, Senpai's reputation is too great, and even if disguised, he would probably still be recognized, so he had to be left behind. Haha, it's fine. You all go and have fun. I'm fine staying behind. Senpai waved his hand indifferently. Among the group, he was indeed the most patient. XuanYuan happily nodded. Haha. Then everyone go prepare. We depart tomorrow. Destination, the Grand Line. The next day, at the port of the Eastern Sea Huaxia Empire, Jinbei was sending off XuanYuan and his companions, including the 6 cadres, Ghost Hand Noah, Demon Child Nico Robin, former Vice Admiral Hades, former Sun Pirates Cadre Evil Dragon, and Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Ace, along with over 10 crew members. However, all of these crew members were elites from the Huaxia Empire. Either they were originally strong individuals who came to join the Huaxia Empire, or they were talented individuals who had been personally taught a few moves by Noah and others. In short, each person possessed strength comparable to that of a Navy officer and held an absolute loyalty to the Huaxia Empire, with complete obedience to XuanYuan and the others. The ship they were on was still the Huaxia, but it had been modified, equipped with several more cannons, and had significant improvements in both defense and speed. XuanYuan, once you enter the Grand Line, be cautious in everything and don't be hasty. If it becomes too difficult, just retreat first. In any case, prioritize your safety. Understood? Jinbei patted XuanYuan's shoulder and reminded him. XuanYuan nodded. I know, Jinbei brother, don't worry. This isn't my first time in the Grand Line. It will be fine. As long as our fleet doesn't encounter 3 admirals or similar opponents, we can still protect ourselves. But you, Jinbei brother, I leave the matters at home to you. I know, just rest assured. I'll stay behind to watch the house, no problem. All right, hurry up and go. Everyone is waiting for you. Don't let them laugh at us 2 big men for being so sentimental. Yeah, take care, Jinbei brother. After saying that, XuanYuan turned and jumped onto the Huaxia. Set sail. Yes, the Huaxia set off once again, carrying everyone's dreams towards the Grand Line. At the Holy Land, St. Marin Photo, outside the room of the 5 elders, a Navy officer was kneeling respectfully on one knee at the door, reporting. What is it? Speak. Elder 5 coldly asked after glancing at him. The Navy officer reported while kneeling at the door, the leader of the Huaxia Empire, Monkey D, XuanYuan, along with his subordinates, Ghost Hand Noah, Demon Child Nico Robin, former Vice Admiral Hades, former Sun Pirates Cadre Evil Dragon, and Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Ace, have begun to sail into the Grand Line and have already passed Reverse Mountain. What has he done? Is he here to expand the territory of his Huaxia Empire? Elder 4 raised his head and asked lightly. This is still unclear, but currently he does not seem to have any intention of expanding his territory. It appears they are entering the Grand Line as adventurers. Along the way, they have eliminated some pirates, but have not had any conflicts with the Navy. They are now requesting instructions on whether to attack them. The Navy officer asked seriously. Attack what? He is eliminating pirates, and besides, he is an adventurer. Why should we attack him? Elder 5 said coldly. But they are all wanted criminals. The Navy officer said, somewhat frightened. What wanted criminals? I command now. Without the orders of the 5 elders, no government force is to attack them. Also, report their situation at any time. Yes. The Navy officer nodded and quickly got up and left. I didn't expect that little brat to develop so quickly. Has he already controlled the 4 seas? He actually came to the Grand Line. He really is idle. Elder 4 smiled slightly. Elder 5 waved his hand. What control? It hasn't been long at all. I think that little brat is just bored after playing around in the 4 seas. He is originally just good at fighting. It's quite difficult for him to establish an empire. Now he must have only temporarily established a small base. Feeling bored and wanting to come to the Grand Line to have some fun, Elder Three's expression darkened as he said angrily, "But this guy is too bold. Clearly, he is a high-priced, wanted criminal, yet he dares to come to the Grand Line, unaware of the danger. If we don't eradicate him, it will have a very negative impact on us. I suggest we send troops to eliminate him directly." Sigh. Old Three, you're being overly sensitive. It's not that terrifying. Elder Five waved his hand and said, "Besides, he killed celestial dragons, which is why he is wanted. How many people in this world actually like celestial dragons? Even if we don't intervene, no one will say anything." Elder Two shook his head this time. "I support Old Three's viewpoint, or rather, I disagree with both of your viewpoints. This kid coming to the Grand Line indeed negatively impacts me. Even if we don't eradicate him, we must send him back to the Four Seas. Things are already chaotic enough, and he is just making it worse." Sigh. You two are always too sensitive. Elder Five shook his head and then turned to Elder One. "You should say something too." Elder One pondered for a moment and said, "I believe XuanYuan's arrival at the Grand Line is somewhat thoughtless, but it could just be a child's game. We don't need to take it too seriously. Look, he is using the identity of an adventurer and not a pirate. It's obvious he is just here for fun. We can't stop him from playing. The recent events involving the celestial dragons have already passed. We should quickly bring him back. Based on his recent behavior, he could definitely become a powerful weapon for us. He should be more useful than any of those 7 warlords." Exactly. There have been too many recent events. Just the chaos caused by Dragon and the Revolutionary Army is enough to give us a headache, and even Whitebeard seems to have gone mad, starting to expand his territory. The new world is in chaos. If XuanYuan becomes our weapon, it would indeed be very useful. Elder Four said seriously, "What title should we give him? If we directly incorporate him into the world government, it might have a negative impact since he has killed celestial dragons." Elder Two questioned. Elder One casually waved his hand. "This is simple. We can give him a title similar to CP9, a secret organization that answers directly to the government, or something like the 7 warlords. We can discuss the specifics once we bring him back. Then it's decided. We will start the process to bring XuanYuan back. You all have no objections, right?" Elder Four and Elder Five naturally had no objections, and Elder Two, who didn't he have a deep-seated opinion of XuanYuan, had no issues either. Although Elder Three looked displeased. He didn't say much, tacitly agreeing. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Elder One spoke again. "Then who shall we send to bring XuanYuan back? After all, we once had him wanted, and he might have some resistance, so we need to think carefully about who to send." Elder Four smiled and said, "I have a few good suggestions for the person to bring him back. The first is Iron Bone, the officer XuanYuan had in S6. He has a deep bond with XuanYuan and can easily bring him back. The second is our Navy hero, Garp. He is XuanYuan's nominal grandfather and was the one who brought XuanYuan into S6. Elder Five thought for a moment and said, "Iron Bone resigned after the Celestial Dragon incident and has been elusive, even if he were available. We can't force him to do anything if he doesn't want to. So currently, we can only consider Garp. I prefer Garp for this job. Everyone can rest assured with him doing it." But he conveniently forgot that Garp is the kind of guy who is least reliable when it comes to doing things. "Well, let us settle on that. Garp will handle this matter. Immediately give Sengoku the order to have him talk to Garp, and when the time comes, bring XuanYuan back." Elder One said, "At the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office. Sengoku, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I'm still breaking the donut record." A dissatisfied voice of Garp sounded, and he pushed the door open and walked in with great displeasure. Sengoku gave him a glance and suppressed his anger, smiling as he said, "I have good news for you. Don't act like I owe you tens of millions." "What good news?" "You interrupted my record of eating donuts. You're simply my source of bad news." Garp replied unhappily. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku got angry too. Tossing the documents onto the table, "Look for yourself. I rarely tell you this. This thing, a recall order." Garp picked up the documents with curiosity. "Your precious grandson, XuanYuan, has now established the Huaxia Empire across the seas, and to top it off, he led a group of people to the Grand Line, still under the guise of adventurers. You say your grandson is really causing a ruckus. Doesn't he know he's a wanted man? And the group he led is almost entirely composed of people wanted by the world government. He really inherited your knack for getting into trouble." Sengoku couldn't help but say seriously to Garp, "The Grand Line, is it finally here?" Garp ignored Sengoku and said lightly while looking at the documents. Seeing Garp's serious expression, Sengoku, worried for him, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, smiling. "Haha, starting to worry now?" Garp stared at the documents in silence for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, no wonder he is my grandson. He has got guts when it comes to doing things. Carp, I'm not joking with you. If you weren't a hero of the Navy, just the liability would be enough to deal with you several times. Sengoku shouted angrily at Carp's indifferent expression. Ha ha ha, if we're talking about liability, this old body of mine can't take much more, Carp said nonchalantly. Sengoku was left speechless. Sengoku, you didn't call me here just to complain, did you? After laughing, Carp looked at Sengoku and asked seriously. Now Sengoku looked at Carp seriously, a hint of a smile on his face. Of course not. Haha. Didn't I tell you it's good news? Although XuanYuan has caused a lot of trouble, the government considers him young and talented, deciding to let the past go. Insider news. They're sending you to negotiate with him. How about that? Happy? Negotiate? When? Carp was a bit surprised. That hasn't been decided yet. Probably 1 TB long. What? Is there a problem? Sengoku asked. No problem. After saying that, Carp left the marshal's office. Sighing in his heart, what should come will eventually come. At this moment, XuanYuan, who was being discussed by the world government, was resting on a small island in the Grand Line, the very island where Luffy and others were ambushed by bounty hunters. However, all the bounty hunters on this island have been eliminated by XuanYuan. No, it should be said they were recruited. After demonstrating his powerful strength, all the bounty hunters no longer dared to resist. After all, a bounty of 500 million is tempting, but the shock that comes with it is terrifying. XuanYuan, these bounty hunters are actually from one organization, the Baroque Works. Noah said seriously beside XuanYuan. That's right, impressive. Isn't it? A secret organization can have so many subordinates and remain unknown. XuanYuan said lightly. He planned to negotiate with Crocodile, the sand alligator, during this trip to the Grand Line. If he could bring him under his wing, that would be best. If not, he would take over his Baroque Works. Indeed, it's quite remarkable to have such a secretive organization, but I have to say these guys are too weak. Don't look at their 30 or so members. Our 10 crew members can easily capture them all alive. Aolong said lightly, not taking the bounty hunters seriously. Haha, Aolong, don't underestimate them. They are just the lowest level members. Above them are many higher-ups, and I also plan to establish such an organization in the Grand Line, one that is both discreet and powerful. What do you think? XuanYuan said seriously. The idea is good. Such an organization is indeed hard for even the world government to detect. But young master, establishing this organization will be more complicated than building the Huaxia Empire. Hades said seriously. Complicated is fine. Am I afraid? XuanYuan said lightly, thinking in his heart about the terrifying organization that Geister had quietly established, with no news about it, and wondering how big it had grown. Can he do it, and I can't? I will never lose to him. XuanYuan, what are you talking about? Ace asked curiously from the side. Nothing, Ace. You're more familiar with the pirate forces in the Grand Line, so you'll guide us next. Let us see where we should sail. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Our next target is... Ace thought for a moment, and was about to say when he suddenly saw a warship appearing at the port. Ah, XuanYuan, a warship. A warship is coming. What warship? How dare they come here? I'll make sure you can't land. Aolong said indifferently, preparing to dive into the water to sink the warship. Wait, Aolong, how many times have I told you not to be impulsive? We still don't know their origin. There's no need to attract the government's attention right away. XuanYuan pulled Aolong back. As the warship got closer, XuanYuan also saw its appearance. When he saw the dog head at the front of the warship, his face changed dramatically. Grandpa. Ah, Grandpa. Ace's face turned pale at that moment. Hades was also stunned, saying blankly, Carp, Lord Carp, what is wrong with them? Possessed? Aolong curiously asked as he looked at the three who suddenly froze. Who knows? Did they forget to take their medicine this morning? Noah rolled his eyes at them. Although he knew it was XuanYuan's grandfather, the hero Carp. He didn't need to have that expression. Really, how could he make the newcomers obey him like this? XuanYuan, everyone is watching. Robin quietly pinched XuanYuan's back. Ah, XuanYuan cried out in pain, finally returning to normal. Grandpa, what brings you here? XuanYuan smiled as he waited for Carp to get off the warship. What is good about it? You little brat. Carp got off the warship and punched XuanYuan, making him almost cry, with a big bump immediately forming on his head. XuanYuan, young master. Seeing XuanYuan was hurt, Robin and Hades rushed over to hug him and asked with concern. Aolong was furious to see XuanYuan being hit, regardless of whether he was XuanYuan's grandfather or a legendary Navy figure, and directly shouted at him. Are you sick? How dare you hit boss XuanYuan? Don't think being old makes you great. Do you believe I'll take you down? Aolong, stop it. Don't be rude to my grandfather. XuanYuan, seeing Aolong's behavior, didn't he care about his own pain and shouted angrily. Although Aolong still had anger after hearing this, he restrained himself from continuing. Garp ignored Aolong and the others' reactions, looking at XuanYuan with his arms crossed, and said domineeringly, "XuanYuan, shouldn't you apologize to the old man? Apologize for what? You haven't seen me for so many years, and you hit me as soon as we meet. Is that how a grandfather should act?" Although XuanYuan missed Garp deeply, he didn't expect Garp to come up with such a remark right away, which made XuanYuan furious. "You old man, you haven't cared about us for so many years, and you hit XuanYuan as soon as we meet. I won't allow you to do that." Ace also looked angrily at Garp, standing in front of XuanYuan to protect him, fully playing the role of an older brother. "You too." Seeing that both of his grandsons expressed dissatisfaction, Garp's expression changed, and he was at a loss for words. "XuanYuan, it's not like that. Lord Garp cares about you," Hades said seriously, trying to pull XuanYuan aside to persuade him. "I know, Grandpa, I was wrong. I'm sorry." After calming down, XuanYuan realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized to Garp. After this commotion, Garp also lost his mood for joking and looked at XuanYuan and Ace seriously. "You two brats, have you really decided on your paths?" "Yes." The two nodded seriously at Garp. "All right, I came this time just to see you and to tell you, XuanYuan, the incident with the celestial dragons has passed. The government will soon offer you an amnesty, and you can continue to uphold your justice." Garp said calmly, "I don't know which path is better, but just believe in your dreams." It must be said that XuanYuan's appearance had changed Garp a lot. Although he was still upholding the justice of that decaying government, he no longer demanded that his grandsons become Marines. "Thank you, Grandpa." XuanYuan felt grateful in his heart, knowing that Garp revealing this information was against the rules. But he still, indeed, in Garp's heart, family was the most important. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. XuanYuan and Ace, take care of yourselves. I'm going back to the Marine headquarters." Garp glanced at them and turned to leave. "Grandpa, stay a little longer. We haven't seen each other in so long." XuanYuan and Ace quickly said, feeling reluctant to part with Garp. "Yes, Lord Garp, please stay longer. The two young masters really miss you." Hades also said earnestly, "I can't. I came here secretly this time, and staying too long will cause a lot of trouble for both you and me." "All right, be a man. Parting is nothing to be afraid of. Next time we meet, I hope you can stand at the peak of the world." Garp didn't look back and directly boarded the warship. We definitely will," XuanYuan and Ace seriously said in their hearts. After sending off Garp, XuanYuan and the others became more convinced of their inner persistence, filled with motivation, and gathered the bounty hunters on the island together. "All right, now you're all members of my Huaxia, but on the surface, you will still be part of the Baroque works. Don't worry. It won't be long before I will take over the Baroque works you are working for." "Yes, boss," everyone replied earnestly, admiring the strength that XuanYuan and the others had shown at first. "Okay, go do what you need to do. We're setting off now." XuanYuan smiled slightly at everyone, and then led Noah and others back onto the Huaxia. "XuanYuan, where's our next target? I hope you've already made plans." Ace curiously asked XuanYuan. "Yes, our next target is Little Garden," XuanYuan said seriously. "Little Garden." Ace's eyes lit up. "XuanYuan, why do you want to go there? It seems we didn't bring the eternal pose for Little Garden this time." I have it." XuanYuan smiled and took out an eternal pose. "Let's set off." "XuanYuan, why do you want to go to Little Garden?" "As far as I know, there isn't much fun there except for the two giants." Robin curiously asked XuanYuan. "That's right. Those two giants are my targets for this trip. The giant pirate crews Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy." XuanYuan took out 2 bounty notices and said, "A bounty of 100 million, and it's a bounty notice from 100 years ago. That's really." The evil dragon was also surprised when he saw these 2 bounty notices. They will be very useful to us in the future. If the Huaxia Empire wants to ally with any giant race, they will play a crucial role." XuanYuan said seriously, while secretly thinking, "These 2 guys are definitely super strong." First, regarding the bounty, the amount is well recognized over time. The 2 giants had a bounty of 100 million 100 years ago. The Empress only had 80 million 10 years ago, and Crocodile only had 80 million more than a decade ago. This shows the government's emphasis on them and their strength. As for their extraordinary strength, one move can pierce through an island-sized monster. That move can absolutely rival Mihawk's ice-cold slash. So their strength is definitely super. While everyone was talking, the Huaxia had already started sailing towards Little Garden. XuanYuan, look, those are dolphins, so cute. The group heading to Little Garden suddenly saw a group of pirates joyfully playing on the surface of the sea. Wait a minute, the size of those dolphins. As the pirates got closer, Noah suddenly realized that these dolphins were a bit exaggerated in size, almost half the size of their Huaxia, simply a group of sea kings. It looks like we've almost reached Little Garden. The animals here are much larger than those in the outside world due to the unique environment. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the dolphins. This is not the time to talk about that. If those dolphins attack us, it would be troublesome. Ace was already on fire, preparing to use his devil fruit abilities to attack the dolphins as soon as they got close. Ace, don't be so agitated. XuanYuan reached out to stop him. Dolphins are very gentle creatures and won't attack humans unless provoked. There's no need to harm them. Hades, order the crew to speed up the Huaxia and leave the dolphin group. Yes, young master. Hades nodded and went to the cockpit, and the Huaxia began to speed away, quickly distancing itself from the dolphins. I didn't expect the combative you to still have such a loving side. Robin smiled at XuanYuan. I am combative to find an equally strong opponent to fight happily, but I don't like slaughtering. Besides, how could anyone harm such a cute animal as a dolphin? XuanYuan said with a faint smile. While everyone was chatting, the Huaxia, traveling at full speed, had already entered a small island with a dense primitive forest. We've arrived. Little Garden. Looking at the scenery in front of him, XuanYuan smiled happily. This place doesn't seem small at all. I really don't understand why it's called Little Garden. The evil dragon curiously asked while looking at the small island. Along. The name Little Garden was given by the explorer Lewis and Nord. Because for the giants living on this small island, it is like a garden. XuanYuan patiently explained to the evil dragon. Then XuanYuan, where are we going on the island to find those two giants you are looking for? Noah asked curiously. This is very simple. Robin, Hades, Noah, and Aaron. You four stay here to watch the ship. Ace and I will go to the island to find them. It's easy to find two huge guys on this island. But if too many people go, it will be harder to find them. XuanYuan thought for a moment and instructed. But XuanYuan, can you two manage? This is a vast forest. It will be quite exhausting for just the two of you to search. Noah asked, puzzled. No problem. I have a way to make them come to me. XuanYuan said with a mischievous smile. When the Huaxia ship docked at the shore, he took Ace ashore. XuanYuan, if we want to find those two guys, we should search from the edge towards the center. Running straight into the center of the island will be very troublesome. Ace said as XuanYuan led him directly towards the center of the island. It doesn't matter, Ace. You'll know when we reach the center of the island. I have a way to lure those two out. XuanYuan said with a wicked smile. XuanYuan, why did you bring me to the volcano? This is an active volcano. It could erupt at any moment. Although I'm a devil fruit user and can withstand a bit of magma, you can't. Ace asked curiously as XuanYuan brought him to the center of the island, where a volcano stood. Don't worry, Ace, I can dodge it. XuanYuan said nonchalantly, then pointed at the magma in the volcano. Ace, attack it with your fire fist. Use fire fist? XuanYuan, I must have heard you wrong. If I attack with fire fist, this volcano will erupt immediately. Do you want to train in magma? That is too dangerous. Ace asked, confused. Sigh, why so many questions? Just do as I say. Don't worry, you'll understand the reason after you use it. I promise you won't get hurt. XuanYuan said seriously. Seeing XuanYuan's serious expression, Ace, though still extremely reluctant, immediately unleashed his fire fist. As Ace expected, when his fire fist made contact with the magma immediately surged violently, and the volcano erupted in an instant. XuanYuan, at that moment of eruption, appeared behind Ace, hugged him, and jumped into the air using moonwalk, perfectly dodging the magma attack. The battle bell rang so quickly. At the moment of the volcano's eruption, two voices sounded simultaneously from two places on the island. Then, two enormous giants appeared in the dense forest. One wielded a large axe and shield. He was the red demon of the giant pirate crew, Broggy. The other giant carried a long sword and shield. He was the blue demon of the giant pirate crew, Dory. Broggy. This battle came particularly quickly. Dory laughed madly as he ran towards Broggy. That's right, Dory, this victory for the 5-4-3-2-0 battle is mine. Broggy also laughed happily. Okay, Ace. Now use a super large fire fist between the two of them to stop their battle. XuanYuan said while holding Ace in the air. All right. Ace now started to understand why XuanYuan had him do the previous thing, and he no longer had any doubts about what XuanYuan said, directly unleashing a super large fire fist towards the space between the two. Seeing such a large fireball suddenly appear before them. Both giants were taken aback and quickly halted their steps, looking towards the source of the flames. Who is it? At that moment, they realized that not far in the sky, there were actually two people, and the previous flames were unleashed by one of them. Sorry to interrupt your duel, but this battle was initiated by me, so I'm blowing the end horn now. I hope you two don't mind. XuanYuan smiled slightly as he landed on a large tree not far from the two giants, holding Ace. The battle you initiated. What is going on? Broggy pointed his axe at XuanYuan, clearly wary of him, ready to attack if he said anything inappropriate. Hee. What I mean by initiating is that the earlier volcanic eruption was caused by my brother using fire, just to make you two appear. Also, don't point your axe at me. I hate it the most, XuanYuan said coldly, looking at the axe pointed at him. And the conversation began to carry a hint of tension. What did you say, you little brat? You dare to use this tone with us after calling us out? Dory, at this moment, was also furious, drawing his long sword to point at XuanYuan and Ace. You must know that a dignified giant like him is being toyed with by such a small brat, and this brat speaks so arrogantly. XuanYuan, aren't you planning to recruit them? If this continues, it could easily go wrong. Ace quietly reminded XuanYuan from behind. Don't worry, I have it under control. XuanYuan turned to Ace and smiled slightly, then suddenly did a 180-degree turn, looking coldly at the two giants, saying, I told you not to point weapons at me. Do you not understand? A powerful conqueror's haki immediately erupted, causing both Broggy and Dory to feel an irresistible pressure, and a sudden sense of fear emerged from the depths of their hearts. You little brat are actually a conqueror's haki user. Broggy and Dory's expressions changed, as they knew from their pirate days that those who possess conqueror's haki have the qualities of a king and are usually the rulers of territory. That's right. Now, put down your weapons. XuanYuan looked coldly at the two. For some reason, the two felt as though they could not disobey his command and voluntarily lowered their weapons. This must be a manifestation of the pressure brought by conqueror's haki. I heard that among your giant race, there's an unwritten rule that whoever can defeat all the strong warriors of this tribe can become their leader, right? XuanYuan asked the two casually. That's right. Do you want to defeat us and become our leader? Broggy and Dory nodded, suddenly realizing XuanYuan's intention. With their strong sense of honor, they quickly overcame their fear and tightened their grips on their weapons. Quite impressive to be able to overcome my haki. However, if you can't do that, then you won't qualify to be my companions. XuanYuan smiled slightly, seeing that the two had overcome his haki. That's right, I want to challenge you. Your tribe should only have you two warriors left, right? No need to complicate things. Let us fight together. If I win, you must not cheat. And I will be your leader. Of course, but are you sure you want to challenge both of us at the same time? You know, even to become the leader of a tribe, one can challenge them one by one. But if you challenge us both at the same time, out of respect for warriors, we won't refuse. Dory asked coldly. That's right, both of you together. XuanYuan nodded, then said to Ace, Ace, you go wait for me over there. Trust me, I'll be fine. Okay, be careful. Ace, fully aware of XuanYuan's strength, was not worried and jumped to a distance to watch their battle. Then to respect you two honorable warriors, I will also go all out. XuanYuan smiled slightly, drew his Minghong knife, and his expression turned serious. The battle begins. Broggy lets out a loud roar and swings his giant axe towards XuanYuan. Shave, faced with the terrifying strength of the giant clan, XuanYuan does not dare to take it head-on and quickly uses the Navy's 6 styles to dodge. With a loud bang, Broggy's axe cleaves the large tree where XuanYuan was standing in half, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Oh, what's going on? First, there was a volcanic eruption, and now there's this sudden loud noise. Is XuanYuan okay? Robin on the Huaxia ship said anxiously. Don't worry, Robin, XuanYuan is fine. He's fighting those two giants right now. Noah closed his eyes and used his powerful observation haki to assess the situation on the island. Take this. Just as XuanYuan dodged Broggy's attack, Dongli did not hold back and swung his giant sword at XuanYuan, who was moving in a straight line through the air. Moonwalk. Seeing the sword coming, XuanYuan quickly changed direction with Moonwalk and jumped high into the air. Good partner, let them know our strength, XuanYuan said seriously while gripping the Minghong knife. Then he slashed down towards the two on the ground. The Minghong knife emitted a red glow, and a red slash wave surged towards the two. Ugh! Dongli and Broggy immediately raised their shields to block it, although they managed to withstand it. They were still shaken by the powerful slash wave, feeling a sweet taste in their throats, and a deep trench was left on their thick shields. Damn it! This kid is too strong. Dongli, use all your strength. Broggy roared at Dongli, feeling the power of XuanYuan. That's right, come on, Broggy. Dongli also let out a loud shout, seemingly about to unleash a special move. For the honor of Elbath Village, the two of them began to emanate strands of haki, one exuding a faint red light, and the other a faint green light. It was clear that the power of this move would be extremely formidable. XuanYuan, Ace, watching from a distance, also began to worry, but he held back from rushing in to help due to XuanYuan's earlier words. It seems they are about to unleash their ultimate move. However, judging by their momentum, it shouldn't destroy their weapons, so this move should be avoidable. XuanYuan calculated the destructive range of the move in his mind. Go! The two roared and swung their weapons simultaneously. Two powerful slashes surged towards XuanYuan, and at that moment, the ultimate secret of shave, XuanYuan, having undergone a transformation into a devil, vanished just as the slashes were about to hit him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions occurred as Brokey and Dongli's slashes directly cleaved deep trenches into the primitive forest of the little garden island, turning everything in their path to ashes. Did that little brat turn to ashes? Brokey and Dongli sighed, acknowledging XuanYuan's previously displayed strength. However, in order to uphold their warrior honor, they had to go all out, even if it meant turning him to ashes. XuanYuan. Ace was shocked by the scene and shouted loudly. Noah, what happened to XuanYuan? Was that powerful slash wave unleashed by him? The people on the Huaxia ship felt the earlier strike and looked anxiously at Noah. At that moment, Noah's face was filled with shock. Noah, what happened to XuanYuan? Why do you look like that? Robin and Hades, seeing Noah's astonished expression, thought something happened to XuanYuan and rushed up to ask anxiously. With everyone shaking him, Noah finally came to his senses, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't worry, XuanYuan is fine. I'm shocked because this kid was actually able to use the strength of the slash wave to dodge their attack in that situation. It really surprised me. You little brat, making us worry for nothing." Hades angrily hit Noah on the head, and everyone yelled at him, but smiles had already appeared on their faces. Indeed, as Noah said, XuanYuan, who had undergone the devil transformation, could not dodge Brokey and Dongli's joint attack. However, just as the slash wave was about to hit him, he had already reached the top of the wave. He took advantage of the situation, swung down the Minghong knife, and used the rebound force from the powerful slash wave to launch himself into the air, avoiding the attack. Phew, that was a strong hit. My hand is numb. After Ace shouted, XuanYuan fell from high in the air. What? Brokey and Dongli both showed expressions of surprise. They understood their own slashes very well, but to have them dodged by this little brat was simply unbelievable. Hee, XuanYuan, you little brat, making me worry. But I knew you would be fine. Ace was also happy and shed tears upon seeing that XuanYuan was okay. Sorry Ace, made you worry. XuanYuan turned his head and smiled slightly, then looked at Brokey and Dongli. Brokey, Dongli, you are truly two strong opponents, so to show my respect, take my attack. XuanYuan donned a pair of black and white fur gloves, clearly activating part of his devil fruit ability. A stunning swallow, XuanYuan shouted as he swung the Minghong knife, sending a red slash wave towards the two that was slightly inferior to Brokey and Dongli's joint attack. Although it was slightly weaker, it was calculated based on their combined strength. If it were just one person slash, XuanYuan's move would be far stronger. Brokey and Dongli were shocked by the strength of XuanYuan's attack and quickly put all their strength into their weapons and shields to block it. Boom! Another loud noise erupted, kicking up huge clouds of dust. Noah, what's going on now? Did XuanYuan get hurt by this slash? Everyone on the Huaxia ship became anxious again. Don't worry. This time the slash was unleashed by XuanYuan, that freak. Noah smiled slightly. How is that possible? As the dust settled, Brokey and Dongli were already on the ground, panting heavily, their weapons and shield destroyed by XuanYuan's earlier strike. However, they had withstood most of the force, leaving them with minimal injuries. How do you like this move, gentlemen? XuanYuan looked at the two giants lying on the ground and smiled slightly. Brokey and Dongli exchanged glances, then suddenly looked up and laughed heartily. Ha! Dongli, your longsword actually broke. Ha! Brokey, yours isn't any better? It seems we really are outdated, getting defeated by a little human brat. That's right. After sharing a hearty laugh, they both stood up and knelt on one knee before XuanYuan. Brokey, warrior of Elbaf village. Dongli, warrior of Elbaf village. From now on, I am willing to follow the leader, fight for the leader, and never turn back. No need to be so polite, get up. My name is Monkey D. XuanYuan. You could just call me XuanYuan. Seeing the two of them, XuanYuan wanted to go forward and help them up, but immediately realized he couldn't do it. So he spoke up and asked them to rise. Yes, Chief XuanYuan. Both Brokey and Dongli nodded seriously and stood up. All right, from now on we are all family. Come, I will take you to meet your companions. XuanYuan and Ace smiled faintly, one sitting on Brokey and the other on Dongli, walking towards the place where the Huaxia ship was docked, while explaining the situation of the Huaxia Empire to the two. Chief XuanYuan, what should we do? Your ship might not have enough space for us. After spending a day with Brokey and Dongli, The next day, when XuanYuan was preparing to depart with everyone, Dongli said awkwardly. In fact, the Huaxia ship was large enough, and Dongli and Brokey could definitely fit, but if they got on, there would be no space left on the fore and aft decks, which would be very inconvenient. Generally, ships used by giant tribes are specially built, so Dongli and Brokey felt quite embarrassed. Well, XuanYuan thought about it and agreed that it was indeed inconvenient. Even if he could forcefully take the two with him, their large sizes would make it truly inconvenient to wander around the Grand Line. XuanYuan, weren't you planning to establish your secret organization on the Grand Line? I think this place is quite good, and you can leave them here to manage it. Noah said seriously beside XuanYuan. Exactly, good idea. XuanYuan suddenly realized and said to Dongli and Brokey, Dongli, Brokey, this time you won't be coming with us. I want to give you a task. Please command us, Chief XuanYuan. Both said respectfully. I plan to establish a secret base here, and you'll manage it. How about we call it Huaxia Empire, Elpabu Village? You can refer to yourselves as Zelpabu Village externally, and only the internal personnel will know it's part of the Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan said seriously. Chief XuanYuan. Upon hearing XuanYuan's words, the two were very touched. They were moved that XuanYuan still remembered their hometown and secretly vowed to be loyal to XuanYuan for a lifetime. From now on, don't cry for no reason. A man should be strong. XuanYuan smiled slightly. In a few days, I will have someone from the Huaxia Empire come to you with supplies to establish the base. You can decide how to set everything up yourself. You were once the leaders of a pirate crew. I believe you have the capability for it. However, there is one important condition. Keep it a secret, and don't let the government find out, because our ultimate goal is to overthrow the government. XuanYuan said seriously. Yes. Both let out a thunderous roar. XuanYuan happily led everyone back onto the Huaxia ship. This little garden trip also added 2 more capable generals to him. As soon as XuanYuan and the others left the little garden, they encountered the giant goldfish known as the island-eating monster, which opened its huge mouth and tried to suck in the Huaxia ship, apparently wanting to treat XuanYuan and the others as a delicious meal. When leaving the little garden, Brokey and Dongli had already informed XuanYuan about the island-eating monster and mentioned that their weapons were broken and could not help XuanYuan defeat the monster. However, XuanYuan that had previously defeated them should be able to pierce through it. Looking at the enormous island-eating monster, although it was not as large as the one Luffy encountered when he set sail later, it was still big enough to swallow several Huaxia ships. Noah, are you ready? Just as I said. XuanYuan turned around at the bow of the ship and smiled at Noah. Of course, just waiting for your command. Noah smiled faintly and drew his weapon, Sakura Snow. Then prepare. 1, 2, 3. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong Blade. Surprising snow dance. The two brought their blades together and slashed at the island-eating monster. A red slash wrapped in cherry blossoms surged towards the island-eating monster, directly splitting it in half. Its blood scattered like cherry blossoms in that instant, creating a beautiful scene. Chief XuanYuan and the others are indeed powerful. The island-eating monster was so easily eliminated. Brokey and Dongli, who were in the little garden, laughed happily upon seeing this, while the Huaxia ship sailed on without any pause towards the distance. After sailing for several days, XuanYuan and the others arrived at the island known as the Snow Country, Magnetic Drum Island, just as they had expected. This is also a sad country. XuanYuan sighed as he sat on the deck of the Huaxia ship. XuanYuan, what is going on? Noah asked curiously beside him. XuanYuan turned his head and briefly told the story of the island, explaining how the king abandoned the people and left, leaving only Torodon to guard the country. How outrageous! How can such a scoundrel be a king? It's really a disgrace. Young master, are we going to rescue these people? Hades asked curiously from the side. That's right. This is one of my purposes for coming here, to save the people on this island, and we can also make Torodon useful, turning this place into another base for us on the Grand Line. XuanYuan said seriously. One of the purposes? Then what other tasks do you have? Robin asked lightly. You're not here to pick up a little girlfriend on this island, are you? That joke isn't funny at all. XuanYuan glanced at Robin and suddenly said mischievously. I do indeed have another purpose, which is to find a woman, but she is definitely not a little girl. You're so annoying. Seeing XuanYuan's expression, Robin turned her head angrily and pouted. Robin, don't worry. XuanYuan is looking for a 100-year-old old lady this time. Noah smiled slightly from the side. Noah, you already knew? XuanYuan looked at Noah in surprise, realizing that his brother understood him well. I just remembered someone from the S6 archive you looked at, known as the witch Kureha. Noah smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, your purpose this time should be her, right? Exactly. I'm curious about why she is 100 years old and still looks so good. so I came to find her. Plus, there are no doctors on Magnetic Drum Island. She's the best choice. XuanYuan said seriously. In fact, he also wanted to see the cutest pet in the original work, Chopper. This time, things went smoothly. When Torotan heard that XuanYuan and the others were willing to protect his country, he immediately expressed his willingness to serve XuanYuan. As for the witch doctor, Kureha, when XuanYuan found her, she initially acted indifferent. However, when XuanYuan showed her some confidential medical supplies from S6, she became interested. XuanYuan then proposed to exchange medical knowledge. And under the temptation of various secret medical skills, she agreed to join XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire and became the doctor of Magnetic Drum Island. As for Chopper, while XuanYuan was learning medical skills from Kureha, the little guy was having a great time playing with Robin. Robin also quite liked this adorable little creature. Unbeknownst to Robin, Chopper's cute little face also won the hearts of Noah, Ace, and Hades. And even the evil dragon showed a gentle side and joked with him when there were fewer people around. Instead, in the end, the contact between XuanYuan and Chopper was the least, but this little reindeer, Chopper, was also very understanding, knowing that XuanYuan liked him and was very clingy to XuanYuan. After spending about a week on Drum Island, XuanYuan and his group set off, and a cute little guy, Chopper, also joined their ship. Kureha was also very reassured about Chopper going with XuanYuan, firstly to let Chopper go out and broaden his horizons, and secondly, she told XuanYuan that Chopper would go berserk after eating 3 rumble balls, asking XuanYuan to think of a way to treat Chopper along the way. XuanYuan was naturally very happy to take this cute little guy, and treating Chopper's berserk condition was also on his mind. Undoubtedly, once treated, Chopper would become one of his powerful assets. Just as XuanYuan and the others had just left Drum Island, a pirate ship appeared in front of them. A very ugly person was standing on the deck, drooling at XuanYuan's Huaxia ship, laughing, "Haha, this ship looks pretty good. Time for a feast." Upon recognizing the person, XuanYuan was slightly taken aback. "Valpo, I didn't expect to run into you. This is great. I won't have to expend effort searching for and eliminating you on the Grand Line." The person was none other than Valpo, the king of the former Drum Kingdom on Drum Island. He was a devil fruit user who had eaten the Baku no Mi, capable of swallowing various things. You know me." Valpo was surprised to hear XuanYuan call his name. "Of course I recognize you, you scoundrel. Go die." XuanYuan didn't bother explaining much to him. He genuinely despised irresponsible people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Your Majesty, he is the infamous Monkey D. XuanYuan, wanted by the world government for 500 million. One of Valpo's subordinates exclaimed upon recognizing XuanYuan. However, XuanYuan did not give them more time to react. He drew the Minghong knife and slashed at them. Several enormous, slashing waves surged forth, taking Valpo and his ship down to the seabed. Valpo's pirate ship sank, and from the moment he appeared in front of XuanYuan and the others to his death, only 2 minutes had passed. However, no one felt that XuanYuan was cruel. Knowing Valpo's deeds, they all felt he deserved to die. "XuanYuan, you." Chopper looked at XuanYuan, his body slightly trembling. XuanYuan secretly thought it was bad. Everyone on his ship had gone through countless life and death battles and was naturally immune to such scenes, but Chopper was still a child, and seeing this must have had a bad influence on him. "I'm sorry, Chopper. That guy was a bad person. He destroyed your hometown, Drum Island, and is a villain in the current Sakura country. We can't show mercy to bad people," XuanYuan hurriedly said, patting Chopper's shoulder earnestly. "No," Chopper suddenly said seriously, his eyes shining. "Was that move you used earlier the Crescent Moon Slash?" The whole scene fell silent at Chopper's innocent remark. "Ahem." XuanYuan intentionally eased the atmosphere and then looked at Hades. "Hades, we should be getting close to Alabasta now. Let's head there at full speed. There's nothing worth stopping for around here." "Yes, sir." Hades nodded and walked toward the cockpit, and the Huaxia ship powered toward Alabasta. As the Huaxia ship sailed toward Alabasta, XuanYuan received news that he wasn't sure was good or bad. Luffy had already set sail, which meant they had now entered the original plot of the story. Since Luffy had set out, then soon the incident where Sachi got the Dark Devil Fruit and was killed by Blackbeard would arrive. It was time to remind Uncle Whitebeard. XuanYuan thought to himself. After contacting Whitebeard via a transponder snail, he warned him to pay attention to Teach's recent actions. Whitebeard found it strange. He trusted his sons greatly and asked XuanYuan why. XuanYuan didn't know what to say, so he made an excuse about his organization receiving news that Teach had ambitions to defect, advising him to be careful. "Kurara, why would you believe such boring rumors? You know that to achieve great things, you must trust your comrades, understand?" Whitebeard laughed while educating XuanYuan. Knowing that Whitebeard's persuasion would be of no use, XuanYuan sought out Ace. "Ace, you should go back to Uncle Whitebeard recently. Why go back to Dad? He hasn't given any orders. Ace was very confused. Ace, we are brothers. I won't harm you. You should follow Sachi or Teach closely, because soon Teach will kill Sachi for a devil fruit. XuanYuan said seriously. Teach killing Sachi for a devil fruit? No way, XuanYuan. I don't think Teach is that kind of person, and besides, he once received a devil fruit and willingly gave it to Dad. Ace said earnestly. That's because he didn't care for the past fruit. But this time, it's the dark fruit, the beginning of his ambition. XuanYuan thought to himself. But he couldn't tell Ace. He wouldn't believe it anyway. He could only pat Ace's shoulder and say, Ace, just trust me. How about this? You go back and secretly follow one of them. If I'm wrong, you can come back to find me. And I promise to do something not too excessive. How does that sound? All right, that's what you said. Ace smiled slightly, stepped onto his speedboat, and prepared to leave. Thinking about how to fool XuanYuan. Ace, just do this quietly. Don't tell Uncle Whitebeard. He won't believe it anyway. XuanYuan called out to Ace. I know. I have my discretion. Ace nodded. XuanYuan, next time I come back, I'll bring Sabo along. The three of us brothers can have a good gathering. Sure. And Ace, if anything happens, don't act rashly. Remember to contact me first, and I'll give you ideas. XuanYuan reminded again. Ace nodded, and the speedboat beneath him had already started, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Ace, I hope you can rescue Sachi. If not, I won't let anything happen to you. My arrival will definitely change this world. XuanYuan thought to himself as he watched Ace's distant figure. By the way, there's one more thing. XuanYuan picked up the transponder snail to contact Jinbi in the East Blue. Brother Jinbi, please keep an eye on my brother Monkey D. Luffy after he sets sail, and let that Nami meet them. If she's willing, let her sail with Luffy. XuanYuan said seriously. He had already taken too many of Luffy's companions, like Robin and Chopper. He originally planned to change the lives of Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, but after thinking about it, it would be too unfair to Luffy, so he decided to let them develop normally. After all, Luffy was his brother, and his strength equaled XuanYuan's strength. However, the issue regarding the Empress had been troubling XuanYuan lately, leaving him unsure of what to do. Forget it, let it be. Glancing at Robin beside him, XuanYuan made this decision in his heart. Young master, we have arrived. This is the Alabasta Kingdom. With Hades' voice, the Huaxia ship docked at a port in the desert. Wow, this golden land is the legendary desert. So this is what it looks like. Chopper, who grew up in the land of snow, stared blankly at the scenery in front of him. Alabasta, a country in the desert, hasn't had rain for a long time. According to secret information, the warlord Crocodile is up to something. On the surface, he is the guardian of this country, but in fact, he is secretly undermining the country's regime, seemingly for some ancient weapon, the Pluton. Noah said lightly while looking at the latest news from the Huaxia Empire. Pluton. Hades' nickname is also Pluton. Could it be that he's after Hades? The dragon laughed casually from the side. Hades, your nickname is Pluton. How cool. Chopper looked at Hades with sparkling eyes again. Yes. Hades smiled slightly, holding Chopper in his arms. He really liked this little guy. Ancient weapon. Robin ignored their jokes, and instead, her expression changed a bit when she heard Noah mention ancient weapons. Seeing Robin's strange expression, XuanYuan stepped forward and patted her shoulder. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, this time I'll take you to see the real ancient texts and clear your confusion. XuanYuan, you're so nice. Robin lay in XuanYuan's arms, her face full of happiness. She never expected that the dream from her childhood could actually be realized now, filling her with motivation. XuanYuan, what should we do about this country? Should we deal with Crocodile? Noah asked curiously. XuanYuan shook his head. No, I want to make Crocodile one of us. He is a talent. Talent? A guy with that kind of ambition who harms the people is considered a talent? Hades said unhappily. Hades, don't be so absolute. Anything in this world can be viewed separately. Just like the world government you once pledged loyalty to, on the surface, it appears to represent justice. But isn't it also decayed? XuanYuan waved his hand and said, Crocodile is indeed a talent, and we cannot deny this point. Remember that bounty hunter who pledged loyalty to the Baroque works? That was founded by Crocodile. I plan to use him and then support him to expand the Baroque works. In this way, it's equivalent to enhancing the strength of our Huaxia Empire. In that case, Crocodile is quite good and should be used. The dragon nodded in agreement after hearing XuanYuan's explanation. He didn't have much aversion to Crocodile and felt, after XuanYuan's account, that he was indeed a talent. Then let us do as I say next. XuanYuan said with a mischievous smile. gathering everyone together. 3 days later, Crocodile sat in his room with an ugly expression, as there was a pile of documents on his desk that had appeared out of nowhere. The folded documents detailed the reasons for the drought in Alabasta, stating that it was due to Crocodile's use of dance powder. Dance powder is a substance that can summon rain, but once this powder is used, the neighboring countries downwind will experience drought, which is prohibited by the world government. Crocodile, who intends to take Alabasta for himself, used this powder to summon all the rain to Alabasta, making people mistakenly believe it was the king who was using it, taking away their water for survival and inciting public outrage and rebellion, so he could replace the king with the advantage of a fisherman. The documents also listed all of Crocodile's recent organized actions to prove the authenticity of everything. Additionally, there was a letter attached at the end of the files, signed by Monkey D. XuanYuan, requesting a meeting with Crocodile to have a good talk. Damn, does that kid think I'm some kind of waste like the celestial dragons who can be bullied by him? Just a reckless kid who killed a celestial dragon without considering the consequences and got a huge bounty. Does he really think he is my match? Crocodile turned the letter in his hand to ashes. I won't pay you any attention. You dare to threaten me, and I will make you pay the price. All Baroque Works agents, search for Monkey D. XuanYuan's whereabouts with all your might, and report immediately if found. I want to kill him myself. Young master, as you expected, Crocodile did not come to the designated place. Instead, he sent Baroque Works agents to inquire about your whereabouts, apparently planning to kill you to silence you. In a luxurious hotel, Hades reported the latest situation to XuanYuan. I knew Crocodile would do this. The pride of the warlords won't allow him to easily submit. But it doesn't matter. I will make him have no way out. XuanYuan smiled mischievously, and seeing that smile, Noah understood that Crocodile was in trouble this time. Another day passed, and Baroque Works still hadn't found any news about XuanYuan. Instead, some mysterious individuals appeared, capturing their agents everywhere. In just one day, they almost captured all the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works. At the same time, the reasons for the drought in Alabasta appeared in the streets and alleys. Just like the documents on Crocodile's desk, and the entire population of Alabasta understood the reason. The country of Alabasta was enraged, and all citizens, including the rebel army, sought to find Crocodile to vent their anger. What frustrated Crocodile the most was that not only had all his Baroque Works agents disappeared, but someone also leaked his whereabouts and exposed his weakness, which was that he could be attacked whenever he encountered water. As a result, many people were looking for him, and each person carried 1 or 2 water bottles. Although he still regarded them as trash, the sheer number was overwhelming. When everyone carried a water bottle, it would still cause him some harm, and these people seemed to have gone mad, risking their lives, which gave him a headache. It seems that this country is no longer a place to stay. I should leave as soon as possible. Crocodile, a once great hero, quickly assessed the current situation, packed some things, and prepared to sneak away from Alabasta. Warlord Crocodile, where are you in such a hurry to go? Just as Crocodile arrived at the port of Alabasta, a cold voice rang out. Crocodile quickly turned around and saw a young man with a mischievous smile looking at him. The Demon Blade, Monkey D. XuanYuan. The person was indeed XuanYuan, and Crocodile immediately recognized him. Lord Crocodile actually knows me. What an honor. XuanYuan pretended to be surprised. Crocodile coldly stared at him. You're the Demon Blade who annihilated the Celestial Dragon Clan and made a name for yourself. This is all you're doing? Isn't it? That's right. Who asked Lord Crocodile to be so busy? I invited you, but you didn't come. However, I really have something to discuss with you. So I used this method to summon you. I hope Lord Crocodile doesn't mind. XuanYuan said with an innocent face. But that feigned innocence made Crocodile feel an urge to kill him immediately. I sent someone to find you. What did you do to them? But Crocodile, having experienced great storms, quickly calmed his anger. They're under your command, Mr. Crocodile. Of course, I wouldn't do anything to them. I invited them over as guests. But later, I found out that I didn't have enough money, so I handed them over to the world government. You can't say anything. This corrupt government is indeed quite corrupt. They quickly took them in, provided them with a place to stay, and treated them well. Sometimes I think this government is really too rotten and should be overthrown, don't you think? Crocodile has already clenched his fist, clearly ready to attack at any moment. Go to hell. With a furious roar, Crocodile's body turned into a whirlwind of sand and charged towards XuanYuan. It seems that we have to fight before we can talk properly. XuanYuan smiled faintly, swiftly dodging Crocodile's strike and following up with a kick. Storm foot. A slash wave surged towards Crocodile, directly knocking him, who had transformed into a sandman, back several steps. How is that possible? Crocodile, slightly shocked, looked at XuanYuan in disbelief, unable to believe that such a small fry could hit his Logia form with a single blow. Hee, now you know, you're not invincible as a Logia user. With the addition of armament hockey, I can hit you too, XuanYuan said lightly. What? You actually know how to use armament hockey. And you even used the Navy's 6 Power Storm Foot. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile naturally recognized the move XuanYuan used previously. Hee, so don't be too arrogant. XuanYuan smiled faintly, honestly saying you have very little chance of winning. What? Crocodile roared, then looked at the surrounding environment and said with a faint smile, Hee, you little brat, I admit you're strong. At your age, having such power is indeed a reason to be proud. And in other places, I might really fight you to a standstill, but you forgot where this is, the desert. Here, in a fight with me, you have no chance of winning. XuanYuan looked at the extremely proud Crocodile and disdainfully said, I know this is a desert. That's why I said you have very little chance of winning. Otherwise, if we change places, you wouldn't even have a chance to win. Damn it, arrogant little brat, die. Minghong Blade. Crocodile's hand transformed into sand and swung towards XuanYuan. A slash wave surged from the ground towards XuanYuan at high speed. Knowing the power of this move, XuanYuan quickly dodged forward, and the spot where Crocodile attacked left a deep trench. Hee, not bad reaction. Now you know my might, right? Crocodile said proudly. Hee, what's there to be proud of leaving a trench in the sand? XuanYuan glanced at him disdainfully and drew out the Minghong Blade, gripping it in his hand. Watch this, a blade of surprising swallow. XuanYuan swung down at Crocodile, and a slash wave several times larger than Crocodile's previous attack surged towards him. What? I didn't expect XuanYuan's attack to be so fast. Crocodile couldn't dodge in time and was directly cleaved in half. Fortunately, XuanYuan's strike didn't have hockey attached, or Crocodile would have died. Hee, now you know my strength, right? Looking at Crocodile as he recovered, XuanYuan smiled faintly. Looking at the trench that was even bigger than the one he had created before, Crocodile swallowed hard. But his proud self-esteem wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. He placed one hand on the ground and shouted, Sand dust sunflower. The ground where XuanYuan stood immediately turned into quicksand, beginning to sink rapidly. Hee, this move works against newbies, but against me. XuanYuan smiled faintly, moonwalk. With a strong push from his feet, XuanYuan jumped into the air. It's not over yet, sandstorm. Seeing XuanYuan jump into the air, Crocodile was not worried at all and unleashed a massive tornado made of sand. Hee, a combination move, trying to trap me inside to lose moisture and die. Huh? XuanYuan was not worried as the sandstorm tornado approached him. Devil transformation, XuanYuan said lightly, and his entire body instantly donned the black and white leather outfit. Take this. Infinite storm foot, XuanYuan said coldly, and to his surprise, his feet disappeared in the air. He was kicking forward so fast that they were invisible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. XuanYuan's hands moved like a machine gun, unleashing countless slash waves towards the sandstorm tornado. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of the hockey-infused slash waves, Crocodile Sandstorm appeared incredibly fragile, and as soon as they made contact, they were directly dispersed, followed by numerous slash waves surging toward Crocodile. Seeing the multitude of slash waves coming towards him, Crocodile knew he couldn't dodge and quickly raised his hands to block in front of him, hoping to reduce some damage. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds erupted beside Crocodile, raising thick dust, but not a single slash wave hit him. Why? Looking at XuanYuan landing on the ground and dispelling his devil form, Crocodile couldn't help but ask curiously. What do you mean, why? XuanYuan asked lightly. Why didn't you attack me? If that previous strike had hit, I would have been defeated by you. Are you feeling sorry for me? Crocodile roared. No, it was just a friendly competition. There's no need to injure each other. XuanYuan said matter-of-factly. Companion, what do you mean? Crocodile looked at XuanYuan coldly. Hee, I'm sorry for causing all this trouble. XuanYuan smiled slightly, extending a hand to reintroduce himself. Monkey D, XuanYuan, leader of the Huaxia Empire. I now represent the Huaxia Empire to invite you, Crocodile, to join us. From now on, we are companions. You went through all this just to get me to join? Crocodile looked at XuanYuan in shock. Hee, of course. Otherwise, what do you think would make me do this? I'm sorry for deceiving you earlier. Your Baroque Works members are all staying in my hotel. I didn't harm them because I hope to build an organization to overthrow the current world government. I need your power and naturally theirs as well. As long as you agree, Baroque Works will still be under your control, and I will provide you with everything you need, talent and money to strengthen your influence. XuanYuan said seriously. Then why did you announce the things I did, making it impossible for me to stand in this country? Crocodile said unhappily. If you had come directly to me and stated your intentions, I would have considered it. Hee hee, I'm sorry. It's because of my little selfishness. Only by cutting off your retreat and making it impossible for you to stand before the government would you be more likely to join us, right? Also, only by doing this could I anger you and have a good fight, XuanYuan said with an apologetic smile. Seeing XuanYuan's demeanor, a smile appeared on Crocodile's face. You really put in a lot of effort for me, but you also suit my taste, so alright, I will join you. Hee hee, welcome aboard. Now we are family. XuanYuan also smiled happily, embracing Crocodile, then turned towards the port and shouted, Hey, have you seen enough? It's time to come out. Hee hee. As XuanYuan's voice fell, several figures emerged from a hidden spot at the port, all wearing smiles. They were Robin, Hades, Noah, and the evil dragon that had just surfaced from the water. What? Seeing Robin and the others appear, Crocodile was taken aback again. They had been there for so long, yet he hadn't noticed at all. It seemed that he had become too complacent during this peaceful time, allowing many of his juniors to catch up. Hee hee, Crocodile, welcome to join us. Hades extended his hand to Crocodile, warmly welcoming him. You are Vice Admiral Hades. Crocodile had previously had dealings with Vice Admiral Hades. Hee hee, that was a long time ago. Now I am sworn to follow Master XuanYuan to the death. Hades said seriously. All right, Crocodile, let me slowly tell you everything about our Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan smiled slightly and began to introduce everything to Crocodile. XuanYuan, what should I do in the future? After listening to XuanYuan's introduction, Crocodile felt his blood boiling. He had initially followed XuanYuan out of admiration for him, but now he felt incredibly fortunate to have joined XuanYuan and the others. His heart, which had been calm for a long time, began to boil again. Hee hee, Old Shah. After getting familiar, XuanYuan and the others directly called Crocodile Old Shah. What you need to do is manage the Baroque works well, making it the largest espionage organization in the world. One that even the CP9 of the world government will look up to, XuanYuan said seriously. Even CP9 will look up to it. Crocodile thought about the future and felt extremely excited, patting his chest and saying, Leave it to me. Hee hee, of course. I will leave it to you. XuanYuan smiled faintly. He had great confidence in Crocodile's abilities, patting him on the shoulder and saying, From now on, you're the president of Baroque works of the Huaxia Empire. Crocodile. You are our eyes. Everything depends on you. Crocodile nodded seriously. From now on, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, began to walk into the darkness, becoming the eyes of the Huaxia Empire, often causing unimaginable difficulties for the world government. The next day, when XuanYuan led everyone, excluding Old Shah, to the palace of Alabasta, they received a warm welcome from the king. Surprisingly easy, the king even proactively proposed that Alabasta join the Huaxia Empire, which XuanYuan naturally welcomed. However, on the surface, Alabasta remained an independent country, only guaranteeing absolute support for the rule of the Huaxia Empire and abolishing all nobles in the country, including himself. But all of this was a secret known only to the people within the country. The various measures of the Huaxia Empire also received strong support from the local populace in Alabasta. XuanYuan let Noah and Hades handle various follow-up issues in Alabasta, while the evil dragon accompanied Crocodile to reorganize Baroque works. XuanYuan then took Robin to view ancient texts, enjoying their time together. Hee hee, Robin. What did that ancient text from Alabasta talk about earlier? You seem to be lingering on it. After finishing with the ancient text, XuanYuan and Robin went to rest on a nearby, beautiful little island. Well, that ancient text was just a fragment. Besides briefly introducing the history of Alabasta, many important parts were damaged, including the section about the ancient weapon Pluton. It seems we need to continue searching for other ancient texts to learn more about ancient matters. Robin leaned against XuanYuan and said, Hee hee, then let us keep searching, but for now, let us enjoy the sunshine. XuanYuan held Robin in his arms, comfortably basking in the sun. Ding ding ding. Just as the two were enjoying the sunshine, an unpleasant sound rang out, and XuanYuan quickly got up to see a man riding a bicycle approaching from the sea. The man was tall, dressed in a sea blue outfit, wearing an eye patch, and casually whistling a tune, looking quite leisurely. The most surprising thing was that a path of ice immediately appeared on the sea where his bicycle passed, and the frozen area was controlled very well, perfectly matching the width of the bicycle's wheels, making it look like he was riding on the surface of the sea. Admiral Akiji. XuanYuan naturally recognized the visitor and said faintly, Ah. Robin's expression suddenly turned ugly, and her whole body began to tremble. XuanYuan knew the fear that Akiji brought her and held her in his arms, softly saying, It's okay, I'm here. Feeling the warmth in XuanYuan's embrace, Robin's trembling heart barely calmed down. Akiji rode his bicycle directly to the island where XuanYuan was, parked it aside, and then turned to look at XuanYuan and Robin. At this moment, XuanYuan had already shielded Robin behind him, coldly staring at Akiji. Oh dear, don't look at me with such cold eyes, Monkey D, XuanYuan. Speaking of which, I have received quite a bit of care from your grandfather. Your mentor, the Iron Bone, is also someone I admire. I'm not here on any orders. I just came out for a walk because the weather is nice and to see an old friend. Right, Nico Robin. Upon hearing Akiji call her name, Robin involuntarily shivered. XuanYuan held her hand and said, it's okay, don't be afraid. Hee, Nico Robin, it seems you become a good girl. Akiji said with a faint smile. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Robin, signaling her not to be afraid, then turned to glare fiercely at Akiji. Oh dear, I really can't help you. Didn't I say I just came for a walk? No need to be so hostile. It's really giving me a headache. Akiji said, scratching his head. Hee, a walk? A dignified admiral encounters a bounty of 500 million for a bad guy, like me just to take a walk? XuanYuan smiled as he looked at Akiji. Oh dear, don't say that. My principle is thoroughly lazy justice. Without orders, I wouldn't go looking for trouble. Besides, I came this time to see this demon child, Nico Robin, whose bounty has been revoked by the government. Akiji said lazily. Since Robin's bounty has been revoked, you have no reason to capture her. The only wanted criminal here is me. If you want to make a move, come for me. XuanYuan said coldly. Hee, Monkey D. XuanYuan, originally a member of S6, is known as a once-in-a-century genius and is the proud disciple of Ironbone. I was quite curious about what kind of person you are. Now it seems you indeed fit their taste. Akiji looked at XuanYuan and smiled. There is no need for flattery. If you have no hostility, I'd be willing to drink and chat with you. XuanYuan said seriously while looking at Akiji. I would love to do that, but I'm afraid it's not possible. That girl behind you has a bounty of 79 million at just 8 years old. Although the bounty was revoked due to Ironbone, Akiji was still speaking when a wave of slashing energy rushed toward him, and he quickly dodged. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear any bad words about Robin. XuanYuan had already drawn his knife, Minghong, and said coldly, oh dear, you really are hot-tempered. Monkey D, XuanYuan. Nico Robin is not someone you can possess. It was only because of Lord Ironbone that her bounty was cancelled in the past. But now, you're no longer part of S6. How can you expect Lord Ironbone to protect you? If you continue to stay with her, someone who can interpret historical texts, she will surely be wanted by the government again, which will definitely bring you catastrophic disaster. Akiji said seriously, your words are really boring. What do I have to fear from a government that doesn't even dare to acknowledge its past? XuanYuan sneered coldly. If you came here to say such nonsense, then I don't want to hear it. You should leave quickly, or I won't be polite. It seems you are determined to protect her. Since that's the case, I have no reason to let you, a 500 million bounty criminal, go. Akiji said coldly, his entire body beginning to emit cold air. Take this, ice block, polar spear. Akiji casually extended his hand, and immediately 2 long spears made of ice appeared in the air, shooting towards XuanYuan and Robin. Minghong slash. XuanYuan immediately swung the Minghong Blade, and a powerful slash wave collided with the spears, negating them. Robin, get to the side. It's too dangerous here. XuanYuan pushed Robin back and charged towards Akiji. XuanYuan. Robin wanted to say something as she looked at XuanYuan, but she clenched her fists and held back, starting to run backwards. She knew she was a hindrance to XuanYuan here. So fast. Akiji was also surprised to see XuanYuan rushing towards him at high speed. He grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and immediately jumped into the air, dodging XuanYuan's attack. Damn it, I didn't expect the Marine Admiral to not only have a freakish devil fruit power, but also such incredible speed. XuanYuan thought to himself, take this ice work blade. Akiji threw the grass into the air, then froze it with ice, instantly transforming it into a sharp ice blade. Take this. Holding the ice blade, Akiji descended towards XuanYuan. Devil transformation. XuanYuan's entire body immediately donned his black and white leather outfit, and his speed greatly increased, allowing him to dodge Akiji's attack. Moonstep. Facing Akiji's devil fruit ability and immense power, XuanYuan had no choice but to use Moonstep to jump into the air to adjust his state before engaging. Do you think creating distance will keep you safe? Foolish. Akiji smiled faintly, pointing one hand at XuanYuan, who was continuously leaping upwards. Ice block, ice tornado. Akiji shouted angrily, and a giant iceberg composed of ice flew towards XuanYuan. Damn it, Leg power enhancement. Seeing the incoming ice bird, XuanYuan immediately used his recently awakened ability, enhancing his speed and strength. His feet, which were originally clad in black and white fur, instantly turned black. Storm kick, infinite kicks. XuanYuan's black feet began to kick rapidly, faster than during his previous battle with Crocodile, sending numerous massive slash waves towards the ice bird. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sounds continued to echo as various sizes of ice blocks fell from the sky. The previous ice bird was completely negated by XuanYuan's strike. What kind of ability is that? It can actually partially enhance strength. How interesting. Aokiji said with a faint smile as he looked at XuanYuan's move. Not just strength. XuanYuan snorted coldly, leg power speed enhancement. His originally jet black feet suddenly turned completely white. Instant. Just as the last bit of black disappeared, XuanYuan himself vanished as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aokiji heard the sounds of something slicing through the air around him, realizing that XuanYuan was ready to attack at any moment. However, he could only see XuanYuan's afterimages, unable to determine his exact location. He's such speed, but having often fought against Kazuru, I won't be hindered by speed. Aokiji smiled coldly, both hands spreading wide. Ice block, ice tornado. As he opened his hands, Aokiji's body spun rapidly, the cold air emitted from his hands expanding outward quickly, forming a gigantic ice tornado. What? I didn't expect Aokiji to use a skill that doesn't even exist in the original work. XuanYuan was taken aback and quickly retreated. But he was still a bit slow, and the ice air grazed him, instantly freezing half of his body, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Hee, I've caught you. Seeing XuanYuan fall to the ground, Aokiji stopped spinning. Ugh, damn it. Although half of his body was frozen, XuanYuan still forcibly stood up with one half of his body, blocking Aokiji's way. Get out of the way, monkey D, XuanYuan. If you let me through, I won't make it hard for you. I just want to take Nico Robin. Aokiji said coldly, looking at XuanYuan. Don't even think about it. XuanYuan's eyes were fixed on Aokiji, and he forcibly activated his frozen body's Devil Fruit ability, trying to break through the ice. It's useless. I want to give you the chance to break free from the ice. Aokiji said as he watched XuanYuan's frozen body begin to show cracks, extending a hand towards him again. Ice Age Seal. A powerful cold air surged towards XuanYuan once more. Instant. XuanYuan quickly used one foot to dodge again, but his speed was greatly reduced, and he couldn't dodge well, causing most of his body to be frozen once again, unable to move. Damn it. With almost his entire body frozen, XuanYuan used the Minghong Blade to support himself and prevent himself from falling, while also reminding himself with the hand gripping the blade not to lose consciousness from a cold. What? Are you still unwilling to move aside? Aokiji asked coldly. Why do you insist on capturing Robin? She is no longer wanted. You wouldn't go to the extreme. You're not that kind of person. XuanYuan said with difficulty. You really don't understand anything. Although I am a lazy justice, I still have to protect. I was the one who let her go back then, allowing her to live for so many years. Now it's time for me to bring her back. Aokiji said coldly. Look, I told you she is a disaster. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Now give up. I want to make it hard for you, otherwise. My next move will take your life. No. At this moment, Robin ran over from a distance, tightly hugging XuanYuan as tears streamed down her face. Don't fight anymore. XuanYuan, please don't fight anymore. Nico Robin, you actually didn't run away. That is not like you. Aokiji said faintly. Robin glared at Aokiji fiercely, holding back her tears. I want to run away. I will go with you. Do whatever you want with me, but don't hurt XuanYuan. All right, it's rare for you to have such awareness. Aokiji said faintly. No. XuanYuan let out an angry roar at this moment, a powerful conqueror's haki automatically spreading out. Strangely, this haki, although strong, did not affect Robin and directly surged towards Aokiji. What conqueror's haki? Aokiji was slightly taken aback under this terrifying haki. XuanYuan's entire Devil Fruit power surged with the release of his haki, causing the ice that Aokiji used to freeze him to shatter. However, after using this, XuanYuan was also completely drained of energy, quickly propping himself up with a Minghong Blade to avoid falling. Phew, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Aokiji sighed in relief as he looked at XuanYuan, who was supporting himself with the Minghong Blade. However, he hasn't fully grown yet, but he will surely become a nightmare for the government in the near future. XuanYuan, I don't want you to get hurt, no. Robin held XuanYuan tightly, tears streaming down her face. Women should be protected by men. Robin, I will protect you. XuanYuan smiled at Robin. Monkey D, XuanYuan, is this your choice? Aokiji looked coldly at XuanYuan, and at the same time, the ice blade appeared in his hand again. It seemed that XuanYuan's answer would directly affect his next move. XuanYuan glared at him fiercely but remained silent. The determination in his eyes already expressed his resolution. Akiji ignored XuanYuan and coldly looked at Robin. Have you finally found a place to rest? Robin also remained silent, instead holding XuanYuan tightly. Whether it was right or wrong for so long to let you live, you will give me the answer later. That's the plan. Robin said seriously. Hee, then live well. The Orlahar is not destroyed yet. Akiji's face surprisingly showed a hint of a smile as he turned to walk towards his bicycle. Seeing Akiji turn to leave. Both XuanYuan and Robin were a bit surprised. Akiji got on his bicycle and casually said, Nicole Robin, show me through your actions that Salong's choice to let you live was correct, and Monkey D. XuanYuan, our next meeting will not end so easily. After saying that, he rode away humming a tune. With Akiji finally gone, XuanYuan's whole body relaxed. His hands and feet no longer had strength, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Luckily, Robin was beside him and immediately caught him, preventing a close encounter with the ground. XuanYuan, are you okay? Robin anxiously asked, holding XuanYuan in her arms, tears welling up in her eyes again. Don't cry. I'm fine, just a bit tired. If you cry, I'll be in trouble. Seeing Robin about to cry, XuanYuan hurriedly said, Okay, I won't cry. Seeing that XuanYuan was okay, Robin quickly wiped her eyes and held him in her arms to rest. XuanYuan lay in Robin's arms with a mischievous smile. XuanYuan, what are you laughing at? Robin asked curiously. I was thinking if getting hurt could let me lie in your arms like this forever, then I wouldn't mind getting hurt. XuanYuan said playfully. You annoy. Robin's face turned red, but she didn't push XuanYuan away. Instead, they hugged even tighter. Well then, Lao Sha, we are setting off. From now on, the matters of the Baroque works will depend on you to be more attentive. XuanYuan and the others said goodbye to Crocodile at the port of Alabasta. They had been here for 10 days and were ready to depart for the next place. It's nothing hard. You all need to be more careful. There are always dangers on the Grand Line that cannot be predicted in advance. If you need anything, contact me immediately. No matter how busy I am, I will come right away. Crocodile handed a confidential Den Mushy to XuanYuan. I will. You take care of yourself. If you need anything, just tell the base. They will meet your needs as quickly as possible. XuanYuan accepted Crocodile's Den Mushy. Knowing that Crocodile had completely become one of them, he confidently took everyone aboard the Huaxia and left. Watching the shadow of the Huaxia disappear, Crocodile clenched his fists. Monkey D. XuanYuan, following you, my life should be full of excitement. I've truly made the wisest decision. Young master, where's our next target? I can't wait. Hades asked seriously, filled with enthusiasm, feeling that his life had become even more passionate since following XuanYuan than when he was a vice admiral. Let me think. XuanYuan began to ponder whether to go to Sky Island. If they went to Sky Island, they would have to find those peculiar birds and ride those special waves, which was quite troublesome and not particularly appealing. However, if they didn't go, he was also very interested in Enel, the god on Sky Island, who possessed the Rumble fruit. If I fought against Enel now, what will my chances of winning be? XuanYuan closed his eyes and began to simulate the battle against Enel in his mind. He knew he was not like Luffy, who had a special halo and could unlock any bug for him. If it was a direct confrontation, he was absolutely confident he could defeat Luffy. However, he was not entirely sure about Enel, who had lightning powers. After all, that fruit was too overpowered. Sigh, I won't think about it anymore. Let's go rest over there first. XuanYuan shook his head. Now, they were heading to Moku Town, and they would decide the next target after arriving. Yes. Hades nodded and walked towards the control room, and the Huaxia began to turn its bow towards Moku Town. Moku Town was originally a chaotic little town without navy management, a paradise for pirates, with countless pirates there. However, since XuanYuan and the others came to the Grand Line last time to gather information about the Revolutionary Army and dealt a devastating blow to the pirates on the island. The pirates on the island had almost completely disappeared. Since then, although there was no navy stationed in Moku Town, it became the island with the fewest pirates, turning into a forbidden ground for pirates. After hearing Noah's latest intelligence, XuanYuan smiled lightly and said, I didn't expect we would cause such an outcome. Truly. Then XuanYuan, are we still going there? There won't be any pirates, so it won't be fun. The evil dragon, hearing this, completely lost interest. Let's go. Even if there are no pirates, there are no navy there either. Although it won't be fun, it won't be troublesome. So let's go there to rest, and then plan the next step. XuanYuan said lightly. As the Huaxia sailed to the port of Moku Town, it was indeed as Noah said. The pirates had almost completely disappeared. The port, which was once almost filled with pirate ships, was now filled with merchant ships. However, XuanYuan still noticed a not-so-conspicuous pirate ship among the many merchant ships. Noah, look, there's still a pirate ship over there. Although this has become a forbidden ground for pirates, some guys will still come, right? The evil dragon said happily upon seeing the pirate ship, as if he had found a beloved toy. Yes, there are always exceptions. A pirate ship with a skull on the rock. I've never seen one like that. Noah said lightly, looking at the unfamiliar pirate flag. Maybe it's a new pirate crew. That's why they dare to step into this forbidden ground for pirates. Hades said lightly. He had never seen this pirate flag either, so he regarded it as a rookie pirate crew. XuanYuan looked at the pirate flag without speaking. He felt like he had heard about this pirate flag somewhere, but couldn't recall it. Let's go. We will first rest on the small island. It's just a rookie pirate ship. No need to care. XuanYuan said lightly. You all go ahead. I've been so bored lately. I want to have some fun with those newbies. The bored evil dragon suddenly became interested in that pirate ship. Sai, do as you like. We will find a place to stay in the town first. You can play a bit, and then come find us. Hades said lightly. XuanYuan glanced at him. Don't go too far. After all, they are rookies. Just play a bit and leave. If they haven't done anything wrong, don't hurt them. I know what I'm doing, boss. I won't harm good people. The evil dragon waved his hand indifferently. Let's go. XuanYuan didn't want to say much about it and didn't take the matter to heart, leading everyone towards the island, while the evil dragon walked alone towards the unfamiliar pirate ship. Hey, hurry and take a look. I heard there's a fierce battle happening at the port. 2 supermasters are fighting there. It's really exciting. Not long after XuanYuan and the others sat down in a tavern in the town, they heard people in the bar starting to run towards the port of the town. Could it be that Along ran into trouble? Otherwise, why hasn't he come back for so long? Hades felt a bit worried. It shouldn't be. Along has fully mastered the Marine 6 styles by now, and he has also grasped the basics of hockey in both armament and observation. There shouldn't be any new guys in the first half of the Grand Line who could threaten him. Noah said with a hint of disbelief. You never know. What if it's a supermaster who only sets sail after becoming really powerful? Robin expressed her opinion from his side. So I stopped discussing it. Let's go to the port and we'll know everything. XuanYuan stood up and said, Why go through all that trouble? I can sense it with my observation hockey. It's not far from the port, Noah said with a proud expression, wanting to show off his observation hockey. Then hurry up and sense it, really. XuanYuan suddenly felt an urge to punch him. I just wanted to create a bit of atmosphere. Noah innocently closed his eyes. If it weren't for seeing Noah starting to sense it with his eyes closed, XuanYuan's punch would have definitely landed on his head. What? There's actually a supermaster at the port, a devil fruit user, using a power I don't even know to suppress Along. Noah said in shock. How is that possible? Let's go to the port. After hearing this, XuanYuan and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately stood up and ran towards the port. At that moment, at the port of Moku Town, a large crowd was watching from a distance, and 2 figures were moving rapidly on the port. Iron Block, Dragon Spear. The evil dragon used the Marine 6 style's iron block to enhance the hardness of his body and charged forward with his proud nose as a weapon, showcasing remarkable speed and strength. XuanYuan could see that the evil dragon had also coated his nose with armament hockey, if hit by this attack. XuanYuan believed he would also be seriously injured. The person fighting against the evil dragon suddenly stopped. He was a young man wearing a black hat, looking exceptionally handsome. XuanYuan felt that he had seen this face a long time ago. Pretty impressive. You even have hockey. The young man immediately recognized the power of the evil dragon's attack. He reached out a hand, which instantly transformed into a rocky form, similar to the thing from the Fantastic Four. Meteorite fragments. The young man's rocky arm immediately launched several small stones at the evil dragon, and as these small rocks left the young man's arm, they instantly transformed into giant boulders nearly 10 meters in size. What? The evil dragon was startled by the sudden attack of the giant boulders, but he couldn't stop now. Otherwise, the recoil would injure him even more. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. With iron block activated and hockey applied, the evil dragon directly broke through several giant boulders. However, he was still flesh and blood. Even with these 2 powers, by the 5th giant boulder, he couldn't keep up with the force and was directly knocked away. Not bad. Your flesh and blood body managed to shatter 4 giant boulders. This kind of power would be considered half a strong person even in the New World. If your agility were a bit better, it would really be troublesome. The young man said with a slight smile to the evil dragon. Damn it. The evil dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to stand up when he suddenly realized that the ground beneath him was sinking. Or rather, the surrounding rocks were rising suddenly. What? Seeing the sudden change in the surrounding ground, the evil dragon was shocked. He had no time to get up slowly and quickly used his hands and feet to leap up, immediately employing moonwalk to run into the sky. After jumping into the air, the evil dragon realized that it wasn't the ground sinking, but rather the surrounding rocks were suddenly rising, and these boulders were continuously attacking him in midair. The evil dragon gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to jump higher, finally dodging all the boulder attacks. Along, be careful behind you. Just as the evil dragon had just avoided all the boulders, XuanYuan and the others suddenly shouted. The evil dragon turned to look behind him and saw that the young man had somehow appeared behind him, and his rocky arm had grown even larger, crashing directly towards the evil dragon. Iron block. The evil dragon also quickly reacted and used iron block to enhance his body's defense. But he was still knocked away by the opponent. Instant. XuanYuan immediately activated his devil fruit ability and caught the falling evil dragon in midair. You dare to hurt along, die. Noah and Hades charged towards the young man who had just landed. Hee, you have help? Then let us all come together. The young man smiled slightly, showing no signs of panic. Stop. Just as both sides were about to fight, XuanYuan suddenly shouted. Noah and Hades, though confused, still stopped. While the young man also paused upon hearing this voice, his body stiffening slightly. XuanYuan, why? Noah turned and asked curiously. We're all on the same side. Why fight? XuanYuan smiled as he held the evil dragon, and the young man quickly passed by Noah and Hades, running towards XuanYuan. Young master. Hades was startled when the young man passed by him, thinking he would attack XuanYuan. Little did he know that the young man rushed over and patted XuanYuan's shoulders. Since XuanYuan was holding the evil dragon, he couldn't hug XuanYuan, his body trembling with excitement. XuanYuan, when did you come? Yeah, Sabo, you've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. XuanYuan also smiled broadly. Sabo. Noah's face changed dramatically. When he and XuanYuan left S6 and reached the East Sea, they had seen Sabo, but he never expected the change would be so significant. Mainly because he had become incredibly handsome. No wonder XuanYuan didn't recognize him. Good brother. Are they all your companions? Sabo looked at the evil dragon that XuanYuan was holding, looking quite apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were one of us and hurt you. The evil dragon, realizing the other party was one of his own, no longer held any hostility and forced a smile. It's fine. All right, let's not talk now. Let's go back to the ship. I'll treat along, and then we can have a good chat. XuanYuan ran towards the Huaxia ship with the evil dragon, and everyone hurried to follow. The evil dragon was already very robust, and he had only taken 2 hits in this battle. After XuanYuan's simple treatment, he was fine and was back to chatting and laughing as usual. XuanYuan, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so impressive, Sabo said with a sigh of relief after XuanYuan finished treating him, as he felt uneasy since he was the one who injured him. I don't have much to say, but you, Sabo, you've changed a lot. Is that amazing ability your devil fruit power? So strong that even Arlong isn't your opponent. XuanYuan said to Sabo seriously. Previously, he had heard Ace mention that Sabo had eaten some Logia-type fruit, but didn't take it seriously until he saw Sabo's strength, which was definitely not inferior to Ace's. That's right, it's my dust fruit ability. However, I only won against this friend because of the devil fruit power. In terms of combat skills, I'm far behind. Sabo said modestly. What? The devil fruit is part of your skills. A win is a win. If we go into such detail, I'm still a fisherman. So this battle was unfair from the start. Arlong patted Sabo on the shoulder. His temperament was such that he didn't hold grudges, especially towards comrades who were stronger than him. He only felt admiration. All right, let's not be polite anymore. Sabo, how come you're in Moku Town? I heard from Ace that you're now managing the subordinate pirate crews under Whitebeard. You should be in the New World. How did you end up here? XuanYuan interrupted their polite conversation and curiously asked Sabo. It's just that things in the New World have just calmed down. And Dad agreed to let me come to the East Blue to see you and Ace, so I rushed over. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. By the way, where's Ace? Sabo started looking for Ace's figure. Ace has some matters to attend to, so I sent him to Whitebeard. He'll be back soon, and then we 4 brothers can reunite, XuanYuan said happily. He was very glad to see Sabo. Sigh, it's a pity that Ace isn't here. XuanYuan, since I have nothing to do, let us go back to the East Blue to see Luffy. Let's have a gathering of the 3 brothers. Sabo said seriously. That might not work. Luffy has already set sail, and by the time we get back to the East Blue, ELL probably be on the Grand Line. If we want to gather, it might be better to do so on the Grand Line. Plus, I have some matters to attend to there. So I can't go back for now, XuanYuan said with difficulty. Oh, I see. XuanYuan, what do you have to do on the Grand Line? I have nothing to do, so I can help you. I heard from Dad that you established something called the Huaxia Empire. Is there anything I can assist with? Sabo said happily. Hee. It's great to have you with me. There are many places where I need your help. XuanYuan said happily as he hugged Sabo and began to tell him everything about Sabo's Huaxia Empire and future plans. Hee. So XuanYuan, your next target is Skypiea? Sabo smiled at XuanYuan. Hee, that's right. I wasn't too keen on going at first, but now that you're here, I've made up my mind. XuanYuan said happily as he looked at Sabo. As a fellow Logia-type Devil Fruit user, Sabo's rock ability, like Luffy's, is also non-conductive, which can counter Enel. Sabo, you seem to know a lot about Skypiea. Have you been there before? Noah asked curiously. I haven't been there, but I've heard Dad talk about it. Sabo said with a smile. Hee, then we just have to go see it. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we brothers went on an adventure together. I really miss the days when we hunted together as kids. XuanYuan said with a smile. They were already set to head to Skypiea, but that night, XuanYuan received a piece of news that delayed all his plans. The information came from Jinbei in the East Blue. The world government had already learned about Jinbei helping in the Huaxia Empire. The Gorosei personally issued an order, demanding XuanYuan lead the Huaxia Empire to submit to the world government. If he agreed, they would recognize the existence of the Huaxia Empire. If he refused, they would treat the Huaxia Empire as a revolutionary army insurgent and eradicate it. Damn, how can it be so fast? I thought the revolutionary army and pirates had already kept the world government busy, yet they still have the time to manage me. This is... XuanYuan looked at the huge waves from the deck, deep in thought. XuanYuan, what should we do? Should we go back right away? Robin asked, standing beside XuanYuan. At worst, we'll just fight the world government. We've already controlled the 4 seas. Why should we be afraid of that decaying government? Besides, we have the Grand Line. I don't believe they can muster much military power against us. Arlong stood up and said seriously, Sai, it's not as simple as you think. If we don't agree to the world government's demands, it would mean admitting we are part of the revolutionary army. The reason we've been able to develop so smoothly before is that the world government thought we could be won over and turn a blind eye to us. If that relationship no longer exists, the government will do everything in its power to eradicate us. After all, compared to pirates, they hate the revolutionary army even more because it threatens their regime. Noah said seriously from the side. Young master, no matter what, I support your decision. Hades said earnestly from the side. I feel the same way, XuanYuan. I will definitely support your decision. Sabo nodded in agreement. Let's go back to the East Blue first. After all, leaving Jinbei to handle this alone is too. We should all discuss what to do next together. XuanYuan said calmly. Although his expression didn't change, his inner world was already in chaos. You all go down first. I want to be alone for a while. Okay. Knowing that XuanYuan was feeling very chaotic inside, everyone reluctantly went back to the cabin, leaving XuanYuan alone on the deck to think quietly. Holy Land, Mariehua, in the Gorosei's conference room. What are you doing? Why are you so toward that kid? The 5th elder looked at the 3rd elder with some anger. This time, the order for submission was issued solely by the 3rd elder without consulting them. However, once the order was given, it became the consensus of the Gorosei, and this submission order was so forceful that it could be said to be more of a recall order than a submission. Did I do something wrong? Now that the Celestial Dragon incident has calmed down, isn't it what you all wanted to bring him back for our use? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? The 3rd elder said coldly. But it shouldn't be like this. The 4th elder glared at the 3rd elder in dissatisfaction. Monkey D. XuanYuan is clearly a stubborn child, and he has a strong rebellious mentality. What you're doing now is equivalent to destroying the home he worked so hard to establish. Do you think someone with his personality will submit? The 3rd elder looked angrily at the 4th and 5th elders. You too. I know you have a good relationship with Ironbone, so you favor that little brat, but I remind you that everything has its limits. No matter how talented he is just a weapon for us, like Ironbone, just a very powerful weapon. What? Should we care about the mindset of a weapon? Submitting is the greatest tolerance for him. If he doesn't come back, then define him as the revolutionary army's target for eradication. The 4th and 5th elders remained silent and cold-faced upon hearing this. In their hearts, they somewhat agreed with what the 3rd elder said. All right, 3rd, don't speak so harshly. But 4th, 5th, old 3 has a point. Recently, there have been more and more incidents in the matter of Monkey D. XuanYuan should be handled as quickly as possible. Even if he has some dissatisfaction, he must accept the government's offer. If he disagrees, It is clear that he has become an enemy of the government, and he should be eliminated before he gains too much strength. A small hole not patched will eventually become a big hole. The second elder sheathed his demon sword, the original ghost slash, and said. The first elder nodded in agreement, saying, I support what the second elder said. The orders have already been issued and cannot be revoked. Let's wait for Monkey D. XuanYuan's reaction. We are a group, so we shouldn't create internal conflicts. This matter is settled. Seeing the first elder say this, the fourth elder and the fifth elder had nothing more to say. After a moment of silence, they continued to discuss matters in the Grand Line. In a hidden room in the Holy Land, Holy Mari Ford, the overall commander, Steelbone, was coldly staring at the black telephone worm in front of him. The previous conversation of the five elders had all been overheard by this telephone worm. Opposite him sat a strong old man, his younger brother Steelbone, the mentor of XuanYuan, Ironbone. Strangely, Ironbone did not get angry upon hearing the conversation of the five elders. Instead, he smiled at Steelbone. Hee, how about that? In the end, these old guys don't care about our attitude as weapons, do they? Steelbone's face was grim, and he remained silent. What's wrong? You still want to serve them? It's true they didn't mention you, only saying I'm a weapon, but in their eyes, aren't you just a stronger weapon? Remember, no matter how strong you are, you're just a weapon. Ironbone shouted at Steelbone. I am the overall commander, and I protect justice, not them. Steelbone said with a difficult expression. Hee, what a guardian of justice, what a commander. Ironbone sneered. Ironbone, don't be agitated. Some things can be slowly changed. Steelbone said seriously. Change, brother. You are too naive. Ironbone shook his head lightly. Nian and the others' training has already finished, and I, who have long resigned from S6, have nothing to do with it. Brother, I am tired, want to leave. If you miss me, come see me. Then we can have a drink together. But I think by then you won't be the overall commander anymore. After saying this, Ironbone turned and left, leaving Steelbone alone in his seat. XuanYuan, we have encountered a special small boat ahead. It seems to be the Navy. While heading towards the East Sea, Sabo discovered that a small boat similar to the Navy had appeared in front of the Huaxia and was preparing to use his Devil Fruit ability to sink it directly. No, that small boat is not the Navy, but S6 dedicated small boat. XuanYuan immediately stopped Sabo as he recognized the insignia all too well. It had accompanied him for many years. Although he hated this decayed government, everything under that insignia was an exception. S6, has Lord Ironbone come? Upon hearing S6, Noah immediately perked up and rushed to the deck. The fast boat was incredibly quick, and in no time, it had reached the front of the Huaxia. Moonwalk. A figure flashed on the fast boat and jumped towards XuanYuan and the others, appearing before them in an instant. XuanYuan and the others were startled by the person's speed, but when they saw who it was, they immediately rushed forward to hug him. Not only XuanYuan, but also Noah. The three of them hugged tightly. Brother Chai, why are you here? XuanYuan said with a joyful smile. Yeah, Nian, why didn't you tell us you were coming? Noah also said excitedly. The newcomer was Nian, a good brother of XuanYuan and Noah from the S6 training camp. He smiled slightly. What's wrong? You two brats don't welcome me? You better watch out, or I'll take care of you first when we meet. Noah said with a happy laugh. Exactly, Brother Chai. Why did you come alone? Where's Xiaolin and Lalo? Did Lord Ironbone send you? How is he? XuanYuan asked in quick succession. Nian smiled faintly, looking at XuanYuan without urgency. With so many questions, which one should I answer first? I'm not as quick-witted as you and Noah. I need to take them one at a time. Oh, what are you doing? I'm sorry. Before Nian could finish, XuanYuan and Noah began to attack him, making him plead for mercy. Now you know you're wrong. Say it quickly, or... XuanYuan and Noah simultaneously cracked their knuckles. You two, we've not seen each other for so long, and you're so serious about a joke, really. Nian said innocently, scratching his head. Who told you to keep us in suspense? Hurry up and say it, or we'll hit you again. XuanYuan and Noah threatened once more. All right. No more jokes. I'll say it. Terraslin and Lalo are still undergoing their final training with Instructor Eddie. I finished training earlier because I'm more of a genius. I'm here on Lord Ironbone's orders. He has something to discuss with you, and you'll know how he is when you see him. Lord Ironbone sent you to find us. XuanYuan said curiously, looking at Nian. Of course, otherwise do you think we could just run around like this? Nian replied casually. Okay, Hades, turn the Huaxia around. Brother Chai, where's Lord Ironbone? Let's go there now. XuanYuan said seriously. No need to be so troublesome. You and Noah can take my small boat. We can get there quickly. Lord Ironbone doesn't like having too many people around. Nian replied casually. XuanYuan thought about it and agreed. Hades, you all wait for us back at Moku Town. We will return soon. Okay. Everyone nodded in understanding. XuanYuan and Noah then boarded the fast boat with Nian and sped away. Hee, we're here. Nian's small boat soon arrived at a small island, where an old man was smiling at them at the port. Master, XuanYuan and Noah felt a tremor in their hearts at the sight of Iron Bone's kind smile. Even amidst the huge waves, Lord Ironbone was waiting for them at the port. They hurriedly used the Navy 6 style's moonwalk to rush to Ironbone. Disciple is unfilial, allowing Master to wait like this. Both XuanYuan and Noah, who had become powerful leaders, showed no arrogance before Ironbone and respectfully knelt before him. Real men kneel and bow to their teacher. In XuanYuan and Noah's hearts, Ironbone was not just a teacher, but also a father to them, loving them, teaching them, and pampering them. Everything today could almost be said to be granted by Ironbone, and even XuanYuan, as a time traveler, thought the same. All right, get up. Good kids. Ironbone was very happy to see his two most favored disciples in front of him and stepped forward to help them up. At this moment, Nian had already docked the fast boat at the island's edge and walked over. Nian, as I said, patrol the surroundings and don't let anyone get close. Remember, anyone, Ironbone said seriously. Don't worry, Lord Tiegu, I have it all figured out. Ryan smiled slightly and began to keep watch around them. Let's go, we can talk inside. Tiegu pulled the two of them toward the small house on the island. Do you know why I called you here? After entering the house, Tiegu smiled at his proud disciple. I don't know, I'll listen to Master's teachings. XuanYuan and Noah both replied respectfully. Although they had become powerful leaders in front of Tiegu, they still felt like children without a trace of arrogance. Seeing how respectful you are, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. In my heart, I also consider you two as my children, and it's a joy for me when my children respect me. XuanYuan, you should know about the world government's offer to your Huaxia Empire, right? What do you plan to do? Tiegu asked the two casually. Noah didn't speak and cast his gaze towards XuanYuan as he followed XuanYuan's lead on matters of organizational development. Seeing both of them looking at him, XuanYuan could only smile faintly. I plan to return to the East Sea to make proper arrangements and then announce the Huaxia Empire's independence, officially confronting the Revolutionary Army and the world government. You know you were no match for them, yet you still don't plan to surrender? Tiegu smiled at XuanYuan. Master, you know me well. Do you think I could ever pledge loyalty to a government I want to overthrow? XuanYuan smiled faintly, but his eyes were incredibly firm. Tiegu nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my disciple, you indeed have a strong determination. But XuanYuan, do you know that if you refuse the world government's offer and announce the identity of the Huaxia Empire, you will immediately face the strongest suppression from the world government? In their eyes, no matter how much pirates stir up trouble, is not as important as the Revolutionary Army. The eradication of you who want to overthrow this government is their primary task. I know, but Master, I have no way out now. I can only fight. XuanYuan clenched his fists and said. Seeing this, Noah also stood beside XuanYuan to express his viewpoint. That's right, Master. If we surrender out of fear now, we would look down on ourselves. We would no longer qualify to be your disciples. You two little brats who said there are no other ways. Usually, you both seem so smart. Why are you being foolish at this moment? Tiegu smiled slightly. Master, do you mean there are other ways? We don't understand. XuanYuan and Noah immediately looked at Tiegu seriously. Do you know why the world government has not suppressed you before? Turning a blind eye to the actions of your Huaxia Empire? Tiegu asked the two. XuanYuan and Noah exchanged glances, feeling there were many reasons. But when it came to their lips, they couldn't pinpoint what they were, and they both shook their heads simultaneously. That's because the world government, or rather the 5 Elder Stars, believe that you can still be their tools, their powerful weapons. After all, you were initially wanted for wiping out the Celestial Dragon family. And the Celestial Dragons were not liked by anyone. Later, when you struck against pirates, the 5 Elder Stars thought you were still loyal to the government, just throwing a little tantrum. Now that the storm has passed, they want to recall you and continue to use you. Tiegu explained seriously. So that's how it is. But Master, if we refuse the world government's offer this time, the 5 Elder Stars will immediately realize that their past thoughts were wrong and will launch a thorough suppression against us. XuanYuan said earnestly. Tiegu looked at the two and said lightly, You two little fools, didn't I say before? The 5 Elder Stars think you are just throwing a tantrum. Why not take advantage of that thought? XuanYuan suddenly realized, I understand now, Master. We can continue to pretend to throw a tantrum, refuse the world government's offer, and let them think we're still not the Revolutionary Army, keeping their hopes alive for us. Hee, as expected of my disciple. Clever. Tiago nodded in satisfaction. But master, what should we do? As soon as we refuse, the 5 elder stars will notice our intentions and will no longer hold any hopes for us. Noah asked curiously. Hee, that depends on whether you know how to make choices. Tiago smiled slightly. Please enlighten us, master. XuanYuan and Noah said earnestly. They knew they were far less knowledgeable about the 5 elder stars than their master. If you simply refuse the world government's offer, then undoubtedly the 5 elder stars will think you have rebellious intentions and will suppress you. But what if after you refuse the world government's offer, you dissolve the Huaxia Empire? What do you think the world government will think? Tiago smiled mischievously. They would think they pressured you too much, believing their actions were inappropriate, not giving you a chance to survive the home you worked so hard to build. And if you dissolve the Huaxia Empire, they would think you have no rebellious intentions, thus continuing to turn a blind eye to your actions and continue to extend olive branches to you. But master, if we dissolve the Huaxia Empire, we will have nothing left. Isn't that sacrifice too great? It would be better to fight the world government. Noah clearly disagreed with this proposal. You fool. Who said you have to truly dissolve it? It's just a superficial dissolution. Behind the scenes, your organization still exists. But remember, don't let the world government notice even the slightest bit. Then you can avoid the world government's offer this time. When the opportunity arises, you can completely overthrow it. Tiago said seriously. But this still requires some sacrifice. Otherwise, the world government will definitely notice. The Huaxia Empire is our hard work. I really can't bear to part with it. Noah said softly. Noah, we must learn to make choices. XuanYuan patted Noah on the shoulder and said, Master is right. This way, we can truly preserve the Huaxia Empire. If we preserve the land but lose the people, we lose everything. If we preserve the people but lose the land, both the people and the land can survive. Hee, as expected of my proud disciple. Don't worry, the loss this time is absolutely worth it. As long as this time blinds the world government and makes them lose their guard against you, you'll have great opportunities for development and everything will come back. Tiago said with a smile. I understand, master. We will return to the East Sea now and handle everything. XuanYuan nodded seriously. By the way, master, what about Xiao Lin and the others? Don't worry. When the time comes, I will bring them to your side. Tiago smiled slightly. Yes, master. Then we are leaving. Take care. XuanYuan and Noah bowed to Tiago again before leaving the small house to find Ryan to take the small boat to Moku town. Truly my disciples. XuanYuan, master believes you will definitely succeed. I believe in you. Tiago said earnestly. XuanYuan, I will send you here. I have to go back and escort Lord Tiago. Lord Tiago said this matter must be kept confidential, so I can't stay for long and risk being discovered. After Ryan took XuanYuan and Noah to the port of Moku town, he prepared to leave. It's fine, Brother Chai. You can go ahead. I believe we will meet again soon. By the way, please take care, Shaolin. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Okay, don't worry. Take care, brothers. Ryan nodded and drove the speedboat away at full speed. Let's go, Noah. We should head back too. After watching Ryan leave, XuanYuan and Noah walked towards the Huaxia ship. XuanYuan, what should we do now? What did Master mean by sacrifice? Noah asked curiously. We need to become a real revolutionary army now. After we return, we'll announce the dissolution of the Huaxia Empire to the outside world, and then turn the Huaxia Empire into a secret organization like the Grand Line. As long as we ensure the existence of true elites, the world government will relax, and our real strength won't diminish. XuanYuan said seriously. I see. That's a good idea. Noah immediately understood and smiled happily. Yes, let's go tell everyone. After returning to the Huaxia ship, XuanYuan shared the plan with everyone, gaining unanimous agreement. And everyone contributed their thoughts to improve the plan. Holy Land, St. Marineford. What? You say, Monkey D? XuanYuan dissolved the Huaxia Empire. After XuanYuan returned to the East Sea, he immediately sent out his own arrangements across the seas. Mr. One from the West Sea, Hawkins from the North Sea, and Kid from the South Sea all expressed their support and announced the dissolution of the Huaxia Empire, which was actually about gathering all elite forces to develop rapidly. The real strength of the Huaxia Empire not only didn't decrease, but increased. However, the 5 elders only received news of XuanYuan dissolving the Huaxia Empire. And the reason was the refusal to submit to the government. You tell me, why do you want that kid? He was such a good prospect. Yet you forced him into a corner. The 5th elder angrily looked at the 3rd elder. This kid actually dissolved the Huaxia Empire he worked hard to establish just to refuse submission. Really, the 3rd elder didn't know what to say and could only shake his head secretly. It's still your fault, old 3. XuanYuan is a stubborn kid. You should have seen that from his profile. We were the ones who put a bounty on him. Besides, he didn't think he did anything wrong. So he must be furious about being hunted down. And you just forced others to submit. Anyone with a bit of temper wouldn't agree. Now he's dissolved his own organization. He must hate us to the bone. Even if we send Carp to negotiate, it probably won't succeed. The fourth elder said to the third elder. The second elder adjusted his glasses. All right, stop blaming old 3 for now. We didn't expect that kid to be so stubborn. But what is that kid doing after dissolving the Huaxia Empire? Is he becoming a pirate and heading to the Grand Line? You guessed it right. He really did come to the Grand Line, and he is still with the Devil Child, Nico Robin, Ghost Hand, Noah, former Sun Pirates cadre, Evil Dragon, and former Navy Vice Admiral, now the pirate hunter Hades. However, they didn't become pirates. They set off as adventurers. And now they have wiped out 2 pirate crews on the Grand Line. They must be venting their anger. The fourth elder said lightly, having suffered so much injustice and still not becoming a pirate shows he is someone we can manipulate. But it won't be easy to bring him under our control this time. The fifth elder said lightly, if he can't even handle a little grievance, he won't achieve anything great. The third elder shook his head. Old 3, stop being sarcastic. Why don't you put yourself in his shoes and suffer a little grievance? Besides, emotional kids are easier to control. The fourth elder glared at the third elder. All right, stop arguing. I think old 4 and old 5 have a point. Monkey D, XuanYuan, regardless of the grievances he has, his act of dissolving the Huaxia Empire shows he holds no hostility towards the government. So let's focus on persuading him to submit. But it's best not to do it for now. After all, a kid with such a temper. We should wait until he has a crazy time on the Grand Line before approaching him. The elder spoke up to stop the conversation. The second elder nodded yes. The matter of the Huaxia Empire is settled for now. We need to refocus our attention on the Grand Line. That dragon guy has been becoming more rampant recently. He is our primary enemy. Exactly. Our focus should be on dealing with the revolutionary army. That XuanYuan is just a kid. Let him stir things up on the Grand Line. As long as he doesn't cause any major disasters, we can just ignore him. The third elder also nodded, shifting the topic to the revolutionary army to avoid attacks from the fourth and fifth elders. Yes, we should deal with the revolutionary army. The fourth and fifth elders were indeed drawn in, and the 5 began discussing the revolutionary army. XuanYuan, is our arrangement okay? The West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea all have people developing hidden forces, but in the East Sea, where we developed first, you haven't arranged a specific person in charge. Just letting Xiao Ba and the others act as contacts. Won't this make the East Sea uncontrollable? On the way back to the Grand Line on the Huaxia ship, Noah voiced his curiosity. XuanYuan smiled casually. No problem, Noah. It's precisely because the East Sea is where we develop first that the various forces are the strongest. So there's no need for immediate development. We only need a liaison for now. Moreover, the world government is most concerned about the East Sea. If we develop hidden forces there, it would be easy for them to discover, and all our efforts would be in vain. Sabo smiled slightly. XuanYuan, your mind is still sharp. By the way, where are we going in the Grand Line now? Of course, the plan remains unchanged. We're heading to Sky Island. Don't forget, we still need to develop our forces. XuanYuan said seriously. The Huaxia ship revved its engines and started heading toward Sky Island. Sky Island exists above the White Sea, 7,000 meters high, and the White Sea, 10,000 meters high. When the Huaxia ship arrived at Sky Island, XuanYuan and the others noticed something unusual. It turned out that the altitude of Sky Island made it very difficult for ordinary people to breathe, significantly reducing their abilities. But for powerful individuals like XuanYuan, they felt that the unique geographical environment of Sky Island significantly enhanced their abilities, especially the feeling of hockey. XuanYuan closed his eyes and realized that his observation hockey actually covered the entire Sky Island, which was at least 5 times greater than before. It seems Sky Island really can enhance the power of hockey. No wonder Enel's hockey is so terrifying. It's because of this geographical factor, XuanYuan said lightly. XuanYuan, did you notice? The use of hockey here seems to have multiplied. Noah asked XuanYuan, who was originally good at observation hockey, at this moment. He not only could observe the situation across the entire Sky Island, but also sensed Enel's presence. XuanYuan, I feel like there's a super strong guy here. He must be your target. That's right. His name is Enel, the ruler of this Sky Island, who calls himself a god. He is the user of the Rumble Fruit, a Logia-type lightning man. His observation hockey is very strong. Although it is enhanced here, his observation hockey can also cover the entire island, so he shouldn't be underestimated. The 4 drums on his back represent bird, beast, and dragon. Knock twice, and it can turn into lightning, launching an electric attack, up to 200 million volts. moving at lightning speed, generating electrical energy to drive machines, or creating high temperatures through discharge. XuanYuan began to introduce Analu's situation in detail. What? Such strong power. XuanYuan, let's go down. There's no need to force someone like him to join us. Robin seriously advised from the side, not wanting XuanYuan to encounter such a strong enemy and face any danger. Precisely because he is strong, we need to fight him, especially since we have someone among us who can just restrain him. XuanYuan smiled slightly and looked at Sabo. I can restrain him. Sabo pointed to himself. That's right, Sabo, rocks are non-conductive. Analu's strength almost comes from his fruit. As long as we can restrain his fruit, he's not that scary. XuanYuan smiled slightly, already planning how to deal with Analu in his mind. The group boarded the Huaxia and headed straight to Analu's location without any stop. A group of strong people is coming towards me, so strong. The three strongest among them make me feel terrified, and the weakest one is stronger than my priests. Who on earth are they? Analu sensed XuanYuan and the others' arrival and said to himself quietly, Who are you, and what are you doing in the land of the gods? A flash of lightning appeared in front of the Huaxia, and Analu appeared on XuanYuan's ship. The god of the sky island. Analu, you actually came by yourself. I thought I would have to look for you, but unexpectedly, you came to me. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Analu. You feel very strong. Who are you? The king of the East Sea? Analu said lightly, feeling the pressure XuanYuan was giving him. You guessed right. I am the future king. The one who will overthrow this world. The one who will save this world. XuanYuan said seriously, and the conqueror's haki on his body directly surged towards Analu. Feeling the immense pressure coming from XuanYuan made Analu's heart tremble, but he immediately struck the drum on his back. I don't understand what you're saying, but a mere king dares to be disrespectful to the gods. You shall die. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The large drum behind Analu immediately began to sound, and a dragon formed of lightning charged towards XuanYuan and his group. Facing the oncoming Thunder Dragon, XuanYuan just smiled lightly. He suddenly surged forward and drew the Minghong Blade, swinging it at the Thunder Dragon. One slash of the Minghong. A powerful red slash wave collided with the Thunder Dragon, directly dispersing it. What? How is that possible? A mere slash could disperse my lightning? Could it be? Analu looked at everything before him in disbelief, knowing he saw the faint aura surrounding XuanYuan's Minghong Blade. You can use armament haki. Is that not possible? Come on, let's continue fighting. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong Blade, preparing to attack Analu again. Boom! Just as XuanYuan was about to make his move, a wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him. XuanYuan, this won't do. We agreed that this god should be defeated by me. Sabo stepped in front of XuanYuan, dissatisfied. All right. XuanYuan originally planned to test whether he could defeat Analu using armament haki, but seeing Sabo's serious expression, he shrugged helplessly and let it go. Damn it. What do you think the gods are? You can't just defeat them as you wish. Analu roared in anger, extending one hand forward. Divine Judgment. A powerful beam of lightning shot towards Sabo. Triple rock wall. At the instant Analu attacked, Sabo clenched his fist, and 3 black rock walls immediately appeared, blocking Analu's attack. Damn it. Seeing that his attacks were being blocked one after another by these guys, Analu felt angry but also calmed down, thinking carefully about countermeasures. Got it. Since lightning is useless, then there's only this, Analu said lightly, taking out a piece of gold he carried with him. Gold treatment. The gold in Analu's hand immediately transformed into a spear. I will never lose in hand-to-hand combat. With my observation haki, I can predict your movements a step ahead. How could I possibly lose to you? Analu charged at Sabo with the spear. You want to fight? All right, I won't lose either. Sabo smiled lightly, tightening his hands, which immediately transformed into arms made of rock. Boom! With a loud crash, Sabo's fist collided with Analu's spear, and Analu immediately realized that his strength was no match for Sabo, being directly knocked back and crashing into the ground. How is that possible? I can't see through his attacks at all. Analu looked at Sabo in astonishment. Is it strange that you can't see through my attacks? Because I already knew you would use observation haki to foresee attacks, so I also use observation haki to defend, making you unable to see through. Sabo smiled faintly. How is that possible? A mere human can also use the heart network. Analu couldn't believe what he was seeing. You, who have been on the Sky Island, how could you know how vast this world is? There are many who are stronger than you in the East Sea, Sabo said coldly, arriving in front of Analu and punching him in the chest. Analu spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked back again. Damn it, I am a god. How could I bleed? Human, you must die. Anilu shouted angrily, his whole body beginning to shine with dazzling white light. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Anilu's entire body began to release lightning, transforming into a complete lightning person, his form changing into the legendary Thunder God state. Is this what XuanYuan said was his strongest form? Sabo was also shocked to see Anilu's transformation. Rock demon state, Sabo said coldly. His entire body immediately wrapped in rock, turning into a true rock giant. Damn it, a mere human. The consequence of defying the gods is only one, death. Anilu roared. A powerful lightning strike heading towards Sabo. A frog in a well. I will let you know how vast the world is. Sabo also roared, directly resisting the damage caused by the lightning, and both fists struck Anilu simultaneously. Boom! With an explosion, thick dust rose around the two. As the dust settled, Anilu was already lying on the ground, unable to move, and most of the rock around him was shattered. Fortunately, with this rock defense, he could still continue moving forward. How is it? Do you know you're not invincible and not a god anymore? Sabo said as he walked forward, preparing to deliver the final blow. Anilu realized he could no longer move his body, only able to coldly watch Sabo. All right, stop. Just as Sabo was about to give Anilu the final blow, XuanYuan appeared beside him, grabbing his hand and saying, sorry, I got a bit carried away and forgot everything. After being caught by XuanYuan, Sabo finally realized that this time he wasn't here to kill Anilu. However, the state of the rock demon ignited his killing intent, and he found it hard to control himself, so he could only give XuanYuan an awkward smile. He needed to learn to control his inner feelings better, especially when in the form of a devil fruit. XuanYuan also noticed Sabo's condition and seriously reminded him. All right, I understand. Sabo nodded and said, good brother, go rest first. Let Chopper treat your injuries. XuanYuan smiled slightly, and Sabo nodded as he walked towards the Huaxia ship. What are you thinking about now? XuanYuan asked seriously, looking at Anilu lying on the ground. If you want to make a move, go ahead. As a god, I can't possibly admit defeat. Anilu replied earnestly. Anilu, I'm not your enemy. Your heart is too closed off, and not having a friend has led to this situation. If you want to become a god, remember that gods are lonely. XuanYuan said seriously, looking at Anilu. Anilu's heart trembled. He didn't expect XuanYuan to see through his feelings. Come on, join my crew and become my companion. I'll show you how vast this world is, and you'll never be alone again. XuanYuan sincerely extended his hand. Companion? Anilu felt a strong desire in his heart, reaching out his hand to shake XuanYuan's. So this is what the world outside the Sky Island is like. It really is quite boring to stay on the Sky Island all the time. Anilu laughed happily on the deck of the Huaxia ship, looking at the Grand Line, which was completely different from Sky Island. After boarding the Huaxia ship, Anilu's personality gradually became more cheerful, and he began to open up to everyone on the ship. Anilu, show me that light wave again. Chopper ran to Anilu's side joyfully. Ever since Chopper witnessed Anilu using the power of lightning, he had become fascinated with this brilliant power and kept pestering Anilu to perform for him every day. When Anilu was a god, he had always been alone, and no one dared to get close to him. Even the priests under him spoke to him with great respect. Now, having Chopper around him every day, he really enjoyed it. Look, this is Lightning Chopper. Anilu smiled slightly at Chopper, extending one hand to control the lightning and form a shape resembling Chopper. Wow, I can also turn into lightning. This is amazing. Chopper laughed happily at Anilu's performance. It seems Chopper and Anilu get along well. Robin leaned against XuanYuan and said, yeah, Chopper's personality is just right to open Anilu's heart. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Young master, what is our next target? After Anilu joined, the Sky Island journey ended. But XuanYuan did not mention the next destination. The Huaxia ship had been sailing freely on the Grand Line for the past few days. Well, let's head to the new world in the second half of the Grand Line. We should be able to strengthen our power faster there. XuanYuan thought for a moment and said, as he couldn't think of any good places to go in the first half of the Grand Line for now. All right, we're finally going to New World in the second half. That's great. The evil dragon appeared exceptionally happy upon hearing XuanYuan's plan. Just as the Huaxia ship entered the second half of the Grand Line, XuanYuan and the others received a terrifying piece of news. Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division Captain, Sachi, had been killed, and the murderer was none other than Marshal D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. After killing Sachi, he stole a devil fruit from the Whitebeard Pirates and escaped, now publicly declaring himself as Blackbeard and gathering crew members to strengthen his power. While the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Captain, Ace, was in pursuit of him. What? Blackbeard actually killed Sachi and took the dark fruit? Is Ace pursuing him? Did my warning have no effect? XuanYuan thought to himself. In fact, XuanYuan's warning did have an effect. After Ace returned to the Whitebeard pirates, he found an excuse to follow Sachi closely every day, leaving Blackbeard with no opportunity to strike. When Sachi obtained the devil fruit, he didn't know what it was and handed it over to Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard had already eaten the Tremor fruit, he wasn't interested in the new fruit and let Sachi keep it. Seeing Sachi back on the ship, Ace relaxed his vigilance. Who would have thought that Blackbeard would still take the risk for the coveted dark fruit, actually killing Sachi and successfully obtaining the dark fruit before escaping? When Ace learned of this, he was furious, blaming his own carelessness for not listening to XuanYuan's advice, which led to Sachi's death. Therefore, disregarding the warnings from Whitebeard and Marco, he set off alone on his speedboat to pursue Blackbeard. Damn Teach, how dare you kill Sachi and humiliate Dad's dignity? Sabo was also very angry after hearing the news and punched the sea surface heavily, causing a large rock to hit the water and create towering waves. Sabo, don't be anxious. The more you encounter such situations, the calmer you must be. Only by staying calm can you come up with a strategy. XuanYuan pulled the angry Sabo and advised. Huff. After listening to XuanYuan's words, Sabo took a few deep breaths to barely control his emotions and looked earnestly at XuanYuan. XuanYuan, you have the best mind. Help me think of a way. What should I do now? My mind is in chaos. XuanYuan comforted Sabo. All right, don't rush. I'll help you think of a way. You need to stay calm. Young master, why don't we first go to the Whitebeard pirates? I've received the latest intel that one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, is about to meet with one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. And the meeting place is very close to us. Hades said seriously from the side. Okay, let us go to Uncle Whitebeard's place and discuss things with him. XuanYuan nodded in agreement. After all, he didn't know where Ace was chasing Blackbeard, and only by knowing Ace's location could they dare to save him. Yes, let us go to Dad's place. Sabo nodded seriously. The Huaxia ship headed towards the location of Whitebeard, quickly reaching the area where the Whitebeard pirates were. When they were still a distance away from the Whitebeard pirates, XuanYuan and the others already felt an immense pressure. Looking up at the sky, they saw the clouds. No, the sky was split open. It seems Shanks has already met Uncle Whitebeard, and their conversation has broken down, and they started fighting. XuanYuan said calmly. What's going on? This power is from Dad. Could it be that red-haired and Dad are fighting? Sabo said quietly, feeling the immense pressure. Sabo, don't worry. They will be fine. Hades, accelerate the ship now. XuanYuan turned his head and said, Yes, I understand. Hades quickly regained his composure from the shock and hurried to the cockpit to accelerate the Huaxia ship. So this is the peak power of this world? I was indeed too naive in the past. XuanYuan, thank you for bringing me here. Enel said quietly, looking at the sky. Stop. Who are you? Don't you know this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? You're not allowed to trespass. After the Huaxia began to accelerate, it soon encountered a fleet from the Whitebeard pirates blocking its path. Damn it, get out of my way, I want to see Dad. Sabo shouted angrily as he rushed onto the deck, facing the pirate ships blocking their way. It's Lord Sabo. Lord Sabo has returned. This ship is Lord XuanYuan's Huaxia. Hurry, let them through. After Sabo's roar, the pirates quickly recognized Sabo and XuanYuan and hurriedly moved their ships aside, allowing the Huaxia to speed towards the direction of Whitebeard. Dad, are you okay? As the Huaxia approached the Whitebeard pirate ship, Sabo quickly jumped onto the pirate ship. XuanYuan and Noah also quickly used Moonwalk to follow him, while XuanYuan instructed the others to stay behind to guard the warship. Sabo, why are you back? And XuanYuan, you too. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, was slightly surprised to see Sabo and XuanYuan suddenly appear on the pirate ship. Marco, where's Dad? Sabo did not answer Marco's question, but called out anxiously. What are you shouting about? I'm still alive. Whitebeard said coldly on the deck. Standing opposite him was a red-haired man with a severed arm, both exuding a powerful aura. It was clear that this red-haired man was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and Luffy's savior. Neither Whitebeard nor Shanks seemed to be injured, indicating that they had only exchanged a probing blow before stopping the attack. Whitebeard, I hope you can stop Ace, otherwise this matter will definitely escalate. After saying this, Shanks turned to leave, but glanced at XuanYuan with a sincere smile as he departed. XuanYuan knew that Shanks had sensed the killing intent he had unconsciously emitted earlier, and now Shanks regarded him as a rival. Dad, are you okay? What did Shanks come to find you for? After Shanks left, Sabo quickly ran to Whitebeard's side and asked seriously. Don't worry, it's nothing. He just came to ask me to stop Ace from chasing after Teach. Whitebeard said with a faint smile, patting Sabo's head, and then looked at XuanYuan. Kid, you're here too. I heard you disbanded the Huaxia Empire. Aren't you sad? Uncle Whitebeard, you have to give up to gain success. What I lost today will definitely be returned to me by the world government multiple times in the future. XuanYuan replied with a slight smile. Hee, very good. I knew you wouldn't be disappointed about this. Whitebeard nodded appreciatively at XuanYuan. By the way, Uncle Whitebeard, do you know where Ace is right now? That fruit Teach stole is very special. I need to clarify things with Ace to prevent him from getting hurt. XuanYuan asked seriously. I don't know about that either. Since Ace went to chase Teach, I haven't heard anything from him, and now I'm worried. Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. So it's like that, Ace, where are you? XuanYuan felt anxious after hearing Whitebeard's words. XuanYuan, you don't need to worry. Ace's strength is on par with mine. That beast Teach definitely won't be his opponent. Sabo said seriously. I hope so. Ace is indeed stronger than in the original story. Let's hope he can defeat Teach. XuanYuan nodded, silently praying for Ace. By the way, kid, how did you end up with Sabo? Why did you both come back at the same time? Whitebeard asked curiously, looking at XuanYuan and Sabo. Oh, it's like this. Dad, when I was in Moku Town, Sabo then told Whitebeard about his encounter with XuanYuan. XuanYuan, are you okay? Where are we going next? After a brief gathering on Whitebeard's ship, everyone lost interest since Ace was not present. After playing for a while, XuanYuan returned to the Huaxia, and Robin noticed XuanYuan's troubled expression and asked him concernedly. It's nothing. I just want to be alone for a while. I'll tell you the plan later. You can go down first, XuanYuan said lightly. Robin nodded and left the room, leaving XuanYuan alone to think quietly. Based on the original story, after the battle between Uncle Whitebeard and Shanks, which is the Judicial Island incident involving Luffy, Ace would soon have a battle with Teach. XuanYuan began to recall the events of the original story, but now, due to his presence, many things had changed. Robin was no longer Luffy's partner, and the latest information about Luffy was that he had just entered the Grand Line not long ago. So where would Ace and Teach be? It seemed that just daydreaming wouldn't work. XuanYuan shook his head helplessly and took out a transponder snail. Hello, Master. XuanYuan, why are you suddenly contacting me? Is something up? The voice of Tiago came through the transponder snail. Master, I need your help with something. After spending a day with Whitebeard and the others, XuanYuan decided to leave. Since contacting Tiago yesterday, he had come up with a new idea. Well, you have your own things to do, so I won't keep you. If you need anything, just come find me. Whitebeard nodded and handed XuanYuan a transponder snail. XuanYuan, be careful on your journey. If you have any news about Ace, let us know immediately, Sabo said seriously from his side. Don't worry, I will. XuanYuan nodded and smiled. All right, let's go. Men don't have to say so much when parting. Whitebeard waved his hand casually. Okay, Uncle Whitebeard, take care of your health. You must take the medicine I gave you every day on time. Sabo, remember to supervise Uncle Whitebeard. XuanYuan waved his hand and jumped onto the Huaxia. The medicine he left for Whitebeard was something he learned from Chopper's master, the witch Kariva. Since others are over 100 years old and still have such a body, this medicine is naturally effective. XuanYuan never thought of restoring Whitebeard's body, but at least he couldn't continue to decline. After all, it was quite frustrating to see Whitebeard struggling against the three admirals. Young Master, where are we going next? Are we going to find Ace? Hades asked curiously beside XuanYuan. No, there are some things that I can't stop from happening. I can only change what I can change. XuanYuan said something that everyone didn't understand, then looked at Hades seriously and said, Set sail, destination, the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria's residence, the Devil's Triangle Sea. To find Moonlight Moria? Young Master, shouldn't we go find Ace first? Hades was puzzled by XuanYuan's words. Yeah, XuanYuan, why are we going to find Moria? I also think we should find Ace first. Someone else said. Hee. XuanYuan smiled faintly. I contacted my master yesterday and asked him to help us keep an eye on Ace's situation. After all, Ace's whereabouts are a mystery right now, and we can't find him at all. The root of the problem is that our influence in the Grand Line is too weak. If we had the same influence in the Grand Line as we do in the Four Seas, then finding Ace wouldn't be a difficult task. So what we need to do now is to increase our own strength. Oh, we understand. After hearing XuanYuan's words, Hades and the others nodded seriously and began to steer the Huaxia towards the location of the Bermuda Triangle. However, not long after the Huaxia left the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, it was blocked by a pirate ship. From the imposing appearance and the skull and crossed swords on the pirate flag, XuanYuan realized that the ship blocking their path belonged to one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, whom he had met just yesterday. That's the ship of red-haired Shanks. What does he want? Hades, a former Navy vice admiral, immediately recognized the origin of this pirate ship and became alert. For emperors. As soon as Hades spoke, everyone on the Huaxia became alert. After all, The sudden appearance of a peak pirate made them anxious, not knowing if the other side was friend or foe. You don't need to be so tense. I believe he means no harm. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the nervous crowd. Although he didn't know why Shanks had blocked their way, he knew Shanks meant no harm. Hey, on the opposite side is the magic blade. Di. XuanYuan's ship. Our captain wants you to come over. He has something to discuss with you. A small pirate from Shanks' ship said to XuanYuan and the others. All right, I'll go over for a bit. Remember, no one is allowed to come over without my orders, understood? XuanYuan said seriously to the others and then used moonwalk to jump to Shanks' ship. He actually dares to come alone to my ship. I thought he would bring a few strong companions with him. This courage is really admirable. Shanks thought to himself as he watched XuanYuan jump over. You are red-haired Shanks, right? XuanYuan said to Shanks after reaching his ship. That's right. You're the magic blade. Di. XuanYuan, famous for killing celestial dragons, by the way. What is your relationship with Di? Luffy. Shanks smiled and asked XuanYuan. He is my brother. So it's true, I didn't expect Luffy to have so many brothers. Besides Ace and Sabo, he has a brother who dares to kill celestial dragons. What a crazy family. Shanks smiled slightly. XuanYuan smiled faintly at Shanks, looking at him. As one of the four emperors, I suppose you didn't block my way just to chat about family matters, right? So what do you want with me? Seeing that XuanYuan dared to speak to him in such a manner, Shanks was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. Little brat, you really have guts. Coming alone to my pirate ship and daring to talk so arrogantly. I wonder if you're confident or foolish. I have no intention of making a move. And I know you have no intention of making a move either. So let's skip this boring conversation and get to the point. XuanYuan said, You little brat, don't think you're impressive just because you've killed some rookie pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, right? Hurry up and apologize to our captain for speaking to him like that. That's right, you little brat. Do you want to die? Hearing XuanYuan's words, before Shanks could respond, his subordinates immediately expressed their dissatisfaction with XuanYuan's attitude, shouting at him one after another. It's so noisy. XuanYuan coldly glanced at the surrounding pirates, and in an instant, a powerful Conqueror's Haki was released, causing all the pirates on Shanks' ship, except for Shanks and his officers, to faint. What? You actually have Conqueror's Haki? No wonder you are so confident. Shanks was also surprised by XuanYuan's Conqueror's Haki. Now we should be on equal footing, right? You can speak directly. XuanYuan looked at Shanks and asked. Interesting little brat. Shanks smiled slightly, not at all angry that XuanYuan had knocked out his crew, but instead showing infinite appreciation as he began to explain the reason for coming to find him. Are you sure this is true? XuanYuan asked Shanks seriously. Do you think I need to lie to you? Shanks smiled. XuanYuan secretly shook his head, not expecting that Teach would hide so deeply. That's right. He is a highly ambitious guy, especially since he was able to do such a thing this time. I believe he definitely has enough confidence. So Ace is in danger. And if Ace is not careful, it is very likely that the entire sea will be plunged into disaster by that guy. Shanks said to him seriously. Don't worry. That won't happen. XuanYuan said seriously. Oh, you're so sure. Shanks looked at XuanYuan curiously. I said it won't happen. It absolutely won't. This government is already decayed enough. So I must overthrow it and establish the kind of world we dream of. And in my world, that guy Teach cannot exist. You can rest assured, I will definitely eliminate him. XuanYuan said seriously, clenching his fist. So confident. Shanks smiled slightly at XuanYuan. Of course, just wait. I will make sure to realize what I said. The world will be changed by me. XuanYuan stood up and said seriously to Shanks, then jumped back to the Huaxia. An interesting little brat. I actually see the hope of the entire world in him. Good. I will place another heavy bet on you this time. Shanks smiled as he looked at XuanYuan's departing figure. Young master, we have now arrived at the Bermuda Triangle. But the fog is too thick to find the location of Moonlight Moria. The Huaxia sailed into a foggy sea area. It's okay, we have a living map here. XuanYuan smiled slightly and looked at Noah. Noah nodded, closed his eyes, and began to observe the surroundings using observation haki. Found it. A powerful guy is in a castle 3 kilometers away from here. Noah opened his eyes and said, all right, Noah, Anilu, the 3 of us will go find Moria. Hades, you stay on the ship and wait for our news. XuanYuan immediately issued the order. XuanYuan, I want to go too. Arlong said unhappily from the side. This time is not possible. The enemy is Moria. That guy can take other people's shadows. If there are too many people, it will only complicate things. You stay to protect Robin and Chopper. XuanYuan said seriously. Right, brother Arlong, I'm scared. Looking at the dark environment around him, Chopper hugged Arlong's leg and said pitifully, All right, I won't go. Faced with Chopper's tearful attack, Arlong had no resistance and could only nod in agreement. Let's go Noah, Analu. XuanYuan smiled faintly at Chopper, and the three of them rushed towards the castle where Moria was located. Hey. Seeing XuanYuan and his group, Moria actually laughed happily. Magic Blade, Manchi D, XuanYuan, Ghost Hand, Noah, and an unknown guy. Great, with your strength of 500 million, adding your shadows to the body of Oz that I obtained some time ago. I will be able to take revenge on Kaido. Moria, if you're done with your jokes, just shut up. I came to find you for a reason. XuanYuan said coldly. Damn it, you little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? I'll turn you into a zombie. Moria was instantly furious upon seeing XuanYuan's expression. Go to hell, flying bats. Moria stretched out his hands forward, and a swarm of bats charged at XuanYuan and the others. A mere trick. Enel looked disdainfully at Moria. Ever since Moria called him an unknown guy, he had been holding back his anger. He stretched out his hands forward after coming to the Grand Line. XuanYuan helped Enel remove the large drum on his back, allowing him to use lightning without hitting the drum. Although the power was slightly weaker, the speed was much faster. Thunder Dragon, Enel said coldly, and a dragon made of lightning surged towards Moria, shattering the bats he released. Ugh! Faced with this sudden attack, Moria quickly jumped aside to dodge, looking at Enel in shock. You're a Logia Devil Fruit user. In this world, not all strong individuals are Logia Devil Fruit users, but those who usually have great power. Moria immediately retracted his previous underestimation of Enel. Perhaps this unknown guy could take him down, since it was not surprising for anything to happen to a Logia Devil Fruit user. Damn it, since it's like this. Come at me. Moria roared at Enel. Shadow gathering. Countless shadows began to burrow into Moria's body, and his figure quickly started to grow larger. Seeing Moria's rapidly enlarging body, XuanYuan smiled faintly. Although I know you still can't match the three of us after you grow, I don't want to make it harder for myself. Bear impact. XuanYuan smiled slightly, his right hand transforming into the devil fruit form, and he appeared right in front of Moria, delivering a powerful palm strike. Ugh! A powerful shockwave pierced through Moria's body, creating a large hole in the rocks behind him. Moria screamed, and countless shadows fled from his mouth. Shadows, my shadows. Seeing the shadows he had painstakingly gathered, now fleeing in droves, Moria hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, but the shadows still escaped uncontrollably through his fingers. Damn it! Moria felt utterly powerless, gasping for breath as he knelt before XuanYuan. Do you still want to fight? XuanYuan coldly asked Moria, who was kneeling before him. Damn it! Don't underestimate me, Shadow Box. Moria, who was still panting, heard XuanYuan's dismissive tone. His body trembled, and he lunged at XuanYuan. XuanYuan naturally noticed Moria's little move. But knowing this trick of Moria's, he did not dodge, allowing Moria to trap him inside a box made of shadows. You little brat. Now you're in my grasp. See how powerful I am. Still dare to underestimate me. Moria laughed happily, looking at the shadow box containing XuanYuan, and then turned to Noah and Enel, saying, It's your turn next. No rush. Our battle isn't over yet. A faint voice came from inside the shadow box. What? Damn it, you little brat. Watch me take you down now. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria roared at the shadow box, and a gun made of shadows shot towards XuanYuan, as if it wanted to pierce him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the shadow horn gun broke as soon as it pierced the shadow box. What is going on? Moria looked at everything in disbelief. It's nothing. It just bumped into my partner. Minghong knife. XuanYuan smiled faintly. A fleeting glimpse. XuanYuan shouted from inside the shadow box. The shadow box was instantly shattered by a red light, which surged directly toward Moria. Ugh! Hit by the red light, Moria spat out blood and fell to the ground. All right, now let me tell you my terms. Submit to me, and you can avoid death. XuanYuan coldly looked at Moria and said, if you want to kill me, then do it. Who is afraid of death? Moria disdainfully replied to XuanYuan. Having been defeated by Kaido and having returned from death, he was no longer intimidated by it. You seem quite spirited. Then how about this? XuanYuan coldly smiled at Moria, then stared into his eyes, a chilling aura directly entering Moria's heart. What is this feeling? Death? No, something more terrifying than death, loneliness. I don't want to be alone. Moria felt an unprecedented pain emanating from within. Submit to me, and you will have powerful companions, and you will never feel lonely again. XuanYuan's voice was like a lifeline to a drowning person, and Moria nodded seriously, sincerely submitting to XuanYuan. After Moria submitted to XuanYuan, the strength of the Huaxia Empire was greatly enhanced, as it effectively gained the power of Moria's entire pirate crew, along with Moria's zombies. In the first half of the Grand Line, The strength of the Huaxia Empire could be said to be the strongest. However, in this world, good things cannot last forever. After gaining such a fierce general as Moria, XuanYuan received bad news. Ace had been defeated by Blackbeard Teach, who, in order to please the government and obtain a legitimate pirate title, handed Ace over to the world government, which decided to publicly execute Ace in a week. Damn it, that guy Teach is indeed as deeply hidden as Shanks said. XuanYuan clenched his fists angrily. The government will definitely gather the 7 warlords of the sea for this public execution of Ace. Currently on our side, RC Hirojin Bay, Sand Crocodile, and Moonlight Moria. The remaining Hukamai Hawk, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Tyrant Kuma. Their allegiances are still uncertain. Hades seriously analyzed the situation beside XuanYuan. Yes, indeed troublesome. The remaining 4-7 warlords of the sea plus the marine headquarters versus the Whitebeard pirate crew. This is truly an unprecedented battle, the excited evil dragon said. Not only that, but our Huaxia Empire must also participate. Our goal is to rescue Ace. XuanYuan said seriously. Hee, I knew it. Robin smiled slightly at XuanYuan, not saying anything to oppose him, knowing his character. Hee. Noah and Hades also smiled slightly and nodded in appreciation. Even if you don't go, we'll run there, boss XuanYuan. The battle-hungry evil dragon and Enel said excitedly. Isn't the big battle going to be very spectacular? Chopper curiously asked. Chopper, this time you and Robin can't participate in the battle on the ship. XuanYuan said seriously to Robin. Why not? No, XuanYuan, I want to go. As soon as Chopper heard that XuanYuan wasn't taking him this time, he immediately started to act spoiled on the deck. You understand the danger level of this battle, XuanYuan said to Robin calmly. Robin nodded in understanding, picking up Chopper, who was acting spoiled on the ground, and comforted him. All right, Chopper, stop acting spoiled. This time it's really dangerous. I won't go either. Let us just stay behind and prepare delicious food for XuanYuan and the others to return triumphantly. Chopper wasn't an unreasonable child. After hearing Robin's words, he stopped insisting. Seeing that Chopper was not acting cute, XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, you all go with Robin to the small garden in the Grand Line first. Noah and I will go to the Navy headquarters to handle some other matters. We will gather the day before the big battle. XuanYuan instructed seriously. XuanYuan, young master, be careful. Everyone understood XuanYuan's decisive personality and did not stop him, only reminding him to be cautious. XuanYuan smiled slightly and jumped onto the speedboat with Noah, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. XuanYuan, where are we going? Noah asked XuanYuan. To Impel Down. If we rescue Ace first, there won't be so much trouble. XuanYuan replied with a slight smile. Are you kidding? No one has ever successfully invaded Impel Down. The warden there, Magellan, has eaten the poison fruit and his strength is comparable to a marine admiral. His ability is also extremely difficult to deal with, so it's almost impossible for us to get past him. Noah said seriously. I know. If we were to force our way in, our strengths would indeed be somewhat lacking, but this time I don't plan to force my way in. XuanYuan said with a mischievous smile. No need to force our way in? Are we going to outsmart him? Do you have a good plan? Noah asked curiously. Seeing Noah's anxious look, XuanYuan stopped teasing him and smiled slightly. All right, I'll tell you. Magellan won't stop us this time. Not only will he not stop us, but he will also assist us. How could Magellan not only not stop us, but also help us? We have no connections with him. Noah said, a bit incredulous. Yes, we have no connections, but someone does. XuanYuan pretended to be profound. Who is it? XuanYuan, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Noah asked anxiously, looking at XuanYuan's teasing expression. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's because of my master. 20 years ago, when the Golden Lion escaped from prison, almost all the officials of Impel Down were punished. Magellan was an exception. He was valued by my master when he was still a deputy warden and was promoted. Not only was he not held responsible, but he also became the warden of Impel Down. Because of this, he became my master's loyal subordinate. My intention to go to Impel Down was also informed by my master. So that's how it is. That is really impressive. No wonder he is your master. Noah said with admiration on his face. Let us go. Now you can relax. XuanYuan smiled faintly, and the two sped towards Impel Down. In Impel Down on the Grand Line, a giant man resembling a demon was respectfully speaking into a black transponder snail. Yes, I understand, Lord Magellan. Don't worry. Today was given to me by you. Whatever you want me to do, I will execute at 100. But Lord Magellan, if this matter is discovered, I won't have anywhere to go, so you must take me in Don't reject me. The giant smiled slightly and hung up the phone. He was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, who had eaten the poison fruit with strength comparable to a marine admiral. Monkey D, XuanYuan, another D. These guys really can't stay settled. Magellan smiled faintly and picked up the transponder snail. Hello? Is this the patrol team? In a moment, a small boat with S6 credentials will come. You will bring it directly to my office. Hello, are you the ones from S6? XuanYuan and Noah's small boat was blocked by a warship 1 kilometer from Impel Down. Although the people on the warship did not know what S6 was, they knew that Lord Magellan's orders were certainly not for minor figures, and their attitude was exceptionally respectful. Yes, we are personnel from S6, XuanYuan said lightly, looking at Noah. Brother, show them your badge. Okay. Noah nodded and tossed his identity badge from S6 to the personnel on the warship. Although these ordinary personnel did not know what S6 was, they recognized the emblem representing the world government on the badge and immediately understood that 2 significant figures had arrived. Please follow me, sirs. Lord Magellan has been waiting for you for a long time. The personnel from Impel Down respectfully led XuanYuan and the others into the prison. You are Lord Magellan's disciples. Monkey D, XuanYuan, and Noah? After XuanYuan and Noah were brought to Magellan's office, Magellan signaled his subordinates to leave and then carefully examined the 2. That's right. You should know our purpose for coming. XuanYuan responded calmly, releasing an appropriate amount of haki to resist the poisonous gas directed at them by Magellan. Although the gas was not lethal, if inhaled in large quantities, it could make XuanYuan and the others feel dizzy. What? These 2 kids can actually resist my poisonous gas with haki, and their control of power is quite good. They not only resisted the gas, but also did not attack me. Very proper. The first test passed perfectly. Magellan secretly nodded in approval of XuanYuan and Noah's performance. In an instant, he retracted the poisonous gas, and XuanYuan and Noah also retracted their haki at the same moment. No wonder they are Lord Magellan's beloved disciples. They are indeed impressive. Magellan couldn't help but praise in his heart, but his face still looked cold as he gazed at XuanYuan and Noah. Of course I know your purpose. But Ace is a prisoner of great importance to the world government, and I cannot favor you by letting him go. Allowing you to come in is already my limit. Yes, I understand. XuanYuan also knew that asking Magellan to release Ace would put him in a difficult position. I want to ask you to let Ace go. I just have a request. What request? Magellan asked coldly. I want to see Ace. XuanYuan said seriously. How is that different from letting Ace go? Magellan's expression was very serious. Don't worry, I won't let Ace escape. At least I won't let him escape from Impel Down. So you won't have any responsibility? XuanYuan said earnestly. Haha, that sounds acceptable, but the responsibility I have to bear for taking you to see Ace is still too great. Magellan smiled faintly. You can rest assured, I want to ask you to take me to see Ace. Noah, and I will sneak in quietly. I just hope you can tell me Ace's exact location. You can trust me. I won't be discovered by anyone and won't cause you any unnecessary trouble. XuanYuan said seriously. After all, the anime did not detail the routes of Impel Down, and after so long, XuanYuan could not remember where Ace was held. So he indeed needed Magellan's help. In that case, telling you where Ace is held is not impossible. Magellan thought for a moment and said faintly, but there is a condition. Say it, as long as I can meet your conditions. XuanYuan looked at Magellan curiously, very interested in what condition he would propose. Haha, you say you can go see Ace without being discovered, but why should I believe that? You must prove it. Magellan smiled faintly at XuanYuan. What kind of proof do you need? Very simple, you 2 will fight me. If you can gain my approval, I will believe that you have the strength to not be discovered by others, and I can help you. Magellan said seriously. No problem. XuanYuan and Noah nodded without hesitation after hearing the condition. Truly worthy of being Lord Ironbone's disciple. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Magellan smiled faintly in his heart, still maintaining a serious expression while looking at XuanYuan and Noah. You need to think carefully. I am a poison man who has eaten the poison fruit. I won't be able to control my strength during the fight, and you might very well be poisoned to death by me. Moreover, my poison has no antidote. Are you really still willing to fight? Of course. We have no choice. XuanYuan and Noah smiled lightly, but there was infinite confidence in their eyes. All right, will you fight together or one by one? Magellan led XuanYuan and Noah to a room specifically used by him in Impel Down. Let me go first. If I die, at least Noah, you can help collect my body. XuanYuan smiled lightly and stepped forward. XuanYuan. Seeing how easily XuanYuan decided, Noah anxiously grabbed his shoulder. Trust me, brother. XuanYuan pulled Noah's hand down, patted his shoulder, and gave him a confident smile. Seeing XuanYuan so confident, Noah could only say softly, "Be careful. Hee, you got guts, actually going alone, but I still won't hold back." Magellan smiled slightly as he looked at XuanYuan approaching him, immediately activating his devil fruit ability, causing strong poisonous gas to emanate from his body. Indeed, he is someone who cannot be engaged in close combat. XuanYuan thought to himself while tightly gripping the Minghong knife. "Take this, poison pufferfish." Magellan opened his mouth wide and expelled a large number of poisonous orbs towards XuanYuan. In an instant, XuanYuan also immediately activated his own devil fruit ability, his figure flashing to dodge Magellan's attack. The area hit by Magellan's poison orbs was instantly corroded down to the stone. XuanYuan, be careful, don't get touched. Seeing how strong Magellan's poison was, Noah, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but remind him. "Don't worry." XuanYuan smiled faintly, seriously analyzing in his heart. "Since close combat won't work, then let's attack from distance." One slash of Minghong. Holding the Minghong knife, he slashed towards Magellan, sending a wave of red, cutting energy towards him. Poison wall. Magellan stretched out his hands, and immediately a wall formed from poison liquid appeared. The cutting wave struck it, instantly causing poison to splatter everywhere. But Magellan himself suffered no damage. Damn, it's indeed difficult to deal with. The poison splattered from the cutting wave directly attacked XuanYuan, forcing him to retreat and recalculate the safe distance for fighting Magellan. "Kid, your attack power is pretty strong. To be able to numb my arms, even with the poison wall's defense. This is unexpected." Magellan shook the poison off his hands and looked at XuanYuan seriously. You're flattering me. It's you who is powerful," XuanYuan said coldly. Magellan's fruit ability is indeed too abnormal. Even compared to the three admirals, it's a cut above. Because XuanYuan could withstand the admiral's attacks with haki, but this guy's poison sticks to you at any moment, which is quite troublesome. However, this level of power still can't defeat me, nor can earn my recognition, Magellan said coldly. "Watch this, poison dragon." Magellan waved one hand, and immediately a giant dragon made of poison liquid appeared. "Damn, such a narrow space, there's no way to dodge, and I can't defend. What should I do?" I didn't expect Magellan to use the ultimate technique that defeated Luffy and the others so quickly. Although this time it's only one poison dragon in this enclosed space. The lethality of a poison dragon is still deadly. Have you thought of a strategy? I won't give you any more time. Take this." Magellan laughed coldly, preparing to let the poison dragon attack. Wait, XuanYuan felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. Why was I only thinking about how to avoid his ultimate move? If he doesn't use it, then wouldn't there be no issue? In an instant, XuanYuan's figure moved, and he immediately appeared behind Magellan. Useless. The attack range of the poison dragon is not something you can dodge. Magellan sneered coldly, turning around to unleash the poison dragon. A fleeting moment. Just as Magellan turned around, a red, cutting wave struck his arm that was summoning the poison dragon. The poison dragon in Magellan's hand was immediately dispersed, turning into a pool of poison liquid scattered on the ground, and he himself was knocked to the ground by XuanYuan's strike. Aha! Magellan looked at his injured arm, first stunned, then began to laugh maniacally. He can't be knocked silly. Seeing Magellan lying on the ground, laughing wildly, XuanYuan, who had stopped gathering strength, curiously thought, while also halting his continued attack. Incredible, incredible. You found a way to break my move in such a short time. Truly worthy of being Lord Ironbone's favored disciple. You win this match. Magellan got up and said to XuanYuan with a happy smile, his face no longer cold. Only admiration remained. XuanYuan and Noah were both surprised that Magellan admitted defeat so easily. Everything I have is given by Lord Ironbone. He instructed me to help you, and I naturally won't delay. However, I'm very curious about what kind of person would make Lord Ironbone so concerned, so I've been acting indifferent. If you don't have the qualifications to make me and Lord Ironbone take risks, even if it's Lord Ironbone, I would still kill you or hand you over to the government, Magellan said seriously. But I have to say, Lord Ironbone's vision is indeed sharp. I have to admit it. Magellan looked at XuanYuan and Noah seriously, simultaneously releasing the poison from his hands. Patting their shoulders vigorously, he said, "You are great. Really great. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to help you this time. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water. How much do you know about Impel Down?" After bringing XuanYuan and Noah to his office, Magellan asked seriously. Not much. I only know that it is a prison that has never been successfully invaded since its establishment. And the only successful escapee was the golden lion 20 years ago, Noah said seriously from his side. He also, Impel Down has a total of 6 levels, depending on the prisoners held. I think Ace should be on the 6th level. XuanYuan smiled and added, you two know quite a bit. Not bad. Impel Down indeed has a total of 6 levels, and when prisoners are first imprisoned, they are baptized in the hellish temperature soup of over 100 degrees to suppress their spirits, making it so that not many dare to attempt escape. Magellan said seriously, as for your brother, Fire Fist Ace, I must say he is remarkable. He didn't even furrow his brows during the baptism, truly admirable for being imprisoned. Magellan introduced seriously. Hearing that Ace was tortured during his imprisonment, XuanYuan's expression immediately changed, and he silently thought, I'm sorry, Ace, it's my fault. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you. I hope the punishment for Fire Fist Ace can be completely lifted. You know my relationship with him, so I hope you can help me with this. XuanYuan said coldly as he looked at Magellan. Rest assured, I have a grasp of the situation. Lord Ironbone called a few days ago when he learned that Fire Fist Ace was imprisoned and instructed us to cancel all forms of torture on him. Naturally, I strictly complied. Since his initial baptism upon entering prison, he has not suffered any further torment. Magellan nodded and said, thank you. XuanYuan deeply bowed to Magellan, sincerely expressing his gratitude. No need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank Lord Ironbone. I'm just following his orders. Magellan casually waved his hand and handed XuanYuan a stack of documents and a snail phone. This is the map of Impel Down. It contains information about the 1st floor, Red Lotus level, the 2nd floor, Beast level of the Demon World, the 3rd floor, Hunger level, and the 4th floor, Scorching level. As for what happens after the 5th floor, there is no reliable information, but take this snail phone, and I will inform you how to proceed at any moment. I will also notify you immediately if anything happens. Thank you, Mr. Magellan. XuanYuan again expressed his gratitude seriously, even changing his address to a more respectful title. No need to call me that. It sounds too formal. If you don't mind this poisonous guy, just call me Brother Magellan. Magellan said lightly. XuanYuan and Noah exchanged glances, surprised that Magellan was such a personable person. Nodding, they looked at Magellan and said, Yes, Brother Magellan. Haha, good brothers. Magellan was very pleased to see XuanYuan and Noah. Let's go, brothers. I've been bored to death in this Impel Down all day, so let me join you in a crazy gamble, risking our lives and fortunes. Magellan said seriously to the two. Don't worry, brother. We won't lose because we are not alone. XuanYuan said earnestly as they began to walk toward the 1st floor, Red Lotus level, of Impel Down, following Magellan's guidance. Okay, brothers. I have now sent the guard from the surveillance room to a meeting. You have about an hour. According to the map, you must try to reach the 4th underground level within an hour. Remember, do not cause chaos. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. We will contact each other again in an hour. Magellan's voice came from a snail phone. All right, brother. Thank you for your trouble. We are off. See you in an hour. XuanYuan placed the snail phone into his pocket. Just as he was about to put the snail phone away, Magellan's dissatisfied voice came through. What's the trouble? We don't need to say such things between brothers. If you mention it again, I'll make you drink poison soup. All right, goodbye. Let's go. XuanYuan smiled slightly, feeling Magellan's concern, and he and Noah rushed toward the underground levels of Impel Down. I'm free. Indeed. There's no place that can trap me. As XuanYuan and the others entered the 1st level of Impel Down, a person dressed in prison clothes crawled out from the prison, his most distinct feature being a big red nose. That's right, he is none other than Buggy the Clown, one of the pirate overlords of the East Blue and an intern crew member on Joel D. Rogers' ship. What? Have you hidden your abilities? You sly guy. Other prisoners in the jail complained as they saw Buggy leaving. Buggy glanced at them, stretched his body, and said lightly, Shut up. If I had to endure torture in a place like this all day, I wouldn't have enough lives. Are you going to abandon us? The prisoners in the jail looked at Buggy and asked, their voices tinged with a hint of pleading. When did I become this familiar with you all? Buggy chuckled coldly, turning to look at the prisoners in the jail. I am a symbol of freedom. If you're not convinced, try to imitate me. You definitely can't do it, so just die in prison, Buggy said lightly, making some provocative gestures towards the prisoners. Remember this, Buggy. The prisoners in the jail shouted angrily at Buggy. Looking at the prisoners threatening him, Buggy chuckled coldly. Oh, I've already forgotten. Ha ha ha. With that, Buggy began to run away. Damn it, you guy. The prisoners yelled angrily at Buggy. Whoosh. Just as Buggy was about to escape, a shadow appeared in front of him and knocked him flying. The prison instantly fell silent. XuanYuan and Noah quickly reached the Red Lotus level in the first underground layer of Impelled Down, which appeared to be a blood-red forest. This is why it's called the Red Lotus level, right? A blood-red forest, and there are many people down there. Noah said seriously as he looked at the red forest. They're all prisoners. This is not an ordinary forest. The leaves are like blades, sharp sword trees, and the grass below can pierce the body like needles. The prisoners, chased by poisonous spiders and guards, are bleeding profusely from the stings of the needle leaves and needle grass, enduring excruciating pain. This place is also called the Red Lotus Hell. A faint voice echoed behind XuanYuan and Noah as Buggy slowly walked out of the darkness. You figured it out so quickly, even faster than I imagined. XuanYuan said happily as he looked at Buggy. No need to think too much. The captain is my benefactor, even if it costs me my life. I will definitely save the captain's son, Buggy said earnestly. Let us go. XuanYuan didn't say much more and directly used Moonwalk to quickly dash through the air, while Buggy used the power of the Chop Fruit to throw his feet into the needle grass, flying freely in the air behind XuanYuan and Noah. The first level of Red Lotus Hell posed no obstacles for them, and the three easily reached the second underground level, Beast level of the Demon World. Is this the Beast level of the Demon World? Noah said lightly as he looked at the dark surroundings. Yes, there are ferocious demon beasts everywhere here, the largest being the Basilius, and the boss is the Sphinx. The prisoners locked in this level know they will eventually become food for the beasts, and they don't even have the strength to be afraid. Buggy said seriously. Below this is the third underground level, Hunger level, and the fourth underground level, Scorching level. These two levels are connected and torment the prisoners. After coming up from the Scorching level, the prisoners in the Hunger level are generally not provided any food or heat, and the temperature in the Scorching level is extremely high, like a giant iron pot filled with boiling blood and flames. Prisoners must be sterilized by the heat in this level before entering prison. Although these three levels are terrifying, there is nothing for us to worry about. We need to speed up and reach the fourth underground level as quickly as possible since Brother Magellan hasn't given us much time, XuanYuan said earnestly. Brother Magellan. Buggy looked at XuanYuan with a strange expression. Yes, it's Brother Magellan. Let us go, Buggy. Let us talk while we walk. XuanYuan nodded, and the three of them quickly ran towards the fourth underground level, following the shortest route on the map provided by Magellan, with XuanYuan briefly introducing some information to Buggy along the way. Hey, XuanYuan, where are you and Noah now? The meeting has ended, and the staff in the monitoring room can return to their posts in at most 5 minutes. Hurry up and tell me your location. Magellan's voice suddenly came from the phone bug in XuanYuan's pocket. Brother Magellan, we have now arrived at the fourth underground level, Scorching floor, the place you marked. We didn't encounter any obstacles along the way following your guidance, but we did bring along a powerful pirate who will definitely help us. XuanYuan immediately responded to Magellan. You rescued a prisoner. At which level did you rescue them? Who is it? Magellan asked curiously. We rescued the East Sea pirate clown buggy from the first underground level. XuanYuan said lightly. Oh, the first level? You really have a knack for this, huh? All right. Do as you wish. We'll talk about this when you get back. For now, listen to my orders. I command you to head to the fifth underground level, Extreme Cold Floor, Magellan said seriously. XuanYuan and the others immediately perked up, waiting for Magellan's instructions. You need to walk straight down the left passage. There will be a room. Find a way to lure the people inside out. And on their wall, there will be a set of keys. After you get the keys, I will give you the next instructions. Move quickly. Luring the people inside out to get the keys sounds pretty troublesome. XuanYuan scratched his head and said, what's so difficult about that? Noah smiled easily. XuanYuan, have you forgotten the tactic we loved to use against enemies back in S6? Why lure them out? Just knock them out directly. You little rascal want to use poison, huh? You're really becoming just like Raylo. XuanYuan said mischievously. Poison? Did you bring those things with you? Also, we can't find their food at all. How can we poison them? Buggy asked curiously from the side. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their food. It could be in the air too. Noah said with a wicked smile as he took out a small bottle. You actually brought out anesthetic gas. XuanYuan looked at Noah in surprise. The small bottle in Noah's hand was a product they could only have during their time in S6. When XuanYuan and the others established the Huaxia Empire, they had also ordered research on it, but the quantity was small. He didn't expect Noah to carry it with him. This anesthetic gas has a slight red color, making it easy for people to defend against. I originally planned to use it as a smoke bomb, but I didn't expect this fourth underground level scorching floor to be filled with red. Making it harder for people to notice. Noah said happily. Then let's move. XuanYuan signaled Noah. Noah nodded, opened the bottle's cap, and aimed it at the crack of the door. A wisp of red gas drifted inside, but in this scorching area, it was almost undetectable. Buggy widened his eyes, seriously watching everything happening before him. XuanYuan, are you sure it's fine not to kill those guards? When they wake up, won't they realize they fainted, thereby increasing the vigilance in the prison? It'll be difficult for us. After XuanYuan and the others knocked out the guards and got the keys, Buggy intended to kill the guards but was stopped by XuanYuan. Don't worry, that's the magical part of this gas. When they wake up, they won't have any memory of it. They'll just think they took a nap. XuanYuan said seriously to Buggy. Do as you like. Showing mercy to the guards in the prison is really puzzling. I don't understand how you think. You still dare to be called Magic Blade. Buggy glanced at him seriously. I just don't want to trouble Brother Magellan. XuanYuan smiled slightly and took out the phone bug. What a strange guy, Buggy said, looking at XuanYuan lightly. Hey, big brother, we have the keys now. What should we do next? Where's the door to the 5th underground level? Extreme cold floor? XuanYuan said to the phone bug. Not bad, you've got the keys. Magellan's laughter came through the phone bug. Now, keep walking down the right passage, and at the fork head left. You'll soon reach the door to the 5th underground level. By the way, don't forget to grab a few coats from the previous room before you go. It will be very cold when you enter the 5th level. We know. XuanYuan smiled lightly, and the group once again ran towards the 5th underground level, following Magellan's guidance. Does Magellan really care about people? XuanYuan is really a peculiar fellow. I can't figure him out, Buggy thought, reflecting on how Magellan spoke to XuanYuan. Following Magellan's instructions, XuanYuan and the others quickly arrived at the 5th underground level, extreme cold floor. Wow, it really is cold here. If we weren't wearing these clothes, we really wouldn't be able to handle it. As soon as the three entered the 5th underground level, they felt the bone-chilling cold. Fortunately, they were all not ordinary people and had prepared thick clothing, so they were fine. The 5th underground level of Impel Down is also known as Extreme Cold Hell. Prisoners confined in this level endure temperatures lower than a large ice house, suffering severe frostbite until death. The Frozen Hell's Forest is also home to a large number of military wolves. It is worth mentioning that this level has no phone bugs installed due to the extremely low temperatures. Buggy said seriously to XuanYuan and Noah. Hey, XuanYuan, have you guys reached the 5th underground level? The phone bug transmitted Magellan's intermittent voice, which seemed to be failing due to the cold. Yes, big brother, we have arrived. You all pay attention. It's very cold here. I can't contact you at all times. To your left at the entrance is the area where prisoners are held, and ahead is a vast forest. What you need to do is bypass that forest on the other side of the forest. At the place corresponding to the 3 high rocks is the passage leading to the 6th underground level, Infinite Hell. Now put the phone bug in your bag so it won't get damaged by the cold. Once you get to the 6th level, contact me immediately. Magellan's voice came through intermittently, and the sound was getting fainter. Fortunately, XuanYuan and the others have been trained in this area, so they quickly understood his meaning and put the phone bug in their pocket. Now you understand. Let's hurry to the 6th underground level, XuanYuan said to the two. Just as the 3 were about to set off, they heard a roar of a fierce beast. Oh, what happened? XuanYuan and the others turned around, only to see a pack of white wolves emerging from the forest. Are those the military wolves? I didn't expect there to be a whole pack. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the appearing wolves. Strange. Since they are fierce beasts, why not put them in the 2nd underground level, Demon Realm Beast level? Noah asked curiously, looking at the wolf pack. Because military wolves are extremely ferocious. If they were put in the 2nd underground level, they would eat Buggy, Lisk, and Sphinx. XuanYuan said lightly. I didn't expect there to be such powerful magical beasts here. This is impressive. A smile appeared on Buggy's face as well. Come on, take them out. It's so cold here. Let's treat it as a warm-up exercise. XuanYuan smiled slightly and rushed forward with Noah. Moonstep. XuanYuan jumped into the air and suddenly stopped over the wolf pack. Infinite Launch Storm Kick. XuanYuan's legs kicked rapidly, sending several slashing waves toward the wolf pack. There were no guards or phone bugs monitoring this layer, so he wasn't afraid of the trouble his moves might cause. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises erupted as the slashing waves hit the ground, sending the general wolves and the thick layer of ice flying into the air. Just watch me now. Noah charged into the chaotic wolf pack. Iron Block. Noah's body hardened, and he took his weapon, Cherry Blossom, into his hands. Take this. Cherry Blossom Dance. Noah's body spun rapidly, like a tornado sweeping toward the wolf pack. The wolves hit by him were all killed by Cherry Blossom. bursting into beautiful sprays of blood, creating another kind of beauty in this white floor. It's over, and my body's warm now, really nice. XuanYuan stretched out his hands and said, yes, exercising when it's cold is indeed the best way. Noah smiled slightly. The once ferocious pack of military wolves had now been completely eliminated by the two of them in less than a minute, not a single one left. These two guys. Watching XuanYuan and Noah's performance, the pack of military wolves was instantly wiped out, and it was just a warm-up exercise. Bucky couldn't help but widen his eyes. Indeed, they are Demon Blade and Ghost Hand. No wonder they have a bounty of 500 million, truly. Bucky, what are you talking about? Aren't you cold without warming up? Noah curiously asked Bucky, who was talking to himself. No. Bucky quickly shook his hand. Then let's hurry through the forest towards the 6th underground level. The legendary Infinite Hell. Keep up. XuanYuan smiled faintly and started running toward the forest. Hey, wait for me. Noah shouted and followed, while Bucky trailed behind them, thinking about something. So young, yet with such strength and a huge ambition, plus that strange but terrifying network behind him. Monkey D. XuanYuan. This guy might really have the potential to change the world. He should be the kind of existence the captain was talking about. Should I help him? Bucky pondered seriously as he followed XuanYuan and Noah. Noah, we're here, the entrance to the 6th underground level Infinite Hell. Noah, you're a bit slower than me? In the extreme cold hell of the 5th underground level, XuanYuan and the others sprinted, kicking up snow like a white hurricane, quickly crossing the forest to reach the hidden entrance mentioned by Magellan. What? You ran ahead of me. Okay. Noah complained as he followed XuanYuan. I won again. Did you forget our agreement? All's fair in love and war. Winning is all that matters. XuanYuan said with a faint smile. These two guys, even in this situation, still have the mood to joke around. Really strange. Bucky watched XuanYuan and Noah laughing and chatting, showing no signs of tension, shaking his head in confusion. But these two are really impressive. Being with them in such a dangerous situation feels oddly relaxed. It's truly strange. All right, let's go. Hey, Bucky, stop daydreaming. Ace is on the next floor. XuanYuan called out to the contemplative Bucky. Coming. Bucky quickly snapped back to reality and followed the two into the entrance. Hey, big brother, we've reached the entrance to the 6th level. Is there anything we need to be aware of? After entering the entrance, XuanYuan took out the phone bug, as Magellan instructed. You crossed the forest so quickly. That's impressive. Once you enter the 6th level, go find Fire Fist Ace right away. He's in the innermost room, very conspicuous. But remember, do not provoke the other prisoners. The ones locked in the 6th level are all monsters. Like the worst female prisoner in pirate history, Catherine Dupont, the giant warship, St. Juan Wolf, the drunkard, Bacchus Choate, and some. Bothersome guys, you understand, right? Don't provoke them. Magellan said seriously. XuanYuan knew one of those bothersome guys was Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief guard who was locked in the 6th level of Infinite Hell by Magellan himself for killing prisoners out of anger. Big brother, those guys must really annoy you. XuanYuan asked coldly. Yeah, what's wrong? Magellan asked in confusion. Then let me take care of them all. I guarantee no one in the world government will object. XuanYuan's voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as eternal ice. Magellan was taken aback at first, then hurriedly said, XuanYuan, don't do anything reckless. Killing them is no small matter. Big brother, will anyone care about them? If they die in prison, will anyone come to ask about it? That won't happen. These guys are all sentenced to death or life imprisonment for their heinous crimes. Magellan replied seriously. Then it's fine. Other issues are not a problem. Big brother, just trust me. XuanYuan said earnestly and then directly put the phone bug into his pocket. Nonsense. Those world-shocking guys are not something that can be easily killed. Magellan yelled into the phone bug, but XuanYuan had already hung up and there was no sound. This guy is really reckless. Although Lord Ironbone said this guy is a trouble magnet, I didn't expect him to do such shocking things every time. Magellan panted with anger, as if he were furious, and the gas he exhaled was thick with poison. All right, having XuanYuan kill all those bothersome guys is not bad. At least I won't have to worry about them escaping prison and causing me trouble. Plus, not many people go to the 6th underground level. If someone does come to break into the prison and find them all dead, I can easily shift the blame to that intruder. This plan is not bad. After calming down, Magellan thought about the consequences of XuanYuan doing this and started smiling again. Ace. Upon reaching the 6th underground level of Infinite Hell, XuanYuan immediately saw Ace locked up at the innermost part and rushed over. XuanYuan. Ace, hearing the familiar voice, quickly looked up and, upon seeing XuanYuan truly appearing in front of his prison, immediately smiled. Ace, are you all right? XuanYuan quickly took out the key Magellan had given him, opened the door, and rushed in to check if Ace's body had sustained any injuries. Noah and Bucky also followed in. Don't worry, I won't die yet. XuanYuan, how did you get here? This is Impel Down, known as the underwater prison. How did you manage to come in? Ace looked at XuanYuan in amazement. I heard you were captured and imprisoned, so I immediately thought of a way to come. Don't underestimate me. I'm your brother. And there's no place I can't get to. XuanYuan said proudly. You always surprise me, brother. Ace smiled faintly, then remembered something, and his expression darkened again. I'm sorry. XuanYuan, it's all my fault for not listening to you and relaxing my guard against that beast Teach, which led to Sachi being killed and him obtaining the dark fruit. Now, I have been defeated by him. I really can't face you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's my failure to explain things clearly. XuanYuan said seriously while patting Ace's shoulder. Some things are just following the course of history. Even the effect of this butterfly flapping its wings cannot be changed, right? XuanYuan thought helplessly in his heart. According to what red-haired Shanks told XuanYuan back then, Teach was already very strong. Being able to injure someone like Shanks during a sneak attack is not something anyone would underestimate. Moreover, after obtaining the ability of the dark fruit, it was completely normal for Ace to lose without understanding its powers. Two big men embracing each other and admitting their mistakes is really disgusting. After all, he is from the 6th level. Fire Fist Ace, can't you have some backbone? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. XuanYuan turned his head and saw a man in a cell not far from Ace looking at them with disdain. You say Ace has no backbone? XuanYuan glared fiercely at the man. In XuanYuan's principles, anyone who dares to insult his brother is an enemy. Feeling the killing intent emanating from XuanYuan's eyes, the man felt a trace of fear in his heart, but he was also a big shot and quickly regained his composure. Isn't it so? As a big man, you actually act like a woman, nagging like this. And since entering prison, I don't know what method you used to bribe the Navy, but you haven't suffered any torture at all. Being locked up with a guy like this is a disgrace to me. Take back what you said earlier and kneel down to apologize to Ace. I might consider not killing you. XuanYuan stood up and said coldly. Forget it, XuanYuan. He is the chief warden here, Shiryu of the Rain. Ace pulled XuanYuan and advised him. Kid, you want me to apologize? You're not even qualified. When I was rampaging through the world, you probably didn't even know where to suck your mother's milk. Shiryu said to XuanYuan with disdain. I thought who it was. Turns out to be a twisted guy who only knows how to kill criminals who aren't even your match, and is just garbage locked up here after being defeated by my brother. How dare you talk like that? After knowing that the person in front of him was Shiryu, XuanYuan looked at him with even more contempt. In XuanYuan's heart, he genuinely despised those who joined the Blackbeard pirates, especially this Shiryu. They were once top figures, but in the end, they attacked when Whitebeard, a hero, was unable to move. He truly despised these guys from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, this time coming to the 6th level of Impel Down, XuanYuan was determined to kill all these guys. 1. To prevent them from causing trouble for him after becoming Blackbeard's crew in the future. And 2. They all deserve to die. What did you say, you stinky kid? Your brother. Magellan is your brother. Shiryu looked at XuanYuan curiously and asked. That's right. Do you have an opinion? XuanYuan walked step by step to the gate of Shiryu's prison, drew the Minghong knife, and directly cut off the lock of the prison. So you're that poisonous bastard's brother. No wonder, Shiryu said disdainfully. Watching XuanYuan holding the Minghong knife, walking towards him step by step, Shiryu's expression changed slightly. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Go ahead and curse me. After all, your life is about to end. I don't mind if a guy I kill curses me a few more times. XuanYuan looked at Shiryu coldly, as if he were looking at a stone, without a trace of emotion. No way, no way, you dare not kill me. You have no right to kill me. Shiryu struggled in disbelief, but the chains around him were tightly locked, preventing him from moving. I am the law. I am the authority, XuanYuan said, gripping the Minghong knife. A red light flashed, and the Minghong knife directly pierced Shiryu's heart. Ugh, garbage, if you have the ability, let me go and fight, Shiryu said to XuanYuan with difficulty. I said I don't mind if you curse me a few more times. I'm a lazy person and not interested in playing with you. So I want to let you go, XuanYuan said and pulled out the Minghong knife. In that instant, Shiryu died. That as the chief warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. Buggy looked at a dignified, big figure being killed so easily by XuanYuan, somewhat in disbelief. Yes, he is Shiryu. Didn't Ace mention it before? Didn't you hear clearly? Noah said beside him. He is Shiryu, and he died so simply. Buggy found it hard to believe his eyes. Ace, wait a moment. I have something to do first. After killing Shiryu, XuanYuan originally planned to return to Ace's side immediately, but he saw a familiar figure, so he stopped his steps. You are the pirate, the giant battleship, Saiwan Wolf, right? XuanYuan walked to a specially made cell and looked at a guy who was even bigger than the giant race and said, "Ah, not only discovered but also recognized." Wolf looked at XuanYuan foolishly. "Kid, what do you want to do to the big fool?" Another fierce voice rang out. XuanYuan turned his head and saw a guy with horns on his head. "Hee, the evil governor, Abelo Pizarro." XuanYuan turned back and smiled slightly, seeing a group of guys locked inside the cell. "Oh, and the big wine barrel, Bacchus Choate, the Moonlight Hunter, Katerina Devon, hee, all once great pirates who shocked the seas." XuanYuan smiled. Being a member of S6, he was quite familiar with these guys. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite familiar with us. Hurry up and let us out. We can consider not killing you," the evil governor said coldly. "Do you think it's still your world now? You are nothing but a group of losers in the history of pirates. As losers, especially you kinds of evil-doing losers, your only outcome is death." XuanYuan's mouth curled up slightly, looking so harmless, but in the eyes of these pirates, his current appearance was no different from that of the Grim Reaper. A series of screams echoed in the infinite hell, and the 6th level of Impelled Down turned into a true hell at this moment. Now it's quiet, right? After killing those who joined the Blackbeard pirates in the infinite hell, XuanYuan stretched lazily and said, "Is this guy even human? Don't talk. Do you want to die too?" The other prisoners locked in the 6th level immediately fell silent after whispering a few words. The infinite hell instantly became dead silent. Buggy and Ace looked at what XuanYuan had done, their eyes wide open in shock, not knowing what to say. XuanYuan, come back quickly. After killing so many people, you must be tired. Come back and rest for a while," Noah said to XuanYuan with a casual smile. Okay. XuanYuan smiled and returned to the cell where Ace was. "Ace, I'm afraid you'll have to endure for a while longer." XuanYuan whispered something in Ace's ear, and Ace nodded seriously. "Hey, why don't you take Ace with you? What did you tell him? Aren't you here to save him?" "Hey, Monkey D, XuanYuan, are you messing with me?" After a brief conversation with Ace, XuanYuan took Noah and Buggy and left Ace's cell, locking the door behind him. Buggy, seeing that XuanYuan was really leaving, asked in confusion and anger. "Buggy, he's my brother. Even if I have to kill everyone in the world, I won't harm my brother," XuanYuan said calmly in response to Buggy's noise. "Then what do you want to do? Save him, or do you want him to suffer in that place?" "Hey!" Buggy angrily grabbed XuanYuan, demanding clarity. XuanYuan looked at the anxious expression in Buggy's eyes and smiled slightly. "Buggy, it seems you really care about Ace." "Of course. He's the captain's son. Stop changing the subject. Tell me, what do you really want to do?" Buggy glared at XuanYuan coldly. All right, let me tell you." Seeing Buggy's serious demeanor, XuanYuan smiled slightly and shared his thoughts with him. "Isn't this too risky? This is a big deal. It's too complicated. The Whitebeard pirates versus the Navy headquarters and the Shichibukai. This is a chaotic battle among 3 major powers. Whatever the outcome, the world will change," Buggy said seriously. "Also, can you guarantee that you can rescue Ace safely in such chaos?" Guarantee his safety? Of course I can. He can leave whenever he wants now. I've already." XuanYuan mischievously said. "Already destroyed the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, right? Now Ace just has a regular pair of handcuffs. If he wants to, he can burn them away with a bit of flame." Noah said seriously from the side. "You little brat, can't you let me speak? You're stealing my thunder." XuanYuan pretended to be angry at Noah, and the two started to bicker again. "You two kids can still argue at a time like this." Buggy rolled his eyes at XuanYuan and Noah, thinking to himself that these little brats were really surprising. They made such a big decision so easily. It seemed he had to get involved too, or he would be eliminated by the times. The 3 of them joked and laughed. Quickly arriving at the 5th underground level of Impel Down, the extremely cold floor. Looking at the forest they were about to pass through, XuanYuan had a thought. "Noah, you and Buggy go back to Magellan. I want to do something." "What is it? Let's go together," Noah said seriously, and Buggy nodded as well. Seeing their serious expressions, XuanYuan didn't insist. "All right, let's go together. Noah, use your observation hockey to sense if there are any other paths here besides going down to the 6th level infinite hell and the 4th level scorching floor." Are there any other paths besides up and down?" Noah asked curiously, but he quickly closed his eyes to sense seriously. "That's right, XuanYuan. There is a downward passage in that direction, and I sense a lot of people inside." Noah pointed to a hidden spot in the forest. I knew it. Revolutionary Army officer, Emporio Ivankov. Since you're here, you might as well join this plan. After all, you revolutionaries are also indispensable allies to me." XuanYuan smiled faintly. Is this a prison? How can there be such a place in Impel Down? After finding the hidden entrance and walking in, they saw a well-constructed cave, where many people were celebrating, like a paradise. Hee. Welcome to the new human paradise. Did you come here to pursue your true self? A person in a backless outfit and a transparent superhero cape jumped in front of XuanYuan and the others. Sorry, I'm a very normal person, completely uninterested in all this new human stuff, XuanYuan said to Ivankov. Then who are you? Besides that guy behind you, you all don't look like prisoners. How did you get here? Ivankov quickly regained his composure and looked seriously at XuanYuan and his group, his instincts telling him that the three people in front of him were definitely not simple. Who am I? I'm your ally, known as the Miracle Man, Ivankov, or rather, a Revolutionary Army officer, Ivankov. XuanYuan smiled. You are the leader of the Huaxia Empire, Monkey D, XuanYuan. Although we are in Impel Down, Ivankov still has contact with the Revolutionary Army and is always aware of the news outside. He certainly knew about his first ally after so long. Since you've recognized me, I won't waste words. The world is about to change. You know that, right? The world is about to change. You say it so confidently. Ivankov looked at XuanYuan with a smile. What if it's just a lot of noise with no rain? It won't be because I'm here. This rain must come, XuanYuan said, his tone carrying an undeniable force. This feeling is exactly the same as what Dragon gave me back then. Ivankov looked at XuanYuan seriously. Realizing why Dragon chose to cooperate with this kid, he finally understood. Come in, kid. I want to talk to you alone. Ivankov walked deeper into the paradise. Noah, you and Buggy wait for me here. XuanYuan smiled slightly and fearlessly followed him. XuanYuan, what did you discuss with Ivankov? After XuanYuan came out of Ivankov's room, both of them were smiling, and XuanYuan directly took Noah and Buggy away. Once they left the new human paradise, Noah curiously asked XuanYuan. It's nothing much. He will come to help us when the battle starts, XuanYuan said with a smile. After receiving Ivankov's promise, XuanYuan was very happy because if the Revolutionary Army joined this battle, the outcome would change significantly, and it was very likely that the White-Beard Pirates would win, greatly striking the power of the world government. You little brat, you always manage to find unexpected reinforcements. It's truly astonishing. Buggy praised XuanYuan. Isn't it? Even someone as impatient as you was moved by me, XuanYuan said proudly. Who can't stand the silence? You're the one who can't stand it. Your whole family can't stand it. Big brother, I'm back. After XuanYuan and the others left the extreme cold hell and returned the same way, they quickly returned to Magellan's office. Seeing the two return safely, Magellan looked very happy. You two little brats, you finally come back. I was so worried. Magellan happily laughed as he hugged the two, relieved that it was XuanYuan and Noah. Otherwise, even if Magellan didn't use poison gas, his powerful strength would make ordinary people unable to breathe. Big brother, don't squeeze so hard. Both Noah and I are almost out of breath. XuanYuan smiled slightly and pushed Magellan away. Although he could withstand that powerful strength, it was still uncomfortable. You two little brats, I've worried about you for so long, and I can't even hug you. Magellan laughed angrily but still let go of the two. These two guys were truly Magellan's brothers, and Ace was also their brother. What kind of relationship was this? Buggy looked at the conversation between Magellan and XuanYuan with surprise. Hearing Buggy's words, Magellan turned to him and said lightly, East Blues Clown Buggy, locked up on the first underground level. Crimson Lotus floor. Brother, how did you manage to rescue him? Big brother, don't underestimate him. He is now our ally. One of us. XuanYuan smiled and replied, By the way, big brother, we've caused a bit of trouble this time. We've killed a large portion of those annoying guys on the 6th underground level, and we left them some things when we left. If they dare to use their own powers, they will soon bleed to death. They're now no different from invalids. Noah said seriously to Magellan. Although it was XuanYuan's doing, he felt it was no different from his own actions and took on the responsibility directly. Big brother, don't worry, I'll handle it well. XuanYuan quickly stepped forward and said seriously, I need you to take on this. Magellan shot XuanYuan a glance. Don't worry. I was prepared when you decided to do these things. No one will care about their lives or deaths. Rest assured, Big brother will handle it well. Big brother. XuanYuan and Noah looked at Magellan with moved expressions. All right, stop looking at me like that. It's killing me. By the way, Lord Ironbone is looking for you. He has already called, so hurry up and get in touch. Magellan waved his hand nonchalantly. XuanYuan took out the special phone bug to contact Ironbone. And as soon as he called, Ironbone's voice immediately came through. Hello, XuanYuan. Are you and Noah okay? We're fine, master. We have arranged everything according to the previous plan. XuanYuan replied seriously. Good, good. By the way, XuanYuan, the situation with Carp hasn't been handled well. What happened? I originally wanted to prevent Carp from participating in this battle, but that stubborn guy still wants to join. However, he has promised me that he won't act unless absolutely necessary during the battle. Iron Bones said helplessly, "This is my fault. I taught him to stick to his beliefs, which led to the current situation. Master, this isn't your fault. Grandpa just can't change his mindset for the time being. It's okay. Even if Grandpa participates in the battle, it won't be a big deal," XuanYuan said seriously. After finishing the call with Iron Bone, XuanYuan immediately contacted Hades and asked about the recent situation in the world. Hades replied, "Due to the battle between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, the whole world is paying close attention. As for the 7 warlords of the sea, which is one of the 3 major forces, the secret members of the Huaxia Empire, Fisher Tiger, Crocodile, and Moonlight Moria, have already arrived at the Navy headquarters as per your previous plan. Meanwhile, Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma have also arrived one after another. Only the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, as in the original story, refused the Navy headquarters summons and sent the Navy Vice Admiral, Mole, back to the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters is now preparing to take action against her as a warning before the battle. But Sengoku, considering her status as a warlord of the sea and the strength of the pirate Empress, has given her one last chance to report to the Navy headquarters within these 2 days, or she will be directly eliminated. In the original story at this time, Luffy should have appeared on Amazon Lily, prompting the Empress to head to the Navy headquarters to participate in the battle. However, due to XuanYuan's butterfly effect, he is currently welcoming Frankie's arrival in Water City and, upon receiving news of Ace's impending execution, is rushing to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. Hee, the plot is all messed up. It seems I have to direct again. After learning about the situation outside, XuanYuan revealed a mischievous smile. In the calm belt of the Grand Line, which was originally the realm of sea kings, there is still a small island inhabited by people, Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily, as the name suggests, is an island solely inhabited by women. They are bred as warriors from birth, shouldering all household and labor responsibilities, and they only give birth to girls. A characteristic of theirs is that they all have a snake wrapped around them, capable of transforming into weapons at will. The nation is built on a mountain covered by jungle, with architecture that has a strong Chinese flavor. The island has strict regulations established centuries ago prohibiting men. Should a man enter this place, he will be eliminated. The leader of this island, the pirate empress of the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock, is also the reason XuanYuan has come to Amazon Lily this time. As expected of the calm belt, there are many sea kings. XuanYuan sighed as he looked at yet another sea king that he had knocked out with his conqueror's haki, not knowing how many it had been in the past hour. After realizing that this world had already deviated completely from the original story, XuanYuan decided to change some things again according to his own thoughts to bring them back within his controllable range. First, he had Noah take Buggy to the Huaxia ship to wait for him, while Sabo was sent to intercept Luffy to prevent him from recklessly charging into Impel Down and messing up everything that had been arranged. XuanYuan then headed to Amazon Lily himself. It was impossible to expect Luffy to change the Empress's mind and make her participate in the battle. However, if the Empress didn't participate, she would likely be eliminated by the Navy. XuanYuan had no choice but to go personally to persuade her to join the battle. In truth, XuanYuan was very eager for this. It seems I need to train my conqueror's haki well. I've only used it a little over 10 times, and I'm already tired, XuanYuan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After more than an hour of riding a speedboat across the calm belt, XuanYuan finally reached his destination, Amazon Lily. This is Amazon Lily. The scenery is quite nice. XuanYuan smiled slightly and jumped onto the island. Hey, who dares to trespass on Amazon Lily? Just as XuanYuan set foot on the harbor of Amazon Lily, he heard an angry shout. XuanYuan turned around and saw a coldly beautiful woman with a tall black ponytail and long phoenix eyes looking at him with a group of female warriors. So it's Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warrior Team on Amazon Lily. XuanYuan recognized her identity and smiled slightly at her. There's actually a man. What great courage to dare to trespass on Amazon Lily. Fire. Kikyo ignored whether XuanYuan recognized her or not. Upon seeing that he was a man, she immediately ordered her subordinates to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warriors of 9 Snakes showed no hesitation, drawing their bows and arrows to launch an attack. Like a rain of arrows, The powerful arrows flew towards XuanYuan. As expected, they're impressive. No wonder they're the warriors of 9 snakes. Even if I were hit by so many armed color arrows, I wouldn't guarantee I could be completely unscathed. XuanYuan smiled faintly as he watched the rain of arrows before quickly exerting force with his feet. In an instant, XuanYuan's body moved as if teleporting, immediately dodging the range of the arrow attack and completely avoiding the assault. What such speed? Don't stop. Continue the attack. Kikyo was startled by XuanYuan's speed, but being someone who had seen a lot, she quickly regained her composure and ordered her subordinates to continue the attack. The warriors of 9 serpents also snapped back to attention under her furious shout, drawing their bows to prepare for the next wave of assault. Sigh, this constant evasion is quite troublesome. I'll offend them. XuanYuan, seeing that the opponent was about to launch a second wave of attack, stopped thinking about dodging and shot a fierce glare at everyone. A powerful conqueror's haki swept towards the 9 serpent warriors, and everyone felt their heads go blank. Except for Kikyo, everyone immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Although Kikyo did not fall, she felt weak all over and lost her combat ability. It was only her pride as a 9 serpent warrior that allowed her to retain a shred of rationality and not collapse. Hee, impressive. No wonder she is the captain of the National Defense Warriors on Daughter Island. Kikyo, this kind of aura is enough to stun even sea kings, and you can still resist. Remarkable. XuanYuan was also surprised to see Kikyo still standing. Who are you exactly? How can you possess such strong power? Are you sent by the government to exterminate us? Kikyo coldly looked at XuanYuan and said, "Let me tell you, you will not succeed. In the presence of Lady Snake, you are no different from an ant." Hee, it seems you really respect your Lady Snake. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Of course, Lady Snake is our queen. If you had witnessed her power, you would know how weak you are, you dog of the world government. Kikyo shouted angrily at XuanYuan, as if trying to scare him off with a roar. Hee, a dog of the government. There would have been people calling me that back then. XuanYuan smiled faintly, recalling how he was scolded by other pirates when he was a member of S6. After a brief smile, XuanYuan returned to his calm expression. If I, a wanted criminal, am a dog of the government, then what about your Lady Snake, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, who is a Shichibukai? Boldly, you dare to directly call the name of Lady Snake. Wait, you said you're a wanted criminal. When Kikyo heard XuanYuan directly mention Hancock's name, she was initially furious, but upon realizing he was a wanted criminal, she began to seriously assess him. Ah, you're the Demon Blade. Monkey D, XuanYuan, who killed the celestial dragons and has a bounty of 500 million from the world government. After recognizing XuanYuan, Kikyo exclaimed, Hee, I didn't expect I would be quite famous. Even the warriors of 9 serpents recognize me. So now it's certain that I'm not an enemy. Can you take me to see your Lady Snake? XuanYuan said with a harmless smile. Normally, men who come to our daughter island face death. But you are an exception because you are our benefactor. Lady Snake has said she really wanted to meet you. The hostility on Kikyo's face finally disappeared, revealing a charming smile. Follow me. I believe Lady Snake will be very happy to see you. What about them? XuanYuan pointed at the fallen 9 serpent warriors, feeling a bit awkward since he was the one who knocked them out. It's fine. They are 9 serpent warriors and have been stunned by Lady Snake's aura before. We just need to wait a while and call someone to take them back. Kikyo smiled at XuanYuan. Let us go, Lord XuanYuan. I'll take you to see Lady Snake. Hearing this, XuanYuan felt relieved and followed Kikyo deeper into the island. You are Monkey D, XuanYuan. Kikyo brought XuanYuan to a magnificent palace, where a beauty with long black hair, a tall figure, and outstanding looks looked at XuanYuan excitedly. Describing her as a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, or hide the moon and make flowers blush would not be an exaggeration. Although this beauty was stunning, she was not merely a pretty face. She exuded an impressive aura that made one feel inferior in her presence. Yes, you must be the Empress, Boa Hancock. XuanYuan looked at the beautiful woman before him and calmly smiled. In truth, when he first saw the Empress, he was also taken aback by her beauty, but his strong self-control allowed him to quickly return to normal, so swiftly that the Empress did not notice. I didn't expect you to be so young. I'm really happy. The Empress shyly looked at XuanYuan. What is going on? XuanYuan was also puzzled by the sudden shyness of the Empress. Lord XuanYuan, after Lady Snake learned that you exterminated the celestial dragons, she made up her mind to marry you. She previously thought the wanted poster was an old photo of you, and that it was impossible for someone so young to do something so extraordinary. Now that she sees the real you, it seems she has already fallen in love with you. Kikyo explained beside XuanYuan. Upon hearing Kikyo's explanation, even XuanYuan, who had faced countless battles without changing his expression, immediately turned pale, his face alternating between red and green, unsure of what to think. Kikyo, you're so annoying. Seeing XuanYuan's change in expression, the Empress felt even more embarrassed and softly scolded Kikyo. Kiki, yes, Lady Snake, I was wrong to speak too much. Kikyo smiled and stepped back, leaving only XuanYuan and the Empress in the Grand Hall. What is this situation? XuanYuan thought to himself. He wanted to follow Kikyo, but found his feet uncooperative, the true colors of man revealed. Wanted to speak to the Empress, but not knowing what to say. The Empress was also blushing and silent, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Having experienced countless battles, XuanYuan had never felt so nervous as he did today. XuanYuan was the first to break the silence. Yes, Lord XuanYuan. The Empress immediately looked up seriously at XuanYuan upon hearing him speak. There is no need to call me anything like Lord. If you don't mind, just call me XuanYuan. XuanYuan smiled and said, though he was still extremely nervous. He tried his best to maintain a normal tone while communicating with her. Yes, I understand, then I'll call you XuanYuan, the Empress said, blushing as she responded to XuanYuan's smile. Hancock, I want to discuss something with you. XuanYuan suddenly felt like a bad uncle trying to lead a little girl astray when he looked at the Empress's demeanor. Hancock, he actually called me Hancock. Is this a proposal? Upon hearing XuanYuan's address, the Empress immediately fell into her own imagination, her body going soft as she almost fainted. XuanYuan quickly rushed forward to support her. The Empress suddenly felt like she was lying in someone else's arms, and when she looked, it was actually XuanYuan. Her face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. He is actually holding me. Am I being embraced by him? Is this what marriage feels like? Seeing the Empress's reaction, XuanYuan realized she had entered her own world and started fantasizing. I become Luffy now, XuanYuan thought with a faint smile in his heart. But this feeling is really nice, hee. Hancock, XuanYuan seriously called out to the beauty in his arms. Yes, I'm here. Hearing XuanYuan's call, the Empress immediately snapped back to reality. There is no need to be so nervous, Hancock. I want to ask you for a favor. XuanYuan smiled and said, He is smiling at me. The Empress felt an unprecedented sense of comfort arise in her heart, gazing infatuatedly at XuanYuan, saying, all right, as long as it's what you say, I will listen. I am willing to do anything. Hancock, are you going to participate in the Great War? Otherwise, Amazon Lily will be wiped out by the world government. Don't worry, after you join the battle, I will make sure to protect you and won't let you get hurt. XuanYuan said a bit shyly. After all, he felt evil for letting the woman who liked him participate in such a war. Okay, as long as you ask me to do it, I will do it. The Empress nodded in agreement without any doubt. Hancock, I'm sorry for making such an excessive request of you, XuanYuan said apologetically while looking at the Empress in his arms. But this war really cannot be without you. Not only to protect Amazon Lily, but also because I need you. Then XuanYuan shared his plans, the arrangements for this war, and how he intended to influence the battle. He didn't hide anything from the Empress because, in his view, there was no need to hide anything from a woman who loved him so much and had sacrificed for him. XuanYuan was not Luffy. He understood what love meant. After hearing XuanYuan's words, the Empress's gaze towards him changed, shifting from initial fondness to admiration, and finally to unabashed love. XuanYuan, I'm so happy. I've finally found a powerful man, someone capable of great things. I really like you. Ever since I heard that you defeated the celestial dragon who once abused me, I've been filled with gratitude for you. After seeing your photo, I was determined to marry you, but that was just gratitude mixed with a little fondness. But after hearing your plans, I think you are so great. I really like you. I love you, and I must marry you and stay by your side. The Empress said joyfully while hugging XuanYuan. Hancock, listening to the Empress's heartfelt confession, filled with pure emotions. XuanYuan felt his heart tremble and reached out to hold her tightly in his arms. XuanYuan, are you leaving? I'm going to miss you so much. At the port of Amazon Lily, the Empress shyly pulled at XuanYuan's sleeve. Be good, I have things to handle. Don't worry. You're going to the Navy headquarters now, and we will see each other again during the Great War. XuanYuan said while touching the Empress's face. I'm going to the Navy headquarters right now. XuanYuan, you must come. The Empress said seriously while looking at XuanYuan. Okay, I'll come. If I don't come, who will protect you? XuanYuan said earnestly while holding her in his arms, then jumped onto a speedboat. Hancock, take care of yourself, and next time I see you, I want you to be even more beautiful. XuanYuan waved at her, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. I will. I will definitely become even more beautiful. The Empress bit her sleeve and said seriously, her earnest expression could drive countless people crazy. If my sister becomes even more beautiful, how beautiful will she be? The Empress's sister, a combat member of the Kuja pirates, Boa Sandersonia, said softly from the side. The Empress's other sister, another combat member of the Kuja pirates, Boa Marigold, shook her head and said, I don't know, my sister is already the most beautiful person on the sea. To become more beautiful, I can't imagine. But brother-in-law is so handsome too, much more handsome than on a wanted poster. After leaving Amazon Lily, XuanYuan quickly sailed toward the place where the Huaxia was docked while contacting various forces using a transponder snail to inform them of the war arrangements. Sabo, why aren't we going to break into the prison? Is Ace really okay? As soon as XuanYuan arrived at the Huaxia, he heard Luffy's voice from the ship. Luffy, don't worry. This time, Dad and XuanYuan have arranged everything well. Ace is fine. When Ace is executed, we will rescue him. Sabo said seriously to the noisy Luffy. Are you really so sure that we can rescue him during the execution? What if something unexpected happens? What if Ace is executed early? Luffy shouted in dissatisfaction. Luffy, how can you doubt your brother's words? XuanYuan jumped onto the deck of the Huaxia and said to him, XuanYuan. Everyone turned to look at XuanYuan, who had suddenly appeared. The Huaxia was particularly lively, with not only the members of the Huaxia Empire, but also Luffy and his pirate crew, as well as Sabo and Buggy. Luffy, you little brat, we have a plan for this. Don't get too excited. Ace is our brother too. You're not the only one worried. Don't worry, I guarantee Ace is fine. XuanYuan said seriously to Luffy. I know, XuanYuan, I'm just worried. Luffy nodded, and he had an innate trust in XuanYuan, perhaps due to their childhood bond. In his mind, everything XuanYuan said could be realized. He is XuanYuan. That evil dragon is also his subordinate. So cool. Nami gazed at XuanYuan, completely forgetting her slight dissatisfaction with him after he revealed her background. He is Luffy's brother. How did he appear? He seems even more impressive than Luffy. Usopp thought, looking at XuanYuan in amazement. That handsome guy. You are Monkey D, XuanYuan, right? A supermaster. Frankie, as always, posed his signature action to greet XuanYuan. You are Monkey D, XuanYuan. Sanji, with flames all over his body, stared at XuanYuan, feeling furious that a super beauty was already on his ship, referring to Robin, and now he had attracted Miss Nami's attention as well. Curly brows. Don't interfere. This guy's a swordsman. He's my target. I'm going to fight him. Zoro pushed Sanji aside, looking at XuanYuan seriously. Monkey D, XuanYuan, you're the one who fought to a standstill with Hawkeye, right? After his fight with Hawkeye, he briefly mentioned XuanYuan, telling Zoro that there were many others in this world he needed to surpass. The name Monkey D, XuanYuan, was deeply etched in his heart. I, Roronoa Zoro, challenge you. Zoro, Sanji, are you both crazy? He's my brother. Luffy angrily scolded the two. Haha, it's fine, Luffy. I'll just play with him a bit. Hades, have everyone clear a bit of space. Let's just have a simple spar on the deck. XuanYuan said casually with a smile. Okay, young master. Hades smiled slightly and immediately led everyone to clear a space on the deck. Those who understood XuanYuan's strength knew that he was going to teach Zoro and Sanji a lesson. Is this little space enough? You guys should push a bit more. If we can't determine the winner because the space is too small, it would be too boring. Zoro said, dissatisfied with the amount of space cleared. Haha, don't worry. This is already enough. The battle will end without using up this space. XuanYuan said with a relaxed smile. You'll regret underestimating me. Zoro immediately took out his 3 swords and prepared to attack. What are you doing? Aren't you going to draw your sword? Seeing XuanYuan standing in front of him with a relaxed expression, Zoro, who had assumed an attacking stance, noticed that XuanYuan had not drawn his sword and had his hands in his pockets, showing no signs of being ready to fight. Haha, don't worry. There is no need to draw my sword for now. XuanYuan smiled and said he was somewhat aware of Zoro's current strength, knowing what kind of power he needed to defeat him. Are you insulting me? In a duel between swordsmen, you don't even draw your sword. Zoro exclaimed angrily. I am not insulting your interest. XuanYuan shook his head lightly. I don't draw my sword because I think you don't have the strength to make me do so. If you're not satisfied, use all your strength. If you surprise me, I will draw my sword. Damn it. I will make you regret it. Zoro charged forward in anger. He crossed the 2 swords in his hands and the one in his mouth. Take this, go slash. Hee. Look closely. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Iron block. He used the Marine's 6 styles, iron block, enhancing the hardness of his entire body, and easily lifted 1 foot to block Zoro's go slash. What? Zoro looked at everything in disbelief. When Hawkeye's had blocked his attack with a small knife, It had already surprised Zoro. But now this brother of Luffy was even more terrifying, easily blocking his attack with his foot, and it felt like he was chopping on diamond, unable to penetrate at all. Is he even human? Zoro thought in his heart. Hee, is this all the power you have? To be a pirate hunter like this is far from enough. XuanYuan smiled lightly and pushed Zoro away with a strong kick. So terrifying. His kick is even stronger than Sanji's. Nami looked at XuanYuan's foot strength in amazement, her face filled with shock. Frankie, could he be like you, a cyborg? How could his foot be so hard? Usopp asked Frankie beside him. No, cyborgs aren't that flexible. Monkey D. XuanYuan, he is a superhuman. Frankie clapped his hands together, giving the answer he was most satisfied with. XuanYuan is so powerful, Zoro's ghost slash actually had no effect at all. It seems there is still such a big gap between us. Luffy also looked at the battle between XuanYuan and Zoro in surprise. Damn it. Then watch my next move. Zoro turned his 3 swords backward and swung them fiercely. 3-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. Several slashing waves rushed towards XuanYuan at high speed. Hee, what a beautiful slashing wave. XuanYuan couldn't help but praise as he watched Zoro's silvery slashing wave. But I wonder if it's just for show. Storm kick. XuanYuan smiled slightly and immediately kicked out several slashing waves similar in size to Zoro's troublesome winds. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 slashing waves collided, creating a huge sound, but it was not the sound of the 2 slashing waves canceling each other out. Rather, one slashing wave broke through the other. XuanYuan's slashing wave broke through Zoro's and continued to attack Zoro, but it was significantly weakened by Zoro's slashing wave, allowing Zoro to block it with his sword. Zoro truly had the strength to become the world's #1 swordsman. No wonder Hawkeye's valued him so much. His slashing wave was indeed impressive. XuanYuan thought seriously as he watched Zoro, realizing that although others saw XuanYuan winning, as his slashing wave broke through Zoro's, only XuanYuan knew that his slashing wave had been infused with Haki to break through Zoro's. Otherwise, it would have likely been his slashing wave that got broken instead. Although he admired Zoro greatly, XuanYuan still wore a cold expression. I told you, it looks good but is useless. I really don't know how Hawkeyes could recognize you. Damn it, I will become the world's #1 swordsman. Don't underestimate me. Hearing XuanYuan's mockery, Zoro immediately became furious. Even Hawkeyes hadn't criticized him like this back then. To become the world's #1 swordsman, you need to have a calm heart. You can't get angry so easily. If you get angry this easily, you have no hope. XuanYuan said lightly while dodging Zoro's furious swings. Zoro was not a fool. Hearing XuanYuan's words, he quickly regained his composure, realizing XuanYuan was training him. Thank you for helping me calm down. Zoro stopped attacking and distanced himself from XuanYuan, but I will let you know I am not weak. Then show me. XuanYuan smiled slightly, not expecting Zoro to recover so quickly, and he admired him even more. Ghostly Chi 9-sword style, Ashura. An astonishing killing intent erupted from Zoro. No, it should be called Ghostly Chi. The terrifying Ghostly Chi transformed into the form of the war god Ashura, and Zoro appeared as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Is this the legendary war god, Ashura? What an eye-opener. XuanYuan said happily as he watched Zoro unleash his strongest move so far. Let's see if this legendary war god can withstand this move. XuanYuan smiled slightly and jumped into the air. Powerful storm kick great slash. XuanYuan kicked down towards Zoro, sending a powerful slashing wave towards him. This slashing wave was not even on the same level as the previous ones, about 10 times larger than what they had used before. But this time XuanYuan did not infuse it with Haki, just testing Zoro's strength. Ashura won Misty Silver in Ashura form. Zoro's 9 swords instantly struck the massive slashing wave, enduring suffering without weariness. This is the path of Ashura. Zoro roared as his swords shattered XuanYuan's slashing wave. Indeed impressive. Seeing Zoro shatter the slashing wave heading towards him, XuanYuan was also taken aback. A scream echoed in the sky, and a blood mist appeared between XuanYuan and Zoro, followed by a figure crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Zoro used his powerful Ghostly Chi 9-sword style, Ashura to break XuanYuan's slashing wave and charge towards him. Both of them saw a blood mist. Then a figure fell heavily from the sky. This person was not the attack XuanYuan, but Zoro, who had used the Ashura technique to attack. What is that? Zoro trembled slightly on the ground, recalling how, just as he was about to strike XuanYuan in the air, XuanYuan suddenly released a terrifying Haki. an extremely strong pressure directly assaulting Zoro. In that instant, Zoro felt as if he saw a demon king unrivaled between heaven and earth, making his Ashura seem so small before it, completely unable to compete. The blood mist between XuanYuan and Zoro was due to Zoro's Ashura state being forcibly shaken away by XuanYuan, causing him to lose control of his breathing and spit it out. It seems you haven't yet controlled your breathing, no matter what happens in battle. You must control your breath. XuanYuan quickly used Moonwalk to catch Zoro before he fell to the ground. Thank you. Once XuanYuan let go, Zoro sincerely bowed to him, now aware of the gap between him and XuanYuan, genuinely apologizing for his previous behavior. Green Algae Head, you actually apologized. Sanji said, lightly beside Zoro. Curly brows, stop mocking me. I'm not an idiot like you. I can tell the difference in strength and know who is a master I should respect, Zoro said calmly, looking at Sanji. Who says I don't? Sanji glanced at Zoro with a faint smile before seriously looking at XuanYuan. I admit you have the strength to protect the ladies around you, so I won't say anything more. Hee, now that there are no misunderstandings among us, let's go hold the banquet. After the banquet, we'll have the strength to save Ace. Luffy stepped forward and said earnestly. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by. The Navy headquarters began sending people to impel down to retrieve Ace and bring him back to the Navy headquarters. Ace, following XuanYuan's instructions, pretended to be shackled by Sea Prism Stone, allowing the Navy to take him away. Not long after Ace was taken, XuanYuan received news that the substitute of the Shichibukai, Blackbeard's pirate crew, had suddenly disappeared from the Navy headquarters where they were waiting for battle. Everything is going according to plan. If Blackbeard realizes that this trip will yield nothing and that he will take the blame for me, what will he think? XuanYuan thought to himself with a secret smile. Big brother, that Blackbeard, teach has come as we expected. Just proceed as we discussed before. XuanYuan contacted Magellan through a din mushy and said seriously. Don't worry, brother. I'll arrange everything. Magellan replied with a cheerful laugh. At the entrance of Impel Down, shortly after the warship escorting Ace left, another warship arrived. An ugly pirate dressed in a black pirate outfit stepped down, followed by a giant wearing a hood, a sniper with a clown hat, a tall magician, and finally a seemingly dying fellow. Who are you? How'd you get to Impel Down? The guards at the gate asked coldly. I am a substitute of the Shichibukai, Blackbeard Teach, and I want to enter Impel Down. Teach said coldly. Teach, you are that substitute of the Shichibukai. The guard thought to himself, recalling Magellan's orders. Originally, no one was allowed to enter, but during the war, Director Magellan had said everything could be flexible. Since you're the substitute of the Shichibukai, you may enter, the guard said seriously. Oh, so easy, no obstruction. Teach, who had planned to force his way in, was very curious but still happily walked into Impel Down. However, he had no idea this trip would make them regret it immensely. Captain, your fame is growing. Now you can directly enter Impel Down. Even Magellan doesn't dare to offend you. Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, flattered Teach. Of course it's a war now. The Navy certainly wants to win me over. After this trip is successful, it will be my era. Teach said proudly. But Captain, entering Impel Down so easily, could there be some conspiracy? The seemingly dying guy next to Blackbeard said. He was the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Grim Reaper Q. That's true. Oka, check for any dangers. Teach said to the sniper beside him, Van Oka, who had a strange aiming device at the corner of his eye. Yes, Captain. Oka seriously looked into Impel Down, using his astounding eyesight to scan everything inside, and did not detect any danger. Captain, there seems to be no danger in the visible areas, but those prisoners locked in the cells are occasionally tortured by the guards. Van Oka reported seriously. That's fine, let's go in. Hearing his sniper say this, Teach felt completely at ease. Exactly. If any danger arises, Captain, I will be the first to help you fight them off, said a big man beside Teach, who looked like a brute. He was the helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates. Jesus Burgess. XuanYuan. Those guys have already gone down to the 6th level of Impel Down, as you said. Magellan happily reported to XuanYuan through the din mushy monitor in Impel Down, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he watched Teach follow their script step by step. Big brother, then let's enjoy the show. Be sure to tell me about the look on Teach's face when he realizes he has been tricked. XuanYuan said happily on the Huaxia ship, which was on its way to the Navy headquarters. On the Huaxia ship, besides the original cadre of the Huaxia Empire who were supposed to participate in the battle, there were also Sabo, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, the Revolutionary Army cadre, Emporio, Ivankov, Revolutionary Army cadre, Imuzuna, Lightning, and the clown buggy. XuanYuan, teacher's taking the bait, right? Sabo asked with a smile beside XuanYuan. As a good brother, he knew XuanYuan's plan. Of course, that guy dared to harm my brother. I want him to pay the price 10 times, 100 times the price. XuanYuan said seriously. Well, XuanYuan, let's go. Noah said to XuanYuan, deciding that their battle was about to come. Mr. One had already sent word that he and Kid had arrived at the Navy headquarters. Okay, Hades, accelerate the Huaxia ship. XuanYuan nodded and said. Originally, XuanYuan did not plan to bring all the cadres of the Huaxia Empire for this battle, but the battle-hungry Mr. One and Kid insisted on coming after hearing that XuanYuan and others were going to fight, claiming they hadn't been out for a long time and would rust if they didn't exercise. XuanYuan thought about it too. Ever since he and the others went to the Grand Line, they had indeed been secretly developing their base. For this battle, XuanYuan decided not to let Robin and the others participate, so he sent them back to the West Sea and other places, bringing Mr. One and Kid to the battle instead. As for Luffy, XuanYuan and Sabo originally didn't plan to bring him, but Luffy refused to agree. And XuanYuan was afraid that this troublemaker would come to the Navy headquarters alone and ruin the plan, so he simply brought him along. Once Luffy came, Zoro and Sanji, the two main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, naturally had to come too. As for Usopp and the others, they were originally supposed to come, but due to their weak strength, XuanYuan firmly disagreed. So in the end, only the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were brought along. Captain, here is the door to the 6th level of Impel Down. I had inquired about it back at the Navy headquarters. Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates, said happily. Then now it's my era. Blackbeard happily pushed open the door to the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. Everything is developing according to the script. Magellan watched Teach push open the door to the 6th level of Impel Down and laughed happily, taking out a din mushy and saying, Hello, this is Impel Down. I am Director Magellan, the substitute of the Shichibukai, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, leading his subordinates to forcibly break into Impel Down, has now reached the 6th level, Infinite Hell, demanding that the most vicious criminals locked in the 6th level join his pirate crew. Otherwise, he will slaughter them. He has already killed the Chief Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, Saint Juno Wolf, Bucksjot, Abelo Pizarro, and others. Due to his special identity, I am now requesting the Gorosei to make a judgment. What? Director Magellan, please wait a moment. I will inform the 5 elders about this situation right away. A surprise voice came from the snail phone, indicating that Magellan's words had startled the exclusive telephone personnel of the 5 elders. What did you say? At this time, Blackbeard Teach actually dares to do such a thing. The 5 elders were also shocked upon receiving this news. Damn Teach, always causing us trouble. First it was Whitebeard, and now he actually dares to storm Impel Down and wants to release the prisoners. The 2nd elder said angrily, his eyes releasing an astonishing killing intent, and the demon's sword in his hand. Shodai Kitetsu also sensed his anger and began to howl. You must notify Magellan immediately to execute all members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Leave no one behind. How dare they cause us trouble at this time? They must be put to death. The 1st elder said seriously to the communication soldier. Yes. The communication soldier replied respectfully and hurriedly ran down, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. I said it before, pirates are evil. Evil will always be evil and will not change for the better, while justice will always be justice. Look at Monkey D. XuanYuan, he has suffered so much injustice, yet he is still working hard for our government, eliminating evil everywhere. If it weren't for your excessive actions, he might still be able to participate in the Great War now, which would save us a lot of trouble. The 5th elder said seriously. All right, 5th elder. Enough of that. Let's focus on the matter at hand. The Great War and Impel Down are urgent. After we handle this matter, how to deal with Monkey D. XuanYuan is up to you. The 3rd elder knew the 5th elder was targeting him, but could only concede. The 5th elder smiled proudly, and the 5 elders began to discuss the Great War seriously. Director Magellan, the order from the 5 elders is to eliminate the Blackbeard Pirates immediately. Leave no one behind. The message came back from Magellan's snail phone. Yes, understood. I will complete the task, Magellan said, pretending to be righteous. Just after hanging up the phone, Magellan immediately took out another snail phone. XuanYuan, the plan has begun. What? What is going on here? Teach shouted madly as he looked at the scene of Infinite Hell. Now the 6th floor underground of Impel Down. Infinite Hell truly looks like a hell. Those big shots who came here with him have all died in prison, and their deaths were so tragic. The surrounding prisoners who have not died also look dispirited, their eyes vacant, no different from those waiting to die. Is this Infinite Hell? These big shots have been reduced to this. Teach looked around in shock, feeling a hint of fear in his heart. He was very curious about what method the government used to turn these prominent figures into this state. Captain, what's going on? How did these big shots end up dead or insane? Lafitte also looked around in amazement. It seems this is really a hell, Captain. What should we do? The helmsman, Joseph Bagas, looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit at a loss. Teach fell silent for a moment, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. Even if those big shots are dead, there are still these guys. Those locked up in infinite hell are not simple characters. You guys, do you want to be free? Then follow me. Teach shouted at the vacant-eye prisoners. Hearing Teach's words, the prisoners raised their heads and glanced at him, then lowered their heads again. They remembered what XuanYuan had said when he left. If any of you dare to leave this place, I will make you wish you were dead. For some reason, these prominent figures who had long since become indifferent to life and death were so afraid of XuanYuan's simple threat, possibly because of XuanYuan's primal slaughter that frightened them. What's wrong with you? Just a brief period of torment from the government, and you become so timid? Where are your ambitions? Teach shouted loudly as he saw the prisoners bowing their heads. After hearing Teach's words, the prisoners' hearts that longed for freedom began to waver. At that moment, the broadcast in Impelled Down began to sound. The Blackbeard pirates in Infinite Hell listened. I am Magellan, the director of Impelled Down. Your actions have been heinous, and the world government has ordered the revocation of your warlord of the sea substitute status and your arrest. You must surrender immediately, and you may be spared. Captain, what should we do now? Magellan is coming. The navigator, Lafitte, called out worriedly beside Blackbeard, as he was quite aware of Magellan's terror. It's fine. Fortune favors the bold. Teach comforted him seriously, but he was also reassuring himself. Are there any of you who want to follow me? Teach shouted at the prisoners. Originally, some prisoners had considered escaping, but after hearing Magellan's voice, they completely abandoned that idea, as they knew that even if they tried to escape, they would just be caught back by Magellan and subjected to further torment. They wouldn't do that. What? You guys are so cowardly. Teach shouted angrily as he saw all the prisoners burying their heads. Let's go, Captain. These guys won't come with us. Lafitte said seriously beside him, as he was also very afraid of Magellan's threat. Let's go. Teach could only helplessly wave his hand, and the Blackbeard pirates began to run quickly towards the first underground level of Impelled Down. Hee, brother, I'm going. Magellan said seriously to XuanYuan's snail phone as he watched Teach run into his trap. Yes, big brother, you must be careful. That guy Teach's ability can make your powers disappear. XuanYuan said seriously over the snail phone. I know, you mentioned his ability many times. I could recite it by heart. As long as I keep my distance from him, I won't let him get close. Besides, even if it's a physical battle, your big brother's strength is not to be underestimated. Magellan said seriously. All right, big brother, be careful. By the way, you can act according to our plan first. XuanYuan said seriously over the snail phone. Yes, since we're not playing, we might as well have fun. Magellan smiled wickedly after hearing XuanYuan's words and returned to his control position. Just as Magellan and the others arrived at the first underground level, the Red Lotus floor, a wicked smile appeared on Magellan's face. Great, Captain, we have reached the first underground level. It seems we have missed Magellan, and we are about to get out. Lafitte said happily. Just as they were filled with hope, Magellan pressed a button in the control room. With a loud bang, the stones beneath Teach and the others sank, and all members of the Blackbeard pirates fell into an iron room. I told you, you can't escape. This is a specially designed sea prism stone room, and you cannot get out. After the Blackbeard pirates fell into the iron room, the upper part of the room immediately closed, trapping them all inside. And Magellan's voice echoed over the broadcast outside the cell. Damn it, Magellan, I'm a government-recognized pirate. Even if I entered Impelled Down, I didn't do anything wrong. You have no right to capture me. I'm about to battle Whitebeard. The government needs my strength. Teach roared angrily in the room. I'm sorry, but because you trespassed into Impelled Down and killed prisoners, the world government has ordered that your title of Blackbeard Teach be revoked, and now they have ordered your execution. Magellan's voice coldly echoed. Trespassing? You allowed me in. Teach shouted in dissatisfaction. And where did I kill any prisoners? They were already dead when I got here. I'm sorry, but I didn't agree to that. The prisoners died only after you entered. Magellan replied coldly. Teach realized he had been set up, clenching his fists in anger. Damn it, who dares to frame me? Magellan, I'm innocent. Please help me plead for mercy, and I will repay you. Teach pleaded with no regard for his pride. I'm sorry, but I have received the order to execute you. However, your subordinates may live. Consider it my mercy, Magellan said indifferently. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates were now in two different mindsets. Teach was completely desperate, while his subordinates were filled with hope. However, you trespassed into Impel Down, which is also a serious crime. But considering that you didn't kill any prisoners and you followed Teach's orders, as long as you kill Teach, you can atone for your sins. I can consider giving you a way out. Magellan's voice rang out again. At Magellan's words, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was stunned. The Blackbeard Pirates remained silent for a while after hearing Magellan's words. Ha ha ha, Magellan, do you really think such a low-level scheme will work? Teach mocked with a laugh. Heh, if you want to call it a scheme, fine, but they only have a glimmer of hope if they kill you. Magellan said flatly. I will only give you half an hour. If Teach is not dead by then, you will all die. After saying this, Magellan's voice fell silent, and he smiled as he watched the reactions of the Blackbeard Pirates on the screen. You guys aren't really going to fall for such a low-level scheme, are you? Teach turned to his wavering companions and said, All the members fell silent for a moment, and it was Lafitte who first stepped forward. Of course, Captain, we won't be swayed by his provocation. Just as Teach was about to nod, he suddenly saw Lafitte grip his cane and attack him. Damn it. Teach tightly gripped Lafitte's cane. I knew you were unreliable. I'm sorry, Captain, we only came together for our own interests. Now that there's a chance to live, we have to abandon you. Lafitte said flatly. Indeed, among pirate crews, those like Luffy, Shanks, and Roger, who could trust any crewmate with their backs, are rare. Too many pirate crews are formed for various interests and can betray you at any moment. What are you doing? Are you really planning to die here for some boring sense of righteousness? And this captain? Lafitte shouted at the others. Sorry, Captain. The helmsman, Jacesa Bagas, paused for a moment and then threw a heavy punch at Teach's face. Teach screamed as Bagas, known as the King of Fighters, hit him hard, sending him flying. Sigh, there's no helping it. Sniper Van Oka sighed, took out his sniper rifle, and shot at the flying Teach. Teach screamed again in midair. There was no doubt Oka's shot hit him. Captain, your time of death has come. Just as Teach was getting up from the ground, the ship's doctor, Q, ran in front of him, completely shedding his usual dying appearance, brandishing a large scythe and swinging it at Teach. Teach screamed once more as the scythe cut a deep wound across his chest. You bastards! Teach angrily got up, looking at his wound and roaring. I will kill you all. So this is how it feels to be betrayed by your comrades. No wonder Dad had that iron rule on his ship. Teach glared at the companions he had worked so hard to find, feeling a pang in his heart. Taking out a pair of claws. These were the weapons Teach had used before obtaining the dark fruit. He had once wounded Shanks using these weapons in a sneak attack. Now, in the Sea Stone prison, he could not use his devil fruit powers, but he could still fight with his physical combat skills. Be careful. Teach originally hadn't eaten a fruit, so his physical combat ability is still quite strong. Lafitte reminded everyone. You traitors dare to attack your comrades. I will kill you all. Teach shouted angrily as he charged at his subordinates. What qualifications do you have to say that? Didn't you kill your own comrades for a dark fruit? We are attacking you to survive. That's much more noble than your actions. Lafitte coldly replied, raising his cane to meet Teach. That's right. Killing him will allow us to survive. The ship's doctor, Q, also shed his usual dying demeanor and looked over with the scythe in hand. You. Hearing the taunts from his subordinates, Teach was filled with rage but couldn't think of a retort, so he used his claws to defend himself, blocking Lafitte's cane with one and Q's scythe with the other. Look at this. Helmsman Bagas aimed for the gap in Teach's chest and threw a heavy punch. Bring it on. Teach sneered. His claws, which had been blocking the two attacks, deftly switched positions, and his body flipped in midair to dodge Bagas's attack, while his descending heavy leg landed squarely on Bagas's back, pinning him down. I told you to fight. Weren't you the most obedient? I told you to betray. Teach roared while stepping on Bagas's back, causing him to spit blood. Bang, bang, bang. As Teach stepped on Bagas, several gunshots rang out. Sniper Van Oka launched a continuous attack on him. Surprised by the brutality of his crew's attacks, Teach was hit and staggered back. Bagas, seeing Teach retreat, Sniper Oka prepared to help the heavily injured Bagas up. Don't come over. You're the sniper. Continue attacking Teach from a distance, and we must not stop. Seize the opportunity and take him down. Lafitte shouted loudly as he realized the situation. You guys! Seeing his crew show no loyalty, Teach wanted to tear them apart, but found he no longer had the strength. Teach! Lafitte shouted angrily and continued to attack Teach along with Q. At this rate, Teach won't last long against them. Magellan said flatly, watching the performance of everyone on the screen. It shouldn't be like this, according to XuanYuan's introduction. This teach was able to injure Emperor Shanks even before obtaining the dark fruit. He shouldn't be this weak. You all will die. Teach suddenly roared in anger, his speed increasing dramatically. He charged straight at the large scythe swung by Poison Q, and just as he was about to be hit, he turned and dodged, using his clawed hand to grab Poison Q's face and forcefully push down. It's hard to imagine that someone with such a massive body could possess such agility. Poison Q was instantly incapacitated by Titch's explosive strike, and at the moment Titch pinned him down, his claw also dug deep into Poison Q's neck, severing his carotid artery. Lafitte was also taken aback by Titch's speed, clearly stunned for a moment, and his body momentarily paused, but this hesitation cost him his life. In the instant that Titch crushed Poison Q to death, he swiftly turned and struck at the dazed Lafitte, penetrating his heart before Lafitte could even react. Why? Lafitte couldn't understand why. Even though he had always seen things so clearly, he still failed to accurately assess his captain's strength, leading to his demise. Sniper Akko watched as Titch killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. Frightened, he raised his sniper rifle to aim at him. But Titch didn't give him a chance. Just as he lifted his gun, Titch's claw reached his face, and he felt a flash of red before losing all sensation. Then Titch turned and walked toward the lying Bagas, his claws descending once more. It's hard to imagine that Titch, who was previously at a disadvantage, could unleash such power in his rage, killing 4 of his own subordinates in succession. I didn't expect this guy to have such strength. No wonder he could ambush and injure Red-Haired. Magellan smiled slightly as he watched Titch's incredible performance on the screen. Since this guy is still so strong in battle, I'll have some fun with you. Hoo. After killing all of his subordinates in one go, Titch was panting heavily, unsure if it was due to the sudden exertion of combat power or the psychological adjustment after personally killing his hard-fought companions. Titch, you're truly remarkable. Without the power of a devil fruit, you still possess such strength to kill your own 4 subordinates. Impressive. Magellan coldly stated as he appeared at Titch's prison door. Damn it, Magellan, if you have the guts, let me out so we can fight one-on-one. Titch saw Magellan, who had humiliated him so badly, and all the suppressed anger erupted at once. Grabbing the sea stone prison, he shouted loudly, regardless of the feeling of helplessness that came with it. Why should I fight you one-on-one? Magellan coldly laughed at Titch, saying, for trash like you, I have no need to fight fairly. Damn it. What kind of warden of Impel Down are you? Lacking even the courage to fight. Titch began to provoke Magellan, trying to anger him. All I need is the authority to execute you. Magellan ignored Titch's taunts, his body starting to ooze venom. Accept your punishment, Poison Dragon. Instantly, 3 dragons made of venom appeared around Magellan, attacking Titch's cell from several directions. Once Magellan's poison entered the cell, it enveloped Titch's body entirely. He immediately felt a strong pain surge through him, a heart-wrenching agony that made Titch feel worse than death. Go ahead and curse me. Magellan looked at Titch, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in agony, with no sympathy in his eyes, and simply turned to leave. Brother, it's done. All members of the Blackbeard Pirates are dead, and Titch has also been poisoned by my potent venom and is struggling. He won't last long now. After returning to his room, Magellan first used a transponder snail to inform XuanYuan of the current situation. Titch deserves this. XuanYuan smiled slightly, but brother, don't forget our plan. Don't let him die too easily. I want him to regret everything all at once. Rest assured, based on my calculations, his powerful vitality means that this venom will only render him unable to fight. To completely kill him with poison, it should take about 24 hours. Magellan said seriously. During this time, I will have him shackled with sea stone handcuffs and subjected to the torturous punishments of the Red Lotus floor, the scorching floor, and the extreme cold floor in Impel Down. Thank you, brother. Hearing Magellan's strenuous help, XuanYuan was very touched. Brother, you're too polite. Of course, I'll help with your matters. Don't worry. Anyone who offends you will regret it thoroughly. Magellan said seriously. Leave Titch's matter to me, and you handle your side well. Remember, this battle is very dangerous. Be careful. Yes, I understand. XuanYuan replied earnestly, and at this moment, the Huaxia had already passed through the gates of justice and was about to reach the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Ace had been brought to the execution platform, and Sengoku was announcing to the world Ace's background. Ace was clenching his fists, listening intently. If it weren't for XuanYuan's advice to wait, he would have already caused chaos at the Navy headquarters without the Sea Stone's control. Below the execution platform, Carp and Ahi stood there. What's wrong? Still undecided. Ahi asked Carp, what should I do, old man? That is my grandson up there. Although pirates are unforgivable, Family should be an exception, Carp said painfully. Sigh. You should have listened to Lord Ironbone and not come today. Ah, he said coldly. But since you're here, think carefully about what you should do. I am a vice admiral of the Navy. Carp clenched his fist seriously. But internally he was also saying, but I am their grandfather. Guarding the front of the execution platform were the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, the three admirals, Akiji, Kizaru Akainu. Although they appeared relaxed on the surface, only they knew that their hearts were very tense. Their opponent was the Whitebeard Pirates, and this major incident might attract all sorts of characters, although they could be considered the pinnacle of strength in the world in such a war. Carelessness could lead to death. In the port in front of the Navy headquarters was one of the three major forces of the New World, the 7 warlords of the sea. However, they were among the most relaxed in this battle. XuanYuan, why haven't you come yet? I miss you so much. The Empress, Hancock, leaned against the wall, anxiously waiting, completely unaware of the impending battle. XuanYuan, when are you and Dad coming? If you don't come, I want to even be able to fight. Jinbei was also very anxious. Compared to their impatience, Crocodile and Moria, also warlords of the sea under XuanYuan, were indifferent. In their minds, they had come because of XuanYuan's orders. If he didn't come, they would just be spectators enjoying the show. Hawkeye was also unconcerned, having absolute confidence and not caring about the development of the battle. Don Quixote da Flamingo was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the great battle, knowing that once the world changed, he would have a chance to become a higher existence. The last warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, has now been modified and has lost his thoughts. No longer feeling nervous, just as the Navy headquarters was on high alert, several pirate ships appeared in the fog from a distance. They have appeared. All hands, battle stations. An alarm immediately sounded in the port, and all the Navy personnel became tense. Several pirate ships sailed out of the thick fog, including the cavalryman Doma, the Thunderlord, Marco Gay, the Dicalban brothers, the Great Whirlpool Spider, Squardo. A total of 44 ships in the fleet, each one a notorious pirate in the New World. Originally, there were only 43 ships. The extra one was a small boat that the warlike Mr. One and Kid from the Huaxia Empire took to join. However, amidst so many fleets, the Navy only roughly counted the number of ships and did not notice them. Admiral Sengoku discovered a total of 44 pirate fleets, but did not find the Whitebeard Pirates or their captains. These pirates were all affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates. The phone bug in Sengoku's hand reported the situation. Have you seen Ace? Ace, I'm coming. The pirate fleet began to stir even before entering the port. Hee kid. We made the right choice to join this battle, Mr. One said happily as he looked around. Exactly, it feels so good. Kid was also very excited, but he wondered why he hadn't seen Captain XuanYuan yet. Hee, let's go fight first. The captain will definitely arrive later. Our mission is to fight, eliminate the government's forces, and rescue the captain's brother Fire Fist Ace, Mr. One said seriously, seeing so many pirates appearing. The young Navy soldiers in the port began to feel scared and started to panic. Where's Whitebeard? Where are you? Sengoku nervously observed his surroundings while holding his phone bug. At that moment, a large number of bubbles began to rise from the port's interior, followed by a loud noise. Could it be? Sengoku's expression began to change as he realized these guys had covered their ships in a membrane and had been advancing in the sea. As soon as Sengoku's words fell, a huge splash erupted from the port. The Whitebeard pirate ship, the Moby Dick, appeared before everyone, and soon after, the pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates surfaced one after another. Clang, clang, clang. A sound that instilled fear was heard as Whitebeard, holding his large sword, walked step by step onto the deck and looked at everyone. Kurara, it's been decades since we last met, Sengoku, Whitebeard said with a fearless smile at the tightly guarded Navy. Whitebeard. Seeing Whitebeard, who was as imposing as he was in his youth, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat. My beloved son, are you okay? After simply greeting Sengoku, Whitebeard turned his attention to Ace. Wait for me, Ace. Dad. Seeing Whitebeard appear in the port, Ace became extremely excited. I clearly ignored everyone's advice and came out. Why not just give up on me? Ace said sadly to Whitebeard, realizing that it was his own recklessness that led to this result. No, it was me who told you go, son. Whitebeard said seriously. I told you to chase after Teach, right, Marco? The 1st Division captain nodded. That's right. Ace, you did well. You worked hard on this mission, and you completed it excellently. Completed. Ace suddenly looked at them with a strange expression. Completed means that Teach is already dead. A voice came down from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up, and to their surprise, the Huaxia ship descended from the sky and landed steadily beside the Moby Dick in the port. It turned out that before this battle, XuanYuan had someone install a flying jet similar to Luffy's Sunny on his Huaxia ship. Using this, they bypassed the Navy's defenses and flew to the battlefield. Ace, don't worry, Teach is dead. Your mission is complete, and you don't have to feel guilty anymore, XuanYuan said seriously as he stood at the bow of the ship, then led everyone from his ship to jump onto Whitebeard's pirate ship. Hee, Uncle Whitebeard. It seems your health has improved a lot, XuanYuan said happily, seeing that Whitebeard looked much better than when he last saw him. Hee, mainly thanks to the medicine from that little brat of yours. It really works well. I don't have to hang around with those annoying bottles every day. Whitebeard happily patted XuanYuan on the shoulder, but then he noticed Buggy among XuanYuan's group. Kurora, Rednose, you actually came with XuanYuan. Are you here to take my head? Whitebeard, I have no interest in your head anymore. I'm just here to save the captain's son. Buggy said flatly. That's right. We are here to rescue Ace. Luffy shouted seriously. Bang. Just after Luffy shouted, Sabo hit him hard on the head. Don't be disrespectful to Dad. XuanYuan, Luffy, Sabo. Seeing all his grandsons on the battlefield, Garp began to feel a severe headache. See? The captain has arrived, and he's right in front of us. Let's go, speed up and charge. Mr. One and Kid were also extremely excited to see XuanYuan appear. XuanYuan, you finally came. I've missed you so much. The Empress blushed when she saw XuanYuan appear in the port. The captain has finally arrived. It's getting more and more interesting. Moria laughed happily at XuanYuan, but the people around him had no idea why he was laughing. Since you have appeared now, it doesn't count as being late. Crocodile said flatly. Jinbei said little, just seriously watching XuanYuan and Whitebeard, thinking to himself, XuanYuan, old man, it's up to you two now. What a bunch of troublesome guys have gathered. Aokiji said lightly as he looked at the crowd in the port. At this point, don't say such things. Seriously guard our justice. Akainu said coldly. Little brat, let me show you my strength in this state. Whitebeard smiled slightly at XuanYuan, extending his hands out to the sides and striking fiercely. Little brat, let me show you my strength in this state. Whitebeard smiled slightly at XuanYuan, extending his hands out to the sides and striking fiercely, only to hear a crisp sound. The surrounding space shattered like glass, followed by a roar of the sea, and two massive waves immediately appeared on either side of the Navy headquarters, tall enough to swallow the entire Navy headquarters. Is this the power of the man known as the strongest on the sea? It really is impressive. XuanYuan watched as Whitebeard easily executed this move. Although he had seen it in the anime before, the shock it gave him while being in it was absolutely incomparable. Don't think that just because we have a numerical advantage, we can easily win. The one facing death is very likely to be us. That guy possesses the ability to destroy the world, Sengoku said seriously as he looked at the tsunami unleashed by Whitebeard. What tremendous power. Truly, it is the legendary monster. Don Quixote Doflamingo exclaimed excitedly, showing no signs of anxiety about the impending tsunami. Truly a madman. Seeing such a tsunami, the naval soldiers in the harbor were all stunned. Some had already begun to shout loudly. Sigh. Observing his soldiers in such a state, Aokiji sighed and jumped into the air, extending his hands. Ice Age. Two streams of cold ice shot from his hands, directly crashing into the two massive waves, instantly turning the waves and the sea into a glacier. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this scene, the naval soldiers finally regained some composure, gasping for breath. Ice blocks. Two ice spears. Aokiji pointed his hand at Whitebeard, and several long spears made of ice rushed towards him at high speed. Not so simple, Galefoot. At that moment, XuanYuan jumped into the air and kicked out several slashing waves that collided with Aokiji's ice spears, shattering them. It's you. Aokiji said coldly as he looked at XuanYuan. That's right, it's me. Last time we didn't settle it, so let's continue this time. XuanYuan smiled faintly, holding the Minghong Blade as he rushed towards Aokiji at high speed, while not forgetting to shout, Uncle Whitebeard, leave this guy to me. You go deal with the others. Let me see how much you've improved. Aokiji watched XuanYuan rush towards him, his speed much faster than before, and he didn't dare to be careless, crossing his arms. Ice worker knife. Aokiji coldly shouted, as a blade of sharp ice formed from the cold air in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The two began to move at high speed, striking from the air down to the ground, fighting fiercely without any resolution, and during their battle, no one dared to stand within 5 meters of them. The cold air emitted by Aokiji was enough to freeze an ordinary person, while XuanYuan resisted with his powerful, domineering aura, thus not being affected. XuanYuan is so cunning. He has already taken one of the 3 admirals, so I can't fall behind. Sabo looked at the fierce battle between XuanYuan and Aokiji with envy. He jumped into the air and shouted angrily at the dazed Navy in the harbor. "Hey, Navy, this is not the time to be spaced out. I want you to regret hurting my brother." Meteorite fall. One of Sabo's hands transformed into a rock-like shape and swung fiercely towards the Navy in the harbor. Immediately, a large number of boulders surged towards the Navy. In an instant, screams erupted and numerous naval soldiers fell. Hee, it seems this really is a new generation of the world. Let me take a look. Whitebeard said with a happy laugh as he watched XuanYuan and Sabo's performance. Originally planning to continue attacking, but now setting his big sword aside to take a break and watch the battlefield. Damn it, fire at him. Seeing the huge losses caused by Sabo's arrival, the naval officers hurriedly aimed their cannons at him. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons fired simultaneously at Sabo, and he was immediately surrounded by shells coming from all directions. Hee, useless. Child's play. Facing the shells from all directions, Sabo was not worried at all, smiling slightly as he joined his hands together. One-layer rock wall. Immediately, a layer of black rock formed around Sabo, blocking all the incoming shells. Really, as expected of the one who manages all the subordinate pirate crews in the Whitebeard pirates, truly a complete monster. If this continues, who knows how many of our soldiers will be injured by you. We must eliminate you to reduce casualties. Kizaru stood up and coldly said to Sabo. Just as Kizaru finished speaking, a dazzling light radiated from his body, and he instantly appeared in the air, not far behind Sabo. Kizaru clasped his hands together and aimed at Sabo, Eighth Sun Jewel. Immediately, several small laser projectiles surged towards Sabo's back. Hey, isn't that a bit too dazzling? Whitebeard coldly said, glancing at Marco beside him. Marco immediately understood and was about to transform into his phoenix form to fly over to block this attack for Sabo when, squeak. Before Marco and Whitebeard could react, Enel had already transformed into a flash of lightning and dashed out. Thunder Turtle. Enel appeared behind Sabo like a bolt of lightning, extending one hand to unleash electricity that instantly formed into a turtle shape, and Kizaru's attack struck the turtle shell, having no effect whatsoever. Sneaking up from behind is not a good habit, Navy Admiral, Enel coldly said to Kizaru. Enel, thank you. Sabo turned around and said to Enel, knowing that he had saved him. It's nothing. You are the one who defeated me, and I won't allow anyone else to defeat you. Only I can defeat you. Leave him to me, and you focus on fighting. Enel said seriously. Oh dear, what was that before electricity? When did such a terrifying monster appear? Kizaru said lightly as he looked at Enel. I am not a monster, but a god who can kill you. Enel coldly laughed. Thunder Dragon. Enel clasped his hands together, and immediately a dragon made of lightning surged towards Kizaru, and he himself transformed into a flash of lightning rushing towards Kizaru. Heaven from Cloud Sword. Facing Enel's approach, Kizaru did not dare to be careless, immediately drawing a light sword from his hand and swinging it at the Thunder Dragon. A powerful light wave collided with the Thunder Dragon, instantly creating a massive explosion in the air, and the two charged straight ahead. Thunder Gold. Enel coldly shouted, the golden gauntlet on his hand instantly transforming into a long spear. Bang! Enel gripped the spear tightly, and it collided fiercely with Kizaru's Heaven from Cloud Sword, and the two immediately began to fight. Watching Enel and Kizaru clash, Sabo was not worried. He turned around and raised both hands towards the Navy headquarters. Here comes Earth Explosion Star. A massive meteorite, the size of more than 10 warships, appeared above the Navy headquarters and crashed down fiercely. The screams from when Whitebeard unleashed the tsunami echoed again at this moment. What a hassle. How can we, who uphold justice, be afraid? Akainu stood up and coldly shouted at the panicked soldiers below. Take this, great eruption. Akainu punched fiercely at the descending massive meteorite, and, at that moment, his right hand transformed into a gigantic arm made of magma, crashing into the meteorite. With a loud bang, Akainu's magma hand directly penetrated the huge meteorite, shattering it into several smaller fiery meteorites that began to fall. It was as if a rain of fire was pouring from the sky, but this time the raindrops were meteorites that could kill a person in an instant. Is Dad okay? Seeing the rain of fire indiscriminately falling on the battlefield, many pirates and Navy members were directly crushed or burned to death. Sabo quickly turned to see if the members of the Whitebeard pirates were okay. Trouble. Facing several meteorites about to strike, Whitebeard let out a cold grunt and punched upwards. Bang! A powerful shockwave that shattered space surged into the air, directly shattering all the meteorites into fragments as they fell, causing no harm to himself or his crew. Impressive, as expected of the old man. Seeing this scene, Sabo couldn't help but smile. Are you going to make a move? At that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo from the Seven Warlords of the Sea looked at Mihawk beside him. Noticing that Mihawk stood up and gripped the famous sword on his back, the Supreme Great Sword 12, Black Blade Yuru. I'm just calculating the distance between me and that man, Mihawk said seriously, looking at Whitebeard's earlier attack. Huh. Mihawk coldly drew his black blade and swung fiercely at Whitebeard. A powerful slash wave surged towards Whitebeard. Nice timing. Seeing Mihawk make his move, Noah, who was still watching the battle on Whitebeard's ship, smiled slightly and jumped to the front of the Whitebeard pirates. Sakura, destruction. Noah drew his beloved sword, Sakura's Snow, and swung it towards Mihawk's slash. A bright red slash wave, resembling blood, collided with Mihawk's slash wave. Boom! A deep trench appeared where the two slash waves met. What? That guy was actually able to block the world's #1 slash. Who is he? Seeing Noah block Mihawk's attack, everyone started screaming. He is the Demon Hand Noah, the one who killed the Celestial Dragon's entire family, and is wanted along with XuanYuan for 500 million. Someone recognized Noah, and the crowd began to stir. Hee. Last time I was only focused on fighting XuanYuan. I didn't expect he had such a master by his side. Mihawk smiled slightly at Noah. Hee, Mihawk, let's fight. Noah also smiled slightly and dashed towards Mihawk. Sakura dance. Noah gripped Sakura's Snow. His body began to spin, resembling a red whirlwind as he approached Mihawk, slashing through all the Marines in his path, leaving a mist of blood on their chests, beautiful like cherry blossoms. What a powerful swordsman. I accept your challenge. Mihawk said happily, charging toward Noah as well. My hands are starting to itch. Watching the battle on the battlefield, Doflamingo rubbed his hands together. Oof. Crocodile. Seeing Doflamingo preparing to make a move, kicked directly at him. Not expecting Crocodile to suddenly attack him, Doflamingo was kicked away, but being a master himself, he quickly stabilized his body and turned to scold Crocodile. You bastard Crocodile, what do you want? You wanted to fight, didn't you? I'm here to accompany you. Crocodile coldly looked at Doflamingo. Take this, Sandstorm. Crocodile swung his hand at Doflamingo, and a powerful sandstorm tornado surged towards him. Damn it, bastard Crocodile. Doflamingo cursed inwardly, jumped into the air to dodge the attack, and started fighting Crocodile. Target, Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, the fully modified Warlord of the Sea, Tyrant Kuma, or rather, the pacifist PX0, appropriately, he stretched out his hands to compress the air in front of him, preparing to throw it at the Whitebeard pirate ship once he succeeded. Jinbei immediately noticed his intention and punched him hard. I won't let you succeed. Sharkwave punch. Jinbei's punch landed squarely on Kuma's face, sending him flying. After Kuma got up, he looked at Jinbei, Warlord of the Sea. Jinbei, attacking our own, I suspect betrayal, must be eliminated. After saying that, he opened his mouth, and a wave of light surged towards Jinbei. Jinbei snorted coldly, agilely dodging Kuma's attack, then charged forward to continue his assault. What's going on? Crocodile and Doflamingo. Jinbei and Kuma, what are they doing? Why are the Warlords of the Sea fighting among themselves? Sengoku looked at the situation before him, feeling a headache. It seems our side has the advantage. Seeing that Crocodile and Jinbei had initiated a civil war among the Warlords of the Sea, while the three admirals, himself, and Enel were each holding off one, Sabo observed the scene of slaughtering Marines and said lightly to Akiji, Damn it, how did the battle turn out like this? Akiji coldly shook his head as he looked at the battlefield, while simultaneously applying force to push XuanYuan away. And you, how have you become so strong? It's only been a short time since our last encounter. How have you improved so much? In this battle, Akiji clearly felt XuanYuan's progress. Both his speed and strength were far beyond the last time, and he was using his devil transformation abilities much more skillfully now, sometimes enhancing his strength, sometimes increasing his speed. Although he could still hold his ground, surpassing XuanYuan was no longer a simple task. As the saying goes, if a scholar is separated for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. We haven't seen each other for more than 3 days. XuanYuan smiled faintly. Oh, really? Then take this. Akiji coldly smiled at XuanYuan, extending his left hand. Ice block. Ice bird. Akiji shouted angrily. A giant ice bird formed of ice flew towards XuanYuan. This move again useless. XuanYuan coldly smiled and suddenly stomped his foot back, boosting my leg strength. XuanYuan's legs were instantly wrapped in white fur. Go for it, buddy. XuanYuan charged towards the ice bird with the Minghong Blade, which also emitted a beautiful red light. In an instant, the red light pierced through the ice bird. The ice bird was sliced in half by XuanYuan, and he arrived in front of Akiji, clashing with Akiji's ice construction sword. Indeed impressive. Your strength has increased so much. Akiji smiled happily. If I don't get stronger, how can I defeat you? XuanYuan also smiled faintly. Hee, if you have a strength, go ahead and defeat me. Akiji suddenly emitted a much stronger cold air than before, swinging his ice construction sword to knock XuanYuan back. Can you dodge this move? Ice block. Ice tornado. Akiji spread his arms, his body spinning rapidly, and the cold air from his hands began to expand outward quickly, forming a giant ice tornado. This move again, but there's really no way to dodge it. XuanYuan looked at Akiji, using the move that had defeated him last time, coldly smiling. This time, he didn't retreat, but instead held up the Minghong Blade to block. Not dodging. Akiji was confused by XuanYuan's action, but didn't stop his attack. The icy tornado quickly engulfed XuanYuan, and he was immediately frozen. XuanYuan. Carp shouted anxiously at the sight of XuanYuan frozen in ice, while Akainu blocked him, preventing him from rushing forward immediately. Kid. Whitebeard was also shocked to see XuanYuan frozen. Young master, XuanYuan. Those not engaged in battle on Whitebeard's ship, like Hades, immediately rushed over upon seeing this scene. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just as everyone was about to rush over, XuanYuan suddenly spoke up while frozen. Hearing XuanYuan's voice, everyone froze in place, and among them, the most shocked was Akiji, who was fighting him. How is this possible? Weren't you frozen? Akiji looked at XuanYuan in astonishment. Frozen solid, you're too confident. XuanYuan smiled faintly, and a red light emanated from his body, making it unclear whether it was released from the Minghong Blade on his chest or from him personally. Under the vibration of this red light, the ice that had frozen XuanYuan immediately shattered, and he stepped out, smiling at Akiji as if he had not been hurt at all. Damn it, you little brat. You made this old man worry for nothing. Carp looked at XuanYuan coming out unscathed and scolded happily. He noticed Ahi glaring at him fiercely and realized it was somewhat inappropriate, so he closed his mouth. You little brat, only know how to cause trouble and make others worry. Whitebeard laughed happily when he saw XuanYuan come out. Hooray, as expected of young master, XuanYuan. Hades and the others cheered happily when they saw XuanYuan was not frozen. How could this be? How come you weren't frozen? Akiji looked at XuanYuan in disbelief. It's simple, because I made preparations in advance. I knew your ice tornado covers a vast area, and the possibility of dodging was minimal. So I simply compressed the power of myself and the Minghong Blade in my body. When I was frozen by you, I released it all at once, breaking through your ice seal in no time. XuanYuan smiled slightly, but this was my first time, and it seems like I didn't control the power well. I won't mess up next time. What? You dared to use such a risky move in actual combat for the first time? If there was even a slight miscalculation. Wouldn't that? This kid is too crazy. He's indeed a terrifying guy. Akiji thought in shock as he looked at XuanYuan. Now that the explanation is done, it's my turn to attack. XuanYuan smiled coldly, brandishing the Minghong Blade and slashing at Akiji. One blade shocking rainbow. XuanYuan shouted coldly, and the Minghong Blade unleashed a powerful slash wave. Akiji quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the slash. However, the slash wave did not disappear because it missed Akiji and continued to rush backward, directly crashing into the massive wave that Akiji had first frozen. Boom! The giant wave was cut down by the slash wave, and a large chunk of ice crashed down towards the square, where many Navy soldiers were about to be hit. What a hassle! Akainu coldly shouted and punched the giant ice block again. Great eruption! Akainu unleashed another magma fist that directly melted the giant ice. The magma giant fist did not disappear, instead charging towards XuanYuan. Interesting. XuanYuan smiled slightly and quickly dodged to the side, as Akainu's magma giant fist smashed onto the ice surface, melting a large section of it. You are the most troublesome part of this battle. I will eliminate you before dealing with Whitebeard. Akainu shouted coldly, leaping towards XuanYuan from his position. I didn't expect that I could attract two admirals all by myself. This is quite nice. When XuanYuan saw Akainu rushing toward him, he felt no fear and instead smiled happily. Karsaski, Akainu's real name, who asked for your help. I'm having a great time. Akiji shouted unhappily at Akainu, who was rushing over. Now is not the time for fun. Kazan, Akiji's real name. You should change your lazy habits. As an admiral, you can't even deal with a little brat for so long. Don't you feel embarrassed? Akainu shouted at Akiji in the air, while throwing another punch at XuanYuan on the ground. Great eruption. Another magma giant fist surged towards XuanYuan. Strengthened leg power moonwalk. XuanYuan's legs were once again wrapped in white fur, and he quickly jumped into the air, dodging Akainu's attack. Kazan, are you still not making a move? Are you protecting him or afraid that I will steal your attack? Akainu angrily shouted at the dazed Aokiji. Hearing Akainu's words, Aokiji wanted to refute but couldn't think of a comeback, so he reached out towards XuanYuan, who was dodging in the air. Ice block, blizzard bird. A giant ice bird composed of ice flew towards XuanYuan. Damn it, two admirals are indeed not so easy to deal with. Strengthen leg power. XuanYuan thought to himself as he looked at the suddenly flying ice bird, enhancing his leg strength and preparing to use the first move to counter this attack, allowing him to observe Akainu's attack at all times and dodge when necessary. XuanYuan, don't worry, I'm here to help you. Just as XuanYuan was about to use Infinite Gale leg to withstand the move, a familiar voice rang out above him. Fire Fist. Ace, who had been on the execution platform, had somehow appeared above XuanYuan, and a giant fist made of flames struck the back of the ice bird released by Aokiji, instantly melting it. Damn it, when did he escape? Didn't he have sea stone handcuffs? How could he still use his devil fruit abilities? What happened to his handcuffs? Sengoku on the execution platform exclaimed in shock as he watched Ace suddenly appear. It turned out that Ace had been furious when he saw Akainu and Aokiji attacking XuanYuan alone. He first melted the ordinary handcuffs on his wrists with his flame power and then jumped into the air to help XuanYuan. In fact, Carp had seen everything but did not stop him. Hee, XuanYuan, I'm not late to join in now, am I? Ace smiled slightly at XuanYuan. Not late at all. Just in time. Come on, let's join forces and take them on together. XuanYuan replied happily. Hooray, Ace is free. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted excitedly when they saw Ace appear on the battlefield, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Hee Ace. Whitebeard smiled happily at Ace's sudden participation, thinking that XuanYuan was impressive to have accomplished such a difficult task. Hooray, Ace has been saved. Luffy and Buggy also cheered happily on Whitebeard's ship. These two had been watching the battle from the ship since the beginning and had not had the chance to join in. Ace, you deal with Aokiji. I'll take care of Akainu. Knowing that Ace was currently restrained by Akainu, XuanYuan naturally left Akainu for himself. Okay, completely unaware, Ace nodded in agreement. Ace engulfed in flames, charged at Aokiji, delivering a heavy kick engulfed in flames. Ugh! Aokiji forced his hand to block Ace's heavy kick and tightly grasped it. Ideal moment. Aokiji's foot froze rapidly upon contact with Ace's attack, and it seemed like he was about to freeze Ace entirely. Useless. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Flame domain, flame pillar. Just as the words left Ace's mouth, a super large fire pillar suddenly appeared centered around him. Faced with the powerful flames, Aokiji hurriedly threw Ace away to avoid getting hurt, and the ice on Ace's frozen foot instantly melted. You can't escape, fire gun. As soon as Ace landed, he instantly formed his hands into the shape of guns and began to fire fiercely at the evading Aokiji. Trouble. Aokiji snorted coldly and stretched his hands forward. Ice balls. All the fiery bullets that came flying were frozen, turning into ice balls that fell to the ground. But Ace's attack was not over yet. Crossing his arms, he unleashed crossfire. Two streams of flames crossed into a cross shape and charged at Aokiji. Ice block, polar spear. Aokiji hurriedly used his move to block, and the battle between the two intensified, accompanied by constant evaporating mist. On the other side, the battle between XuanYuan and Akainu was equally fierce. Facing Akainu, who embodied the decaying absolute justice, XuanYuan felt deep disdain. Akainu had ordered the destruction of the refugee ship from Robin's hometown, claiming it was to prevent scholars from escaping. But it was still too cruel. Although XuanYuan was combative, he never indiscriminately killed the innocent. He fought against guilty pirates. He could never understand Akainu's actions. Knowing Akainu's strength was considerable, XuanYuan transformed completely, donning his black and white leather outfit, and swiftly charged at Akainu. Blade of the Surging Rainbow. XuanYuan swung his sword fiercely at Akainu, sending a powerful wave of slashing energy toward him. Akainu, seasoned from countless battles and possessing great strength, deftly dodged the attack and appeared right in front of XuanYuan. The magma dog, Akainu, transformed his hand in a molten lava shaped like an eagle's claw, aiming for XuanYuan's heart. With partial arm enhancement and a boost in power, he executed a palm gun technique. This was an improved version of the Navy's 6 styles. After transforming, XuanYuan's hand resembled a bear paw, using a modified finger gun technique that was leagues above the ordinary Navy's version. Boom! The moment their fists collided, an explosion occurred, and the tremendous force knocked both of them back several steps. What terrifying power! Is this the strength of magma? Despite transforming with the devil fruit ability and adding hockey, XuanYuan still felt a searing pain. He looked at his right hand. Although protected by fur, The burn was evident. XuanYuan touched the burn on his palm. It seemed he couldn't fight a Kainu up close. Leg power enhancement, speed enhancement, XuanYuan said coldly, as white fur enveloped his feet, launching him into the air at high speed. Leg power enhancement. Once he created some distance from a Kainu, XuanYuan switched his leg enhancement to power enhancement, and his feet were instantly covered in black fur. Storm leg. Infinite kicks. He aimed rapid kicks at the pursuing Akainu, unleashing several powerful, slashing waves toward him. I won't lose in a long-range fight either, Akainu said lightly, watching the waves approach. Meteor volcano. Akainu's right hand formed a giant fist made of magma, colliding with XuanYuan's slashing waves. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of the two immense forces sent small rocks flying in all directions. Damn, this guy's also skilled at long-range attacks, XuanYuan thought to himself, realizing the trouble he was in. What a troublesome guy, die. Akainu shouted angrily at XuanYuan from afar, lava beginning to drip from his body. Dog bite red lotus. Akainu transformed his entire body into a dog head made of magma and soared towards XuanYuan in the air. Damn, what a troublesome guy. XuanYuan cursed silently and tightened his grip on the Minghong knife. One blade, Minghong. XuanYuan wielded the Minghong knife, transforming his body into a red slashing wave that charged at Akainu. The two were again sent flying backward by the powerful force. However, during this recoil, some magma splattered onto XuanYuan, causing burns. Thus, he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. Old man, should we step in to help Ace's brother, XuanYuan? Although he's strong, that Akainu is too abnormal. If this continues, XuanYuan is likely to lose. Marco said seriously beside Whitebeard. That's right, this kid has done even better this time. Those few have held off the Navy's 3 admirals, and our captain is only fighting alongside a captain, causing almost no casualties. Whitebeard nodded and said, Marco, go help him. Okay. Just as Marco was about to assist, a furious shout was heard. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, over-the-shoulder throw. Not far from Whitebeard's ship, the dragon had already submerged in the water. Seeing XuanYuan at a disadvantage against the Kainu, he hurried into the water, using the Fishman Jiu-Jitsu taught by Jinbei to control the flow of water to assist XuanYuan. Fishmen naturally have a special control over water, and after learning Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, their mastery reached a level that amazed humans. After using the over-the-shoulder throw, the water in the sea seemed to gain intelligence, transforming into a column of water that surged toward Akainu. Being struck by the seawater, Akainu, a devil fruit user, naturally felt discomfort, especially since he was a magma man. His strength suddenly drained like water, and he knelt on one knee. A great opportunity. XuanYuan, who loathed the Kainu, would not care about fair fighting. He relished the idea of striking a drowning dog. Storm leg, infinite kicks. XuanYuan seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks at the gasping Akainu. Akainu screamed as he was hit by several slashing waves and fell to the ground. Admiral Karsuski, seeing Akainu down, the Navy panicked. It's not over yet. XuanYuan smiled coldly and charged at Akainu again. One blade, Minghong. XuanYuan transformed into a red light, crashing toward Akainu. Bang! A dull sound echoed as XuanYuan's Minghong knife was blocked by someone in front of Akainu, a person with several swords on his back, resembling a spider's arms. He was one of the Navy headquarters vice admirals, Vice Admiral Spider. Admiral Karsuski, are you all right? Vice Admiral Spider managed to block XuanYuan's attack, but the pressure on his hands made him uncomfortable, and he quickly turned to Akainu. I'm fine, just caught off guard. Akainu stood up, a wound from XuanYuan's earlier kick bleeding on his chest, but it was non-fatal. Evil truly breeds a batch of despicable individuals. Stop pretending to be so noble. There's no need to adhere to principles when dealing with a despicable guy like you. XuanYuan roared, swinging the Minghong knife forward again. Vice Admiral Spider barely managed to block XuanYuan's attack with his several swords, but he and Akainu were forced to retreat a few steps. Admiral Karsuski, I'll help you. Together we can take down this evil seed in no time. Vice Admiral Spider said earnestly. Young master, I'll help you. A furious shout came from behind XuanYuan, and Hades jumped to his side, saying earnestly, Young master, don't worry about their numbers. I will fight by your side. Good. You deal with that, Vice Admiral Spider. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Hades, while he charged at Akainu. Although he had been slightly at a disadvantage before, the previous attack from the dragon had injured Akainu, and he believed he could win. Come on, Akainu shouted angrily, his arm transforming into magma again as he struck at XuanYuan, colliding with the Minghong knife. Admiral Karsuski, Vice Admiral Spider shouted and rushed to help, only to be met by a powerful force as Hades swung a large knife at him. Vice Admiral Spider had no choice but to quickly use his several swords to block Hades' strike. When he realized that the one attacking him was the former Vice Admiral Hades, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hades, as a Vice Admiral, what are you doing? What the hell? Vice Admiral? That kind of disgusting justice is something I won't protect. The only thing I protect now is my young master, Monkey D, XuanYuan. Dead Spider. If you dare to fight my young master, I'll kill you." Hades roared angrily, increasing his strength and forcing Ghost Spider to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, Ghost Spider thought to himself, feeling helpless. It turned out that when Hades was still a Vice Admiral, they would spar during boring times, and back then, Hades only slightly lost to him. But during this time, Hades' strength had skyrocketed. He was no longer a match for him and could only be suppressed and beaten by Hades. "Haha, XuanYuan, you guys are really struggling." Sabo looked at XuanYuan and Akainu, Ace and Kazu, and even Luffy had rushed in a battlefield, fiercely fighting a group of Navy officers. Among the four brothers who grew up together, he was the most relaxed at that moment. Without the obstruction of an admiral, he could easily deal with one or two ordinary vice admirals thanks to his abnormal devil fruit ability. "Haha, XuanYuan, I won't wait for you, I'm going in first," Sabo said proudly, several large rocks appearing in front of him and crashing down, clearing a path. Seeing that Sabo had opened a path, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates followed him into the fray. "Damn it, it seems I can't wait any longer." Sengoku, seeing Sabo leading a group of pirates into the plaza, turned pale and took out a din mushi. "Hey, Bartolomeo, start the operation according to plan," Sengoku said seriously. "Yes, Uncle Sengoku." A childish voice came from the din mushi. Boom. Just after Sengoku gave the order, a shockwave suddenly hit the Whitebeard Pirates, followed by a massive explosion, sending several pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates flying into the air. What? Isn't that Kazuru's light wave attack? Could it be Enel? Sabo, who was leading the pirates towards the plaza, was startled and quickly turned to look at Kazuru and Enel fighting in the sky. The battle in the sky was still intense. Enel's figure flickered, making it hard to see, and with each flicker, a spear charged with intense lightning attacked Kazuru. Sabo looked at Enel and sighed. No wonder XuanYuan jokes around calling Enel lightning flicker. This flickering attack is indeed a headache. However, Enel's opponent was the Navy's fastest Vice Admiral, Kizaru. Although Enel's attacks were impressive, Kazuru was not to be underestimated. He could evade or block almost every one of Enel's attacks with his abnormal speed. The battle between the two was fierce, and neither dared to let their guard down. So what was that light wave earlier? Sabo was certain that the previous light wave couldn't have been produced by Kazuru. Just as he was curious, another light wave was launched from the Navy port, injuring many more pirates. "All right, it's finally your turn to appear. I've been waiting impatiently." A chubby man wearing a red belly wrap walked out from the Navy port, holding a large axe, and said coldly. Behind him followed several warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Kuma. The earlier light waves were launched by these guys. "What is that, Kuma?" The pirates under Whitebeard were startled to see so many Kumas. "Is it the rumored humanoid weapon from the government?" Whitebeard said lightly, looking at those Kumas. "Attack pacifists, under the leadership of the strongest man in world defense. Bartolomeo, let's win this battle." The man in the belly wrap pointed his axe forward, and all the Kumas aimed at the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, some opening their mouths, others extending their hands. Boom, boom, boom. They simultaneously unleashed several light waves similar to Kazuru's, targeting the Whitebeard Pirates. Accompanied by explosions and screams, the previously dominant Whitebeard Pirates immediately fell into a disadvantage. What? Sabo was shocked and thought, "Damn it, I have to eliminate those guys, otherwise my comrades will suffer too many casualties." With that in mind, Sabo immediately stopped his offensive and charged toward the pacifists. "Stop him. Don't let him destroy the pacifists," Sengoku ordered as Sabo began to rush towards them. Yes, half of the giant troops, originally responsible for defending the air situation, charged toward Sabo. "Damn it, get out of my way." Facing the incoming giants, Sabo showed no fear. His right hand turned into a rocky state, and he struck forward fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, several large rocks flew towards the giant troops. Will this work? The giant vice admirals roared angrily. Those who could become giant vice admirals possessed extraordinary strength. Among the four giants charging at Sabo, they drew their weapons and forcefully smashed the boulders Sabo sent out into pieces, and the shattered small stones scattered around, injuring many pirates. "Damn it, how about this move?" Sabo looked at the four giants blocking his path and slammed both hands down onto the ground. As soon as Sabo's rock-like arms made contact with the ground, it immediately cracked open. Huh. The four giant vice admirals all jumped into the air to avoid it, causing many pirates and navy personnel to fall instead. Damn it. They're so agile. Sabo didn't expect the four giant vice admirals to be so difficult to deal with, and he quickly retracted his hands, preparing to launch another attack against the airborne giants. Sabo, be careful. Just as Sabo was about to attack the giant vice admirals with rocks again, the pirates under Whitebeard shouted loudly. Shave. Sabo quickly turned around, only to see a Navy vice admiral had used the Navy's 6 styles to arrive right in front of him. Stormfoot. The Navy vice admiral did not pause at all and directly delivered a powerful kick to Sabo's back. Ugh. Sabo didn't have time to dodge and was kicked hard, letting out a scream and flying away. The kick was clearly infused with haki, capable of sending flying someone who had consumed a devil fruit. Sabo. Ace immediately shouted in panic upon seeing Sabo being sent flying. In battle, a moment's distraction could often determine victory or defeat. Akiji coldly said, Ice block, 1,000 hands. Akiji clapped his hands together, and immediately several ice blocks formed and shot towards Ace. Ugh. Distracted, Ace was caught off guard by Akiji's attack. Since Akiji's attack was also infused with haki, even though Ace was fire, he was still injured and bleeding. This way, Ace was completely suppressed by Akiji. Sabo Ace. Seeing his brothers injured, XuanYuan exerted his strength to push back Akainu, then anxiously looked at both of them, unable to help but become distracted. If you're distracted, then die. Akainu snorted coldly and punched the ground hard. Volcanic eruption. Akainu's magma arms struck the ground, causing a slight tremor. Then, a surge of lava erupted from where XuanYuan stood, directly engulfing the unprepared XuanYuan. Suddenly attacked by lava, XuanYuan let out a scream, but his cry was immediately swallowed by the lava. XuanYuan. Everyone was stunned, including Sabo, who had just been knocked away, and the injured Ace, who were both too shocked to care about their own injuries. Ha ha ha. Who told you to get distracted? That's why you got hit by my attack. Don't worry. People swallowed by my lava won't feel a thing. A temperature of 1,000 degrees can instantly turn you, this evil guy, to ashes. Akainu said with a smug smile. Young master, Hades, who was closest to XuanYuan, immediately flew into a rage, launching a punch that sent the ghost spider entangling him flying and charged madly toward Akainu. Where's this place? XuanYuan, wrapped in lava, suddenly felt the heat around him vanish. He opened his eyes and found himself in a pitch-black location. Wasn't I fighting Akainu? How did I end up here? Did that last attack actually kill me? XuanYuan pinched his face. Ouch, that hurts. What's going on? Feeling the pain from pinching his face, XuanYuan quickly released his grip. Hee, buddy, why are you so funny? A magnetic voice sounded behind XuanYuan. XuanYuan turned around in surprise, realizing there was someone behind him. But he hadn't sensed it at all, indicating this person was definitely a super expert. XuanYuan turned to see a handsome man in dark red clothing smiling at him. Although the man was smiling, XuanYuan felt a palpable killing intent the moment he saw him. Not directed at XuanYuan, but the aura of someone who had killed many people. Who are you? Where's this place? XuanYuan asked the man, even though he knew it was unwise to ask someone with such a killing aura. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards him, a trust that came from the bottom of his heart, prompting XuanYuan to ask the 2 questions he most wanted to know. No way, my good buddy, my great partner. You can't recognize me just because I changed my appearance a bit, the man said with a faint smile. XuanYuan looked at the man curiously. He felt a sense of familiarity, but still couldn't recall. Sigh, what a dull guy. Seeing XuanYuan seriously trying to remember, the man shook his head helplessly and took XuanYuan's hand, saying, How about now, do you know? The moment he held the man's hand, XuanYuan immediately felt an incredibly familiar sensation and exclaimed in surprise, Minghong, how could it be you? He finally recognized me. It wasn't easy, the man said happily. He was none other than Minghong Dao, the weapon that had always accompanied XuanYuan and fought alongside him the most. Minghong, how did I end up here? Did you do this? XuanYuan asked curiously, still getting used to seeing Minghong in human form for the first time. Who else could it be but me? Minghong Dao said lightly, You got distracted while fighting that magma monster called How could you get distracted during a fight? Isn't that seeking death? Minghong Dao looked at XuanYuan angrily and shouted. As I expected, that guy immediately used his ultimate move, and lava erupted beneath your feet, surrounding you in an instant. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened my space to save you, you would be dead by now. So that's how it is. This is your space. XuanYuan finally understood and nodded, then quickly looked at Minghong Dao. Minghong, let's go. We need to get out quickly or the battle will be over. And we need to join in. Don't worry, this space of mine can only be used 3 times, and each time outside is almost frozen. Minghong Dao said with a calm expression. Oh, that's even better. Minghong, we need to hurry out so everyone won't worry. XuanYuan said anxiously. I'm not in a hurry. It's not time to go back yet. If you insist on going back, I won't stop you, but I won't go with you. Minghong Dao's face immediately turned cold. XuanYuan was taken aback by Minghong Dao's sudden change and looked at him seriously. Minghong, what's wrong? Good partner, are you dissatisfied with something? Do you think you have any chance of winning when you return? Minghong Dao asked XuanYuan lightly. If it's a direct, one-on-one fight, I don't think my chances of winning exceed 30%. XuanYuan said lightly. This wasn't him being modest. His current strength was about that of the 7 warlords. Stronger than an average Navy rear admiral, but still lacking against a Navy admiral. It was this small difference that could determine the outcome of a battle. Do you remember what you said when we first met? You said that we, 2 souls stranded in another world, should make a name for ourselves here and shine. Minghong Dao looked at XuanYuan as if speaking to him, yet also reminiscing. I was born during the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. To defeat Qiyu, the Yellow Emperor created the XuanYuan sword, and me as well. At that time, the XuanYuan sword was called the first sacred sword, but I'm not inferior to it at all. I was crafted from the same materials, and I have my own consciousness. I'm a unique blade, but my self-awareness brought me disaster. The Yellow Emperor feared that my spontaneous blade intent was too strong and could backfire on the wielder, so he wanted to use the XuanYuan sword to destroy me. I escaped through the void with all my strength. As Minghong Dao spoke of his past, his expression grew darker. XuanYuan stepped forward and held his hand. I know, that's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. Yes, it's all in the past. Minghong Dao looked up seriously at XuanYuan. When I first came to this world, I knew my fate was already sealed. No one would discover my uniqueness. I would surely be discarded in some corner and remain that way until I met you. I never expected to meet someone like me who came to this world. And you even know my past, my grievances. Your appearance gave me a reason to shine again. Exactly. Minghong, I will make sure that you know that we together will recreate our glory in this world, so that the world knows you are the #1 blade in the world. XuanYuan said seriously. Hee. Is that so? Then what have you been doing lately? Minghong Dao looked at XuanYuan with dissatisfaction. Faced with Minghong Dao's sudden questioning, XuanYuan was quite puzzled. What have I done recently to make you so dissatisfied? It seems you still don't know why you can't defeat that magma guy, right? Because you've lost your heart of a strong person. Minghong Dao looked at XuanYuan coldly. Heart of a strong person. XuanYuan was taken aback, then looked at Minghong Dao seriously. Minghong, you misunderstood me. I haven't lost my heart of a strong person. Everything I've done recently, including this battle, is to overthrow this world government and establish the Huaxia Empire here. How could I have lost my heart of a strong person? It seems you still don't understand what it means to have the heart of a strong person. Right now, you are essentially a wise man. I don't know why you understand everything about this world so well, even things that haven't happened yet. However, everything you do has been prearranged. You calculate every enemy, using various methods to scheme against them, especially that guy named Teach recently. You're actually very afraid of fighting him, afraid of his special fruit ability. What is there to be afraid of? Use all the despicable methods to deal with him and let him die at your hands. Yes, you won, but is it interesting to win like this? Why are you afraid of fighting him? Can't you kill him with your own hands? Is fighting him so terrifying for you? Why do you fear battle? The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan and questioned. So you're talking about this matter. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Minghong, although we are both from the Huaxia continent, our thoughts are different. The highest victory is to conquer the enemy without fighting. Victory doesn't necessarily mean direct confrontation. Besides, I have no chance of winning in a direct fight with him. So why should I battle? I don't want to joke with my own life. After all this, you're just afraid of dying, right? You don't fight those you can't win against because you're afraid of dying. The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan curiously. I won't deny it. I'm indeed afraid of dying. I don't want to lose everything I have now. If I know I can't defeat my opponent, why should I fight? XuanYuan said seriously. It seems you still don't have the heart of a strong person. You sigh. The Minghong Blade sighed in disappointment, his expression dimming. Did I disappoint you, Minghong? I don't like to fight against those I have no chance of winning against, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid. I don't have the heart of a strong person. I just think it's unnecessary. XuanYuan said seriously as he looked at the dimming expression of the Minghong Blade. Is that so? Then let me see if you have that heart, if you are qualified to fight alongside me. The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan with a strange smile, and with a wave of his hand, the scenery around them changed to a training ground filled with various weapons. Choose a weapon you are comfortable with. If you can defeat me, it proves you have the right to use my power, and we will return to the previous battlefield. Otherwise, I will kill you. If I have to struggle to survive in that world with a weak person, I might as well kill you and stay here forever. The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan coldly. You want to test my strength? XuanYuan smiled inwardly and picked up a tang knife that resembled the Minghong Blade, swinging it a few times to find it comfortable. I've made my choice, Minghong. Aren't you going to choose? Do I need to? The Minghong Blade smiled faintly, and a red tang knife appeared in his hand, which was his usual form when transformed into a blade. So you can split your soul. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the sight of the Minghong Blade appearing in two forms at once. Let's talk. After you choose your knife, use all your strength. Otherwise, I will split you in two. The Minghong Blade said coldly, and his figure moved like a red flash, reaching XuanYuan in an instant. The red blade light slashing toward him. So fast, XuanYuan was shocked and quickly raised the tang knife in his hand to defend. But as soon as it made contact with the Minghong Blade, he felt a power that was qualitatively different from his own. XuanYuan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. XuanYuan, lying on the ground, felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed out a lot of blood. It had been a long time since he had looked this bad. Even when facing Akainu directly, he could barely handle it. Is this the power of the Minghong Blade? So strong. XuanYuan struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was about to attack, only to find that the tang knife in his hand had already developed a crack from blocking the Minghong Blade's previous strike. Aren't you going to attack? Then I want to be polite. The Minghong Blade said coldly, swinging the red tang knife in his hand. With a shout of Jinghong appears. A powerful, slashing wave almost consumed everything around it as it rushed toward XuanYuan. Enhance arm strength. XuanYuan immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability to try to counter this blow. But he found that he could not use his Devil Fruit abilities in this space, and could only use the strength of his arms to forcefully hold the knife to defend. The already cracked tang knife shattered as soon as it came into contact with a slashing wave unleashed by the Minghong Blade. And XuanYuan was once again sent flying by this wave. So strong. Is this the power of the world's #1 blade? An ordinary tang knife is no different from a wooden stick in front of it. How can I possibly win? XuanYuan thought helplessly as he flew through the air. Cough. After landing on the ground, XuanYuan coughed out another mouthful of blood. Do you understand the gap in power now? How do you plan to defeat me? The Minghong Blade smiled coldly as he rushed toward XuanYuan again. Seeing the Minghong Blade attacking, XuanYuan had no time to daze and quickly picked up another knife to defend. But this time, this knife was even more fragile, or rather, because the Minghong Blade had gotten serious. As soon as it made contact with his knife, it was cut through like tofu by the Minghong Blade. What? XuanYuan was shocked and hurriedly accelerated to dodge the Minghong Blade's attack, then began to run away continuously. I can't win. No matter what, I can't win. In terms of power and speed, I am no match for him. As XuanYuan ran, a sense of inexplicable fear arose in his heart. This was the first time he felt this way since coming to this world, a fear brought by death and a fear of his own helplessness. After dodging the Minghong Blade's attack, XuanYuan began to run away quickly. He didn't know why he was running, whether it was out of fear of death or because his opponent was simply too strong. Uncertain of the reason, he just kept running, almost instinctively, his body not listening to him at all. Although his proud self-esteem demanded that he turn around and fight the Minghong Blade again, his body couldn't turn at all, only able to keep running forward. Stop, I want to fight. XuanYuan kept shouting in his heart, but it felt like he had lost control, and he could only let his body run forward. Is this your instinct? Watching XuanYuan flee, the Minghong Blade shook his head in disappointment. Sure enough, you still lack the heart of a strong person. You're just relying on a bit of cleverness to thrive in this world. Since that's the case, let me take care of you. The Minghong Blade chased after XuanYuan, quickly reaching him and delivering a powerful punch that knocked XuanYuan to the ground. Why are you running? Is this your strategy for not being able to win? The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan angrily. You should just die, XuanYuan. I will remember you. After all, you're my only relative in this world. Dying in my hands would also be a form of release for you. The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan with a deathly gaze and pierced his tang knife, or rather, himself, through XuanYuan's chest. So, I really am dying. XuanYuan felt a sharp pain piercing through his chest, and his life seemed to begin to flow away quickly. But just as XuanYuan was being attacked by intense pain, his mind gradually calmed down. He remembered the passion he had for watching One Piece, thought of the protagonist from the original story, who was now his brother, Luffy, who dared to bravely fight any enemy, who was not afraid of death to protect his companions. Sure enough, Luffy, I still can't replace you. You are the true protagonist of this world. XuanYuan smiled self-deprecatingly and began to prepare to close his eyes. Perhaps this outcome is not so bad for me. Maybe I was just an ordinary person. I'm sorry, Minghong, but perhaps I really don't have the heart of a strong person. XuanYuan, young master boss. Just as XuanYuan was about to close his eyes and calmly accept his death, many voices suddenly rang out in his head. There were Robin, Hancock, Tazlin, Hades, Noah, Ace, Sabo. The voices of every family member and friend he had in this world. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Under the bright moonlight, XuanYuan held Robin in his arms and said seriously, "Stop being shy. You are already my woman now, and I will protect you." XuanYuan whispered in Hancock's ear when they parted on Amazon Lily. Hee, don't worry, being brothers in this life is enough. Who knows about the next life? Let us be good brothers in this life, sharing our hearts and souls for a lifetime. XuanYuan, Noah, Ace, Sabo, when they just established the Huaxia Empire, raised their glasses and made a vow of a lifetime. No, I can't die yet. I still have too many promises to fulfill, and there are too many people I need to protect. XuanYuan's eyes, which were about to close, slowly began to open again. The knife. I have too many people to protect and things to do. I can't be without a knife. Although XuanYuan's consciousness had not fully returned, his hands instinctively grasped the knife that had pierced his chest. Looking at XuanYuan's instinctive reaction, Minghong Dao was also surprised and released the red tang sword in his hand, watching XuanYuan's next reaction. I will not run away again. The XuanYuan, who was on the brink of death, stood up again, pulled out the knife from his chest, held in his hand, and looked at Minghong Dao seriously, his eyes filled with confidence. I'm sorry, Minghong Dao. I now know what I was lacking in the past. XuanYuan said seriously to Minghong Dao. Are you returning to the light? Don't think that just because you have a knife in your hand, you can defeat me. Minghong Dao sneered coldly, a red tang sword appearing in his hand, pointing at XuanYuan. I think you should run. You have no chance of winning. I will never run away again. XuanYuan looked at Minghong Dao, his eyes filled with determination, and horizontally held the knife in his hand. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Returning to the world of One Piece, after XuanYuan was engulfed by Akainu's magma, Hades, who had just recently been with Akainu, seemed to go mad, gripping his large knife and chopping towards Akainu. Karasaki, I will kill you. Hades roared, striking hard at Akainu. You fallen Navy. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Akainu looked at Hades with disdain, dodging Hades' attack head-on. Hellhound. At the moment of dodging Hades' attack, Akainu's arm transformed into an eagle claw and lunged at Hades' chest. Hades, fueled by anger, did not attack calmly. After his first strike, he lost his balance. And when faced with Akainu's attack, he had no time to dodge and could only quickly pull back his large knife to block Akainu's attack. However, Akainu's attack was too powerful, and Hades was directly blasted away. Carp, what are you doing? Just as Hades was knocked away by Akainu, a voice suddenly called out from below the execution platform. Everyone quickly turned to the sound and saw Carp being desperately blocked by Akainu, yet still moving toward Akainu's direction. Carp, Sengoku roared, hurriedly jumping down from the execution platform and pinning Carp to the ground. Carp, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Sengoku and Akainu shouted angrily as they pressed down on Carp. Sengoku, Zaihaku, get out of the way. I want to kill Karasaki. Carp's voice sounded as if it came from hell, and at that moment, Carp disregarded Sengoku and Akainu's restraint, straining to stand up and directly shaking both of them off. Akainu, I will kill you. Just as Carp got up, another voice rang out on the battlefield, a melodious roar. It was the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, rushing angrily towards Akainu. When she saw XuanYuan being engulfed by Akainu's magma, she felt darkness before her eyes and almost fainted. When she came to her senses, she was filled with the haki of the nine snakes and kicked toward Akainu. Boom! Just as the empress attacked Akainu, a massive eruption of magma suddenly occurred between them, larger than the magma Akainu had unleashed before. Boom! A huge magma explosion appeared between Akainu and the Empress, separating them. Sorry for worrying everyone. A gentle voice suddenly echoed in the air, and the magma parted, revealing a figure walking out, XuanYuan, who had just been engulfed by the magma. XuanYuan, young master. Everyone around was shocked to see XuanYuan suddenly appear. Hades also happily got up from the ground, while Carp and Sengoku, who was pulling him, looked at the sky in amazement. Sorry for worrying you. I'm back. XuanYuan looked at the concerned gazes around him, feeling warmth in his heart, and smiled at everyone. Just a simple smile, but it warmed everyone's hearts, banishing their previous worries and replacing them with joy. XuanYuan, I was so worried about you. The Empress, seeing XuanYuan suddenly appear before her, joyfully rushed forward and hugged XuanYuan while crying. It's okay, Hancock. I told you I would definitely protect you, don't worry. XuanYuan gently stroked the Empress, completely unconcerned about how dangerous the battlefield was at that moment. How is this possible? You were engulfed by my magma. How are you still alive and unharmed? Akainu questioned XuanYuan. I don't need to answer your questions, but Akainu, thank you. Thank you for your last attack. XuanYuan said with a smile, his tone not at all like he was speaking to an enemy who had just tried to kill him, but rather like an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. And thank you, good partner, for helping me realize myself. For waking me from my long slumber. XuanYuan looked at the Minghong Dao hanging at his waist and said seriously, damn it, I don't believe I can't kill you. Seeing XuanYuan's relaxed demeanor, Akainu felt greatly insulted. His arm transformed into magma again and fiercely struck towards XuanYuan. Take this, meteor volcano. Several burning meteors rushed towards XuanYuan. Hancock, you go to the side. Just leave this to me. XuanYuan pushed the Empress back and charged towards Akainu amidst the countless meteors. My previous speed was actually enough to dodge Akainu's attacks while getting closer to him, but because I was afraid of being hit by his attacks, I chose to dodge or use techniques like Gale Foot to block. XuanYuan thought to himself while dodging the meteors. What? He can actually dodge the meteor volcano attack. Akainu watched as XuanYuan, who had dodged all attacks, was now approaching him. I don't believe you got stronger after being devoured. You hellhound. Akainu glared at the approaching XuanYuan, his right hand transforming into an eagle claw, ready to strike. A stunning slash. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong knife, unleashing a powerful slash wave towards Akainu. What? Akainu never expected XuanYuan would dare to use such a powerful technique against him. Not only was his hellhound technique shattered, but he was also sent flying. No matter how strong you are, you're still just flesh and blood. Even with the help of the devil fruit, you're only slightly stronger. After I apply my haki, you can still be cut down. The reason I didn't hurt you before is that deep down, I was afraid the magma splashing from you would hurt myself. XuanYuan shook off the magma and blood from his right hand and said lightly. Akainu struggled to rise from the ground. A large wound on his chest from XuanYuan's earlier attack, and blood was flowing profusely. However, Akainu had to admit that XuanYuan was right. The reason he didn't create a weapon like Kizuru and Akiji was that he felt his strength was sufficient. And secondly, in situations like this, most of his enemies, even if they could use haki, wouldn't dare to engage him in close combat for fear of being splashed with magma. Just like when fighting Magellan, even knowing that he had to engage in close combat to hit him, how many would dare to attack that toxic body? Impressive. You were able to see through this and wound me. Akainu supported himself with one hand on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his chest. XuanYuan's slash had heavily injured him, and he was now nearly incapacitated. Someone, take Admiral Karski away for treatment. Sengoku, who had appeared beside Akainu without anyone noticing, shouted to the surrounding medical staff. Yes. Several soldiers rushed forward to place Akainu on a stretcher and carry him away. You little brat, you've gone too far. Before, you were just playing around, and the world government could still tolerate it. Now, the world government will not allow your existence. You will be completely erased. Sengoku shouted angrily at XuanYuan, recalling how the Gorosei had previously indicated that as long as XuanYuan did not do anything excessive, they would turn a blind eye to his actions, seemingly intending to recruit him. But now, that was completely impossible. His performance in this battle had confirmed that he was an enemy of the world government. What does the world government matter? The path I chose from the beginning is to be its enemy. Now, it's just a little ahead of schedule. XuanYuan replied nonchalantly. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you dare to fight me? Sengoku threw off his cloak and angrily confronted XuanYuan. What about the Marine Admiral? XuanYuan smiled confidently, knowing he was not Sengoku's match. But since the other party had declared war, he would not back down. Holding the Minghong knife tightly, he said seriously, if you want to fight, then I will fight. You little brat. Sengoku threw a punch at XuanYuan, and as expected of the Marine Admiral, his seemingly plain punch unleashed an incredible shockwave towards XuanYuan. Stop, Sengoku. Just as Sengoku threw that punch, a powerful voice filled with haki echoed behind XuanYuan. The leader of the four emperors, Whitebeard, had appeared behind XuanYuan without anyone noticing. He swung his arm fiercely dispersing Sengoku's shockwave. Sengoku, you're a senior. How can you strike so heavily against a junior? That's not appropriate. Whitebeard coldly questioned Sengoku. That's right. Sengoku, XuanYuan is my grandson. I do not permit you to strike again. Garp also seriously said while gripping Sengoku's shoulder. Garp, Whitebeard. Sengoku was taken aback that both super strong figures from his side and the enemy's side were stopping him from teaching XuanYuan a lesson. Feeling helpless and unsure of what to do. The pacifists. Just then, while Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Garp were at a standoff, Sabo suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. A massive pirate ship suddenly appeared at the port. It was the ship of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. A powerful slash wave flew out from the pirate ship, cutting down all three pacifists standing in a row. Let's end this war here. A figure jumped from the pirate ship, swiftly making his way to where Sengoku and the others were. Shanks, XuanYuan, and the others were taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. This battle has caused injuries on both sides. Ace has been rescued, and, clearly, the Navy cannot hold them back anymore. I suggest we end this battle here. Consider it a favor for me. After saying that, Shanks looked seriously at Whitebeard and XuanYuan, seeking their opinions. Seeing Shanks say this, Whitebeard turned his gaze to XuanYuan. He felt that having this result was not bad, but XuanYuan's side had clearly contributed the most in this battle, so he couldn't decide alone. Seeing Whitebeard and Shanks both looking at him, and his grandfather, Garp, also watching him, XuanYuan thought for a moment and smiled slightly. All right, that sounds good. Let's end it here. Everyone stop fighting. This battle ends here. XuanYuan shouted to the people still fighting on the battlefield. Noah, Sabo, Ace, Enel, and others heard XuanYuan's words. And although they were somewhat confused, they all separated from their opponents and jumped to XuanYuan's side. Admiral Sengoku, what does this mean? Kizaru and Akiji also curiously jumped beside Sengoku to ask. Sengoku, do you mean if you haven't had enough, I don't mind joining the fight to be your opponent? Shanks said to Sengoku, but the threat in his tone was clear to everyone. All right, the war is over. You all go arrange for soldiers to rescue the injured and clean up the battlefield. Sengoku waved his hand helplessly, although he felt very uncomfortable softening to the pirates. He had no choice. In this battle, their previously prepared forces were only meant to deal with Whitebeard's pirate crew. They never expected that XuanYuan would emerge and bring so many powerful allies, severely injuring Admiral Akainu. Even if they continued to fight, they would likely lose. And with Shanks' pirate crew joining, their entire army could be wiped out, which he absolutely could not allow. Therefore, he had no choice but to back down. XuanYuan, are you all right? I was scared to death when I saw you being swallowed by magma. Yeah, young master. What happened after you were swallowed by magma? Are you injured inside? No, it should be burns. Do you have any? If so, get treatment quickly. XuanYuan's companions surrounded him, all concerned about his condition. Once Sengoku announced the end of the war, all the Navy and pirates stopped fighting. Mr. One and Kid, the two battle maniacs, also eagerly ran toward XuanYuan's location. XuanYuan, who was overwhelmed by the questions from everyone, could only wave his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. All right, I'm fine. No need to worry about me. Let's go back to the ship first. Ace, Sabo, and Hades were injured in the earlier battle, so you all should focus on getting treated. Haha, don't worry, we're fine. Just minor injuries. Ace and the others laughed casually as they walked with Whitebeard toward the pirate ship at the port. XuanYuan. Just as XuanYuan was about to return to the pirate ship with everyone, Carp suddenly called out to him. Grandpa. Hearing Carp call him, XuanYuan quickly stopped, while the others chose to walk a little further away, leaving only XuanYuan, Ace, and Sabo with Carp, who had no blood relation to them. Have you three brats really decided on your paths? Carp asked seriously as he looked at his three grandchildren, knowing that after this battle, he might not be able to be with them again. Grandpa, I'm sorry. We told you our paths when we were kids, and they haven't changed over the years, nor will they change in the future. XuanYuan said earnestly, and Ace and Sabo nodded vigorously, seeing the serious expressions of his grandchildren. Carp nodded seriously and then laughed heartily. My grandsons are not going to disappoint me. You three little brats, keep up the good work, stick to your paths. And don't embarrass this old man. Yes, the three replied earnestly, nodding vigorously as they walked with firm steps toward the port. Go ahead, reach heights that even I can achieve, and reach the true pinnacle of this world. Carp shouted seriously at the backs of the three, tears streaming down his face at that moment. Don't look back. What we need to do is keep moving forward. When we reach the peak that Grandpa mentioned, we'll come back to see him. XuanYuan said seriously to his two brothers, who were already in tears and wanted to turn back. Ace and Sabo held back their tears and walked onto the Huaxia ship with XuanYuan. Carp, you rascal, you managed to raise such outstanding grandsons. It seems I've been beaten by you again. Whitebeard smiled slightly at Carp and then shouted loudly, set sail. With Whitebeard's pirate ship, XuanYuan's Huaxia ship also followed closely and left the Navy headquarters, marking the end of the great battle. Huh, why did Luffy faint? When XuanYuan and the others returned to the Huaxia ship to treat Ace and the others, they found that Luffy was also among the injured. But he wasn't seriously hurt. He had just fainted. When red-haired Shanks appeared earlier, he suddenly released Conqueror's Haki in the air. This kid was already at the end of his strength and fainted without even seeing Shanks. Marco, who had been by Luffy's side, said seriously, "Oh, I see." XuanYuan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Shanks, it seems you still remember the promise with Luffy. When we meet next time, I will stand at the peak of the pirates, and I will find a group of partners even stronger than you. I will become the Pirate King." XuanYuan recalled the scene in the anime when Luffy was a child and parted ways with Shanks and the others. It was precisely because of Luffy's dream that Shanks gave him his most precious straw hat, which was originally gifted to him by Roger. By giving it to Luffy, he acknowledged that Luffy would become the Pirate King and was willing to bet one of his arms for Luffy's future. Luffy, thank you. If it weren't for thinking of you, I wouldn't have been able to overcome my difficulties. Thank you for helping me find what I was lacking. XuanYuan said earnestly as he patted Luffy's head. During the trial of the Minghong Blade, if he hadn't thought about the differences between himself and the Luffy in the anime, XuanYuan wouldn't have discovered what he was missing and wouldn't have received the recognition of the Minghong Blade again. XuanYuan, if you have nothing else, come with me to Dad's ship. Dad and Shanks seem to have something to discuss with you, Marco said to XuanYuan. Oh, okay. XuanYuan nodded, turned to Hades and the others, and said, you all take care of your injuries here. I'll be right back. Boss, take me with you. I've always wanted to see what the legendary Four Emperors are like. Kid, who had come to stir up trouble during the battle, said earnestly. All right, but don't cause any trouble. XuanYuan thought there shouldn't be any issues and took Kid with him to follow Marco to Whitebeard's ship. You did well this time, defeating that magma guy, a kind of impressive. As soon as XuanYuan entered the room where Whitebeard and Shanks were, Whitebeard happily praised him. Uncle Whitebeard, you're overpraising me. Mainly, I kinda didn't expect me to dare to fight him in close quarters. He was unprepared and got hurt by me. If he had been prepared, it wouldn't have been so easy. XuanYuan smiled as he sat down. Marco knew that the three of them must have some confidential matters to discuss. So he took Kid away and casually closed the door. Shanks then poured XuanYuan a full bowl of wine. XuanYuan, thank you for giving me face. I'm sorry for the trouble this war caused you, Shanks said as he downed his bowl of wine in one gulp, as an apology to XuanYuan. Haha, it's nothing. Your appearance was just in time. If this battle had continued, it would have indeed been meaningless. Even if we had eliminated all the Navy present, it wouldn't have a significant impact on the world government, and our casualties would have been considerable. We still can't eliminate the world government in one go. This battle dealt a heavy blow to their morale, which is quite good. Moreover, being able to end this battle like this left a good impression on the people of the world. I should also thank you for your intervention, XuanYuan said with a happy smile, raising his bowl and drinking it all in one go. He didn't deliberately use any ability to suppress the effects of the alcohol. He just felt a slight spiciness rise from his throat, exhaling a puff of hot air from his mouth. Ah, refreshing. Kulurara, I didn't expect you to be such a good drinker. You're really getting more to my taste, Whitebeard said with a happy laugh as he looked at XuanYuan, then took out a large jar of alcohol from behind and handed it to XuanYuan. XuanYuan wasn't shy and took it, drinking another big gulp. Kulurara, it really is the era of youth now. First, you Shanks have risen to prominence, and now XuanYuan, your time is about to come too. We old guys really should retire, Whitebeard said happily as he looked at the two in front of him. In his view, whether he was the strongest in the world was no longer important. Being surpassed by the younger generation was only a matter of time. As long as he could guide out the next generation's strongest, he would be very satisfied. Haha, Uncle Whitebeard, don't say that. Your health is still good, and with the medicine you're taking now, as long as you keep taking it, your health will definitely improve, XuanYuan said earnestly. That medicine was improved from the prescription of the century-old witch, Kariva. Although it couldn't be said to grant eternal youth, it could delay aging and help restore Whitebeard's strength to that of his middle age without much problem. Kulurara, I have to say medicine really works. My health has improved a lot. I can clearly feel that my body has been much better during this battle, Whitebeard said with a happy laugh. Haha, XuanYuan, You're still a doctor. Truly remarkable. Shanks, who was standing nearby, was also surprised to hear that XuanYuan was able to restore Whitebeard's physical condition. It should be known that there were many doctors on Whitebeard's ship, and none of them could do it. Yet this young man in front of him, who was not even 20 years old, managed to accomplish it. It must be said that it was a miracle. I just got lucky. XuanYuan waved his hand dismissively. Luck is also a form of strength. XuanYuan, you have this kind of strength, and your luck is quite good. We believe you can definitely overthrow this decaying government. Shanks said appreciatively. That still depends on your help. Of course, we would help you even if you didn't say so. Whitebeard and Shanks said seriously. The three began discussing their arrangements after the great battle. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the atmosphere in the room of the five elders was exceptionally serious. I didn't expect that we would lose this war, and lose so disgracefully. If it weren't for Red-haired showing up at the end, we might have been completely wiped out. This is truly a humiliation, the third elder angrily said, breaking the cigar he was holding. That's right, I didn't expect that monkey D. XuanYuan would come out to stir things up. He can't stand a little grievance, and now he's joined the Whitebeard pirates? This child must be eliminated. A sharp light flashed in the second elder's eyes. Indeed, this child has completely gone bad and can no longer serve justice. To prevent him from becoming a headache for us, we should eliminate him before he grows his wings. The fourth elder, who had always supported XuanYuan, also said coldly. In their eyes, there were no feelings. They originally valued XuanYuan because they believed he could become the government's sharp blade, but now that hope was lost, they naturally wanted to eradicate him completely. His wings haven't even grown yet. I see they have already taken shape, the third elder said coldly. This battle, aside from the Whitebeard pirates, also involved that XuanYuan and the Ghost Hand, Noah, the former vice admiral of the Navy, now known as Hades, and that strange guy who uses electricity. His strength is exceptionally powerful. He was able to hold off Kizaru. Do you think this is still the performance of someone whose wings are not yet grown? Are you blaming us, third elder? The fifth elder said angrily. If it weren't for your constant suppression of XuanYuan, would he have turned into our enemy? And this time he joined the battle. It's not completely incomprehensible. The person being executed was his brother, who grew up with him. Do you think he could sit this one out? All right, stop arguing. The first elder looked at the fifth elder and the third elder arguing again and quickly intervened. Ultimately, it's all that Blackbeard's fault for bringing so much trouble. He truly deserves to die. However, Chief, this great battle has had a very bad impact on our government. Many people have lost faith in us. I heard that dragon is starting to act again. If he seizes this opportunity, it could cause considerable trouble. The second elder said seriously. Sigh, that annoying dragon has started to act again? Indeed, the Revolutionary Army is our greatest threat. Pirates won't go too far. This battle also shows that pirates know when to retreat. The fourth elder said seriously. Yes, I agree. To deal with external threats, we must first stabilize our internal situation. We should deal with Dragon first, and leave the pirates to Sengoku for now. The third elder nodded and said, That's right. We can't let Dragon lead us by the nose again. We must quickly formulate a plan to deal with the Revolutionary Army. The fifth elder nodded and said. The five began to seriously discuss how to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Are you sure, Carp? In another part of the Holy Land, Mariehua, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief, Steelbone was looking at Carp and asking seriously. The reason for this question was that Carp had submitted his resignation letter. Even a hero like Carp in the Navy couldn't be approved by Sengoku and had to come to Steelbone. Carp didn't waste any words and went straight to Steelbone with his resignation letter. Yes, I'm sure. I've been in this position long enough. It's time to rest. Carp nodded seriously. Have you thought about what you want to do after this? Steelbone asked Carp, still unable to accept that such a powerful subordinate was suddenly resigning. Not yet, but I think I should enjoy the feeling of being home. Carp said lightly, meaning he wanted to retire and go back home. Sigh, Carp. I actually think you should consider it carefully. How about I give you a month or two off to think about it? Steelbone said earnestly. What? Do you want to tame me? Just then, someone walked into Steelbone's office and said coldly. The only person who could so easily enter Steelbone's office and speak to him in this tone was probably Ironbone. Teacher, you're here. Seeing Ironbone's appearance, Carp also became very respectful. Yes. Ironbone nodded slightly to Carp and then looked seriously at Steelbone. What do you mean? Do you want to keep Carp here? No, I just think it's a pity for Carp to go home like this. Don't you think so? Steelbone said seriously. For his unreasonable younger brother, Steelbone could only feel a headache. Don't worry about this. I have plans for Carp. Ironbone said lightly. Carp, come with me. After saying that, Ironbone didn't linger and walked out the door, and Carp quickly followed him. Looking at his impolite younger brother, Steelbone could only shake his head, feeling helpless. Teacher, what do you plan to arrange for me? Carp asked, following Ironbone. It seems you really can't find a place to go. I just found an excuse to let you out. Otherwise, my older brother wouldn't let you go. Ironbone smiled slightly at Carp. Indeed, I have nowhere to go. Back home. My grandchildren aren't there. Where's home? Carp sighed. You poor thing. Well, who told you to be my disciple? Come with me. Ironbone smiled faintly. I recently opened a dojo to train some tough little kids. You can come and be an instructor. Eddie is also there, so you two brothers can exchange ideas. Great. Teacher. Carp laughed happily and followed XuanYuan. On a small island in the Grand Line, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was watching the latest news of the great battle and smiled. XuanYuan, you made quite a name for yourself this time. It seems our grand operation is about to begin. Dragon, what should I do next? Should I lead the troops to find you? Came the voice of the king of the mermen from the transponder snail in front of Dragon. No rush. You first go back to Merman Island to gather the cadres there. I'll contact the other cadres and just wait. We'll soon be able to answer what the world is asking for. Haha. Dragon laughed with great swagger. After the great battle at the Navy headquarters, XuanYuan's Huaxia ship, along with Whitebeard's and Shanks' pirate ships, left the battlefield. The three bosses of these three forces were now discussing countermeasures on Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. XuanYuan. I have to say, I'm starting to admire you. At first, I thought that Dragon's Revolutionary Army was just a boring regime. But now I realize how powerful you revolutionaries really are. This is something we pirates can't compare to. Whitebeard said, patting XuanYuan on the shoulder and happily walking out of the discussion room. Shanks also stepped forward seriously to look at XuanYuan. But this is a path even harder than becoming the Pirate King. XuanYuan, are you sure you can handle it? What do you think? XuanYuan did not directly answer Shanks, but gave him a confident smile. I knew you kid could do it. Shanks also laughed happily. Where are those little brats? Whitebeard suddenly realized that after they left the room, all the pirates on the ship had disappeared. Where did they all go to the deck? Let's go see. XuanYuan immediately used his observation hockey to sense and found that almost all the pirates had gathered on the deck. You little brats, why did you all come here? Whitebeard and XuanYuan, as well as Shanks, shouted at the crowd of pirates huddled together as soon as they reached the deck. Dad, are you done chatting? Marco hurried over to Whitebeard after hearing his words, and the surrounding pirates immediately made way. In the center of the crowd, XuanYuan's companion kid was in a fierce battle with Whitebeard's subordinate, the captain of the 5th Division, Vista. What's going on here? XuanYuan immediately shouted angrily when he saw their fight, because he realized that this was not a normal sparring match, but a life-and-death battle. Especially Kid, he was extremely ruthless. While manipulating the sword around him, he was affecting Bista's twin swords. Fortunately, Bista was a top expert, able to resist the awkwardness of the twin swords and fend off the flying sword around him. Hearing XuanYuan's angry shout, Kid and Bista finally stopped fighting. Kid, what are you doing? XuanYuan glared at Kid and scolded, knowing without thinking that this fight was definitely caused by the troublemaker Kid he brought along. I didn't do anything. They were the ones who overestimated themselves and wanted to fight me. Kid said nonchalantly. What? You were the one who forcefully tried to take Dad's position and insulted him. Before Bista and Marco could speak, the other pirates immediately shouted. XuanYuan's face immediately turned sour upon hearing this. This kid was very arrogant in the Huaxia Empire, looking down on everyone except XuanYuan. Fortunately, he usually managed affairs in the South Sea, where he was the highest authority, and nothing had happened. However, he didn't expect that this time, trying to force his way into the battle would lead to such a situation. This isn't my fault. It's nothing big to sit in that position. Boss, if we hadn't participated in the battle, Whitebeard's crew might have been wiped out. So what's the big deal about sitting in a position now? Kid said with an indifferent expression. I'm sorry, Uncle Whitebeard. I didn't manage my subordinates well. I will teach him properly. XuanYuan really wanted to rush up and hit Kid after hearing his words, but he held back because there were too many people around. Boss, why are you so afraid of Whitebeard? Their era is over. Now it's our time to rise. Kid said, dissatisfied with XuanYuan's respectful demeanor towards Whitebeard. Kid, shut up and come over to apologize to Uncle Whitebeard. XuanYuan looked coldly at Kid. No, if you're afraid of him, I'm not. Kid said calmly. Do you really think you have enough arrogance to back it up? Come on, let us fight. If you can still stand after 3 minutes, I'll admit you have the right to be arrogant. Don't say you won to apologize. It doesn't matter if you take the position of the leader of the Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan said lightly, knowing that if he didn't thoroughly crush Kid's arrogance this time, Kid would become an irreconcilable conflict within their ranks in the future. Boss, what are you saying? You actually want to fight me over some outsiders? Kid looked at XuanYuan in disbelief. Uncle Whitebeard and the others are not outsiders. They are all my companions. And it's not about fighting you. It's to make you understand how vast the world is. XuanYuan looked at Kid calmly. Haha, boss, I know. I've never been liked by others in the base because I'm quite arrogant. After all, those people don't deserve my respect. This world is originally ruled by the strong. I respect you, boss, and have never had any second thoughts. But boss, it seems that whatever I say is useless. Monkey D. XuanYuan, I will let you know that you are not qualified to be this boss. Kid sneered and reached out his hand towards XuanYuan. Whoosh. The swords around them flew towards XuanYuan under Kid's control in an instant. In an instant, XuanYuan pushed off the ground with force and shot towards Kid at high speed. Kid was startled by XuanYuan's speed. He had only seen XuanYuan's speed from a distance and thought he could handle it. But he didn't expect that such terrifying speed at close range would be so overwhelming. Gun finger. Before Kid could back off, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and fell down. Do you understand the gap in strength now? XuanYuan looked at Kid calmly. I give up. Kid could only say these two words faintly at this moment, as it took no more than 5 seconds from when he first attacked to being knocked down, which crushed his slowly swelling pride to the bottom. I lost. How to deal with it is up to you. Kid lay on the ground, looking seriously at XuanYuan. Go back to the Huaxia, XuanYuan said coldly to Kid, having lost all the good mood from earlier when he reached an agreement with Whitebeard and Shanks. Hades, call all the cadres from the Huaxia over. I have something to announce. After bringing Kid back to the ship, XuanYuan's mood was very bad. After thinking alone in his room for a while, he instructed Hades, who had been waiting outside. Hades moved quickly, or rather, everyone moved quickly. In less than 2 minutes, everyone arrived in XuanYuan's room. I believe everyone already knows about Kid's situation, right? XuanYuan looked at the gathered people and got straight to the point. Young master, this time Kid went too far. He should be severely punished, so don't be angry. Hades was the first to respond, not really caring about how to deal with Kid, but more worried about XuanYuan getting too angry. There is no need for that, XuanYuan. Kid made a serious mistake this time, but he has also done a lot in the past. Almost all the affairs in the South Sea were handled by him. I think he is also a first-time offender. Just temporarily revoke his position as the South Sea's leader and let other punishments depend on his attitude of remorse. Mister, one said seriously, having a fairly good impression of Kid since he fought alongside him. XuanYuan, there is really no need to make it so serious. This time, Dad has already decided not to pursue it. Sometimes it's okay to let comrades off for minor mistakes. They spoke up, actually not meaning it himself, but saying it at Whitebeard's suggestion, as Whitebeard did not want to make XuanYuan uncomfortable due to his concern. No, Ace, this is not a trivial matter. We are no longer just a pirate crew. We are a revolutionary army, aiming to overthrow the current government. If we cannot first discipline ourselves, what right do we have to overthrow the world government? In fact, Kid represents not just himself. There are many people in our organization who now feel that as the organization grows stronger, they can act arrogantly, bullying others and becoming imperious. What difference is there between us and the corrupt officials of this government? Can we really overthrow the current government in this state? Even if we succeed, what would it mean? XuanYuan said seriously. I quite agree with XuanYuan's statement. Recently, we've received a lot of negative comments about our organization. We were too busy with the big battle before to address it, but it seems necessary to handle it properly now. Noah nodded seriously beside him. All right, without rules. There can be no order. Let's formulate the regulations of our Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan nodded seriously and began discussing the specifics of the regulations with everyone. From now on, the Huaxia Empire will have its own regulations, and it will also bring rules to this world in the future, but that's a story for later. What? Feeling tired? In the evening, Noah looked at XuanYuan, who was leaning alone at the bow of the Huaxia ship, letting the sea breeze blow against his face. No. Seeing Noah come, XuanYuan smiled slightly, though there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. You have something on your mind. Just say it. We've been together for so many years. Is there anything you can't tell me? Noah leaned beside XuanYuan and asked casually. XuanYuan smiled faintly. It's true that he couldn't hide anything from Noah, his brother of many years. Actually, there's nothing much. I just feel a bit tired. Kid and some people in the organization have become like this, and I do bear an undeniable responsibility. Today, while formulating the regulations of the Huaxia Empire, I truly realized that being a leader is not easy. It's not just about defeating the enemy in battle. I even doubt whether I am a good leader. Haha, you really are worrying for nothing. Yes, being the boss is not that easy, and I can feel your pressure. But now that the regulations are established, what are you still worried about? Noah smiled faintly at XuanYuan. It's not that simple. Just because the regulations are established doesn't mean they can be fully enforced, and the current regulations may not be perfect. XuanYuan smiled faintly, looking at the sky that was gradually darkening in the distance. Many things in the organization are simple when small, but once they grow larger, many things become complicated. Everyone's thoughts multiply, and it's easy to share hardships with others, but sharing blessings is hard. It's almost impossible to accommodate everyone's ideas. You still say you don't look like a leader? You've already learned to see issues from the organization's perspective, which is why you notice so many problems and worries. Noah smiled faintly at XuanYuan's troubled expression. So what if I see the problems? Just worrying about them doesn't help me find solutions. XuanYuan felt a headache coming on. I won't tease you anymore. Let me give you a suggestion. Noah looked at XuanYuan seriously. You have a good idea? XuanYuan looked at Noah curiously. He knew Noah was a genius in combat, but it was hard to imagine that he also had a talent for governance and could come up with good ideas. You really are lost in the moment. Noah grinned at XuanYuan. Let me ask you, why do you choose strong combatants as the leaders of each area instead of those who are good at managing people but lack combat strength? Does this even need explaining? If the leader is not strong, how can they command respect and defend against enemies? XuanYuan rolled his eyes at Noah. Then do you remember what military political structure you once told me about? Usually, a regiment leader has a commander and a political officer, right? Noah said lightly. Right? XuanYuan suddenly realized and clapped Noah on the back happily. Brother, you're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? I can arrange for someone who can manage people and enforce regulations to work alongside the area leaders, which would solve these problems. After a whole day of discussion, the various organizations of the Huaxia Empire began to develop towards formalization. After serious discussions on the Huaxia ship for several days, when XuanYuan returned to the East Sea base, he announced the established regulations to the various subbases of the Huaxia Empire and arranged for each base leader to have a so-called administrative staff member. This group of administrative staff would undergo specialized training to supervise everyone's behavior in each base and teach them what they should do. Due to XuanYuan's new arrangements, the bases of the Huaxia Empire in the Four Seas became more stable and harmonious, and the people began to praise themselves for encountering a good government. Strongly supporting the Huaxia Empire, XuanYuan also officially declared the independence of the Four Seas and started a formal confrontation with the world government. As for the Huaxia Empire's influence on the Grand Line, XuanYuan assigned the four warlords of the sea, Empress, Don Quixote Moria, Crocodile, and Jinbei, to manage it. Among them, the Empress, Boa Hancock, who is XuanYuan's wife, was responsible for managing the waters around Amazon Lily and began to expand into the surrounding areas. Notably, the once proud Empress became more approachable after being with XuanYuan, so he introduced the wise elder of Amazon Lily to her as a military advisor, leading to unprecedented development on Amazon Lily. Don Quixote Moria continued to manage his own Devil's Triangle area. Moria was originally an incredibly powerful pirate, possessing the abilities of the Shadow Fruit, which allowed him to easily create various zombies. His abilities made him capable of battling against the four emperors. And during his time following XuanYuan, he regained the dominance he lost in battle against Kaido, greatly improving his strength and becoming more loyal to XuanYuan. The Devil's Triangle area also began to rapidly expand its territory. Crocodile, who was originally forced by XuanYuan's design to operate as the head of the underground organization Baroque Works in the Grand Line, despite still being powerful, was not in the spotlight. XuanYuan assigned him a strong subbase he had previously captured in the Grand Line, the Little Garden, to manage. The two giant administrators of the island, Dori and Bragi, also obeyed XuanYuan's arrangement, as they had long recognized him as their master and had no objections to his arrangements. Moreover, Crocodile's strength was indeed formidable, which earned their respect. As for Jinbei, who greatly admired XuanYuan, he was tasked with returning to Fishman Island with the dragon to handle matters there. After all, Fishman Island is the gateway to the New World, and resolving its issues would significantly contribute to the strength of the Huaxia Empire. After handling everything, XuanYuan breathed a sigh of relief, lying on the ship, feeling that he could finally rest well. However, before he could fully close his eyes, the door was suddenly burst open, and a young boy rushed in excitedly. Luffy, didn't I teach you? You have to knock before entering. It's a matter of courtesy. XuanYuan didn't even need to open his eyes to know that the person who came in was Luffy. There were only a few close brothers who could swagger him like this, and among them, Only his rough and thick-headed brother, Monkey D. Luffy, would do such a thing. Hee hee. Didn't I get so excited that I forgot for a moment? Luffy scratched his head and chuckled. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at XuanYuan. XuanYuan, I hope you can help me with something. Help? XuanYuan propped himself up in bed, knowing he couldn't rest anymore. But he couldn't refuse his brother's request. During this battle, I realized how weak I am. Not just me, but Zoro and Sanji feel the same way. We hardly played any role in the war. And I even got knocked out by some kind of hockey. It was so embarrassing. Luffy said discontentedly. XuanYuan, I hope you can train us and make us stronger. Hearing Luffy's words, XuanYuan was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked at Luffy seriously. He had to admit that Luffy was indeed weaker now than in the original story. It was very likely that his presence as a time-traveling butterfly had changed too many strong enemies Luffy had to defeat in the original work. Without those breakthroughs, Luffy's current strength was at most about 80 of what it was in the original. Without the treatment of a protagonist, he was even weaker than Zoro and Sanji. Sigh. This is also my responsibility. XuanYuan looked at Luffy with a heart full of apology and seriously patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Luffy. I will find a way to help you increase your strength so that you can transform and become stronger. Okay, thank you, XuanYuan. Wait, it's not just me, but also Zoro and Sanji. They also hope to receive your training. Luffy said earnestly. All right, I won't forget your companions. Not just Zoro and Sanji, but also Usopp, Nami, and Frankie. I will think of ways to help all of you. How about that? XuanYuan said with a smile, feeling happy that Luffy had a heart for his companions. Okay, XuanYuan, you're the best. Luffy happily hugged XuanYuan. Who told me I'm your brother? You go notify your companions and tell them to meet me at the training ground in 3 hours. I want to rest for a while too. XuanYuan said as he pressed Luffy's straw hat down on his head. Okay, I'll go find him now. XuanYuan, you should rest for a while. Luffy nodded happily and then ran out the door. After Luffy left, XuanYuan immediately lay back down on the bed, but he wasn't sleeping. Instead, he was thinking about how to train Luffy and the others. According to the original story, Luffy and the others should be entering their 2-year training period now. This 2-year training was supposed to be the time when Luffy's crew became the strongest, but now the plot was all messed up. The Rayleigh who was supposed to teach Luffy hockey didn't even recognize him now. And with that old man's temper, even if I begged him, he wouldn't easily pass on hockey to Luffy. And Zoro was supposed to be training with Mihawk and Sanji on the Okama Island. Luffy, will your brother really train us? He has such a busy big shot. Does he have time to train so many of us? After gathering all of Luffy's companions at the training ground, as XuanYuan said, Usopp still couldn't believe it. After all, during this time, he had seen XuanYuan's impressive side, and in his mind, a busy and powerful big shot like him coming back to train them, a group of rookies, was hard to fathom. Don't worry, Usopp, XuanYuan is a man of his word, unlike you, who just likes to brag all day, Luffy said proudly, and he was also very happy to hear someone praise XuanYuan, his brother. I also think that handsome XuanYuan will definitely keep his word. I'm really looking forward to his training, Nami said with starry eyes. Damn, Nami, don't be fooled by that guy's looks. I will definitely become stronger than him, Sanji said seriously, looking at Nami's infatuated expression. Zoro glanced at Sanji with disdain. You're still far from it, curly brow. What did you say, Moss Head? Sanji immediately glared back at Zoro. This pair of enemies could argue at any time, always stirring up trouble. All right, you two stop messing around. Our super instructor is here, Frankie said seriously as he saw XuanYuan walking from afar, separating the two. What's this? You guys are still so lively. XuanYuan smiled as he approached, looking at the noisy Straw Hat Pirates. He had to admit that Luffy had a great group of companions. XuanYuan, you finally came. Hurry up. We can't wait to get stronger, Luffy urged as soon as he saw XuanYuan. No rush, Luffy. Getting stronger isn't something that can be done in a day or two. It requires long-term training. XuanYuan smiled at the impatient Luffy. Each of your situations is different, so I have formulated a series of different training plans for each of you, XuanYuan said seriously. But before that, I need to test how strong you all are now. Treat me as an enemy. As an enemy you must defeat, and come at me, XuanYuan said coldly, looking at everyone. Hearing XuanYuan's words, everyone was taken aback and did not attack. It seems you still can't see me as an enemy. But that's okay. I have my ways. XuanYuan looked at the unmoving crowd with a cold smile. Suddenly his gaze became sharp, and a powerful haki swept towards them. Not just simple conqueror's haki, but filled with a murderous aura. Everyone, including Luffy, felt a wave of discomfort, a threatening, murderous aura that made them sense death, weighing heavily on their hearts, making them want to end this feeling immediately. What? If you don't attack, I want to be polite. I'll take your lives, XuanYuan said with a cold smile, looking at the people who were suffocating under his pressure. XuanYuan's laughter stimulated their already frayed nerves. And Zoro was the first to move. On a gyri, Zoro drew his sword and charged straight at XuanYuan. Compared to their last fight, this time Zoro's onigiri was much stronger in both speed and power. Hee. XuanYuan smiled slightly, his body merely swaying to the side, cleverly dodging Zoro's attack. Rubber. Storm. Luffy also launched a massive barrage of attacks at XuanYuan, who had just dodged Zoro's attack. It seemed he was also feeling quite uncomfortable under XuanYuan's murderous aura. He really can't tell friend from foe. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Luffy's wild attacks. Paper drawing ultimate technique, Tai Chi. XuanYuan's body moved like a leaf drifting in the air. Each time Luffy's attack came in, he could sway with the incoming air wave, allowing Luffy to miss every punch, instead hitting Zoro behind XuanYuan a few times by mistake. Devil Wind Kick. Sanji jumped into the air, his body spinning rapidly, his rotating legs seemingly on fire, kicking toward XuanYuan. This move is somewhat interesting, seeing Sanji come out with a big move right away. XuanYuan wasn't surprised at all, and directly kicked back at him. Storm Kick. XuanYuan's kick, accompanied by a slashing wave, collided with Sanji's Devil Wind Kick. Sanji suddenly felt an unprecedented pain radiating from his foot, as if he wasn't just competing with someone else's foot, but had kicked a razor-sharp blade, falling to the ground and rolling. Alas, I originally thought your move would be strong, but compared to Akainu's Hellhound, it's simply world apart. You still need more training. Looking at the fallen Sanji, XuanYuan said lightly, though he also felt a tingling sensation in his foot. He had to strike Sanji again to make him recognize his own strength. Firebird Star. Just as XuanYuan was lecturing Sanji, Usopp mustered his courage to draw back his slingshot and fired his homemade cannonball at XuanYuan, a giant bird made of flames soaring toward him. The Sniper King shot, huh? XuanYuan extended a hand and easily blocked Usopp's Firebird, then crushed it directly. Such a name is undeserved. An attack that doesn't even carry haki is useless against a true strongman. You are not worthy of the title Sniper King. Don't underestimate Usopp. Take this. Wind Cannon. Seeing XuanYuan continuously attacking his partner, Franky immediately became furious, his arms filled with gas, preparing to unleash his strongest move, Wind Cannon. Too slow. Just as Franky's arms were still gathering energy, XuanYuan had already arrived behind him and said lightly, Franky was startled and wanted to turn around to attack. But it was too late. The Wind Cannon had already been launched. At that moment, XuanYuan gently lifted Franky's leg and pressed down hard on his back, causing Franky to directly fall to the ground, and the Wind Cannon also launched. Is this the feeling of a superhuman? Franky was sent flying into the air by the tremendous recoil of the Wind Cannon. After flying into the air, Franky fell heavily back down to the ground. Looking at the rapidly approaching surface, he couldn't help but shout, "No, although I'm a cyborg, I'm not at the level of a superhuman yet. Then let's change the landing position." Seeing Franky's predicament, XuanYuan smiled lightly and moved to Luffy's back, grabbing his arm and tossing Franky into the air. Luffy, still dazed, was thrown into the air by XuanYuan, but he quickly understood XuanYuan's intention and took a deep breath just as Franky was about to collide with him. Rubber balloon. Luffy immediately expanded, catching the heavily falling Franky, but the rebound force when hitting the ground still left Franky injured. Now you realize the shortcomings of your move. It's fine as a support skill, but too weak for an attack skill and full of flaws. XuanYuan commented lightly. Cold bubble, hot bubble. Navigator Nami forecast the weather, thunder. Seeing her companions being beaten by XuanYuan, Nami couldn't just stand by any longer and swung her climb attack to attack XuanYuan. This level of lightning isn't enough, and it's too slow. XuanYuan looked at the thundercloud above his head and said lightly, then kicked toward it. Storm Foot. A rapid slashing wave directly split the thundercloud that hadn't even unleashed its lightning yet in half. Seeing her move get destroyed so easily, Nami took a step back in fear, suddenly feeling like she bumped into something and quickly turned her head. Finger gun. Just as Nami turned her head, XuanYuan's finger gently flicked her forehead. All right, if I were serious, you wouldn't be able to get up as a navigator. If you're going to use that climb attack to attack an enemy, then don't say the name of the attack, so you can catch the opponent off guard. Nami said with a red face, feeling incredibly nervous from hearing XuanYuan's words at such close range. Hee. It seems that the three main combat powers of this crew are indeed you. XuanYuan suddenly revealed a smile, ignoring the blushing Nami who turned back around, as Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stood together, preparing to launch an attack on XuanYuan. Second gear. Luffy's whole body began to emit white smoke, indicating he was getting serious. 36 troubles with 1 sword, 72 troubles with 2 swords, 3 swords. Zoro also assumed a stance to use his 108 troubles attack. You despicable guy. How dare you flick Nami's head? Sanji gritted his teeth and said angrily, having stopped rolling on the ground after seeing XuanYuan flick Nami's forehead. His foot began to emit flames. Hee, come at me together. XuanYuan smiled slightly as the three displayed their immense combat power and casually tossed Nami out of the combat zone to avoid accidental injury. Nami, how dare you touch Nami again? Not understanding XuanYuan's intentions, Sanji rushed over in anger. Devil Wind Foot, rampant kick. Sanji's Devil Wind Foot, infused with high temperature, fiercely kicked towards XuanYuan. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such strong power for the sake of love. XuanYuan looked at the erupting Sanji with a cold smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were observing the gaps in Sanji's attacks. Got it instant. XuanYuan immediately found a gap in Sanji's attack, and, with a sudden force, slipped through. Sanji didn't expect XuanYuan to dodge his attack and arrive behind him. Before he could react, his back was kicked by XuanYuan, sending him to the ground. 108 troubles wind. Rubber Gatling gun. Seeing XuanYuan in the air, Zoro and Luffy immediately prepared to attack. Hee, Stormfoot, infinite kick. Facing the two who had timed their attacks perfectly, XuanYuan smiled in satisfaction and suddenly kicked hard at them. Bang, bang, bang. The several slashing wave XuanYuan kicked out collided with Zoro's and Luffy's attacks, creating numerous sounds. Demon Chi, Ashura. Seeing his first move fail, Zoro didn't stop and immediately unleashed his next move, releasing Demon Chi and transforming into Ashura. Luffy also blew into one of his hands, second gear bone balloon. Giant race arm, giant race punch, Ashura slash. Luffy and Zoro simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks, and XuanYuan smiled slightly upon seeing this. It seems that's about enough. Then let you all admit defeat. XuanYuan's hand also reached for his Minghong sword. A glimpse of the stunning swan. Your pirate crew indeed needs training. If we're talking about strength, you can only be considered a rookie star best, but once you step into the new world, there will be no place for you. XuanYuan said lightly, looking at Luffy and the others, who were all lying on the ground. The new world, is conquering it what makes someone the pirate king? Luffy lay on the ground, unwilling to admit, saying, I'm still too weak, still far from it. Hee, don't worry. Your potential is at least very great. XuanYuan smiled slightly, realizing that Luffy's pirate crew still made him draw his sword. Among rookies, they were still quite good, but just a bit lacking compared to the original. Now I have a general understanding of your strength. XuanYuan stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, then said so. Next I'll arrange a training plan for you. Hee, you guys have been watching the show for so long. It's time for you to show yourselves. XuanYuan turned and said, Hee, mainly because you guys were fighting so spectacularly, we didn't want to intervene lightly. Several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training ground. As XuanYuan spoke, several officials from the Huaxia Empire appeared at the entrance. They were the head of the East Sea. Robin, the evil dragon, had gone back to Fishman Island to handle some matters, and for the time being, the most important East Sea needed XuanYuan to find someone else. So he had to let his capable assistant Robin temporarily take charge. Her abilities were beyond doubt, as she had previously managed the West Sea with ease. The head of the West Sea, Mr. One, the head of the North Sea, the magician Hawkins, and the head of the South Sea. The Surgeon Trafalgar Law, the former head kid, had been sent by XuanYuan to a special agency to learn about revolution, and his position was temporarily filled by Law. Hee, since you've been watching for so long, I believe you can see that this group of people is talented. XuanYuan smiled slightly at his four heads. Hee, that's right. They are all remarkable, each with their own strengths, and with training, they will surely become formidable generals. Mr. One laughed first. Hee, it seems you are quite satisfied. Then I will hand over the swordsman Zoro to you for training. Your eyes have been shining while looking at others, so I believe you can train him into a strong warrior. XuanYuan smiled at Mr. One, and it was a decision he had contemplated for a long time. Firstly, Mr. One's current strength was extremely powerful. Even compared to himself, he was not much weaker. His Devil Fruit abilities had also been continuously strengthened under XuanYuan's guidance. Now, when he used his slashing ability, the hardness of his whole body had reached the level of a good blade with 50 craftsmanship. and even my hawk would need to exert some effort to injure him. Moreover, the West Sea managed by Mr. One also had a group of strong swordsmen trained by him. So the achievements obtained by training Zoro under him would definitely not be inferior to those achieved under my hawk's training. Feeling the strong sense of oppression emanating from Mr. One, Zoro said nothing and directly stood next to Mr. One. Mr. One, seeing Zoro's performance, laughed happily. Yo, Zoro's training is settled, so Super XuanYuan, how have you arranged for me? Frankie asked anxiously, looking at XuanYuan. Hee, Frankie, you should go to the West Sea with Zoro. There you will meet a familiar face, and they will arrange your training. XuanYuan smiled slightly. All right, let me go with Zoro, Frankie said happily. Mr. One, you know my arrangements, right? XuanYuan asked Mr. One. Don't worry, I know. Mr. One nodded seriously and took Frankie and Zoro onto the ship. I wonder what expression Frankie will have when he sees his master, Mr. Tom. XuanYuan thought to himself. This time, arranging for Frankie to go to the West Sea was to let him meet his long-lost mentor and to utilize the technology institute that XuanYuan had invested heavily in establishing in the West Sea. Although it wouldn't be stronger than the world government's technology, it was definitely not weak. Sending Frankie there would surely allow him to create an incredibly powerful cyborg. Nami, you should go to the North Sea with Hawkins. There are several very special islands in the North Sea where the weather changes 4 times a day. Following Hawkins, you can learn a lot of divination techniques. Although it may be a bit of a stretch, it will still be quite good for your weather forecasting. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Nami, and you can also learn some combat skills from Hawkins. As for your weapon, the climb attack, I will have someone modify it to make it even more perfect. Nami smiled happily, and then rushed over to give XuanYuan a big hug. Thank you, XuanYuan. Hawkins, I'm counting on you. XuanYuan gently pushed Nami away and said seriously to Hawkins. No problem, boss. The fateful bond between me and this little girl is already destined. I will do my best. Hawkins nodded lightly and waved to Nami. Let's go. We need to set off within an hour, or we'll encounter a storm. This weather indeed has signs of a storm. He's so amazing. He can tell so easily. Nami observed the distant sky carefully, secretly amazed. Hawkins, wait for me. Nami saw Hawkins finish speaking and start to leave without caring about her, so she hurriedly chased after him, very satisfied with the teacher XuanYuan had found for her. Miss Nami, wait for me. Sanji saw Nami running after Hawkins and quickly sped up to follow. Robin, catch him. XuanYuan saw that the lovesick Sanji had forgotten why he had gathered them and felt a surge of anger. Robin nodded and immediately activated her devil fruit ability, causing 2 floral hands to appear beneath Sanji's feet, grabbing his legs. Sanji felt his balance suddenly lost and fell heavily to the ground. Damn, who is it? Sanji got up and saw that Nami had already run far away, while his feet were still being held by a pair of hands, and he immediately became furious. It's me. Robin looked at the angry Sanji without fear and said, Oh, it's you, beautiful big sister. What do you want to say to me for catching me? Sanji saw it was the beautiful Robin and immediately lost all his anger, showing what he thought was his most beautiful smile. Seeing Sanji's lecherous expression, Robin completely ignored him and naturally stood next to XuanYuan as he walked over. Sanji, have you forgotten what you were going to do? XuanYuan looked at Sanji, who was staring at Robin with lecherous eyes, feeling very displeased, and released a powerful aura that directly affected Sanji's heart. Under the stimulation of XuanYuan's aura, Sanji finally returned to normal and, seeing that Nami had already gone far, said, Then who is my teacher? If it's a beautiful big sister, I will definitely train twice as hard. Your teacher should be arriving soon. XuanYuan smiled wickedly at Sanji. XuanYuan boy. Your base is so big that I almost got lost. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out at the entrance of the training ground. Just as XuanYuan was speaking to Sanji, a giant-faced man wearing garish stockings walked in, and he was the Revolutionary Army officer, the Okama King Ivankov, who had participated in the Great War alongside XuanYuan. Ivan, you finally arrived? Seeing the Okama King appear, a wicked smile appeared on XuanYuan's face as he pulled Sanji up. This is the young man I told you about. Just train him according to what I said. You want me to train with this guy? I don't want to. Sanji immediately jumped aside, shaking his head like a rattle. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. Ivan's island has many girls full of girl hearts, if Okama girls count. And on that island, there are many magical culinary masters who possess incredible cooking skills. Don't you want to learn? XuanYuan said seriously. Hearing about girls and cooking, Sanji immediately perked up, but looking at the Okama King's appearance, he still felt a bit skeptical and asked carefully, Are you sure you won't trick me? Do I need to trick you? Ivan, tell him, would I trick him? XuanYuan looked at the Okama king and asked, Hee, what an interesting boy. XuanYuan would never trick you. The Okama king smiled. Hee, that's good, I'll go with you. Sanji finally felt relieved and walked together with the transgender king. Ivan, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. XuanYuan said seriously to Ivan. Hee, XuanYuan boy. No need to thank me between us. Helping you is what I should do. By the way, this is the document Long asked me to give you. Ivan handed a stack of materials to XuanYuan. Please send my regards to Mr. Long. I'll look for him to have a good chat when I have the chance. XuanYuan said happily. Hee, Mr. Long will definitely be very happy about that. Let's go, Sanji boy. The transgender king nodded and took Sanji away. And you? XuanYuan looked at Usopp, who was aside. In terms of strength, Usopp could definitely be considered the weakest member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami is a girl and can be ignored. XuanYuan big brother. Where am I arranged to train this time? Usopp asked nervously. XuanYuan said calmly, to be honest, your strength is really too weak. Not to mention going to the New World, just surviving until now in the first half of the Grand Line is a miracle. But I also... Usopp was about to defend himself upon hearing XuanYuan's words. Stop. Are you trying to brag again? XuanYuan interrupted Usopp with a hand. The first thing you need to change is this bragging personality. From now on, you must become a brave man who keeps his promises. Feeling the sincerity in XuanYuan's words, Usopp's heart shook, and he nodded seriously. I understand, XuanYuan big brother. I promise I will do it. My dream is to become a brave warrior on the sea. Watching Usopp's serious expression, XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death. Who was aside, Law? What do you think? Is it reasonable? Trafalgar Law smiled and nodded. XuanYuan, no one starts off that strong. Since he has the heart, I will train him to become stronger. But whether he can become stronger depends on himself. Let's go, Usopp. I will give you inhuman training to let you know why I am called the Death Surgeon. Trafalgar Law said to Usopp seriously. Okay, teacher, please take care of me. Usopp was not frightened by Trafalgar Law's words and bravely followed him. Usopp, you can do it, Luffy said seriously, seeing that even Usopp was full of motivation. Luffy, I will work hard and won't trouble you in the future. You too, listen to your brother well, and you must become stronger. Usopp shouted. He good. Luffy nodded happily, then turned to XuanYuan. XuanYuan, what about my training? Is it with Sister Robin in the East Sea? No. Your sister Robin has other matters and cannot train you. XuanYuan shook his head helplessly. I see. Upon hearing that Robin couldn't train him, Luffy showed deep disappointment on his face. Seeing Luffy's expression, XuanYuan smiled happily and said while patting his head, Don't worry. Even if I forget to arrange someone, I won't forget to arrange you. You come with me to the Grand Line, and I will take you to the island where you will train. On the way there, I will personally teach you how to use haki. How about that? Really? That's great. XuanYuan, I knew you were the best. Upon hearing this, Luffy's face immediately changed from gloomy to sunny, happily hugging XuanYuan and laughing. This kid. XuanYuan smiled at Luffy, and Robin, who was nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled. XuanYuan, how long are you going to be away this time? After arranging Luffy and the others' affairs, XuanYuan and Robin returned to their room in the East Sea to prepare for the trip to the Grand Line. Don't worry, this time it should be about a month. This trip to the Grand Line is not only to send Luffy to that special island for training, but also to deal with the matters of the Huaxia Empire and the Grand Line. I'll have to trouble you with the base matters again, XuanYuan said apologetically while holding Robin in his arms. I know. I'm just a little reluctant. The big battle has just ended, and we haven't been together for a few days before you have to leave. Robin leaned against XuanYuan's chest and said reluctantly, But I know, XuanYuan, you are a person who does great things, and I won't hinder you. I'm sorry, Robin. Feeling Robin's understanding, XuanYuan looked at the beautiful woman in his arms with more affection. By the way, XuanYuan, who are you planning to take to the Grand Line this time? The current cadre is not very sufficient. Even Hades has recently been unable to leave the East Sea. Robin asked XuanYuan seriously. Oh, this time we don't need too many people. XuanYuan nodded and handed the prepared departure cadre list to Robin. Noah and Enel, I knew you would definitely take those too. And one more, Crocodile Buggy, Robin said curiously while looking at the cadre list. It's Buggy. What's wrong? XuanYuan smiled slightly at Robin's surprised expression. It's just that, is Buggy suitable? After all, he is not one of our Huaxia Empire people. He is at most just a friend who fought alongside us. It doesn't seem right to have him on the cadre list for this trip, Robin said with some confusion. No problem. Buggy will definitely be one of our strong members of the Huaxia Empire, and his strength makes him absolutely suitable to be a cadre. It could even be said that it's a bit of an understatement. XuanYuan nodded confidently. Oh, since you say so, then I have no objections. Seeing XuanYuan's certainty, Robin stopped saying anything. She had absolute trust in XuanYuan. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. XuanYuan already knew who it was and smiled slightly. XuanYuan, did you call me for something? Crocodile Buggy pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Robin beside him and smiling slightly, Robin is here too. I didn't interrupt you, did I? No, I still have things to do. You and XuanYuan can chat slowly. Robin smiled slightly, knowing that XuanYuan had something to discuss with Buggy, and she wisely walked out and closed the door. XuanYuan, you really are lucky. Not only do you have a stunning pirate empress, but your home is also so beautiful. After Robin left, Buggy became much more casual and sat down to joke with XuanYuan. I didn't expect you to make such jokes too. XuanYuan smiled slightly and handed the departure cadre list to Buggy. Here, this is my arrangement for this trip to the Grand Line. Take a look. What do you want me to look at in your arrangements for the Grand Line? Do you want me to help you think of a way? Buggy was full of questions, but still took it over. After glancing at it casually, Buggy's eyes froze because he saw his name. XuanYuan, this is. Buggy looked at XuanYuan strangely. The departure list clearly stated that there were only 3 members going to the Grand Line this time. Noah, who had been inseparable from XuanYuan, and Enel, who was highly valued by XuanYuan due to his strong strength despite being a newcomer. Logically, the last person should be Hades, the most loyal subordinate of XuanYuan. But this time, it was actually himself instead of Hades. What's wrong, Buggy? Are you unwilling? XuanYuan asked Buggy. No, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that XuanYuan. How did I become cadre? Buggy quickly explained. You know how many people in the Huaxia Empire have longed for this honor. Didn't I already say that I would reuse you after you joined me? XuanYuan smiled nonchalantly. But I haven't done anything. After I saw Ace was rescued in this battle, I didn't take action. Buggy felt a bit embarrassed. He really was just a bystander in this war. That's fine. Just tell me a bit more in the future. Don't forget, we are companions. XuanYuan said seriously while patting him on the shoulder. Go prepare now. The route to the Grand Line is marked here. You have experience, so decide what to bring. Got it. Buggy nodded heavily and then went down. He knew XuanYuan spoke from the heart, so he didn't say anything else. Just made up his mind to follow XuanYuan. A simple but heartfelt conversation allowed XuanYuan to gain another capable general. Perhaps that's where his personal charm lies. On the Huaxia ship heading towards the Grand Line, XuanYuan and the others were teaching Luffy to use haki. Yes, that's right. The so-called haki is the latent power, breath, momentum, and intimidation that everyone in the world possesses. It's a natural feeling for humans, nothing special, but most people never notice this power or want to awaken it. Yet they fail their entire lives. This is power. XuanYuan began explaining the basics to Luffy, who had no understanding of haki at all, sharing the theoretical knowledge he learned in S6. So, is using haki the kind of power that can knock me out? Luffy asked seriously. Yes, that is the rarest type of haki. Conqueror's haki. XuanYuan replied earnestly. People with this ability are often called those with the qualities of a king. Generally, famous figures in the world possess this power. The pirate king you admire, Gold, Roger, Shanks, Whitebeard, Ace, Noah, and I all have this power. You all have it. So it seems it's not that rare. I must have it too. Luffy said dismissively. What do you mean not rare? It's a power that only 1 in a million possesses. Mainly, you just met a bunch of freaks, which makes it seem very common. Buggy, watching Luffy's disdainful expression, felt a bit depressed. He knew that although his hidden strength was strong, he didn't possess this legendary power. Don't worry, you have this power, XuanYuan said, smiling while touching Luffy's straw hat. But this kind of haki is not something you can learn yet. I'll first teach you the basics. Okay. Luffy nodded earnestly. Even the impatient Luffy understood that the basics were very important. If the foundation was not solid, nothing could be learned well. Let's start with the basics. Haki can generally be divided into 2 types. Observation haki, also known as Kinbunchika haki, and armament haki. XuanYuan watched Luffy patiently learn the basics, feeling very happy. Come on, Luffy, attack me. XuanYuan closed his eyes and turned his back to Luffy. Okay. Luffy hesitated for a moment, and then threw a punch at XuanYuan, his rubber fist flying toward him rapidly. The corners of XuanYuan's mouth curled up as he easily sensed Luffy's attack, even with his eyes closed, and dodged to the side effortlessly. Why, XuanYuan? Why can't I hit you even though I attack from behind? Luffy, panting heavily after exerting himself, sat on the ground in confusion. He couldn't understand why he couldn't land a punch despite his sneak attack and full power. This is one of the foundational powers of hockey. I want to teach you. Observation hockey. XuanYuan said seriously as he looked at Luffy. What is observation hockey? Luffy felt like he was hearing things he had never come across before and was filled with interest. It allows you to strongly sense your opponent's presence. By continuously enhancing this power, you can read the hidden positions of enemies, their numbers, and even your opponent's next move. You can easily dodge even if your opponent attacks you from behind. XuanYuan recalled his instructor Terry's words and explained earnestly. That's so amazing. Luffy looked at XuanYuan with admiration. Huh. XuanYuan secretly smiled. Every brother must feel happy to be admired by his younger brother. Next, let me introduce you to armament hockey. It feels like wearing an invisible armor. As long as the armor is intact, you won't take any damage. XuanYuan introduced to Luffy. Come on, Luffy. Throw a punch with all your strength. Okay. Luffy nodded earnestly, clenching his fist and throwing a punch at XuanYuan. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy's fist flew towards XuanYuan with a slicing sound, clearly showing that he wasn't holding back. Still not working. XuanYuan smiled slightly and raised his palm to block Luffy's punch. Luffy felt like he had hit an invisible shield, and then he was directly rebounded and sent flying. How incredible! Ignoring the pain in his hand, he quickly got up and ran to XuanYuan. XuanYuan, is this power armament hockey? Yes, and it's even more than that. XuanYuan smiled lightly, picked up a small piece of wood from the deck, and explained, the sturdy armor can also be converted into offensive power, and it can be applied to various objects as weapons. Saying that, XuanYuan threw the small piece of wood towards a nearby rock, and the rock, as if made of tofu, was easily penetrated by the thin piece of wood. Luffy was so surprised by what he saw that he couldn't speak. That's not all. XuanYuan mischievously smiled and turned around to gently flick Luffy's head. It hurts. Luffy cried out in pain, looking at XuanYuan in confusion. Wait, I'm a rubber man. How can you hurt me so easily, XuanYuan? This is the most important ability of Conqueror's Hockey. When facing a Devil Fruit user, unless you find their weakness, armament hockey is the only means to counter them. XuanYuan explained earnestly. Even against the seemingly invincible Logia users, it can be used to grasp the physical form and attack. This is so amazing, Luffy exclaimed joyfully after hearing XuanYuan's explanation. Alright, I'll first teach you the most basic uses of observation hockey and armament hockey. Once you learn them, you can decide which aspect to strengthen based on your strengths. Just like Noah, he is very skilled in observation hockey, and his mastery of it is much higher than mine. Also, Enel is very good at observation hockey too. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Seeing Luffy excited, XuanYuan decided to train him while the iron was hot. Phew! I didn't expect that training a diligent student would be so tiring. After training Luffy for nearly an entire day, Noah finally came to take over, allowing him to have a chance to go to the bow of the ship, catch some wind, and rest a bit. Yes, especially that Straw Hat Kid. His stubbornness surprises me. Clearly he's already reached his limit, yet he insists on pushing through time and again, training up to now. Buggy walked over to XuanYuan's side, watching Luffy, who was still training with Noah, and felt a hint of admiration in his eyes. Shanks, no wonder you chose this guy as your successor. Just like how the captain chose you back in the day. Your vision is impressive. Of course, Luffy is my brother, so he's definitely strong. XuanYuan felt very happy hearing others praise Luffy. It was a sense of pride between brothers. By the way, Buggy, XuanYuan suddenly thought of something and looked seriously at Buggy. When Luffy first set sail, he was still very weak, and I'm really curious how you ended up losing to him. Consider an accident. I didn't expect this kid to explode with power at a critical moment. Another reason is that when I saw Shanks' hat, I knew this kid was chosen by Shanks. So, since he exploded, I might as well give Shanks some face and lose. After all, in the eyes of others, I'm just an ordinary East Blue pirate, Buggy said with a faint smile. Don't worry, from now on, people want to know East Blue's Buggy. They will only know that Buggy who can shake the world with his strength. XuanYuan said seriously while patting his shoulder. I believe that day will come. I've been low-key for so long. The adventurous heart I had when I went with the captain has long since calmed down. Now, I'll follow you again to look for that feeling from back then. Buggy also smiled slightly. Boom! Just as XuanYuan and Buggy were chatting, a sudden thunderclap rang out. Who dares to offend the Huaxia ship? Accept your punishment, Thunder Dragon. Anilu shouted angrily, jumping up and unleashing a powerful thunder dragon towards the distance. Accept your punishment, Thunder Dragon. Anilu leaped into the air and released a powerful thunder dragon made of lightning towards the Huaxia ship. What's going on? XuanYuan and Buggy were both stunned. What has Anilu suddenly gone mad for? There's no one in the distance. Not just them. Even Noah and Luffy, who were training on the deck, were stunned. Just as everyone was puzzled, what happened next immediately dispelled their doubts. A burst of laughter came from the direction of Analu's Thunder Dragon attack. What a vigilant person. I was discovered so easily. Gale foot slash. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to hit the source of the voice, several powerful, slashing waves emerged from that spot, directly cutting the approaching Thunder Dragon into several pieces. The gale foot also sliced through the thick fog, and as the fog dispersed, a small boat was revealed on the distant sea, where a handsome young man stood, smiling at them. "Oh, it's you, Geister." As the fog cleared and XuanYuan saw the person's appearance, he immediately exclaimed. Standing in the distance was actually the alternative pirate he had always considered his fated rival, Geister. Hee, I didn't expect Master XuanYuan to remember such a small character like me. Geister smiled slightly upon hearing XuanYuan call his name. You have many capable people around you, Master XuanYuan. This brother not only possesses the ability of a Logia-type devil fruit, but I've hidden so well that I was still discovered. I really admire you. If you're a small character, then there are no big figures in this world, XuanYuan said with a faint smile, knowing that this guy's strength was definitely not inferior to his own, and his hidden abilities were far beyond his own. He wondered what this kid had come to find him for this time. Master XuanYuan overpraises me. I'm not that powerful. Geister smiled politely, his smile appearing so harmless, but XuanYuan knew how terrifying a person was behind that smile. Master XuanYuan, I wonder if this small character can come aboard your ship to chat slowly? I have something to discuss with you, and it's a bit inconvenient to talk from such a distance. Geister said seriously as he slowly steered the small boat closer to XuanYuan's Huaxia ship. Of course. No problem, welcome aboard, XuanYuan said happily, gesturing for him to come on board. XuanYuan, this. Buggy, the clown, quietly asked behind XuanYuan. He could sense that the previous conversation between the two was clearly hostile. Why was he now letting the other party come down? It would be troublesome if they fought here. Don't worry, he has no killing intent this time. He is not here to fight. XuanYuan smiled faintly at Buggy. Seeing XuanYuan's reaction, Geister smiled happily and lightly jumped onto XuanYuan's Huaxia ship. This friend, may I ask how to address you? Geister jumped onto the Huaxia ship right next to Analu, filled with curiosity. Analu coldly glared at Geister, ignoring him. In fact, he was still upset that Geister had shattered his Thunder Dragon earlier, but XuanYuan clearly didn't allow them to fight now, so he could only sulk. Geister didn't get angry at Analu's coldness. He knew many powerful people had eccentric personalities, so he turned to XuanYuan with a smile. Can we talk now? What is the matter you need to discuss with me? XuanYuan asked Geister. I do have something serious to discuss with you, Master XuanYuan. Can we go into the cabin and talk privately? Geister asked sincerely. No need. XuanYuan shook his head. Everyone here are my good brothers. There is nothing I can't let them know. Seeing XuanYuan say this, Geister smiled inwardly and didn't insist further. He looked at XuanYuan seriously and said, Master XuanYuan, I want to ally with you. Ally? XuanYuan was taken aback. He didn't expect this guy, whom he always viewed as a fated rival, would say such a thing. Ally? Do you have qualifications? Before XuanYuan could speak, Analu coldly asked first. It seems this friend doesn't believe in my strength. Master XuanYuan, do you think I have the qualifications to ally with you? Geister said, feeling a bit displeased at Analu's slight, but his inner cultivation was very good. So he didn't explode directly, instead looking at XuanYuan. You do have qualifications, but what made you think of coming to find me? Shouldn't we be enemies? XuanYuan asked lightly. No, let me correct that. We are opponents. Opponents can often become friends in many situations, can't they? Geister said seriously. Recently, after you participated in the Marine Headquarters Peak Battle, your fame has skyrocketed, and you directly confronted the world government. You'll be very busy in the future, and probably won't have much opportunity to play with someone like me. Wouldn't that be too boring? I thought for a long time, and to make my tomorrow more interesting, I might as well team up with you to fight against the world government. This way, I'll have something to do, and I can also compete with you and try to win. After saying this, Geister looked at XuanYuan seriously. His eyes filled with a hint of expectation and provocation. Looking at Geister's provocative gaze, XuanYuan was not angry, but secretly smiled to himself. You're too arrogant. Buggy, who didn't know Geister's strength, felt a surge of unnamed anger when he heard him say such things and look at himself with such a challenging gaze. You don't recognize my strength either. It seems I need to put on a show, Geister said to Buggy. All right, I couldn't ask for more. Buggy chuckled lightly, thinking that the guy in front of him was at most 25 years old. No matter how talented he was, he didn't have the right to be so arrogant. After all, there couldn't be that many freaks like XuanYuan. Seeing this, XuanYuan smiled slightly and didn't stop him. He actually wanted to team up with Geister, but if he didn't let everyone see his strength, it would be difficult to gain their respect in the future. He gestured to Anilu and the others, clearing a large area on the Huaxia ship for the two to spar. Let us begin. Geister smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared at the same time. Is this really the era of the youth? Bucky thought to himself, realizing that just encountering a freak like XuanYuan was already enough. And now there was another one who was equally impressive, Geister. It was really Bucky, alone in his room applying medicine, said with frustration. When he first started sparring with Geister, he thought the other party was just a slightly stronger newcomer. However, after the match, he realized how wrong he was. The guy in front of him not only matched XuanYuan in speed, but also in strength, and even had that freakish conqueror's hockey ability, which gave Bucky a headache. Fortunately, he had strong hidden strength, and after revealing it, he was able to fight Geister to a draw, but he still sustained quite a few minor injuries, making him quite upset as he returned to his room to apply medicine, while XuanYuan and the others discussed the alliance further with Geister. You suffered a loss, didn't you? Who told you to underestimate your opponent? Just as Bucky finished applying his medicine and was resting on the bed, XuanYuan and his group walked in. Why are you here? Didn't you go to discuss the alliance with Geister? Bucky looked at the people in surprise. We finished discussing. He originally came just to confirm the alliance and have a brief discussion about it. As for what to do next, he left a snail phone for further discussions. XuanYuan said, taking out a black snail phone. That kid is really interesting. Bucky smiled faintly and then curiously turned to Anilu and asked, by the way, Anilu, I'm really curious. How did you discover that kid at first? We all used observation hockey, but didn't sense anything. Oh, this is purely a coincidence. Anilu said lightly. At that time, I was bored and just stuck my spear into the water to see if I could release the power of lightning. I found that if it was pure devil fruit lightning, it couldn't be released, but once I attached observation hockey, it could. However, that only allows me to sense surrounding objects and has no attack power. Upon hearing Anilu's words, a term flashed through XuanYuan's mind. Radar. Indeed, Anilu's current ability is just like a radar from the world XuanYuan came from, using the power of lightning to enhance his sensing ability, allowing him to feel more things that observation hockey cannot sense. Very impressive, Anilu, keep it up, XuanYuan said seriously, patting him on the shoulder. It's not easy to get a compliment from you. Anilu smiled slightly, having spent time with XuanYuan and the others. He had slowly learned to joke. What is this? I often get praised by XuanYuan. Luffy said proudly. You brat, who praised you? Go to your training. XuanYuan said coldly, looking at Luffy. Okay, Luffy responded quietly, dragging his tired body toward the deck. Seeing Luffy's appearance, XuanYuan and the others laughed happily. The Huaxia ship had been sailing in the Grand Line for about a week and directly arrived at the Devil's Triangle, where Moria was located. Boss XuanYuan, what brings you here? Moria said happily upon seeing XuanYuan. Just came to see you, and I have some things to handle here. XuanYuan smiled and said, what's wrong? Moria, are you not welcoming me? Of course not. Come on, Boss XuanYuan, let us go my castle. I'll also report to you about the recent developments in the Devil's Triangle. Moria said happily, leading XuanYuan and the others to his castle. I smell adventure, Luffy said excitedly, looking at the dark forest in the Devil's Triangle. Then go on your adventure, and you can use your recently learned abilities. XuanYuan smiled slightly, having no intention of interfering with Luffy's adventurous nature. All right, I'm off on an adventure, Luffy shouted happily, running toward the forest. Is it safe, XuanYuan? Noah asked, watching Luffy run off alone with some concern. Don't worry, there aren't any strong guys in the forest, right, Moria? XuanYuan asked Moria, knowing that he wasn't as familiar with the area as Moria. There's no danger. The stronger guys are all kept in the castle, so don't worry. Moria nodded seriously. Seeing Noah still looking a bit concerned, he turned to the bad zombie in the sky. You go follow him, and if there's any real danger, report back immediately. Yes, Lord Moria. The bad zombie nodded and flew up to follow Luffy. Now you can relax. Let us go to the castle and chat, Moria said happily, leading everyone toward the castle. By the way, Moria, have you finished returning those innocent people's shadows that I asked you to? XuanYuan suddenly asked seriously while walking. Don't worry. I naturally obey Boss XuanYuan's orders. This task is quite tiring. I first screened all the shadows. I had to see which ones still had their owners alive. And among those alive, I carefully checked which belonged to the innocent. After all, You promised me that those guilty ones wouldn't be returned, and I definitely executed that. Moria said proudly. So it's all cleaned up now. All the shadows that should be returned have been returned. Oh no, there's still one guy's shadow that hasn't been returned because his situation is special. I've given his shadow to a very strong zombie, and I'm a bit reluctant to return it. Moria said with a bit of embarrassment. Are you talking about the shadow of Brook? XuanYuan asked seriously. That's right. I've given his shadow to my top swordsman zombie, the one who can cut through dragons, Longma. Now if you want me to return it. I'm really a bit reluctant. Moria said seriously, but I'm still willing to listen to Boss XuanYuan's arrangements. XuanYuan rolled his eyes at Moria and thought to himself. This kid had been saying how reluctant he was to part with the zombie Longma. And now he says he listened to my decision. Isn't that making it obvious that he is putting me in a difficult position? Boss XuanYuan, I actually think it's just a Brook. There's no need to care so much about him. Moria said seriously. Who said that? If I don't get this shadow back, how can I let Brook join my organization? You have to know that although Brook currently doesn't match Longma in pure combat strength, he has great potential. And having an extra musician in the organization is also very good. Even if it doesn't work out, handing him over to Luffy would be great. XuanYuan said seriously in his heart. Moreover, you kid rely on your zombies every day. That's the most important reason preventing your strength from progressing. It seems necessary to make you completely wake up. Do you think Longma is strong? To me, if it was back then, he was indeed strong. But now he is just a zombie. XuanYuan said lightly, Moria, you rely too much on zombies. This choice, while not bad, is definitely not the best. XuanYuan, what do you mean? Moria looked at XuanYuan in confusion. First let me meet that zombie dragon horse. I will show you through my actions where you've gone wrong. XuanYuan said seriously. Oh, all right, XuanYuan. The zombie dragon horse is this way. Although Moria didn't understand what XuanYuan meant, he still led him to the location. Master Moria, I wonder what you need from me? The zombie dragon horse respectfully greeted as he saw Moria and XuanYuan approach. Dragon horse, this is my boss, Monkey D. XuanYuan. From now on, you must obey his commands. Moria instructed earnestly. Yes, XuanYuan. The zombie dragon horse immediately bowed to XuanYuan. No need to be so polite, as I don't know how long you can exist. XuanYuan waved his hand casually. What do you mean? The dragon horse looked at XuanYuan in confusion. Don't doubt it. Don't treat me as your boss. Treat me as an enemy and attack with all your might. XuanYuan said seriously to the dragon horse. The zombie dragon horse was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly yes. Although he didn't understand why XuanYuan was giving him such orders. Absolute obedience to commands was a zombie's virtue. Facing the zombie dragon horse's frontal attack with a large sword, Autumn Water, XuanYuan simply moved his body slightly and easily dodged it. What's wrong, dragon horse? This doesn't seem like your strength. You are a legendary swordsman capable of slaying dragons. Use your full power. XuanYuan said coldly. I'm sorry, XuanYuan. I did my best with this strike. The zombie dragon horse apologized. Don't stop. Continue to unleash your strongest attacks. XuanYuan coldly commanded. Yes. The zombie dragon horse nodded and continued to swing his sword at XuanYuan rapidly. But each strike was easily evaded by XuanYuan. Did you see that, Moria? XuanYuan asked while dodging the zombie dragon horse's attacks. I saw it. XuanYuan is indeed astonishingly powerful. Moria said respectfully. I'm dizzy. You idiot, who asked you that? Can't you see it? The dragon horse in front of you is a legendary swordsman capable of slaying dragons. Even if the legends are exaggerated, he should have peak swordsman strength, but now, at best, he's just reached swordsman level. Can't you see this? XuanYuan felt helpless at Moria's perception. Yeah, how could this be? Moria quickly regained his senses after XuanYuan's explanation. Indeed, as XuanYuan said, he had many powerful zombie bodies made from strong individuals, but their strength was far from their former selves. He had equipped the zombies with super strong shadows. Logically, 1-1 should be greater than 2, but now it was definitely far less than 2, with some not even reaching 1. This is because the zombies you create are always just copies. The shadow and the body are not the same person, so they naturally can't unleash their best strength. You should know that what suits you best is the best. XuanYuan said seriously. What suits me best is the best. Moria repeated this sentence earnestly, feeling that everything he had done in the past seemed to be wrong. Have you realized something? Then let me show you one more thing. XuanYuan smiled slightly and jumped into the air to dodge the zombie dragon horse's frontal attack. Moria, watch closely. XuanYuan took out a small bag from his pocket and sprinkled it towards the charging zombie dragon horse. A cloud of white sand appeared, falling into the zombie dragon horse's mouth. causing its body to tremble and fall to the ground as if it had lost its fighting ability. XuanYuan, what you sprinkled is salt. Moria knew immediately what XuanYuan had used based on the zombie dragon horse's reaction. That's right, it's salt. XuanYuan nodded seriously. The zombies you create all have a weakness. Salt. If they inhale salt, they will naturally lose their strength, even die. No matter how strong they are. Salt will have a fatal effect. XuanYuan is right. Salt is indeed a nemesis of zombies. Moria nodded. Moria, using zombies to enhance your combat strength is not wrong. But remember, you are using them, not relying on them. Think about it. You were once a great pirate who could fight against 4 Emperor Kaido. But now you've become the weakest among the 7 warlords of the sea. Besides losing your haki due to your previous defeat, you've also relied too much on zombies. Your haki power is starting to recover now. To fully recover, you must learn to bravely face combat again, not just rely on the zombies, understand? XuanYuan patted Moria's shoulder and said, Yes, XuanYuan, I'll think about it. Moria nodded and fell in a deep thought. XuanYuan, are we going to find that nose song now? Who exactly is he that you value so much, even taking back the shadow from Moria just to find him? Noah followed XuanYuan in the Devil's Triangle area looking for Brook's trace. No Song is just his nickname. His real name is Brook. He was originally the captain of a country's guard team, later joined the Rumbar Pirates, and made an agreement with the whale Laboon to reunite at the Twin Cape 50 years ago. Later, he encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle and suffered a poisonous attack. Due to the abilities of the Yomi no Mi, when his soul left the underworld and was about to return to his body, he got lost in the Devil's Triangle for a year, and when he found his body, it had turned into a skeleton, but his explosive hair still existed. Since then, he could only exist in a skeleton state. XuanYuan introduced Brook's background to Noah. So that's how it is. The Yomi no Mi is indeed a special fruit. I'm really interested in this guy. Noah smiled and said, By the way, XuanYuan, what do you plan to do with that large sword autumn water? Do you want it? XuanYuan glanced at Noah and smiled slightly. I'm not interested. If I were, I would have taken it even if you didn't give it to me. As you said, what suits oneself is the best. I think no weapon can be better than my Sakura's snow. Noah said flatly. I plan to keep in the base. Anyone who needs it can take it. XuanYuan said lightly, suddenly changing his expression. Didn't you say you were interested in Brook? You'll be able to meet him soon. He's on that dilapidated pirate ship, not far away. Yo-ho-ho, I didn't expect to meet someone in the Devil's Triangle. My heart is racing, even though I only have a skeleton left. Brook excitedly said as he saw XuanYuan and Noah suddenly jump onto his pirate ship. This guy is that nose Song Brook. Looking at the somewhat goofy skeleton in front of him, Noah said speechlessly. That's right, Brook. We are here because we have something to discuss. XuanYuan said seriously to the other party. Sure, what is it? Brook asked gentlemanly. Join my organization, and from now on, swear loyalty to me. In return, I will take you back to see your friend who has been waiting for you for nearly half a century, Laboon. Also, I will take you to many places in the Grand Line. XuanYuan said seriously. Bruh, you actually know bruh. All right, I will join you and pledge my loyalty from now on, but you might not know that my shadow has already been taken away, and I can't leave the Devil's Triangle because I can't see the sunlight. Brook said seriously. Don't worry, I've already taken care of this. Here, this is your shadow. XuanYuan took out a pocket from his bosom. This was given to XuanYuan by Moria and can be used to hold shadows. My shadow. Brook opened the pocket in disbelief, but when the shadow settled on him, he realized it really was his shadow. My shadow is back. I'm so happy. I'm about to die of joy, even though I've already died, and I'm just a pile of bones. Brook laughed happily. Looking at XuanYuan and Noah who were still staring at him, Brook seriously asked, Boss, I don't know your name. And what is the name of our organization? I am Monkey D. XuanYuan, he is Noah, and our organization is called the Huaxia Empire. It exists to overthrow this decaying government. Joining our organization is dangerous. Although you've died once, this time you will face a true choice of death. I'm giving you a choice again. Do you want to join us? If you do, become our companion, our family. If you don't, you've already got your shadow, and you can leave freely to do whatever you want. I won't stop you. XuanYuan said seriously. Brook took out a wanted poster from his bosom, knelt on one knee in front of XuanYuan, and reported, I am Brook, who is left with only bones after death, a notorious pirate, commonly known as Brook the Bone. I was the captain of a guard team in a certain country, and later became the captain and musician of the Rumbar Pirates. From today onwards, my life will be entrusted to Boss Monkey D. XuanYuan. To not be a burden to everyone, I will work hard with my bones. We already knew all of this. Welcome to join us, Brook. We won't care about your past. We only know that from today onwards you are our companion. XuanYuan quickly helped Brook up and said, Yo ho ho ho, that's great. Boss XuanYuan, Mr. Noah. Brook exclaimed happily at the two. Don't call me Mr. I hear from XuanYuan that you're almost 100 years old. I can't handle being called Mr. By you. Noah quickly waved his hand. Me too. Just call me XuanYuan. XuanYuan said with a smile. From now on, we'll still call you Brook. We want to treat you differently because of your age, and we want to call you uncle. Ha ha ha. Yo ho ho ho. That's fine. XuanYuan Noah yo ho ho. Brook laughed happily, and the laughter of the three began to echo in the Devil's Triangle. XuanYuan, are we leaving now? At the port outside Moria's castle. After Brook's addition to XuanYuan's journey, it could be considered that he had completed what he needed to do, so he called the bad zombie back to prepare for departure. However, this guy came back looking obviously like he hadn't had enough fun. What? You still haven't had enough fun? XuanYuan asked with a smile. Yes. There are still many places I haven't been to. This island is really too interesting, Luffy said excitedly. Suddenly, he saw Brook standing behind XuanYuan. XuanYuan? Who is he? He is Brook, and he will be our companion from now on. Don't worry. The next island I take you to will also be very interesting, XuanYuan said as he prepared to board the Huaxia ship with Luffy and the others. Boss XuanYuan, be careful on your journey. Moria waved to XuanYuan and the others. Yes, Moria, don't forget what I told you. Do your best, and when we meet next time, I hope you can give me a surprise. XuanYuan shouted on the Huaxia ship. I will definitely do it. I will find that feeling from before. No, even stronger than before. Moria clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. After leaving the Devil's Triangle, the Huaxia ship sailed in a direction it had never been before. XuanYuan, where are we going next? Noah asked curiously, looking at the direction the Huaxia ship was heading. We are now going to an uninhabited island in the northwest direction of Windless Zone Daughter Island, Ruskana. XuanYuan said seriously, patting Luffy on the head. That is the only purpose of our departure this time. Luffy, your training ground. My training ground? What kind of place is that? Upon hearing it was his training ground, Luffy immediately became interested. It's a very interesting island. The seasons on that island change every week, so it's called 48 seasons. It's a small island with a very harsh environment. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Such a harsh island. Can little Luffy handle it? Brook, who heard XuanYuan's introduction, couldn't help but exclaim, no problem, right Luffy? XuanYuan looked at Luffy and smiled. Of course, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy shouted at the sky. Yo ho ho ho. Little Luffy actually is such a big dream. Even I can't help but be moved, even though I'm just a pile of bones. Brook said seriously, Brook, you're still so interesting. Luffy laughed at Brook. Little Luffy, to prepare for your upcoming tough training and to alleviate the boredom of this journey, let me sing a song for you. Brook said seriously, walking over to the piano, which XuanYuan specifically asked Moria for. Yay, we can sing now. Pirates should sing. Luffy said happily. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Bring Bink Sake to your side, like the sea breeze riding the wind and waves. On the other side of the sea, the sunset is also noisy. The bird songs draw circles in the air. Goodbye, Silktown Harbor. Let us sing the sailing song. Golden waves and silver waves turn into splashes. We leave only because of the ocean. Bring Bink Sake to your side. Brook's melodious singing began to resonate over the sea. So this is how beautiful Bink Sake sounds in the original version. XuanYuan smiled as he listened to Brook's song. XuanYuan, what did you say? Hearing XuanYuan mumbling softly, Noah turned curiously to look. It's nothing, I said Brook sings very well. XuanYuan replied. Oh, exactly. Noah didn't ask further, joining everyone and listening attentively to Brook's singing while Luffy began to sing along. We pirates cut through the waves, resting on the waves. Home is on a ship. The skeleton sails and skeleton flags flutter in the wind. Under the boundless sky, the strong winds blow, the waves dance, and the drums beat. Heart-pounding, we will not perish. For there is no tomorrow's sunrise. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. The Huaxia ship, accompanied by the beautiful singing, seemed to sail much faster, and everyone's journey was no longer so boring, soon arriving at the windless zone. Again, a strange-looking sea king appeared in front of the Huaxia ship, opening its big mouth and charging at the Huaxia ship. Get lost! Luffy roared from the bow, trying to unleash his conqueror's haki to scare it away. This was also one of the training XuanYuan had given him. However, under his full effort, only a loud sound came out. without even a hint of conqueror's haki. Sigh. XuanYuan shook his head helplessly and glared at the Sea King that was already close at hand. Bang! The Sea Kings felt a terrifying force invade their minds, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant and collapse. Luffy, it seems you still can't freely control this power. Remember, this power must be released from deep within your heart. You have to control that emotion well, rather than just shouting louder than others. XuanYuan said seriously to Luffy. Since arriving at the Calm Belt, Luffy had attempted to unleash the Conqueror's haki 20 times against the Sea Kings blocking his path, but only succeeded once. However, XuanYuan was already very satisfied, knowing that Luffy was deliberately trying to control this power. Achieving one success out of 20 attempts was quite impressive. Sigh, XuanYuan, how long will it take to reach your level? Luffy looked at XuanYuan enviously. Not long at all. As long as you work hard, you'll achieve it soon. XuanYuan said, patting Luffy's head earnestly. XuanYuan, is that the island you mentioned? Noah asked, pointing to a large island ahead. Gradually, a massive small island appeared in everyone's sight. It was the training ground XuanYuan had brought Luffy to. Luscana. XuanYuan, is it really okay to leave Luffy alone on this island? I roughly estimated that there are over 500 fierce beasts on this island that he won't be able to handle. Noah asked XuanYuan worriedly from the Huaxia. It turned out that after bringing Luffy to the training island, XuanYuan and the others informed Luffy of the only safe area on the island and briefly mentioned the dangers present before leaving, claiming that it would be better for Luffy to adventure alone. Yes, XuanYuan, I heard that there used to be a country on that island long ago, but humans lost in the struggle for survival. The environment there is really harsh. If you want to train Luffy, we should stay and quietly observe. Buggy also advised, slowly changing his view on Luffy, especially after seeing Luffy's tenacity recently. He was starting to like the kid more and more. You guys, who said I had to leave right now? Luffy is my brother. I'm just pretending to leave. We'll move the ship to the back of the island and observe for a while before departing. XuanYuan said seriously. Yo-ho-ho, I knew it. How could XuanYuan be so heartless? Brook laughed happily, adding, to express my admiration for you, I will sing a song. Enough, Brook. If Luffy hears you singing now, everything we've done will be in vain. XuanYuan said seriously. Yo-ho-ho, then we'll sing for little Luffy later. Brook nodded. Actually, I think leaving Luffy alone is not a big deal. Training is supposed to have dangers. Inaru said lightly, believing that a little danger during training was quite normal. It seems you're the most heartless among us, Inaru. Noah chuckled casually. Not heartless, mainly decisive. XuanYuan defended Inaru, as everyone chatted and laughed while steering the Huaxia around to the other side of the island. Rubber, rubber, rubber storm. Luffy's cheerful voice echoed from the island, where he was throwing countless punches at a giant elephant with a not-so-strong layer of armament haki surrounding his fists. It's only been a week, and this kid has already grasped the initial usage of armament haki. Noah smiled slightly from the side. Luffy has now earned the right to survive on this island. XuanYuan smiled as he watched Luffy, reminiscent of the times he hunted with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo when they were young. Yo-ho-ho, little Luffy has grown again. Brook was also happy for Luffy's progress. Let us go. We'll come back after a while. XuanYuan said to everyone. Are we leaving now? What if something happens on the first day? Noah was still a bit worried when he heard XuanYuan wanted to leave. On the first day, they left Luffy alone on the island. He encountered a giant tiger, far stronger than himself, while searching for food. Luffy had already used his Gear 3rd form, but even with the strength of a giant S-arm, he couldn't defeat it, and after using Gear 3rd, he shrank down and lay on the ground without any strength. Seeing this, XuanYuan and the others had Inaru summon a giant lightning bolt from the sky to strike both Luffy and the giant tiger. As a rubber man, Luffy was unharmed, while the giant tiger was stunned. Clueless, Luffy thought he was just lucky, unaware that XuanYuan and the others had never actually left and were continuously watching over him on the island. No problem. I've already found the strongest beast on this island and tamed it. It will quietly protect Luffy. XuanYuan said earnestly. You kid. Always finishing these things quietly without letting us know, making us worry for nothing. Buggy patted XuanYuan's shoulder. Luffy, do your best. The only thing I can do for you is this. Whether you can surpass the original story depends on you, but as your brother, I believe you can. XuanYuan said seriously, watching Luffy's back as he and the others reboard the Huaxia. XuanYuan, where are we going now? This time it was Buggy who asked, as XuanYuan's route had always been unexpected for each of them. Since we're in the Calm Belt, let us go see Hancock, the Pirate Empress. XuanYuan said with a slight smile. Exactly. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's time to visit. Noah said mischievously from the side. Hancock, who is she? What island are we going to? Brooke, completely unaware, asked curiously. Hee, she's XuanYuan's wife, but they haven't held the wedding yet. Brooke, you can play the wedding march for them later, Noah said with a mischievous smile. You guys. XuanYuan could only shake his head helplessly at their antics. XuanYuan, I miss you so much. At the port of Amazon Lily, the Empress personally led a crowd to welcome XuanYuan and his group. Because of the rules of Amazon Lily, which forbade men from entering, no man had survived stepping onto the island, except for XuanYuan. To avoid unnecessary trouble, XuanYuan notified the Empress to come and greet his party. Upon receiving news of XuanYuan's arrival, the Empress was naturally overjoyed and led a large group to welcome him. Hancock, how have you been lately? XuanYuan said seriously as he embraced her. Your Highness. All the personnel of Amazon Lily bowed seriously to XuanYuan upon seeing him. No need for formalities. XuanYuan waved his hand casually. He was still quite unaccustomed to being worshipped by a group of women. What brings you to Amazon Lily, Your Highness? Granny Za asked earnestly as she stepped forward. Nothing much. Mainly I missed Hancock. XuanYuan smiled casually. XuanYuan, I'm so happy. Hearing XuanYuan say this, the Empress buried her head completely in his embrace. Your Highness, aren't you going to deal with matters in the East Blue? Granny Za looked at XuanYuan with curiosity. East Blue? What happened in East Blue? XuanYuan and the others looked at Granny Za with confusion. Shut up, you old hag. As soon as XuanYuan arrives, you want him to leave? Do you believe that if XuanYuan leaves, I will kill you and feed your corpse to wild dogs? The Empress angrily said to the old woman. Hancock, don't be anxious. Old hag, what is it all about? XuanYuan, noticing their reactions, quickly asked. Your Highness, it's about the Golden Lion, the old woman said quietly. The Golden Lion, a notorious pirate whose name alone can instill fear in countless pirates and the Navy, is a legendary figure. Golden Lion, Shiki, a user of the floating fruit, his history is as noble, glorious, and brilliant as gold. He possesses everything of a lion. Lion-like hair, the unassailable majesty of a king, but not only that. He also has the ambition and courage to roar across the seas and swallow the world. His ability allows him to float himself or objects in the air, earning him the nickname of the floating pirate, but does not work on any living beings other than himself. He is tall, a dual-wielding swordsman, holding two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Drywood, and was once renowned alongside Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, stirring up great chaos, a legendary pirate feared by all. Comparable to the four emperors of the great pirate era. That guy has actually come out? After hiding for so many years, couldn't he just live on in legend? Why does he have to come out and cause trouble? Has his research been completed? XuanYuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing the old woman's words. XuanYuan was also very familiar with the Golden Lion, as he was a powerful figure from Roger's era. What concerned XuanYuan even more was that upon hearing the news of Roger being captured by the Navy, the Golden Lion did not believe the Navy could capture Roger and thus single-handedly stormed the Navy headquarters, Marineford, battling against the then Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. The three's battle destroyed nearly half of Marineford, and in the end, he was defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. XuanYuan knew that even his current self would not be able to match Sengoku and Garp, especially since it was 20 years ago when both were at their peak. XuanYuan estimated that he could hardly deal with even one of them. Moreover, the Golden Lion was the only one who successfully escaped from impelled down, and what he did at that time made XuanYuan feel terrified. To escape the shackles of Sea Prism Stone, he actually severed his own legs and then tied his two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Drywood, to his feet as substitutes, able to kick with enough force to rival the techniques of the most skilled fighters. This person, both in strength and character, terrified XuanYuan. Your Highness, this is the latest news about the Golden Lion. The old woman handed a summons to XuanYuan. XuanYuan took it and found it to be a summons bearing the Golden Lion's name, roughly indicating that he wanted to recruit the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, to become his subordinate and conquer the world together, making the world submit at his feet. The summons also stated that the first place they intended to destroy was the weakest sea, the East Sea. Could this be someone using the Golden Lion's name to deceive everyone? XuanYuan looked at the summons and asked lightly. Although he knew the Golden Lion's plan was set for 20 years later, after the appearance of this butterfly, he felt that everything could change. This shouldn't be the case. Because there's this. The old woman handed over a newspaper dated yesterday. It turned out that a significant event occurred at the Navy headquarters yesterday. The Golden Lion appeared above the Navy headquarters on a floating island. At the time, many warships in the Navy's port were actually lifted into the air under the Golden Lion's influence and then crashed down heavily, causing severe damage to the Navy headquarters. When Sengoku and the three admirals arrived, the Golden Lion simply said it was just a warning. Then he floated away on that island. Golden Lion, Shiki, it seems you are indeed serious this time, XuanYuan said coldly, having already confirmed in his heart that the Golden Lion's research had been completed, or at least a prototype had emerged. It turned out that after escaping from prison, the Golden Lion had arrived at an island called Vermal, discovering many aggressive animals that had consumed plants with IQ components. Using his ability, he lifted the entire island into the sky, turning it into his floating island, now named SDRONGWRLD. For 20 years, he had hidden his whereabouts and, along with his trusted subordinate Dr. Indigo, researched IQ while planning his comeback from the floating island. Ding ding ding. At that moment, XuanYuan's transponder snail ray. Who could it be at this time? XuanYuan curiously took out the transponder snail. The black transponder snail in his arms was his personal confidential communication device, generally only reachable by very close individuals. Hey kid, where are you right now? Do you know about Shiki's situation? XuanYuan had just taken out the transponder snail when he heard Whitebeard's voice on the other end. Uncle Whitebeard, I'm in the comm belt, and I just learned about the Golden Lion situation. I'm preparing to go back and take a look. XuanYuan replied seriously. Kid, don't confront Shiki, at least not now. That guy's strength is absolutely beyond your expectations. Go back to the East Sea and arrange everything, but remember not to engage Shiki. He's not someone you can handle. Leave this matter to me, Whitebeard said seriously on the other end, fearing that XuanYuan might impulsively run into battle with the Golden Lion, so he specifically called him. Uncle Whitebeard, I can't stay under your protection forever. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The East Sea is our home. I won't let Shiki attack there, XuanYuan replied earnestly. You little brat. Whitebeard roared on the other end, but knowing XuanYuan's temperament, he realized he couldn't stop him. So he said lightly, then come to the Grand Line. I'll take you to see Shiki. Oh well. XuanYuan hesitated a bit. Don't worry, I won't detain you. I know your temperament is impossible to restrain, so I might as well support you in what you want to do, Whitebeard said earnestly. No, Uncle Whitebeard. What I mean is that I also have Shiki's summons here, so I can go find him. Don't worry, I will act within my limits and won't act recklessly, XuanYuan replied seriously. Kid, Whitebeard shouted upon hearing XuanYuan's words, but XuanYuan had already hung up. XuanYuan, are you going to find the Golden Lion? The Empress, who had been listening to XuanYuan and Whitebeard's conversation, quickly shook her head. No, I don't want you to go. It's too dangerous. Hancock, I'm a man. And I'm your man. Do you think I can avoid danger? XuanYuan said, stroking the Empress's hair. Then I will go with you. Knowing XuanYuan had to go, the Empress immediately expressed her desire to join. You just wait for my news. No ifs, ands, or buts. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy, XuanYuan seriously said as he held the Empress in his arms. I understand. I will wait for your news. The Empress always had a hard time resisting XuanYuan's requests. Then I'll be on my way. Wait for me to return. XuanYuan patted the Empress's head and, along with everyone else, returned to the Huaxia ship. They had just disembarked for less than 2 minutes, and these guys are really fast at delivering messages. XuanYuan, are we going to find the Golden Lion now? Noah asked. That's right. Let's first head to the place where the Golden Lion gathers all the pirates. This guy actually wants to destroy our East Blue. I will make him realize how foolish that decision is, XuanYuan said coldly, holding the summons in his hand. Are you kidding me? Do you know who the Golden Lion is? He's a legendary pirate who has been hiding for 20 years. Can you imagine his strength? Right now, we are just 1, 2, 3 for people plus a skeleton with no combat ability, and you want to destroy someone else's base? Are you out of your mind? Buggy said seriously. As a pirate who had been on Roger's ship, he was very aware of the terror of the Golden Lion, who had fought against Roger in the past. If you're scared, then don't go, Enel said. He didn't understand the Golden Lion at all, and didn't want to. In his eyes, as long as they were XuanYuan's enemies, he would eliminate them regardless of their strength. I'm scared, kid. Buggy was about to get angry when he heard Enel's words. If you're scared, then stop talking so much, Enel said. Buggy was taken aback. Looking around at the others, including Brooke, who showed no signs of fear. This scene is just like when the captain wanted to fight the Golden Lion, who had a huge disparity in strength. I didn't expect to see this scene today. Buggy secretly laughed in his heart, looking at XuanYuan and said, all right, I guess I'll go with you guys again. Let's just relive the past. To commemorate everyone's bravery, I'll sing a song for you, Brooke said. looking at everyone and began to sing loudly. The Grand Line, the towering secret realm Merville, was the place where the Golden Lion summoned everyone this time. Merville means miracle in French. XuanYuan and the others quickly arrived there following the route on the summons. They originally thought that the pirates summoned by the Golden Lion would be quite prestigious and that there wouldn't be many people. But as soon as they arrived at the designated location, they realized how foolish they were. The port was filled with pirate ships, and the scale was not inferior to that of the Marine headquarters. However, among those pirate ships were quite a few ordinary pirates, most of whom had just reached the level of the New World. I didn't expect the Golden Lion's charisma to be so impressive. There are so many pirates. Far more than his subordinates back then, Buggy said with a slight smile as he looked at the many pirate ships. Having already decided to follow XuanYuan and relive that feeling, of course, he would no longer show fear. So what if there are many? Just a bunch of small fries. Shiki really is something, gathering such a bunch of trash. It seems he is hidden for too long, and his brain isn't working well. XuanYuan said, "What did you say? You dare to call this lord a small fry?" A big man wearing a captain's hat on a pirate ship closest to XuanYuan shouted angrily at him. "Oh, sorry, I misread. Others might be called small fries, but you are at most just a small fry." XuanYuan quickly corrected his mistake. "What did you say, you little brat? This lord is head-cutting demon with a bounty of 35 million. Hearing XuanYuan's words, the big man was completely enraged and reached for the large knife on his back. "What head-cutting demon? Noah, have you heard of it?" XuanYuan ignored the other party's anger. "No, I've never heard of it." Noah shook his head seriously. "Go die." The other party, hearing Noah and the others, was completely enraged and jumped into the air, swinging a knife at XuanYuan, looking for death. Seeing the other party dare to attack, Enel glanced disdainfully and waved his hand. Thunderbird, a large bird made of lightning, directly struck the head-cutting demon, and before the opponent could even scream, he was turned to charcoal and fell directly onto his ship. Captain, what's wrong with you?" The crew of the head-cutting demon hurriedly came forward to look at him, who had turned to charcoal. "You all accept punishment," Enel said, extending a hand towards that pirate ship. Boom! Just as Enel's voice fell, a massive bolt of lightning struck that pirate ship, directly destroying it. "Ah, they're actually killing people here. This is the place where Lord Golden Lion summoned us. They are so rampant they will be punished. That's right, Boss Shiki won't let them go." Other pirates, seeing XuanYuan and the others' actions, were very frightened. But thinking that this was the Golden Lion's territory, they gathered their courage to say so, yet no one dared to step forward. Beep as the pirates criticized XuanYuan and the others. A broadcast sounded. Boss Shiki said, "You are not restricted from fighting. The strong live and the weak die. Only the strong can become Boss Shiki's companions." "Oh, what's going on?" The pirates all complained upon hearing the broadcast. This Shiki is quite clever. Knowing that after being away for so many years, a lot of information has become outdated. He gathers pirates on a large scale and lets them fight. Naturally, those who remain are the strong. "Not bad," XuanYuan said. "That's right. This way he can get real strong people without losing a single soldier." "As you said, XuanYuan, this guy is quite smart." Noah nodded seriously. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, it seems like so many pirates are all targeting us." As if Enel's earlier actions made them realize we are the most dangerous enemies. Brooks shouted loudly as he looked at the surrounding pirate ships that had surrounded them. A group of suicidal fools. Enel's hands lit up with electricity again. He intended to take care of this group of clueless guys. That's right. Since the Golden Lion has made such rules, it would be too disrespectful not to comply. According to him, those here are all weaklings, unworthy of existence. "Cool, mate. Let us eliminate them all," XuanYuan said with a slight smile to everyone. No problem. Let's have another competition." Noah smiled slightly, and then XuanYuan, and Enel jumped into the air. Divine Punishment, Thunder Dragon, One Sword Minghong, Cherry Blossom Dance. The three unleashed their ultimate moves in the air, instantly turning into a splendid scene, with pirate ships sinking one after another without a hint of suspense. It was a massacre. Yo-ho-ho, this is so powerful. My eyes are about to pop out. Although I don't have eyes, just a skeleton after death. Brooke exclaimed in amazement at everything before him. "These guys really are a bunch of madmen," Buggy said seriously as he looked at everything before him. "But this kind of strength feels like they are playing a game. It's really terrifying." "Captain Roger, maybe this is what you said about those who can change the world. Not only are they powerful themselves, but they also have a group of strong and trustworthy partners. He is destined to achieve great things." Buggy thought seriously in his heart. Boss Shiki, big trouble." A researcher from the Golden Lion's fleet rushed into the Golden Lion's room shouting. What is the matter? So nervous. A domineering man with golden hair, a cigar in his mouth, and sharp knives for feet turned around and asked. He is the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Boss Shiki. The pirates summoned by your call are now fighting fiercely in the port. A researcher said nervously. Isn't that just what we arranged? Why are you so anxious? Shiki replied indifferently. But all the pirates were wiped out by the crew of a single ship. The researcher whispered. What? Oh, that was thrilling. I destroyed a total of 12 pirate ships. XuanYuan, how about you? In just a few minutes, XuanYuan and his group, to be precise, 3 people, sank all the pirate ships in the port, with Noah stretching lazily, still unsatisfied. XuanYuan smiled lightly. Just like you, I also sank 12 ships. It seems this time, neither of us wins. That's right. Noah nodded and looked at Enel. Enel, how many did you sink? 20 ships. Enel said calmly. Noah. It looks like we both lost. Enel is the impressive one. XuanYuan laughed at Noah's defeated expression. Enel, your lightning is indeed the most powerful area attack. Noah said to Enel defiantly. But that's too unfair. You can't use your lightning power in future competitions. Then you can't use Sakura, Snow and Marine, 6 styles. Enel shot Noah a glare and replied coolly. What? Noah was stunned. How could he sink pirate ships without those techniques? All right, stop arguing. This time Enel wins. XuanYuan stepped forward and said to the quarreling duo, besides, Noah, you aren't the last this time. Buggy and Brooke haven't sunk a single ship. We should count too. We didn't even take action. Buggy quickly called out, not wanting to be the last for no reason. Who told you not to take action? We agreed it was a competition, and if you don't act, of course, you'll be last. XuanYuan and his companions said in unison. Yo, I didn't expect to come in last. It seems I must speed up my training, or I'll drag XuanYuan down. I can't face anyone, even though I'm already dead. Just a pile of skeletons. Brooke said seriously, can we do it again? This time doesn't count. Let's rank next time. Buggy looked at Brooke, who had already admitted to being last, and had to let everyone invalidate this round's results. No way. Who are these guys? I want their detailed information. Gold Lion looked at the performance of XuanYuan and the others on the screen and asked his capable assistant, the island scientist, Indigo. Boss Shiki, these 3 are not on our invitation list, but I do have their information. They are not pirates, but members of the Revolutionary Army. Indigo said seriously. Revolutionary Army. Gold Lion asked curiously. It couldn't be helped that he was unaware because when he rose to fame, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, had not yet made a name for himself. Boss Shiki, the Revolutionary Army is a group of people dissatisfied with the corrupt world government and aims to overthrow it. For the world government, the Revolutionary Army is even more troublesome than us pirates, and its earliest initiator is Monkey D. Dragon. Stop. I want to hear information about these kids, not about that so-called Revolutionary Army. Gold Lion said impatiently. Oh yes, Boss Shiki. This guy is named Monkey D. XuanYuan, originally a person from the world government, later wanted by the world government for 500 million for exterminating the entire celestial dragon family. Nicknamed Demon Blade. The young man behind him is his good brother, Noah, who also helped him exterminate the celestial dragons, nicknamed Ghost Hand. They have done a lot. Establishing the Huaxia Empire, participating in the Marine headquarters battle against the Whitebeard pirates, and helping the Whitebeard pirates achieve victory. That guy using lightning also appeared during that battle and showed powerful strength, fighting to a standstill with Marine Admiral Kazu. As for the last 2, one is named Clown Buggy, a former trainee crew member on Roger's ship, and the other is a skeleton who hasn't acted and has no information. So that guy was a little one on Roger's ship. No wonder he looks a bit familiar. Gold Lion said to Buggy lightly. I'm quite interested in that Monkey D. XuanYuan. He gives the world government a headache and has connections with Edward Newgate. Open the gates, let them in. Gold Lion said seriously to his subordinates. Yes, Boss Shiki. A group of researchers immediately ran down. Boom. With a loud noise, a large gate opened in front of XuanYuan and the others at the port. Monkey D. XuanYuan and his companions. Boss Shiki wants to see you. A respectful voice came from the broadcast. Let's go see the legendary Gold Lion. XuanYuan said with a faint smile as the group boarded the Huaxia ship and moved inside. Welcome to my castle, Monkey D. XuanYuan. As soon as XuanYuan and the others entered the castle, they saw a person standing in the air looking at them and smiling. This person was Gold Lion. Senior Shiki, hello. Looking at the imposing Gold Lion, XuanYuan was not affected by his majesty at all and smiled calmly. It should be said that all the experts on XuanYuan's ship, except Brooke, were not affected by Shiki's aura. However, Brooke was a skeleton, so even if his expression changed, Shiki wouldn't notice. What a strong crew. Surprisingly, none of them are affected by my aura. Impressive, Gold Lion thought to himself, secretly shocked by the reactions of XuanYuan and his companions. This kid is indeed extraordinary. However, he must be here to join me. Huh, I can add another powerful ally. Kid, are you here to join me, Shiki? You should know my standards are quite high. Although Gold Lion admired XuanYuan and the others very much, as a senior, he still had to maintain his front. No, you're mistaken. I'm here to stop you, XuanYuan said seriously. Stop me? Stop me from what? Shiki asked curiously. To stop you from attacking the East Blue. That's my hometown, and I won't allow you to attack it, XuanYuan said earnestly. Gold Lion looked at XuanYuan in surprise. You're from East Blue too? It was not surprising that he was shocked, as his rival, Pirate King Roger, was also from East Blue. Yes, therefore I won't allow you to destroy it, XuanYuan said seriously. I didn't expect so many big figures to appear in the weakest sea. It's truly remarkable. Gold Lion couldn't help but exclaim. No problem. As long as you join me, you'll be my companion. I won't attack the hometown of my companions no matter what. Gold Lion thought for a moment and said seriously. For him, XuanYuan's allure far outweighed that of East Blue. Hee, thank you for not attacking East Blue, but I don't plan to join you. I have my own companions and my own organization. If possible, we could be friends or allies. How about that? XuanYuan said lightly. What did you say, kid? Are you too arrogant? Gold Lion was a bit angry. This guy actually dared to refuse him, just like Roger back then. Are all the guys from East Blue this arrogant and clueless? I don't think I'm being arrogant. I'm just speaking the truth. No one in this world can force me to join anything, XuanYuan said coldly. Besides, our thoughts are fundamentally different. You want to take revenge on the world government, while I want to save the people of the world. Although we have a common enemy. What we need to do is different, so it's better to cooperate. I've given you a chance. Do you really not accept it? Golden Lion asked coldly. I don't like to repeat myself. XuanYuan looked at Golden Lion and asked. So your choice is death then? Golden Lion looked at XuanYuan coldly, releasing a substantial killing intent from his entire body. No, you should say that I will defeat you here and completely stop you. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong knife and said coldly, releasing a powerful domineering aura that completely overshadowed Golden Lion's killing intent, making Golden Lion tremble inside. The power of Conqueror's Haki, and it's so strong. Golden Lion thought in shock. No wonder this kid is so fearless. He really is a promising young talent. XuanYuan. You really are very similar to the captain. Looking at XuanYuan's momentum and what he said, Buggy felt as if he were seeing the Pirate King Roger, who had once refused Golden Lion and defeated him despite the odds. This is your last chance. Will you join or not? Golden Lion looked at the powerful XuanYuan and couldn't bear to strike him, so he asked again with patience. Is the legendary Great Pirate Golden Lion also such a chatterbox? My decision will not change, XuanYuan said with a faint smile. Damn, you little brat, you are too arrogant. Seeing XuanYuan smile, Golden Lion felt mocked and became furious in an instant. Go die, /wave. An enraged Golden Lion kicked towards XuanYuan's Huaxia ship, sending a powerful /wave that seemed to cut through the sea, rushing towards the Huaxia ship. Minghong. XuanYuan also tightened his grip on a Minghong knife and swung it, sending a red slash that collided with Golden Lion's attack, creating a shockwave that blew the Huaxia ship backward. Brook, take the Huaxia ship to a safe place first. Otherwise, it will be a loss if it gets damaged. XuanYuan jumped off the Huaxia ship with Noah, Enel, and Buggy, the three powerful fighters. XuanYuan. Brook looked at them going to fight and want to help. Protect the Huaxia ship. That is your mission, XuanYuan shouted loudly. Yes, Brook said seriously, driving the Huaxia ship out toward the harbor. Letting your companions escape first, a good decision. This way, you can avoid one less death. Golden Lion watched Brook escape and did not stop him. Senior Shiki, you are already a legend of the past. Do you think you still have the right to say such things now? People should be self-aware. XuanYuan said coldly as he and the others jumped onto the island where Golden Lion's castle was located. Damn, kid. Do you think I don't have a right to say such things? XuanYuan's words undoubtedly angered Golden Lion again, who stretched out his hands. Take this, Lion's Might. Golden Lion roared, using the power of the float fruit to lift the ground, which immediately transformed into several giant lions made of dirt, charging towards XuanYuan and the others. I didn't expect Shiki's fruit ability to have improved after all these years. Buggy thought to himself, knowing from his previous encounter with Golden Lion what level of power he had reached. What kind of power is this? Enel roared, swinging the spear he held forward. Accept the punishment, Thunder Beast. As Enel swung his spear at full speed, 3 giant beasts made of lightning appeared, opening their mouths and claws to charge at Golden Lion's giant lions. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning beasts collided with Golden Lion's giant lions and exploded, turning them into fragments. It's that lightning kid. I didn't expect his fruit ability to be this strong. Golden Lion thought to himself after seeing Enel's attack. Enel, I won't let you steal the spotlight this time. Noah shouted, using Moonwalk to dash through the air towards Golden Lion, drawing Sakayuki to slash at him. He can walk in the air too. Could he be a flying-type fruit user? That doesn't seem right. Golden Lion thought, observing Noah's performance. No, this is not a fruit ability. Right, he and XuanYuan have both been in the world government. This must be a special skill from the Navy, the 6 powers. But these 2 guys can use it so skillfully. They're truly terrifying. Just as Golden Lion was shocked, Noah had already rushed in front of him. Cherry Blossom Dance. Noah took advantage of Golden Lion's distraction, suddenly accelerating to appear before him, gripping Sakayuki and unleashing his ultimate move. Cherry Blossom Dance. Noah transformed into a red tornado and swept past Golden Lion. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Golden Lion, watching Noah attack him from such a close distance, remained calm, quickly kicking towards the tornado. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Golden Lion's feet, replaced by famous swords, kicked out a powerful slash wave that collided with Noah's attack. Clang, 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 clang. The slash waves produced by Noah and Golden Lion's kicks collided. At first, they held their ground, but as Golden Lion's kicking speed increased, the distance between Noah and him grew further. Noah finally couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying by Golden Lion's slash wave. It's still too early. Seeing Noah finally unable to withstand it, Golden Lion laughed loudly. But his footwork didn't slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated, sending more slash waves towards Noah. Watch out! Seeing Noah temporarily unable to move and about to be hit by more slash waves, 2 voices immediately rang out. Noah and Buggy rushed towards Noah in the air simultaneously, and XuanYuan exchanged glances with them, immediately understanding what they intended to do, nodding seriously. It's dangerous. Dodge quickly. Buggy used the split fruit ability to quickly fly his upper body into the air to catch Noah, then quickly retreated. Meanwhile, XuanYuan stood in front of the 2, ready to face the numerous slash waves, strengthening his leg power, Gale Kick, Infinite Kick, facing the slash waves kicked out by Golden Lion. XuanYuan did not dare to be careless and immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability, covering his feet with black fur and unleashing his strongest Gale Kick. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous powerful slash waves kicked out by XuanYuan collided with Golden Lion's, producing strong shock waves. What? This little brat can kick out such strong slash waves even without using dual knives. Golden Lion was extremely shocked to see XuanYuan block his ultimate move. Indeed, even the aged Golden Lion is still so formidable. XuanYuan couldn't help but take a deep breath on the surface. It seemed like he and Golden Lion had reached a stalemate, but only XuanYuan knew that kicking out such strong slash waves was already his limit, and Golden Lion's slash waves were several times more than his. In the end, he had taken quite a few hits, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Kid, I have to admit that you really made me change my mind several times. Surrender before I go all out. Otherwise, you will know the power of the strongest pirate of this era. Golden Lion said coldly. The strongest pirate. You are merely a legend of the past. Compared to Uncle Whitebeard, you are far from his level. XuanYuan said coldly. This was not him praising Whitebeard, but rather referring to the Whitebeard who had slowly regained his peak strength with the help of a special drug, whose abilities had far surpassed the level of the battles depicted in the original work. At least now, Whitebeard no longer needed to get 4 drips every day, although he still couldn't handle all 3 admirals at once. Dealing with 2 was definitely not a problem. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion said lightly. It seems you have a good relationship with him. Of course, the breadth of heart that Uncle Whitebeard possesses, along with his strength, is something you cannot compare to. XuanYuan replied coldly. Newgate is not my opponent. The only one who can defeat me is Roger, and there is no one else now. The Golden Lion said coldly. Back in the day, he, Roger, and Whitebeard were hailed as the 3 strongest pirates of that era, but in his heart, he only truly recognized Roger. Whitebeard, while strong, could only rank behind him in his view. Since you are so stubborn, then let me show you what true strength is. The Golden Lion looked at XuanYuan coldly, extending one hand towards the sea behind him, causing the seawater to float up under his command. he can actually control such strong seawater. XuanYuan looked at the massive seawater floating behind the golden lion, shocked. What's the matter? Are you starting to feel scared again? A familiar voice echoed in XuanYuan's mind. And he certainly knew it was the voice of the Minghong Blade. How could that be? No matter how powerful the opponent is, I will no longer be afraid. XuanYuan said seriously, gripping the Minghong Blade tightly. He was ready to fight. He was not alone. Indeed, you have changed now, so let us fight together. The excited voice of the Minghong Blade resonated in XuanYuan's mind, and a faint red light began to emanate from his body. It seems the Golden Lion is using his ultimate move. Back then, he nearly destroyed our ship with this move. I didn't expect his strength to be even greater now, Buggy said seriously, watching the Golden Lion's power lift the massive seawater. Damn it, let me go, Noah exclaimed, seeing the Golden Lion using his ultimate move. Wanted to rush to help XuanYuan. He was quite upset about being injured by the Golden Lion earlier due to carelessness. You should just stay put. You got hurt by the Golden Lion because you were too eager to win. Don't cause trouble for others. Can't you see XuanYuan is full of fighting spirit now? Enel said lightly, holding down the impatient Noah. After hearing Enel's words, the two realized that XuanYuan was also radiating a faint red light at this moment. It wasn't that they weren't paying enough attention. It was just that compared to the massive seawater lifted by the Golden Lion, XuanYuan's current display was not too eye-catching. Kid, take this. Lion's Sea Dragon Tornado. A massive amount of seawater transformed into an enormous lion and charged at XuanYuan. Come on, good buddy, let's go together. XuanYuan, who had only been emitting a faint red light, suddenly shone with dazzling red light. The stunning swan appears. XuanYuan gripped the Minghong Blade tightly, his fighting spirit full, and rushed towards the Golden Lion, his entire body shining with brilliant red light. XuanYuan transformed into a red light and charged at the giant water lion, directly rushing into its mouth as if trying to pierce through it. You brat. You're going to fall for it. The Golden Lion laughed proudly as he saw XuanYuan enter the body of the water lion. Water prison. He immediately brought his hands together, and the seawater, originally in the shape of a water lion, quickly transformed into a sphere under his control. As XuanYuan moved, the seawater followed, always keeping him trapped in the center. Now you know how powerful I am. The Golden Lion laughed triumphantly. As a devil fruit user, you are powerless trapped in seawater, right? Even if you're not a devil fruit user, you will soon run out of oxygen in the water prison. He couldn't be sure what power XuanYuan had used earlier, but he didn't care whether XuanYuan was a devil fruit user or not. Once trapped in the water prison, there would be no chance of survival. XuanYuan, seeing XuanYuan trapped. Noah and the others were shocked. Enel rushed towards him. Damn it, let XuanYuan go. Thunder Dragon. With Enel's roar, a giant thunder dragon charged at the Golden Lion. Useless. Water curtain. The Golden Lion manipulated the seawater to create a water curtain far away from him. Enel's thunder dragon crashed into it and was immediately redirected as a conductor. Now you know it's useless, right? Thunder Boy, although you are a powerful Logia user, I can absolutely restrain you with my ability to control gravity over objects. The Golden Lion said indifferently. Damn it, you think you can control me too? Just as the Golden Lion engaged with Enel, XuanYuan's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing XuanYuan's voice, only to see XuanYuan, wrapped in water, completely unfazed, gripping the Minghong Blade as his body started spinning rapidly in the water. What? He can exert this kind of power in the water? The Golden Lion was also taken aback by XuanYuan's display. Sword Chi Tornado. XuanYuan shouted coldly. The sword chi attached to the Minghong Blade, forming a powerful tornado, drawing the surrounding seawater along with it, a tremendous force rushing upwards. What? I didn't expect XuanYuan to use this move. The Golden Lion couldn't supplement the seawater in time and was directly broken through by the tornado formed by XuanYuan's sword chi. Shiki, it's our turn next. XuanYuan roared after breaking the water prison and charged at the Golden Lion. All right, let me see how much surprise you can bring me. The Golden Lion roared back, soaring to meet XuanYuan, and the two immediately clashed. Lion's Thousand Valleys cut. The Golden Lion's body spun rapidly, his legs kicking out countless cross-cutting waves toward XuanYuan. Damn it, that wasn't even his limit before. XuanYuan was taken aback to find that the Golden Lion could kick out 10,000 Valleys cut in addition to 1,000 Valleys cut, and he began to feel overwhelmed. One slash, Minghong. XuanYuan gripped the Minghong Blade tightly and swung it forward, unleashing a powerful cutting wave to resist. However, the Golden Lion unleashed too many cutting waves, and XuanYuan's red cutting wave was instantly scattered. Watching the countless cutting waves approaching him, XuanYuan realized it was too late to dodge and was knocked down to the ground. XuanYuan. Enel rushed over as he saw XuanYuan fall. Since you're good brothers, go die together, the Golden Lion said coldly, kicking out more cutting waves towards the two. Ultimate power, Thunder Dragon Trio. Enel shouted coldly, unleashing his strongest power yet, launching 3 powerful Thunder Dragons at the Golden Lion. Boom, boom, boom. Even Enel's 3 Thunder Dragons were shattered by the numerous cutting waves imbued with haki from the Golden Lion's Thousand Valleys cut. Damn it, Cherry Blossom Dance. Noah rushed over from a distance, a pale red tornado appearing in front of XuanYuan and Enel, helping to block many cutting waves. Stop it, Shiki. At this moment, Buggy also split into many pieces, rushing towards the Golden Lion from different angles at high speed. You brat, do you have the strength to fight me now? The Golden Lion looked at Buggy, who dared to rush towards him, and smiled faintly. He was well aware that Buggy had almost always hidden behind Roger back then and had never fought him directly. But it was useless. The Golden Lion coldly smiled and waved a hand towards the direction Buggy was charging from. Water curtain. Numerous seawater formed a thick water curtain again, completely blocking Buggy's path, making it impossible for Buggy, a devil fruit user, to pass through. This time, Noah, who had helped XuanYuan and Enel block the slashing wave, was also affected by his previous injuries and was hit again, falling in front of XuanYuan and Enel. Noah. XuanYuan hurriedly rushed forward to catch him when he saw Noah fall again. Ha ha, now you have no way out, right? The Golden Lion laughed at the 3 of them, saying, then go to hell and regret it. Lion's Thousand Valleys slash. While blocking Buggy's attack with the water curtain, he kicked rapidly with both feet, sending a dense barrage of slashing waves towards the 3. Triple rock wall. Just when XuanYuan and the others were helpless against the overwhelming slashing waves from the Golden Lion, a familiar voice rang in their ears. Triple rock wall. 3 black rock walls immediately appeared in front of XuanYuan and the others. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of loud noises, the Golden Lion's slashing waves were all blocked. Come here, Buggy. At that moment, a figure jumped into the air and punched the water curtain blocking Buggy. Fire Fist. A massive hand made of flames crashed into the water curtain, vaporizing it directly, and Buggy took the opportunity to come to XuanYuan and the other side. You all right, XuanYuan? 2 figures, after using their ultimate moves, immediately came to XuanYuan's side. Ace. Sabo, what are you doing here? XuanYuan looked at the 2 in surprise. They were his 2 older brothers, Ace and Sabo, who should have been the White Beard Pirates. What? They actually have reinforcements. The Golden Lion was startled at the sudden appearance of the 2 powerful figures. What's going on in this era? How come so many strong guys keep popping up? Kularala, Shiki, you little brat have been hiding for 20 years, and as soon as you show up, you come to bully the younger generation. A powerful voice rang out as Whitebeard walked out with his large sword. Newgate, how did you get here? The Golden Lion was also shocked to see Whitebeard suddenly appear. Kularala, is this how you treat an old friend? It's been so long. Can't you say a few nice words? Whitebeard laughed loudly. Newgate, are you here to save this kid? The Golden Lion pointed at XuanYuan and asked. Knowing that XuanYuan and Whitebeard had a deep relationship, but he didn't expect Whitebeard to actually come back to save him. Of course, this kid is to my taste. I can't let you hurt him, and he is also my son's brother. I absolutely can't let him be harmed. Shiki, stop immediately, Whitebeard said coldly. Damn it, you don't have the right to order me around. The Golden Lion said angrily. He was very displeased with Whitebeard's commanding tone, especially since XuanYuan had previously said he was not as good as Whitebeard, which made him extremely furious, and it seemed he was about to launch an attack on Whitebeard. What qualifications do you have to fight, old man? Let me deal with you. Ace saw that the Golden Lion was about to make a move again, and he was very angry about the previous injury to XuanYuan and now daring to offend Whitebeard. His whole body was burning with flames, looking like he was ready for a big battle. Step back. Ace, this is a fight for us old guys. You and XuanYuan just watch in the back. Whitebeard said. Yes, Dad. Since Whitebeard had spoken, Ace had no choice but to obey. Newgate, pay the price for your arrogance. Remember, just because Roger is gone doesn't mean you are the Pirate King or the strongest. There is still me, Shiki, above you. The Golden Lion roared, bringing his hands together. Lions might roll. Under the Golden Lion's command, the ground was directly pulled up, transforming into several giant lions charging towards Whitebeard. Shiki, you are the one who is arrogant. Our era has long passed. We cannot be the strongest. What we can do now is lead a young life toward the path of the strongest. Whitebeard coldly shouted at the Golden Lion, punching hard at the many giant lions. Boom! Whitebeard's punch was full of domineering power. And with the power of the Tremor Fruit plus the domineering technique, a devastating shockwave surged forward, shattering the numerous giant lions into pieces. The golden lion in the air was also directly knocked to the ground by this powerful shockwave. Is this the world's strongest power? No wonder Sengoku said that Uncle Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. Right now, he is at most 80 of his peak power. How terrifying would this move be if he were in his peak state? XuanYuan was deeply shocked after seeing Whitebeard's move. It seems I still have a long way to go. Compared to such peak combat power, I am really too insignificant. XuanYuan knew that if he were to take Whitebeard's hit, he would have no ability to resist at all. But he felt no fear at all. Instead, he tightly clenched his fists in excitement at that powerful force, eager to fight against it. Newgate, you actually have such strong strength. The golden lion got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He lost this time. He did not expect to lose to Whitebeard after losing to Roger. Newgate, I admit defeat. You are the strongest. The golden lion seriously said to Whitebeard, knowing that he was no match for Whitebeard anymore. In the face of Whitebeard's abnormal ability to shatter space, no matter how he attacked or kicked out slashes, it was completely ineffective. No, Shiki, don't you understand yet, you foolish guy? Whitebeard said coldly. Remember, even though we are hailed by the world as monsters and legends, we are also ordinary people with a heart. How long can we maintain being the strongest or legend, leading a young life towards the path of the strongest, allowing them to overthrow this decaying government and accomplish what we could not do back then? Isn't that what we old guys should do? I didn't expect Whitebeard to say this, and the golden lion suddenly didn't know what to say, falling into deep thought. Even though we are hailed by the world as monsters and legends, we are also ordinary people with a heart. How long can we maintain being the strongest or legend, leading a young life towards the path of the strongest, allowing them to overthrow this decaying government and accomplish what we could not do back then? Isn't that what we old guys should do? Whitebeard's words echoed in the golden lion's mind. After being defeated by Whitebeard, he kept pondering this question. After promising Whitebeard not to attack the East Blue and not to initiate war until he figured this out, Whitebeard left with XuanYuan and the others, telling the golden lion to come find him in the Grand Line after he figured things out. Shiki, it's time to eat. You've locked yourself in this room all day without eating anything, and you need to replenish your energy after just fighting a big battle. The golden lion's trusted scientist, Indigo, walked into the golden lion's room with food. Put it down, the golden lion said. He currently had no appetite at all. Indigo. As Indigo was serving food to the golden lion suddenly called out, "What's the matter, Captain Shiki?" Indigo immediately looked at the golden lion. Do you think Whitebeard is right? Captain Shiki, what did Whitebeard say? Whitebeard said. The golden lion then repeated what Whitebeard had said to Indigo. Captain Shiki, actually, you already have your own answer in your heart. Indigo said seriously. I have the answer. The golden lion looked at Indigo with curiosity. That's right. Indigo nodded earnestly. Captain Shiki, in my heart, you have always been a symbol of authority. You can see through anything. If you didn't have an answer, you wouldn't ask me. You asked me not because you were unsure, but because you wanted to see my answer. Captain Shiki, my answer is to follow your arrangements in any situation. Indigo. Looking at the incredibly loyal Indigo, the golden lion felt warmth in his heart and waved his hand. You can go rest now. I know what I need to do. Yes, Captain Shiki. Uncle Whitebeard, how could you come to save us? Isn't your pirate crew in disarray without your management? After being rescued by Whitebeard, XuanYuan and the others boarded Whitebeard's pirate ship, with Brooke steering the Huaxia towards the Grand Line. You little brat. I knew you would do something like this after hanging up the Den Mushy. You don't understand how terrifying Shiki is. How could you not suffer by seeking him out? Of course, I immediately brought Ace and Sabo, the two sons who care about you the most, to save you. On the pirate crew side, Marco and the others are keeping an eye on things. Nothing will happen in a short time. Whitebeard said casually. Thank you, Uncle Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard said it casually, XuanYuan knew he was concerned about him. He had rushed over immediately after hanging up the Den Mushy, which touched XuanYuan deeply, and he sincerely said thank you. You little brat. When did you become so sentimental? No need to say thanks. Just be careful in the future. After this incident, you should know not to act impulsively. There are many things in this world that you cannot control. Understand? Whitebeard said seriously to XuanYuan. Yes, I understand, Uncle Whitebeard. XuanYuan nodded earnestly. That's good. Let's go home now. You don't know my sons have all been longing for you. Today, with you here, we can have a lively gathering and hold a banquet. Whitebeard laughed, patting XuanYuan on the head. That's right. With XuanYuan here, The banquet will definitely be interesting. Ace and Sabo also chimed in with smiles. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the room of the 5 elders became unusually lively again. Shiki, the golden lion? A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the second elder. This guy disappeared for 20 years, and now suddenly appears. What does he want? To fight us? It seems he wants to take revenge on us for imprisoning him and impelled down. The 5th elder said, looking at the summons issued by the golden lion. He thinks he can take revenge on us? Does he think he's Roger? Even Roger wouldn't dare to fight us head on. After all, he's just a pirate. How much can he achieve? Send troops to completely eradicate him. The 4th elder was also very angry at this moment. But our current military strength is not sufficient. The battle at the Navy headquarters has already depleted a lot of our forces, and the Revolutionary Army's activities are becoming more frequent by the day. We still need enough forces to deal with them. Suddenly having the Golden Lion pop up, where are we going to gather troops? Are we just going to ignore the Revolutionary Army or those old guys? Those guys won't easily be moved until the last moment. The 3rd elder shook his head. Don't be too pessimistic. The usually silent 1st elder suddenly spoke up. Don't you see what the summons says about the first place he wants to destroy? The East Blue? He chose to attack the weakest East Blue among the 4 seas. Isn't this also a provocation to our world government? What's wrong with that? The 5th elder asked seriously. Think about it. Right now, we have neglected the 4 seas due to the Revolutionary Army, allowing someone to take advantage of the situation and control it. The 1st elder said with a faint smile. Are you saying that the Huaxia Empire established by Monkey D, XuanYuan, is the one we're letting face off against the Golden Lion? The 3rd elder came back to his senses and said, exactly, since he is now the overlord of the 4 seas. It is only right for him to resist any invasion of the East Blue. The 1st elder smiled coldly, his smile resembling that of an old fox. But is this okay? After all, we are the world government, the guardians of the people. Letting a little brat resist might negatively impact our reputation. Besides, XuanYuan isn't a match for the Golden Lion Shiki. The 5th elder said seriously. Isn't that just fine? If the Golden Lion wins, XuanYuan will probably make him pay a painful price. We can easily eradicate him and regain control of the 4 seas. Conversely, it's the same. No matter who wins or loses between that kid and the Golden Lion, we can sit back and reap the benefits. As for the people's affairs, we can ignore them for now. Once we regain control, we can rule over them properly. The 1st elder said maliciously. Isn't that a bit too much? It makes us seem too despicable. The 5th elder said with difficulty. If XuanYuan defeats the Golden Lion and his strength is weakened, we could take the opportunity to recruit him back. After all, he is such a strong force. Old 5, don't fantasize. That Monkey D, XuanYuan now represents evil completely. Even if we were to recruit him back, he would still be an unstable factor. The best way is to eradicate him while we have the chance. The 3rd elder said seriously. That's right, we must not make the same mistake again. The other elders nodded in agreement. Well then, I'll listen to you. The 5th elder nodded in agreement under the circumstances. On the Grand Line, aboard Whitebeard's pirate ship, Moby Dick, the pirate on duty, suddenly shouted, old man, the Golden Lion's ship is coming towards us. He wants to see you and XuanYuan. XuanYuan, I knew it. This guy really came. Whitebeard smiled slightly and picked up a large jug of alcohol. XuanYuan had added his specially concocted ingredients to this alcohol, which not only did not affect the taste, but also did not harm Whitebeard's body and had health benefits, and began to drink. Yes, Uncle Whitebeard. You really understand him, knowing he would come soon. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Originally, XuanYuan was planning to leave after a night of festivities on Whitebeard's ship yesterday, but Whitebeard stopped him, wanting him to stay a few more days, and told him that the Golden Lion, Shiki, would definitely come looking for him in the next few days. However, Whitebeard probably didn't expect that just one day later, the Golden Lion would come to find them. Shiki, you came really quickly, Whitebeard said to the Golden Lion, who had flown onto his ship in a calm tone. Though it was cold, it lacked any hostility. Newgate, I'm not someone like you who hesitates. The Golden Lion rolled his eyes at Whitebeard and then looked at XuanYuan. Kid, you are Monkey D. XuanYuan, right? That's right, that's me. You could just call me XuanYuan. Senior Shiki. XuanYuan smiled and said, since the conflict has been resolved, I naturally return to my polite self. Kid, I've already learned all about your information yesterday. To be honest, the Huaxia Empire you created is quite impressive. It's hard to imagine someone your age achieving such results. The Golden Lion sincerely praised XuanYuan. Thank you, Senior Shiki, but I'm not that great. Mainly, I have many good brothers helping me. XuanYuan smiled slightly and pointed at Noah and the others, acknowledging that without the support of his brothers, he wouldn't know how many times he could have been in trouble. Haha, being humble is nice. Kid, my opinion of you just went up. The golden lion nodded in satisfaction at XuanYuan's demeanor. Ha ha ha, Shiki, this kid has too many qualities that satisfy you. You probably can't count them all. Whitebeard nodded in agreement upon hearing the golden lion's praise. I didn't praise you. Why are you so happy? The golden lion shot a look at the laughing Whitebeard. I'm happy because you praise XuanYuan. Although this kid isn't my son, he is almost like my son. In my heart, he is my son, so of course, I'm happy when you praise my son. Whitebeard said with a joyful expression. Thank you, Dad. Hearing Whitebeard's words, XuanYuan felt very touched and said softly. Although it was very quiet, Whitebeard still heard it, and his smile became even brighter. Watching Whitebeard getting happier, the golden lion didn't say anything more and seriously looked at XuanYuan, continuing, Kid, Newgate is right. We old guys actually belong to the previous era. There's no point in fighting for the strongest. Guiding a young life towards the strongest and fulfilling the dreams we couldn't achieve back then is what we old guys should do. Monkey D. XuanYuan. The golden lion called out seriously while looking at XuanYuan. Senior Shiki, what do you need? You fit my taste. So I have decided to choose you as my successor, the golden lion Shiki. I will do my utmost to assist you in overthrowing this world government and let your Huaxia Empire rule these seas. No, this world. The golden lion said earnestly. What? I didn't expect this golden lion to suddenly choose me as his successor. XuanYuan and Noah, along with everyone else, were stunned. Shiki, what do you mean? You want to take XuanYuan as your successor? Whitebeard looked at the golden lion in surprise. What's wrong, Newgate? You could take such a large group of sons. But I can't take one son as my successor. Shiki glared at Whitebeard in displeasure. Sorry, Senior Shiki, I think you misunderstood. I did say I wanted to be friends with you, but I never said I wanted to be your successor. XuanYuan said to the golden lion. Are you kidding? I'm not Lu Bu, who recognizes anyone with power as a father. I don't lack love. XuanYuan thought to himself, looking down on Shiki's proposal. What, kid? You actually refuse? The golden lion was stunned by XuanYuan's response. He couldn't imagine someone rejecting the chance to be his legendary successor. Is this kid an idiot? The golden lion thought, but no, it couldn't be. Someone who has done so many great things couldn't be an idiot. Kid, you probably don't know much about my power, right? My influence is huge. Besides the island you saw yesterday, there's... The golden lion thought XuanYuan didn't understand him well and hurried to explain his power. Senior Shiki, I think you really misunderstood. It's not that I don't understand you, but I just don't have the habit of being someone else's son. XuanYuan interrupted the self-praising golden lion coldly. Kid, think about it. How about I be your uncle? Seeing XuanYuan's firm attitude, the golden lion immediately changed his strategy, trying to coax XuanYuan like a creepy uncle trying to lure a little girl. Sorry, I'm not interested, XuanYuan coldly replied, starting to find the golden lion quite annoying. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. Can I be your boss? No need. You stubborn kid. Seeing XuanYuan so obstinate, the golden lion became frustrated and said angrily, Then can I be your little brother? It should be okay. That's not bad. I agree. Unexpectedly, the golden lion, in a moment of excitement, said something like that. With such a significant advantage, XuanYuan certainly wouldn't refuse and quickly nodded in agreement. This, the golden lion suddenly realized he had let it slip and was taken aback, quickly preparing to change his words. Shiki, you're also a pirate elder well known in these seas. Don't go back on your word. Whitebeard quickly stopped the golden lion from retracting his statement. The golden lion instantly had a face full of despair. The sea was clear, and the atmosphere on the Huaxia was full of joy. Yo-ho-ho, bringing pink sake to you. Like the sea breeze riding the waves, on the other side of the sea, the sunset is also noisy, and the bird songs draw circles in the air. XuanYuan and Brook happily sang pink sake on the deck. Haha, XuanYuan, you seem to be in a great mood, Noah said with a smile beside them. Of course. Having the legendary pirate golden lion as a subordinate feels really good, XuanYuan said with a happy laugh. At that time on Whitebeard's Moby Dick, after the golden lion mistakenly spoke out of excitement, he became XuanYuan's subordinate. However, the golden lion is indeed a man of his word. Having been impressed by XuanYuan, he set aside his previous grievances and willingly agreed to be XuanYuan's subordinate, ready to follow his orders. Seeing the golden lion's serious demeanor, XuanYuan felt a bit embarrassed to continue taking advantage, so he smiled and told the golden lion that it was a joke, and that they could be allies in the future, helping each other when needed. Hearing that XuanYuan could actually refuse the temptation of being his subordinate, The Golden Lion completely acknowledged XuanYuan and directly bowed to him in front of everyone, stating that he would follow XuanYuan's arrangements from then on. Seeing the Golden Lion's insistence, XuanYuan decided not to delay any further. After all, refusing such a powerful subordinate would be quite challenging. He immediately stated that they would be companions from now on, allowing the Golden Lion to return to his island to continue his research, but forbidding him from destroying any villages. The Golden Lion agreed immediately and, after leaving his ship, headed towards his island. After handling the Golden Lion's matter, XuanYuan stood up to bid farewell to Whitebeard, who did not stop him but only reminded him to be cautious. I didn't expect such a proud person as the Golden Lion would become your subordinate, XuanYuan. It seems your charm is indeed quite significant, Buggy said with a slight smile, being one of the few who understood the Golden Lion well, and was shocked that he would become XuanYuan's subordinate. However, this matter should still be kept under wraps, right, XuanYuan? You said everything should be low-key, didn't you? Having the Golden Lion join us is such a significant event. It's better to keep it hidden, Enel said seriously while looking at XuanYuan. Enel, it seems you're starting to understand this world better. That's right. It's better to keep this matter hidden. Don't worry, I've instructed Shiki. He won't say a word, and it won't reach Uncle Whitebeard either. XuanYuan nodded seriously. XuanYuan, this journey through the Grand Line has been quite fruitful. At the beginning, we gained a powerful ally, Geist, and by the end, we added an incredibly strong subordinate, Golden Lion. Truly, we have gained a lot. Noah smiled slightly at XuanYuan, feeling that the harvest from this voyage was quite good. Yes, it might be because of Luffy. This guy really is my lucky star. XuanYuan nodded seriously. This voyage was due to training Luffy, and even he was starting to suspect that Luffy was his lucky star. By the way, we have quite a few allies now, including one that has been helping us consistently. The Revolutionary Army. Noah nodded as he spoke. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the transponder snail in XuanYuan's arms suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? XuanYuan answered the transponder snail with curiosity, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Hello, XuanYuan Boy. Are you on the Grand Line now? Mr. Dragon is in danger. You need to go save him. The nervous voice of the She-Male King came from the other end. What? Hearing the She-Male King's call, XuanYuan was completely stunned. It was hard for him to imagine that the invincible dragon would actually be in danger. In his heart, dragon was the most mysterious and powerful symbol. A being stronger than the king of the sea, Whitebeard. The idea that such a person could be in danger was unbelievable. If someone else had said it, XuanYuan would have absolutely not believed it. But this time, it was one of Dragon's most trusted subordinates, the She-Male King, who was saying it. Ivan, what are you talking about? Clarify. How could Dragon be in danger? XuanYuan shouted into the transponder snail anxiously. It's like this. The She-Male King tried to calm his emotions as he explained to XuanYuan. It turned out that a few days ago, Dragon went to a country in Sycomo on the Grand Line to liberate the people there, intending to overthrow the world government's rule. That country was not very large, and the world government's management was quite lax, so Dragon didn't pay much attention and only brought a few members with him. However, it was unclear how the world government got wind of Dragon's route this time and dispatched heavy troops to capture him. The entire Sycomo was surrounded, and Dragon lost contact with the base. Up until now, there has been no news about whether he has been captured or escaped. Why didn't you send more people to rescue him? Immediately send all the Revolutionary Army from the nearby bases to save him. XuanYuan said angrily. We wanted, but this time the world government somehow got the news, and almost all our bases on the Grand Line have been attacked, suffering heavy losses. Right now, we can't even protect ourselves, let alone save Dragon. The only bases that haven't been attacked are faraway islands, like the She-Male Island where I am. But we are too far from Sycomo, so I thought to ask for your help. Don't you have some influence on the Grand Line? Can you send them out to save Dragon? The She-Male King's voice was filled with pleading. There must be a traitor in this matter. Ivan, make sure to investigate your Revolutionary Army's internal situation. Don't worry about Dragon. I'm not far from Sycomo, and I will personally go to save him. XuanYuan calmed down and analyzed the situation seriously. Okay, thank you, XuanYuan Boy. The She-Male King expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. We are friends, and helping is what we should do. Don't panic now. Make sure to investigate the internal situation. With Dragon gone, you have the responsibility to manage your organization well. XuanYuan reminded him, feeling very worried that this incident might lead to the complete downfall of the Revolutionary Army. Don't worry, XuanYuan Boy. I can distinguish clearly. The She-Male King calmed down under XuanYuan's reminder. All right, Noah, we are now heading quickly to Sycomo. After ending the call with the She-Male King, XuanYuan drove the Huaxia ship towards the small island of Sikomo at full speed. XuanYuan, are we really going to save Dragon ourselves? Isn't that too risky for us? Noah asked seriously as he looked at XuanYuan. Risky how so? You can think about it. Since the world government has received news and sent heavy troops to capture Dragon, it means they are very well prepared. It wouldn't be surprising if we encountered several admirals there. The possibility of us saving Dragon is quite low. Moreover, even if we manage to rescue Dragon, the world government will definitely realize that we have allied with the Revolutionary Army. At that time, we, who are already seen as evil in their eyes, will be treated like a thorn in their side, and they will spare no effort to eliminate us. The Revolutionary Army's bases are secret, but our bases established in the Four Seas will inevitably face destruction. Noah said seriously. In his view, Dragon was at most a relatively good ally and had not yet reached the point where he would risk everything for him. The only ones worth risking for in this world were XuanYuan and a few companions. Listening to Noah's analysis, XuanYuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It must be said that while Noah's reasoning was somewhat selfish, it was also from the perspective of the organization, looking at this rescue with the vision of a leader. Gradually, Noah would learn to consider the organization, and that was not a bad thing. Noah, you were right. According to your analysis, we indeed should not go to save Dragon, at least not in person, XuanYuan said seriously as he looked at Noah. But if we go personally, the chances of rescuing Dragon will greatly increase. As our ally, Dragon has done so much for us, tirelessly helping to restrain the world government. If it weren't for him, our home, the Huaxia Empire, might have already perished. This time he went to Sikomo to help us restrain the world government. How can we not go save him? What does it matter to take a little risk for such a friend? I'm sorry, XuanYuan, I was too selfish. Noah lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. It's nothing. It's normal for you to think this way. It shows you are considering the organization and all of us. Your concerns are indeed necessary. We must disguise ourselves a bit. Come, follow me to the room. I'll give each of you a simple makeover. XuanYuan waved his hand to the others and led them to his room. Is this still me? Noah looked at himself in the mirror and could hardly believe it. After XuanYuan casually applied some makeup on him, the originally handsome young man had turned into a middle-aged man who looked weathered. If one didn't look closely at the occasional sparkle in his eyes, anyone would believe he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. It's passable. Noah, be careful with your tone when you speak later. Otherwise, it will be too easy to be recognized. XuanYuan evaluated Noah seriously. Ahem, got it. Noah deliberately lowered his tone. He had done similar things during S6 to execute some tasks, so it wasn't very difficult for him. Now it's your turn. XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Enel, Buggy, and Brooke. After nearly an hour of busy preparation, the makeup for Enel, Buggy, and Brooke was finally completed by XuanYuan. Under XuanYuan's makeup, Enel transformed into a gentleman who looked quite frail, while Buggy's red nose was cleverly utilized by XuanYuan, turning him into a quirky youth with a mask. As for Brooke, XuanYuan decided not to apply makeup on him. Firstly, because he was a newcomer and no one recognized him, and secondly, XuanYuan only planned to have Brooke watch the ship and not participate in the rescue operation. By the way, I need to emphasize a few points. This time, in order to conceal your identity, Noah, you cannot use your usual Sakura snow unless absolutely necessary. Go to the armory of the Huaxia and choose a different type of weapon. XuanYuan said seriously. This isn't a big problem, but that means I'll probably only have about 80 of my usual power. Noah replied earnestly. 80% is enough. I'll be with you later, and I won't easily use the Minghong Blade this time. XuanYuan said seriously. For them, even 80 of their power would definitely place them in the realm of the strong. Buggy, you don't have too many restrictions. After all, you hid yourself quite well before, and even the world government doesn't have much information on you. As for you, Enel, you cannot use your lightning powers for direct attacks. Your ability is too conspicuous. XuanYuan then turned to the other two and reminded them. Then I'll just use my lightning to create a spear and keep using hand-to-hand combat. This is so frustrating. Enel complained. It's not entirely that way. XuanYuan smiled faintly. I thought of a way for you to become stronger, but you might not be very familiar with it at first. A new ability? What is it? Enel looked at XuanYuan with curiosity. It's magnetism. You can use your lightning powers to create an electromagnet, and then you'll be able to control magnetism, just like Kid, though not as conveniently. But I believe it can still give the enemy an unexpected blow. XuanYuan said earnestly. I can't believe I didn't think of this move. I'll give it a try. It should be fun. After hearing XuanYuan's words, Enel showed an excited expression. If you want to try, wait until later. By the way, Brooke, XuanYuan looked at Brooke, who had not been assigned any role. I know, I'll stay behind to watch the ship and increase my strength, right? Yoo-hoo, Brooke said proactively without XuanYuan needing to say anything. He was quite clear about his own strength. He wouldn't run off to cause trouble for XuanYuan before he had the capability to assist him. Hee, thank you for your hard work. XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction at the obedient Brooke. By the way, XuanYuan, what about you? You've disguised us all, but aren't you going to disguise yourself? Noah asked, looking at XuanYuan, who had not yet dressed up. Mine is simple. XuanYuan smiled slightly, activating his devil fruit ability. Suddenly, XuanYuan's body expanded and transformed into a giant man about 2 meters tall, wearing a white leather outfit. Is this okay? No one will recognize me now, right? XuanYuan said with a slight smile, looking at the shocked group. Sigh, having a devil fruit ability is indeed convenient. XuanYuan, I'm really curious what type your devil fruit ability belongs to. If it's a Zoan type, it doesn't seem like it. It's just like wearing a simple outfit. Buggy asked, looking at XuanYuan's effortless transformation with curiosity. I can't really explain it to you. Just consider me a Paramecia type. XuanYuan said lightly, knowing that his fruit was very special. Even if he told these guys he had eaten the Panda Fruit, they probably wouldn't even know what that was. Devil fruits come in various types, and XuanYuan's ability is just considered quite special, much stranger than many others. Noah said lightly, actually diverting the group's attention for XuanYuan. If there was a devil fruit ability that wasn't afraid of the sea, that would indeed be something extraordinary. All right, ahead is our target this time. Sakomo. XuanYuan pointed to the small island that was faintly appearing before them and said, we'll land using a small boat. Brooke, you steer the Huaxia to a distance to avoid the world government surveillance. Yoo-hoo, leave it to me, XuanYuan. Brooke nodded seriously. Thank you for your hard work. Let us set off. XuanYuan led the group onto the small speedboat of the Huaxia, heading swiftly towards Sakomo. As expected, the government indeed dispatched a substantial force for the dragon this time. There are personnel patrolling within a 5-kilometer radius of the island. XuanYuan sensed the dense patrol personnel in the thick fog using his observation haki. Indeed, while most of them are Navy, I can also sense quite a few special personnel. They should belong to the world government's CP9 or other more mysterious organizations. We must be very careful now. These guys are not weak. Noah also used his powerful observation haki to sense the situation inside. Yes, turn off the engine and slowly paddle in. XuanYuan instructed the group. The few of them are all top experts. Even silently paddling the small boat, they quickly moved inward, avoiding patrol personnel while trying to gather information about the dragon on the island. XuanYuan, this island is really too big. I feel like my observation haki can't even sense half of it. After Noah landed and activated his strongest observation haki to sense the island, he said in surprise. It's important to note that Noah is currently quite strong. After so long of battles, his observation haki ability is at least comparable to Rayleigh's. Yet he couldn't sense even half of the island. This is astonishing. This island is just too massive. If Noah couldn't sense half of it, XuanYuan surely couldn't either. Looking at everything in amazement. What should we do now, XuanYuan? This island is really too large, and there are too many experts on it. If we use observation haki to search, we might expose ourselves. Plus, the dragon is definitely trying to hide himself as well. Even if we use observation haki to search the entire island, we might not find them. Enel calmly analyzed the situation from the side. You're all correct, but the fact that there are still so many world government personnel here at least proves that the dragon hasn't been captured yet. That's good news. Let's find a place to hide first, and then try to contact the dragon. XuanYuan said seriously. Everyone agreed with XuanYuan's suggestion and quietly infiltrated the island to hide. Bastard, did you feel that? It seems like someone has landed earlier. A middle-aged man in a neatly tailored black suit on the island said lightly, looking in the direction where XuanYuan and the others landed. No way. Yujita, how come I didn't feel anything? My observation haki can sense that area at any time. If there were people, I would have sensed them immediately. You felt something I didn't? Are you a general? Another middle-aged man in a white suit said lightly. With his white suit, pale face, and deep voice, he looked just like a ghost from hell. I shouldn't have been mistaken. Let's go take a look. I think I can sense the route they took to land earlier. Let us intercept them. The man in black stood up seriously. All right. I'll go with you to take a look. The man in white stood up and said. And soon the two of them disappeared like a black light and a white light, one in front of the other. XuanYuan, I feel someone is rushing towards us at high speed. So fast, their speed is no slower than ours. Noah suddenly sensed two extremely fast speeds approaching them. What? Why do I have no feeling at all? XuanYuan stared at Noah in surprise. He was also using observation haki to sense his surroundings, but still had no perception at all. They are suppressing their aura very low. They are two super experts, and they will be here soon. What should we do? Noah looked at XuanYuan seriously. They're actually such super experts. XuanYuan was also shocked, but he absolutely trusted Noah's almost perverse observation haki ability. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Split up into 4 teams and gather here in 1 hour. Now find a way to shake them off." Everyone knew time was tight, so they didn't say much and immediately split up, running in different directions. Basta actually split up. It seems someone among them has discovered us. Quite impressive. The man in black, Yujita, said with a slight smile. Hee, indeed interesting. Yujita, I sense a super strong guy. I'm going to deal with him, so don't compete with me. The man in white, Basta, said with a happy smile as he chased towards XuanYuan's direction. Then I'll chase that guy. Yujita smiled faintly and also chased after Noah. Amazing, their speed is indeed super fast. Is this really their true strength? After XuanYuan and the others split up and fled, Yujita and Basta no longer suppressed their auras and pursued XuanYuan and Noah with all their might. XuanYuan immediately noticed Yujita's astonishing aura and speed. At this rate, we will definitely be caught up. It seems I have to use my strength too. XuanYuan sensed Yujita getting closer and no longer concealed his aura. If he was caught up, any hiding would be meaningless. Full body speed enhancement, XuanYuan said coldly, and his white fur became more pronounced. His speed greatly increased once again, creating more distance between him and Yujita. His speed actually increased so much. Where did such an interesting guy come from? Yujita was also surprised by XuanYuan's sudden speed boost, but soon his face was filled with a smile, and his speed immediately increased to a position almost equal to XuanYuan's, chasing him closely. Hey, look over there. 2 beams of light are chasing each other. The chase between XuanYuan and Yujita was like 2 white lights in the night, exceptionally dazzling. Many government officials inside Sakomo noticed this scene and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that Lord Yujita is fighting an enemy? A Navy soldier asked Major General Sars beside him. Sars, should we go help? No need. Lord Yujita's strength is at the admiral level. Do you think there is an enemy he can't handle? Besides, we can't even be sure if that is an enemy. Those 2 almost identical beams of light might be Lord Yujita practicing some new technique. The Navy Major General named Sars said, he can actually speed up and maintain a speed almost the same as mine. XuanYuan was shocked to feel Yujita behind him maintaining nearly the same speed. His speed was so steady that this was definitely not his limit. Damn, he is toying with me. XuanYuan immediately understood that this unknown pervert behind him was treating him with a mindset of playing with prey, and he was instantly furious. He immediately stopped and stood still, coldly waiting for Yujita to arrive. Hey, why did you stop running? Yujita caught up with the stopped XuanYuan and curiously asked, while sizing up the 2-meter-tall XuanYuan disguised as such. Why have I never seen any information on this guy? Such a huge body can actually move so fast. It's really impressive. You are playing with me. Clearly, you could quickly catch up to me with all your strength. But you are deliberately maintaining the same speed as me to toy with me. XuanYuan coldly stared at Yujita. Don't say that. Isn't it interesting to chase slowly? Continuing to chase like this really tests endurance. And if I used full strength to chase you, it would be very tiring, and that wouldn't be fun, right? Yujita said nonchalantly, as if chasing XuanYuan was just a game. You are too confident. Are you so sure that catching up to me means you could defeat me? XuanYuan looked at the indifferent Yujita, feeling very angry. But he still maintained his calm and asked because he sensed that the man in the white suit before him was very strong, definitely not weaker than himself. No, you are mistaken. I don't want to defeat you, but to capture you alive. Yujita shook his finger, as if capturing XuanYuan was a very simple task. Since you are so confident, then come on. XuanYuan coldly said, while holding the giant axe he found in the Huaxia ship's weapon warehouse, in his current form. Using a weapon like a giant axe was the most suitable. No rush. I have a few questions I want to ask you. After the fight, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to talk, so it's better to ask now. Yujita said seriously, waving his hand. What? I didn't expect Yujita to say such a nonsensical thing, and XuanYuan was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and said, You can ask questions, but you also have to answer mine. Okay, 1 question each is the most interesting. To show my sincerity, I'll let you ask first, Yujita said with a smile. Then thank you. What is your name, which agency do you belong to, and how do you have such strong power? XuanYuan asked as he looked at Yujita. Hee. Those are 3 questions. Greed is not good, but I'm very generous and can tell you all. Yujita seriously looked at XuanYuan and said, "My name is Yujita, Creed Yujita, belonging to the world government. As for what agency, that's a secret. As for why I have such strong power, it's simple. Hard work and talent lead to this kind of strength." What kind of answer is that? You just told me his name. However, that's enough. A guy belonging to a special agency of the world government definitely wouldn't disclose his background. XuanYuan thought to himself. Now it's my turn to ask you. Who are you? Which organization do you belong to? Why do you have such strong power? And what are you doing in Tsukumo? Yujita asked. Hearing Yujita ask almost the same questions, XuanYuan first gave a smile, and then looked seriously at Yujita. My name is a bit complicated, so I don't want to say it. As for which organization I belong to, well, I belong to my own family. My strength is the same as yours, derived from training and talent. And as for the last question, you asked too much. I'm not as generous as you, so I want to say, damn you guy. Yujita looked at XuanYuan angrily. This kid was too inconsiderate. At least he should tell him his name, but this kid didn't even tell him his name. Don't be angry. You came to play a game, right? Since it's a game, you have to be able to win and lose. It seems you're not mature enough. You lost this game. XuanYuan smiled at the furious Yujita. Seeing himself being toyed with by the big man in front of him, Yujita's expression was no longer as casual as before. He coldly said, "Sai, this isn't fun. Since you don't want to play with me properly, I'll have no choice but to take you down and find some other interesting guys." Conceited. Do you really think you're stronger than me? XuanYuan said disdainfully as he swung the giant axe towards the ground. Suddenly, a powerful wave of slashing energy surged towards Yujita from the cracked ground. The power was great, but the swing was too slow. Yujita calmly watched XuanYuan's attack. The moment he lifted the axe, he quickly moved, effortlessly dodging the slashing wave as soon as it was unleashed. So fast. Watching Yujita's movements, XuanYuan was secretly shocked. His speed was incredible, even comparable to XuanYuan after he had enhanced his speed. Being surprised didn't stop XuanYuan's actions. One missed swing turned into a powerful kick, sending out another strong wave of slashing energy. That's the Gale Foot. Seeing the slashing wave kicked out by XuanYuan, Yujita was also taken aback. After dodging XuanYuan's attack again, he looked at XuanYuan and asked, "How do you know Naval 6 styles? Who exactly are you?" Still playing the QA game? Sorry, I'm not interested anymore. XuanYuan said to Yujita with a faint smile. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. I'll make you talk my way. Yujita was unbothered by XuanYuan's lack of cooperation. He had completely adjusted his mindset, knowing that XuanYuan was deliberately trying to provoke him and wouldn't he fall for it so easily. Since you can use Gale Foot, can you handle this move? Yujita lightly leapt into the air. When he reached above XuanYuan, his body spun quickly, and both feet kicked towards XuanYuan rapidly. Gale Foot. Storm Slash. The multiple waves of slashing energy Yujita kicked out surprisingly gathered into a terrifying whirlwind of slashing energy rushing towards XuanYuan. What? Gale Foot can actually enhance this technique. XuanYuan was greatly surprised by the move Yujita executed. Although he was also quite familiar with Gale Foot and had comprehended some techniques based on his talent, he knew that he definitely couldn't match the power of Yujita's move. Damn, is his understanding of Gale Foot even above mine? The world government is indeed formidable, with many hidden masters. XuanYuan thought coldly as his leather jacket suddenly turned black. Power enhancement, Gale Foot, great slash. XuanYuan shouted coldly, forcefully kicking out the strongest wave of slashing energy he had unleashed so far. Knowing that if he acted recklessly, even if he used Gale Foot at maximum speed, he still wouldn't be able to match Yujita's move. It was better to unleash his strongest kick. Perhaps he could break through Yujita's attack. The color of the leather actually changed. Yujita was taken aback by this transformation of XuanYuan. Boom! The powerful wave of slashing energy kicked out by XuanYuan collided with Yujita's whirlwind of slashing energy. However, XuanYuan's attack only scattered the whirlwind slightly, while most of the slashing waves still came rushing towards him. Iron Block, just... XuanYuan quickly used the defensive ultimate move from the Naval 6 styles, while also employing armament hockey to enhance his strength. Just as XuanYuan completed all of this, the slashing waves struck him fully. Even with his defense, the numerous waves of slashing energy caused him great pain, making him feel a sweet taste rising in his throat. After his fur turned black, his attack power greatly increased, but his speed decreased. This ability seemed familiar. Could it be? Yujita recalled something, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Kid, are you Monkey D, XuanYuan? Yujita asked XuanYuan, who was wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. So what if I am, and what if I'm not? XuanYuan, though deeply shocked that the other person recognized him so quickly, still maintained his expression, asking indifferently. Although XuanYuan didn't admit it, based on his barely noticeable tremor earlier, Yujita was sure of the person's identity. His battle intent immediately vanished, and he smiled slightly. XuanYuan, how did you change your appearance so thoroughly? Are you so sure I'm XuanYuan? XuanYuan was curious as to why the other party was so easily convinced of his identity, but he wouldn't admit it until everything was clarified. All right, there's no need to pretend. I've read a lot about you, little junior brother, Yujita said casually. Little junior brother? I don't understand what you're talking about. Not comprehending what this guy meant, XuanYuan still asked indifferently, neither admitting nor denying. Monkey D, XuanYuan, the direct disciple of Lord Ironbone, wanted to uphold Lord Ironbone's dignity by eliminating all the celestial dragons and was subsequently wanted by the world government. He then established the Huaxia Empire. Am I right, little junior brother? Yujita said lightly, revealing XuanYuan's past while taking something out from his bosom. You are. Seeing what Yujita was holding, XuanYuan was also stunned, for it was a badge, a personal badge that originally belonged to their S6. XuanYuan also had one, but he had given it to Ace and Sabo when they first set out to sea. He didn't know where it was now. That's right. I'm also a member of S6, but I joined S6 much earlier than you, probably only after your grandfather, Monkey D. Garp is part of the second batch. So calling you little junior brother is indeed correct, Yujita said with a faint smile, while handing the badge to XuanYuan to dispel his doubts. Yujita senior brother. After seriously examining the badge, XuanYuan no longer doubted him and looked at Yujita earnestly, while also deactivating his devil fruit state, returning to his usual form. Seeing XuanYuan gradually return to his normal self, the now middle-aged Yujita laughed like a child. Such an interesting ability, little junior brother. You truly are as amazing as Lord Ironbone said. Yujita senior brother, you're overpraising me. By the way, how did you end up here? Is it an order from the world government? XuanYuan asked Yujita knowingly. Little junior brother, there's no need to pretend in front of me. We are both S6 members. We're on the same side. The reason we are here should be the same, right? It's because of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Yujita knew that XuanYuan still had some reservations about him and took out a din mushy from his pocket. Yujita senior brother, what are you doing? Seeing Yujita's sudden action, XuanYuan's previously easing guard was raised again. Don't worry. You'll understand soon. Yujita smiled faintly, and his smile temporarily made XuanYuan trust his actions. Hello. Yujita, what's the matter? A voice that XuanYuan was very familiar with came from the other end of the din mushy. It was none other than his mentor, the former head of S6, Ironbone. Lord Ironbone, I found the little junior brother, but he's quite guarded, so you should talk to him to avoid him being wary of me, Yujita said casually. Little junior brother, have you met XuanYuan and the others? Ironbone's voice suddenly became excited. Little junior brother, you can talk to Lord Ironbone yourself. I believe this voice is the most familiar to you. Yujita smiled slightly and handed the phone bug to XuanYuan. Master, are you okay? XuanYuan said excitedly into the phone bug. XuanYuan, it's really you. How did you meet your brother Yujita? Did you run to Sakomo? Are you all right? Hearing XuanYuan's voice, Tiegu looked very happy, but immediately became concerned about XuanYuan's situation. XuanYuan felt warmth in his heart and quickly replied, Master, I'm fine. I'm in Sakomo now. There are some things I must do. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. You child, why didn't you tell me in advance? Sigh. Now, you are with your brother Yujita and them. Listen to them, don't worry. They will protect you. Tiegu said seriously. I understand, Master. XuanYuan replied earnestly. Don't worry. Lord Tiegu, I will protect the little junior brother well. Yujita also said seriously to the phone bug. All right, the situation over there should be quite special, so I won't teach after long. Yujita, take good care of your little junior brother. Do everything you can to help and protect him. This is the task for you senior brothers. Tiegu said seriously. Okay, I know, Lord Tiegu. We will take good care of the little junior brother. You can rest assured. Yujita put away his carefree demeanor and said seriously. That's good. Report to me at any time, and let me know if you need anything. After Tiegu's serious reminder, he hung up the phone bug. Little junior brother. How is it? Do you trust me now? No need to hide anything from me. Yujita smiled slightly at XuanYuan. Sorry, brother Yujita. I was too suspicious. XuanYuan apologized. Boom. At that moment, a black shockwave suddenly appeared in the distance, causing a powerful explosion. XuanYuan and Yujita immediately sensed two powerful forces fighting. That feeling is Noah. Brother Yujita, who is fighting Noah. XuanYuan instantly sensed the powerful force from Noah's side and asked anxiously, "Is that feeling from little junior brother Noah? This is bad. He's being pursued by Basta. If little junior brother Noah is disguised like you and Basta doesn't recognize him, it's very likely that he will be seriously injured or killed. We must hurry to stop this." Yujita quickly came to his senses and ran towards the distance at high speed. XuanYuan was also shocked. Putting on a layer of white leather armor, his speed increased. Following Yujita as they rushed towards Noah's direction, two beams of light racing ahead. Damn, this guy's strength is beyond my expectations. Forget about using 80 of his power. Even with Sakura Snow in hand, I might not be able to beat him. Noah was astonished as Basta shattered the giant axe in his hand, staring at Basta in surprise. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you here? And what is your purpose?" Basta, dressed in a black suit, coldly looked down at Noah from a height. Like the Grim Reaper, a breath of death assaulting Noah. Damn it! Noah was not affected by Basta's aura, roaring as he accelerated towards him. You overestimate yourself." Seeing Noah charge at him, Basta snorted coldly, bringing his hands together. "Take this, 10 fingers extinguish the earth." Basta's arms and fingers trembled, releasing 10 small yet powerful shockwaves towards Noah. This is an upgraded version of a Navy 6 Forms finger gun. How high is this guy's understanding of the finger gun? Noah was directly blown away by Basta's instantaneous attack, numerous wounds appearing on his body. However, Noah was even more amazed by Basta's move. Although his own understanding of the finger gun was not at this level yet, during S6, he had seen the instructor demonstrate this move when teaching them the Navy 6 Forms finger gun. Although there were slight differences, it was generally similar, which meant that this guy's understanding of the Navy 6 Forms was not inferior to that of the S6 instructor, and the slight differences were just personal interpretations. "Now tell me, who exactly are you?" Seeing Noah able to stand after being hit by his move, Basta was slightly shocked but still asked coldly, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What organization do you belong to, and how come you understand the Navy 6 Forms so well?" Noah said coldly, looking at Basta, "You actually know the Navy 6 Forms? That's too dangerous. Go die. 10 fingers extinguish the earth." After hearing Noah's words, Basta actually used his ultimate move against him again. "Go die. 10 fingers extinguish the earth." Basta unleashed his killing move against Noah, whom he sensed as having great potential danger, with 10 small shockwaves attacking him again. Remember, our disguise is just to prevent others from recognizing us, but when real danger arises, we must use all our strength. I hope for the confidentiality of this operation, but I absolutely do not want to lose any brother or have any brother get hurt. At that moment, Noah recalled XuanYuan's instructions before landing, so he steadied his heart, quickly gripping the Sakura Snow hidden behind his back. Sakura dance. With Sakura Snow in hand, Noah felt a surge of information and immediately unleashed his ultimate move, spinning his body rapidly. Although Basta launched 10 shockwaves at close range, he managed to dodge or block them effectively. What? I feel like I've seen this move somewhere. Basta was also shocked watching Noah use this move, but while he was still pondering, Noah quickly pulled him back. "You don't have time to think about anything else now." Seeing Basta distracted, Noah naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip away, charging towards him quickly. He had already used Sakura's Snow, and if Basta got away, XuanYuan's plan would fail, which Noah absolutely would not allow. The highest essence of shave, instant. Noah's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body disappeared, moving rapidly around Basta, occasionally attacking Basta with Sakura Snow, making it seem as if Basta was surrounded by a tornado made of Sakura Snow. This is a move that can only be mastered when one reaches a certain level of understanding of Shaven the Navy 6 Forms. He has learned the Navy 6 Forms. Basta looked at Noah's movements and was once again surprised, but Noah did not give him much time to think. 10 blades breaking the snow. Noah suddenly attacked Basta from 10 different directions, making it seem as if there were 10 Noahs, but experts knew that only one was the real Noah, and the others were just his afterimages, but the speed was so fast that there was no time to judge. Raging foot, great Joe cut. Seeing Noah attack from different angles, Basta found it hard to evade and quickly spun his body, kicking out a circle of slashing waves that collided with Noah's attack. Bang! Noah's Sakura Snow collided with Basta's slashing wave. Although it was a tie, the powerful rebound still sent Noah flying backward. "Are you okay?" Just as Noah was flying backward, he suddenly felt himself crash into something, followed by a familiar greeting. "XuanYuan." Noah looked in surprise at the person who caught him. and it was XuanYuan, who had returned to his normal appearance. Basta stopped. At the moment XuanYuan caught Noah, Yujita also arrived in front of Basta to stop his impending attack. You idiot, we almost caused a major disaster this time. They are junior brother XuanYuan and junior brother Noah. If you make a move against them, Lord Taiyegigu will tear you to shreds. Yujita coldly said to Basta. So it's junior brothers XuanYuan and Noah. No wonder he used the Navy's 6 forms and that familiar sword. It's Sakura's snow. Basta, realizing the situation, quickly rushed towards Noah, and Yujita followed. Junior brother Noah, are you okay? Earlier, I didn't know and hit you too hard. Are you alright? Basta asked anxiously when he reached Noah. What on earth is going on here? Noah suddenly found himself confused about the situation. What junior brother? Let me explain. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the dazed Noah and began to explain the current situation to him. So that's how it is. If I had known, I wouldn't have run so desperately. Basta, you really made me tired chasing you, Noah said, rubbing his feet. If you hadn't run so desperately, you might have been killed. Basta laughed casually. Who says? You might not even be able to beat me, Noah said seriously. Ha, you little junior brothers are the strongest. All right, Basta said, patting Noah's head. Okay, we can't stay here too long. In this operation, only the 2 of us are former members of S6. Now we need to get junior brother XuanYuan and junior brother Noah to a safe place. If they're discovered by others, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Yujita said seriously, putting away his usual carefree demeanor while handling XuanYuan's matter. That's right. Our pursuit of XuanYuan earlier has already caused quite a stir. It seems we need to speed up our next actions. Basta nodded seriously. Wait, brothers, we still have 2 companions. We must find them before we act together. XuanYuan said seriously to the departing Yujita and Basta. Right, I almost forgot. You came as a group of 4, and you split up to run in different directions. Basta realized and nodded. Let's go find your companions. No time to waste. Boom. Just as the 4 were about to set off to find Enelu and Buggy, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the distance. The 4 quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a massive explosion, immediately causing widespread chaos. As if a great battle was taking place there, this large-scale chaos. Could it be that Enelu and the others have encountered enemies? Noah said worriedly. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, XuanYuan ran towards the distance, and Noah and the others immediately followed. Boom, boom, boom. As XuanYuan and the others rushed towards the chaotic area, the sound of explosions continued. Is it Enelu or Buggy? They are hiding their presence. I can't sense who it is. XuanYuan used his observation haki to sense the area, feeling that someone was fighting in the distance but unable to determine who it was. And he had to speed up again. Who is that person? When they arrived at the chaotic area, they saw a cloaked figure surrounded by a group of soldiers. Yet the surrounded person seemed completely unfazed, moving neither too fast nor too slow, easily dodging every attack. Then he casually waved his hand at the attacking soldiers, sending a burst of light towards them, knocking them away with an explosion. Impressive, he is using observation haki to completely predict the soldiers' attacks, easily dodging and then using armament haki to attack their weak points for maximum damage. Noah said in amazement as he watched the figure's movements. That guy is Rascal Carlos, a Revolutionary Army officer who came to this country with Dragon. Yujita said seriously while looking at the cloaked figure. He is a Revolutionary Army officer. Great. Hearing Yujita's words, XuanYuan was very happy because finding an officer meant they could find clues about Dragon. Yujita, should we help? Basta asked Yujita as the soldiers of the world government were about to be defeated. After all, capturing the Revolutionary Army was the reason they were sent by the 5 elders. Basta, don't make a move against him. He is my ally. XuanYuan quickly intervened when he saw Basta about to act. Ally? Junior brother XuanYuan, you are allies with the Revolutionary Army? Basta was somewhat surprised. You idiot. Do you not know? The Huaxia Empire that junior brother XuanYuan established is meant to overthrow the world government. Of course, he is allies with the Revolutionary Army. If you go after the Revolutionary Army, aren't you opposing junior brother XuanYuan? Yujita rolled his eyes at Basta. But taking down the Revolutionary Army is the 5 elders' order. Basta scratched his head awkwardly. He felt conflicted. While he didn't mind protecting XuanYuan and his group, the 5 elders had specifically ordered them to eliminate the Revolutionary Army. And now he couldn't act, leaving him in a dilemma. I don't care about the 5 elders. All my skills were given to me by Lord Taiyegigu. Basta, don't forget who gave you your current status. If you stand on the side of the 5 elders and oppose Lord Taiyegigu, I will consider you no brother. When it comes to a fight, I will definitely not hold back. Yujita said seriously, looking at Basta to make his stance clear. I didn't say I wanted to oppose Lord Taegyugu. Why are you so worked up? I was also trained by Lord Taegyugu and will always stand by him. That won't change, so don't worry. Basta said seriously. I'm just afraid you'll forget who you are. Yujita replied, returning to his carefree demeanor after hearing Basta's words. Seeing the interaction between Yujita and Basta, XuanYuan felt very happy. After all, no matter what, they were still on his master's side. Even though they had already graduated and were now following the orders of the five elders, they still remembered who they were, which made XuanYuan more determined to treat these two as his true senior brothers. Meanwhile, while XuanYuan was talking with Basta and Yujita, the Revolutionary Army officer Rascal Carlos had already defeated all the soldiers surrounding him and was preparing to leave. He is leaving. Yujita, let's follow him. I still need to find Dragon. Noah, you and Brother Basta go find Inalu and Buggy, and then follow Brother Basta's arrangements to a safe place and wait for us to return. XuanYuan immediately announced the current course of action based on the situation. Noah smiled slightly and went to execute the plan, while Yujita and Basta, seeing XuanYuan's naturally commanding aura, also smiled slightly and followed his instructions. Truly worthy of being someone Lord Taegyugu values, he is indeed remarkable and natural leader. Lord Taegyugu, you have a promising successor. He will definitely achieve his dream and establish his ideal kingdom. Yujita followed closely behind XuanYuan, feeling a sense of security enveloping him, as if there was nothing they couldn't accomplish by following this man who was much younger than him. Hey, wait a minute. XuanYuan called out after he and Yujita had followed Carlos to a relatively concealed location. Huh. Carlos heard the voice and immediately stopped, turning to look at XuanYuan and Yujita with a wary expression. He had been moving at a considerable speed earlier, and the fact that these two could follow him at that pace without being detected meant they were undoubtedly two experts on par with him. Carlos coldly thought as he watched XuanYuan and Yujita approach. Carlos, right? Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I'm Monkey D. XuanYuan, your ally. I'm here to help you. Where's Mr. Long? XuanYuan quickly explained to the wary Carlos. Monkey D. XuanYuan, you're the leader of the Huaxia Empire. Mr. XuanYuan? Carlos asked indifferently. That's right. I am XuanYuan. You recognize me, right? I rushed here upon receiving intelligence about your danger. Where's Mr. Long? Is he okay? Take me to him. XuanYuan nodded earnestly, knowing that things would be much simpler now that the other party recognized him. Sorry, I've only heard of you, but have never seen your photo. Carlos replied coldly. Suddenly, his expression changed as he waved his hand at XuanYuan, launching an attack imbued with armed color hockey. What? XuanYuan was momentarily stunned when he saw the powerful shockwave of armed color hockey rushing towards him, but his rich combat experience allowed him to react quickly. He swiftly turned his body to dodge the attack, which grazed his clothes and left a tear. As for Yujita, who was behind XuanYuan, he had never fully trusted Carlos and was at a greater distance, so he easily avoided the attack as well. What are you doing? XuanYuan yelled at the suddenly attacking Carlos. Didn't this guy recognize him? Why was he still attacking? I don't know Monkey D. XuanYuan, but I certainly know that white ghost Yujita behind you. You government dogs dare to impersonate Mr. XuanYuan, so die, Carlos coldly said, and two curved knives appeared in his hands as he charged at the two. Wait, it's not what you think. Although Brother Yujita is with the world government, that's just on the surface. He is actually my senior brother and not an enemy. He won't bring you any danger this time, XuanYuan said seriously after dodging Carlos's attack with Yujita. You better have a good explanation. Carlos scoffed, jumping into the air and spinning his body, forming a powerful slashing wave aimed at XuanYuan. Seriously, XuanYuan felt a headache coming on as Carlos's stubbornness was infuriating. He quickly drew his Minghong knife to block the incoming slashing wave. Listen to me. If I weren't the real Monkey D. XuanYuan, how would I know about the agreement between our Huaxia Empire and Mr. Long? Who knows how your world government found out about it? Now you send someone to impersonate him. This trick won't work, Carlos coldly replied, engaging in a fierce battle with XuanYuan. Really? XuanYuan felt a strong headache, unsure how to explain things to this guy. And Carlos's strength was formidable. It was exhausting to defend against his attacks while trying to think. Little junior brother, I'll help you. Seeing XuanYuan struggling against Carlos, Yujita rushed forward to assist. Brother Yujita, don't be impulsive. I have a plan. XuanYuan quickly stopped him, knowing that if Yujita joined the battle, he would never be able to explain things clearly. A bit of backbone, huh? You don't want help, then go die, Carlos coldly said, intensifying his attacks. Clang. Carlos, initially preparing to attack XuanYuan with all his might, found his dual knives blocked by XuanYuan's Minghong knife. I believe once you see this move, you'll recognize my identity. What? Carlos was puzzled by XuanYuan's sudden declaration when he noticed the Minghong knife flashing with a hint of red light. One slash of the Minghong, XuanYuan said calmly, and the Minghong knife emitted a dazzling red light. Carlos felt a bright flash before an overwhelming force knocked him away. Is that the true strength of my little junior brother? It seems I underestimated him. Yujita thought to himself as he watched XuanYuan unleash this move. That was one slash of the Minghong, Mr. XuanYuan's ultimate move. Carlos said, getting back up from the ground. That's right. It's the ultimate move I performed in collaboration with my good partner, the Minghong knife. However, I had previously minimized my strength just to show you my identity. You weren't hurt, were you? XuanYuan said lightly, looking at Carlos. So it really is Mr. XuanYuan. But how come you're together with the government's lackey, White Ghost Yujita? Carlos asked, now confirming XuanYuan's identity, but puzzled. I told you, Brother Yujita is only with the world government on the surface. He's actually one of us. Don't worry, XuanYuan said earnestly. Hearing XuanYuan's firm words, Carlos reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, can you now tell me where Mr. Long is? I need to see him, XuanYuan asked seriously. Mr. Long is in a concealed location working on a way to defeat all personnel of the world government. I was out buying supplies when I accidentally got discovered. Carlos replied seriously. Huh. Under such circumstances, Mr. Long hasn't considered retreating and is still here thinking of how to resist? XuanYuan looked at Carlos in astonishment, knowing they had only a few Revolutionary Army members with them this time. To be precise, including Mr. Long, we are currently a total of 4. Carlos said lightly. Don't you know how many troops the government has deployed? It would be wise to retreat while they haven't discovered you. XuanYuan felt speechless towards him. We know. We told Mr. Long that since we fell into the enemy's trap, we should retreat. Carlos recalled the situation at the time, but Mr. Long had said they could turn the situation around and use this crisis to create opportunities. If they could defeat the world government under such unfavorable circumstances, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the world government in all aspects, and the reputation of our Revolutionary Army would greatly improve, making it much easier to spark revolutions in other countries in the future. What? To strike the enemy's morale while boosting your own? XuanYuan was speechless at Long's approach, looking at Carlos. So you all agree with this? No one opposes it? We execute Mr. Long's decisions 100%. Carlos responded seriously. XuanYuan momentarily didn't know what to say to these guys. Was it loyalty or just a lack of sense? XuanYuan and Yujita, under the guidance of Carlos, arrived at a very concealed house. After a quick glance, XuanYuan noticed the peculiarities of this place. The view was wide, and the range visible from inside the house was quite large, with almost no blind spots. However, from the outside, one had to be within 10 meters to notice the house, making its concealment almost terrifying. XuanYuan, what brings you here? As Carlos entered the room, XuanYuan saw his ally, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long was equally shocked to see XuanYuan and quickly stood up from his chair to ask, what brings you here? Isn't it because of you? You should have contacted the base when you realized you were trapped and temporarily couldn't go back. Do you know how worried Ivan and the others were when you suddenly went missing? As a leader, how can you act like this? XuanYuan said with dissatisfaction. Haha, sorry about that. I want to notify you, but as you can see, we are completely surrounded by the world government, and I can't send out any signals. Long laughed casually, making it hard to imagine that the man with such a dominating presence would have such a friendly smile. This guy is the Revolutionary Army leader, Long, who has always been a headache for the world government. Yujita couldn't believe his eyes looking at Long. That's right. I'm the Long who gives the world government headaches. Not only will I make them suffer, but I also aim to overthrow them. I wonder if Mr. Yujita, known as the White Ghost, has any questions for me? Long's hearing was exceptionally developed, and Yujita's words certainly did not escape his ears. He found it strange that a top figure of the world government would come to him, but since he was brought by XuanYuan, he didn't ask directly. I'm just a bit curious that the infamous Long would have such a smile. Yujita said lightly. We in the Revolutionary Army are normal people, not monsters, so we can smile. It's just that your decaying world government has vilified us, thinking we are the embodiment of evil. Long said lightly. That's right. Senior brother Yujita, the Revolutionary Army is fundamentally different from what the world government propagates. We are a group of ambitious youths dissatisfied with this corrupt government, determined to overthrow it. XuanYuan said seriously to Yujita. That's not it. Even the little junior brother is doing what the Revolutionary Army does now. Don't worry, I have no prejudice against the Revolutionary Army. Yujita chuckled as he patted XuanYuan's head. Haha, I certainly know what kind of person my senior brother is. XuanYuan smiled happily and then looked at Long. Yujita is my senior brother. Although he appears to be from the world government on the surface, you can rest assured that he is on our side. Haha, I absolutely trust your senior brother. XuanYuan. Long nodded and extended his hand to Yujita. Welcome, Mr. Yujita. Long, are you really planning to defeat all the world government personnel here? XuanYuan, Long, and Yujita entered a room to discuss their next actions. Haha, what other choice do I have? Do you think I have another route? Long asked XuanYuan lightly. Of course you have a choice. You could escape. Although the world government has sent many people this time, isn't having fewer people on your side also an advantage? If you want to run with your strength, you should be able to get away. XuanYuan said helplessly as he looked at Long. Haha. If I escape, then without a doubt, it will play into the world government's hands, as it would mean the revolutionary army is afraid of them. Our reputation would suffer a huge blow, while the world government's reputation would rise. So I absolutely cannot run. This is a gamble. If I win, it can bring huge benefits to the revolutionary army, but if I lose, the price will be enormous. Therefore, I can't afford to lose, and I won't lose. Long said seriously. After hearing Long's words, XuanYuan realized that he had previously thought it was a mistake to advise Long to escape, as both the revolutionary army and the Huaxia Empire could not afford to lose their prestige at this moment. Therefore, they must not escape. If the world government wants war, they must fight, even if they are outmatched. XuanYuan patted Long's shoulder seriously and said, Haha, since it's such an interesting gamble, how can I not participate? Let's have a good gamble together. Little junior brother, do you want to participate too? Don't you know how many world government personnel are gathered here now? I tell you, there are 5 naval vice admirals alone, plus other government forces. To be honest, you have no hope of winning. Yujita quickly intervened to stop XuanYuan, who was about to join Long in battle. Haha, senior brother, no matter how strong the opponent is, we must participate in the battle. As Long said, we can't afford to lose, and we can't escape now. Since the other side wants war, how can we fear battle? XuanYuan said seriously, exuding an overwhelming aura, and the Minghong Dao sensed XuanYuan's fighting spirit, emitting a low hum as if in agreement. Haha, indeed, this is my ally. Monkey D, XuanYuan. With such a friend, what more could I ask for? Long nodded in satisfaction at the momentum displayed by XuanYuan. This, not to mention Long. Even Yujita was influenced by XuanYuan's aura, feeling the urge to persuade him but unable to speak. Forget it, no matter what. It's worth it to indulge this little junior brother once. Yujita thought to himself. After a while, after Yujita contacted Basta using a special snail phone, Basta brought Noah, Enel, and Buggy to the Revolutionary Army's secret base. Haha, now that everyone is here, no matter how strong the enemy is, we can still defeat them. XuanYuan looked at the gathered crowd, and his confidence soared. Mr. Yujita, Mr. Basta, you are back. How did it go with the people you were pursuing? As Yujita and Basta returned to the temporary base of the world government, the guards immediately saluted respectfully. The boring game has been dealt with. Yujita coldly glanced at them and walked inside, while Basta followed behind without acknowledging the guards. You idiot! Do you think Mr. Yujita would make a mistake with the people they went after? Why are you asking such random questions? Another guard shouted angrily at him. Yujita, are we really going to do this? I feel a bit. After entering a room with Yujita, Basta said with some difficulty. Since we've made up our minds, why are there so many unnecessary words? When did you become so long-winded? I remember you were quite straightforward. Yujita said, dissatisfiedly as he looked at Basta. Sai, this is a big decision. Just like little junior brother XuanYuan said, they're making a huge gamble. And aren't we too? Basta said seriously. Haha, even if it's a gamble, so what? We've spent too long and boring days during our time in the world government, which made us lose our passion. Following little junior brother XuanYuan, I've returned to the days we had in S6. So, don't you want to live those days again? Yujita asked Basta seriously. Haha, how can I not want to? Among the brothers who came out of S6, who isn't brave? I'm just a bit unaccustomed right now, but I'm fine now. Basta said seriously after hearing Yujita's words, his eyes filled with confidence once again. Haha, that's good. Then let's start the action. Yujita said with a mischievous smile to Basta. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the world of Sycamore, all the telephone worms used by the world government suddenly malfunctioned, emitting nothing but noise, and the headquarters of the world government immediately lost all contact with the island. What on earth is going on? All the government personnel in Sycamore panicked, creating a chaotic situation. How is this possible? Could it be that the Revolutionary Army has begun a counterattack and destroyed the main signal of the telephone worms that connect this island to the outside world? But there are heavy troops guarding it. How could they possibly infiltrate without a sound? A middle-aged general named SARS quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, shouting, "Everyone, follow me to the telephone worm central station." Yes, all the Navy and other personnel present snapped back to reality at SARS's command and ran towards the telephone worm central station. Hee. I didn't expect the guards here to be so easy. It seems the world government is really decaying, not knowing how to protect its important locations. At the telephone worm central station, Yujita brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled faintly. It's not that the guards here are weak. It's that you're too abnormal, coming in with a big move and directly leveling this place. Basta said beside him, watching Yujita. Indeed, as he said. Yujita and Basta easily accessed the telephone worm central station because of their positions, and as soon as they entered, Yujita unleashed a powerful kick, completely destroying the place. Hee. Mainly because this matter was supposed to be a quick battle. It's not even fun. Let us leave here quickly to avoid trouble if we get discovered later. Yujita said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Hee. Let us go. Our mission is complete. Next, let us be spectators and watch the performance of junior brother XuanYuan and the others. Basta chuckled casually, and the two quickly left the crime scene. Accept your punishment, Thunder Dragon descends. In the square of Sycamore, a figure surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared above the many government personnel. With his roar, the originally calm sky was suddenly filled with countless lightning bolts that began to gather together, forming the shape of thunder dragons. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 thunder dragons. This is the Thunder Dragon. He is the lightning demon. Enel. I've seen him fight at the Navy headquarters. A Navy soldier screamed, looking at Enel unleashing the thunder dragons in the sky. He wouldn't forget that at the Navy headquarters, he fought evenly with the Navy Admiral, Kizuru, leaving a deep impression on them, making it impossible for them to forget that demon-like figure who could summon countless lightning bolts to take your life with a mere wave of his hand. Since you've recognized me, you can't be allowed to live. Go, Thunder Dragon, destroy the world. Enel waved his hand at the many government personnel, and the 9 thunder dragons charged toward the crowd. The reason XuanYuan destroyed all the telephone worm central stations was that they had to completely expose their identities to engage in battle, using all their strength to eliminate all government personnel in Sycamore without leaving any survivors, thus making their appearance a secret. What? Enel from the Huaxia Empire is also participating in the battle? How did the Huaxia Empire get involved with the Revolutionary Army? Are they allies now? Distant government personnel who were not struck by Enel's thunder dragons looked in astonishment at everything happening before them. Hee, congratulations, you got it right. Your reward is a one-way ticket to hell. A cold voice rang out among the crowd, a voice that seemed to come from hell, penetrating everyone's bodies and sending a chill down their spines. Turning quickly, they saw a handsome young man stroking a knife, smiling at them. Although he had a smile on his face, everyone felt it was like the call of the Grim Reaper. He is Noah, the ghost hand Noah who killed the entire celestial dragon family and is wanted along with Monkey D. XuanYuan for 500 million. A government personnel recognized Noah and screamed. He, not bad. You still remember me. There's a prize. Noah smiled slightly, and then his body disappeared before their eyes. Cherry blossoms danced wildly. As Noah's voice echoed again, a red figure suddenly appeared among the crowd, causing blood flowers to bloom wherever it passed. Besides Enel and Noah, 3 Revolutionary Army cadres led by Dragon were also engaged in fierce battles at 3 other locations where government personnel were gathered. It seems the world government didn't send any real experts this time. These guys have no coordination at all and are easily scattered by a casual hit. XuanYuan, Dragon, and Buggy smiled slightly as they watched their side achieve overwhelming victory from the top of a high-rise building. Didn't Yujita and the others say that although the world government sent many people this time, the strongest are him and Basta, along with the yet-to-appear Weilong? That Weilong seems to be the former head of CP9, promoted for outstanding performance, and is also the commander of this battle. As long as Dragon doesn't show up, he should be in command and 1 come out easily. The next are 5 Navy Vice Admirals, but these Vice Admirals are merely nominal. In the face of destructive attacks from Enel and Noah, they likely 1 hold up. Buggy said proudly. Buggy, I almost forgot to ask. Why aren't you going up to fight, but just playing around here? XuanYuan asked Buggy, who was full of himself. It's not like I have a large area killing move. I'll only act when a particularly strong expert shows up. Buggy said with an awkward smile. Knowing that Buggy didn't have any large area killing moves, XuanYuan stopped teasing him and turned to Dragon, asking, "What do you think our chances of winning in this battle are?" It's really hard to say. On the surface, although we have fewer people, everyone here is very powerful, each delivering devastating blows to the opponent. It seems like we might achieve victory in a short time, but until the very last moment of the battle, nothing is certain. Just like they said, that Weilong hasn't appeared yet, and I feel that the 5 Navy Vice Admirals haven't shown their full strength either. There are too many variables, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions too quickly. I brought you here to observe the battle so that we can respond as quickly as possible if the situation changes. Dragon said seriously. XuanYuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Dragon's analysis was indeed accurate. On the battlefield, it seemed that they had the upper hand, but XuanYuan knew that they were only eliminating the enemy's ordinary soldiers, just small fries. These guys are basically useless in battle, while Enel and the others can take down a large area with one big move. It is undoubtedly the real experts on both sides who will decide the outcome of this battle. In other words, whichever side experts win will belong to that side. The enemies we can currently identify are that guy named Long Wei and those 5 Navy Vice Admirals, while our side has a total of 7 combatants. Even if we don't count Yujita and Basta, which makes the combat power roughly equal. It's indeed a tough battle. XuanYuan analyzed seriously in his heart. Damn, we can't let it go on like this. Navy Vice Admiral Sars watched as his soldiers were easily slaughtered by the enemy and could no longer hold back. Shave! Sars roared and charged towards Noah, throwing a heavy punch at him as he effortlessly slaughtered the world government personnel. From the moment SAS roared, Noah felt his presence. By the time SAS reached behind him, Noah was already prepared. Saz's full-force strike only hit a phantom, and the shockwave generated by his powerful punch knocked down a large portion of the crowd in front. Hee, what a powerful strike, but a bit indiscriminate, Noah said coldly, while his ghostly movements allowed him to easily weave through the crowd, inflicting heavy damage on numerous enemies and making it impossible for Navy Vice Admiral SAS to deal with him. Damn it, all you get out of here. Staying together will only get you killed by him. SAS shouted angrily as he watched Noah darting around the crowd. Try and scatter? Not so easy. Noah grinned wickedly as he saw the crowd preparing to disperse. His speed increased again, surrounding all the government personnel, kicking back those who tried to escape, or taking them down with a knife. In any case, the remaining people were thrown into chaos, also serving to block Saz's sudden attacks. Damn it! Seeing Noah's actions, SAS wished he could rush forward and beat him into a pulp, but charging in now would only result in hitting his own subordinates. SAS, step back. Leave this guy to me. Just as SAS was stomping his feet in frustration, a cold voice sounded beside him. A blue figure rushed forward quickly. Vice Admiral Hamas. Be careful. Seeing the blue figure, SAS felt relieved. That guy was one of the 5 Navy Vice Admirals who had come along this time, Hamas. His strength was certainly on par with Saz's, but the two specialized in different areas. SAS excelled in power, while Hamas excelled in speed. To SAS, having Hamas deal with Noah was foolproof. So fast, Noah was surprised as he saw Hamas charging towards him and quickly raised his sword, Sakura's Snow, to block. A loud clang echoed as it collided with Hamas's sword. You're also using a sword, Noah said, slightly shocked to see that his opponent wielded a similar weapon. That's right, you re-ghost hand Noah, right? In the last battle at the Navy headquarters, you were able to fight to a standstill with the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Myhawk. As a swordsman, let me see if Myhawk went easy on you, Hamas said excitedly as he looked at Noah. All right, no problem. I will show you my full strength, provided you can hold out until then. Noah replied with a cold smile as he swung Sakura's Snow rapidly. Seeing that Hamas had engaged Noah and was holding him down, SAS seized the opportunity and threw a heavy punch at them. Hamas, get out of the way, SAS shouted as he threw the punch, sending a powerful shockwave toward the two. After years of tacit understanding with SAS, Hamas didn't even need to use observation hockey to sense what SAS was doing. He exerted force to pin Noah in place, while using the powerful rebound to launch himself into the air, dodging Saz's attack. What? Noah was taken aback to find that these 2 Navy Vice Admirals were cooperating so well. He had no time to dodge and could only block with his sword against his chest, but the immense force still sent him flying back several meters. It's not over yet. Just as Noah steadied himself, Hamas swung down with a powerful sword strike from the air. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Noah began to struggle. Buggy, go help Noah, XuanYuan said to Buggy, who was still standing idle nearby, as he saw Noah at a disadvantage. Not again. I just wanted to enjoy the show a bit longer, Buggy's lazy voice rang out. Although he sounded lazy, Buggy's movements were quick as he charged toward the still attacking SAS. Seeing Buggy rushing toward him, SAS was taken aback and prepared to defend, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. What? SAS looked down at his stomach and found a fist clad in a white glove striking him hard. Due to the speed and the small size of the fist, he had only noticed Buggy and failed to see the deadly hidden weapon. What the hell is going on? SAS couldn't understand how he had been hit by such a fist, but before he could regain his senses, he was already flying backward. In midair, he saw one of Buggy's fists disappearing. This guy is a devil fruit user. As SAS got up from the ground and prepared to attack, Buggy was already in front of him. You guessed right. Now, get ready for the feast I'm about to serve you, Buggy said coldly in front of SAS, as his fists moved away from his body, speeding around SAS like two bullets, leaving him dazzled and occasionally striking him. SAS could only groan in frustration. Damn it. Infuriated by Buggy's peculiar moves, SAS threw a full-force punch at Buggy without hesitation. But when Saza's punch landed on Buggy, he was stunned. His full-force punch created a large hole in Buggy's chest, yet Buggy looked unfazed, staring at him nonchalantly. I'm a splitter who ate the split fruit. Any physical attacks are ineffective against me. Buggy grinned wickedly, and what followed would be even more horrifying. As he spoke, Buggy's feet also detached from his body, and sharp blades appeared at his toes, while he held two daggers in his hands, enveloping SS like a storm. Ujita, Basuda, it seems you two must also take action, or we will lose this battle. The leader of this world government operation, Wei Long, looked at the battlefield where two of the 5 Navy vice admirals, SAS and Amos, were being held down by Noah and Buggy, while the remaining 3 vice admirals were being engaged one-on-one by the Revolutionary Army cadres, led by Long Inel, on the other hand, was rampantly eliminating world government personnel without any obstruction, putting the situation in a very unfavorable position for the world government. Wei Long turned to Ujita and Basuda, who were still in a relaxed state, watching the fight. We're not in a hurry. The old men, Gorisai, tasked us with dealing with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and that guy hasn't shown up yet. There's no need for us to take action against these guys. It's not even fun. We won't fight, Basuda said lazily, before Ujita interjected. Ujita, what kind of attitude is that? Is this still a time for you to be having fun? The enemy is already so rampant, and you're refusing to fight just because it's boring? Are you not a guardian of justice? You are not worthy of bearing justice. Wei Long, who had long been dissatisfied with Ujita's carefree demeanor, shouted angrily. Whether I'm worthy or not is not for you to decide. And what about your attitude? You're not even my superior, so why are you speaking to me in a commanding tone? Even the old men have never spoken to me like that. Who do you think you are? Ujita said coldly to Wei Long, his eyes filled with disdain. You. Wei Long clenched his fists, wanting to strike Ujita, but he held back, knowing that he was not Ujita's superior. Ujita and Basuda were sent specifically by the Gorisei to assist him, although they were supposed to assist. Their status was equal to his, and they even had a bit of an envoy feel to them. There was nothing he could do if these two refused to act. Wei Long, now is not the time to have a conflict with us. You should first deal with the situation of these waste materials in front of you. Otherwise, if you really face a total collapse, you won't be able to explain it later. As for us, if Dragon appears, we will naturally take action. If not, it depends on our mood, Bastard said to the angry Wei Long lightly. Of course, if you kneel down and beg us right now, we might consider helping you deal with these guys. Ujita said to Wei Long with a mischievous smile. You two just wait. After this matter is resolved, I will definitely report what you two have done to the 5 elders. Wei Long said, suppressing his anger as he looked at the two. If you want to report me to my senior brother, you probably won't have that opportunity. Suddenly, a cold voice appeared behind Wei Long. If you want to report me to my senior brother, you probably won't have that opportunity. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Wei Long. You are the leader of the Huaxia Empire, the wanted criminal with a bounty of 500 million. Monkey D. XuanYuan. Wei Long was not shocked at the sudden appearance of XuanYuan, still questioning him in a cold tone. No wonder you broke CP9, Wei Long. Just this calm demeanor makes many people unable to catch up. XuanYuan praised the calm Wei Long with applause. I should admire you, right? It's because of you that Ujita and Bastard have turned against you. Wei Long turned to look at XuanYuan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he had long known that the leader of the Huaxia Empire was a young person, he was still taken aback by XuanYuan's youthful appearance when he saw him in person. After all, it is hard to imagine that someone who has accomplished so much is just a young person who looks barely over 20. A person's age doesn't mean anything. You don't need to worry that I am an imposter. I am the real Monkey D. XuanYuan. XuanYuan saw the surprise in Wei Long's eyes and knew what he was surprised about, smiling lightly. Indeed, not simple. No wonder Yujita and Bastard turned against you for this. Wei Long was slightly startled when XuanYuan hit the nail on the head about his thoughts, but he quickly returned to normal, casually looking at the three, saying, "So, you three come together. Let me see how strong the legendary S6 really is." But it doesn't sound good to let it out that S6 likes to bully the weak. What did you say, you brat? I alone can let you know the power of S6. Daring to insult S6 is seeking death. Bastard could not stand Wei Long's disdainful tone and was the first to rush up to teach him a lesson. Don't get excited. Instead, Yujita and XuanYuan were not angry at Wei Long's contemptuous words. Yujita blocked Bastard away, saying, "Such a clumsy provocation is useless to us. Do you have anything fresher to say?" Seeing that Yujita still had that carefree demeanor, Wei Long felt a bit of headache. He had to admit that this kind of Yujita was difficult for him to control. He originally planned to provoke them to anger, hoping to have a glimmer of hope for himself. Otherwise, facing these three guys at once, even he had no confidence. However, Wei Long's face still showed no change, and he said lightly, "It seems that you don't care too much about the reputation of S6. As long as you die, there will be no impact on the reputation." XuanYuan coldly said as he took out the Minghong knife. One slash, Minghong. Gale foot, storm chaotic blades. Pointing gun, 10 fingers destroy the ground. This battle is over. Looking at the nearly all the personnel of the world government being eliminated, Long walked to XuanYuan's side and smiled slightly. "You brat didn't do anything in this battle from start to finish, so don't put on a tired look." XuanYuan glanced at Long lightly and said, Okay. This time the battle was your credit, right? How come you seem a bit unhappy?" Long curiously asked, noticing XuanYuan's strange expression. "How many enemies did we kill in this battle?" XuanYuan did not answer Long's question, but looked at him and asked back, This I haven't counted yet. Do you know?" Long awkwardly scratched his head and turned to the Revolutionary Army cadres accompanying him, as they usually counted the numbers. "This time we eliminated a total of 8,000 personnel from the world government, including the Supreme Commander Wei Long sent by the world government and 5 Navy Vice Admirals. Mr. XuanYuan, rest assured, no one escaped this time. The world government has lost face this time." Carlos proactively stepped forward and said, 8,000 people, which means we killed 8,000 people. Just saying the number doesn't mean much, but look, from here to where our sight can reach, it's all corpses. These people, although they are from the world government, are they all rotten and deserve to die? I suddenly feel like we're a bit like demons, XuanYuan said lightly. Although he had also slaughtered pirates and wiped out the entire Celestial Dragon clan, he knew that the opponents deserved to die. But this time, suddenly killing so many government personnel made him unsure if what he did was right or wrong. You don't need to think too much. What we need to do is to overthrow this corrupt world government. Some sacrifices are necessary in this process, perhaps among the personnel of the world government. There are a few who truly represent justice. However, for the sake of our dreams, they must sacrifice. This may seem a bit cruel, but reality is like this. If we want to change their fate, then we must fulfill our dreams, so that such tragedies will not happen. Long said seriously to XuanYuan. "That's right, XuanYuan. No matter what, I support you. Justice or evil, brothers accompany you." Noah said seriously as he walked to XuanYuan's side. "Exactly, we are also following you. So we naturally believe in you." Buggy and Enel looked at XuanYuan and smiled. That's right, little junior brother. Now we, your senior brothers, are also following you. So don't feel confused. We believe in the path you take." Yujita and Bastard also walked over and smiled. Looking at the people behind him who supported him, XuanYuan would no longer be confused, and the Minghong knife at his waist let out a low hum at this moment. "All right, let us overthrow this corrupt government and create our new era," XuanYuan said seriously to everyone. "Holy Land, Mariehua." The 5 elders looked coldly at Yujita and Bastard in front of them. "Don't you two have anything else to say?" The 3rd elder asked with a dark face. "What is there to say? Isn't it already clear?" "The process of this battle," Yujita said nonchalantly, still with a carefree attitude, looking at the 3rd elder's gloomy face. "Yujita, be more serious." The 3rd elder shouted angrily as he slammed the table. "It's no big deal not to talk. You agreed to let me be casual in your office, so don't go back on your word." Yujita muttered softly. For Yujita's demeanor, the 3rd elder really didn't know what to say. At first, He indeed agreed to let the strong Yujita be casual in his office to pull him to his side. You two, this time, due to the Sycamore incident, our personnel were almost completely wiped out. Just because you two brats returned safely, you won't explain? The second elder looked at Yujita coldly and asked. Yujita noticed the second elder staring at him and began to casually imitate movements while making sounds with his mouth. Basta almost laughed at the sight of this kid. All right, speak. The third elder knew that Yujita was targeting him, and the most tragic part was that he still had to yield, his face looking grim as he spoke. Huh. After getting permission, Yujita let out a sigh, as if he had expelled all his previous grievances, looking completely provocative, while the 5 elder stars all clenched their fists, wanting to rush over and beat him up. We acted according to your orders. If Yujita's previous disrespectful behavior had sparked the 5 elder stars' impulse to hit him, this statement completely enraged them. What nonsense are you talking about? When did we ever give you such an order? Our entire army has been wiped out, and you still have the nerve to complain. The 5th elder, who usually had the best temper, couldn't hold back this time and shouted at Yujita. You guys really have a bad memory. Yujita said lightly. It was you who said at the beginning to prioritize the dragon and chase it down at all costs, right? That's right, we said that. So what? What does that have to do with you not acting when you see us in crisis? The 3rd elder coldly replied. Because we saw the dragon at that time, and you know the dragon's strength. I naturally couldn't handle it alone, so I called Basta along. We were quite conflicted at that time, since we were at a disadvantage. Should we go kill the dragon, or help our side resist? Later, recalling your orders, we complied with your arrangements. So how could we be wrong? Yujita said with an innocent expression. Upon hearing Yujita's explanation, the 5 elder stars felt it made sense and had nothing more to say. They looked at Yujita and asked, so what about the dragon? You two went to chase it. What was the result? What could happen? It got away. Let me tell you, those guys in the intelligence department should be executed. A bunch of freeloaders, they had no information on that guy's abilities at all. Basta and I were chasing it, but who knew that guy's speed was so peculiar? We accelerated, and he accelerated too. We decelerated, and he decelerated. In short, he always maintained the same distance from us. In the end, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Yujita began to boast. But unlike the novice braggers like Usopp, this guy was describing it with gestures, even making Basta, who was standing beside him, almost believe that he really had chased the dragon with Yujita. You say that the dragon turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. The elder asked Yujita seriously. That's right, turned into a gust of wind, a faint green one. Yujita nodded confidently. Could this be the ability of his fruit? Is that why we can never catch him? The wind? The elder began to ponder. Then you should have returned to the battlefield immediately to help. The second elder said seriously. So we didn't catch the dragon, so we hurried back. Who knew that the island of Skomo was so big? By the time we caught up, our side had already been wiped out. There was still a low-ranking officer from the Revolutionary Army, and of course, we didn't let him go and directly eliminated him. However, the second elder should be told that the government personnel's combat power needs to be retrained. I don't know what the instructors have been doing lately, training such weak soldiers. I say it needs to be reorganized. After all, so many of them couldn't hold on for a moment. I find it embarrassing. I wouldn't save such people even if I had the chance. Yujita said seriously. That's not possible. This time they are all elite, and with Wei Long leading, even without your help, it shouldn't have been lost so quickly. The 4th elder shook his head in confusion. I don't know those soldiers, and I can't say how strong they are, but after that Wei Long, I have to say, his strength isn't that great. I don't know how he was promoted from CP9, who has such poor eyesight. Yujita said with great dissatisfaction. It seems our layout this time was somewhat flawed. Now I order that all combat personnel must be retested. We need real combat strength. The second elder said seriously. That's right, letting a bunch of useless people fight. It would be a miracle if they won. Yujita continued casually, feeling that he couldn't take any more of Yujita. The 3rd elder looked at Basta and asked, Basta, do you have anything to add? Basta, who had been seriously watching Yujita's performance, came back to his senses upon hearing the 3rd elder's words and said lightly, this guy has already said it all in such detail. What else do you want me to add? I'm not as colorful as he is. That's because your language skills are poor. Yujita laughed without paying attention to the occasion. All right, you two hurry and get out of here. The 3rd elder waved his hand helplessly, feeling that if these 2 clowns stayed any longer, they would definitely make him sick. You should have said so earlier. I'm tired of standing. Yujita might have felt that it wasn't enough to annoy the 5 elder stars, and as he was leaving, he even muttered under his breath. What do you think? After Yujita and Basta walked away, the elder opened his mouth and looked at the other elders. That kid needs to be managed properly. The third elder said seriously. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking if you think that little brat Yujita is lying. The elder rolled his eyes at the third elder and said seriously. That's impossible, boss. Although Yujita is a bit unruly, I don't think he would lie. The third elder said seriously, still very trusting of Yujita. Although Yujita was casual all day long, it was precisely because of this that he trusted him more. I think so too. That kid may not have manners, but his loyalty is beyond doubt. The fourth elder nodded seriously. We feel the same. The second and fifth elders also nodded, expressing that they had no doubts about Yujita. It seems I was overthinking it. The elder saw that the other four were so certain and didn't know what else to say. Then let's talk about the Revolutionary Army. Our defeat this time undoubtedly greatly reduced our morale, while theirs has increased. What good ideas do you have? This incident has hit us too hard. If we don't find a way, it will be troublesome for the revolutionaries to seize this opportunity to continue. The fifth elder also nodded seriously. Actually, we don't need to panic so much. Don't you remember? It seems that this time the Revolutionary Army destroyed the central station of the Den Den Mushi. So we have no news, and they won't have any news either. Therefore, not many people will know about this. The second elder said seriously. That's good too, but it can't be guaranteed, so I still need to think of other ways. Yujita, you're too amazing. After Yujita and Basta walked far away and confirmed that no one was around, Basta could no longer hold back and said to Yujita, You're the amazing one. You didn't cooperate at all. If I hadn't reacted quickly, today it would have been a disaster. Yujita stretched his waist and said, You certainly have fewer tricks than I do. Back when we were training in S6, you were the smartest one. Following you made it a lot easier for me. Basta said indifferently, back when he was training with Yujita during S6, Yujita was notorious for being a troublemaker, surpassing even Renaer who came after him. However, this guy reacted extremely quickly and could handle any mess he made, so being around him, Basta hardly had to think. He only knew how to make excuses for his laziness, saying, Let us agree that I'll think, and you, this brute, will do the heavy lifting. Yujita looked at Basta and felt very displeased. If we're going to do it, let us do it. By the way, after this mission, I guess we won't have much to do for a while. So where should we go now? Should we head to junior brother XuanYuan? I have to say, it's actually quite fun hanging out with that kid. Basta said with a smile. I don't know whether to call you an idiot. If we go find junior brother XuanYuan now, wouldn't we be giving ourselves away and dragging him into it? Yujita rolled his eyes at Basta and took out his phone bug, respectfully saying, Hello, Lord Tiegu. Everything has been handled. What should we do next? Okay, we understand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, even if I'm a bit crazy. Yujita spoke with great respect on the phone bug. After all, in this world, only Tiegu could make him submit completely. What did Lord Tiegu say? Any orders? How should we spend our time recently? After Yujita finished the call, Basta curiously asked. Lord Tiegu told us to play. Yujita gave him a serious look and said. At this moment, on the Grand Line, XuanYuan and the others were basking in the sun on the Huaxia ship, listening to Brook playing music nearby, living a very leisurely life. XuanYuan, we handled this matter. Where should we go next? Noah asked XuanYuan. After dealing with the dragon issue, XuanYuan also contacted the cross-dresser king, both to report safety and to ask him to check for spies in the Revolutionary Army. It seemed that everything had been resolved. We should head back to the East Blue. This incident has shown us that we need to train not just Luffy, but ourselves as well. Honestly, even in my best state, I'm not their match when facing senior brother Yujita and the others. Now that the world government is temporarily not in the mood to manage us after this incident, we need to seize the time to increase our strength. XuanYuan said seriously. Indeed, Noah recalled his battle with Basta and felt his once smug heart, believing he was a peak powerhouse, was ruthlessly struck down. XuanYuan, are we really leaving Grand Line now? Brook stepped forward and asked seriously. That's right, we're preparing to go to the East Blue. Don't worry. We'll first stop at the Twin Gorges at the entrance of the Grand Line, so you can reunite with Laboon before we leave. XuanYuan said seriously to Brook. Laboon is a giant whale from the West Sea, the largest island in the world. Young Laboon got separated from his companions and then mistook Brook's pirate crew for his companions, sailing with them. They developed a deep bond. But due to the dangers of the Grand Line, Brook and his crew left Laboon at the entrance of the Grand Line at Twin Gorges, entrusted to the lighthouse keeper there, Crocus, promising to return to see him in 3 years. However, due to unexpected events, Laboon waited for them for 50 years. XuanYuan. Thank you. Seeing XuanYuan take his matter seriously, Brook expressed his gratitude. We're comrades. No need for such thanks. Don't forget to perform a good song for Laboon when you see him. He has been waiting for you for a long time, XuanYuan said, patting Brook on the shoulder. The Huaxia ship also sailed towards the Twin Gorges. At the entrance of the Grand Line, Twin Gorges, a touching reunion scene was unfolding there. When Brook and La Boon met, they both recognized each other at first sight. Brook recognized La Boon, who had grown to the size of a small island, and La Boon immediately recognized Brook, who had turned into a skeleton. One must admire the deep bond between the two. After recognizing each other, both cried uncontrollably, their tears almost forming a flood. La Boon could understand. With such big eyes, it was normal to shed so many tears. But it was hard to imagine how a skeleton like Brook could have so many tears flowing out of his eye sockets like faucets. XuanYuan and the others did not interrupt Brook's reunion. He knew this moment belonged to them, so he quietly steered the Huaxia ship to the side to wait. Monkey D, XuanYuan, thank you so much. The keeper of Twin Gorges, Crocus, the former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, came to the Huaxia ship and said seriously to XuanYuan. For the past 50 years, he had been taking care of La Boon. His feelings for La Boon were like that of a parent. Today, seeing La Boon's happiness after so many years of waiting, he was naturally very grateful to XuanYuan for making all this possible. You don't have to thank me. I'm just helping my comrade. La Boon is now my comrade. So bringing him here is the least I can do. XuanYuan replied lightly to Crocus. No matter the reason, I must thank you. It's been 50 years, and I've never seen La Boon so happy, Crocus said, looking at La Boon with joy, while handing XuanYuan a book. What is this? XuanYuan asked curiously as he looked at Crocus. This is a token of my appreciation. I'm not very capable. I only know a bit about medicine. Originally, since you helped La Boon reunite with Brook, I should follow you to show my gratitude. However, I'm already 80 years old, and my body is not what it used to be. Following you would only cause you trouble. I know you're someone who wants to achieve great things, so I won't be a burden. This book contains some medical knowledge I've researched. It's not worth much, but it's my heartfelt intention. I hope you won't refuse. Crocus said seriously. Medical knowledge you researched? XuanYuan became interested instantly, took the book and began to read it carefully. After all, Crocus was one of the renowned doctors in the world, possibly even surpassing Chopper's teacher, the witch Kareha. He was the one who delayed the pirate king Roger's terminal illness by 3 years. His research would surely provide unimaginable help to him. This trip to Twin Gorges brought unexpected gains to both Brook and XuanYuan. With XuanYuan's already rich medical knowledge, he quickly learned from the book, especially since he had the best teacher beside him to explain things whenever he didn't understand. Therefore, he managed to learn most of the book in just 1 day. The next day, despite feeling reluctant, Brook still said goodbye to La Boon and, along with XuanYuan and the others, sailed towards the East Blue, promising La Boon that he would come to visit often when he had the time. La Boon, being an understanding whale, knew that Brook and the others had things to do, so he didn't stop them, only watching them go far away. What's wrong, Brook? You seem a bit down. Are you going to miss La Boon? As the Huaxia ship left the Grand Line and sailed in the East Blue, XuanYuan noticed Brook staring blankly on the deck without singing, so he approached with concern. XuanYuan, I'm fine. When Brook saw XuanYuan and the others, he quickly snapped back to reality. Just seeing La Boon reminded him of his companions from the Rumber Pirates, and he felt a longing to see them. Brook, the dead cannot be revived. They haven't eaten the yomi yomi no me like you did, so they're truly gone. There's no use in being sad. Cheer up. XuanYuan comforted him, patting his shoulder. Exactly. Even gods can't meet the deceased. Enel also tried to console Brook, though his method of comfort wasn't very effective. Actually, there's still a chance to meet them. Brook whispered in response to Enel's words. What? Although Brook spoke very softly, everyone on the ship was a master of their craft and naturally heard him, all surprised by his statement. What do you mean, Brook? You say we can still see the dead? Noah exclaimed, looking at Brook in astonishment. If it were anyone else saying such a thing, Noah would think they were joking, but coming from Brook, who had eaten the yomi yomi no me and died once, he had to take it seriously. Noah, don't get too excited. Let Brook explain slowly. XuanYuan quickly separated Noah from Brook, seeing Noah's excitement. Sorry, Brook. I got a bit impulsive, but I really want to know, is it really possible to see the dead? Noah calmed down, although he still seemed very excited. XuanYuan understood why Noah was so eager. Noah was an orphan. His parents had been killed by pirates, so it made sense that he would be excited about the possibility of seeing them again. Brook looked at the excited Noah and said seriously, I can't be sure, but I feel like it's possible because I came back from that place. It turned out that after Brook ate the yomi yomi no me, his soul still retained its consciousness after death and managed to escape the underworld, flying back to his body. However, He got lost in the Devil's Triangle for a year, and by the time he returned to his body, it had become a skeleton, which is how he became the current skeleton Brook. Although Brook got lost in the Devil's Triangle for a year, he clearly remembered the way back from the underworld. Therefore, I believe that as long as we follow the original path back, we can reach the underworld and see our companions. After all, when I left the underworld, I was with my companions. Brook said seriously, if that's the case, there really is hope to visit the underworld. With the only guide in the world who has been to the underworld on our ship, it's not impossible to go there. But I wonder if there will be any obstacles along the way. XuanYuan thought seriously. Is this true? That's great. We can really go to the underworld. Brook, lead the way. Let's go now. Noah was extremely excited after hearing Brook's words and urged him to lead the way to the underworld. Noah, don't rush. This is just a preliminary idea. We need to analyze many aspects before we can implement it. We are already in the East Sea. Let's first return to the base. Study it thoroughly and prepare before setting out. XuanYuan said seriously. But XuanYuan, Noah seemed unusually anxious. Brother, I know why you're anxious. You've endured for so many years. Can you not wait another day or two? Trust me, let's prepare everything before we set out. I'll go with you, but for now, let's head back to the base. XuanYuan said, patting Noah's shoulder earnestly. All right. Seeing XuanYuan's demeanor, Noah realized he had overreacted and nodded, agreeing to follow XuanYuan's arrangements. Okay, let's head to the base. Brook, tell us more about the underworld. XuanYuan said seriously. I don't remember much about the underworld. After all, I left shortly after arriving. Oh, I remember. In the underworld, the powers of devil fruits are ineffective. It seems that once you enter there, all devil fruit abilities become null. Although I'm not certain. We had a companion who was a devil fruit user, but after dying and entering the underworld, he became an ordinary person. Of course, this is just my speculation. It could be because he was in a soul state at the time. Brook began to recount his experiences in the underworld, and everyone listened attentively, except for Enel, who wasn't very interested because he thought that place would be full of dead people and wouldn't be fun. The underworld, huh? Then I might be able to see the captain there. Buggy thought to himself as he listened to Brook's account. The Huaxia ship, although devoid of singing this time, slowly sailed towards the East Sea base as Brook narrated his story. In the East Sea, at the Huaxia Empire base. XuanYuan, why didn't you let me know you were back? Robin exclaimed joyfully as she ran to XuanYuan's room upon hearing he had returned. However, as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw XuanYuan, Noah, and the others seriously discussing something. Oh, you're discussing something? Sorry. Robin said apologetically upon seeing this and was about to close the door to leave. Come in, Robin. We're discussing the matter of the underworld. You can share your thoughts too. XuanYuan said earnestly to Robin. The underworld? What is that? Upon hearing XuanYuan's words, Robin immediately became interested and joined the discussion. The so-called underworld is... XuanYuan briefly introduced the world Brook mentioned. The place where the souls of the dead go. Isn't that where my mother and my teachers are? Robin became excited after hearing XuanYuan's explanation and eagerly grabbed XuanYuan's arm, saying seriously, XuanYuan, I want to go too. When do we leave? In a couple of days. Let's prepare and finalize the travel list before we set out. XuanYuan replied, looking at the excited Robin. Although they had just completed a journey through the Grand Line, seeing Noah and the others so excited, XuanYuan had no intention of resting. At worst, they could go slowly during the journey. Great. XuanYuan, I'll go get everything ready for this trip and take care of the matters in the East Sea. Robin quickly stood up and ran out to prepare the supplies. Knowing she could see her mother again made Robin's heart race with excitement. It seems that all these years, Robin has always missed her mother. It's my fault for not caring for her enough over the years. XuanYuan thought to himself, feeling guilty. From now on, I will make sure to spend more time with you. After careful consideration, the group decided that the personnel for the trip to the underworld would be Brook, XuanYuan, Robin, Noah, Hades, and Buggy. As for Enel, he wasn't interested in this journey, partly because he didn't have anyone he was attached to there, and partly because his devil fruit powers would be limited there, and he was currently preparing to study the electromagnetic abilities XuanYuan had mentioned to him. Each person had their own compelling reasons to go. Brook, as the only guide, also wanted to see his companions from the Rumbar Pirates, so he had to go. Robin and Noah both wanted to see their relatives, making them very eager to go. Buggy wanted to see his captain, Roger. So even though he would lose his devil fruit powers there, he still wanted to take the risk to go. XuanYuan, as the protagonist, naturally had to go, and he was also filled with curiosity about the so-called land of the dead. Hades had a simpler reason. He hadn't appeared for a long time and wanted to get some fresh air. Of course, XuanYuan's bodyguard wouldn't be absent either. After deciding on the personnel and arranging matters at the East Sea base, XuanYuan and the others once again piloted the Huaxia towards that mysterious land of the dead. So, Brooke, do you remember the way? After the Huaxia reached the Devil's Triangle in the Grand Line, XuanYuan began to let Brooke lead the way. I only remember that the general direction should be inside. It's a place with very thick fog. Brooke pointed to the darkest part of the Devil's Triangle and said seriously, well, let's slowly navigate the Huaxia in. Everyone be careful. We don't know what might be inside. In any case, my observation hockey can't sense the situation in there. XuanYuan looked at the unknown darkness, feeling a slight unease in his heart. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded seriously. They also felt that the unknown darkness gave them a sense of panic. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but rather an instinctive fear of the unknown. That's the feeling. Haha, XuanYuan, I felt it. I had this feeling when I was in the land of the dead. It seems we were getting closer. As the fog around the Huaxia grew thicker and the light dimmed, Brooke became excited. Did you feel that? It seems the route is correct. What's going on? Just as XuanYuan was happy that he had taken the right route, a strange discomfort suddenly surged through his body. What's happening to me? XuanYuan suddenly felt as if all his strength was flowing away, his consciousness becoming increasingly unclear. He quickly gripped the Minghong Blade to support himself and prevent falling. At that moment, thud, 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 Robin, Buggy, Hades, and the others also fell to the ground one by one. Noah used his Sakura Snow to support his body, looking at XuanYuan with difficulty, saying, XuanYuan, something's wrong. Then Noah's hand slipped, and Sakura Snow fell, causing him to collapse to the ground. Noah, seeing everyone unconscious, XuanYuan wanted to rush over to help. But as soon as he moved his body, he felt a heaviness in his head, and he couldn't control it. Everything went black before him, and he collapsed. Hey, XuanYuan. Brooke laughed for a while, but when he saw no one responding, he turned his head and saw XuanYuan and the others lying on the ground. Rushing over and calling out, XuanYuan, Noah, everyone, what happened to you? Wake up. However, Brooke's cries sounded so powerless in that darkness. What's going on? Why did I faint? XuanYuan felt his consciousness slowly returning and wanted to open his eyes, but he felt he didn't even have the strength to do so. You brat, you always act recklessly. Don't you know there are some places you shouldn't go? A cold voice rang in XuanYuan's mind. Although it was cold, it couldn't conceal the concern behind it. Minghong. XuanYuan naturally recognized whose voice it was. He then felt his whole body wrapped in a warm current and slowly opened his eyes. He saw the Minghong Blade taking on a human form, enveloping him in a red light. In this red glow, XuanYuan felt his strength gradually recovering. Minghong, what's going on? Where am I? Did you activate that spatial power of yours again? XuanYuan asked the Minghong Blade seriously. What spatial power? Right now, you are not truly yourself, but just a soul. The moment you were about to be absorbed by the land of the dead, I forcibly pulled you into the Minghong Blade. The Minghong Blade said seriously, looking at XuanYuan. You're really reckless. What kind of place is the land of the dead? How could you just barge in? So you say I'm a soul now. What about my body? What's going on? Under the Minghong Blade's treatment, XuanYuan gradually regained his strength and began to ask anxiously. You're still in a soul state. Don't get too excited. If you disperse, it'll be a hassle to reassemble. The Minghong Blade said coldly, looking at the anxious XuanYuan. Hearing the Minghong Blade's words, XuanYuan regained his rationality and looked at the Minghong Blade calmly, waiting for its answer. Haha, it's good that you calmed down. Your body is still lying well on the Huaxia. Seeing XuanYuan return to normal so quickly, the Minghong Blade finally had a hint of a smile on its face and began to speak seriously. The land of the dead is the land of the deceased, known as the underworld in our Huaxia continent. You should know this. Yes, XuanYuan nodded seriously. Although the land of the dead in this world is somewhat different from our Huaxia continent's land of the dead, its power is unmistakable. That is the power of the underworld. The Minghong Blade said with a serious expression, when people die, they all go to the land of the dead, or rather, their souls go there. Therefore, the land of the dead is also known as the land of souls. The place you are in now can be called the road to the land of the dead, which is the only way to reach the land of the dead. This world doesn't have the black and white impermanence or the underworld messengers to guide souls to the land of the dead. But the land of the dead in this world has a special power that can absorb the souls of the deceased from all over the world. Since you have come to the road to the land of the dead, this world's land of the dead must assume that you are already dead and will absorb your souls into the land of the dead. Therefore, the reason you felt weak all over and then lost consciousness is that your souls were being attracted by the land of the dead. You, in that Noah, have a stronger will, so you held on a bit longer, but in the end, You couldn't resist the attraction of the land of the dead and had your souls pulled out of your bodies. If I hadn't forcibly pulled you into the Minghong Blade, you would have been on a trip to the land of the dead by now. The Minghong Blade explained seriously. So, the reason Noah, Robin, Hades, and Buggy fainted is that their souls were absorbed by the land of the dead. XuanYuan said nervously. I think my explanation was clear enough. Have you been lacking in comprehension lately? The Minghong Blade looked at XuanYuan lightly. I don't have a mood to joke with you right now. Seeing the Minghong Blade still indifferent, XuanYuan suddenly got angry and shouted. Oh, why are you so angry? I told you. You're in a soul state now and can't get too excited. If you disperse, I will have to go through the trouble of reassembling you. You don't mind the trouble, but I do. The Minghong Blade said lightly. How can I not be anxious? My brothers and my woman's souls have been absorbed by the land of the dead. They are dead. Why didn't you pull them in too? XuanYuan said angrily. You really think I'm a god? You want to pull whose soul in, and I can just pull them in? Let me tell you, it took quite a bit of effort to pull your soul into the island. It's because you're closest to me, and your soul power is familiar with the blade, that I could do it. The Minghong Blade rolled its eyes at XuanYuan. So what do we do now? Is there any way to save them? There must be. XuanYuan asked the Minghong Blade seriously. Of course, there's a way. Look at that skeleton. He hasn't been affected by the land of the dead, right? That's because he has died once, and then was pulled back to reality by that devil fruit's special ability. Souls that have been to the land of the dead develop an immunity to it. Once they return to their bodies, they won't be affected by the land of the dead anymore. The Minghong Blade said seriously. No wonder Brooke has not been affected at all. XuanYuan nodded secretly, then came to his senses and grabbed the Minghong knife. What about Noah and the others? How do we bring them back to life? It's very simple. We just need to go to the underworld and let their souls return to their bodies. They will be revived, and from now on, they won't be affected by the underworld anymore. Minghong Knife said seriously. Is that so? That's great. Let's hurry to the underworld. Minghong, let me return to my body first, so I can accelerate the Huaxia ship and get to the underworld faster. XuanYuan said happily when he heard they could revive Noah and Robin. You idiot. Didn't I tell you that the road to the underworld has a soul absorption effect on you? You need to wait until you reach the underworld to gain immunity. So you can only return your soul to your body after reaching the underworld. Minghong Knife explained, looking at XuanYuan. I didn't know that. XuanYuan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, while concluding in his heart. Don't take the road to the underworld. Minghong, how much longer until we reach the underworld? XuanYuan's soul inside the Minghong Knife had no idea about the current situation of the Huaxia ship and could only keep asking Minghong Knife about the outside. We'll be there soon. At the current speed, we'll enter the underworld in another hour. XuanYuan, you too? Can't you be a little patient? This is the 5th time you've asked me this hour. Minghong Knife replied somewhat impatiently. Can't you see I'm anxious? XuanYuan smiled awkwardly. Minghong, how are our bodies? What about Brooke? How is he? Don't worry, your bodies are all fine. Your companion Brooke has placed all your bodies on the bed and is singing to you, thinking it will wake you up. Minghong Knife replied calmly. After XuanYuan asked the same question to Minghong Knife 8 times, the Huaxia ship finally entered the underworld. All right, XuanYuan, now that we've reached the underworld, after I release your soul from the knife, you just need to dive back into your body. Also, don't act recklessly in the underworld. If you have any doubts, just hold on to me tightly, and I will tell you what to do, understood? Minghong Knife instructed seriously. Okay, I won't act recklessly. Let me out. XuanYuan nodded earnestly. In this unknown underworld, even without Minghong Knife's reminders, XuanYuan wouldn't act recklessly. Okay, get ready. Minghong Knife shouted, and a red light flashed before XuanYuan's eyes. Then he burst out of the knife, seeing himself in the cabin of the Huaxia ship, lying side by side with Noah and the others on the bed. Without any hesitation, XuanYuan immediately dove into his body, and then he felt a special sensation throughout his body. Moments later, XuanYuan regained consciousness and pushed himself up from the bed, while Brooke was seriously singing beside him. XuanYuan, you're awake. That's great. My singing really works to wake you up. You don't know, you all suddenly fainted and scared me to death. Brooke happily ran up to XuanYuan as he sat up. Why are Noah and the others still not awake? Looks like I haven't sung long enough. Wait, I'll keep singing. Brooke, seeing only XuanYuan awake, was about to continue singing. No need to sing anymore, Brooke. Noah and the others can't hear your singing. Their souls have left their bodies. To wake them up, we need to find their souls now. XuanYuan stopped Brooke, who was about to continue. Their souls have left their bodies? How is that possible? They haven't died, Brooke said, puzzled. Having eaten the underworld fruit, he had some understanding of souls and bodies. That's how it is. Earlier, we sailed to XuanYuan then explained to Brook how the underworld absorbed their souls. Then, XuanYuan, we must find Noah and the other souls immediately. Otherwise, if too much time passes and they return to their bodies, the bodies will have started to rot. And that won't be fun, Brook said seriously, as he was well aware of what it felt like for souls to return to decayed bodies. Okay, let's first place their bodies in the Huaxia ship's cold storage to carry enough supplies. The Huaxia ship has even built a cold storage room for food to prevent their bodies from rotting, then hurry to the underworld to find their souls. XuanYuan nodded seriously. After handling everything, the Huaxia ship seemed to have reached the shore. The two of them came to the deck, and Brook pointed to a dark land ahead and said, XuanYuan, that's the underworld ahead. I left from this place. The underworld, huh? A glimmer of light flashed in XuanYuan's eyes. Noah, Robin, Hades, Buggy, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Looking at the dark underworld ahead, XuanYuan realized that although his strength had been restored, he still couldn't use observation hockey to sense everything inside. So he turned to Brook. Brook, are you familiar with the routes here? Brook shook his head seriously. I don't remember this. I was in a dazed state as a soul back then. If it weren't for the guidance of the underworld fruit ability, I wouldn't have been able to leave this place. As for how to get out, I completely don't remember. Looks like we have to search slowly. XuanYuan smiled faintly and tightened his grip on the Minghong knife in his heart, asking Minghong, where should we go next? Is it safe to leave Noah and the others' bodies on the Huaxia ship? Don't worry. It's very safe to leave the Huaxia ship at the entrance of the underworld. The entrance to the underworld is a forbidden place for all souls. Those souls can move freely in the underworld but cannot leave it. So far, I estimate that the only ones unaffected by the underworld in this world are you and this Brook beside you. So you can rest assured about leaving their bodies on the Huaxia ship. Minghong Knife replied seriously. Well, that's good. So Minghong, which direction should we go to find Noah and the other souls? I'm not very sure about that. After all, the characteristics of this underworld are inferred from the underworld of our Huaxia continent. You and that Brook should go in and follow your feelings to search. After all, your bond is so deep that you can find each other even by that bond. So just follow your feelings. Oh, that's good. After hearing Minghong Knife's words, XuanYuan smiled. XuanYuan, what are you smiling about? Is everything okay? I see you were lost in thought. Brook's call brought XuanYuan back from his contemplation. It's nothing. Let's go. We're entering the underworld to find Noah and the others. After we gather everyone, we'll look for your original rum bar pirates companions. XuanYuan said seriously, then led Brook into the underworld. XuanYuan might not know that since he stepped into the underworld, a pair of eyes had been watching him. Someone actually came to the underworld. How interesting. But this is good. After so many years, I can finally have some fun. In the depths of the underworld, a cold voice echoed, accompanied by a pair of blood-red eyes opening. This kid should have come to find those souls, huh? Then let's have some fun together and see if he can bring me a miracle. XuanYuan, are we on the right path? I feel like we're just going in circles. Also, is this the Yellow Springs? It's been so long, and I haven't encountered a single soul. I'm starting to doubt if we've come to the wrong place. After walking for a while, Brook curiously asked, noticing that the gloomy surroundings hadn't changed at all. Don't worry, we haven't taken a wrong turn. This is indeed the Yellow Springs, and we are not just going in circles. It's just that this vast area looks almost identical, which creates that illusion. What we need to do now is to keep walking steadily. This is a common tactic of the Yellow Springs, psychologically driving you to despair, which is why many powerful souls get lost here. That's a very important reason, XuanYuan said seriously. Of course, these insights weren't his own discovery. They were told to him by the Minghong Dao. When XuanYuan noticed he was going in circles, he immediately asked the Minghong Dao, who then explained the above. Oh, I see. This place is truly terrifying, even though I'm already dead and just a pile of bones now. After learning the reason, Brook started to crack jokes again, and his humorous tone did help to lighten the atmosphere, relieving some of the pressure in XuanYuan's heart. What kind of people are making noise over there? But just then, a terrifying roar echoed. XuanYuan, be careful. A powerful soul is approaching you from the front. No wonder you haven't seen any souls around here. I estimate that they have all been devoured by this guy. The Minghong Dao warned XuanYuan after hearing the roar. What? Souls can eat other souls? What's going on here? XuanYuan was a bit taken aback, feeling unable to comprehend. What's so surprising about it? Although soul eating is prohibited in the Yellow Springs, there's still a few souls that do eat other souls. This greatly enhances their own power, but such actions are strictly forbidden in the Yellow Springs. Once a soul reaches a certain level of consumption, it will definitely be destroyed by the Yellow Springs. You're really lucky. I think this guy who just appeared has eaten at least 10 souls. The Minghong Dao said seriously. I'd rather not have such luck. XuanYuan smiled helplessly. All right, pay attention. That guy is coming at 1 o'clock. The Minghong Dao suddenly shouted loudly. XuanYuan quickly turned his body, and a powerful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, XuanYuan, who was ready to fight, stopped his attack in surprise. It's you. XuanYuan exclaimed in shock, also halting his attack. You recognize me. The attacking figure was also taken aback, looking at XuanYuan curiously. You are Longma. No doubt you're Longma, the great swordsman who slayed the flying dragon. XuanYuan said with a slight smile, looking at the soul in front of him. This soul was one of the strongest zombies under Morlia in the Devil's Triangle, the swordsman zombie, Longma. However, because he had taken Brook's soul, he was erased by XuanYuan. Unexpectedly, the first ghost he encountered in the Yellow Springs was him. It's actually Longma. You're the one who took my shadow back then. Brook also recognized Longma and screamed. Who are you two? I don't remember knowing such a young swordsman and such a funny skeleton swordsman. Longma said seriously, looking at XuanYuan and Brook. It's natural that you don't recognize us. What's important is that we recognize you, the great swordsman. You've eliminated the souls around here, right? So you should know the situation well. XuanYuan said with a slight smile. You still want to ask me for information? That's interesting. Then tell me why you recognized me. What kind of relationship do we have? Longma asked seriously, looking at XuanYuan and Brook. Your body was turned into a zombie by Morlia, and that zombie had my shadow. Fortunately, he was defeated by XuanYuan, and I regained my shadow. Brook said seriously. What are you saying? My body was turned into a zombie. Longma was stunned by Brook's words, but he quickly came to terms with it. After all, this world is so vast. It's not surprising to encounter someone with such fruit abilities, so it's normal for someone to turn my body into a zombie. It's great that you can think that way. It seems we have some fate between us. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Can you take us to find someone? You want us to take you to find someone, and you say I've been defeated by you? You really know how to boast for your own purposes. Longma looked at XuanYuan and Brook coldly. What are we boasting about? What we said is the truth. Brook said seriously. Is that so? Longma sneered coldly. He swung an unknown knife forcefully on the ground, and instantly a deep chasm appeared. Since you say you defeated me, then let us try again. If you can defeat me, I'll admit that what you said is true, and I'll take you there. How about that? It seems there is no other choice. Brook, you step back. XuanYuan said seriously. He could feel that this Longma was much stronger than the zombie Longma he had defeated in the Devil's Triangle. XuanYuan, be careful. I can sense that this Longma is a powerful soul. He has consumed many souls, and now his strength, in terms of soul power, is far greater than any enemy you have encountered before. The Minghong Dao seriously reminded XuanYuan in his mind. Minghong, what special attributes does a powerful soul have? XuanYuan thought to himself. What aspects should I be cautious of? The strength of a soul, apart from being innate, is also cultivated later. However, postnatal cultivation is very difficult. The fastest way for a soul to grow is to devour other souls. His soul strength is almost twice yours, so you can say that the damage from his attacks on you is doubled. So be clear about that. The Minghong Dao said seriously. Are you ready? Let me see if you have the strength to defeat me. Longma roared and charged at XuanYuan at high speed. Be careful, try not to clash with him head on. The Minghong Dao reminded XuanYuan again in his mind. Understood, instant. XuanYuan fully trusted the Minghong Dao's reminder. He exerted force on his feet and suddenly dodged to the side. His speed is indeed very fast, but I don't believe I will lose to someone who doesn't dare to face me head on, Longma coldly said, looking at XuanYuan as he swung his weapon. A powerful blue slash wave rushed toward XuanYuan, and that wave seemed to carry some special power, with a vague yellow wrapping around it. Jinghong appears. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong Dao and unleashed a red slash wave toward the blue slash wave. Boom! The two terrifying slash waves collided, and XuanYuan was also shaken by the force of the collision, causing his hands to ache. What kind of power is this? It's stronger than the zombie Longma's state back then by more than just a factor of 2. It might be quadruple. Although he was mentally prepared, XuanYuan was still astonished by everything before him. Of course, it's much stronger than before. Didn't I tell you? At first, his strength was limited because he was a zombie, and his shadow didn't match with Brook's, so he could only exert less than half of his usual power. You should know what it means for a great swordsman to have his strength doubled. The Minghong knife said seriously, Be careful, he's coming again. Damn it, let's fight him. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong knife and charged forward again. Boom! This time, XuanYuan and Lama faced off directly, and one figure was sent flying at high speed, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha! Now you know XuanYuan's power, right? XuanYuan, you were a bit too heavy-handed, Brooks said happily, looking up at the figure in the sky, but his words suddenly stopped as he stared in shock at everything above. It turned out that the figure in the sky was not XuanYuan as Brooke imagined, but Lama. Damn it. How can my power be so much weaker than his? XuanYuan stood up from the ground, looking at everything in disbelief. You can't understand, can you? The opponent you easily defeated turned around and easily defeated you instead. It's hard to accept, isn't it? The voice of the Minghong knife, filled with amusement, echoed in XuanYuan's mind. XuanYuan looked seriously at everything in front of him, and a feeling of unwillingness surged in his heart. His whole body instantly donned his black and white fur coat. What's going on? Isn't the power of the devil fruit restricted in Yellow Springs? How can I still use this move? XuanYuan was shocked to find that he had unconsciously transformed into a devil. The Yellow Springs can control what you call the devil fruit abilities, but it cannot limit your special power. The Minghong knife said seriously. Why? Isn't my ability a devil fruit ability? I'm not very clear. But your ability resembles the devil fruit abilities they speak of. Yet it is also different, because your ability carries the essence of our Huaxia continent. You actually transformed using the devil fruit ability. Lama looked at XuanYuan's transformation in shock, not expecting to see a devil fruit user in this world. That's interesting. I will explain your special ability in detail later. Right now, he's attacking focus. The Minghong knife shouted at the stunned XuanYuan, who quickly snapped back to reality, only to see Lama rapidly approaching him. Foot speed enhancement, instant. XuanYuan's foot fur turned white, and his body moved quickly. My speed actually increased after the transformation. Interesting, but I can't dodge. Seeing XuanYuan suddenly accelerate to evade his attack, Lama immediately sped up to chase after him. What? His speed can actually keep up with my speed after transformation. XuanYuan was shocked to see Lama quickly following him at a speed comparable to his own. That's normal. His strength is already at the level of a great swordsman. After staying in the Yellow Springs for so long and devouring so many souls, his overall combat strength is absolutely not inferior to that so-called #1 great swordsman, Hawkeye, that you saw before. The Minghong knife analyzed calmly. Not inferior to Hawkeye's strength. Interesting. After hearing Lama's analysis, XuanYuan became excited and turned to face Lama directly. Minghong. XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong knife and charged at the approaching Lama, his whole body and the Minghong knife radiating dazzling red light, like a red flash rushing towards Lama. What? I didn't expect XuanYuan to suddenly turn around and attack. Caught off guard, Lama was hit hard and flew away. It's not over yet. XuanYuan smiled wickedly at the flying Lama and said, Brother Yujita, let me borrow your technique. Foot strength enhancement, storm kick, storm blade chaos. XuanYuan's body spun rapidly, delivering a series of rhythmic kicks at the flying Lama. The slashes he kicked out formed a vast storm of slashing waves heading towards Lama. What? What kind of technique is this? Lama struggled to stabilize his body to evade, but as soon as he steadied himself, the slashing waves from XuanYuan's kicks were already in front of him. Lama was hit by the slashing waves and fell to the ground again, looking at XuanYuan with disbelief. What kind of technique is this? This is my brother Yujita's technique, which I recently learned from him. However, the strength is world apart. Since you're so interested in these techniques, let me show you one more, but I can't guarantee you will survive. XuanYuan said to Lama with a faint smile, extending his hands. Hand strength enhancement, finger gun, 10 fingers obliterate the ground. XuanYuan pointed 10 fingers at Lama. Hand strength enhancement, finger gun, 10 fingers obliterate the ground. 10 thin but powerful shockwaves rushed towards Lama. After being hit by the storm formed by XuanYuan's previous slashing waves, Lama's speed was impacted, and he couldn't dodge this time either. Lama cried out in pain, but after this attack, he temporarily lost his combat ability. You have temporarily lost your combat ability now. This match is over. XuanYuan said seriously to Lama. He didn't want to be ruthless. He just hoped to get him to lead the way so he could find his brother sooner. Lama looked at XuanYuan and shook his head lightly. Forget it. The times have indeed changed. I thought that after devouring other souls for all these years, I had become extraordinarily powerful, but I didn't expect to still lose. I admit I'm not your opponent. I believe what you said. The strength XuanYuan displayed gained Lama's recognition, and he no longer held the previous biases, but instead calmed down to speak earnestly. Thank you, wait. I will come and heal your wounds soon. XuanYuan, seeing that he had finally persuaded Lama, hurriedly asked the Minghong knife. Minghong, how should I heal him? No need to rush. He is now in a soul state. As long as there are no fatal injuries, a little minor injury only requires him to rest quietly in place for a while, and he can slowly recover. The Minghong knife said seriously. As expected, as the Minghong knife said, not long after, Lama's injuries healed, and after standing up and casually moving his body without any issues, he looked at XuanYuan and asked, "What's your name?" XuanYuan, Monkey D. XuanYuan? XuanYuan, huh? I remember you. Lama nodded seriously. What do you need me to do? XuanYuan smiled happily. Thank you, Lama. I came here to find my brothers. They just arrived here not long ago. Have you seen 3 new souls? Lama shook his head. I generally don't see many new souls here because new souls are usually attracted by the special pull of the Yellow Springs and quickly reach their desired places. This process is very fast. Even if they pass by me, I wouldn't really notice. Wait, are you saying that new souls generally go to the places they want to reach? XuanYuan asked earnestly. That's right. It's generally the case that everyone has someone they care about in their hearts, and the feeling of longing in the underworld is quite strong. So, usually, they will send you to the place where the person you care about is. Lama nodded seriously and said, Oh, that's great. Noah will definitely go to where his parents are, and Robin will also go to where his mother is, while Buggy must be looking for Roger. XuanYuan immediately concluded in his heart, happy that he could get accurate information. XuanYuan, have you thought of any way? You look so happy. Seeing XuanYuan smile, Lama asked seriously. That's right. I think I know where I need to go now. Lama, do you know where the archaeologists on O'Hara Island are? As well as the residents of Kasra Island, Noah's hometown, and the location of Pirate King Roger? XuanYuan asked seriously. I really don't know about those. But I seem to have heard someone say that Pirate King Roger should be in the northwest direction. Lama said awkwardly. Oh, asking those like asking nothing. XuanYuan thought silently in his heart. But it's okay. At least I know a rough direction. XuanYuan, should we head northwest now? Brooke asked from his side. Right now. That's all we can do. After all, this is the only clue we have. Let's go. We should head northwest to look for it. It's better than having no clues at all, XuanYuan said calmly, hoping that the underworld wouldn't be too vast since he couldn't sense it with Kenbunchiko Haki right now. XuanYuan, where are you going now? Looking for your brother? I'll go with you. Lama smiled at XuanYuan and said, I've been here too long. It's really boring for a day. Besides, having someone like me, who knows the local area, is a good thing. That's true. Then let's go together. XuanYuan didn't refuse, thinking that having someone like Lama, a local expert with strong combat power, following him wasn't a bad thing, so he agreed. Lama, you've been in the underworld for a long time. Can you tell us what this place is like? We wouldn't want to make any mistakes. XuanYuan asked Lama seriously. I feel quite embarrassed to say this. In fact, although I've been in the underworld for a long time, I've just been wandering around this area. Whenever a new soul appears, I defeat it and then devour it to digest for a while. This process is very long, so my life hasn't changed much. Lama scratched his head and laughed. By the way, Lama, I see that the knife you have is also a famous blade, but it seems to be like a soul entity. What's going on with that? XuanYuan asked about the knife in Lama's hand. Actually, this is very normal. In this world, not only humans have souls, every object does as well. Not just animals and plants. You should have had this experience. When using a familiar tool, you can perform at a level higher than your own strength. This is not because you are in good condition or performing exceptionally, but because you're already familiar with the soul of that object. The same goes for weapons. If they're damaged, their souls will also disappear in that world. You should feel that you haven't found any other object that feels exactly the same in this world, right? When that object disappears, its soul also vanishes, and the lost soul naturally comes to this place called the underworld. Lama began to explain some basic knowledge about the underworld to XuanYuan. It seems there's a village ahead, Brooke said, looking at a densely populated area in the distance. It looks like a village. I didn't expect the underworld to be quite similar to reality, with villages and towns, but composed of souls, XuanYuan said lightly. Naturally, let's go. I believe we can find information about the people you're looking for in the village ahead. Lama smiled slightly and led the two forward. Oh, there are actually outsiders. Who do you know? When XuanYuan and his group entered the village, everyone was taken aback and curiously asked. As Lama said, souls that come to the underworld are generally attracted by it and then arrive at the place where the person they care about is. So, you could say that once you arrive in the underworld, you almost meet familiar faces. However, those like XuanYuan who wander around are indeed rare, so the villagers are usually very curious about outsiders. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the ordinary villagers ahead and politely asked them for information. The villagers knew nothing about Noah and Robin's hometown, but a few villagers said they knew about Roger. It seemed that some pirates had come looking for Roger not long ago, and the place was to the northwest of the village, not far away. Those pirates seemed to have come to pledge allegiance to him, and many young people in the village almost went with them. Hee, Roger is indeed the pirate king. Even in the underworld, he is still so famous, and many pirates come to pledge allegiance to him. What an impressive guy. XuanYuan smiled slightly after hearing this news. After bidding farewell to the villagers, following their directions, XuanYuan and the others quickly found Roger's pirate crew. No, it shouldn't be called a pirate crew because Roger, upon arriving in the underworld and realizing there was nothing to conquer in this world, actually became an adventurer, wandering around the world of the underworld. Recently, he had just returned here to rest after finishing his previous adventure. He, the Pirate King, is indeed the Pirate King. Even in the underworld, he is still so imposing. He truly deserves to be the person who once turned the world upside down. XuanYuan couldn't help but exclaim after hearing about the people who came to pledge allegiance to Roger. At the place where Roger was temporarily residing, many people were waiting outside his residence. The reason was simple. They all came to pledge allegiance to him. Some had heard of Roger's name before they died and came to the underworld specifically to pledge allegiance, while others had heard of the adventurer Roger's name in the underworld and later came to pledge allegiance. Captain, you're really amazing. You're still as impressive as before. Even in the underworld, there are so many people lining up to follow you. It seems my choice back then was truly right. Inside Roger's residence, someone looked at the scene outside and said to Roger with a happy smile. It was none other than Buggy, who had lost his soul on the road to the underworld this time. Hee, Buggy, don't make fun of me. Roger waved his hand casually, smiling at the pirate he had once brought along. But truly, the world is unpredictable. I originally thought it would be Rayleigh and the others who would come to keep me company first, and you and Shanks would definitely carve out your own territory in that world. But I didn't expect that the first to see me would actually be you. How's Shanks? Very well, very good. Shanks is now one of the 4 emperors, Buggy said seriously, though his tone lacked the jealousy he once had. 4 emperors? What is that? It sounds quite powerful, Roger asked curiously. Captain, after your death, the world has changed a lot. Led by Uncle Whitebeard, there are only 4 strongest pirates in the New World, and they are at the peak stage, ruling the second half of the Grand Line like emperors. People call them the 4 emperors, and they, along with the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea, are referred to as the 3 great powers of the world. And Shanks is one of those 4. Buggy explained seriously. Wow, that's amazing. Has Shanks reached the same level of existence as Whitebeard Newgate? That's truly impressive. By the way, what about you, Buggy? What level have you reached? The warlords of the sea sounds pretty impressive too. Are you one of them? Roger asked, patting Buggy's head. Captain, if the 4 emperors are the strongest in the pirate world, the gold medalists, then the warlords of the sea are the silver medalists. They are also comprised of 7 notorious pirates publicly recognized by the government, but they occasionally do work for the government, which is why they're called the government's lapdogs. However, Captain, I haven't even become a warlord of the sea, Buggy said lightly. During those years with you, Captain, I had enough of that passionate life. I originally wanted to live a simple life. So, I hid in the East Blue and became a small pirate who wouldn't attract the attention of the world government, living a carefree life until later. My thoughts changed. A simple life? How could you have such thoughts, kid? You don't seem like someone from my crew at all. But what happened to make you change your mind? Roger looked at Buggy in confusion. I met someone. Just like the kind of person you mentioned, Captain, someone who can overturn and change this world. He showed me a life even more passionate than when I followed you, and I found that my originally calm heart was once again filled with passion. The life I intended to live simply now makes me willing to pursue that exciting life again. There are actually people like that who can bring such a big change in you, who I thought I couldn't teach properly. I really want to meet him. But now that you're here, does that mean you died? Did you encounter some danger while following him? Roger looked at Buggy with concern. Haha, don't worry. The lucky Buggy won't die so easily, Buggy said, feeling touched that he was so important in the captain's eyes. Just then, a young figure walked in. Haha, Buggy, I didn't expect to be so important in your heart. I'm really touched. You should have told me earlier so I could feel this sooner. XuanYuan, Longma, and Brooke entered Roger's room seriously. XuanYuan, what are you doing here? And Brooke, Buggy looked at the newcomers in surprise. Haha, so you're the so-called XuanYuan in Buggy's words. You're indeed impressive, young, and promising, just like me. You must be able to achieve great things. Roger said seriously as he looked at XuanYuan. Haha, Uncle Roger, Are you praising me or yourself? XuanYuan casually sat down. But since you're an elder, I still thank you for the compliment. Haha, interesting kid. Roger nodded in satisfaction at XuanYuan's confident demeanor. XuanYuan, you can't call the captain uncle. You should call him grandpa. He and your grandpa, Vice Admiral Garp, are rivals. Buggy said seriously from the side. If XuanYuan is 2 generations younger than the captain, then I, who am only 1 generation younger than the captain, would become XuanYuan's elder. Ha, that feels nice. Buggy thought mischievously in his heart. You're actually the grandson of that old guy Garp. Roger looked at XuanYuan in shock. Ha, that's right. My name is Monkey D, XuanYuan. XuanYuan introduced himself seriously, but Uncle Roger, I still can only call you Uncle. Why? Don't want to be taken advantage of by Buggy? Haha, I agree. Roger laughed casually. No, it's because I grew up with your son. Ace says good brothers, so calling you Uncle is the most appropriate. XuanYuan said seriously. Ace, you actually know Ace? That makes sense. I entrusted Ace to Garp for upbringing, and since you're Garp's grandson, it's only natural you know him. Roger looked at XuanYuan anxiously and asked, How is Ace? Is he doing well? Don't worry, Ace is doing great right now. And then XuanYuan told Roger all the information he wanted to know about Ace. I can't believe it. I can't believe the changes in this world are so great. So many interesting things have happened while I was dead. Sigh, I'm starting to regret dying. If I'd lived a few more years, I would have been able to see all this. Roger laughed heartily. I didn't expect that Brad Ace would actually end up on Whitebeard's ship. Huh, but I believe that Whitebeard will take good care of him. I trust that. Haha, when we all reunite here later, I have to ask Ace who his real father is. That must definitely be Uncle Whitebeard winning, right? Ace still has some resentment towards you. XuanYuan thought to himself, but still smiled without saying anything. Your name is Monkey D, XuanYuan, right? Indeed, there's S.A.D. in your name. It seems that the person I've been waiting for is you. Roger looked at XuanYuan with a satisfied smile. Uncle Roger, what does the D actually represent? Why is it the will of D? XuanYuan asked Roger the question that was currently on his mind. Haha, actually, the answer is in your heart. Isn't it? Roger smiled at XuanYuan. Everything you do now is for this so-called will of D, right? So what I'm doing is implementing the will of D. Haha, that is really boring. I'm just doing things according to my own will. I'm only implementing my own will. XuanYuan shrugged indifferently. XuanYuan. Buggy hurriedly pulled at XuanYuan. This kid's attitude is too casual. Even if he doesn't acknowledge the other's identity as the Pirate King, he is still an elder. Isn't this too disrespectful? Huh. Who knows? Facing the seemingly indifferent XuanYuan, Roger wasn't angry. He stood up and patted XuanYuan's shoulder seriously, saying, whether it's your own will or the will of D, keep upholding it. I believe you will succeed. You can do what I couldn't do back then. Haha, I will. Looking at Roger's expectant gaze, XuanYuan felt himself being influenced by this legendary Pirate King and nodded earnestly. XuanYuan, what exactly happened to us? After we passed out on the Huaxia ship, how do we end up here? Where have Noah and the others gone? Also, I can feel that I am completely different from before. The captain said that I am now a sole existence, but I see you and Brooke still have your bodies. What happened to my body? After finishing his conversation with Roger, Buggy asked XuanYuan a series of questions he wanted to know. Looking at Buggy's anxious expression, XuanYuan smiled faintly and explained seriously. We are currently in the Yellow Springs. Before we entered the Yellow Springs, that journey can be called the Yellow Springs Road. Due to the special nature of the Yellow Springs, our souls were absorbed into it, bringing us to the place we longed for. That's why you ended up with Uncle Roger, and I was able to return to my body due to some special reasons. Your body, along with Noah's and Robin's, is still on the Huaxia ship. Once everyone gathers, we will return to the Huaxia ship and let you return to your bodies. And once your souls return to your bodies, the Yellow Springs will no longer attract you. So that is how it is. Baki nodded seriously. XuanYuan, let's go to Noah and Robin right now. I heard Uncle Roger say that this place is very dangerous. Some powerful beings can devour other souls to increase their own strength. I could be safe only because of Uncle Roger's care, but Noah and Robin are different. That's right, XuanYuan. Do you know where your 2 friends are? I will accompany you. This place, the Yellow Spring, is filled with danger everywhere. Roger looked at XuanYuan seriously and said, I haven't been able to find out their location yet. It's because of Uncle Roger's big reputation that we could find Baki so quickly. XuanYuan shook his head and asked Roger, Uncle Roger, do you know the whereabouts of the residents of Castra Island and O'Hara Island? I haven't heard of Castra Island, but I know O'Hara Island. It's a small island with many archaeologists. Roger thought for a moment and said, That's right, it's the O'Hara Island. Uncle Roger, do you know the location? Can you take us there? Upon hearing that Roger could find Robin's hometown, XuanYuan was very happy. Among the three who were separated, he was most worried about Robin. Firstly, because she was his beloved, and secondly, because she was the weakest among them. Although very smart, in a strange place like the Yellow Spring, the way to survive from the beginning still relies on strength. Of course I will take you. I'm not at ease letting you little kids run around by yourselves. No time to waste. Let's go now. Roger patted XuanYuan and the others on the shoulders and led everyone out of his room. Uncle Roger, what is this thing? It can run on the ground so fast without wheels. XuanYuan and the others were taken onto a large ship, but what surprised them was that this vehicle, which looked like a ship, had no wheels and was sailing swiftly on the ground as if it were on the sea. This is my old companion. The pirate ship I had when I became the Pirate King. I didn't expect it to come to the Yellow Spring with me and still sail freely on the ground. How about that? Pretty good, right? Roger said proudly. So this is the pirate ship from back then. No wonder I feel so familiar with it. Baki said, touching the pirate ship with a sigh. It really is good. XuanYuan nodded seriously, thinking in his heart. One day, I will make the Huaxia like this. Yo-ho-ho, this is so exciting. I feel like my heart is going to jump out. Although I'm a skeleton without a heart. Brooke laughed happily on the side. This is the pirate ship. It seems that being a pirate is actually pretty good. I could have gone out to be a pirate swordsman back then. Lama thought seriously on the ship. Don't worry, riding on my pirate ship is very fast. I probably still know the location of the archaeologists on O'Hara Island. We can get there in half a day. Roger looked at the excited crowd and smiled happily. Roger's pirate ship indeed sailed very fast, and within less than half a day, they had already reached the location of the O'Hara residence in the Yellow Spring. At this moment, the residents of O'Hara were excitedly gathering together, as if they were having a feast. What is that, a pirate ship? Are pirates coming? Roger's pirate ship immediately shocked the residents of O'Hara, who were originally having a feast, making them tense up. It's nothing. That's the former Pirate King, now the Adventure King of the Yellow Spring, Lord Roger. We can survive here safely without becoming food for other souls, all thanks to Lord Roger's care. An elder stepped forward and said seriously, Lord Roger, why are you here? After calming the panicked crowd, the elder respectfully addressed Roger's pirate ship. I came to see you and brought someone along. Roger said seriously as he brought XuanYuan and the others down from the pirate ship. XuanYuan. Just as XuanYuan had just stepped off the pirate ship with Roger, a beautiful figure rushed over and jumped into XuanYuan's arms. Robin, I finally found you. XuanYuan smiled as he rubbed the little head of the beauty in his arms. The beauty who jumped into XuanYuan's arms was indeed Robin. When she saw Roger's pirate ship appear, she had a slight premonition. When she saw that familiar figure, Robin's emotions erupted like a suppressed volcano. And without caring about her surroundings, she rushed into XuanYuan's embrace. Are you XuanYuan? Just as Robin was being affectionate in XuanYuan's arms, a cold voice rang out. Are you XuanYuan? A cold voice sounded, and a beautiful woman with long white hair stepped forward, looking at XuanYuan and asking coldly. Yes, I am XuanYuan. Judging by the woman's appearance and tone, XuanYuan already guessed her identity, Robin's mother, the archaeologist who died in the demon-slaying order on O'Hara Island. Alyabia, do you love Robin? Facing the polite XuanYuan, Alyabia still asked coldly. Mom, why so serious? If XuanYuan didn't love me, how could he endure so much trouble to find me? Robin said dissatisfiedly to Alyabia. Although she was her mother, she still hated the way she spoke to XuanYuan. Over the years, it was XuanYuan who had accompanied her, and in her heart, XuanYuan was as important as, if not more than, her mother. Rest assured, I love Robin very much. I will use my life to protect her. XuanYuan tightly embraced Robin and said, looking at XuanYuan's serious eyes, the layer of frost on Alyabia's face finally melted, revealing a satisfied smile and nodding. Alyabia, you should be very satisfied with this son-in-law. The elder who had spoken earlier walked over to Alyabia and smiled slightly. Since both Lord Roger and young brother XuanYuan have come, let us continue the feast. Everyone, let us celebrate together. A villager said happily. As soon as he spoke, it immediately resonated with everyone, and those who had enough fun at the feast cheered up. Yes, XuanYuan, come and play. I'll introduce everyone to you. Robin immediately perked up and said seriously to everyone. Not now, Robin. You stay here and accompany your mother. I still haven't received any news about Noah. Once I find him, I'll bring him to join us in the celebration. XuanYuan said apologetically as he stroked Robin's head. He was not someone who prioritized love over friendship. Although he was very happy to find Robin, he would not forget that there was still no news of Noah. How could he celebrate happily without finding his brother first? Noah still has no news? Then XuanYuan, let us go find him first. The Yellow Spring is very dangerous. We should go look for him now. Robin was also anxious upon hearing that Noah still had no news. Mom, do you or anyone else know any information about the residents of Castor Island? Do you know where the residents of that island go after they die? Robin asked Alubia and the others seriously. I'm not sure. Does anyone else have any information? Alubia and the elder both thought seriously and then shook their heads, turning to look at the rest of the people. Castor Island? I think I encountered it not long ago. A young man in the crowd thought for a moment and said, where did you meet this friend and where do they live? I didn't expect anyone to know about Noah's hometown. XuanYuan seemed very excited and quickly flashed in front of him, asking seriously. I happened to meet someone 100 kilometers southwest of here. I was bored and chatting with him when I heard him say he was a resident of Castor Island. The young man thought for a moment and said, That's great, thank you. XuanYuan was very happy to hear what the other party said. Although it's just a little bit of information, it's much better than having none at all and searching everywhere. Uncle Roger, let's set off now. Could you please take us to that place with your ship? XuanYuan looked at Roger and pleaded. No problem, 100 kilometers southwest. I remember there are quite a few evil spirits that like to devour other souls there. We shouldn't delay, let's go now. Roger thought for a moment and said seriously, quickly leading XuanYuan and his group back to the pirate ship. We're evil spirits. XuanYuan had a bad premonition in his heart and anxiously looked at Roger after getting on the ship and asked, I'm an evil spirit. Before Roger could answer, Lama said lightly from the side, in the Yellow Springs, souls that like to devour other souls to enhance their strength are called evil spirits. Then isn't Noah in great danger? Uncle Roger, can you speed up? Upon hearing Lama's explanation, XuanYuan immediately asked anxiously, XuanYuan, don't be too anxious. Although evil spirits like to devour other souls, the process of an evil spirit devouring a soul is generally very long. For example, I have been in the Yellow Springs for an unknown amount of time, but I have only devoured 10 souls. Because starting to devour souls is quite simple. As long as you defeat your opponent, but completely devouring them, or digesting the soul you have devoured, takes a long time. Moreover, an evil spirit can only digest one soul at a time, so your friend should be quite safe for now. Lama quickly advised XuanYuan, seeing his anxious expression. After hearing Lama's words, XuanYuan felt a bit relieved, but he was still very anxious because what if? He couldn't bear to think, and could only urge Roger to speed up. We have arrived, this should be the area. Under XuanYuan's urging, Roger pushed the pirate ship to its maximum speed and quickly reached the location 100 kilometers southwest. It should be around here, Uncle Roger. Can you search the area with the ship and see if there are any villages? XuanYuan looked around seriously, feeling that he should be able to find Noah here. Not disappointing XuanYuan, Roger soon found a village while steering the pirate ship, but it was much smaller than the village where the residents of Robin's hometown, Huaxia Island, gathered. No matter what, Roger's pirate ship was so attractive that the villagers ran out curiously to look at the pirate ship on land. Hello, may I ask if you are residents of Castor Island? Seeing the villagers running out, XuanYuan took the opportunity to ask, quickly looking at them. Yes, that's right. We are. Who are you, and how do you know about us? A person resembling the village chief stepped forward and said, I am Noah's friend. Is Noah here? Upon hearing who he was, XuanYuan immediately smiled happily and hurriedly searched for news about Noah. Noah, you mean Noah? Just as XuanYuan was looking for Noah's figure, a woman squeezed to the front of the crowd and asked seriously, Yes, do you know Noah? Where is he? XuanYuan nodded with a smile. How could I not know? Noah is my son. Why are you looking for him? Is he dead? That would be impossible. The woman exclaimed excitedly. You are Noah's mother. Ma'am, has Noah not come here? XuanYuan looked at the woman in front of him seriously and asked, No, he hasn't come. Who are you to Noah? Is that child also dead? Why are you looking for him? Noah's mother asked anxiously. What? Noah hasn't come here. Where could he have gone? XuanYuan's expression changed, and he became distraught. What? Noah hasn't come here. Upon hearing this news, XuanYuan panicked. How could it be? Wasn't Noah drawn away by the Yellow Springs? It couldn't be. Noah's body was no longer alive, just like Robin and the others. He had clearly lost his soul. But where could his soul be if it wasn't here? XuanYuan, don't be anxious. I can assure you that your friend's soul was indeed drawn away by the Yellow Springs on the way. I witnessed all of their souls when I was pulling your soul into the knife. They were all absorbed by the Yellow Springs. At this moment, the Minghong knife resonated in XuanYuan's heart, stabilizing his emotions. But where could Noah's soul be if it's not here? XuanYuan was seriously contemplating. XuanYuan, do you know? I really hate myself for being so weak. If I could become stronger, my mother wouldn't have died, and I could defeat those pirates. When Noah and XuanYuan were talking under the moonlight, Noah spoke about his past, and his emotions clearly became very agitated. Noah, don't think too much. You were so young back then. Enjoy your current life, and don't forget, you still have us, your good brothers. XuanYuan said, patting Noah's shoulder to comfort him. XuanYuan, do you know? Since I gained power, I have never dared to forget my hatred. So I have everyone call me Tian Cho just to remember my hatred. I want to eliminate all those evil pirates. But even so, I still can't forget those pirates who killed my hometown. Unfortunately, they're already dead. Otherwise, I would really want to kill them dozens of times. Noah said seriously, clenching his fists. Sigh, brother, you really had it tough in the past. Don't think so much in the future. If you have anything, just tell me, and I will bear it with you. XuanYuan said seriously while holding Noah tightly. I understand now. The first thing Noah did when he arrived in the Yellow Springs was not to see his mother, but to seek revenge, to fulfill his name of Tian Cho. XuanYuan remembered the scene when he was heart-to-heart with Noah and said happily, XuanYuan, what are you thinking about? What name of Tian Cho? Do you know where Noah went? Robin asked seriously from the side, not knowing that Noah's former title was Tian Cho since she hadn't stayed in S6. Yes, I can roughly guess where Noah went. XuanYuan nodded seriously, looking at Noah's mother and the villagers. Ma'am, and everyone, do you know where the pirates who destroyed your hometown are now? Have you seen them in the Yellow Springs? Those bad guys, we have seen them. Shortly after we were killed and came to the Yellow Springs, they followed along as well. And they're not far from our village, just over 10 kilometers north of the village. They also came to our village and captured many people, absorbing them as food, and have become much stronger than before. You wouldn't say Noah went to find them, would you? Noah's mother asked nervously. I'm not quite sure about that, but don't worry. Ma'am, Noah is very strong, much stronger than you remember. No matter how powerful those pirates become, they can't be Noah's opponent. And we're going to find him now, so don't worry. XuanYuan comforted Noah's mother while also comforting himself. XuanYuan, I want to go with you. Robin said seriously, holding on to XuanYuan. No, this matter is much more dangerous than you think. You are still in a soul state, and your combat ability is greatly reduced. Just stay here with Buggy and Brooke and wait for our news. XuanYuan shook his head resolutely. That's right, Buggy. You stay behind to protect this little girl and that skeleton man. This time, it's up to me, XuanYuan, and that evil spirit swordsman. Roger also instructed Buggy beside him. Following you is not bad. I can start fighting soon. Longma said happily as he moved his body. All right, Uncle Roger, Longma, let's go. XuanYuan didn't waste any time and quickly headed northwest with Roger and Longma. It's impossible. Who the hell are you? Not far from the village where the Castro residents live, a massacre was taking place. A handsome young man was killing a group of seemingly fierce pirates with his bare hands. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent, devoid of any emotion. To these pirates, who were used to showing off their power, he seemed more like the Grim Reaper. The pirate leader looked incredulously at everything in front of him. A day ago, this young man had suddenly appeared in their territory and, without saying a word, began slaughtering his subordinates. It shouldn't be called slaughter. It was more like torture. His strength was clearly many times higher than that of these pirates. Even killing them all would be a simple task for him. But he deliberately took his time, torturing each person in front of everyone at a painfully slow pace, instilling terror in the watching pirates. Yet, the pirates were powerless to change anything when they all charged at the young man. He easily knocked them all to the ground and then slowly tortured them to death one by one. If any pirate tried to flee, the young man would immediately intercept them and torture them first. Thus, after a whole day of being tortured by the young man, the pirates were left with only one remaining, under the foot of the young man, being tortured. Thud! The pirate leader's spirit had long since collapsed after a day of torture, and he knelt before the young man, pleading, "Who are you? Please let me die in peace." Looking at the pirate leader kneeling before him without any desire to fight back, the young man finally coldly said, "Heavenly enmity." Then, without further explanation, the pirate leader was directly smashed into pieces by a blow from the young man. How is it, now that the grudge is settled? You should feel a bit more at ease, right? After the young man killed the pirate leader, XuanYuan, along with Roger and Longma, walked out from the woods and asked, "Yes, much more at ease. Brother, why are you here, and who are the two behind you?" The young man nodded and looked at XuanYuan seriously. This young man who had wiped out all the pirates was none other than XuanYuan's good brother, Noah. "Why am I here? It's not just for you, you little brat. I came specifically to find you, fearing you might be in trouble." XuanYuan gave Noah a look and said lightly, "The two behind me are Pirate King, Uncle Roger, and the great swordsman who once killed the flying dragon, Longma. We owe them a lot this time in the underworld. Without their help, I wouldn't have been able to find you. You are the Pirate King. Roger? XuanYuan, what's going on? We just separated for a day. And what strange experiences have you gone through? Noah asked XuanYuan in surprise. Want to hear a story? I'll tell you later. For now, let's go back to your hometown so your mother won't worry about you. XuanYuan said seriously to Noah. Mother? XuanYuan, have you seen my mother? Noah became very excited upon hearing XuanYuan's words. Of course I saw her. Otherwise, how could I know you were here for revenge? You brat. What you're most concerned about isn't your mother, but revenge. XuanYuan looked at Noah with a hint of reproach in his tone. Mainly, I feel ashamed to see my mother. I was too weak to protect them back then. Noah said self-reproachfully. All right, stop blaming yourself. Now hurry to see your mother. She is very worried about you. XuanYuan patted Noah's shoulder and said, remember, from today onward, that grudge in your heart is already dead. You no longer need to uphold the name of heavenly enmity. What you need to uphold is only the name of Noah. I understand. Thank you, brother. Noah nodded seriously. Hee, do brothers still need to say thank you? Let's go. We're going to see your mother. XuanYuan smiled happily, putting an arm around Noah, and along with Roger and Longma. They started walking toward the village where the Castro residents lived. As expected, we have nothing to do now. Roger looked at the happy XuanYuan and Noah and smiled faintly, saying to Longma beside him, yeah, I didn't expect not only XuanYuan but his brother to be this strong. So many evil spirits, though not very powerful, were easily dealt with by him. Impressive. Longma nodded seriously as he looked at Noah. Indeed, it seems the new era has arrived, and our time has passed. Witnessing the birth of the new generation of the strongest is also a wonderful thing. Roger thought happily in his heart. When Noah and XuanYuan returned to the village, they saw Noah's mother and Robin anxiously waiting from a distance. The reunion of mother and son naturally involved many touching scenes. Noah, the strong man who had never shed a tear no matter what happened, cried at this moment. Seeing his brother's tears, XuanYuan felt very comforted because he knew Noah was shedding tears of joy. The wounds in his heart had finally healed. In the following time, thanks to Roger's pirate ship, it was very convenient. XuanYuan and the others gathered the people from Noah's hometown and Robin's hometown for a grand feast. And the atmosphere was very lively. Even Longma, who seemed like he would never smile, showed happy smiles multiple times during this banquet. XuanYuan, everyone is having such a great time. Why do you still look so gloomy? Longma asked seriously as he noticed XuanYuan was lost in thought during the banquet. Because we still have a companion we haven't found. XuanYuan's expression turned somewhat dark as he spoke of the last person who had followed them to the underworld, his loyal friend Hades. However, Hades' situation was the most troublesome among everyone. Robin, Noah, and Buggy had their own concerns when they arrived in the underworld. So XuanYuan could still rely on the underworld's ability to absorb souls to find them. But Hades was completely different. XuanYuan had no idea who he was worried about in the underworld. After all, he had come to the underworld purely to protect himself. By the way, XuanYuan, where's Hades? Why isn't he here for the banquet? Noah also ran over to ask curiously. He hasn't been found yet. XuanYuan shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to look for Hades, but he had no clues about Hades at all and didn't know where to start. XuanYuan, don't be anxious. I just remembered that there's a way to find Hades. Just when XuanYuan was feeling very frustrated, the voice of Minghong Dao echoed in his mind. What did you say, Minghong? What method do you have? XuanYuan immediately asked. Don't rush. Let me explain. According to what you said, if Hades, like you, came to the underworld as someone without any attachments, then his soul would lose consciousness and wander aimlessly in the underworld, eventually being completely absorbed by it and becoming a wandering soul. Even if you found him, he wouldn't recognize you. The Minghong sword said in XuanYuan's mind. How could this be? I can't delay this any longer. I must find him immediately. Upon hearing the Minghong sword's words, XuanYuan's expression changed drastically, and he stood up to look for Hades, startling Noah and Longma beside him. Calm down. The underworld is vast. Where will you go to find him? Even if you're lucky enough to find him, he may have already turned into a wandering soul. Just listen to me. The Minghong sword shouted at the anxious XuanYuan. Then hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. XuanYuan internally yelled at the Minghong sword. It was hard for him to appear calm and composed when it came to his brother's matters. All right, don't be anxious. Listen to me. Hades is not someone without attachments. Rather, the people he cares about are not in the underworld. The ones he cares about or is attached to are you. The Minghong sword said seriously. Yes, that's right. So what do you plan to do? XuanYuan asked anxiously. Right now, he should still be wandering unconsciously in the underworld. If your soul appears, he will be attracted to it, and then you two can reunite. The Minghong sword said earnestly. Is that so? Then hurry up and tell me how to leave my body and summon Hades. XuanYuan said without hesitation. Kid, do you think leaving your body is that simple? I can help you temporarily leave your body to attract Hades, but during that time, you will experience unimaginable pain. Moreover, we don't know whether Hades' soul is close to or far from this place. He cannot stop that state while coming here. If Hades' soul is far away, by the time he arrives, you might be tortured to death by that pain. The Minghong sword said seriously in XuanYuan's mind. You need to think this through and be sure you want to do this. Is there even a need to think about it? Minghong, let's get started. The sooner we start, the sooner Hades can come back. XuanYuan said earnestly. XuanYuan, are you all right? What's going on? Noah and Lama asked with concern when they saw XuanYuan suddenly stand up. I'm fine. I have a way to bring Hades back. XuanYuan said happily, patting Noah's shoulder. Huh? What method? Hurry up and do it. It really feels odd without that guy around. XuanYuan, not knowing what method to use, laughed with joy at the thought of being able to bring Hades back. Okay, you all wait here for me. I will be back soon. XuanYuan nodded and ran off into the distance. Although he didn't know what it would be like to leave his body, he guessed that he would look terrible at that moment. To avoid worrying everyone, he decided to go to a secluded place to do this. All right, let's begin, Minghong. XuanYuan asked seriously as he reached a hidden place outside the village. Okay, are you ready? The Minghong sword asked earnestly. Then, the Minghong sword on XuanYuan's back emitted a red light, and XuanYuan immediately felt an unprecedented pain. What is this feeling? Even being surrounded by Magellan's venom or Akainu's magma didn't hurt this much. XuanYuan clenched his fists, enduring the pain that nearly drove him insane. Impressive. This kid, XuanYuan, has already separated his soul from his body, yet he can still hold back without screaming. The Minghong sword observed as XuanYuan's soul gradually detached from his body under the red light. Luckily, it's not too far. Just as XuanYuan was enduring the excruciating pain, a soul was rapidly flying from afar, and gradually, Hades finally appeared in everyone's sight. All right, you kid are quite lucky. The Minghong sword said lightly, and the red light immediately disappeared. At that moment, XuanYuan returned to his body and felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Although it felt great, XuanYuan, who had just endured such pain, still felt weak and fell to the ground. Young master, seeing XuanYuan collapse, Hades rushed forward to help him up. Although he didn't know why XuanYuan was in this state, he could guess it had something to do with him. It's fine. Now that we're all here, let's hold a banquet. XuanYuan smiled warmly at the anxious Hades, a smile that was so comforting and reassuring. After a joyful banquet with everyone for an entire day, the voice of the Minghong sword suddenly echoed in XuanYuan's mind. You kid, seems like you're having a great time. Of course, seeing Noah and Robin finally reunite with their loved ones, how could I not be happy? XuanYuan thought happily to himself. But this happiness won't last long. The Minghong sword said coldly. Huh? Minghong, what do you mean? XuanYuan's expression changed, and he asked anxiously. Your friends, namely Noah, Robin, Buggy, and Hades, who are still in soul form, cannot remain in the underworld for too long. After all, they haven't eaten that skeleton man's underworld fruit. If they wander for too long, they might not be able to return to their past bodies. Moreover, you should know that if a body is stored for a long time, even if it doesn't rot, it will have many problems. So they must return to their bodies as soon as possible. Delay could lead to disaster. The Minghong sword said seriously. Then once they return to their bodies, we can meet their loved ones. XuanYuan said earnestly in his heart. You kid are too naive. No living person can stay in the underworld for long. That skeleton man is an exception because he ate some underworld fruit. You are safe because I am protecting you. But if they return to their bodies, even with my help to shield you from the underworld's effects, you must leave quickly. Otherwise, even though the underworld cannot absorb your souls, if it discovers living people, it will send an army to annihilate you. That kind of power is something you cannot resist right now. So you should hurry, the Minghong sword said seriously. But Brooke hasn't found his companions yet, and Noah and Robin just reunited with their mothers. We should leave now? XuanYuan felt troubled, looking at the happy expressions on everyone's faces. He really didn't want to ruin everything. Even if it was just a little longer, letting them gather for a bit more would be nice. We must leave today. I have already pushed the time to the limit. If we wait any longer, I estimate something will really go wrong. The Minghong sword's voice was resolute. So tight. What should we do? XuanYuan felt an immense headache. XuanYuan, what's wrong? Noah and Robin, although happy, immediately noticed XuanYuan's unusual expression and walked over to ask with concern. Tell them, some things require making choices. Let them decide for themselves. The Minghong sword's voice echoed again. That's how it is. XuanYuan forced a smile, even though his face looked grim, and began to repeat the Minghong sword's words to the two of them. How can it be like this? This is too sudden. Robin shook her head with a pained expression. Sigh, some things really can be forced. Noah let out a sigh and returned to normal. Looking at Robin, let's go say goodbye to our mothers. Robin, being a sensible girl, although feeling very uncomfortable inside, still knew what she needed to do and ran to say goodbye to her mother. The situation was not as complicated as XuanYuan imagined. Although Noah and Robin's mothers were reluctant, they both smiled and let their children leave because they knew that if the children stayed with them, it would mean their children were dead. Even though they were leaving, they could live better, so they were happy. This is the greatness of maternal love. Although Brooke felt regretful for not meeting his companions, being a sensible person, did not insist on seeing them before leaving. When they departed, it was still Roger who piloted the pirate ship, taking everyone toward the entrance to the underworld. Surprisingly, Ryoma was also on the pirate ship, claiming he wanted to properly send off XuanYuan and his group who had defeated him. XuanYuan knew that Ryoma was reluctant to part with them, but he truly could not think of a good way to take Ryoma with him. He could only walk up and pat Ryoma on the shoulder. Ryoma, don't randomly devour other people's souls in the future. Although this place is a world where the strong are respected, I still hope you can have your own principles and not bully the weak. You can follow Uncle Roger and become an adventurer, then devour the souls of evil spirits. That way, your life won't be boring. That's right, going on adventures alone can be quite boring. Just come with me, and I guarantee to fill your life with excitement. Roger nodded seriously from the side. Hee, it seems like going on adventures with you could be quite fun. I agree. Ryoma said happily, nodding his head. That's great. Hee. Congratulations to Uncle Roger for gaining another powerful companion. After resolving Ryoma's matter, XuanYuan was also very happy. By the way, XuanYuan, I want to tell you something. Ryoma patted XuanYuan's shoulder, signaling him to come over. Hee, what is it? You're acting so mysteriously. XuanYuan looked at Ryoma with curiosity, having a hard time imagining what secret this guy would tell him. XuanYuan, you're the first swordsman I truly admire. Now that you're going back, I have nothing to give you, but I can only tell you a secret. Ryoma said to XuanYuan seriously. A secret? What secret? XuanYuan became interested in Ryoma's words. Do you know about ancient weapons, XuanYuan? Ryoma asked seriously. I've heard of them. XuanYuan nodded. If it were someone else who didn't know much about ancient weapons, it would be understandable. But XuanYuan, being a pirate enthusiast in his previous life, having traveled here and stayed in the world government's most mysterious organization, S6, and with a wife who was the only archaeologist in the world, how could he not understand ancient weapons? The ancient weapons are the god of heaven, the god of the sea, and the god of death. They are what we commonly refer to as the god of heaven, Zeus, the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the god of death, Hades. XuanYuan said to Ryoma. That's right. I didn't expect you to know so clearly. I have only heard of the god of the sea, Poseidon. Ryoma said, surprised at XuanYuan, feeling that this kid before him always managed to shock him. I just heard about it by chance. I don't know much about these three ancient weapons, only that they possess the ability to destroy heaven and earth. XuanYuan said, could it be that you want to tell me about the secret of the god of the sea, Poseidon? No, I also want to tell you the secret of Poseidon. But I don't know. Ryoma shrugged helplessly. However, what I want to tell you this time is something related to ancient weapons. Ryoma looked at XuanYuan. In my era, when I became famous by slaying the dragon, I received a very peculiar piece of information, which said that when the three ancient weapons appear in the world at the same time, they will open the gates to another world. And those who gather the three ancient weapons will have the ability to freely travel between worlds. The ability to traverse worlds? If I find those three weapons, can I return to Earth, to the Huaxia continent? XuanYuan's heart shook, excitedly thinking. But what would I go back for? Is there still a reason for me to return to that place? XuanYuan couldn't help but think of his background. An orphan with few friends, he indeed couldn't find a reason to go back. Instead, in this world, he had everything he wanted, and he had developed a deep sense of reliance on it. XuanYuan, I want to go back. I want to return to the Huaxia continent. How many years have I been in this other world? I want to go back. Fallen leaves should return to their roots. The voice of the Minghong knife rang in XuanYuan's mind. Yes, I understand. I will find a way to gather the three ancient weapons. XuanYuan nodded seriously. He could feel the urgent desire of the Minghong knife to return. And no matter the reason, since it was what the Minghong knife hoped for, as a good partner, XuanYuan naturally wanted to find a way to fulfill it. Ryoma, this secret is indeed surprising. Do you have any other news about the ancient weapons, such as their whereabouts? XuanYuan asked Ryoma seriously. I'm not sure about that. But the god of the sea, Poseidon, seems to be in the ocean around Fishman Island. As for the accuracy of this news, I can't guarantee it. Ryoma thought for a moment and said, I see. It seems that after returning, I need to go check out Fishman Island. Just in time, Jinbi and the others are still handling matters there, so we can have a good gathering. XuanYuan was calculating in his heart. All right, I can only take you to this point. This underworld has limitations on our souls. If we go outside, we will lose our direction. Roger piloted the pirate ship to the entrance of the underworld, and the Huaxia ship also came into view. Yes, no problem, Uncle Roger. You all take care in the underworld. We will leave first. XuanYuan said seriously to Roger, who had helped him so much in the underworld. No need for that. Kid, I'm looking forward to your growth. Even if we are not in the same world, I will bless you, believing that you can reach the height I once aspired to. Roger said with a happy smile. And XuanYuan, please take care of my son, Ace. Don't worry, Uncle Roger. Ace is my brother. Even without your instructions, I will do my best to take care of him. XuanYuan nodded seriously. Goodbye, Uncle Roger. Ryoma. After seriously waving goodbye to the two, XuanYuan led everyone toward the Huaxia ship. Captain, take care, Buggy said, holding back tears as he reluctantly spoke to Roger. You brat. How old are you? Why are you crying? Just follow XuanYuan well and achieve something. Don't let Shanks leave you behind. Roger said seriously. I understand, Captain. Buggy nodded seriously and ran quickly towards XuanYuan. Go, stick to your dreams, and strive for the peak. Watching XuanYuan and the others' backs, Roger couldn't help but shout. Roger, what do you think they will achieve? Ryoma asked XuanYuan. I can't tell you that. These kids are truly outstanding, and I can't predict their future at all. Roger smiled slightly and turned to prepare to drive the pirate ship away. Aren't we supposed to send them off far before leaving? Longma anxiously asked as he watched Roger getting ready to navigate the ship. No need. I don't like watching others leave. It feels so sad. It's better if I leave first. Roger said seriously, though there was a quiver in his voice. Longma nodded in understanding and said nothing more, watching as Roger piloted the pirate ship away. After XuanYuan and the others returned to the Huaxia ship, XuanYuan suddenly changed his expression after lifting Noah and the others out of the cold storage and placing them down. XuanYuan, what's wrong? Is there a problem with our bodies? Noah quickly asked, alarmed by XuanYuan's change. No, it's nothing. You all quickly return to your bodies. XuanYuan shook his head, urging Noah and the others to return to their bodies while he quietly tightened his grip on the Minghong knife. Phew, nothing feels better than being in my own body. Just a bit cold. After Noah and the others returned to their bodies, they happily moved around to check for any discomfort. Haha, cold is a given. It's strange if you're not cold after being in the cold storage for so long. It's impressive you didn't turn into ice. Hades said to Noah with a smile. So what if I turned into ice? I wouldn't be afraid, even if I fought Akiji. Why would I fear turning into ice? Noah replied, nonchalantly with a smile. XuanYuan, are we setting off to go back now? Robin casually moved a bit and asked XuanYuan. XuanYuan nodded expressionlessly, and just then, want to leave? It's not that easy. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the group, rushing toward them, and XuanYuan immediately drew the Minghong knife to strike. As the group prepared to leave, a shadow swiftly approached from behind, and at that moment, XuanYuan tightened his grip on the Minghong knife and swung it. With a loud clang, XuanYuan's Minghong knife struck the shadow, and he was unexpectedly knocked back several steps by the powerful recoil, while the shadow remained steady, not moving an inch. You truly are impressive. I was so careful. Yet you noticed me. After the shadow stabilized, it revealed its true form, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who had previously been set up and betrayed by XuanYuan and Magellan. You hid very well, not making a sound, but your overwhelming killing intent gave you away. It's hard to imagine how much malice you must have absorbed to have such strong killing intent as a soul entity. XuanYuan coldly said to Blackbeard. He could clearly sense that Blackbeard was far stronger than when he had defeated Ace. Not much, just 10, but those souls I didn't absorb were completely annihilated by me, allowing them to evolve thoroughly. Blackbeard said nonchalantly, indicating that his current power and killing intent came from having devoured and killed his own companions. XuanYuan despised Blackbeard. He had loathed this despicable character when watching the anime. Although all of this was his means to succeed, XuanYuan still couldn't accept him, which was why he had schemed with Magellan to ensure his demise. However, he never expected this guy to be so persistent, even meeting him in the afterlife. That's quite impressive, but teach, don't you feel lonely without your companions? XuanYuan coldly asked Blackbeard. XuanYuan, I didn't expect you to recognize me. It's truly an honor. Loneliness is a must. Every strong person has their lonely moments. However, I would be willing to become your companion, so I wouldn't be lonely anymore. What do you say? Let me join. I'm very strong and won't hold you back. Blackbeard said with a wicked grin. Do you think I would accept someone who betrays their own companions? Not to mention you betrayed Uncle Whitebeard. Just the fact that you harmed my brother. Ace, I will never forgive you. XuanYuan replied coldly to Blackbeard. Don't say that, XuanYuan. You're someone destined for greatness. Even my old man had high hopes for you. Look at you, now able to travel freely between the afterlife and the living world. What incredible power. With such power, how can you have such a small mind? Blackbeard shamelessly said to XuanYuan. Looking at the thick-skinned Blackbeard, XuanYuan made no effort to humor him and continued to look at him coldly. Kindness cannot be owed. I will now review the lessons Uncle Whitebeard failed to teach you. Facing the murderous intent radiating from XuanYuan, Blackbeard's good temper finally ran out, and his expression turned fierce. Monkey D, XuanYuan, you're going too far? I have humbly pleaded with you, and yet you still go this far. It seems you intend to be taught a lesson. XuanYuan looked at Blackbeard with curiosity, thinking, why is this guy so strange? He says he will teach me a lesson instead of killing me. With his personality, he should want to kill me. Are you scared? That's fine. I'll give you a chance. Let me return to my own body, and I won't harm you. Besides, I will repay you later. How about it? Blackbeard saw XuanYuan fall silent and thought he had frightened him with his earlier display of strength, so he laughed happily. If you want me to help you return to your body, that's not impossible. XuanYuan looked at Blackbeard and realized the reason he was being so patient in talking to him was that he had a request, so he mischievously said, I can help you, but I have a condition. Say it. I'll think about it. Although Blackbeard was furious about XuanYuan's attitude, he had no choice. He was desperate to leave the afterlife. Having seen XuanYuan help Noah and the others return to their bodies, he was determined to have XuanYuan help him too. It's a very simple condition. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Blackbeard. As long as you die, I will consider burning your body to keep it company. You little brat, dare to play me. After hearing XuanYuan's words, all of Blackbeard's good temper was gone, and he looked coldly at XuanYuan, his hands forming into sharp claws. I will kill you and make you regret your actions. Impulsive and arrogant, those are your most obvious weaknesses. Uncle Whitebeard was right. Do you really think you can defeat us? XuanYuan coldly looked at Teach, while Noah and Hades stood beside him. Buggy and Robin, though behind XuanYuan, were also ready to attack, prepared to strike at any moment upon XuanYuan's command. Blackbeard noticed the people around XuanYuan. He knew they were not simple. However, he had already boasted, and since arriving in the afterlife, he had devoured his companions, increasing his strength. He steeled himself and said, The arrogant one is you. It seems you don't understand how terrifying I am. No worries. I will make you see. Master, why waste words with this guy? I'll take care of him. Hades gripped his large knife and prepared to rush forward to deal with Blackbeard. No, all of you step back. I felt quite regretful for not being able to deal with him myself last time. I won't let that regret continue this time. XuanYuan held up his hand to stop Hades, looking coldly at Blackbeard. Teach, come on. I will make you disappear completely. You arrogant brat. I will make you regret this. Blackbeard roared angrily, his body shooting towards XuanYuan like an arrow released from a bow, making it hard to imagine how his massive frame could move so quickly. Minghong. XuanYuan's whole body radiated a red light as he swung the Minghong knife at the attacking Blackbeard. The moment they made contact, XuanYuan felt an immense force transmitted from the Minghong knife, but he did not show any weakness. He immediately transformed into his demon form, donning a leather outfit that barely stabilized his body, which was about to be sent flying backward. In contrast, Blackbeard Teach was the one who was knocked back by XuanYuan's attack this time. What? This guy can still use the Devil Fruit ability, and his power has increased so much. Blackbeard looked at XuanYuan's transformation in astonishment. He knew that in the underworld, one couldn't use Devil Fruit abilities, but everything happening to XuanYuan was breaking those rules. What surprised him even more was that during their first clash, he hadn't used his full strength and was still able to knock XuanYuan back. But this time, even though XuanYuan had transformed using his Devil Fruit, he had also used his full power and was the one sent flying, while XuanYuan was completely unharmed. What kind of fruit ability did you eat to have such immense power, and to be able to use it here in the underworld? Blackbeard asked XuanYuan seriously. Do you think I would tell you? Maybe when you completely disappear, I'll be merciful enough to let you know. XuanYuan replied coldly with a smile. Damn it, I'll make you talk. Blackbeard roared again, charging towards XuanYuan. XuanYuan, be careful. This guy's soul attack power has increased again. The previous strike I helped you withstand had considerable force, but this one, even with my help, can still hurt you. The voice of the Minghong knife echoed in XuanYuan's mind. Dodge his frontal attack, and use an infused slash to completely disperse his soul. Got it. XuanYuan responded inwardly, using strength in his legs to jump off the Huaxia ship, not wanting to damage his beloved ship during the fight with Blackbeard. Thinking of escaping? It's not that easy. An enraged Blackbeard chased after XuanYuan without hesitation. Come on then, shave. XuanYuan smiled happily as he saw Blackbeard closing in, using a sudden burst of force to disappear. Damn it, where did he go? Blackbeard instinctively turned to search for XuanYuan, and just as he turned, he caught sight of XuanYuan's wicked smile. Surprise attack. Before Blackbeard could react, a red slash wave came at him. What is this? Teach extended his claws forward to block XuanYuan's slash wave. Not even close. XuanYuan smiled slightly, turning his body and swiftly kicking forward. Raging Wind, Storm Blades. XuanYuan used the upgraded version of the Raging Wind technique taught to him by Yujita. In the slash wave he kicked out formed a powerful storm that surged toward Blackbeard. Having just exhausted all his strength to block XuanYuan's red slash wave, he was immediately met with another overwhelming slash wave. Blackbeard couldn't help but shout, but it was too late to dodge, and he could only brace himself for XuanYuan's attack, which sent him flying into the air. It's not over yet. 10 fingers of destruction. XuanYuan swung the Minghong knife behind him and launched another technique taught to him by Basta at Blackbeard in midair. What? Blackbeard was shocked, not expecting XuanYuan to be so ruthless, giving him no chance to catch his breath. He was hit by this move again while airborne. This is the last one. Die enter Ace's ultimate move. XuanYuan exerted force with his legs, leaping into the air and tightening his fist. Minghong, give me a hand. XuanYuan earnestly spoke to the Minghong knife in his mind. Sigh, why bother with all that fancy stuff? The voice of the Minghong knife echoed in XuanYuan's mind. But at that moment, it released a dazzling red light, concentrating on XuanYuan's fist, making it look like it was on fire. Die, false fire fist. XuanYuan struck down at Blackbeard on the ground. The shockwave from his punch, tearing through the air, and a rapidly moving shockwave seemed to ignite the surrounding air. Combined with the red light released by the Minghong knife, it looked just like Ace's fire fist. How is this possible? This is Ace's fire fist. Blackbeard stared in disbelief at the scene before him, but he had no time for further thought as XuanYuan's attack shattered him completely. Phew! Looking at Blackbeard, who left no trace behind, XuanYuan let out a long sigh, turned to the others, and smiled slightly. It's all good now. Let's go home. We're back. It's nice to be in a sunny place. After leaving the underworld, XuanYuan and his group looked at the long-missed sun, and Hades happily stretched and said, That's right. The sunshine is quite nice. Noah smiled slightly as he felt the warmth enveloped by sunlight. This journey to the underworld made them cherish the days under the sun even more, and each person gained different insights about life. I'm sorry, Brooke. I couldn't let you see your companions this time. XuanYuan said apologetically to Brooke. He felt that he owed Brooke the most during this trip to the underworld, as it was Brooke who first suggested going to the underworld, but due to the circumstances on their side, Brooke accompanied him to search for his companions. In the end, Robin, Noah, and Buggy all met the people they wanted to see, but Brooke had to leave the underworld without seeing his companions. It's okay, XuanYuan, look. I got something when I left the underworld. Brooke smiled as he took out a sound snail from his pocket. This sound snail is... XuanYuan could sense the uniqueness of this sound snail, as he felt that it seemed to carry a soul, although faint. It was indeed the feeling of a soul from the underworld. Listen. Brooke smiled slightly and pressed the sound snail. Yo. The music of the banquet and fine wine played from within, and it wasn't Brooke's solo, but a chorus. This is... XuanYuan looked at the sound snail in shock and asked. That's right, this is the voice of my companions, their song. Brooke said happily. How did you get this? XuanYuan asked in surprise. Brooke had been with him in the underworld the entire time. When did he get this without XuanYuan noticing? It flew out from Blackbeard when you defeated him, and I happened to pick it up. Brooke said seriously. If I'm not mistaken, my companions must have been devoured by him. XuanYuan, I want to thank you for avenging me and for letting me get this. I want to play this song for Laboon. Brooke, don't be sad. Unexpectedly, during this trip to the underworld, not only did Brooke not see his companions, but he also received the bad news of their passing. XuanYuan felt that he owed Brooke too much. XuanYuan, don't worry, I've long since come to terms with it. We should let the past go There's no need to hold on to it. Besides, now I have so many good friends like you. I won't be lonely at all. Brooke said to everyone happily. That's right, Brooke. Don't worry. We'll always be by your side. Noah and the others chimed in cheerfully. Yo ho ho. Let me sing a song for everyone. Brooke laughed happily again, and the joyful singing of the crew echoed on the Huaxia ship. Just as everyone was listening to Brooke's song, the phone bug in XuanYuan's arms suddenly rang. Hello, XuanYuan, where are you? It's been so long without any news. I miss you so much. Before XuanYuan could say anything after answering the phone bug, the Empress's urgent voice came from the other end. XuanYuan felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, because the Empress's voice was really loud, and the people around him, including Robin, could hear it clearly. Although his relationship with the Empress wasn't a secret, he still didn't know how to face it like this. He glanced at Robin, who was looking at him calmly without saying anything, but XuanYuan couldn't tell what she was thinking. Hancock, it's only been 2 days since we last met. There's no need to be this anxious. Didn't I tell you I was going to the land of Yellow Springs? XuanYuan felt he had no way to deal with the Empress. He had just told her he was going to the Yellow Springs before leaving, and now it had only been 2 days without contact, and she was so anxious. But after all, the Empress loved him, which was why she reacted this way. So XuanYuan could only say helplessly, What 2 days, XuanYuan? You haven't contacted me for a full 2 months. I've been unable to reach you through the phone bug. Did you really go to the Yellow Springs and forget the time? The Empress's surprised voice rang out. What did you say, 2 months? XuanYuan couldn't help but exclaim, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising in his heart. That's right, it's been exactly 2 months since you called me to say you were going to the Yellow Springs. I kept trying to contact you for a week, but your phone bug was unreachable. I tried every possible way to find news about you, but there was no response. I've been trying to reach your phone bug every day, and now it's exactly 2 months since I could contact you. XuanYuan, where have you been during this time? Why didn't you contact me? The Empress's voice became more and more sorrowful, and by the end, she couldn't hold back her tears and started to quietly sob. Wait, Hancock, you said it's been 2 months, but I really only stayed in the Yellow Springs for 2 days, XuanYuan said, looking at the surprised faces of the people around him. Clearly, they were also shocked by the Empress's claim that he had been to Yellow Springs for 2 months. When they saw XuanYuan's questioning gaze, they all nodded seriously, indicating that they had indeed only stayed for 2 days. Could it be that time in the Yellow Springs is out of sync with this world? Although only 2 days passed there, 2 months had passed in reality. XuanYuan thought seriously in his heart. He had heard that a day in the heavens equals a year on earth, and he wasn't completely unable to accept such things. But he didn't expect that not only in the heavens but also in the Yellow Springs, it could be said that a day below ground equals a month above ground. Very likely, XuanYuan, in the Yellow Springs, we don't feel any external presence. Everything is based on the time in the Yellow Springs, which is equivalent to 2 different spaces. So even though that place might only be 1 day, here it has already been 1 month. It's not surprising at all. The voice of Minghong Dao echoed in XuanYuan's ears. After calming down his shocked emotions upon realizing he had only been in the Yellow Springs for 2 days while 2 months had passed in reality, XuanYuan asked the phone bug seriously, Hancock, during the time I was gone, what changes have occurred in the Huaxia Empire, no, in this world? I'm not very clear about that. During this time, all my thoughts have been focused on finding you. However, I heard that the world government seems to have launched several attacks on the Huaxia Empire, but they were all repelled. I don't know much else. The Empress's soft voice came from the other side. What? The world government attacked the Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan's voice involuntarily rose. Hancock, I'll talk to you later. Now that I know I'm fine, I need to ask about the Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan, The Empress still had a lot to say to XuanYuan, but he had already hung up the phone. Sigh. XuanYuan is concerned about the matters of the Huaxia Empire. He is a good leader, and, of course, he would be anxious upon hearing that his homeland was under attack. You too, as XuanYuan's girlfriend, why aren't you concerned about his homeland at all? Granny Zhao looked at XuanYuan hanging up the Empress's call and said seriously, I'm not doing it on purpose. I just missed him too much. So I forgot to care about other things. The Empress said aggrievedly. It's hard to imagine that the proud Empress would actually apologize to someone. Perhaps this is what they call love changing a person. Seeing the Empress's pitiful appearance, Granny Zhao couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh anymore. After all, who could get angry at such a heart-wrenching sight? She sighed and comforted her. Don't worry. XuanYuan mainly went to handle important matters. Once he finishes taking care of these things, he will come to find you, and he will understand. He won't blame you. And I know. The Empress nodded seriously, suddenly standing up. XuanYuan may encounter many difficulties this time. I need to help him. Snake Princess. All members of Daughter Island call the Empress Snake Princess. But as the former king, Granny Zha still calls her Snake Princess. What will happen to Daughter Island if you leave? You must know that the world is currently in a state of chaos. How can you just run off? Granny Xia saw the Empress making her own decisions again and hurriedly said seriously, "How chaotic is it? I didn't feel anything." The Empress said nonchalantly, "Why are you so willful? The current world is quite chaotic. The reason you don't feel it is that you have been staying on Daughter Island, only thinking about XuanYuan every day and not doing anything." Granny Xia said angrily, while seriously thinking in her heart, "This is not what a leader should do. Look at the man you like, how much he thinks about the organization. They are both couples, yet the difference is so big. By the way, you said I wasn't affected because I was on Daughter Island, which proves that Daughter Island hasn't been affected. So it doesn't matter if I leave now. I won't do anything here. Just think about XuanYuan. So it's the same whether I'm here or not." The Empress waved her hand dismissively and instructed her subordinates, "You, prepare the boat and supplies for going to sea immediately. I need to set off." "Yes, Snake Princess." That subordinate nodded seriously and quickly retreated. For her, there was no right to persuade. She would carry out any order from the Empress 100. "Snake Princess, you." Granny Xia looked at the willful Empress, ready to say something. "All right, if there's nothing else, just stop talking." The Empress extended her hand to stop Granny Xia from continuing. "During the time I'm gone, you will handle the matters of Daughter Island. If Daughter Island really is to be extinguished by the government, then come and notify me." "Snake Princess, you are too willful," Granny Xia said angrily. "So what if I'm willful? Even if I'm willful, I will be forgiven, right? Look at my beauty." The Empress made an extremely pitiful expression. With such a cute demeanor, even Granny Xia couldn't help but be thoroughly defeated. "Snake Princess, you." Granny Xia tried to maintain her last bit of rationality to stop the Empress. "Enough, you're talking too much. If you say another word, I will turn you into stone." The Empress coldly said to the nagging Granny Xia. Facing the naked threat of the Empress, Xia Pupa finally fell silent. He didn't doubt for a moment that if he spoke again, the Empress would turn him into stone. Meanwhile, after hanging up the Empress's call, XuanYuan took out the phone bug and contacted the current leader of the Huaxia Empire, Enelu. "Hello, Enelu, how are you? Is everything all right? Is the Huaxia Empire okay?" As soon as XuanYuan connected to the phone call from the Donghai base, he quickly asked anxiously, XuanYuan, you finally have news. Where have you been? Didn't you say you'd be back in a few days? Why has it taken so long?" Enelu's excited voice came through after a moment of surprise upon hearing XuanYuan's voice. "I've been in the Yellow Springs. As for why it's taken so long, I'll explain that to you later. First, tell me how the organization is doing. Is everything all right? Did the world government launch an attack on us? Is everything okay?" XuanYuan asked urgently. It's fine. While you guys were away for a while, the world government did launch an attack on our bases in the Donghai and Shihai. At first, it was a bit troublesome since the other side consisted of elites. The only ones who could truly stand against them in the East and West Seas were me and Mr. One. But later, Sabo and Ace came to help in the East and West Seas, and we won quite easily. Enelu said seriously, "By the way, the world has become quite chaotic during your absence." Sabo is here. Let him explain it to you. He could be clearer. "Sabo, you're in the Donghai." XuanYuan was taken aback and asked in surprise after hearing Enelu's words. What does it matter if I'm in the Donghai? Ace is still in the Shihai. We both came here on orders from Dad." Sabo's laughter rang out from the phone bug, and he was also very happy to hear XuanYuan's voice. "Sabo, what exactly is going on? What has happened in this world? Why did the government suddenly launch an attack on the Huaxia Empire?" XuanYuan asked anxiously. Over the years, since the establishment of the Huaxia Empire, although it was in opposition to the world government had always implemented a policy of appeasement towards it. For them, the Revolutionary Army was the primary enemy, and the issues with pirates in the Grand Line had also been a headache for them. Even though XuanYuan was once a member of S6, they had always left him some leeway, and there had been almost no active attacks against him. It was rare for them to send elites to eliminate them. As Enel mentioned, could it be that the world government found out about my last mission to rescue Long? That shouldn't be the case. I took every precaution last time, even killing Commander Wei Long, and with Yujita and Bastard around, if I had really messed up, they would have handled it for me. XuanYuan thought seriously to himself. XuanYuan, this world has indeed changed a lot in the 2 months since you left. Here are the things you must know. Sabo began to seriously explain to XuanYuan about the changes in the world during his 2 months in the Yellow Springs. It turned out that after XuanYuan left, the world government, or rather the 5 elders, conducted a thorough restructuring. The reason was also related to XuanYuan, specifically the incident where he wiped out all the personnel of the world government during his rescue of Long, coupled with an unconscious comment made by Yujita later. I said the combat capabilities of the government personnel should be retrained. I don't know what the recent instructors are doing, training such weak soldiers. I think they need a complete overhaul. After all, so many people can't hold up for even a moment. I feel embarrassed. I wouldn't even bother to save such guys if I had the chance. At that time, Yujita only said this to provoke the five elders for fun. But to his surprise, the five elders took it seriously and began to reorganize the military rigorously afterward, in order to punish the increasingly arrogant revolutionary army. The world government's agents underwent devilish training and drug treatments, significantly increasing their strength. The current CP9 is not much different from the S6 that XuanYuan was part of back then. Although the cost of the world government's actions was that the CP9 members would only have this enhanced power for a short period, at most 10 years, maybe 5, after which all those who underwent treatment would lose their combat abilities. However, the world government, aiming to enhance combat capabilities in the short term and backed by powerful hidden forces, did not care about this minor loss of personnel. In their view, CP9 was merely a tool for combat, and making tools stronger in the short term would certainly come at a cost they could bear. Moreover, not only did the world government invest significant resources to enhance CP9's combat strength, but the development speed of the peacekeepers also accelerated, and their strength increased significantly. While they could not compare to the Bearman, they were certainly much stronger than the peacekeepers in the original story. At least they reached a level where no newcomer pirates could handle them. The final change affected the Navy. Since Carp's resignation, Sengoku's enthusiasm had also diminished, lingering in a state of wanting to leave or stay. The five elders naturally noticed this and directly agreed to his departure, allowing him to train newcomers while retaining his rank, meaning that if the government needed him, he had to return unconditionally at any time. This time, Sengoku's departure did not result in any major incidents, so he reluctantly accepted the task and went off to train newcomers. After Sengoku left, the five elders appointed a Kainu, who upheld absolute justice, to temporarily replace the position of fleet admiral. The usually lazy Kizuru said nothing, but Akiji was very opposed to a Kainu taking the position of new fleet admiral. Unfortunately, this appointment was directly issued by the five elders, and he had no right to resist, so he could only silently accept it, becoming even lazier than before. However, it must be said that the five elders' decision was correct. After a Kainu took over as fleet admiral, the lazy atmosphere in the Navy, excluding Akiji and Kizu, was completely improved, and the training in the Navy became extremely rigorous. However, it cannot be denied that the Navy's combat power saw a significant increase, and the five elders also strengthened the Navy's authority considerably. Originally, after the peak battle at the Navy headquarters, the Navy's position among the three major forces in the New World had significantly decreased. However, due to Akainu's strong takeover, the Navy's influence in the New World actually increased, defeating and capturing many pirates. On the other hand, the disunited warlords of the sea became the weakest faction among the three major forces. The reason Whitebeard was able to send Sabo and Ace to support XuanYuan this time was because of his title as the strongest of the four emperors. Although Akainu was strong, he was still self-aware and did not dare to confront him. Now, with the recovery from XuanYuan's special drug, Whitebeard's strength was increasing day by day, gradually regaining the feeling of his peak. Fortunately, Akainu did not come to provoke him. Otherwise, there would have been a more than 90% chance of it being a one-way trip. After the world government's power increased, they naturally needed to establish authority. The pirates causing chaos in the New World were dealt with by the Navy, while the strengthened world government decided to target the Revolutionary Army. However, the Revolutionary Army's movements were too secretive for the world government to grasp. This led to the decision to attack the Huaxia Empire, with a simple purpose: to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Listening to Sabo's words, XuanYuan was also taken aback. He didn't expect that during his absence, the world had undergone such significant changes. He quickly accelerated the speed of the Huaxia and sped toward the East China Sea. On the way back, XuanYuan's phone bug was buzzing nonstop with too many people trying to contact him, including Tiago, Carp, Dragon, Whitebeard, Geista, Shanks. From their words, XuanYuan became even more aware of the specific changes that had occurred during this time. After the world government strengthened its power, it not only launched attacks on the Huaxia Empire, but also didn't let its guard down in the first half of the Grand Line, conducting large-scale cleanups. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Grand Line, Crocodile, handled things well, and with Geista suddenly leading his mysterious organization to help the Huaxia Empire in secret. The Huaxia Empire suffered no significant losses. However, after this incident, XuanYuan also realized the strength of the world government, being able to deal with the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and his own forces simultaneously was indeed not to be underestimated. Then there's Geista, a guy XuanYuan has always found hard to see through. Although he is now an ally, XuanYuan knows nothing about him, including where he got so many subordinates to help him out. Geista, you really are a mysterious guy. It seems I owe you a favor this time. XuanYuan thought seriously in his heart. The Huaxia was sailing fast, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the Huaxia Empire's base in the East China Sea. Although the world government's attack was repelled with the help of Whitebeard, it still had a significant impact. Therefore, when XuanYuan reached the port, apart from Sabo and Enel, no one came to greet him. Everyone was busy with defense work and reconstruction. Even Sabo and Enel had taken the time to come. XuanYuan, I missed you so much. As soon as XuanYuan and the others got off the ship, Sabo rushed forward to give him a big hug. Haha, good brother. Without too many words, XuanYuan just seriously held Sabo in his arms. Haha, Enel, what's wrong? Not very happy? XuanYuan smiled at Enel, who was standing aside with a stern face, and walked over, preparing to give him a big hug. He knew that Enel had also been working hard lately, and, with his personality, it would be strange if he had no complaints. Who knew that when Enel was being hugged by XuanYuan, he actually released a small current. Although it was not harmful to XuanYuan, it still startled him. Haha, finally feeling comfortable. Looking at XuanYuan, who had been shocked by the electric shock, Enel finally showed a satisfied smile. One must say that although Enel has great power, he grew up in Sky Island and has the heart of a child. Seeing Enel like this, XuanYuan couldn't get angry. He could only smile slightly and walked with everyone toward the base. I've roughly understood the recent events. I didn't expect that we only stayed in the Yellow Springs for a short 2 days, and this world has already passed a full 2 months. With such big changes happening, it seems we need to formulate new policies. Upon returning to the base, everyone did not rest, but went directly to the conference room for a meeting. Indeed, I didn't expect the 5 elders to make such a big move, strengthening their combat power. These old guys are indeed feeling the danger, and know they need to take some countermeasures. However, such a decayed government cannot be saved by a strong military, Noah said coldly from his side. In his view, no matter what changes the 5 elders made, there would be no difference. After all, his most respected Tiego and the S6 he established were gone. What else could this government bring to the table? That can't be said. This time, the 5 elders' actions were quite significant. The world government has undoubtedly become more difficult to deal with after this restructuring, especially with Akainu's strong assumption of power, turning what was originally the weakest force among the 3 major powers into the strongest. It's indeed impressive, XuanYuan said seriously from the side. Although he hated Akainu, he would not let personal feelings influence his judgment on such matters. Indeed, Akainu's rise is not simple. However, his strong emergence also has negative effects. In the New World, pirates have indeed been dealt with considerably, but at the same time, it has brought many troublesome factors to the world government. Originally chaotic pirates have united. It can be said that internal conflicts among pirates have become very rare, and battles usually only occur when there are irreconcilable contradictions between the parties. In other cases, they all point their guns outward to deal with the navy. Sabo said, yes, I've heard Uncle Whitebeard mention this. Even the 4 emperors, who were originally at odds, have now united. Although there's no formal alliance, there are no longer contradictions among them, and they help each other. If someone's territory is attacked by the navy, those nearby will quickly come to help. Therefore, the original 3 major forces can now be said to be a direct confrontation between 2 major forces. XuanYuan said calmly. As for the former weakest of the 3 major forces, the warlords of the sea, they can now be said to be virtually non-existent. Although the title still exists, very few people follow the world government's arrangements. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, Sand Crocodile, and the Sea Knight, Jinbei, these were already on XuanYuan's side. The former warlord, Kuma, has now been completely transformed into a humanoid machine and pacifist, PX0. It's not wrong to say he is dead now, but without a doubt, he is currently on the world government side. The last 2 sea rogues, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Hawkeye, Mihawk, are also currently in uncertain situations among the warlords of the sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo and Hawkeye are now the only ones whose positions have not been truly determined. Doflamingo can be considered a super schemer among pirates. He won't truly serve the navy or the world government. His current appearance of obeying the world government is to use its power to develop himself. When the time is right, he will betray them immediately. However, for now, he is still considered half of the world government's person. As for Hawkeye, Mihawk, he is a complete loner. He does everything according to his own preferences. The reason he became a warlord of the sea was purely for convenience. making it easier for him to do things. He has not become someone who completely obeys the government, nor does he cherish the title of Warlord of the Sea. If the world government forces him to do anything, he will unhesitatingly abandon that title and oppose the government. No one in this world can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. No one. Hawkeye and Doflamingo can both be drawn to our side, especially Hawkeye. It would be great if he could become a companion. XuanYuan thought seriously in his heart. He greatly admired Hawkeye. First, Hawkeye's temperament was very to his liking. Secondly, Hawkeye was very strong, extremely strong, and even XuanYuan did not dare to underestimate his power. Because even if XuanYuan transformed, he would probably only be able to fight him to a draw. After all, the title of the world's greatest swordsman is definitely not for show. As for Doflamingo, XuanYuan thought that if he wanted to draw him to his side, he must have sufficient benefits to attract him. Otherwise, that kind of guy would definitely not come to help him. While XuanYuan and the others were discussing matters regarding the new world, a silver bell-like voice rang out from outside the door. XuanYuan, are you back? I miss you so much. As the voice sounded, the door opened, and in walked a stunning beauty with long black hair. She was one of XuanYuan's wives, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Hancock, what are you doing here? XuanYuan looked at the suddenly appearing empress in surprise. Although his relationship with her and Robin was not a secret, it seemed to be the first time his two wives had met. XuanYuan couldn't help but glance at Robin nervously, but thankfully, Robin remained calm without any extreme reactions. However, when XuanYuan looked at her, he caught her gaze, which seemed to carry a strange emotion that XuanYuan couldn't quite understand. I missed you. As soon as I heard you were back, I couldn't wait any longer and rushed to the East Sea to see you. You won't blame me, will you? The Empress walked up to XuanYuan and leaned against him, acting coyly. After Hancock had her call, with XuanYuan abruptly ended, she quickly gathered her crew and steered the Kuja pirate ship toward the East Sea, knowing that XuanYuan would definitely be heading back to the base there. Although Hancock's ship wasn't as fast as XuanYuan's Huaxia, she had taken a direct route from the Calm Belt to the East Sea, making her journey shorter than XuanYuan's. So they arrived around the same time. Being hugged by the Empress made XuanYuan feel somewhat uneasy, especially in front of so many people. Even though they were all his brothers, such displays of affection felt a bit inappropriate, especially as he noticed a hint of sadness in Robin's beautiful eyes. XuanYuan felt like a child who had done something wrong and couldn't face her gaze directly. As the saying goes, a man should have one wife and one concubine. It seemed he didn't possess the talent to enjoy that kind of fortune, XuanYuan thought to himself. Perhaps realizing that such a display was a bit inappropriate in front of everyone, especially since there were many people she didn't know. Hancock reluctantly released her hands, but still sat tightly beside XuanYuan. XuanYuan let out a sigh of relief, but when Hancock sat next to him, he felt tense again. Yet he couldn't push her away. After all, it was only natural for his wife to sit beside him. Stealing a glance at Robin, he noticed that the little girl was now visibly jealous. Right now, it was just Robin and Hancock. If they added Tarsalin later on, it was said that 3 women would create a play. It seemed he would be completely at the mercy of the 3 of them for the rest of his life. Hancock, why don't you find a chair to sit next to XuanYuan? We're still in a meeting, and it might be a bit inconvenient for you to be like this. Noah, being a good brother to XuanYuan, stepped in at a crucial moment to help him out. Oh, Hancock responded, and although she was unwilling, since Noah had spoken, and his reasoning made sense, she moved to find a chair and sat next to XuanYuan. Thanks, bro. XuanYuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Noah. Don't thank me yet. This is only a temporary solution. The real trouble is yet to come. Noah first glanced at Hancock, then at the jealous Robin, and finally gave XuanYuan a helpless look, as if to say, brother, just brace yourself for what's next. I can't help you anymore. From then on, XuanYuan endured the meeting wrapped in a kind of torturous happiness, and his troubles were just beginning. Hey, why are you here alone? Be careful not to catch a cold. XuanYuan approached Robin, who was standing alone by the port and feeling the sea breeze, draping his coat over her shoulders. After the meeting, the scene XuanYuan had imagined of the 2 women arguing over him did not occur. Robin quickly left the conference room, while the Empress clung to him. Aware that Robin was definitely upset, he comforted her for a moment and explained that he needed to go find her. Hancock wasn't the type to cling desperately and monopolize XuanYuan. She understood his relationship with Robin and knew what she did would make Robin upset, although it made her uncomfortable. She nodded in agreement for XuanYuan to go find Robin. Thank you, Hancock. XuanYuan happily touched the Empress's cheek, feeling grateful for her understanding. Although he didn't possess the demeanor of a man with multiple wives, he believed that all of his wives, whether Robin, the Empress, or Tarsalin, had the potential to be part of that arrangement, So XuanYuan felt confident that his future days would be quite good. You go accompany Hancock. I don't need your concern. Robin pulled away XuanYuan's coat, her voice choked with emotion. What's wrong? Are you really jealous? You know my relationship with Hancock. I love her. But I love you too. XuanYuan looked at Robin seriously, but inside, he suddenly felt quite wicked. As a 21st century person from Earth, he longed for a polygamous life. But saying it out loud felt so sinful. I know, Robin said softly, suddenly hugging XuanYuan and crying, XuanYuan, I'm afraid you will not want me. Silly girl, you're so cute. I can't even bear to hurt you. How could I not want you? XuanYuan said, stroking Robin's head. Looking at her pitifully beautiful appearance, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling that heaven had treated him well in this life. With Robin, the Empress, and Tarsalin, any ordinary person would be content with just one of them. Yet he had three at once. It must be said that heaven treated him very kindly. I'm really scared. I see you with Hancock, even though I've known about your relationship for a long time, but she's so beautiful. I can't compare to her, and she loves you so much. Will you choose her over me? Robin asked XuanYuan fearfully. How could that be? Silly girl. I promised you in the underworld, didn't I? In this life, I will protect you with my life and love you. Don't worry, no matter what. I will never let you leave my side. XuanYuan held Robin tightly, speaking earnestly. XuanYuan. Robin leaned on XuanYuan's shoulder, quietly enjoying the comfortable feeling. XuanYuan gently stroked Robin's little head, feeling that having this little girl leaning against him was an extremely cozy thing. XuanYuan. Now that we're together, Hancock won't be jealous, right? Robin asked softly, but her tone carried a hint of victorious joy, as she believed that XuanYuan had abandoned Hancock to comfort her, feeling that in XuanYuan's heart, she was still more important. Don't worry, Hancock is a sensible girl. She won't be jealous, XuanYuan said, patting Robin's head. Who said that? I am very jealous, extremely jealous. At that moment, Hancock appeared behind XuanYuan and Robin, speaking seriously. Hancock, seeing the suddenly appearing Empress, XuanYuan was first startled, then felt a headache. How could this happen again? Just when he had arranged things, another one showed up. My God, this is not fair. XuanYuan, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to have a good talk with her. Hancock said to the surprised XuanYuan in a calm tone. What do you want to say? Should I give XuanYuan to you? That's impossible. I will never let XuanYuan go. Robin looked at Hancock seriously. Rest assured, I won't let you give XuanYuan to me. A man as exceptional as XuanYuan doesn't belong to anyone, not even to me. I am willing to accept him being with you, because I love him very much. The Empress looked at Robin and uttered words that even XuanYuan himself would dare not believe. The relationship between the Empress and Robin, which originally caused XuanYuan a lot of headaches, turned out to be resolved easily, and it was a reconciliation between the two. This surprised XuanYuan greatly and made him believe that anything is possible. After resolving this most troublesome matter, XuanYuan found it exceptionally easy to handle other affairs. After arranging the matters in the East Sea, due to insufficient personnel, he temporarily asked Sabo and Ace to stay behind to deal with the issues in the West Sea. Unbeknownst to them, even Robin and XuanYuan were temporarily sent back to the West Sea to handle the recovery and defense work after the attack. After all, Robin, who was vocal in the West Sea, was very familiar with these matters and could work efficiently. As for the East Sea, XuanYuan assigned Noah to take charge and left Enel and Hades to assist. With them around, XuanYuan believed it wouldn't be a problem to handle these matters. The Empress also returned to her daughter island, not because XuanYuan didn't want to keep her, but because the world government's actions had been increasing recently. Even the daughter island, shrouded in the title of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, was not entirely safe, so it was better for the Empress to return and oversee the situation. Once the situation stabilized, she could join him. The Empress had no choice but to comply with XuanYuan's request and obediently returned to the daughter island. XuanYuan himself, meanwhile, took Brook and drove the Huaxia ship to the Grand Line in search of Hawkeye. In the current situation, the number of peak experts that could determine the outcome of battles was crucial, and Hawkeye was undoubtedly XuanYuan's best choice so far. As for why he brought Brook along, it was because Brook's strength was still weak and he wasn't good at management. Leaving him at the base wouldn't be very useful. It was better for him to follow XuanYuan to find Hawkeye, and XuanYuan could train him along the way. If Brook could fully master the mysterious power of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, XuanYuan believed he would become a formidable fighting force. Another not-so-important reason was that traveling alone was too boring, and having Brook, a musician, along to listen to songs occasionally was quite nice. On the Grand Line, Grey Ghana Island, an island that could be said to be abandoned, was filled with baboons that were adept at mimicking humans and had extremely strong attack power. Humans had been eliminated in the competition against them, and now the only intact structure on the island was the palace in the ruins of the West Kayar Kingdom. The reason it hadn't been destroyed was that a super powerful person moved in a few years ago, making the baboons too afraid to vandalize it. This person was XuanYuan's target this time, the world's greatest swordsman, Huaxia Empire. This island looked quite eerie, even more so than the island where Moria is located in the Devil's Triangle, Brooke said, looking at the ominous atmosphere coming from the island. The ominous atmosphere alone wasn't alarming, but more importantly, under XuanYuan's training during this period, Brooke had developed a certain foundation in using observation haki. Coupled with the special attributes of his Yomi Yomi no Mi, Brooke could sense many powerful auras on the island, one of which was particularly strong, making him feel a sense of death. This is it, Brooke. You're a swordsman too, and there are many good training targets here. If you train here, you'll definitely be able to rapidly enhance your strength, XuanYuan said with a slight smile as he looked at the island where Hawkeye resided. I'll do my best. I can also feel an extremely powerful force on this island, and I will definitely become stronger quickly and defeat him. Brooke said seriously. That will probably take some time. The strongest force you sensed is precisely our target this time, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk. However, setting the world's greatest swordsman as your goal is also quite good. So keep it up. XuanYuan encouraged Brooke, patting him on the shoulder. Yo-ho-ho-ho, the world's greatest swordsman? I'll work hard. If I defeat him, I won't hold you back, XuanYuan. I will definitely give it my all, even if it means exhausting myself to death. Although I'm already dead and just a pile of bones. Brooke joked, but XuanYuan could hear the determination in his joking tone. Brooke, don't focus too much on strength. You're on a different path than Hawkeye. Remember, stick to your own path. That is the strongest, XuanYuan said seriously to Brooke. Although Brooke was a swordsman, it would be more accurate to describe him as a magic swordsman. XuanYuan clearly remembered that in the original work, after training, Brooke used his Yomi Yomi no Mi in conjunction with his unique swordsmanship, making him extremely powerful. Though not fully understanding XuanYuan's words, Brooke nodded and kept them in mind as he followed XuanYuan off the ship towards Hawkeye's residence. Monkey D, XuanYuan, you really came here. And you brought someone with you. I'm really curious how much commotion you will cause on my turf. As XuanYuan stepped onto the small island, Hawkeye felt their arrival in the palace at the center of the island. However, he was not surprised at all. He picked up a glass of wine and savored it, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. XuanYuan, I sense many strong guys approaching us, slowly surrounding us. Not long after XuanYuan and Brooke landed on the island, Brooke felt many hostile auras closing in on them, giving him a sense of unease. The baboons around us have already noticed our landing and are surrounding us. At this rate, I estimate that in less than a minute, we will engage in battle, XuanYuan said with a faint smile. He had sensed the presence of the baboons as soon as he landed on the island, and their movements were all within his perception. However, he did not use haki to intervene or remind Brooke, as he wanted to train him. Yo-ho-ho-ho, such a dangerous situation. So, XuanYuan, what should we do? Brooke, having been with XuanYuan for a while, had also become quite calm in the face of situations. Despite facing so many powerful forces, he still maintained his relaxed laughter. What else can we do? Of course we fight. Don't forget the principle I taught you. If the enemy wants to fight, then I shall fight. As a warrior, we cannot fear battle, XuanYuan said to Brooke with a slight smile. While they were talking, baboons had already sprang out from all directions, some wielding knives, some with guns, and others with claws. There were all sorts of baboons with various weapons, and, roughly counting, there were no less than 30, surrounding XuanYuan and Brooke tightly. Yo-ho-ho-ho, XuanYuan, as expected, in less than a minute, they surrounded us, Brooke said with a relaxed smile while looking at the numerous baboons. Brooke, based on your strength, how many baboons do you think you can handle by yourself? XuanYuan asked Brooke seriously. Judging by their auras, I think I can handle 5 of them, if I perform normally, Brooke said while looking at the group of baboons before him. During this training period with XuanYuan, his strength has significantly increased. He can initially use the powers of observation haki and armament haki, and his understanding of the Yomi Yomi no Mi has also improved. That's why he dares to say he can handle 5 of them. If it were the old him, 1 or 2 would have been the limit. I see. So if you give it your all, can you handle 30? XuanYuan smiled at Brooke, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Hearing XuanYuan's request, Brooke felt a bit troubled, but after seeing XuanYuan's eager gaze, he nodded seriously yes. That's good. Seeing Brooke's reaction, XuanYuan nodded in satisfaction. In fact, the goal he set for Brooke isn't that far-fetched. Brook's recent strength has improved significantly, especially since he has now initially grasped the essence of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. This means that as long as his soul is not harmed, he can sustain any injuries to his skeletal form. And these baboons are just the lowest level baboons on Eagle Island. They only know some simple sword techniques or knife skills, and their learning ability isn't particularly strong. They could never harm Brook's soul, so as long as he gives it his all, defeating them all is not impossible for Brook. Then I'll leave these guys to you. I'm going to find Eagle Eye. Good luck, I believe in you. XuanYuan smiled at Brook and prepared to leave, continuing toward the center of the island. Seeing XuanYuan wanting to leave, the baboons naturally wouldn't agree, surrounding him and preparing to launch an attack. Get out of the way. Coldly staring at the baboons blocking his path, a killing intent flashed in XuanYuan's eyes. To provide Brook with training targets, XuanYuan did not use Haki to stun the baboons, but instead released his killing intent. Killing intent can also be considered a form of Haki, but not everyone possesses it. Only those who have long fought on the front lines and killed countless enemies can slowly develop it. However, XuanYuan can now freely control his killing intent, which speaks to his remarkable talent. Woo! Feeling the sudden release of XuanYuan's killing intent, the baboons sensed the smell of death, and in their eyes, XuanYuan instantly transformed into a Grim Reaper. Faced with XuanYuan approaching them, the baboons wanted to flee but dared not move. Their legs wouldn't obey, and they could only tremble incessantly. Watching these baboons thoroughly scared by him, XuanYuan didn't make it difficult for them, and simply walked around them toward the center of the island, where Eagle Eye resides. Hee. This guy can scare those baboons just with his killing intent. That's really impressive. Eagle Eye, standing at the top of the palace, smiled slightly, as his extraordinary eyesight allowed him to see XuanYuan's earlier performance. It must be said that the shock XuanYuan gave to the baboons was extremely powerful. After he had walked quite a distance, the baboons dared to move, and seeing Brook still standing there in a daze, they each tentatively launched an attack. Yo-ho-ho-ho. They're finally willing to make a move. I've been waiting impatiently. Looking at the baboons charging at him, Brook laughed happily and drew his sword to rush forward. Brook didn't attack the baboons earlier because he was scared. It was because XuanYuan said this was a training exercise, so he naturally wouldn't cut corners. If he was going to fight, it had to be against baboons with fighting spirit. The wine from the Holy Land, Mariewa, really tastes good. My hawk, you sure know how to enjoy life. XuanYuan took a sip of the wine in his hand and said to Eagle Eye across from him. When XuanYuan arrived at the palace where Eagle Eye resides, the two didn't immediately draw their blades, but instead greeted each other like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Eagle Eye politely invited XuanYuan into his residence and poured him a glass of his treasured wine to taste. Hee. No matter how much you enjoy, it can't compare to you, the leader of a great empire. What you enjoy must be on a much higher level than mine. Eagle Eye said with a faint smile as he looked at XuanYuan. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a born laborer. Look, I've been busy running around outside all this time. Or there's a ton of internal matters that need my attention. I haven't had a single day to enjoy life like you mentioned. But you've reminded me. I really should take the opportunity to enjoy this kind of life. It should be quite nice. XuanYuan earnestly complained to Eagle Eye. Hee. But you live a fulfilling and happy life, don't you? Although busy, it's still very interesting. Unlike me, who has a very leisurely day, it's indeed very boring. And I can only pass the time by practicing swordsmanship. Eagle Eye looked at the complaining XuanYuan and started to complain too. It seems you quite like this kind of life, so you must be very willing to live like this. XuanYuan asked Eagle Eye seriously. Hee, that's hard to say. Eagle Eye put down his wine glass and smiled faintly. My hawk, you're a smart man. You don't need to say much. You must know the purpose of my visit. So tell me, what will it take? XuanYuan asked Eagle Eye seriously. You really are straightforward. Normally, when inviting someone to join, it's all about sweet talking. Who's as direct as you? Can't you try to persuade a bit? Eagle Eye looked at the serious XuanYuan with a faint smile. Once you decide on something, you won't easily change it. Do you think persuasion is useful? If it is, tell me. I wouldn't mind persuading you for a whole day and night. XuanYuan said sincerely. Hee, it seems you're not only strong in battle, but also quite skilled with words. Hee, you've convinced me. All right, I'll tell you. It's not impossible for me to join your organization and become your companion, but you have to agree to one condition. Eagle Eye said seriously. You say it. As long as it's within my ability, anything is fine. XuanYuan was exceptionally excited to find that Eagle Eye was willing to join so easily. Don't worry. It won't be an exaggerated request. All I want is your promise. Eagle Eye said to the happy XuanYuan calmly. A promise. XuanYuan looked at Eagle Eye curiously, finding it hard to imagine what this strange guy would want him to promise. With a tragic cry, The last baboon was pierced by Brook and fell to the ground. Huh. Watching all the baboons finally defeated, Brook sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Yo-ho-ho-ho. I've finally taken them all down. If I decide to do something, there's nothing I can't accomplish. Recovering, Brook laughed happily, unable to believe that he had taken down so many baboons. At first, Brook was at a disadvantage when fighting the baboons, almost being overwhelmed. But later he discovered the special ability of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. No matter how much the baboons attacked him, he could recover instantly. Even if his bones were shattered, he could restore himself with his own power. This way, Brook gradually relied on his special ability, and after countless times of being scattered and reformed, he finally defeated all the baboons. Hee. Remarkable, remarkable. You defeated all these baboons with pure combat power that were stronger than you. Brook, you're really impressive. XuanYuan clapped his hands and walked out with eagle eye. I originally thought it would take Brook at least half a day to defeat these baboons, but I didn't expect him to accomplish it in just 2 short hours. Although a large part of this was due to the ability of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, I have to admit that I underestimated him. With proper training, he will definitely become a fighting force that can rival Luffy and the others. XuanYuan thought to himself as he looked at Brook's achievements. XuanYuan, you're here. Look, I defeated all the baboons. I really did it, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook exclaimed happily, showing off his results upon seeing XuanYuan. Hee my hawk. What do you think of my companion's accomplishments in swordsmanship? XuanYuan asked Hawkeye, who was beside him. XuanYuan believed that when it came to swordsmanship, he was not as good as Hawkeye. Although he might not lose in a fight, the other party was the world's greatest swordsman. While he was a composite of various powers, making it impossible for him to compare in swordsmanship. His talent is not bad. Being able to defeat so many baboons at once is impressive. But these are all the lowest level baboons. And the reason he could defeat them is largely because of that special devil fruit ability, which makes the baboons' attacks ineffective against him. If we talk about real combat ability, he is only slightly stronger than an average swordsman, and he is far from being truly powerful. Hawkeye said coldly as he looked at Brook. Hee Brook, did you hear that? You still have a long way to go. XuanYuan smiled at Brook, fully agreeing with Hawkeye's words. If these baboons understood some basic Haki, even the warriors from Amazon Lily, even if just in the initial application, could easily defeat Brook. Yo-ho-ho, I know, XuanYuan. Don't worry. I'll work hard and definitely become a true powerhouse. Brook was not at all angered by Hawkeye's words. Instead, they strengthened his confidence to become stronger. After all, he still had plenty of room to grow, which was a good thing. Moreover, he was on a different path than Hawkeye. He was on the path of a demon swordsman. As XuanYuan said, following his own path was the strongest. Hee, that's the confidence I want. Let's go. We'll head back to Mihawk's castle to rest for a bit, have some milk, and then I'll take you to find stronger opponents. XuanYuan said happily, patting Brook on the back. He knew that Brook had already confirmed himself as a strong individual. With a strong heart, he would no longer be ordinary. He just needed time. Let us go, XuanYuan. Brook, I'll also show some hospitality. Hawkeye said with a rare smile, while secretly thinking, XuanYuan, you are indeed not an ordinary person. You possess a terrifying power that can gather these formidable individuals around you. That is the strongest power on the seas. On a small island in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Stop. Don't you know this is Lord Don Quixote's territory? How dare you intrude? At the port of the small island, a group of pirates surrounded a young man who had just landed on the island, scolding him. I know. I'm here to find him. The surrounded young man said calmly, without a hint of fear, as he looked around. You're looking for Lord Don Quixote? Why haven't you heard the Lord say who you are? The pirates, seeing the fearless young man, felt he might be someone important, but still asked seriously for safety's sake. Enough. I don't have the mood to answer your questions. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. I know where Doflamingo is. I don't need you to guide me. The young man said impatiently, looking at the endless pirates. What else with your attitude? How dare you call Lord Don Quixote by his name? So arrogant. Upon hearing the young man directly call out Don Quixote Doflamingo's name, the surrounding pirates were initially shocked, then furious, and charged at him. Sigh. Wouldn't it have been better to act sooner? You made me waste so much breath. The young man smiled slightly as he watched the attacking pirates. He moved like a shadow, swiftly appearing behind them, and in that instant, all the pirates fell, having been struck at their vital points. They had no chance of getting back up. Impressive, impressive. Truly worthy of Lord XuanYuan, who has wiped out the celestial dragons and stands against the world government. At that moment, a casually dressed man in beach attire, who looked like a rogue, walked out and clapped his hands. He was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo, why didn't you show up earlier? Why wait until your subordinates are defeated to make an appearance? The young man said to Doflamingo calmly. This young man is our protagonist, XuanYuan. After bringing Hawkeye into his camp, he entrusted Brook's training to Hawkeye, letting him arrange appropriate baboons as opponents for Brook. With nothing else to do, Hawkeye didn't refuse and accepted without complaint, wanting to do something to prove himself as a new companion of XuanYuan. After handling this matter, XuanYuan didn't idle either. He immediately set out to find his next target, the ambiguous 7 warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. As soon as XuanYuan arrived at Doflamingo's island, he discovered Doflamingo's position, and Doflamingo also noticed him walking towards him. However, this guy showed no intention of appearing, instead quietly watching XuanYuan surrounded by his pirates from a distance. XuanYuan had no patience for such things. Since you don't show up and make things difficult for me, I'll make you lose your subordinates. What followed was the previous scene where XuanYuan directly took down all the pirates surrounding him, and Doflamingo appeared with a laugh. Lord XuanYuan, don't be so angry. These guys were rude to you and deserve to die. If I had shown up, it would have been harder for you to act. So I just quietly watched as you executed them. How about it, Lord XuanYuan? Are you feeling better now? Doflamingo said with a slight smile, looking at XuanYuan. In his heart, he didn't care at all for the lives of such weak subordinates. Seeing them die at the hands of XuanYuan was worth something. All right, I won't waste time with you. I'm here for serious business. XuanYuan said coldly, not surprised by Doflamingo's indifference towards his subordinates, as he already knew what kind of person this guy was. Lord XuanYuan came to find me. Must be to recruit me into your camp, right? Doflamingo said with a strange smile, knowing that as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he wasn't naive. He understood that XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire was currently in a confrontational situation with the world government, and the upcoming war was imminent. As the leader of the Huaxia Empire, XuanYuan needed the addition of peak combat power, especially since the world government had accumulated too many hidden powerful forces over the years. The Huaxia Empire was in great need of strengthening its own power. That's right, I want you to join my camp. What is your answer? XuanYuan said, not surprised that Doflamingo guessed his intention. After all, very few of those who became 7 warlords of the sea were simple-minded, and the ambitious Don Quixote Doflamingo in front of him could easily be called an old fox. Lord XuanYuan, you're just going to let me join so directly? You can't do that without giving me some benefits, you know? After all, the other party is the colossal world government. If I choose the wrong camp, it could be disastrous. The world government offer me the title of warlord of the sea and some privileges to lure me in. So Lord XuanYuan, what can you offer me? Doflamingo asked XuanYuan lightly. In fact, he had already made up his mind about whether to join the Huaxia Empire, and his purpose in doing so was simply to gain more benefits. Join me, and you can live a little longer. XuanYuan said. Lord XuanYuan, what do you mean? Are you saying that if I don't join you, you'll kill me right now? Forgive me for being blunt, but I have some confidence in my ability to survive. Doflamingo didn't expect XuanYuan to threaten him so blatantly. He looked at XuanYuan coldly, his previous smile completely gone. You are a smart person. You should know who will ultimately win if I continue to oppose the world government. If you choose the world government, even if I kill you now, how long do you think you can survive? Facing Doflamingo's sudden change in attitude, XuanYuan remained unchanged. Still, pressure, yes. It was a kind of pressure that emanated from deep within. It wasn't the influence of conqueror's hockey, but rather the impact of the opponent's momentum, causing an inner tremor of fear. This was how Doflamingo felt at that moment. He had originally thought of himself as an ambitious and arrogant person, someone who didn't take anyone seriously. But at this moment, he realized how wrong he was. The XuanYuan in front of him was clearly more arrogant, as if the powerful world government could be defeated at will in his eyes. Moreover, he dared to speak to himself in such an arrogant tone. However, when these words came out of XuanYuan's mouth, they didn't seem like mere boasts. It seemed as if he could actually do it if he wanted to. That confident gaze made Doflamingo feel compelled to believe him. Why should I trust you? After a series of inner struggles, Doflamingo looked at XuanYuan and asked seriously, You are a smart person. You shouldn't need me to say too much. Your choice today is very correct. This is a transponder snail for us to stay in contact. From now on, you will be my companion. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. XuanYuan didn't answer Doflamingo's question, but instead took out a transponder snail from his pocket and handed it to him. He understood Doflamingo's choice from his response. It seems I made the right choice, Lord XuanYuan. Doflamingo was first taken aback when he saw XuanYuan's action. Then he laughed happily. He laughed. a genuine smile from the heart, because he was very pleased at this moment. He had already evaluated XuanYuan highly, believing that this new generation of outliers could stir up a storm in this world, and he could ride that storm to fulfill his ambitions. But at this moment, he truly felt that he had underestimated XuanYuan too much. The young man in front of him, who was about 10 years younger, was someone who could change the world. He not only had immense strength, but his depth of scheming was also shocking. He realized that all his thoughts could not be hidden in front of him. Following such a person, his future would surely be bright, and opposing him would undoubtedly lead to a terrible end. There was no doubt about it. So at this moment, Doflamingo felt very fortunate to have joined XuanYuan's camp. In fact, XuanYuan could see through Doflamingo's heart so clearly because he had read many psychology books in his past life. And in this life, he also focused on controlling opponent psychology during his training in S6. More importantly, having read the original work, he naturally knew what kind of person Don Quixote Doflamingo was. Doflamingo, although I don't mind your ambition, you are now a member of the Huaxia Empire. You need to think from the organization's perspective and consider more. As for your ambitions, don't worry. What we're doing now will definitely satisfy them, XuanYuan said seriously, looking at the laughing Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo had already joined his side, XuanYuan still wanted to give him a precautionary warning beforehand. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble this kind of guy could cause after joining the organization. Don't worry, Lord XuanYuan, I'm not someone who lacks discretion. I will pay attention to my behavior after following you and won't cause you any trouble. But please don't leave me idle for too long, otherwise I can't guarantee what I'll do, Doflamingo said with a wicked smile, living up to his reputation as a sea rogue. It's strange that a guy like you would have discretion, but that's fine. As long as your ambitions are satisfied, you won't cause trouble. XuanYuan thought to himself as he began to plan how to arrange Doflamingo to make him a powerful asset under his command. Lord XuanYuan, let's go to my place. I'll give you a good tour, Doflamingo said to XuanYuan with his signature cold smile. However, this time it was a genuine smile, as he felt that becoming XuanYuan's partner was definitely something to celebrate. No, I have to go back to the EC to arrange some other matters. This time, the world government is making a strong adjustment, and we also need to prepare well to give them a heavy blow. You should arrange things here as well. It won't be long before you need to confront the world government head-on. XuanYuan finally revealed a smile to Doflamingo. Hee, is the Great War about to start? Keek. It seems my choice was indeed correct. It's being validated so quickly. Doflamingo laughed happily. Phew, the matter of the warlords of the sea has also been handled. Now only Kuma, who has completely become a human weapon, is with the world government. The rest are all our people. The warlords of the sea can be renamed the 6 warlords of Huaxia. After handling the matter of Don Quixote Doflamingo, XuanYuan was in a good mood, as suddenly having 2 peak combat powers on his side was extremely important for the situation. A warship is actually heading in my direction. I didn't expect my actions to be exposed. But can such a small force deal with me? XuanYuan, who was lying on the Huaxia ship sunbathing, suddenly sensed a warship approaching him. However, he didn't feel any powerful aura from the warship, so he relaxed. Recently, things have been going relatively smoothly for XuanYuan, and his vigilance had unconsciously relaxed more than usual. He forgot the saying that good fortune seldom comes in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. The calm before the storm is always the clearest. On the deck of the warship, a middle-aged man in a yellow suit was lying on a deck chair, cleaning his ears. Monkey D, XuanYuan, you actually dare to run to the New World alone. Do you really think the current world government will still turn a blind eye to you? Admiral Borsellino, the ship Huaxia that Monkey D, XuanYuan is on has now entered the attack range. Should we proceed to attack? A Navy soldier on the warship respectfully asked the middle-aged man in the yellow suit. This middle-aged man was none other than Admiral Kizuru Borsellino. Ever since the previous admiral, Sengoku, resigned, the former Admiral Akainu, Kazan became the new admiral, and the other 2 admirals, Akiji and Kizuru, did not agree with this. Especially Akiji, he was quite disgusted by Akainu becoming the fleet admiral, but unfortunately, that was the order of the Gorosei, and he could only obey. However, he became very lazy, no longer listening to Akainu's commands, spending his days either sleeping or training, and he hadn't carried out any missions. Akainu, considering they were originally comrades, didn't pay much attention to it and didn't make things difficult for Akiji. As for Kizuru, although he didn't agree with Akainu becoming admiral, he wasn't as opposed as Akiji. Akainu's attitude towards Kizuru was mainly to win him over, which led to Kizuru significantly increasing his power even without becoming admiral. However, Ever since the world government began to rule with an iron fist, regardless of whether they had achieved results on the surface or truly suppressed pirates, Kizaru's life had become quite idle lately, with hardly any missions to undertake. Until today, he suddenly received news about the Huaxia and learned that this time XuanYuan was acting alone. He was so pleased that he hurriedly led his trusted subordinates to chase it down with a warship without even sending out any reports. Well, to bombard it. I can ride the cannonball over there. Haha, my body, which has been idle for so long, can finally move today. Monkey D, XuanYuan, I've suffered a lot because of you due to various reasons. So, I must teach you a lesson today, you little brat who doesn't know your place. Kizaru directly commanded his subordinates. Under Kizaru's orders, several cannons of the warship unleashed a fierce bombardment towards the Huaxia, with numerous cannonballs raining down on it. Kizaru also lightly leaped onto the last cannonball, flying towards the Huaxia. You dare to bombard my Huaxia? Do you think I can't retaliate because I'm alone on the ship? XuanYuan coldly smiled as he watched the incoming cannonballs, simultaneously gripping the Minghong Dao and swinging it swiftly. Swift as a flash, with XuanYuan's rapid swing. A massive red slash wave collided with the incoming cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment the slash wave made contact with the cannonballs, all of them were shattered by the immense force and exploded, creating sparks in the air. In that instant, a flash of yellow light appeared in the air, seemingly evading XuanYuan's slash and landing on the Huaxia. Kizaru, seeing the figure suddenly appear on his Huaxia, XuanYuan was momentarily stunned, cursing himself for being careless. Everything had gone too smoothly, so he hadn't seriously checked the situation of the warship. After all, he was already somewhat of a celebrity in the Navy and the world government. If there wasn't some assurance, how could they send a warship to chase him down alone? Haha, Monkey D, XuanYuan, it's been a long time. What brings you to the new world alone? Where are your electric friends? Why haven't they shown up? They should all come out. It would be lively if we gathered together. Kizaru asked XuanYuan lightly, though he already knew XuanYuan was alone. If Noah, Inaru, Hades, and others were present, he wouldn't have dared to lead a warship to chase him down alone. You're talking about Inaru, right? Sigh, you don't know. After that peak battle at the Navy headquarters, he lost interest in the New World. He heard that the guy he fought with could actually be considered a top-tier combatant in the New World. He said, what's the point of being in a place where such a creepy guy can dominate? It's better to stay in the four seas and have some fun. So they didn't come. XuanYuan pretended to be serious. Inaru certainly never said such things. Even now, he was eager for another battle with Kizaru because, although it seemed on the surface that the last fight ended in a draw, anyone with eyes knew that Inaru had actually been suppressed by Kizaru. Given enough time, being defeated by Kizaru was only a matter of time. Damn it. What do you know? You really are seeking death. Although Kizaru knew XuanYuan was deliberately saying such things to provoke him, he still felt angry. How could a dignified Marine admiral be called a creepy uncle by XuanYuan? No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't tolerate that. Haha, isn't it true? Tell me, what about you ISNT creepy? If I didn't have business, I wouldn't bother coming here. Looking at this creepy old uncle makes me feel like losing brain cells. XuanYuan smiled lightly, gripping the Minghong Dao tightly, ready to attack Kizaru at the right moment. Damn it, just because you have some skills, you think you can be arrogant? Just like your grandpa. Monkey D. Garp, you're just a single-celled organism. Watch how I teach you a good lesson. Kizaru angrily pointed a finger at XuanYuan, and a laser shot towards him immediately. Damn it, you can't mock my grandpa. Seeing Kizaru unleash the laser wave, XuanYuan quickly dodged to the right, simultaneously transforming into his devil form, donning a black and white leather outfit. Facing Kizaru, a Marine admiral, XuanYuan pretended to be unconcerned, but in reality, he was already fully alert. In an instant of devil transformation, he accelerated and rushed to Kizaru's front, gripping the Minghong Dao and swinging it. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Kizaru's reaction was not slow. A long sword made of light immediately appeared in his hand, colliding with XuanYuan's Minghong Dao. Damn it, the title of Marine Admiral is no joke. Even a creepy uncle is this strong? XuanYuan felt the pain in his hand, gripping the Minghong Dao, and couldn't help but complain. After exchanging blows with Kizaru a few times, XuanYuan realized that his past assessment of his own strength was quite inaccurate. He originally thought he had the strength of a Marine Admiral, or was even close to that of the four emperors. However, after fighting Kizaru one-on-one, he found that he was so far off the mark. The three Marine Admirals each have their own advantages, although Kizaru's strength isn't as strong as Akainu's, and he could fight in close combat without encountering the freezing or burning situations that occur when Akiji and Akainu fight. Kizaru's terrifying speed made XuanYuan's head ache. XuanYuan had enhanced all his strength to speed, but he could only barely keep up with Kizaru's perverse pseudo-light speed, still at a slight disadvantage. Don't underestimate that small difference. Because of this tiny gap, XuanYuan remained in a defensive state, unable to counterattack after blocking Kizaru's attacks. By the time he managed to block one of Kizaru's attacks, Kizaru's next round of assault had already arrived. Although XuanYuan's attack power was slightly stronger than Kizaru's, it hadn't reached the level where he could ignore Kizaru's speed. Each time he unleashed a powerful slash wave, Kizaru would dodge it, causing no damage. Meanwhile, Kizaru's abnormal speed allowed him to attack XuanYuan every time. Although XuanYuan managed to block them, he still sustained some damage, which gradually accumulated. XuanYuan's hand, gripping the Minghong Dao, was beginning to feel weak, and he was slowly falling into a complete disadvantage. Haha, what's wrong, arrogant brat? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Keep being arrogant, and show me some strength that I can acknowledge. You're much weaker than your single-celled grandpa, yet you dare to be this arrogant? For your arrogance, go die. Kizaru laughed as he watched XuanYuan gradually struggling to defend himself. But his attacks didn't slow down at all. In fact, he used all his strength, his entire body glowing brightly, and his attack speed increased to another level. No way. If this continues, I'm definitely going to be defeated by this creepy old uncle. Should I use that move? XuanYuan struggled to fend off the increasingly rapid attacks from XuanYuan, thinking to himself, what's wrong? Are you starting to feel a bit timid again? Why not go all out? The voice of Minghong Dao echoed in XuanYuan's mind. Minghong, I'm already giving it my all, okay? You should know me well enough. My current full strength is at this level. I can only blame myself for severely underestimating this guy. I didn't expect this lecherous uncle to be so difficult to deal with, especially with his freakish speed. While defending against XuanYuan's attacks, XuanYuan helplessly responded, is this really your full strength? Then why aren't you using that move? The one you developed yourself these past few days should be able to change the situation. Minghong Dao said lightly. That move isn't perfected yet. I can't guarantee success if I use it now. And I'm not sure what kind of after effects it might have. XuanYuan replied seriously to Minghong Dao. Regardless, it has to be better than the current situation. If this continues, you will undoubtedly lose. Are you afraid of the after effects of using that move? Minghong Dao asked coldly. Afraid? Am I afraid? Just watch, Minghong. You're not the only one who's going crazy. XuanYuan scoffed, knowing that Minghong Dao was trying to provoke him, but he deliberately fell for it, exerting force in his hand, causing Minghong Dao and XuanYuan's Tian Songyun Jian to collide. Using that powerful force, he once again created distance from XuanYuan. Then, XuanYuan reached into his pocket and took out a small white ball of unknown origin, swallowing it. Huh? What are you eating? XuanYuan asked curiously as XuanYuan distanced himself and quickly swallowed a small ball. It's nothing, just a ball made from high-concentration alcohol. XuanYuan smiled faintly, and a flush appeared on his face, the kind that comes from drinking a lot. As your alcohol addiction kicked in, and you need to drink a bit more? Your alcohol tolerance is even greater than those old drunks like Whitebeard. XuanYuan, smelling the strong alcohol emanating from XuanYuan's speech, no longer doubted his words and scoffed. It's not that my alcohol addiction is acting up. It's that the backlash from a next move is too great. I need to use alcohol to numb my pain to execute it. XuanYuan said with a faint smile as he gripped Minghong Dao tightly with both hands. What? While XuanYuan was still surprised by what XuanYuan said, XuanYuan's entire body, along with Minghong Dao, suddenly shone with a red light that was even more dazzling than his full strength. This red light only appeared for an instant before violently converging back, as if being absorbed by XuanYuan's body. At that moment, XuanYuan's whole body, including his leather outfit, took on a faint red hue, emitting wisps of white smoke. What is going on? XuanYuan, although unclear about what XuanYuan had done, could feel the pressure XuanYuan was exerting on him at this moment, a powerful pressure reminiscent of facing an enraged Whitebeard. This feeling, although XuanYuan was using high-concentration alcohol to numb his pain, he still felt piercing pain spreading throughout his body, assaulting his brain nerves, almost surpassing his limit of endurance in an instant. With a roar, XuanYuan, in this state far beyond his normal condition, accompanied by intense pain, made no unnecessary movements. His figure suddenly appeared before XuanYuan, and at the same time, Minghong Dao struck with a speed that seemed to split space, aiming at XuanYuan, whose gaze was still on the afterimage of XuanYuan's original position. XuanYuan was directly hit by XuanYuan's strike, his body suffering severe injuries from the powerful force, bleeding profusely and collapsing heavily onto the Huaxia ship. Fortunately, at the last moment, XuanYuan was hit by the overwhelming pain, causing a slight pause in his attack. In that instant, aided by his instincts, XuanYuan stepped back half a step, narrowly escaping becoming a victim of XuanYuan's blade. After executing a strike that far exceeded his current state, XuanYuan's strength was instantly depleted, and both arms were rendered numb from the terrifying backlash. He was tormented by intense pain, losing consciousness and flying out of the Huaxia ship, directly falling into the sea. Admiral Borsellino, are you all right? The Navy from the distant warship rushed to XuanYuan's side after XuanYuan fell into the sea, panicking upon seeing the heavily injured XuanYuan, hurriedly asking with concern, where's Monkey D? XuanYuan. You all go look for him. Although XuanYuan was seriously injured, he was more concerned about XuanYuan's situation. To him, XuanYuan was the truly terrifying presence, especially the shock left by the last move that he still couldn't forget. This kind of guy must be confirmed dead. Otherwise, he would surely become his nightmare. Admiral Borsellino, Monkey D. XuanYuan fell into the sea earlier and hasn't surfaced yet. Our equipment this time isn't enough to dive down and search. But based on the current situation, he is definitely dead. A Navy officer respectfully reported. That's right, Admiral Borsellino. According to the data, Monkey D. XuanYuan is a devil fruit user. Now that he has fallen into the sea, he is definitely doomed. You can rest assured. Hurry and treat me. A Navy medic quickly came forward to heal XuanYuan's wounds. I need to confirm how far the nearest island is from here. XuanYuan asked seriously while being treated. He no longer dared to use common sense to deduce XuanYuan, as very few things about him could be explained normally. According to the map, Admiral Borsellino, the nearest island is 20 kilometers away. You can rest assured that Monkey D. XuanYuan is surely buried in the sea. A Navy soldier responded earnestly while holding the nearby nautical chart. That's good. Once my wounds are treated, we'll return to base to gather more forces to search for Monkey D. XuanYuan's body. By the way, before we leave, destroy this Huaxia ship of his as well. If this guy isn't dead and sneaks back onto the ship to escape, it will be too late for regrets. XuanYuan instructed seriously. Yes. Admiral Borsellino, please don't get too excited. Let me treat your wounds properly. Although the Navy felt XuanYuan was being overly cautious, they didn't dare to contradict him and respectfully replied, Admiral Borsellino, the fuel is ready. Should we ignite it now to burn Monkey D. XuanYuan's Huaxia ship? After healing XuanYuan, he returned to his warship with the aid of Navy soldiers, while the remaining Navy soldiers spread oil all over the Huaxia ship, preparing to set it ablaze as per XuanYuan's orders. There's no need. Let me do it. XuanYuan raised his uninjured left hand and pointed at the Huaxia ship. A laser shot from his finger, striking the deck of the Huaxia ship, which immediately caught fire. Cough, cough, cough. As he forcefully used the power of the devil fruit while severely injured, XuanYuan immediately felt pain from his wounds and began to cough violently. Borsellino General, you don't need to worry about these matters. Just leave them to us. You need to rest your body well. A naval officer beside him quickly supported Kizaru, expressing concern. It's fine. Some things are better done by myself to feel at ease. Kizaru looked at the blazing Huaxia ship, and although his wounds were painful, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Who dares to touch my partner's ship? Lion's might, sea tornado. Just as the Huaxia ship was engulfed in flames, the sea water actually formed a gigantic lion, opening its mouth wide and swallowing the Huaxia ship whole. At that moment, as the Huaxia ship was burning, the sea water formed a gigantic lion that opened its mouth and swallowed the Huaxia ship, extinguishing the newly ignited flames instantly. The giant lion that swallowed the Huaxia ship dissipated into seawater as the flames went out and did not harm the Huaxia ship. What? Who is it? Seeing the sudden phenomenon, Kizaru and the Navy were both shocked and quickly looked around to see what was happening. Kizaru, don't you remember this old man? In the distance, a massive pirate ship appeared on the sea, and above the pirate ship floated a man with golden long hair, looking at Kizaru with a cold smile. Gold lion, Shiki. Kizaru's face turned pale as he looked at the man floating in the air. That's right. The person is none other than the legendary pirate Gold Lion, Shiki, one of the three who divided the world with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. A figure of his stature at the peak, even in his prime, Kizaru wouldn't be a match for him, let alone now, when Kizaru was severely injured and couldn't exert even half of his usual strength. It would be strange not to be afraid of meeting him. Hey, you little Kizaru, you actually remember me. It seems your memory is quite good. Shiki looked at Kizaru with a faint smile. How could I forget? Back then, you single-handedly barged into the Navy headquarters, and many powerful Navy personnel were like ants before you, easily killed by you. If it weren't for Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku teaming up at that time, who knows if you would have sunk the Navy headquarters? Kizaru thought silently, while keeping a smile on his face. Senior Shiki, may I ask what brings you here? Kizaru, you have good manners, which is why you've managed to survive until now. I came here to see my companion, Monkey D. XuanYuan, the owner of this ship. You must have been fighting him earlier. Where is he? Shiki casually flew to the Huaxia ship and looked at Kizaru while releasing his observation haki to carefully search for XuanYuan, but found nothing, so he asked, Senior Shiki, are you referring to the latest rising supernova? Monkey D. XuanYuan? I'm not quite sure where he has gone. Kizaru replied respectfully, knowing from Shiki's tone that he had a deep relationship with XuanYuan. Kizaru was not a fool. In this situation, he would never admit that XuanYuan had exhausted himself from their battle and fallen into the sea. Facing an enraged gold lion, he had no confidence in preserving his life. You little Kizaru, stop lying. I sensed the power of your battle with XuanYuan. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Speak the truth. Where is XuanYuan? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Shiki looked coldly at Kizaru, and at the same time, the seawater in front of Kizaru's battleship formed a giant lion, clearly indicating that if Kizaru's answer didn't satisfy Shiki, they would be swallowed by this giant lion. Damn it. If it weren't for that brat injuring me before dying, I wouldn't be in such a predicament, being threatened by you. Kizaru looked at Shiki angrily. But at that moment, he could only force a smile on his face. Senior Shiki, your observation haki is truly impressive. You can sense from such a distance. That's right. I was indeed fighting Monkey D. XuanYuan earlier, but when he realized he couldn't match my strength, he fled directly. As for how he could run on the sea like you, I am not quite sure. After Kizaru said this, he felt that this lie was truly poor. But there was no way. At that moment, his mind couldn't think of a better lie, so he could only respond this way. He thought Shiki would immediately see through his lie and angrily attack him. But to his surprise, Shiki nodded and muttered to himself, running on the water. It seems that XuanYuan has comprehended some new technique. He has quite an unexpected kid. But why is he running? Even if he can't win, he could just hold on for a little longer. You know I'm nearby, right? Why didn't you come to help? Senior Shiki, I have answered your question, and I have some matters to attend to. May I leave now? Kizaru, not hearing Shiki's mutterings, saw that he no longer had killing intent and mustered the courage to ask. All right, you can go, but wait, leave a Navy soldier behind. Just you. I'll take you back to ask some questions. I won't harm your life, and after I finish, I'll let you go. Just as Shiki was about to let Kizaru leave, he suddenly felt something was off, as the fleeing method perfectly matched XuanYuan's peculiar personality. But fleeing did not align with XuanYuan's stubborn nature, especially leaving the Huaxia ship behind to escape. Thinking of this, Shiki remained cautious and pointed at a naval soldier, preparing to take him back to the base to clarify the situation. The naval soldier pointed at by Shiki was initially stunned. But before he could react to object, Shiki had already reached his side, grabbed his shoulder, and rudely tossed him onto the Huaxia ship. Kizaru wanted to step forward to stop this, but thought about his current situation and held back, watching Shiki. Senior Shiki, can we leave now? No rush. I'll give you a ride. Shiki looked at Kizaru with a mischievous smile, then reached out and touched Kizaru's battleship, and with a strong push, he flew high into the air, looking down at Kizaru and the others. Could it be? A bad premonition immediately appeared in Kizaru's mind. But before he had a chance to speak, he saw Shiki wave his hand, and his battleship was thrown high into the air, heading back to the base they came from. The Navy and Kizaru were thrown around on the battleship. Many Navy personnel, even making silly pig-like sounds. It's one thing to fight XuanYuan, but to think about destroying his ship, this is punishment. I'm not killing you to leave it for XuanYuan to kill. Shiki looked at the flying battleship and said faintly. Then he took off with the Huaxia ship and his pirate ship, heading back to his base. That kid XuanYuan running on the sea. Is this his new ability or what? I'll ask that little Navy soldier later to find out. Shiki recalled what Kizaru had said earlier and curiously speculated. Trusting XuanYuan, he still hadn't considered the possibility that XuanYuan was in danger. On a small island ruled by Gold Lion in the second half of the Grand Line. What did you say? XuanYuan fought with Kizaru and then fell into the sea due to overexertion. After a brief interrogation of the Navy brought back by the Golden Lion, he immediately received a piece of news he could hardly imagine. That's right, Boss Shiki, I conducted a lie detector test on him, and it shows that his statement about XuanYuan falling into the sea is normal, which means that the yellow ape tricked you. said Indigo, the scientist under the Golden Lion, looking at the navy locked in the instrument. Damn it, that little punk yellow ape actually dared to deceive me. I should have killed him earlier. The Golden Lion said angrily, his golden hair seeming to float with his fury. Boss Shiki, I think it's a bit late to be angry now. You should prioritize finding XuanYuan. After all, he is in great danger after exhausting his physical strength and falling into the sea, Indigo said seriously, while secretly thinking that it was already too late. Having fallen into the sea for so long, unless he was a fisherman, he would have died long ago. The purpose of saying this was to prevent you from acting rashly and rushing to the Navy headquarters to kill the yellow ape, only to end up locked up and impelled down again. Yes, Indigo, you were right. Quickly, send out all forces to thoroughly search that sea area. By the way, inform Whitebeard Newgate to come help. After all, he has been at sea longer than I have and should have more manpower, which should help us find XuanYuan faster. The Golden Lion tried to keep calm while analyzing the situation. However, no matter how he analyzed it, he never considered the possibility that XuanYuan might have already met with misfortune. Perhaps in his heart, that little brat he was so satisfied with would never encounter any mishaps. No, I still need to search personally. That should help find that little punk faster. After giving orders to Indigo, the Golden Lion, still feeling uneasy, decided to set sail alone without leading anyone, heading quickly toward the sea area where XuanYuan had fallen. Damn it. Upon reaching that sea area, the Golden Lion crazily made the seawater rise in chunks to search for XuanYuan's traces, while constantly shouting, XuanYuan, where are you, little punk? If you hear me, just respond, XuanYuan. It was unknown how many sea kings the Golden Lion directly dragged from the water, throwing them away mercilessly. Although each was filled with rage, none dared to attack after sensing the Golden Lion's terrifying aura. From that moment on, that sea area surprisingly became a forbidden zone for sea kings, with not a single one residing there, something the current Golden Lion could never have imagined. Of course, that was a story for another time. After the Golden Lion personally joined the search for XuanYuan, the search speed indeed increased significantly. However, this sea area was vast, and even if the Golden Lion searched day and night without rest, it would still take several days to completely scour the area. Fortunately, not long after the Golden Lion began his search, Whitebeard arrived with all his fleet. Not only Whitebeard, but even one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, rushed over after learning the situation. Additionally, various forces linked to the Huaxia Empire on the Grand Line, such as Baroque works controlled by Crocodile, the Kuja pirates led by Boa Hancock, and allies like Gast and his mysterious organization, among others, all came to help. Even Hawkeye Myhawk and the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had just joined XuanYuan's crew, rushed over. However, to be honest, the help they provided was minimal. With so many astonishing forces gathering together, progress truly accelerated. It took just one day to thoroughly search the sea area, leaving no stone unturned, but still, there was no sign of XuanYuan. An ominous premonition finally arose in everyone's hearts, and this feeling quickly spread to the Huaxia Empire's base in the East Sea. The news of XuanYuan's disappearance soon spread to every corner of the world. Not only did the personnel in the Huaxia Empire's bases across the seas know, but even ordinary citizens were aware of it. This news acted like a fuse, igniting the already volatile world. The feeling of panic before the explosion arose in everyone's hearts. The wise knew that a major event was about to unfold. This was no longer the kind of major event like the Whitebeard pirates confronting the Navy headquarters, but a battle between numerous terrifying forces and the world government. This world was about to change. In the East Sea, in the conference room of the Huaxia Empire's base, Noah, Robin, Hades, Enel, and even Jean Bay and the Evil Dragon, who had just returned after handling the Fishman Island incident, sat with grim expressions. Does anyone have any objections? If not, let's prepare well. 1 week from now, we'll directly confront the world government and eradicate it to avenge XuanYuan, Noah said coldly. He initially wanted to say to take revenge, but they didn't even know XuanYuan's fate. Deep down, they all believed that the invincible XuanYuan could not possibly be dead. Originally, XuanYuan had mentioned leaving a life card so that everyone could know his status, but he was always too busy, and when he finally had free time, he never remembered this matter. Thus, it was shelved until his disappearance, causing everyone to worry. In their view, regardless of what happened to XuanYuan this time, the fact that he fell into the sea after fighting the yellow ape was undeniable. And since the yellow ape was a member of the world government, they could not simply seek revenge on him. If they were to retaliate, the entire world government must pay the price. Yes, we must make these guys pay dearly. When the young master returns, We'll give him a surprise. We've already avenged him. Hades nodded, believing that XuanYuan was only slightly injured and temporarily unable to return for some reason. When he came back and learned that they had avenged him, he would surely be very happy. That's right, helping that bad guy vent his anger has made me worry so much about him. When he returns, I must give him a good scolding. Robin also nodded seriously. All right, I'll contact Whitebeard. Noah, you all reach out to Dragon and our allies, as well as all the forces on the Grand Line. This time, we'll completely eliminate this decaying world government. Jinbei nodded. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, the 5 elders were still engaged in heated discussions. I never expected Borsalino, the yellow ape's real name, to have actually knocked Monkey D, XuanYuan into the sea this time. This is truly good news, the 3rd elder said excitedly. Old 3, right now, Monkey D, XuanYuan is just missing and his life or death is unknown. Don't celebrate too early. If that kid isn't dead, you'll just be happy for nothing. The 2nd elder said, still polishing his beloved sword, the supreme grade great sword no. 12. Initial ghost slash. The 2nd elder said, I'm not being overly optimistic or happy too early. Think about it. That kid is a devil fruit user, and he fell into the sea, in a place where there are no small islands around. Do you think he can survive? Don't forget Golden Lion Whitebeard. And all the forces of Huaxia Empire have been searching seriously for an entire day, combing through the entire sea area. Yet there hasn't been a single clue. The only possibility I see is that the kid drowned after falling into the sea and became food for the sea kings, which is why not even a body can be found. The 3rd elder, feeling pleased after hearing the news that XuanYuan, the little brat he had always disliked, had fallen into the sea, couldn't help but feel much better. He looked significantly younger, but still had the appearance of an old man. The 4th elder replied coldly, Old 3, you can't make assumptions about Monkey D, XuanYuan using common logic. Don't forget, this kid also has a D in his name. Do you really think it's a good thing if he dies? Look at the situation now, whether it's Whitebeard and those big pirates or the revolutionary army led by Dragon, as well as the Huaxia Empire established by that kid. They're all stirring. If that kid really dies, our government will definitely face an unprecedented storm. The 5th elder, who usually aligned with the 4th elder, also stood by his side this time, saying, Yes, we underestimated this little brat before. We didn't expect Monkey D, XuanYuan to have such a significant influence, with so many big names willing to stand up for him. These guys coming together form a power that we cannot underestimate. The 2nd elder said lightly, Evil is ultimately evil. No matter how strong they are, they cannot defeat justice. They cannot be our opponents. That's right, we, who represent justice, cannot lose. The reason we let them develop before was that we needed to suppress them everywhere, and our military forces were severely dispersed, which allowed these guys to take advantage and grow. Now that they are concentrated, it's fine. We can also concentrate our forces and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Removing future threats. The 3rd elder said confidently, Is that so, Old 3? Then I have some bad news for you. These guys, especially the Revolutionary Army and the Huaxia Empire, have a very good impression in the hearts of the people. Many foolish people see them as justice and view us as decayed and evil symbols. The 4th elder said calmly, Justice and evil will not be represented by the foolish citizens' recognition. Just like me using the original Go Slash, as long as my strength is strong enough, I still represent justice. Victory and defeat determine who can speak of justice. The 2nd elder said, looking unconcerned at the 4th elder's worries. Exactly. I support the 2nd elder's viewpoint. Discussing justice or anything else is meaningless now. What we need to do is concentrate our forces and prepare for what is about to happen. The eldest elder, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He looked faintly at the thunderclouds outside the window, saying, We must also be careful. A storm is coming. In the office of the 5 elders, the eldest elder looked at the dark thunderclouds outside and sighed. The storm is coming. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the storm had already arrived. A tall, middle-aged man angrily marched toward the marshal's office building, shouting, Borsalino, you trash, get out here. I'll tear you apart. Following closely behind this middle-aged man was a young man with a refined demeanor and glasses. This young man stood in sharp contrast to the tall, middle-aged man. But the flashes of intelligence in his eyes beneath the glasses made people not dare to ignore his presence. These two were important figures from the S6, XuanYuan's mentor. The principal of S6, Iron Bone, and XuanYuan's instructor, Moya, as the brother of the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Steelbone, and having once held such an important position in S6. Iron Bone, despite having retired without any official position, undoubtedly had a status and influence far greater than the current Navy Admiral Akainu Kasasky. Thus, even though Iron Bone was rampaging through the Navy headquarters and cursing loudly, no one dared to step forward to manage this Yama, King of Hell. Iron Bone, why don't you lower your voice a little? Hold back for now and don't shout so loudly. If you scare Borsalino away, that would be troublesome, Moya said quietly behind Iron Bone. In truth, he also felt that Iron Bone's loud shouting was damaging to his image. But he knew Iron Bone was angry at the moment, so he dared not say it plainly and could only remind him softly. Run? Does he dare? I've locked onto him with my observation hockey. This guy actually dares to heal himself inside. Well, heal up. Once you're done, I'll kill you directly. Iron Bone looked at the marshal's office building. With his powerful strength, he sensed Kizaru's presence and knew where he was. He didn't care at all about the gazes of those around him and quickly walked towards the room where Kizaru was. No one dared to stop him, and seeing this, Moya didn't dare to say anything more and quickly followed him. Boom! The door to Kizaru's resting room was kicked open by Iron Bone, crashing into the wall inside. And Iron Bone entered with Moya, coldly staring at Kizaru. Iron Bone, why are you here? As a Navy Admiral, Kizaru naturally recognized the middle-aged man glaring at him. Having been in the Navy for years, he knew that this man, regardless of strength or status, was someone he could never offend. Thus, even though Iron Bone had rudely barged in, he still forced a smile and said, Borsalino, you have some nerve to throw my beloved disciple XuanYuan into the sea, leaving him missing. It seems you're tired of living, so let me help you. Iron Bone clenched his fists and approached Kizaru, ready to kill him right there. As for the consequences, he would deal with them after venting his anger. Why do I keep provoking this old monster? First it was Golden Lion, and now I'm still recovering from my injuries, and this ancestor is here again, looking at Iron Bone, approaching him with murderous intent. Kizaru couldn't help but secretly cry out in despair. He of course knew about XuanYuan's training at S6 and understood that XuanYuan was Garp's grandson, Iron Bone's beloved disciple. However, he also knew that both Garp and Iron Bone had resigned because of XuanYuan, and XuanYuan was now a high-profile wanted criminal by the world government, an evil existence that must be eliminated. Therefore, he thought that even if he eliminated XuanYuan, he would only be rewarded and could enjoy a good fight. Although these two were very dissatisfied, they didn't dare to take any action against him due to various relations. But he never expected that this Iron Bone, who was never bound by any rules, would really come looking for him to kill him in revenge for XuanYuan. What shocked him even more was that Iron Bone had the guts to storm into the Navy headquarters to kill him. Was he crazy? Iron Bone, please let me explain. Seeing Iron Bone approaching him with clenched fists and a murderous aura, Kizaru couldn't help but feel afraid and stammered. However, Iron Bone didn't give him any chance to explain and punch him hard. Fortunately, Kizaru had returned to the Navy headquarters to receive the best treatment, and his strength had recovered to about 70 to 80%, allowing him to barely dodge Iron Bone's first punch, but he was still in a very awkward position. Seeing that Kizaru's skills were so fast, he was able to spring up from the bed immediately and then roll on the ground to dodge his first attack. Iron Bone didn't hesitate and lifted his leg to kick again. This time, Kizaru couldn't evade and was hit hard by Iron Bone's kick infused with Conqueror's Haki, sending him flying into the wall, reopening the wound XuanYuan had inflicted, and blood began to flow out. All of this seemed slow to describe, but in reality, it was extremely quick, from Iron Bone throwing his first punch and Kizaru dodging, to the second kick that sent Kizaru flying. The time in between was less than a second, which was the real reason Kizaru couldn't dodge such a simple attack. Iron Bone, Lord Iron Bone. Knowing he had no chance of winning, Kizaru had no choice but to endure the pain from his wound and plead with Iron Bone. Go die. Iron Bone had no interest in listening to his pleas and tightened his fist, aiming another punch at him lying on the ground. Iron Bone paid no attention to Kizaru's groans as he delivered another heavy punch. Kizaru closed his eyes, knowing he could not dodge. Mingdog. Just as Iron Bone's punch was about to hit Kizaru, Akainu rushed over for some unknown reason. His right hand transformed into a magma claw, blocking in front of Kizaru. Lord Iron Bone, please calm down. Although Akainu had activated his Devil Fruit powers, Iron Bone's strength was so formidable that even though he blocked this fatal blow, Akainu was still shaken to the point his arms went numb. Kasasky, you don't want to live, daring to interfere with what I want to do. Iron Bone coldly glared at Akainu, who blocked his attack. He didn't care that Akainu was now an admiral or whatever. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was seeking death. Lord Iron Bone, I hope you can calm down a bit. You are the pride of our world government, but what you are doing now is completely unworthy of your status. Stop it. Although Akainu was very dissatisfied with Ironbone's threat, he was still an admiral after all. Even if his status was T is high, it shouldn't be that low. Ironbone was being too disrespectful, but he managed to maintain his last bit of reason to persuade. Stop talking so much, get out of the way, and I'll settle the score with you later. If you don't move aside, I'll kill you. Ironbone looked at the righteous Akainu with a belly full of anger, but for now, he could still distinguish that his primary target to kill was Kizu. And as for Akainu, he could temporarily endure. Lord Ironbone, I know why you're angry because of Monkey D, XuanYuan, but Lord Ironbone, he is the one who brought you shame. Akainu tried to persuade Ironbone while holding back his temper. Shut up, before Akainu could finish. Ironbone swung his hand and slapped Akainu in the face. This sudden slap was incredibly fast, and Akainu didn't react in time before being sent flying. Half of his face almost deformed. How dare you insult my beloved disciple? You are seeking death. Ironbone looked at Akainu lying on the ground, filled with killing intent. He had initially planned to let him off, but since he dared to touch Ironbone's reverse scale, there's no doubt that XuanYuan was Ironbone's reverse scale. It was equivalent to seeking death. Ironbone, you old bastard, you are too arrogant. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Even Buddha has a temper, let alone Akainu in magma form. After being hit by Ironbone, he could no longer hold back and immediately transformed into magma, throwing a punch at Ironbone. Insulting Lord Ironbone, it seems you really want to die. Alas, it's a pity that you just became an admiral. What a pitiful fellow. Emoya, behind Ironbone, saw the furious Akainu charging at Ironbone and merely shook his head lightly, his gaze towards Akainu turning into that of a dead man. Boom! The Marine Headquarters Admiral building suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and all the Marines turned to look towards the source of the explosion. Then they witnessed a scene they could hardly believe. Their newly appointed Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru were both flying out of the building. Ah, Admiral Kasaski, Admiral Borsellino. The Marines were shocked to see their two highest leaders flying out of the Admiral building and hurried to see what had happened. But the figures that appeared next made them all halt in their tracks, only daring to watch from afar. It turned out that after Akainu and Kizaru were sent flying out of the Marine Admiral building, Ironbone also chased after them with Emoya, while loudly cursing, Kasaski, you piece of trash, what ability do you have to be an admiral? Truly shameful. It would be better if I just killed you to prevent you from tarnishing the title of admiral. And Borsellino, you're even more trash. Weren't you so proud when bullying my beloved disciple? Since you disregarded your status to bully the weak, I will definitely let you taste the bitterness of being bullied today until you die. Why does Lord Ironbone want to kill Admiral Kasaski and Admiral Borsellino? The Marines in the distance quietly discussed this scene, but no one dared to step forward. How would I know? It might be because Admiral Borsellino killed Monkey D. XuanYuan last time, to maintain their image, the Marines announced that XuanYuan had been killed by Kizaru. I heard that Monkey D, XuanYuan is Lord Ironbone's disciple. So it seems Lord Ironbone is here for revenge. No way, no matter what, Lord Ironbone is still a member of the world government. And Borsellino is an admiral, while that Monkey D, XuanYuan, is a wanted criminal. Borsellino was right to kill him. How can Lord Ironbone come for revenge? This is too unreasonable. Who says it's not? But what can anyone do about what Lord Ironbone wants to do? Don't you think so? Who said that? You go help. I'm not in good condition today. I need to go to the bathroom first. Ironbone looked at Kizaru and Akainu, both knocked to the ground by his blows, with disdain in his eyes. You two pieces of trash, come at me together. Damn it, Borsellino, let us go. Let us fight this old bastard. Although he was completely at the mercy of Ironbone's first strike, looking at Ironbone's disdainful expression, Akainu's anger completely suppressed his fear. He stood up and immediately launched another attack on Ironbone. Great fire! Akainu's arm transformed into a massive magma arm, striking fiercely at Ironbone. I'll fight you. In this moment, Kizaru, fueled by the courage that erupted before death, overcame his fear of Ironbone, wielding a sword made of light and rapidly charging at Ironbone. However, due to his injuries, his speed was greatly reduced, only half of what it usually was, yet it was still comparable to Akainu's attack speed, almost hitting Ironbone simultaneously. Oof. Facing the incoming attacks, Ironbone merely snorted coldly, standing in place with no intention of dodging. Go die. Facing the combined attacks of Akainu and Kizaru, Ironbone showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he tightened his fists and charged at the two. Around Ironbone, his armament hockey seemed to take on substance, enveloping him as he rushed towards the two. As the powerful forces collided, in addition to the sound of an explosion, a scream echoed. The one who let out that scream was Akainu. He realized something was wrong when his attack collided with the attacks from Kizuru and the Iron Bone. As his attack struck the Iron Bone, whose body was wrapped in armament haki, he knew that the nearly tangible armor of armament haki was absolutely unbreakable by his and Kizuru's attacks. The offensive power released by that haki immediately transmitted through his magma arm, followed by sharp pain. Even someone as resilient as him couldn't hold back and let out a cry, before he was once again sent flying without any resistance. As for why Kizuru didn't T-scream, the reason was simpler. He was knocked unconscious by that powerful force and had no chance to cry out. You overestimate yourself. Looking at Kizuru, who was lying on the ground, barely breathing, Iron Bone said coldly, then turned to look at the still groaning Akainu and reassured him, don't worry. Your pain will end soon. Ugh. Akainu, enduring the pain in his arm, lifted his head. He knew that his arm must be broken. But he didn't have time to care about that now, because he felt death approaching step by step. Stop. Just as Iron Bone was about to walk towards Akainu to deliver the final blow, a cold voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Akainu's heart, which was about to leap out of his chest, finally calmed down, and he thought to himself, phew, I'm saved. Sure enough, after hearing the voice, Iron Bone stopped in his tracks and turned around. Brother, you're here too. That's right. The one who shouted to stop Iron Bone from killing Akainu was none other than Iron Bone's older brother, the supreme commander of the world government, Steel Bone. You still remember I'm your older brother, then do you know what you're doing? Steel Bone shouted angrily at Iron Bone. Of course. I'm here to kill Kasaski and Borsellino. What's wrong with that? Iron Bone replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing something completely ordinary. Damn it, you bastard. They're the fleet admiral and a marine admiral. As a member of the world government, my brother, how could you want to kill them? Have you lost your mind? Steel Bone, feeling helpless against his brother, didn't he know what to do and could only shout at him. I've long ceased to be a member of the world government. Didn't I tell you that when XuanYuan was being hunted by this rotten world government? Why kill them? It's simple, they deserve to die. Iron Bone said calmly. Steel Bone, Akainu struggled to stand up, wanting to seek help from Steel Bone. But Iron Bone didn't give him the chance to finish his sentence and kicked him hard, knocking him out cold. Iron Bone, you. Seeing his brother being so reckless, Steel Bone was left speechless. Steel Bone, today's matters are about over. Now that Steel Bone is here, if you really kill Borsellino or Kasaski, there will be no turning back. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moya quietly said as he walked up behind Iron Bone. He insisted on following Iron Bone, this time out of fear that Iron Bone would act impulsively and create an irreversible situation. Hearing Moya's words, Iron Bone felt quite agreeable. He had already severely punished Kizuru and Akainu, and he had vented enough of his anger. Now that his older brother had appeared, it was time to let many things go. All right, let us go. Iron Bone nodded, preparing to leave with Moya. Iron Bone, you. Watching his brother who was about to leave after causing trouble, Steel Bone was utterly speechless. I want to repeat myself. As for how those old guys in the world government will deal with me, you don't need to help me with anything. Iron Bone said to Steel Bone, brother, I hope we can meet again in the future. The disappearance of XuanYuan not only caused a stir within the world government, but also created a significant commotion around the world. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, among the four emperors, Whitebeard and Redhair were both very worried after learning about XuanYuan's disappearance. However, they also knew that sending more people to search now would be futile. It was better to concentrate their forces to deal with the upcoming events, as they knew a storm was about to come. Even if XuanYuan appeared now, it would likely be too late to turn things around. Not only them, but even the other two of the four emperors were seriously consolidating their forces. Although they had no direct ties with XuanYuan and would not go to war with the world government over his matter, they absolutely would not miss the unprecedented battle that was about to break out. The world would definitely change completely after this incident. At this moment, in the Revolutionary Army's base, Monkey D. Dragon was arranging something with a map of his forces when the Cross-Dresser King knocked on the door and walked in. Dragon, you haven't rested yet? Haven't you already made arrangements? You should rest early, so you have the energy to deal with what's coming. Ivan, don't underestimate this matter. This incident is different from the last great battle you participated in with Whitebeard and the Marine headquarters. This battle will fundamentally change the world. Whether we can overthrow this decaying world government is a golden opportunity that concerns our tomorrow and the future of this world. I must review it several more times. Dragon said seriously. Sigh, I never expected XuanYuan boy could cause such a huge shock. I wonder how he is doing now. He wouldn't miss such an important matter, would he? Ivan looked out the window, recalling XuanYuan's figure and sighed. Don't worry, that kid will be fine. He is the chosen one of the world. I believe he will come back. When he sees that we have overthrown this rotten government, I wonder what expression he will have. Dragon said earnestly, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. At this moment, on the Grand Line, all the forces of the Huaxia Empire were seriously preparing. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Sand Crocodile, Hawkeye Myhawk, Moonlight Moria, and the flowing robe Don Quixote da Flamingo. These so-called 6 warlords of Huaxia were all preparing with different feelings. Undoubtedly, although everyone had different thoughts, no one would miss the imminent direct confrontation with the world government. XuanYuan, are you really missing, or have you died? A young man sat on a rock in front of a small island, sighing faintly. What was most shocking was that the area around the rock he sat on was dry, meaning that the waves had not reached there at all, or more accurately, the waves that came were blocked by the powerful armament hockey he released, unable to reach him. It was hard to imagine that this was achieved by a young man. The young man lifted his contemplative head, and he was none other than XuanYuan's former enemy and now ally, the alternative pirate, Geister. You brat, you better be fine, or my existence will lose its value. You can only die by my hand. Hurry back, I'm getting bored to death, Geister said, looking out at the distant sea. At this moment, the one everyone was worried about, XuanYuan, was soundly asleep. The entire world was thrown into an uproar due to XuanYuan's disappearance, enveloped in a thick atmosphere of gunpowder, and it wouldn't be long before an unprecedented war would break out. And the fuse for all this was XuanYuan, who was lying on a small island, completely unaware, sleeping soundly. Where's this place? How did I get here? At noon, when the dazzling sunlight shone on XuanYuan, this guy, who had been in a coma for 3 whole days, finally opened his eyes. It felt so uncomfortable, my hands. How could this be? Just as XuanYuan was preparing to get up, the discomfort throughout his body hit him all at once. This was the most uncomfortable time he had ever tried to get out of bed. There was not a single part of him that felt comfortable, except for his hands, which felt fine. Just as XuanYuan was pleased that his hands had a strong recovery ability, he realized something was wrong. It turned out that his hands didn't just feel fine. They had completely lost sensation. Impossible. It must be that my physical strength hasn't recovered yet. I'll be fine after a while. After using the strength of his other joints to stand up, XuanYuan tried hard to calm himself down and carefully examine his hands to see what had happened. Having obtained S6 and being personally taught by the witch Kaliva, he was quite confident in his medical skills. As long as his hands had not fallen off, he was sure he could heal them. However, as he continued his examination, XuanYuan's expression grew increasingly grim. How could this be? XuanYuan discovered that the condition of his hands was not much better than if they were broken. If his hands were broken, as long as the blood vessels and meridians hadn't healed themselves, they could still be reattached. However, after battling with Kizaru, he had forcibly used strength beyond his body's current capacity, and that final strike had shattered the meridians in his hands. If he had treated them immediately after the injury, there would have been hope, but XuanYuan had been unconscious for 3 whole days, meaning he had delayed treatment for 3 days. His abnormal recovery ability had already healed all his wounds, which meant that XuanYuan's body had now accepted the fact that the meridians in both his hands were severed. Both hands had effectively become useless, while XuanYuan had considered the idea of resevering the meridians and reconnecting them from a distance. He knew the risks of this surgery were too great. He realized that in the entire world of One Piece, probably only the witch Kaliva and he could accomplish it. But that was just the surface issue. XuanYuan realized that he had been in a coma for too long, and the meridians and blood vessels in his hands had not received normal circulation for 3 days. It could almost be said that they were already wasted. Even if Kaliva performed surgery to reconnect the meridians, it would only allow his hands to move with great difficulty, and they wouldn't even compare to an ordinary person's hands. It would be like having a pair of prosthetics. From now on, he would lose the qualification to use the Minghong knife and would become a martial artist without hands, his strength undoubtedly dropping from peak power to that of a disabled person with slightly better kicking skills. Have you realized it? The voice of the Minghong knife echoed in XuanYuan's mind at that moment. Faced with such a result, even XuanYuan found it hard to accept. After all, he had always had the heart of a strong person. Becoming peak power and looking down on the world had always been one of his dreams. But now, with his hands rendered useless, he had effectively lost that qualification. After all, he had lost both hands, not just one like Shanks. Without the ability to fight with both hands, he could almost determine that he was no longer destined to be the strongest. I noticed your condition the moment it happened, but that was a physical injury, not a spiritual one. I can't help you recover, so I'm sorry, XuanYuan. The voice of the Minghong knife was filled with regret at that moment, as it felt responsible for urging XuanYuan to use that overloaded move, resulting in such consequences, and it was unable to help him, which made the Minghong knife feel very distressed. What does it have to do with you, good partner? If I hadn't used that move, I would have died at Kizaru's hands. Now, although my hands are temporarily numb, they will recover sooner or later. Once I recover, I will definitely perfect that move, and then we will look down on this world together. Hearing the Minghong knife's apologetic voice, XuanYuan scolded himself for showing such an expression that made the Minghong knife feel guilty. He quickly returned to his normal expression and even forced a smile. Seeing XuanYuan's reaction, the Minghong knife, sensing XuanYuan's inner feelings, understood that XuanYuan was reacting this way to avoid worrying it, which made the guilt feel even heavier. By the way, Minghong, where's this place? I passed out after using that move. Where am I? Did you bring me here? To distract the Minghong knife's attention from his sadness, XuanYuan immediately asked a question he was very eager to know. I don't know where this is either. It wasn't me who brought you here. The Minghong knife replied seriously. What? Someone else saved me? Who? Besides you, is there anyone else with such abilities? XuanYuan asked in surprise. Yes, someone else saved you. Or it shouldn't be counted as a person. The Minghong knife explained seriously. After you used that overloaded power and swung your blade, you lost consciousness. The strong inertia caused you to fly off the Huaxia and fall into the sea. I must say, you are really heavy, even in the water. At that time, I used all my strength to disperse the surrounding seawater so that you wouldn't drown. Then I planned to go to the nearest small island. But when I released my power to observe the surroundings, I found there was no small island nearby to save you. Just when I was at a loss, I sensed a similar power coming towards us. What? A similar power? Whose is it? Yours? XuanYuan, not wanting to interrupt others' habits, couldn't help but interject this time because what the Minghong knife said was too peculiar. You must know what the Minghong knife is. It is the #1 knife of the Huaxia continent and can be said to be on par with the XuanYuan sword. Arriving in this world, it can be considered a top-tier weapon, and even compared to the supreme great knife of 12 crafts, it is absolutely leading. What could possess a power similar to it? The XuanYuan sword? That's right, it is a power similar to mine. To be precise, it's a similar power. The Minghong knife was not angry that XuanYuan interrupted him. He could understand XuanYuan because he was also surprised when he felt that power. Yes, and then it came and brought us here. Who is it? The XuanYuan sword? XuanYuan looked at the Minghong knife anxiously, feeling very dissatisfied that it only said half a sentence. No, it's not the XuanYuan sword. Look, it's coming. The Minghong knife said seriously as it sensed a certain power. XuanYuan quickly raised his head and saw. With the Minghong knife's reminder, XuanYuan quickly looked up, and at that moment, he saw a huge figure swimming towards him from the distant sea. What? A mermaid? XuanYuan's eyes widened as he looked at the figure in the distance. That's right, the one who saved XuanYuan was indeed a mermaid. And not just any mermaid, but the mermaid princess, Princess Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi is extraordinary. She is born with a special ability to communicate with and control the Sea Kings. All of these special abilities signify that Princess Shirahoshi is definitely not simple, as her true identity is one of the ancient weapons, the Sea God. At the time when the Minghong knife was dispersing the surrounding seawater for XuanYuan, the energy emitted from that top-tier weapon was instantly sensed by Princess Shirahoshi in the surrounding seas. Out of instinct, she immediately rushed towards the source of this energy. When she arrived and found the unconscious XuanYuan in the water, without any hesitation, she rushed up, embraced XuanYuan and his Minghong knife, and swam towards the nearest small island. After placing them safely, she came to take care of XuanYuan at regular intervals every day. Princess White Star did all of this partly because she was born with a kind heart, and partly because the power released by the Minghong Blade felt exceptionally familiar to her, which is why she exerted herself to help XuanYuan. Yes, it's a mermaid. XuanYuan, you must not underestimate this mermaid. At that time, I clearly felt that this mermaid released a power that was quite close to mine. That is not the power of a mermaid, but something that only a powerful weapon could possess. The Minghong Blade explained to XuanYuan. A powerful weapon, a fishman. Right? I remember when I went to the underworld, Lama told me the secret of ancient weapons, and it seems that the sea god is related to Fishman Island. Could it be that this guy is a fishman from Fishman Island, and that feeling is because she carries an ancient weapon with her? XuanYuan analyzed in his heart. Princess White started not give XuanYuan much time to think. With her exceptionally fast swimming speed, she quickly reached the edge of the island. Looking at XuanYuan, who had already awakened, and showed a happy smile. You finally woke up. That's great. I was thinking that if you didn't wake up soon, I would have to go back and find a doctor for you. Although it would be hard to escape after going back, saving a life is more important. Luckily, you woke up, so I don't have to go back. Princess White Star said happily. Thank you. May I ask your name, miss? I really appreciate you saving me. My name is Monkey D. XuanYuan. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Although XuanYuan had questions about why the other party emitted a power similar to that of the Minghong Blade, he still decided to thank his savior first, despite his doubts. What? You are Monkey D. XuanYuan, Lord XuanYuan. As soon as XuanYuan said his name, Princess White Star immediately exclaimed in surprise, and then carefully observed XuanYuan. Yes, I am XuanYuan. Miss, do you have any questions? XuanYuan felt very uncomfortable under the gaze of Princess White Star, who looked at him like a monster. Yes, it is Lord XuanYuan. How'd I not recognize you at first? How careless of me. Lord XuanYuan, I am Princess White Star of Fishman Island. You could just call me White Star. Thank you for saving our Fishman Island. You are our great benefactor. After carefully examining XuanYuan's appearance, Princess White Star quickly said respectfully, you are Princess White Star of Fishman Island. XuanYuan was slightly shocked in his heart, secretly thinking that Lama was indeed right. The sea god in ancient weapons is indeed related to Fishman Island. The Minghong Blade can actually sense a similar aura from Princess White Star. So the sea god must be on Fishman Island. Princess White Star, why do you say that I saved your Fishman Island and became your benefactor? I have never been to Fishman Island. It was you who saved me. Otherwise, I would have drowned in the sea long ago. You are my benefactor. XuanYuan waved his hand at the respectfully bowing Princess White Star. Although it felt good to suddenly become someone else's great benefactor, XuanYuan still decided to clarify the situation first. Otherwise, it would be quite unbearable to be so inexplicably praised. Lord XuanYuan, you are indeed our benefactor. From the moment you wiped out the Celestial Dragon clan, you have given us fishmen a tremendous blessing. Then, you brought Brother Jinbei and Brother Dragon back to Fishman Island, cleaning up the trash of that clan and creating a harmonious environment within our Fishman Island. This is another great kindness. Moreover, you have used your Huaxia Empire to protect our Fishman Island, allowing our fishmen to finally not worry about being bullied by human traffickers. Additionally, under your efforts, the relationship between humans and us has gradually returned to normal, which is an immeasurable kindness. You are a great benefactor of our Fishman Island, and every fishman's great benefactor. It is White Star's honor to be able to save Lord XuanYuan. How could White Star dare to call herself your benefactor? Princess White Star said seriously. All of this is what I should do. After all, I am brothers with Arlong and Jinbei, so these things are what I should do. If you want to thank anyone, thank them instead. Besides, isn't it best for fishmen and humans to live in peace? I don't have any merit. This is just natural. XuanYuan quickly shook his head, not knowing that he had done so much. However, he did not like to show off, so he quickly waved his hand. Everything Lord XuanYuan has done, White Star will not forget. By the way, Lord XuanYuan, how did you fall into the sea? Princess White Star noticed that XuanYuan was not used to being thanked by others, so she did not say much more. But her evaluation of XuanYuan increased by a notch in her heart. Well, I was fighting with Admiral Kazu, and then I exhausted my strength and fell into the sea. Luckily, you were there. Otherwise, I would have drowned. XuanYuan simply explained to White Star, thinking that if he went into too much detail, this little girl might not understand. Fighting with Admiral Kazuru, Lord XuanYuan is indeed amazing. White Star looked at XuanYuan with admiration, while secretly thinking in her heart, it was worth sneaking out this time. I was able to meet such an amazing Lord XuanYuan and coincidentally saved him. It seems I must sneak out to play more often in the future. Princess White Star is aware that she is an ancient weapon, and the Fishman King naturally knows this. Therefore, she is usually kept under strict control and not allowed to leave Fishman Island. This is also why Jinbei and Dragon were able to handle the internal affairs of Fishman Island, and the fishmen began to live in peace with humans. The Fishman King relaxed his vigilance and allowed Princess White Star to sneak out. One must say that XuanYuan's luck is really good. He was saved by the sneaking out Princess White Star. It seems that everything is predestined. If it were not for XuanYuan's previous contributions to Fishman Island, Princess White Star would not have run out, and XuanYuan might have died this time. Therefore, everyone should do more good deeds. There will definitely be rewards. It's just a matter of time. What's so great about that? I fell into the sea. If you hadn't saved me, I would have probably drowned. XuanYuan smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling that the little bit of satisfaction he once had completely vanished in this battle, especially now that his hands were almost broken. That sense of superiority in his heart no longer existed. Don't say that, Lord XuanYuan. You are so young and already possess such strength. I believe it won't be long before you have the strength to surpass the admirals and rival the 4 emperors. Princess White Star said seriously beside him. Really? Looking at the serious childlike expression of Princess White Star, XuanYuan's sense of loss improved significantly, and he asked earnestly, by the way, Little White Star. After seeing the childlike side of Princess White Star, XuanYuan habitually started calling her Little White Star. Where is this place? Do you know if there are any communication snails nearby? I haven't contacted everyone for so long. They must be worried sick. XuanYuan had left his communication snail on the Huaxia ship, and the one he carried with him had probably fallen somewhere during the battle with Kizaru and the fall into the sea. Lord XuanYuan, this is the first half of the Grand Line. When I saved you, I found that you were quite seriously injured, and I thought it would be too dangerous to take you to the second half of the Grand Line. So I brought you along a shortcut from the seabed to the first half of the Grand Line. However, I don't know what this island is called. It's just that the sea kings around told me that there is no danger on this island, and it's south quite close to the entrance of the East Sea of the Grand Line. Princess White Star answered seriously. I can't believe we've already reached the first half of the Grand Line. I never expected there would be such a shortcut under the sea, completing a journey that would normally take several days, even at full speed, in such a short time. XuanYuan was also astonished to find himself in the first half of the Grand Line. It's nothing. The ocean is inherently magical. It's just that humans rarely explore its depths, so they remain unaware. Moreover, Lord XuanYuan, your knife is so amazing. It can actually create a small space that drains the seawater, preventing you from drowning. That's why I thought of bringing you to the first half of the Grand Line. Otherwise, even if it's a shortcut, you probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Princess White Star said seriously. Of course, it's my good partner, but I don't know if I'll be able to use it in the future. Hearing Princess White Star praise the Minghong knife, XuanYuan was very happy, as if he were being praised himself. However, he soon remembered that his hands were severed and he might never be able to use the Minghong knife again, which made him feel sad. Lord XuanYuan, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing XuanYuan's expression turn somewhat gloomy, Princess White Star quickly asked with concern, thinking that she might have said something inappropriate. No, Little White Star, it's nothing. I just remembered something. By the way, we are in the first half of the Grand Line. Can you find Magnetic Drum Island? XuanYuan quickly realized his earlier lapse and hurriedly changed the topic. Since this is the first half of the Grand Line and not far from the entrance to the EC, it means it's also not too far from Magnetic Drum Island. Once they reach Magnetic Drum Island, XuanYuan can immediately contact the Sakura Kingdom under the Huaxia Empire to reassure them and find the witch Kirawa to perform surgery so that he can move his hands again. Although he wouldn't have much combat power, it's better than nothing, and he could think of ways to heal his meridians later. Magnetic Drum Island. Oh, is it that snowy little island? I only know the general direction. I'm not very clear on the exact location. Princess White Star thought for a moment and said, It's fine, as long as you know the general direction. Once we get close, I'll know the way. Little White Star, could you take me there? XuanYuan asked Princess White Star. Although he knew she wouldn't refuse him, he still asked politely. Of course, no problem. Helping you, Lord XuanYuan, is an honor for me. It's not a hassle at all. I'm happy to do it. Princess White Star said to XuanYuan seriously. So, Lord XuanYuan, should we set off now or wait for you to rest a bit longer and then leave when you feel better? Let us set off now. I've already slept for 3 days, so I've rested enough. XuanYuan said with a casual smile. He wanted Kirawa to perform surgery on him as soon as possible. Although the chances of recovery were almost non-existent, he still harbored some hope in his heart. Well then, Lord XuanYuan, please jump on my hand. I'll take you right away. Princess White Star's body was huge, comparable to a small sea king, making XuanYuan's size in her hand seem like a doll in a normal person's hand. XuanYuan didn't hesitate and jumped directly into her hand. Princess White Star held XuanYuan tightly, and with a sudden burst of speed, she began swimming towards Magnetic Drum Island. As expected of the fastest fisherman, Princess White Star reached the waters around Magnetic Drum Island in less than half an hour. Under XuanYuan's guidance, they quickly arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. Lord XuanYuan, is this Magnetic Drum Island? It really is the so-called snowy country. Huh, why are so many people fully armed? Princess White Star exclaimed in surprise as she saw the snow-covered Magnetic Drum Island. Growing up on Fishman Island, she had only heard about snow and had never seen it before, so she was very curious. However, she quickly noticed that many people on the island were fully armed, indicating that the entire Magnetic Drum Island was on high alert, as if something significant had occurred. Strange, what happened? Little White Star, wait here for a moment while I go take a look. I'll inform you once I confirm that everything is fine. XuanYuan's keen eyes quickly noticed the unusual situation on the island, and he felt very puzzled. There hadn't been any news about Magnetic Drum Island having issues 3 days ago. Could something significant have happened during his disappearance? Or did something happen to the Huaxia Empire? Thinking this, XuanYuan exerted force with his feet and jumped into the air. The discomfort in his body was replaced by worry, and he used a moon step to run towards Magnetic Drum Island from the air. Captain, there's someone jumping towards our island from the air. XuanYuan's body felt extremely uncomfortable, and he was far from his usual state. Even though he could use the moon step to move quickly in the air, he was making a lot of noise, unlike before when he could move silently like a shave. This noise caught the attention of a soldier with sharp hearing on the island. What? Someone is jumping in the air? That's the Navy 6 style. Did the government send someone so quickly? Quickly attack him. The captain, seeing XuanYuan's figure flying towards them, immediately ordered an attack without even taking a good look at who was coming. The patrol captain on Magnetic Drum Island, seeing XuanYuan running from the air, didn't he care about anything else and directly ordered an attack. All the fully armed soldiers drew their guns and cannons, aiming at XuanYuan. Oh, what? I didn't expect my own soldiers to attack me immediately. XuanYuan was utterly confused, but the other party clearly didn't give him more time to think. While he was distracted, the cannonballs flew toward him. What the heck is going on? XuanYuan was speechless to the extreme. Although he felt very uncomfortable, he forcibly transformed into his demon form again. Then he exerted force with his legs and shot up into the air, barely dodging this round of attacks. However, he also felt a great discomfort from using his powers this time. This guy is so powerful, his speed can even increase. The soldier captain was shocked to see XuanYuan suddenly shooting to a higher altitude. But because of the distance, he didn't notice XuanYuan's distinctive transformation. Otherwise, he might have ordered his soldiers to stop attacking, not knowing if a subtle transformation was a good thing or not. Everyone, don't be distracted. We must keep this expert away. Send someone to notify Lord Thornton. We cannot let him land on the island. The soldier captain said seriously. Yes, we will fight to protect our homeland. The soldiers of Magnetic Drum Island, influenced by the regulations established by XuanYuan for the Huaxia Empire, had a strong determination to defend their homeland. Seeing XuanYuan so skilled from afar surprised them greatly, but they didn't pause. Instead, they launched even more attacks towards XuanYuan. What on earth is going on? Has Magnetic Drum Island been invaded by another force? No, they're still wearing the uniforms of my Huaxia Empire. There are also a few people I recognize very well. They're the guards of the Huaxia Empire on Magnetic Drum Island. XuanYuan looked at the increasingly fierce attacks, feeling even more speechless. His eyesight was much better than those soldiers and the captain. Although it was far, he could still clearly see that several members attacking him were indeed from Magnetic Drum Island. Before XuanYuan could figure it out, an even denser barrage of cannonballs interrupted his thoughts again. He exerted force with his feet, moving quickly again, but this time the discomfort in his body was even more severe and his movements were severely hindered. He only managed to dodge most of the cannonballs, but the remaining few hit him directly. Fortunately, at the last moment, XuanYuan used armament hockey to cover himself, preventing him from being severely injured. But the force of the explosion still sent him flying. XuanYuan, whose body was already uncomfortable, felt a tightness in his chest, followed by a sweet sensation rising to his throat. Damn it! With his strong willpower, XuanYuan forcibly stabilized his falling body while also holding back the blood he wanted to spit out. He accelerated again and jumped towards Magnetic Drum Island. What? He can still move? Everyone, put in more effort and push him into the sea. We can't let the government's hounds come to our island. Patrol Team Leader Zhang was shocked to see XuanYuan stabilize himself in midair, but he had been trained by XuanYuan and his mind was stable. He quickly encouraged his soldiers to continue attacking. If XuanYuan knew that his current predicament was a result of his own training, I wonder what he would think. Damn it, I can't hide anymore. XuanYuan saw his soldiers getting more and more energized, and he was filled with pent-up anger. He forcibly used his body again and kicked rapidly at the incoming cannonballs. Gale feet, infinite kicks. XuanYuan's rapidly moving feet unleashed several slashing waves. Although the power wasn't very great, it was enough to deflect the incoming cannonballs upon impact. Originally, XuanYuan wanted to use the upgraded move he learned from his senior Yujita, the Stormy Blade. However, with his hands incapacitated, he couldn't maintain his balance, and executing the infinite kicks was already his limit. After using this move, his body was once again exhausted, and he almost fell. What a terrifying guy. The patrol team leader was astonished to see XuanYuan use this move. But when he saw XuanYuan's body stop, seemingly out of strength and about to fall, he quickly called his men. Brothers, this guy has reached his limit. Hold on. One more round of attacks, and we can definitely push him into the sea. Good. The soldiers who had been stunned by XuanYuan's gale feat. Infinite kicks were revitalized when they saw XuanYuan's form stop, and they launched an even more intense attack. Damn it. What kind of day is it today? XuanYuan was completely speechless at this moment. His demonic transformation had been, and with his whole body exhausted, even without the soldiers' attacks. Whether he could jump to the shore was a problem. Facing the overwhelming incoming attacks, he could only smile helplessly as he fell towards the sea. Stop. Don't hurt, Lord XuanYuan. From a distance, Princess Baixing rushed over after seeing XuanYuan's condition, catching him as he fell. With a swift motion of her body, the wave she stirred up blocked many cannonballs, and some cannonballs were directly blocked by Princess Baixing using her own body to shield XuanYuan. Little Baixing. Seeing Princess Baixing's actions, XuanYuan called out nervously, forgetting all his discomfort, and hurriedly asked with concern, Lord XuanYuan, it hurts so much. Woo-woo. Little Baixing, who had been pampered since childhood, couldn't hold back her tears after being hit by the cannonballs. As tears streamed down her face, she still managed to smile at XuanYuan, saying, but it's good that I could protect, Lord XuanYuan. As long as you're okay, Lord XuanYuan. Woo-woo. It hurts. Little Baixing. Looking at the injured Princess Baixing who had protected him, XuanYuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, filled with immense anger over his helplessness. Especially since he had already regarded Princess Baixing as his sister, it was unbearable to see his sister get hurt protecting him while he, as her brother, could do nothing. The anger in his heart was intense. Look, how come there's another merman coming, and he's so big? The soldiers on the island were greatly shocked to see Princess Baixing catch XuanYuan. That's right. Are the mermen standing on our Huaxia Empire side? Why are they helping the government personnel? Another soldier asked curiously. Could it be the mermen from the government? One soldier speculated. With a size like that, it's very possible. I didn't expect there to be so many enemies. Keep attacking, or we'll have more reinforcements coming. The soldier captain commanded loudly again. Seeing that Princess Baixing was injured while protecting him, XuanYuan felt a sense of guilt that he couldn't describe. When he saw the soldiers under that captain's command preparing to attack, and they even included Princess Baixing in their target, he could no longer hold back. The pent-up anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Have you all had enough, you bunch of guys? Without any restraint, XuanYuan roared at the soldiers about to attack. His powerful conqueror's haki erupted fiercely. Although the soldiers were far away, XuanYuan, in a state of complete rage, did not suppress his haki at all, except for the patrol team leader and a few exceptionally strong soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. Even those who weren't knocked out couldn't resist the terrifying impact of XuanYuan's conqueror's haki. The patrol leader Zhang and a few elite soldiers also knelt on the ground, supporting themselves with their hands. Who is he? How can he possess the legendary conqueror's haki? The patrol team leader knelt on the ground, looking at XuanYuan in disbelief. Although he had never seen conqueror's haki before, as a member of the Huaxia Empire, he had certainly heard a lot about it. Captain, it seems that the merman called him Lord XuanYuan when he caught him. A surviving elite soldier said quietly. XuanYuan? Which XuanYuan? Oh, no way. Just as the patrol team leader was puzzled about why the name XuanYuan sounded familiar, he suddenly remembered that the leader above him, the leader of the Huaxia Empire, was none other than Monkey D. XuanYuan, that legendary figure. Lord XuanYuan, they've all fallen. Princess Baixing quietly reminded as she looked at the nearly unconscious soldiers. When XuanYuan released his haki, he had ensured that it only surged forward, so Princess Baixing didn't feel it. However, she could sense that XuanYuan was in a state of extreme anger, which was why she gently reminded him. Hearing Princess Baixing's voice, XuanYuan snapped back from his anger. He felt a bit guilty for being too irritable. Although the actions of these guys were strange, there was no doubt that they were his subordinates. There must have been a misunderstanding behind their actions. While it was simple to knock them all out, he didn't know whether it was good or bad to have done so. What happened? Lord Thornton, did we arrive late? At that moment, Thornton, designated by XuanYuan as the person in charge of Magnetic Drum Island, rushed over quickly, led by his subordinates. Upon seeing the fallen soldiers and the patrol team leader, who was barely maintaining a shred of rationality while kneeling on the ground, one of Thornton's aides said nervously. Thornton ignored him and rushed over to support the patrol team leader, who was struggling to kneel. Casa, what on earth happened? Why is everyone down? Lord Thornton, that person seems to possess the legendary conqueror's haki, and he seems to... When Thornton appeared, patrol team leader Casa was about to say something, but at that moment his tense nerves relaxed, and he directly fainted. Lord Thornton, is the enemy over there? At this time, the aides who came with Thornton also saw XuanYuan, who had been placed on the port by Princess Bai Xing. They had never seen a merman as huge as Princess Bai Xing, so they immediately categorized him as an enemy attacking Magnetic Drum Island. Meanwhile, XuanYuan, who was with Princess Bai Xing, was completely ignored by them. Damn it, they actually managed to land. Charge and take him down. A cadre shouted loudly, and 2 cadres rushed towards Princess Bai Xing. Their strength was clearly at a much higher level than the patrolling soldiers and the patrol captain from before. Damn it, what kind of day is it today? Trouble is endless. XuanYuan, who had just been placed on the port by Princess Bai Xing, felt a headache as he saw the 2 powerful cadres attacking him. Normally, XuanYuan wouldn't care if he encountered opponents of this strength. But the frustrating thing was that he couldn't use his hands right now, and his stamina was almost depleted. The previous use of Conqueror's Haki had nearly drained all his strength, and now it was impossible for him to move at all. Even if he were to muster all his strength for another use of Conqueror's Haki, these 2 cadres didn't seem like they would be knocked out. At most, it would only slightly hinder them, and he would still be helpless once he completely fainted. Little Bai Xing, hurry, go dive to the bottom of the sea. That way they can't hurt you. XuanYuan couldn't think of any other way and could only hope that Princess Bai Xing would hide first. Otherwise, if she got involved, he would be utterly speechless. No, Bai Xing wants to be with Lord XuanYuan. Princess Bai Xing shook her head firmly, holding on to XuanYuan with her hands, tears streaming down her face. These tears were not from the pain of her earlier injuries, but from the heartache of XuanYuan wanting to send her away. In fact, Princess Bai Xing was very strong. As one of the ancient weapons, the sea god, her hidden power would astonish even XuanYuan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she possessed the power to destroy the world. However, at the moment, she was like a treasured sword that had yet to be drawn from its sheath, completely unaware of how to use it. Leave quickly, that's an order. If you don't leave, I won't forgive you. Seeing Princess Bai Xing's stubbornness, XuanYuan had no choice but to shout angrily, trying to drive her away. No, I won't go. Woo woo woo. Princess Bai Xing cried out in grievance upon hearing XuanYuan shout at her, but she still tightly held onto XuanYuan, refusing to leave. This is... The 2 attacking cadres were initially puzzled by Princess Bai Xing's crying. Then, XuanYuan's angry shout drew their attention. Upon seeing XuanYuan's face, their expressions changed drastically. Subordinate pays respects to Lord XuanYuan. Just when XuanYuan thought he had no way out as the 2 cadres approached, they suddenly stopped, knelt on one knee, and saluted. Huff, it seems this place hasn't fallen yet. Seeing the actions of the 2 cadres, XuanYuan immediately reacted and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Princess Bai Xing was completely stunned. Lord XuanYuan, that's Lord XuanYuan. Thoriton, who also saw the reaction of his 2 cadres at the port, was shocked, as he had been worried about XuanYuan's disappearance. Now that he saw XuanYuan had come to him, he immediately ran over. Lord XuanYuan, are you all right? Where have you been? Everyone has been worried about you. Why didn't you inform me? I would have come to welcome you. Welcome? Your way of welcoming is quite special. Looking at Thoriton running up to him with unchanged loyalty and concern in his eyes, XuanYuan felt completely at ease. Meanwhile, exhausted in body and mind, he fainted in Princess Bai Xing's hands. It seems it's all fine now. XuanYuan slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a luxurious bed, his entire body wrapped up like a mummy, and he saw Thoriton leaning by his bedside. XuanYuan immediately understood that he had been saved and was now lying in the castle on the island. Lord XuanYuan, you're awake. As soon as XuanYuan moved slightly after waking up, Thoriton, who had been leaning by the bed, immediately reacted, quickly standing up respectfully to address XuanYuan. Thoriton, where is little Bai Xing, the fish person who was with me? At this moment, XuanYuan was still concerned about the Princess Bai Xing, who risked her life to protect him. Rest assured, Lord XuanYuan, she is fine. After she realized we were on the same side, she was relieved to leave you with us. She reluctantly left first, saying she would come back in a few days. Thoriton reported seriously to XuanYuan, though his expression showed some embarrassment as he continued. By the way, Lord XuanYuan, we learned about this incident from Princess Bai Xing. I apologize. It was my negligence that led to my subordinates accidentally injuring you. I am willing to accept punishment, but Lord XuanYuan, those patrolling soldiers mistook you for someone from the world government, which is why they attacked you. I have already punished them, so please do not punish them further. I am willing to take full responsibility. Looking at Thoriton pleading for mercy before him, XuanYuan's anger had long since disappeared. He thought to himself that, as he guessed, they had attacked because they mistook him for an enemy. Given the distance, it was forgivable that they did not recognize him. He had released Conqueror's Haki in anger because he saw them accidentally injure the protecting Princess Bai Xing, and now he held no resentment. XuanYuan said lightly to Thoriton, "It's fine, Thoriton, I won't hold this matter against you. It's understandable that they mistook me for an enemy and attacked. After all, at that distance, it's normal not to recognize me. However, I'm curious, why is the vigilance so high lately? Has something happened?" "Indeed, Lord XuanYuan, something big has happened. You may not know this, but during the time you went missing, the entire world has been turned upside down." Hearing that XuanYuan was not angry and would not pursue the matter with the patrolling soldiers made Thoriton very happy. But as soon as he heard XuanYuan ask about recent events, his expression immediately turned serious. After XuanYuan disappeared, first, the Golden Lion appeared and thoroughly humiliated Kizaru, safely retrieving the Huaxia ship. Then, upon learning that XuanYuan had fallen into the sea and gone missing, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, along with many powerful figures, searched that sea area thoroughly. There was also the incident where Vice Admiral Kizaru and a Kainu of the Marine headquarters were severely injured by Ironbone. Additionally, the world government, Huaxia Empire, for Emperor's Revolutionary Army, and many other factions made preparations due to XuanYuan's disappearance. Thoriton seriously recounted the changes in the world to XuanYuan, but he only briefly mentioned the major events. He didn't elaborate on the actions of the new pirates. After all, the entire world had turned upside down. If he were to recount everything in detail, it would probably take him a day and night to finish. Even summarizing, it took Thoriton nearly half an hour to finish. What? XuanYuan was also surprised that so many things had happened during his disappearance. He immediately wanted to sit up and contact Noah, Robin, and Ironbone, telling them not to worry about him. However, as soon as XuanYuan moved, he remembered that his hands were already incapacitated, and he couldn't move at all. In a moment of excitement earlier, his hands had miraculously regained some sensation, trying to support his body to get up from the bed, but there was no strength. It barely lifted XuanYuan's body a little before immediately letting go, causing XuanYuan to fall heavily back onto the bed. "Lord XuanYuan, are you all right? You're still seriously injured. Don't get excited. Just tell me what to do." Seeing this, Thoriton rushed forward to help XuanYuan up, concerned. "You brat. How can you think of getting into trouble with that kind of body right after waking up?" At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a tall, middle-aged woman walked in from outside. She was the only doctor on this island and the strongest under XuanYuan, Choba's teacher, which Kariva. Don't be fooled by her middle-aged appearance. She was actually over 100 years old. I just wanted to find a telephone bug and contact Noah, Robin, and the others so they wouldn't worry. Toroton, can you get it for me?" XuanYuan instructed Toroton beside him. Toroton didn't say anything, nodded seriously, and went to get the telephone bug. XuanYuan then looked at Kariva, who was standing at the door. "You treated my injury, right? And my hands? You performed surgery on them." Suddenly, XuanYuan's arms, which had no feeling, now had a bit of sensation, and they were wrapped in thick bandages. XuanYuan naturally understood that a highly skilled doctor had performed surgery on him, restoring the meridians, and in this magnetic drum island. The only one capable of such a feat was the witch Kariva standing before him. "Who else could it be but me?" Kariva said lightly as she walked toward XuanYuan, looking at him seriously. "How did you get so badly hurt fighting with Kizaru? Do you know that your physical condition would be enough to kill an ordinary person 10 times over? In your hands, they are completely ruined. Do you realize that? I can't believe you came to the island in this condition and defeated all the patrolling soldiers while releasing Conqueror's Haki. Haha, that's why I'm not an ordinary person. If I were, how could I coexist peacefully with you, old hag?" XuanYuan said with a faint smile, knowing that although Kariva spoke harshly, she undoubtedly cared about him. So he didn't mind joking with her. "You brat, don't smile like it's nothing. You must know how serious your injuries are, right? I really don't understand how you can still smile." Kariva looked at XuanYuan, who was still joking with her, utterly speechless. "The fatigue in your body is manageable. With these medications, as long as you rest well for a while, your abnormal body should recover quickly. But your hands, even with surgery, have completely ruined the meridians. You know, your hands are completely useless now. You're disabled, and it's a double-hand disability." Hearing that his hands would be useless from now on, XuanYuan could still show a nonchalant smile, which made Kariva shout at him. "I've been prepared for this," XuanYuan said lightly to Kariva. "I've come to terms with it these past few days. My current condition is much better than before. Although my hands can't exert force yet, at least they can move, which is a huge improvement compared to before. I believe my hands will fully recover sooner or later." Seeing the spark in XuanYuan's eyes, Kariva secretly nodded. This guy was indeed not simple. He could withstand such a blow and not lose his confidence. If his hands really recovered, he would definitely become stronger and truly the strongest In fact, XuanYuan was still very sad about his hands being broken. When he first realized that his hands were broken, he found it hard to accept. But slowly, especially after the battle with Princess White Star on Magnetic Drum Island, XuanYuan discovered that he could still fight. Thus, his previously silent heart revived once again. It's just that my hands can't fight, right? Besides, whether they can recover in the future is still uncertain. Even if my hands can't recover, I still have my feet and can use hockey. There is still hope to reach the strongest. XuanYuan would never give up, even if there was just a glimmer of hope. While XuanYuan was chatting with Kuriva, Torotan brought over the telephone bug and had already connected with Noah and the others, who were preparing for battle in the East Sea. Hello, is this XuanYuan? XuanYuan, are you really okay? You're on Magnetic Drum Island? Where have you been these days? The anxious voice of Noah came through as soon as the telephone bug was in front of XuanYuan, firing off several questions in a row. Haha, yes, it's me. I'm on Magnetic Drum Island now, and I'm fine. I just hurt my hands a bit and can't fight for the time being. A few days ago, I was. You brat. Asking so many questions at once. How can I keep up? XuanYuan initially wanted to answer Noah's questions all at once, but after saying a few words, he realized his body wasn't cooperating, and he cursed. Then take your time. Tell me slowly. I've been worried sick about you these days. Hurry up and explain everything clearly. Don't leave me hanging. Noah said seriously. You brat. XuanYuan smiled helplessly. Does this guy not realize that speaking is exhausting for him right now? But since he said that, XuanYuan gave Torotan a look, and Torotan immediately understood and brought XuanYuan a cup of water to soothe his throat a bit. Then XuanYuan slowly began to recount his experiences from these days. Damn it, I wasted that old bastard Kizaru. When he heard about XuanYuan fighting Kizaru and using powers beyond his physical limits, only to collapse into the sea from exhaustion, he couldn't help but clench his fists and swing them around forcefully, creating a powerful shockwave that punched a big hole in the wall behind him, startling everyone around. XuanYuan, how are you now? Is your body okay? Are you hurt? How did you end up on Magnetic Drum Island? Noah interrupted XuanYuan's recount and immediately asked anxiously. Wasn't I just talking? Can you let me finish? XuanYuan was a bit speechless at Noah, who kept interrupting him. Didn't this guy know that speaking was exhausting him? Okay, take your time. Noah noticed XuanYuan's impatience in his voice and stopped interrupting, waiting for him to slowly tell what happened next. So XuanYuan, you're still resting on Magnetic Drum Island, and your hands are okay, right? After hearing XuanYuan's story, Noah lost interest in being angry at Kizaru and immediately focused on XuanYuan's well-being, especially after he heard about XuanYuan's meridians being severed. He became extremely anxious. Although Noah wasn't an expert in medicine, he knew very well that severed meridians were a serious matter that could likely result in permanent disability of the hands. However, if it were XuanYuan, perhaps there was still a chance of recovery. At least, that was what Noah believed. Don't worry, I'm fine. My hands will definitely recover slowly. If others can't do it, I can. XuanYuan said seriously. Of course, I believe you, XuanYuan. We'll come to Magnetic Drum Island to find you right away. Noah believed XuanYuan's words and immediately decided to drop everything to go to Magnetic Drum Island to see him. In his heart, nothing else mattered now. All the battle preparations were no longer a concern. He didn't want to see XuanYuan, to see his good brother. No, Noah, I've already heard about the current situation. The whole world is at a crucial moment, and the same goes for our Huaxia Empire. I never expected that my disappearance would have such a significant impact on this world. In the upcoming global war, major forces cannot remain uninvolved. If we do not win this battle, it will have an unimaginable effect on our Huaxia Empire. We cannot afford to lose this battle, and we won't lose. Therefore, you must stay and make arrangements for this battle. After all, you are now the main commander of our Huaxia Empire. XuanYuan said seriously to Noah. He could only guess the current situation based on what Thornton had told him. Originally, he thought that this gunpowder-filled world would undergo a major transformation after some sort of trigger. But unexpectedly, he himself had become that trigger, and the impact was far more severe than he had previously imagined. Well, XuanYuan, what should I do now? Although we have formulated a combat plan, it was all conceived in a moment of passion, primarily for your revenge, and we didn't care about the losses. But now that we have calmed down, I must say that this plan has many flaws. Noah said seriously after calming down. XuanYuan, should we not participate in this great war? Now that you are back, everyone probably won't have the motivation to fight anymore. We might as well not participate in this battle that we have no absolute confidence in. Yes, this is also the reason I notified you. For now, please do not spread the news that I'm fine. Not many people know this. Only Thornton and others on Magnetic Drum Island, and you. I have thought about it. The news of my disappearance has been the motivation for everyone to resist the world government. and now we have reached a point where we must act. If everyone learns that I have not disappeared, and we lose that motivation, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. XuanYuan said seriously. After hearing XuanYuan's words, Noah had to admit that XuanYuan was right. He had almost let his joyful emotions cloud his judgment and was about to announce this great news. The situation indeed was urgent. The outbreak of war had become inevitable. If they lost their fighting spirit at this moment, there was no doubt that they would have lost even before the battle began. But XuanYuan, you don't know Robin, Hades, and the others have been going almost crazy because of you. They have all become taciturn, and in their hearts, there is only the goal of destroying the world government. I fear that if they continue like this, even if we win the battle, they will still encounter problems. Noah said seriously. I know. That's why I contacted you. My news indeed cannot be made public, but it doesn't matter if they know. The main thing is that the soldiers must not know. If they find out and lose their fighting spirit, then we are doomed. XuanYuan thought of Robin and the others who were worried about him, filled with guilt. Well then, XuanYuan, should I go inform Robin and the others now? By the way, XuanYuan, who else should I notify? Noah felt quite confused and wanted to ask XuanYuan for clarity regarding the situation. For now, just notify the cadres in the EC, including Robin, Hades, Inel, Arlong, and Jinbi. Don't inform them all at once, but gather them in the conference room first. Then inform them, reassure them, and let them discuss what to do next. As for Master and the others, wait until we come up with a strategy before notifying them. I will rest for a while to analyze the situation. I will contact you when you are discussing. XuanYuan felt exhausted after talking to Noah for so long and hung up the phone worm. Noah immediately followed XuanYuan's instructions and went to find the cadres in the EC who were busy preparing for the war. As for his earlier actions of shouting and making a scene alone, he just smiled and did not explain much. The subordinates around also knew that Lord Noah had been in a bad mood lately, and it was normal for him to act unusually. So they did not make too many guesses and went back to their own tasks. Thornton, now analyze the world situation for me in detail. Don't leave out a thing. Tell me everything you know. Also, keep the news about my situation here confidential. Do not let it leak. XuanYuan continued lying in bed, speaking. Yes, Lord XuanYuan. I will go down now to gather all the intelligence and tell everyone not to spread this matter. Thornton, who was beside XuanYuan, heard the previous conversation and, without much doubt, went down to carry out XuanYuan's orders. XuanYuan, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. I can check on your health and treat your injuries, but I have no way to arrange the upcoming strategy. Kirawa saw XuanYuan collapse and knew he needed rest, and since the rest time was limited, he also prepared to leave. XuanYuan nodded, said nothing more, closed his eyes, and he really was tired. His body was still weak, and, after talking so much with Noah, it had indeed taken a lot of energy. Especially later, when Thornton would handle everything and bring the intelligence, he would have to start planning the next combat strategy. So he needed to take advantage of the time to rest. Go ahead. Just as XuanYuan had closed his eyes and entered a dream, he heard a series of footsteps. He knew Thornton had taken care of everything and brought the intelligence. So he opened his eyes and said, Lord XuanYuan, why not take a rest? There are still a few days until the expected outbreak of battle. Your health is important. You need to rest more after the surgery. We can discuss the strategic plan once you regain your strength. Thornton advised from his side. He was not like Noah, who could only guess his condition through a phone worm. As someone who was present during the surgery, he was well aware of XuanYuan's current physical condition, and it was clear that he needed rest. It's fine. Just read me all the intelligence. I won't speak. Just think. XuanYuan said seriously. He knew that the current situation was very tense, and he couldn't afford a rest. He secretly summoned the power of his domineering spirit to restore his energy, but still lay there waiting for Thornton's news. Seeing that XuanYuan was determined, Thornton stopped persuading him. He knew XuanYuan's temperament. Once he decided on something, it was rarely changed. At least he, Thornton, did not possess that kind of energy. He seriously began to explain the current situation of the entire world to XuanYuan. And XuanYuan started to replay the current situation of various major forces in his mind. Lord XuanYuan, I currently only have this information. After Thornton finished reading the last piece of intelligence, he quietly said to XuanYuan, I understand. Please wait a moment while I think carefully. XuanYuan said, closing his eyes again, starting to think about what to do regarding their position in this chaotic world. After about 10 minutes, just when Thornton was starting to wonder if XuanYuan had fallen asleep. After all, he had his eyes closed for so long without moving, and given XuanYuan's weak physical condition, it was normal for him to fall asleep while thinking. At that moment, XuanYuan suddenly opened his eyes, startling Thornton, who was watching him closely, thinking, "Boss, you shouldn't scare people like this. It's terrifying." XuanYuan didn't notice the startled Torsten and said, "Go get the telephone bug and contact Noah and the others. They should be gathered together now to discuss what to issue, which just happens to complement my situation." Yes. Torsten didn't dare to delay and hurried off to get the telephone bug while contacting Noah. As soon as the telephone bug was connected, a pleasant yet anxious voice came from the other end. "XuanYuan, is that you? What's wrong? Are your hands okay? How are you doing now? Can you move?" This beautiful voice undoubtedly belonged to Robin. Before Robin's voice faded, Hades' voice immediately followed. "Yes, young master, how are you doing now? A broken meridian is a big deal. Have you had surgery? Aren't you on Magnetic Drum Island? Did you go to find that old witch Kariva?" "Yes, XuanYuan, how are you doing now?" Hades' voice hadn't faded, and the evil dragon's voice immediately rang out, followed by. Faced with the continuous questions from everyone, XuanYuan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Who do you want me to answer first? Even Torsten, who was standing by, was secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead. XuanYuan was indeed popular. He wondered when he could reach this level. "Can you all just ask one at a time? My head is going to explode." XuanYuan looked at the endless questions on the telephone bug and had to speak up. If he didn't say anything, he didn't know how many more questions those guys would come up with, and when they would actually be able to discuss the next arrangements. All right, XuanYuan. How are you doing now? Is there any problem with your body?" After hearing XuanYuan's words, everyone shut their mouths. This time, they surprisingly asked the same question. It was also very normal. Even though they were concerned about other issues, they were not as worried as they were about XuanYuan's current situation. They just want to know how XuanYuan was doing right now. Although Noah had said a little earlier, it was just a brief explanation and not very clear. They still needed to hear XuanYuan's answer in person to feel at ease. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Kariva has already performed surgery on me. You all know about her medical skills, right? I just need to make a simple adjustment, and I'll be back." XuanYuan was deeply moved by everyone's concern for him. But to avoid worrying them, he simply mentioned that his condition was good, not even mentioning the state of his hands. "So, XuanYuan, how are your hands?" Noah said that your hands are the most severely injured, and the surgery was for your hands. "Are they okay now?" Robin still couldn't put her mind at ease and continued to ask in the telephone bug. She didn't quite understand what Noah meant by broken meridians and how serious it was. She only knew that XuanYuan's hands currently had no combat ability. "Don't worry, surgery has been done. For now, I just don't have combat ability, but believe me, I will recover sooner or later," XuanYuan said with a faint smile on the other end. He also knew that Noah had only briefly mentioned his hand's condition, so there was no need to make everyone worry by explaining too clearly. "Oh, then XuanYuan, you should rest for a while on Magnetic Drum Island. You can rest assured about the matters of the Huaxia Empire. We will handle them well. Just wait until you are healed to come back," Robin said with concern. "That's right, young master. You need to rest more now. Leave the rest to us. We will take care of it well. Just rest assured." Hades also said seriously from the telephone bug. In his heart, XuanYuan was the top priority. Although there were indeed many matters in the Huaxia Empire that needed XuanYuan's return to handle, nothing was more important than XuanYuan's health. "Don't worry, it's not that serious. My injuries are mostly healed. I just temporarily lost combat ability in my hands. Even if I can't join you in this battle, it's absolutely no problem for me to act as a strategist and arrange this operation. Please don't treat me as a burden," XuanYuan said helplessly. It seemed that these guys currently regarded him as a complete patient. Although he indeed needed rest, his rationality kept him alert. "No, young master, how could we treat you as a burden?" Hades quickly explained seriously. One reason he willingly followed XuanYuan was that XuanYuan was indeed extraordinary. Someone he looked up to. "We just think that you are injured and shouldn't be overworked. You should rest well. Also, now that you have been found, I think we don't need to rush into the battle with the world government. After all, we currently don't have any assurance of victory. And now that you've been found, everyone probably doesn't have the momentum to fight the world government desperately. So, do we still need to participate in this battle? Of course, we need to participate. If we don't take part in this battle, it will be difficult for the Huaxia Empire to have a foothold in the world in the future. Therefore, the news of my return must be kept confidential for now. It can't be disclosed. How is it? Didn't Noah analyze anything with you? Didn't you discuss any subsequent battle plans?" XuanYuan was somewhat speechless on the telephone bug. He had already explained this question to Noah once before. Did he have to say it again now? Analyze what? After everyone learned your news, who still had the heart to discuss the subsequent battle plans. They were all asking about your situation nonstop. Now it's your turn to answer. I haven't stopped asking my questions before, and I also know that the information I have isn't very credible. You have no idea how much I was scolded because of you, Noah said helplessly on the telephone bug. Just as Noah said, after he notified everyone to gather in the conference room and told them about XuanYuan's news, the discussion in the conference room never stopped. However, it wasn't about discussing the subsequent battle plans. Everyone was asking about XuanYuan's condition, just like the initial questions they asked XuanYuan. Knowing that everyone was in the same state of worry as he was before, Noah initially answered everyone's questions with patience. However, when he finished sharing what he knew, he realized that he didn't have enough information. These guys were all speaking one after another, and it seemed that there were still too many things they wanted to know. They even wanted to know if XuanYuan had been eating well and sleeping enough in recent days. For the next period, Noah couldn't answer a single question. Everyone started blaming Noah for being careless, venting all their recent worries on him. Seeing that he had incurred everyone's wrath, Noah had no choice but to silently bear it. After everyone finished scolding Noah, they still didn't discuss the subsequent battle plans, but continued to express concern for XuanYuan, speculating about his recent situation, which were the things that Noah couldn't answer. What? You should be the one getting scolded. It's not easy to contact the young master, and you don't even know the situation. Hades directly expressed his dissatisfaction with Noah. Exactly. How can you still have the nerve to report on XuanYuan to the others? The evil dragon immediately joined in the commotion. Oh, don't blame Noah, XuanYuan. What happened during your battle with Kizuru? How did you end up in the sea? How much of a gap is there between your strength and his? Did he injure you? How did you overexert yourself? Robin on the other end of the transponder snail helped Noah out, but immediately started asking XuanYuan several questions. So, young master, how did you overexert yourself? Will there be any after effects? And just how strong is that overexertion technique? Hades immediately followed up with questions. Bro, I'm starting to understand your struggles. It must have been tough for you. Faced with the continuous barrage of questions from the transponder snail, XuanYuan silently thought. After answering everyone's questions for a full hour, the questions just kept coming. Even after an hour, XuanYuan felt parched and exhausted, nearly out of energy, to continue speaking. But they were still full of energy, relentlessly asking questions, as if they wanted to clarify everything that had happened to XuanYuan in the past few days. XuanYuan, it seems we haven't discussed the battle plan yet. Toralton noticed XuanYuan was almost out of energy, and that throughout the long conversation, they hadn't touched upon this key issue, prompting him to quietly remind XuanYuan. Hearing Toralton's reminder, XuanYuan immediately perked up. Right, we haven't gotten to the main topic for so long. He interrupted the continuous trivial questions from the transponder snail. All right, we'll discuss other questions when I return. For now, let's talk about the upcoming great battle and our Huaxia Empire arrangements. Oh, although everyone hadn't finished asking their questions, upon hearing XuanYuan say this, they had no choice but to seriously discuss the upcoming battle plan. After another full hour of discussion, XuanYuan finally clarified the battle plan, and utterly exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep the moment the call ended. Toralton gently covered him with a blanket before leaving, increasingly admiring XuanYuan as a leader, for he was a truly good leader, always prioritizing the Huaxia Empire. That night, the Grand Line also became somewhat unsettled. Lord Ironbone, good news. The former S6 instructor Eddie was currently excitedly knocking on Ironbone's door. What good news could make you this happy? Ironbone opened the door and coldly replied, clearly dissatisfied with Eddie's panicked demeanor. It must be said that during XuanYuan's disappearance, Ironbone himself had lost quite a bit of weight and his temper had become notably irritable. Lord Ironbone, it's really good news. Just now, that kid Noah sent word about XuanYuan, Eddie said seriously, looking at Ironbone, hoping this news would improve his mood. What did you say? About XuanYuan? What's happened to him? Ironbone immediately became interested upon hearing this, shouting loudly. Lord Ironbone, keep it down. Noah said this matter must be kept confidential. Eddie made a gesture for quiet to Ironbone while also closing the door. TCH, there's no one else around, and even if there were, my observation Haki could probably detect them. Ironbone scoffed, but his voice did lower considerably. Lord Ironbone, I just received news from Noah. That kid XuanYuan is currently recuperating on Drum Island. He has been too exhausted these past few days, so he only sent a brief message confirming he is safe. He will contact you personally tomorrow, Eddie said earnestly, secretly pleased, thinking, knowing this news, Lord Ironbone should be very happy, and I can probably avoid some scoldings in the future. That kid is resting on Drum Island? That's fine. He must be worn out. As long as he contacts me later, it's no problem. I just need to know he is safe. Ironbone's face broke into a long-lost smile upon hearing this news, not at all concerned that XuanYuan hadn't contacted him personally. The treatment gap is really big, Lord Ironbone, I guess I can be counted as someone you trained, but you clearly treat me worse than XuanYuan. That's too biased. We might get jealous. Eddie, seeing the smile on Ironbone's face, finally relaxed. Ironbone's bad mood had made him nervous these past few days, and now that things were back to normal, he dared to joke with him. You little brat, looking for a beating? Ironbone shot Eddie a glance and laughed. That kid XuanYuan is recuperating on Drum Island? Eddie, pack your things immediately and notify Carp and the others. Those guys have been worried sick about that kid XuanYuan during this time, and now that we finally have news, they definitely can't sit still. Once you're packed, we're heading to Drum Island to see how he's doing. Lord Ironbone, this matter might take some time. The great battle is about to start. Didn't we already decide to participate in the battle? We probably want to have time to see XuanYuan. Eddie said seriously. Bullshit, great battle. We're participating in the battle for that stinky kid XuanYuan. Now that we have news about that stinky kid, of course, we have to go find him first. Who has time to participate in a great battle? This world can fight however it wants. I'm not interested. Ironbone said dismissively, shaking his hand. Just as he said, the reason he decided to participate in the battle against the world government was also because of his beloved disciple, XuanYuan, being missing. Now that he had news, he was no longer interested. Lord Ironbone, the current situation is a bit complex. The outbreak of the great battle has already become a foregone conclusion. Even if we don't participate, this battle will certainly erupt. Eddie said seriously. Didn't I say it? If it erupts, let it. What does it have to do with me? Ironbone looked at Eddie with some dissatisfaction. But Lord Ironbone, if we don't participate, the strength of XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire will be greatly diminished. Eddie said earnestly. Isn't it just telling them not to participate? Ironbone said nonchalantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he remembered the current situation. He was not a foolish person. He knew that the current situation was already a situation where the arrow was on the string and had to be released. He could remain uninvolved. But XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire absolutely could not. His expression immediately turned serious. I understand. You go inform Carp and the others about this matter now. But remember to keep it under wraps. Just tell Carp. And as for the specific arrangements, we'll discuss it after I contact that kid XuanYuan tomorrow. Indeed, we must participate in this battle. Okay, I understand. I'll go now. Seeing that Ironbone had calmed down and returned to his usual state, Eddie felt relieved and went to notify Carp as he said. That night, Noah quietly informed some forces in the Grand Line, such as the Empress, Whitebeard, Shank's Dragon, and Garp about this news. However, they were all asked to keep it confidential, and everyone understood that this was to prepare for the impending great battle. No one leaked the information further, but the worry in their hearts finally eased, especially for the Empress, who felt that after so many days, she could finally rest well. In the days leading up to the battle, the world finally calmed down, but everyone understood that it was the calm before the storm. The Grand Line was eerily quiet, with no pirates, navy, or even a single merchant ship in sight, as silent as the doldrums. However, everyone knew that behind this calm, various forces were meticulously preparing for an unprecedented battle about to erupt. Suddenly, a large fleet of pirate ships appeared on the calm sea, and from their pirate flags, it was clear that they belonged to one of the four emperors, Kaido. Their destination was the center of the world, the marine headquarters, Marineford. Meanwhile, in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, Kaido, one of the four emperors, was leading his fleet of 20 pirate ships towards the marine headquarters, Marineford. Influenced by him, other major pirates in the New World were also heading towards the marine headquarters. The only remaining pirates who were still holding back were the 3 other emperors and the 6 former warlords of the sea who had already joined the Huaxia Empire. An intelligence officer from the Whitebeard pirates immediately reported the latest information to Whitebeard and the 14 captains on standby beside him. Oh, that guy Kaido can't sit still anymore. He has already started to take action. His charisma is quite strong. He has actually managed to rally the other pirates in the New World. Whitebeard said with a faint smile upon hearing the news. "Old man, what should we do now? Should we follow them and attack?" asked Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, seriously. "No rush. They're just a bunch of impatient rabble, thinking they can gain an advantage by following that idiot Kaido. They'll realize how foolish this decision is soon enough." Whitebeard said dismissively. "Ace, you and Sabo lead our allied pirates to find the Golden Lion, Shiki. This time we'll split into several groups. You'll follow that old man's arrangements." Ace and the others were already aware of XuanYuan's current situation and had calmed down, no longer in a hurry to seek revenge on the marine headquarters. They nodded seriously in response to Whitebeard's instructions and quickly set sail towards the island where the Golden Lion was located with their allied pirates. "Old man, The red-haired guy is coming. Just as Ace and the others had left, Shanks, also one of the 4 emperors, arrived with his crew. Whitebeard, are we starting to take action now? I can already see Ace and the others. As he spoke, Shanks leaped onto Whitebeard's ship with a powerful jump. That's right. We're starting to prepare everything. According to the information from Noah, this will be an unprecedented hard battle. We need to be ready for a long-term fight. What we need to do now is wait for Kaido and those idiots to exhaust themselves fighting the world government. And then we will join forces with the Revolutionary Army and the Huaxia Empire to overthrow the world government in one fell swoop. Whitebeard looked at Shanks and said lightly, "What about you? Are you all prepared? Why did you come to me?" Of course everything is ready. I didn't expect you to be so patient, old man. I was also quite bored, so I brought some good wine to chat with you and act together. Shanks' crew also brought a large number of barrels of wine onto Whitebeard's ship. "Cool. It's rare for you to be in such a good mood. Come on. I'll drink with you," Whitebeard said with a happy laugh as he took a large barrel of fine wine and waved to his subordinates. "Don't be nervous. Just have fun first. Today's battle doesn't concern us yet. Enjoy yourselves. We'll have plenty to do later." Hooray! Whitebeard's crew cheered happily. And apart from the intelligence officers, everyone was celebrating. However, no one drank too much alcohol this time, since the situation was somewhat tense. Drinking could lead to mistakes. And in case of an emergency, they needed to be ready. At this moment, the only ones relaxing and having fun besides the Whitebeard pirates were the Revolutionary Army, the mysterious organization of Gester, and various factions of XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire. After XuanYuan confirmed the battle plans with his factions a few days ago, each faction was now waiting on the sidelines according to his arrangements, waiting for the other major factions to engage with the world government, while they took a back seat, waiting for them to exhaust each other. Compared to XuanYuan's faction's ease, the other factions, especially the pirates, were following Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, towards the Marine headquarters, Marineford. They had already begun fierce battles near the Marine headquarters. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the room of the 5 elders, was also bustling with activity. I didn't expect the first to attack us to be that guy, Kaido. I originally thought he was a smart guy, but it turns out just someone who doesn't know his own strength. It seems that a long period of stability has made him think we're really that easy to bully. This time, we must make him pay the price. The second elder said nonchalantly after receiving news that Kaido had come to attack and was already engaged in battle with the Marines led by Kainu. I just didn't expect that guy Kaido would have such strong charisma to rally so many pirates to follow him. The third elder calmly analyzed the situation. It's nothing, just a bunch of rabble. They all think they can take advantage, so one by one, they can't help but come to their deaths. These guys weren't summoned by Kaido. They just came looking for benefits, so they won't cooperate with Kaido at all. Without cooperation, they're easy to defeat. The fourth elder said dismissively, "But don't we really need to send troops to support them? Right now, the Marine's top combat power is only Kazan, Akiji's real name. Borsellino, Kizaru's real name, and Sakazuki, Akainu's real name, were heavily injured last time by Steelbone. And while Sakazuki can still fight after treatment, he can only exert 80 of his strength. However, Borsellino is completely injured and is still recovering, so he can't participate in the battle for now. The Marine strength has undoubtedly taken a huge hit. Shouldn't we send Steelbone, the fleet admiral, to assist?" The fifth elder asked curiously. "For now, it's not necessary. Having Akiji is enough. The enemy's peak combat power is actually only Kaido. He has no problem dealing with the other subordinates of Kaido. Don't forget, several Marine vice admirals are exceptionally strong, and their Smoker, although he is only a commodore, but his power shouldn't be underestimated," the elder said coldly. "Moreover, we need to prepare for other strengths. The real trouble hasn't yet arrived. The battle had already begun. The battle that would determine the fate of this world had quietly commenced between the Marine headquarters and Kaido. After the first round of fighting, just as the 5 elders had previously predicted, the Marine headquarters emerged victorious. Although Kaido's side had more pirates, they were disunited and could not unite against the Marines. There were even conflicts among them during the battle, resulting in infighting. In the end, they were defeated by the Marines, and even Kaido, the 4th emperor, was defeated under the assault of Akiji and several vice admirals. Although he managed to escape with the help of a few subordinates, he was severely injured and likely could not participate in the next battle. It was uncertain whether he could recover to his previous strength. The Marine headquarters, although suffering considerable losses in this battle, saw its reputation soar, proving to the world with strength that even without the hero Garp and the Buddha Sengoku, they were not to be underestimated. They were able to deal with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and the alliance of so many great pirates, making the strength of the world government once again a point of focus. Those who had originally looked down on this decaying world government began to take it seriously again, and those who sought to take advantage were also re-evaluating their own strength. After the first round of fighting, the entire world temporarily calmed down. XuanYuan, as you said, Kaido has indeed suffered a great defeat this time. However, the Navy has also incurred significant losses, with more than half of the vice admirals injured. Nevertheless, they have managed to intimidate other forces that might want to take advantage of the situation. The sea has quieted down again. XuanYuan sat in the base at Magu Island, listening to Noah report the latest battle situation. XuanYuan ordered his side to remain inactive, firstly to enjoy the benefits of being a bystander, and secondly to take the time to recover his body. He really did not want to miss this battle. During this period of rest, XuanYuan's body has recovered, and other parts have returned to normal, with slight breakthroughs allowing him to freely use the Stormfoot's secret technique, Raging Blades, his power not inferior to that of Vegeta. However, XuanYuan's hands have still not recovered, and he is unable to fight, which has caused his strength to drop from the level of a Marine Admiral to just about the level of an ordinary Brigadier General. It was inevitable for Kaido to lose. It was impossible for their disunited forces to defeat this specially trained Navy. However, this is still beneficial for us. The Navy has suffered considerable losses in their offensive, which is indeed good news for us. XuanYuan smiled slightly after hearing Noah's report. Then XuanYuan, should we seize this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the world government right away? My hands are itching. Noah asked excitedly. Not in a hurry. We do need to attack soon, but the target is not the world government, or rather, it is not directly aimed at the world government. The target is too big. The world government has too many trump cards that are unused. If we attack, we won't gain anything. This battle has weakened the strength of the Marine headquarters. And what we need to do is concentrate our elite forces to directly eliminate the Marine headquarters, sinking it completely into the sea, erasing it from this world. Destroying the Marine headquarters is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the world government. They have strengthened their reputation due to this battle. I will make sure that their newly gained reputation is immediately taken away, leaving them speechless. XuanYuan said with an evil smile. Only attacking the Marine headquarters? XuanYuan, actually this opportunity is quite good. We won't launch a full-scale attack. No questioned. No, this is not truly a good opportunity. The world government will definitely anticipate that we will either remain inactive or launch a full-scale attack during this battle, sitting back to reap the benefits. Therefore, they will certainly strengthen their defenses. While not attacking is good, they can also take this chance to recover their strength. If we attack, we will fall right into their trap, and we will suffer heavy losses. They will not only incur no losses, but will also enhance their own prestige. XuanYuan analyzed the situation comprehensively. Then, XuanYuan, should we still attack their Marine headquarters? Wouldn't that just be falling into their trap? Noah asked curiously. So I said we should send some elite forces, avoiding the enemy's eyes. We don't need too many people, just one ship will do. Think about it. The peak combat power of one ship is enough to completely destroy the now dilapidated Marine headquarters without any losses. After that, we can remain inactive. The other forces will see the Marine headquarters being so easily destroyed by us and will definitely not be able to sit still, leading to even stronger forces than Kaido directly engaging in war with the world government. We can just quietly watch again, enjoying the benefits of being a bystander. XuanYuan said with a mischievous smile. I see, XuanYuan, you really live up to your reputation for causing a stir in the S6. You have the most clever ideas. The world government encountering you. I can't help but feel sorry for them. Noah laughed wickedly after hearing XuanYuan's idea. And one more thing. This time we will take a battleship to the Marine headquarters, which will help us better avoid the eyes of the world government. By the time they realize it, the Marine headquarters will no longer exist. XuanYuan continued to share his wicked plan. Good idea. So XuanYuan, who should we send this time? Noah asked curiously. Well, you can't go. You need to handle the various matters at the base. So let Enel, Hades, and also let Uncle Golden, Lion Shiki go along. We still need a legendary super figure to support us. XuanYuan began discussing the next combat personnel with Noah. Holy Land, Mariehua. The room of the 5 elders was filled with laughter. That trash Kaido now knows our strength, right? Still daring to be the first to stick his head out, simply asking for death. The 3rd elder said happily as he looked at the world's reaction after Kaido's defeat. However, we still suffered some losses this time. We need to strengthen our defenses. The 5th elder said seriously. No need for that after this battle. Our momentum is now on the rise. For a short time, no one will come to seek death. The third elder said proudly. Don't be too complacent. Don't forget that those major forces have not made a move. The fourth elder said seriously, such as the Huaxia Empire that wants to take revenge on Monkey D. XuanYuan. Don't worry for now. It's unnecessary. They still have self-awareness and one T-com. For now, it's safe. However, for safety's sake, we should send troops for defense. Not attacking is good, but once we do, it'll be a one-way trip for them. The elder said, presenting a plan he believed to be perfect, just as XuanYuan had anticipated. Marine Headquarters, St. Marineford. The Marines were conducting post-battle adjustments and recovery. In the first round of battle with Kaido, although the Navy suffered considerable losses, everyone wore happy smiles, and while treating their injuries, they maintained smiles and chatted with each other. This was because the battle with Kaido finally allowed the Marines to raise their heads. Since the last battle with the Whitebeard fleet, due to the intervention of XuanYuan and others, the Marine headquarters was utterly defeated, and its reputation worldwide took a huge hit. Although later, Akainu took over as fleet admiral, his strong governance somewhat restored the prestige of the Marine headquarters. But in the eyes of the world, that was just superficial. Without the legendary Marines, Garp and Sengoku, no matter how strong the Navy appeared, it was merely a facade. Without peak combat power, they had nothing to fear, so the Marine headquarters was viewed as a soft target. This was also the reason why so many pirates followed Kaido to attack the Marine headquarters. After this battle, one of the four emperors, Kaido, and so many famous pirates in the New World were completely defeated by the Marine headquarters. It is believed that from now on, no one will dare to underestimate the Marine headquarters, the three major forces in the Grand Line, which also made all Marines feel that this battle was satisfying. Although injured, it was worth it, very worth it. Akatsuki, I heard that you achieved a great victory in this battle. Congratulations. Your first battle after becoming fleet admiral was such a huge success. It seems that your position will no longer be shaken. Kizaru, lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, smiled at Akainu, who was visiting him. Since the last time Steelbone came to settle accounts with Kizaru and wanted to kill him, Akainu stepped forward and saved him. Although Akainu did this out of his duty as a fleet admiral, he could not allow a Marine admiral to be killed in front of him. However, Kizaru was still very grateful to Akainu and had completely set aside his past prejudices against him, standing on the same side. Actually, my role in this great war wasn't very significant. The main credit goes to Kazan, Akiji. Injured as I am, I couldn't possibly face the Yonko Kaido head-on. In the end, it was Kazan who defeated Kaido, and the commanding abilities he displayed during this battle were indeed impressive. I have to admit, that kid is a talent who doesn't fall short of me. In this battle, he truly stole the spotlight, and I believe the Gorosei might very well appoint him to take my position. Akainu said lightly, but his tone revealed his dissatisfaction. Kizaru looked at Akainu in surprise. No way, that lazy Akiji actually has this side to him? Besides, with his personality, the Gorosei wouldn't entrust him with the position of admiral, right? He can't possibly handle it well. Kasasuke, you must be overthinking it. I wish I were overthinking it. But Akiji received orders from the world government this morning to meet with the Gorosei. Do you think my speculation is just random guessing? Akainu said with great dissatisfaction. If it weren't for us being injured this time, you unable to fight, and my strength being less than 80, that kid Akiji wouldn't have gotten such a great opportunity. Defeating Yonko Kaido is an achievement I've never had. Kasasuke, don't be too angry. This major war is definitely not over, and there will be plenty of large-scale battles ahead. Take good care of yourself. Once we both recover, it's not impossible to achieve even greater results. Kizaru comforted the angry Akainu. Sigh, thinking about it. It's also my fault for not considering the impact of the situation and killing Monkey D. XuanYuan, the world government is unaware of XuanYuan's news and thinks he perished in the sea. As a result, not only did I face that old guy Ironbone, but now the whole world has been affected. Borsellino, don't overthink it. What you did was absolutely right. This situation would have come sooner or later. The sooner, the better. Once this battle is over, almost all the evil in the world will be eradicated. Killing that Monkey D, XuanYuan was definitely the right call. If that brat hadn't died, who knows how much trouble we would have faced when this great war came. Akainu said, patting Kizaru's shoulder, not forgetting the shock XuanYuan had brought him during the last battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Thank you, Kasasuke. No need, we're comrades. Get well soon. There's still many tough battles to fight, and I can't do without you by my side. Akainu said seriously to Kizaru, then stopped disturbing him and walked out, planning to adjust himself as well. After these 2 battles, the injuries he sustained still made him feel quite uncomfortable. Just as Akainu left Kizaru's room to head to the medical bay for treatment, a warship slowly sailed into the Navy headquarters port without attracting anyone's attention. Sigh. It was so easy to get in, not a single obstacle encountered, how boring. A giant merman lay on the deck of the warship, saying with boredom. He was one of the cadres of the Huaxia Empire, the Fishman Evil Dragon. This time, they followed XuanYuan's instructions and took a warship to the Navy headquarters for a destructive attack. They indeed encountered no obstacles along the way, arriving at the Navy headquarters with ease, which made the warlike Evil Dragon complain. Brat, our plan is to enter the Navy headquarters openly and carry out destructive damage. Do you want to encounter enemies on the way? That would mean our operation has failed. Jinbei looked at Evil Dragon's bored expression and felt he was being annoying. So he punched him hard on the head and shouted, "Ah, that hurts. Jinbei, I just haven't fought in a long time and got a bit itchy." You should just hit others on the head like that. XuanYuan said, "Too many hits to the head can make you stupid." Evil Dragon complained while holding his head. Can you get any more stupid? Seriously, once we get into the Navy headquarters, you'll have plenty to hit. If you don't perform well, just wait and see how I deal with you. Jinbei threatened Evil Dragon fiercely. GGG, young people need to have the fighting spirit of a dragon like you, Alo. Make sure to give it your all later. Let me see if you have the strength to match that fighting spirit. Golden Lion Shiki said with a slight smile at Evil Dragon. Don't worry, Uncle Shiki, I won't let you down. Evil Dragon, feeling proud at Shiki's praise, raised his head and looked at the Navy headquarters, fully charged with fighting spirit. Please state the number of the arriving warship and which unit it belongs to. As Evil Dragon and the others' warship entered the Navy headquarters port, the Navy personnel responsible for inspections routinely asked, "Hee, it seems the hiding game is over. It's time to give these guys a big surprise." Golden Lion Shiki said with a slight smile to the people on the warship. All right. Evil Dragon was the first to cheer excitedly, having long wanted to fight. He immediately jumped from the warship into the sea upon hearing Shiki's words. Wait for me. Jinbei, not willing to fall behind, immediately followed after Evil Dragon jumped into the sea. Huh, what was that just now? Did someone accidentally fall into the water? The patrolling Navy personnel at the port were shocked to see Evil Dragon and Jinbei jumping into the sea one after the other. But they didn't suspect it was an enemy attack, as they didn't believe that after achieving a significant victory, anyone would dare to seek death at this time. Fishman Karate, overhead throw. Jinbei forcefully threw the seawater, and a powerful current surged like a water dragon towards the Navy at the port. What? At this moment, the Navy at the port finally realized that the enemy was attacking. But their bodies couldn't react in time and were sent flying into the air by the powerful seawater Jinbei threw. Fishman's 6 styles, Evil Dragon's super move combining the Navy's 6 styles taught by XuanYuan and others with his own situation. Iron Block. Dragon Spear. Evil Dragon used the iron block of the Navy's 6 styles to enhance the hardness of his whole body, then used his proud nose as a weapon. Rushing out with explosive speed like a moon step, both speed and power were astonishing. The Navy that was sent flying in the air by Jinbei's water stream was directly killed by Evil Dragon, who charged out with that powerful braking force. Alarm, alarm. Enemies are attacking, currently landing at the port. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. As Jinbei and Evil Dragon carried out their first round of attacks and wiped out all the Navy at the port, the alarm at the Navy headquarters began to ring. Oh no, the Navy headquarters response is really too slow. They only started the alarm after the port was breached. They truly deserve to die. Evil Dragon scoffed at the finally ringing alarm. It's not that the Navy's alarm response is slow. It's that your actions were too fast, wiping out all the Navy here in one go. Ace and Sabo also jumped onto the port from the ship. Meanwhile, Hades and Enel were still on the warship chatting casually with Golden Lion, finding it uninteresting unless the experts from the Navy headquarters showed up. Indeed, as Ace and the others said, the Navy personnel at the headquarters were still immersed in the joy of their first battle victory, never expecting that the warship that intruded was an enemy. It wasn't until Evil Dragon and Jinbei eliminated all the Navy at the port that they snapped back to reality and sounded the alarm. What? Enemies are actually attacking at this time? That shouldn't be the case. Those guys should be stunned right now. Akainu, who was originally recovering in the medical room, was greatly surprised upon hearing the news. However, surprise aside, as a seasoned fighter, Akainu quickly put on his clothes and rushed towards the port, disregarding his injuries. The ones who would dare to launch an attack at this time, especially those who have already reached our port, could only be the Huaxia Empire led by Monkey D. XuanYuan. Only they would recklessly seek revenge for that kid XuanYuan. Lying in his hospital bed, Kizaru calmly analyzed the situation after hearing the alarm. Since those guys are here, it seems trouble is brewing. I can't just lie here any longer. They are aiming for revenge against Monkey D, XuanYuan. So this will be a battle even tougher than the one against Kaido. Kizaru, now able to move normally, quickly got off his bed and headed towards the port. Due to the sudden enemy attack, the soldiers who were originally tasked with taking care of Kizaru immediately rushed to the port. So Kizaru's departure faced no obstacles. Hee. It finally came. I was about to fall asleep. Looking at the dense crowd of Navy rushing towards the port, the evil dragon laughed happily, ready to charge into battle. Flame World. Just as the evil dragon charged out, Ace jumped into the air, and a supersized fireball appeared in his hand, growing larger at an astonishing speed. Arlong, get out of the way, Ace shouted at the evil dragon running ahead of him, then threw the massive fireball. Ace, you brat, can't you tell friend from foe? The evil dragon was startled when Ace threw the supersized fireball, quickly dodging aside, while the fireball headed straight for the many Navy soldiers, instantly causing a chorus of screams. Hee, you're not the only one itching for action. I've been itching for a while too. If I let you rush in, I won't have any fun left. Hee. So, sorry about that. Ace smiled and apologized to the angry evil dragon, but from his mischievous grin, it was clear that he had done it on purpose and had no real intention of apologizing. Ah, that's fire. Fist Ace. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates are attacking? After Ace took out a large number of Navy soldiers with his signature move, the remaining Navy soldiers, realizing their reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, didn't dare to charge forward easily. After all, the shock from that last move was too overwhelming. No one was willing to risk their lives, so no one dared to advance. All right. You two don't need to fight over this. Look, more Navy are coming. Sabo pointed at the endless stream of Navy rushing in and laughed. Yay, this time it's up to you, Ace. With so many people, I don't believe you can take them all on by yourself. The evil dragon, seeing the increasing number of Navy soldiers, instead of being worried, laughed happily. It takes this many to have some fun. The last big battle left me pretending to be captured for too long without enough action. So this time, I must make up for it. Ace also laughed joyfully. Let's have a competition to see who can take down the most enemies. Sabo, now fully pumped for battle, excitedly said. All right. The three of them almost simultaneously charged towards the Navy, with Jinbei not wanting to fall behind, quickly following after them. Fire Fist, Meteor Shower, Dragon Spear, Ace, Sabo, and the evil dragon rushed towards the crowd of Navy, each using their signature moves. The three of them appeared like reapers wielding scythes, while the Navy soldiers were like straw, mercilessly harvested by the trio. This is too fast. What am I supposed to do? Jinbei, lagging behind the three, said helplessly, as the movements of Ace and Sabo, both Logia users, were simply too swift, acting like life harvesters that could end the lives of numerous Navy soldiers with a flick of their hands. Wherever Ace and Sabo passed, they left no Navy soldiers standing. Any that managed to escape would quickly be dealt with by the evil dragon, leaving none for Jinbei. This is indeed a world for the young. These kids are impressive. Looking at Ace and the others' frenzied slaughter, the Golden Lion laughed happily. Enel, aren't you going to join in? You usually can't sit still. Hades asked Enel, who was bored and watching from the sidelines. Not interested. I'll wait until the Navy brings out a few stronger ones before I act. Enel said casually, watching the Navy continuously rushing in as he was waiting for Kizaru to appear. You dare to injure XuanYuan. I will make you pay an absolute price. Damn it. You guys are too arrogant. Gale Foot. At this moment, some vice admirals from the Navy headquarters also arrived, and seeing Ace and others crazily slaughtering the ordinary Navy, they were immediately furious. They had just won a battle, and these guys wouldn't even let them enjoy it for a moment before attacking. They unleashed slashing waves towards Ace and the others. Flame World, facing the slashing waves imbued with Haki. Ace didn't dare to take them lightly and immediately released flames all over his body, creating a massive fire pillar that blocked the incoming slashing waves. Black Rock Wall. Sabo also extended one hand, and a black rock wall appeared in front of him, easily blocking the slashing waves aimed at him. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Shave, Instant. Lacking a Devil Fruit ability, the evil dragon used all his strength to employ the highest speed XuanYuan taught him, instantly darting forward, effortlessly dodging the slashing waves attack, while simultaneously attacking the Vice Admiral ahead. Impressive. The Navy Vice Admirals were momentarily stunned by the evil dragon's rapid movement, but they were strong enough to quickly recover and charged toward the rushing evil dragon. It seems dealing with so many Vice Admirals at once is quite tiring for him. Arlong, we'll help you take some of them. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and smiled slightly, wanting to rush up to assist the evil dragon. With the opponents now being vice admirals, they became interested. You two guys. The evil dragon saw Ace and Sabo's mischievous smiles and initially wanted to protest, but upon seeing so many vice admirals in front of him, he realized he couldn't handle them alone and could only wait for Ace and Sabo to help. Great fire! Just as Ace and Sabo were about to help, a massive fist made of magma came crashing toward them, blocking their advance. Akainu had finally arrived. Admiral Kizaru. Akainu's appearance immediately revived the morale of the Navy, which had been lacking after being beaten by Ace and the others. The magma dog finally has the courage to come out. Ace looked at Akainu's arrival with disdain, laughing at Sabo beside him. Damn it, what are you saying? Seeing Ace dare to insult him like that, Akainu immediately became furious and charged at Ace. Why are you shouting so loudly? Haven't you heard that barking dogs don't bite? The louder you bark, the more you make people look down on you. As Ace looked at Akainu charging towards him, he deliberately provoked him while still remaining cautious, his body igniting with flames as he rushed towards Akainu. Sabo, go help Aolong. It's just a magma dog. I can handle it alone. Ace called out to Sabo, who was following him and preparing to assist. Sabo was momentarily taken aback, but hearing Ace's confident voice and seeing Aolong being pushed back by several rear admirals, with more coming to attack him, he hesitated no longer and ran to help Aolong. Looks like I finally have something to do. Aolong, Big Brother, is here to help you. Jinbei smiled slightly as he saw the rear admirals surrounding Aolong and rushed in to assist. Fire fist. Great fire. At this moment, Ace had also engaged Akainu, with a fist made of flames colliding with a fist made of magma, resulting in a loud explosion that sent both of them staggering back several steps. Magma dog, I didn't expect this barking dog to be quite strong. Not just a loud barker. Ace coldly smiled at Akainu, but deep down he was still surprised by Akainu's strength. The initial exchange had already left his hand feeling burnt from Akainu's magma, and this was the first time he had been burned since consuming the Mera Mera no Mi, causing him to reassess his already high opinion of Akainu. Damn it, how is this possible? You are fire, and I can burn all fire to ashes with my magma. We should have an upper-lower relationship. Why can you still block my attacks? Akainu looked at Ace using Fire Fist in shock. He claimed that Ace had blocked his attack, but deep down he knew that Ace's Fire Fist not only blocked his attack, but also caused him harm, making him feel the sting of being burned. This made Akainu wonder if their Devil Fruit powers had somehow swapped. Is fruit power a matter of upper overcoming lower? Do you think that's possible? Ace sneered at Akainu. I am fire. Do you think the temperature of fire is fixed? 100 degrees is fire, and 6,000 degrees is also fire. You, with a fixed temperature of only 1,000 degrees of magma, can compare to my 6,000 degree flames? 6,000 degrees. Akainu looked at Ace in shock, thinking to himself, that's right, if what he says is true, then it makes sense that I got burned in our previous encounter. Now that you know, you can go die. Ace's body ignited with flames again, and Akainu couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Seeing Ace approaching him engulfed in flames, Akainu felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, I didn't expect to be outmatched in temperature. If it weren't for my injuries, I could unleash 100 of my power and wouldn't be pressured by this brat. Akainu didn't believe that Ace could have 6,000 degrees of flame power. That was just too outrageous. However, he did believe that Ace's flames were now on par with his own. He still believed that if he were at full strength, he could defeat Ace with his strongest haki. In reality, as Akainu guessed, Ace's temperature was not as high as he claimed, being closer to 1,000 degrees. However, Ace, relying on his haki, was still able to enhance the power of his Devil Fruit abilities, allowing him to surpass Akainu slightly. Take this. Crossfire. Ace jumped into the air, swinging both hands towards Akainu. Two terrifying flames crossed each other, forming a cross that charged towards Akainu. Great fire. Akainu did not retreat. After all, Ace's attack had too wide a range for him to dodge. Instead, he punched the intersection of the two flames with a magma fist. Boom! Akainu's immense power shattered the crossfire, but the explosion's force still injured him, causing his arm to ache. Seeing the fleeting pain on Akainu's face, Ace knew his attack had taken effect. As long as he could hold on a little longer, there would be no doubt that he would win. That guy Ace is pretty impressive. He is actually putting pressure on Akainu, the former Marine Admiral and now Fleet Admiral, at peak power. Although I heard Akainu was injured by Admiral Steelbone and hasn't fully recovered from his fight with Kaido a few days ago. Being able to suppress him to this extent is truly remarkable. Shiki smiled appreciatively as he watched the battle between Ace and Akainu from a distance. He was beginning to understand why Whitebeard was so fond of these youngsters. Seeing the strongest of the future slowly emerging and being able to guide them onto the right path brought a sense of accomplishment that felt really satisfying. Can you two still watch? Especially you, Enel. I heard from XuanYuan that you're also a fighter who doesn't lose to Aolong. Shiki looked at Hades and Enel, who had been observing the battle. Hee, I don't have any particular target to fight. Right now, we clearly have the advantage, so there's no need for me to step in. I'll go when it's necessary, Hades replied, not very interested in the fierce battles happening around him. He had no specific desire to fight. In his view, the only reason to fight recklessly was XuanYuan's orders. Currently, the only opponent he really wanted to battle was Kizaru, who had harmed XuanYuan. He wanted to tear Kizaru apart, but he wasn't particularly interested in fighting anyone else. I don't see any opponent I want to fight either, Enel said disinterestedly as he watched the ongoing battles. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he shot off like a bolt of lightning towards the distance. It's Kizaru. Hades looked towards the direction Enel was flying and saw a familiar yellow figure appear in his line of sight, immediately feeling a surge of anger and following after him. That damn kid Borsellino, Kizaru's real name. How dare he come out? Shiki was also momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kizaru's figure and instantly became furious, recalling how Kizaru had dared to deceive him before, filling him with rage. If he hadn't been busy searching for XuanYuan recently, he would have charged straight to Marine headquarters to destroy Kizaru. Back then, he had dared to single-handedly attack the Marine headquarters guarded by Garp and Sengoku for Roger. In his heart, XuanYuan's status far exceeded Roger's, and for XuanYuan, he could do even crazier things without hesitation. Kizaru is actually being beaten up by that Fire Fist Ace. As soon as Kizaru appeared on the battlefield, he saw Akainu being pressured by Ace and was taken aback. Coming back to his senses, he prepared to rush over to help. However, before he could get there, he heard a furious roar. Old man Kizaru, today is your death day. Hearing that familiar voice, Kizaru looked up, but just as he raised his head, a lightning dragon charged towards him. What, it's him? Recognizing the familiar technique, Kizaru didn't need to look again to know that it was Enel. The last battle at Marine headquarters against him was something he would never forget, but when he saw it, Enel's attack had already arrived in front of him. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast. Even the yellow monkey in his prime had no confidence in dodging it, let alone him now. However, the yellow monkey could be considered a peak expert. Although he knew he couldn't dodge, he still gathered all his strength to block Enel's lightning dragon attack, minimizing the damage. Yellow monkey, you old guy. Your reaction is still so quick. How amusing, Enel said with a happy laugh. Not surprised that the yellow monkey managed to block his lightning dragon. Lightning brat, you're here too. Sure enough, you guys are here to take revenge from Monkey D. XuanYuan, but you don't have the ability, the yellow monkey said coldly to Enel, but he was well aware that Enel's lightning dragon attack had already severely injured him, reopening the wounds he had just managed to heal. Yellow monkey, dare you mention my young master? I'll tear you apart. Hades suddenly appeared in front of the yellow monkey and punched him hard in the face before he even had time to react, sending him flying. Cough, cough, cough. The yellow monkey, hit full force by Hades, felt like he was about to lose consciousness and barely managed to stay on the ground with the last bit of willpower, but couldn't hold back anymore and began to spit blood. Admiral Borsellino. The Navy members shouted loudly upon seeing their invincible symbol, the yellow monkey, being beaten so badly. Borsellino. Akainu also shouted upon seeing the yellow monkey injured. You don't have time to look elsewhere. Ace, seeing Akainu distracted, didn't hold back at all and threw a massive fireball at him. Flame Emperor. Ace took advantage of Akainu's moment of distraction and unleashed his strongest move, Flame Emperor. A huge fireball imbued with hockey flew towards Akainu. Akainu, distracted this time, could no longer dodge Ace's ultimate move and was directly knocked away. Marshal Kasaski. First the yellow monkey, then Akainu. The Navy saw their god of war being knocked away one by one and couldn't help but panic. How dare they be distracted while fighting me, seeking death? The evil dragon, feeling belittled as the Navy generals were watching the battle between Akainu and Ace, unleashed 120 of his power and turned the tide against the two Navy generals who were previously pressing him. Fishman Karate, over-the-shoulder throw. Jinbei also refused to be outdone by the evil dragon and directly threw a giant general in front of him away. Earthquake. Sabo stretched out his hands towards the many Navy and generals, and a large crack appeared in the ground, with the ground on both sides closing in to trap these guys in between. For a moment, the Navy was completely on the back foot. Although the Xia dynasty had not sent many people, Each one was like a life-reaping machine, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the Navy. In fact, the Navy headquarters wasn't this bad. Even during the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, they had paid a considerable price for their victory. However, this time, after battling with Kaido and his crew, the Navy headquarters had significantly weakened. Although morale was high, the number of elite fighters capable of combat had decreased considerably. Moreover, XuanYuan had calculated that the internal defenses of the Navy headquarters were severely insufficient, allowing his small force to go unnoticed and make this battle so easy. All right, everyone back to the ship. This battle is about to end. Just as the Xia dynasty was achieving overwhelming victory, suppressing the elite forces of the Navy headquarters, the Golden Lion said coldly from the air, "Uncle Shiki." Ace and the others looked at the Golden Lion in surprise, then glanced at their opponents, who had almost lost their ability to fight back, and stopped attacking, running towards their ship, as they all understood that this legendary pirate was about to take action. Golden Lion Shiki, the Yellow Monkey, and Akainu, who had gotten a breather, looked at the Golden Lion in the air, feeling an ominous premonition. Could this old guy be about to take action? Senior Shiki, are you also going to participate in this battle? The Yellow Monkey, enduring the pain of his wounds, asked Shiki, constantly calculating in his mind how he could persuade this old man not to take action. He knew that this old man valued his reputation above all else. So he decided to appeal to Shiki's emotions and reason, hoping he could refrain from attacking. If the situation ended with the defeat of the Navy headquarters, it would mean losing the reputation they had just established, but it was still better than their entire army being wiped out. Seeing the Yellow Monkey's expression, Akainu immediately understood his plan and respectfully said to the Golden Lion, "Senior Shiki, we lost this battle. If you have any dissatisfaction, please voice it. We will do our utmost to satisfy you." Although Akainu's words were quite humiliating, he was determined. Losing face was better than losing his life. Losing face could always be regained, but losing one's life. Reasonably speaking, with both Akainu and the Yellow Monkey, the two leading figures of the Navy, saying this, it should have given the Golden Lion enough face. As a legendary figure, he had no reason to continue attacking. Otherwise, he would be known for bullying the weak. But who would have thought? The Golden Lion was completely uninterested in the Yellow Monkey and Akainu's words, looking at them coldly. "Borsalino, Akainu, you two brats. Stop saying these useless things. Especially you, Borsalino. From the moment you dared to lay a hand on XuanYuan, you should have anticipated this outcome. You even dared to deceive me. You deserve to die. Your mistakes should be compensated with your lives and the entire Navy headquarters. Senior Shiki, we respect you as a senior and speak to you like this. But if you continue down this path, you will have lost all semblance of a senior's demeanor. If you act today, I believe your reputation around the world will suffer greatly. You must think it through." Akainu, angered by the Golden Lion's attitude, still maintained his last bit of calm and said seriously to him, "Stop saying these useless things. So what if I bully the weak today? If my reputation is damaged? As long as I take you all down, who will know about today's events? Besides, for XuanYuan, so what if my reputation is damaged?" The Golden Lion said indifferently. Seeing the Golden Lion say this, the Yellow Monkey and the others understood that the Golden Lion would absolutely not let them go today. So they gathered their last bit of strength, preparing to fight back. However, the Golden Lion did not give them the chance to fight back. With just one hand, he struck fiercely at the Navy headquarters. Lion's might, earthquake. With the Golden Lion's roar, numerous giant lions made of stones appeared on the ground and charged towards everyone. Lion's thousand cuts. Before the first attack had ended, the Golden Lion immediately unleashed his second move. With his legs armed with famous blades, he unleashed a series of powerful kicks at those who had dodged the giant lions, sending waves of slashing attacks even stronger than XuanYuan's strikes towards the remaining foes. Hey. Now you all have lost your ability to resist, right? After being hit by the two powerful moves of the Golden Lion without reservation, including Kizaru, Akainu, and those Marine admirals, there was no resistance ability left. Seeing this, the Golden Lion once again broke into a happy smile, waving one hand towards the warship they came on, causing the warship that Ace and the others were on to fly into the sky, while he himself soared to an even higher altitude. What is Uncle Shiki preparing to do? Ace and Sabo curiously asked as they watched their warship ascend. Uncle Shiki is about to unleash his ultimate move. I didn't expect to see Uncle Shiki use this move. As a legendary figure who once divided the world with Roger and Whitebeard, it is now certain that the Marine headquarters is finished. Hades said lightly as he looked at the smiling Golden Lion in the sky. Goodbye, Marine headquarters. The Golden Lion looked down at the already battered Marine headquarters. A cold light flashing in his eyes, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Lions might, lion's wrath." This legendary pirate, although defeated by the pirate king Roger 20 years ago and recently lost again to Whitebeard Newgate, still stood at the pinnacle. This ultimate move he used also demonstrated to the world that he truly deserved the title of a legendary pirate. As soon as the calm sea surface was disturbed by the Golden Lion's ultimate move, it immediately erupted, with seawater gathering into several giant lions that surrounded the Marine headquarters. And with a roar, they charged forward, completely engulfing the Marine headquarters without leaving a single scream. Great Fire, Eightfold Jewel, Gale Foot. Faced with the Golden Lion's ultimate move that swallowed the Marine headquarters, Akainu, Kizaru, and the Marine admirals all exerted their full strength for a final resistance. However, their actions were undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, only slightly delaying their time of death. Seeing that the Marines were still able to make a final resistance, the Golden Lion smiled slightly and immediately intensified his power. The number of sea lions on the surface of the sea clearly increased again, completely swallowing the Marine headquarters, not even allowing a single scream to escape. Hehehe. The Marine headquarters has finally been sunk by me. The Golden Lion laughed happily as he saw the Marine headquarters completely submerged in the sea. Feeling that the resentment in his heart had finally been released. Uncle Shiki, you are too much, just like that you took care of them. Not leaving us anything. My hands are still itching. The evil dragon complained to the Golden Lion, looking at the submerged Marine headquarters. You brat, we are here to carry out a mission. It was supposed to be a quick battle, and now we've already delayed a lot of time. Uncle Shiki's action allows us to quickly resolve everything and leave quickly, so as not to stay here and disrupt the plan. Jinbei taught the evil dragon from behind. It's just that I haven't had enough fun yet. The evil dragon mumbled quietly as he looked at the angry Jinbei behind him, not daring to be so reckless. You brat, I really think you need a beating. Haven't you had enough fun? I'll accompany you, Jinbei said, ready to teach him a lesson. Forget it, Jinbei. It's normal that he hasn't had enough fun. Don't say it along. I actually haven't had enough fun either. Ace quickly pulled Jinbei and advised. Exactly, it's normal that we haven't had enough fun this time. Haven't we all not had enough? Sabo also came forward to persuade. Oh, you all haven't had enough fun? Then let me help you. How about I throw you back in the sea to play slowly? The Golden Lion, flying onto the ship, just happened to hear the conversation and laughed, pretending to throw everyone into the sea. Hee, just kidding, Uncle Shiki. We wanted to rest a long time ago. Let's hurry back to rest now, or it will be troublesome when the other forces of the world government arrive later. And we shouldn't keep XuanYuan and the others waiting too long. Ace quickly smiled at the Golden Lion, while thinking it's all jokes. Falling from such a high distance into the sea without getting hurt would be strange. Even if nothing happened, only you flying monsters and along, Jinbei, and the others who are fish people can fight in the ocean. Exactly, Uncle Shiki, let us hurry back. Sabo immediately changed his tone. Although they were powerful due to eating devil fruits, their resistance to seawater had not decreased after all. Only that freak XuanYuan could not fear seawater and have the abilities of a devil fruit. Alright, let us go back, you little brats. Watching Ace and the others' funny performance, the Golden Lion rarely showed a kind smile of an elder and did not continue to tease them. The warship headed towards the base of the Huaxia Empire in the East China Sea, completely avoiding the reinforcements sent by the world government in response to the attack on the Marine headquarters. Holy Land, Mariehua. When the five elders saw the news of the Marine headquarters being sunk, they were stunned, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. The elder spoke first, looking at the government personnel who came to report. Do you know who did it? Such strength. And they dare to be so bold as to sink the Marine headquarters. This is the most serious incident in many years. Currently, we can't confirm who is responsible. But based on the situation that the Marine headquarters was sunk by a powerful force, there are three suspects. The strongest pirate, the first of the four emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon, and a legendary pirate, the only prisoner who escaped from impelled down Golden Lion Shiki. Only they have the strength to sink the Marine headquarters, and only they have the motive to do this. The government personnel respectfully answered in front of the five elders. Of course, we know these three are the biggest suspects, but there is not a single concrete piece of information. The third elder looked dissatisfied at the government personnel in front of him for their response. Currently, there is no specific information, but please rest assured, lords, it won't be long before we can determine who is responsible after inspecting the sunken Marine headquarters. The government personnel respectfully said, "What a bunch of useless people. It will take so long. Get out of here, come back and notify us when there's new information. The fourth elder waved his hand in extreme dissatisfaction, sending the government personnel away. Yes, the government personnel felt relieved, knowing that reporting something without any basis in front of the five elders was a difficult task, especially with the second elder among the five, holding the first generation of the supreme greatsword, who might kill him if he was not pleased. Killing him would be pointless. Being at the top of the world, they would not have anyone to speak up for a small government personnel. What do you all think? The second elder did not release his killing intent this time, but calmly looked at the other five elders and asked, I think the possibility of this incident being led by Dragon and the Revolutionary Army is higher. After all, only they could completely avoid our eyes and ears and destroy the Marine headquarters in such a short time. And only they have enough reason to do so. The fifth elder said seriously, No, I think the possibility of Whitebeard Edward Newgate is higher. After all, only he possesses the power to sink the Marine headquarters. The third elder was expressing his differing opinions, and the five elders began to argue again. In a certain sea area of the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, Whitebeard was laughing at his den mushy. Kurura, Ace, Sabo, you two little brats really know how to get into trouble with that old guy Shiki. You actually sank the entire Marine headquarters. Kurura, what a big move. Old man, we didn't really do much. This plan was devised by XuanYuan, and sinking the Marine headquarters was done by Uncle Shiki. Sabo and I just dealt with some small fry. Ace and Sabo felt a bit embarrassed hearing Whitebeard's praise. It seemed like it was the first time their father had praised them so directly. Although he had been satisfied with their performance in the past, he had only praised them quietly without showing it. This formal praise left the two of them flabbergasted. Excessive humility is a form of pride. Gold Lion chuckled as he looked at the shy Ace and Sabo. Is what you dealt with really called small fry? One took down the current fleet admiral, the former Marine admiral, Akainu, and the other took down 3 Marine vice admirals. What are you being humble about? Akainu, that magma brat, has also been taken down. Who is it, Ace or Sabo? Whitebeard was shocked to hear this news. He was well aware of Akainu's strength, although he valued his 2 sons highly. He didn't expect they had reached the point where they could take down Akainu and 3 Marine vice admirals on their own. Old man, it wasn't as impressive as Uncle Shiki said, that Akainu was injured, and I think his strength was less than 80% of his usual. If it were at full strength, I wouldn't be confident I could defeat him. Although Ace felt delighted by Whitebeard's praise, he still spoke the truth. After all, there was no need to hide anything in front of their father. There's no need to be so humble. I know that magma brat too well. His devil fruit ability is quite terrifying, and his magma ability counters your initial firepower. The fact that you could defeat him proves you've really grown a lot. Whitebeard said seriously to the den mushy, and thinking of Ace's shy expression, he couldn't help but smile. Exactly, Ace, don't be humble anymore. Uncle Whitebeard, young master asked me to pass on a message to you. This action will definitely cause a huge uproar in the world, so you need to be more careful. And also inform Shanks not to join the world's chaos yet. Just hold your ground quietly. When they fought enough, we can directly reap the benefits. Hades stepped forward and conveyed the message XuanYuan had entrusted him with. Kurura, this brat's schemes are still so many. This time he actually came up with such a bad idea. Looks like he has become a bad kid. Whitebeard laughed heartily after hearing XuanYuan's plan, secretly praising him. He certainly understood the principle of winning without fighting, but in reality, very few could achieve this. However, in war, minimizing one's own losses is the greatest victory. So, Uncle Whitebeard, do you agree with my young master's plan? Hades felt he had about 80% confidence in Whitebeard's decision upon hearing his laughter. Kurura, don't worry. Although that brat's idea this time is quite bad, it is undeniably a good idea. I will act according to what he said. Whitebeard said seriously. He was very satisfied with this little brat XuanYuan. Although he could no longer take him as his son, his affection for him remained unchanged. Moreover, XuanYuan's idea was very correct, so Whitebeard would naturally not oppose it. After reporting the latest battle situation to Whitebeard, Gold Lion's controlled warship flew to the eastern sea base of the Huaxia Empire. Welcome back. You all have worked hard. When the warship landed at the port, 2 handsome young men with sunny smiles were waiting for them. One of them was Noah, a genius student from S6, one of the founders of the Huaxia Empire, and the sworn brother of Monkey D, XuanYuan, known as the Ghost Hand. That brat Noah actually came personally to pick us up. He has got a conscience. Knowing we're tired. Wait, the one next to him is... Ace smiled upon seeing Noah at the port, but suddenly froze when he saw the young man beside Noah. Not only Ace, Sabo, Hades, Enel, but everyone on the warship was stunned when they saw the other young man. I told you your sudden appearance would definitely stun these guys. Noah smiled at the dazed crowd beside the young man. Hee hee, I didn't expect their reaction to be so big. The young man smiled slightly at Noah. His smile was so sunny, it seemed to melt away all the coldness. XuanYuan, young master. At this moment, the people on the warship also came to their senses, confirming they were not dreaming, and then excitedly rushed down the warship. The young man next to Noah was indeed XuanYuan. After a brief adjustment on Magma Island, he returned to the Eastern Sea base. Although his hands still had no combat capability, he could still handle ordinary matters, coupled with his other exceptional abilities, such as his incredible kicking skills and that astonishing aura. Most importantly, his clever mind. He still possessed the ability to protect himself. Moreover, after this incident, the world would be shaken, and XuanYuan had to return to take charge of the situation. After all, many matters could not be managed without him. XuanYuan, when did you come back? Ace and Sabo asked XuanYuan in surprise. Exactly, Boss XuanYuan. Why didn't you notify us? You gave us a huge surprise. The dragon exclaimed happily. Young master, how are you now? Have your hands recovered? Hades asked with concern. Yes, XuanYuan. Have your injuries healed? How's your strength? Gold Lion also asked anxiously. Watching everyone question him one after another, XuanYuan didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he enjoyed this long-lost warmth. As he was surrounded by everyone, Noah also smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Brother, just as Mihawk said, you have the power to bring everyone together. You are our core, making everyone fight for you. That is the strongest power. So XuanYuan, even if your hands have no combat capability, you are still the strongest. If anything tries to harm you, it must step over my dead body. After everyone surrounded XuanYuan and returned to the Huaxia Empire's base in the Eastern Sea, they received a grand welcome. Almost every member came running, wearing genuine smiles. They were happy for two reasons. First, Ace and the others, who went to battle with Gold Lion, actually managed to sink the Marine headquarters and returned without any losses. Such a feat was enough to shock the world. Second, the safety return of their guardian deity of the Huaxia Empire, Monkey D, XuanYuan, was better news for them than anything else. To understand why the entire world is in turmoil, it is because of the disappearance of their leader, XuanYuan, which led to a complete outbreak of war in an already tense global situation. For them, extinguishing the world government and avenging their leader is their greatest dream. Now, seeing that the deity in their hearts is safe, there is no better news for them. XuanYuan has also carefully considered whether he should appear before everyone, as his disappearance has been the premise for everyone to maintain their hatred towards the world government. If he returns and appears before everyone, will it cause them to lose their fighting purpose and significantly reduce their combat power? After all, hatred is an extremely powerful force, and if harnessed, the energy generated will be immeasurable. Until last night, XuanYuan unconsciously witnessed something that made him decide to return, to rejoin everyone in their world and fight alongside them. It turned out that after XuanYuan arranged everything for Ace and others for this operation, he originally planned to rest. However, lying in bed, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Although he had arranged everything for this battle, he felt he could not participate, and being with his comrades made him uneasy. So, unable to sleep, XuanYuan quietly left his room, strolling on Magnetic Drum Island while contemplating the future development of the Huaxia Empire and how to restore his hands. Although his arms could no longer fight, his observation haki and other forms of haki were not affected at all. Therefore, XuanYuan easily avoided the patrolling personnel on the island and headed towards the seaside. After all, currently, aside from Thornton and a few senior officials, no one else knows about XuanYuan's landing on Magnetic Drum Island. Everyone thinks he is a member sent by the world government to attack the island. XuanYuan took the opportunity to order Thornton and others to conceal his situation, allowing him to remain missing in everyone's minds. So it was better for him not to be discovered by the patrol team. Along the way, XuanYuan paid no attention to his surroundings. He was solely focused on running toward the deserted beach to clear his mind until he noticed a solitary figure by the sea, which made him stop his hurried steps. At that quiet beach, there was a young man continuously battling the crashing waves, completely soaked. XuanYuan had no idea how long this frail body had been fighting against the waves. It was hard to imagine that such a weak figure could repeatedly shatter the incoming waves. What is this kid doing, practicing fighting against the waves like Yonghua? However, I have done this kind of practice before. It brings back memories. XuanYuan looked at the practicing youth and recalled his younger self, when he had just left his hometown and was taken to the naval headquarters by Carp. On the warship, XuanYuan first encountered the 6 styles of the Navy and had his first dream of becoming a top powerhouse. That night, he practiced against the waves, splashing water all over the deck. Seeing the younger version of himself, XuanYuan became interested and quietly watched the young man practicing hard. For some reason, his somewhat confused heart began to slowly regain the confidence he once had, reaffirming his belief in becoming stronger. Suddenly, while XuanYuan was distracted watching the young man train, a crisp splash of water snapped him back to reality. The young man had finally collapsed into the sea from exhaustion. Sigh, overtraining. This kid's determination is no less than mine back then. XuanYuan was about to step forward to help the fallen youth, but before he could, he suddenly sensed someone running quickly towards them and restrained his impulse to approach. Hertz, are you all right? Your usual training is already intense enough. Why are you pushing yourself so hard in private? Are you trying to kill yourself? A youth running from a distance helped the exhausted Hertz out of the water. From his anxious expression, it was clear that their relationship was extraordinary. Slow, you go back first. My training is not over yet. Unexpectedly, the helped Hertz stubbornly pushed away the youth named Slow, and XuanYuan could feel that he was forcing himself to summon strength from within, clearly intent on continuing the previous extreme training that had already surpassed his limits. Sigh, this kid has a strong will, but he doesn't know how to pace himself. This kind of training not only doesn't lead to the best improvement, but it could also leave him with aftereffects, a loss that outweighs the gain. XuanYuan shook his head in silence as he watched Hertz's choice. Hertz, are you crazy? You've already exceeded your limits. Lord Thornton has said that your usual training is enough. What are you doing? Are you trying to commit suicide? As your brother, I won't allow it. We all know you're hurting inside, but you shouldn't torture yourself like this. Don't forget our promise to protect the Huaxia Empire, even at the cost of our lives. Is this how you fulfill that promise? Slow shouted at Hertz. Hearing his brother's angry shout, Hertz's body visibly trembled. XuanYuan knew he was moved. At that moment, a small wave on the sea splashed onto Hertz's face, making it hard to tell whether it was tears or seawater. Clenching his fists, he said seriously, Slow, my time is running out. Among all our brothers, I am the weakest. I hate myself for not having talent. I'm almost 20 years old, but I only have around 300 Dao power. How can I avenge Lord XuanYuan and destroy that damn world government? In fact, 300 Dao power at 20 years old is already quite good. A Navy soldier with a weapon only has 10 Dao power. However, among the elite warriors of the Huaxia Empire, such power is only considered below average. The reason this kid trains so desperately is actually because of me, to avenge me. Is this the power of hatred? But is this kind of power really good? Listening to Hertz's shout, XuanYuan began to doubt his plan for the first time. All right, Hertz, you're already good enough. We all want to avenge Lord XuanYuan, but this is not the way. Your training like this will not only fail to increase your strength to avenge Lord XuanYuan, but will also harm yourself, losing the power to avenge him. Slow said seriously while supporting Hertz. But Slow, I really feel terrible inside. I want to vent. I hate that I am too weak to destroy the world government. Lord XuanYuan saved us on Magnetic Drum Island, and I have no way to repay this great kindness. But who would have thought that Lord XuanYuan was harmed by the world government? I want revenge. Hertz shouted out his inner anger while gradually becoming choked with emotion. I know we all feel the same. Don't worry. Our current overloading training during the day is already enough to temporarily increase our power. I also heard that there's a drug that can temporarily enhance one's strength, but it can only be used once. Once we get that drug, we will go to the world government with the other brothers. At that time, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will avenge Lord XuanYuan. Right now, we don't have a right to die, Slow said as he helped the exhausted Hertz towards their dormitory. XuanYuan could see that Slow's training during the day must have also been intense, and now he was also out of energy, relying solely on a strong belief to support Hertz. Is this power of hatred really right? Although it gives them a significant boost in strength for a short time, the harm it causes to them is too great. That kind of drug is a stimulant that will kill someone after just one use. Have these guys completely lost their minds? Or is it wrong for me to conceal my information this time? XuanYuan felt his heart becoming even more chaotic. A small incident by the seaside left him filled with countless doubts as he walked towards Toritan's room. Lord XuanYuan, why haven't you rested? Toritan was taken aback when he saw someone enter his room, but upon realizing it was XuanYuan, he immediately asked respectfully, Toritan, how are the soldiers doing lately? XuanYuan looked at Toritan and coldly asked, I didn't expect you to ask that. Toritan was momentarily stunned, but seeing XuanYuan's icy expression, he knew XuanYuan must have already learned some things. So he no longer hid the truth and quietly said, Lord XuanYuan, ever since the soldiers learned about your disappearance, They had become extremely angry and wanted to rush to the naval headquarters for revenge. After being stopped, they began training frantically, completely disregarding their own bodies to increase their strength, all to kill more enemies for your revenge when war breaks out. XuanYuan was at a loss for words. Toritan, do I deserve this from them? Lord XuanYuan, you are the guardian deity of our Huaxia Empire. In everyone's hearts, you are the supreme existence. It is normal for them to disregard everything for revenge upon hearing that you were harmed. Just like when you first arrived at Magnetic Drum Island and encountered the attack from the patrol team, they mistook you for a member of the world government. To them, the world government is an irreconcilable enemy. Toritan said seriously. Toritan, send order down, saying that I have safely returned to Magnetic Drum Island and have not sustained any injuries. After recuperating, I have begun to recover. Tell everyone to take care of their health, as I will stand on the same front with them in the upcoming great battle. XuanYuan said seriously after a moment of silence. Lord XuanYuan, is that all right? Won't this make the soldiers lose their fighting spirit? This was also your biggest concern before. Although Toritan anticipated XuanYuan would give such an order, he found it hard to believe when it actually happened. Toritan, just do as I say. We need warriors, not martyrs. Besides, those with the heart of a strong person won't be foolish enough to lose their fighting spirit. XuanYuan said earnestly to Toritan. At this moment, XuanYuan had clarified a viewpoint in his heart. To exert the greatest power is not through hatred, but through the power of love. Upon learning that XuanYuan was safe, the entire Huaxia Empire celebrated. Just as XuanYuan had anticipated after knowing he was fine. Everyone stopped harming their bodies and instead began to enhance their strength according to the reasonable model established in the base. This also allowed the true strength of the Huaxia Empire to grow and prevented many tragedies from occurring. After announcing this news, XuanYuan, whose body had basically recovered, began to head towards the Huaxia Empire's base in the East China Sea, because he had said he would stand on the front lines of battle, no matter the circumstances. Holy Land, Mary Geos. Bang! The fifth elder slammed his fist on the wooden table in front of him, which was made of high-quality wood, and it shattered into a pile of wood chips under his blow. It's hard to imagine such a thing being done by an old man, as his control over strength had reached a level of mastery, probably beyond what even XuanYuan could achieve. Damn it. It was that old guy Shiki who came to destroy the naval headquarters. This guy can't stay calm for long after a brief period of stability. It seems he really is tired of living. The fifth elder didn't care at all about the broken wooden table in front of him. His mind was filled with the shock brought by the latest intelligence. It turned out that after Ace and the Golden Lion returned safely to the Huaxia Empire, XuanYuan, in order to boost the morale of the entire empire, did not hide the news anymore and announced his safe return to the Huaxia Empire along with the Golden Lion and others regarding the naval headquarters. The world government, with the most developed intelligence department, received this news immediately. Even the five elders, who were used to seeing great storms, were shaken upon learning of these two shocking pieces of news, and the fifth elder, in a fit of rage, smashed the table in front of him. Damn it. Boris Lino, aka Kazu, that guy not only failed to kill Monkey D, XuanYuan, but also brought so much trouble. It doesn't matter if he dies. He actually caused the entire naval headquarters to accompany him in death. Truly not worth mourning. The third elder clenched his fists and said with dissatisfaction. The third elder had always been unhappy with that kid XuanYuan. When he learned that Kizaru had supposedly killed XuanYuan, he was genuinely pleased, believing that whatever consequences arose were within an acceptable range and that it was a necessary price to eliminate that kid. However, now was different. Kizaru not only failed to kill XuanYuan, but also triggered major global forces preparing to overthrow the world government, putting the world government in unprecedented crisis. Although Kizaru was now dead, due to the Golden Lion's ruthless actions, the world government had lost the naval headquarters. While not all naval forces were lost, the fleet Admiral Akainu and those powerful vice admirals could not recover their strength in a short time, meaning this battle had already severely injured the world government as vitality. Thus, the third elder loathed Kizaru, resented this useless subordinate who brought so much trouble, and even his death would not relieve his anger. In the underworld, Kizaru lamented, "My life is hard, working tirelessly as a pig or a dog for you all, selling my life for so many years, only to be treated with such disdain in the end." Akainu patted Kizaru's shoulder to comfort him. "Calm down. When have you ever been a dog? I am Akainu, the real dog here. You were just a monkey entertaining them all along. But you ended up as the fleet admiral, while I am just a general. okay? Your treatment is better than that of a dog, Kizaru said with great dissatisfaction. So, being a lackey is better than being a self-important monkey, Akainu said smugly. Old 3, it's no use blaming Borsalino now. Let us think about what is coming next. There will be many more troubles ahead. The second elder glanced at the angry third elder and said, while simultaneously toying with his supreme knife, the 12th generation, initial ghost cutter. However, the killing intent radiating from him proved that he was also filled with rage at the moment. The immediate priority is still to address the events that will unfold. The current situation is quite unfavorable for us. We initially thought that Monkey D, XuanYuan, who was supposed to be killed by Borsalino, had returned to the Huaxia Empire. With him there is no doubt that the overall strength of the Huaxia Empire will increase significantly. I estimate that even if it's not weaker than the Revolutionary Army, it won't be too far off. After all, they dominate the seas and are quite a nuisance. In contrast, the fourth elder is currently the most calm one, still maintaining a clear mind as he seriously analyzes the situation. It's not just the Huaxia Empire of that kid Monkey D, XuanYuan. This time they sank our naval headquarters, causing the prestige we gained from defeating the Emperor Kaido to be wiped out. Not only that, but this failure has undoubtedly lowered the prestige and morale of our world government to the lowest point in history. Those forces that had originally settled down will surely stir again at this moment. We are about to face challenges from restless elements around the world. The elder with a broad perspective said coldly, his complexion not looking good either, as the situation was far worse than he had imagined. If these guys dare. A flash of brilliance passed through the second elder's eyes, and a substantial killing intent was directly released. However, the 5 elders in the room were considered legendary figures and were not affected by the second elder's killing intent. My old partner hasn't tasted fresh blood in a long time. These guys are just right for him to feast on. The killing intent-filled second elder stroked the original Ghost Che and said faintly, while the original Ghost Che also let out a low growl, as if responding to the second elder. Ghost Che is a legendary demon sword, and there are currently 3 known. The first generation Ghost Che, the second generation Ghost Che, and the third generation Ghost Che. By the time it reached the third generation, its magical power had weakened significantly. It is said that the first generation Ghost Che, which is the sword in the second elder's hand, one of the 12 supreme great blades, possesses the ability to destroy the world. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the cost. Every owner of Ghost Che has died an untimely death. Thus, this sword is known as the ominous blade. It's hard to imagine how an elder like the second elder can control this demon sword so well and subdue it without any temper, thus avoiding the curse of untimely death. His own strength can be said to have reached a terrifying level. It's not yet time for us old folks to take the stage. Although the losses this time are quite significant, fortunately, only half of the Navy's strength has been sunk to the bottom of the sea by Golden Lion Shiki. Don't forget that the real elite forces in the Navy, like Kazan, formerly known as Akiji, who defeated Kaido this time, and that Smokeman Smoker, along with those vice admirals who achieved remarkable results in the previous battle against Kaido, are all at Mariehua to claim credit. Moreover, there are also those powerful vice admirals stationed in various parts of the world. It can be said that the Navy's strength has not vanished. Its core is still there. The fourth elder said seriously. That's right. We still have those special organizations like G5. Although the head of these special organizations, S6, disbanded after that old guy, Ironbone, left. The strength of the other special organizations should not be underestimated. They were just overshadowed by that old guy, Ironbone, who drew his sword. The fifth elder also calmed down and said seriously, those guys who only follow the trend can come, but we must make them regret it in hell. The third elder said coldly, since everyone has no objections, I will now appoint Kazan as the new admiral of the Navy and recall the admirals and brigadier generals scattered around, regardless of their merits. They will be given new positions based on their actual abilities, concentrating our forces to fight against evil. The elder stood up and said seriously, a new round of battle is about to begin. On a small island in the Grand Line, Ironbone was throwing the transponder snail away, a disdainful smile on his face. Ironbone, who is it? Eddie, who just entered and saw this scene, felt very curious. Who else could it be? My brother with a single string, Steelbone. Ironbone said nonchalantly, it must be Steelbone. He must be contacting us about Golden Lion Shiki destroying the Navy headquarters some time ago, right? Eddie thought for a moment and asked. Originally, due to different factions and Ironbone's previous rampage at the Navy headquarters, injuring Kizaru, Steelbone had been worried about his brother, but hadn't contacted him much. Now that he suddenly reached out, and Ironbone showed that disdainful smile, it must be related to the significant event of Golden Lion destroying the Navy headquarters. Especially since Steelbone's relationship with Monkey D. XuanYuan has become known to the world, and XuanYuan is Ironbone's prized disciple, which is no longer a secret. So when he heard it was Steelbone contacting Ironbone, Eddie immediately thought of this matter. You guessed it right. That kid Steelbone found me and said that the 5 elders are ready to launch a full-scale battle against XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and other organizations. He told me to hurry back because the world government is in urgent need of people right now. If I go back now, not only will there be no blame, but I will also be reused. He even said that if I can recruit XuanYuan, he won't hold XuanYuan accountable. Ironbone looked at Eddie with a disdainful expression and said, "Do you think my brother has a problem with his head? After all these years, he still doesn't understand my temperament, and he says such things to provoke me, really. Haha. Actually, Steelbone is also concerned about you. He just stands on a different position." Eddie smiled slightly at the somewhat angry Ironbone, still believing that the decaying world government is the correct path, while the path we are on is the wrong one. So he hopes you can return to the right path. One day, when he sees through everything about that rotten government, he will understand you and stand by your side without hesitation. My brother, like me, is someone who won't easily change once he has decided on something. Like I am determined to support XuanYuan's dream. Wanting him to realize it and stand on our side is too difficult. Ironbone said, "I can also understand him. I hope he can give up on that government soon. After all, he is my brother, and if we meet on the battlefield, I don't know what to do." Seeing Ironbone looking somewhat sad, Eddie understood the difficulty in his heart and no longer mentioned the matter, changing the subject. Ironbone. The training of those kids has all been completed recently. They have long been impatient and want to go to XuanYuan. Haha, a year ahead of schedule. These kids are really impressive. By the way, the one who should remind you is that kid Reno, right? Ironbone smiled slightly at Eddie. Haha, nothing can be hidden from Ironbone. Eddie smiled at Ironbone. These kids are amazing. They have completed all the training. And now each of them is a strong individual, much stronger than XuanYuan and Noah when they left. Moreover, when they learned of XuanYuan's disappearance, they were all frantic. If it weren't for us instructors forcibly suppressing them and you, Ironbone, personally teaching Kizaru a lesson, they would have already gone to destroy the Navy headquarters. Now that they have heard the news that XuanYuan is safe and back in the Huaxia Empire, they definitely can't wait to see XuanYuan and Noah. Haha, indeed. These kids haven't seen each other for so many years. It's time to let them be together. After all, this world belongs to them young people. Ironbone smiled slightly and stood up. You go find those little brats. By the way, also Carp, I will arrange it. It's time to meet that brat XuanYuan and see if his injury has healed. Yes, Ironbone, I will go right away. Eddie nodded seriously and hurried off to find people. On a small island next to the Holy Land, Mariehua in the Grand Line, a large number of warships were docked, and a large number of military buildings were being rapidly constructed on the small island. From a scale, it even seems to surpass the former Navy headquarters, Marineford. This small island is the new Navy headquarters established by the newly appointed admiral, the former Navy Admiral Akiji. Now, Navy elites from all over the world are gathering here, and it can be said that its combat strength surpasses that of the former Navy headquarters, Marineford. It seems that becoming an admiral isn't as comfortable as imagined. Instead, it's become busy all day with no time to rest. In the newly built admiral's office of the Navy headquarters, Smoker looked at Akiji, who was handling a large stack of documents, and smiled. Yeah. Akiji stretched lazily, paused his work, and looked at Smoker with a helpless smile. I originally felt a bit schadenfreude watching Admiral Sengoku stay busy all day. But now I realize that everything has its repercussions. Who told you to be so strong? If the Gorosei won't let you take the position, who else can? It's not like they would let me take it. Smoker looked at Akiji and replied, now only you can clean up this mess in the Navy. You should know that the upcoming battles will be unprecedentedly fierce. Stop gloating over there. You've been promoted too. They directly promoted you to Rear Admiral. If you achieve 2 more significant military contributions, you could be promoted to Admiral right away, and then I can step aside and continue my leisurely life. Akiji said to Smoker, please, the Fleet Admiral already considers you enough. I'm not interested. Smoker quickly shook his head and then looked seriously at Akiji. Kazan, let's stop joking around. What do you plan to do about this mess? Although the Gorosei have gathered Navy elites from around the world here to command and increase your authority, making it seem like you're in a powerful position, you know very well that because of this incident, you'll face a lot of troubles. All the unstable factors in the world have started to stir again due to the silence of the Navy headquarters, and with the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the Huaxia Empire from XuanYuan. Do you have a way to handle this? Yeah, I didn't expect to face so many troubles right after taking office. That brat XuanYuan has really posed a lot of challenges for me. His ability to cause trouble is even better than his grandfather's. Akiji scratched his head and said with a headache, by the way, Smoker, aren't you friends with that XuanYuan? Do you have any good ideas to resolve the current crisis? Smoker shook his head, looking out the window. I don't have any good ideas. We can only fight. Although I don't know why we're fighting. Being able to fight alongside you, XuanYuan, is still a good thing. The world government, which has oppressed people for over 100 years, is now causing a global uproar, led by the various unstable forces of the Huaxia Empire. The battle between these two currently strongest forces has already begun. It seems I should do something. A handsome young man in a small wooden house smiled as he looked at the power distribution map in front of him, his eyes shining with wisdom. He, like XuanYuan, gave off a sense of sunny stability. Sir, what about us? We belong to XuanYuan side, right? A middle-aged man beside Geister humbly said, radiating an oppressive aura without anger. A pressure formed from long-standing superiority, yet he maintained absolute respect in front of Geister. We don't belong to any side. The reason we helped XuanYuan resist the world government before was that he didn't yet possess the strength to counter them. As a friend, I couldn't let him die at the hands of that decayed government. Fate has guided both of us. We both know one of us will die at the other's hands, and the one who survives will rule the world. Geister said with a faint smile, but the smile carried a terrifying, oppressive feeling. Feeling the sudden pressure from Geister, the middle-aged man trembled but quickly composed himself and continued respectfully, Then, sir, what should we do next? Should we continue to help XuanYuan resist the world government? No need. Geister smiled slightly. XuanYuan now has the ability to confront the world government directly. From the time he was injured by Kizuru and went missing, it's clear how many people cared about him. I didn't expect him to have gained such powerful strength now. It's terrifying how fast he has grown. But that's what makes it interesting. Sir, should we form an alliance with the world government? After all, XuanYuan's power is growing too quickly. If we don't strike now, it could lead to endless troubles. The middle-aged man said seriously. Upon hearing that XuanYuan would be Geister's nemesis, with one of them destined to die, he became hostile, believing that any threat to Geister must be eliminated. There's no need for that. XuanYuan and I are friends. Our battles should be fought openly and fairly. Carl, you're not allowed to make a move against XuanYuan, or I'll kill you. Geister looked at the middle-aged man named Carl, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes. Although Carl was not entirely satisfied with Geister's decision, he could only nod in agreement. All right, now you can go and gather all our forces, train them, and soon they will be of use. Geister said, retracting his killing intent and speaking lightly to Carl. Yes, Carl had no objections to Geister's orders and respectfully bowed before leaving. XuanYuan, continue to shine. Defeating the strongest is my dream. Geister smiled slightly as he looked out at the sky. In the East China Sea, Huaxia Empire's base, XuanYuan was struggling to hold the Minghong Blade with his hands. At this moment, the Minghong Blade could sense XuanYuan's difficulties and was fully cooperating, trying to establish some connection between itself and XuanYuan's hands. However, the severed meridians blocked all of this, turning his efforts into bubbles. Damn it! As XuanYuan swung his arms, he could not grasp the Minghong Blade due to his severed meridians, and it flew out of his hand, causing him to complain helplessly. XuanYuan, don't push yourself. Your arms can now perform normal activities. This is a good sign. Don't rush. You'll recover slowly. Noah appeared beside XuanYuan, picking up the Minghong Blade to comfort him. Noah, do you really think my arms are recovering? We both know the importance of meridians. Can hands with severed meridians still grip a blade? XuanYuan looked at Noah with a helpless smile, especially since he didn't know what was blocking his meridians, making even the slightest chance of recovery vanish. XuanYuan, don't be so pessimistic. I believe you will definitely recover. Besides, you still have me. My ghost hand is your hands. Everything you need to do, I can help you with. Noah said seriously, grasping XuanYuan's hands. Looking at Noah's earnest expression, XuanYuan felt warm inside and didn't want to worry him anymore. He smiled and changed the subject. All right. Enough about that. Noah, how are the military preparations for the Huaxia Empire going? Don't worry. According to your instructions, all defensive preparations have been made. And I have also notified Uncle Whitebeard and the others, telling them to just prepare defensively. We will wait for the other restless forces and the world government to fight it out slowly. We only need to step in occasionally to help. ensuring that the other forces are not completely wiped out. Noah said, happy to see XuanYuan returning to normal. That's good. As long as we're not completely wiped out by the world government and occasionally gain some benefits, these guys will definitely be blinded by their interests, causing unrest for the world government. XuanYuan smiled faintly, but the smile on his face quickly faded as he said seriously, I heard that guy Qingji, under the arrangement of the 5 elders, has gathered the dispersed navy forces from all over the world to establish a new navy headquarters. It is said that its combat strength is even stronger than the previous navy headquarters. According to our information, the 5 elders have abandoned the interests of those remote areas and summoned back the navy elites who were originally stationed in various places. Moreover, regardless of their past achievements, they're being reassigned based solely on their current strength. It can almost be said that every capable Navy officer has received a position that suits them, allowing everyone to be very satisfied and engage in the new preparations for battle without any complaints. The reputation of the Navy headquarters may not be high right now, but its internal morale is quite high. Those who recklessly try to take advantage will definitely gain nothing. Noah said seriously, the 5 elders. It seems these old fellows are not senile yet. They made a good move and decisively made their choices. I admire their courage. XuanYuan said earnestly, with a gleam in his eyes. Yeah, we used to underestimate these old men. It seems that getting rid of them all at once won't be so easy. Noah said with a serious tone. Isn't it more interesting this way? If they were too weak, wouldn't it be too boring? XuanYuan said confidently with a smile. In the waters surrounding the island of Khosrom, located in the first half of the Grand Line, numerous pirate ships appeared. The leading massive pirate ship belonged to one of the 4 emperors, Big Moem Charlotte Linlin. Khosrom Island is the base for the world government's dessert production, originally heavily guarded. However, due to the current tense situation and to support Qingji in rebuilding the Navy headquarters, many troops were redeployed from here, resulting in a significant reduction in the island's defensive forces. This allowed Big Moem Charlotte Linlin, who could invade an entire country for snacks, to come and occupy it. Ha 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 ha. On the pirate ship in the center, a giant woman, resembling a monster, is laughing joyfully. She is the monster Big Moem Charlotte Linlin, who conquers countries for snacks. Mom, you seem very happy. A petite girl beside her asked obediently. I can't wait. All the snacks produced by the world government will be mine. Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. Charlotte Linlin said with a big smile, drooling profusely. Her saliva dripped onto the deck, corroding it, indicating the truth of her words. I'm so excited, so excited. World government snacks. A group of little pirates beside her cheered happily. You all seem very excited too. Charlotte Linlin asked the happy pirates lightly. Of course, this is top-notch delicacy. The pirates replied without thinking, just to please Charlotte Linlin. Then you could go into my belly to look forward to it. Charlotte Linlin said as she opened her mouth wide, pretending to swallow the group of pirates. Don't do that, Mom. The pirates quickly knelt before her and begged for mercy. Ha ha ha. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your lives. I still need my belly to eat snacks. You have 1 hour to conquer this little island, or else when the time is up and you haven't succeeded, I'll swallow you all. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly, clearly in a very good mood today. Yes, Mom. All the pirates, hearing Charlotte Linlin's order, crazily rushed toward Khosrom Island, knowing that Charlotte Linlin's threat was no joke. Holy land, Mary Ahua. That stinky woman Charlotte Linlin actually dared to take advantage of the fire and invaded our snack production factory. The 3rd elder shouted angrily upon seeing the news of Charlotte Linlin's conquest of Khosrom Island. The joy of the newly established Navy headquarters was completely shattered. This food-loving monster. I originally thought she could distinguish her own strength and wouldn't do anything reckless, but unexpectedly, she was blinded by food and dared to commit such a foolish act. The 4th elder said with a cold face, originally, a smiling Khosrom Island wouldn't have mattered to her in this situation, as long as she agreed to stand in our camp and become our pawn. Giving her a little benefit wouldn't be a bad thing. But this idiot actually dared to forcibly invade. Does she really think we are easy to bully? She must pay the price. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and the 2nd elder suddenly drew the original demon slayer, saying emotionlessly, for such a foolish person. The only way to atone for their sins is to wash them away with their blood. That's right. I also support the 2nd elder's opinion. If we don't kill that hateful woman Charlotte Linlin this time, we will really lose all our credibility. Last time the Navy headquarters was sunk, and now another emperor has come to invade our island. If we don't react, the whole world will see us as soft persimmons. And then we will constantly have some clueless fools disturbing us, causing endless trouble. The fifth elder said seriously. Well, since everyone is in agreement, we will immediately give Qingji the order to lead the elites of the newly established Navy headquarters to completely defeat Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, regardless of the consequences, and thoroughly eliminate her to re-establish our credibility in the world government. Those restless elements should think carefully before trying to take advantage, the elder announced, seeing that everyone was unified in opinion. With no objections, the order to exterminate Charlotte Linlin was immediately conveyed. Raylo, you little brat. Can you be quiet for a while? I get tired just watching you run around. Eddie shouted at the bouncing Raylo on the ship. Initially, Ironbone thought it would be good for Raylo, Ryan, Tarsalin, Anshi, and others to meet with XuanYuan and Noah after hearing Eddie's suggestion. However, considering the current world situation and that both he and Carp were tied up, he let Eddie take them to the EC to find XuanYuan while he arranged other matters. Eddie, I'm just too happy. I can't control myself thinking about meeting XuanYuan and those two brats Noah, Raylo said to Eddie with a smile. 8 years have passed, but Raylo is still the cheerful boy he once was, with the same pure and sunny smile on his face. That's right. Eddie, just let him go crazy. It's been so many years since we last saw XuanYuan. Don't say this crazy kid. Even we are very excited in our hearts, Ryan said politely to Eddie. Still the same as before, but the heartfelt smile on his face showed his inner excitement. Behind Ryan were two beauties, Tarsalin and Anshi, who were once just beautiful girls but had now become stunning beauties. At this moment, both Tarsalin and Anshi were smiling, proving they were also very happy. Looking at the excitement of these students he trained, Eddie could only understand and smile, nodding without saying much. He could understand the joy in these kids' hearts. Eddie, there are a lot of warships coming toward us up ahead, and they're filled with killing intent. Raylo, who was running around the deck, suddenly sensed a killing intent and quickly swung his weapon towards the source, only to see a large group of warships. Could the news have leaked? Eddie's expression changed, and he said seriously to everyone, get ready for battle. This might be your first fight after training. Yes, everyone replied earnestly, putting away their smiles and coldly waiting for the approaching warships. Admiral Kazan, an unidentified warship has appeared in front of us. Should we sink it? A senior naval officer on the Green Pheasant's warship reported solemnly. Warships? Could the five elders have other military actions besides us? Green Pheasant murmured to himself, then instructed his subordinates, don't rush to attack. Inquire about their details and adapt accordingly. Yes. The naval officer nodded seriously and ran to the deck, shouting through a megaphone towards Eddie's warship. The warship in front. We're the naval forces led by Admiral Kazan. May I ask what your fleet is and which department of the world government you belong to? Wardy, what should we do now? Raylo and the others did not attack immediately. Being seasoned, they understood that in many situations, it is best to win without fighting. Just say we belong to G5, and our specific identity is inconvenient to disclose. We're on a mission now, so let's not say much and just leave. Eddie instructed Raylo. Got it. Raylo nodded and picked up the megaphone to shout as Eddie instructed. Admiral Kazan, what should we do? The naval officer was not very satisfied with Raylo's response. After all, they had already stated their identity, and although G5 is a powerful force in the New World and directly under the world government, it still carries the name of the fifth branch of the Navy. Hearing the Admiral here, some polite reporting should be expected, but the disrespect shown was evident. However, given G5's intimidating reputation, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction and could only seek Kazan's opinion. No need to mind these small matters. It's a time of turmoil, and G5 is a strong force on our side. They must be very busy recently, so it's normal for them to be a bit emotional. We don't need to pay attention to this. You all should focus and prepare for the upcoming battle. Our next opponent is one of the four emperors. Do you still have the energy to nitpick on these things? Green Pheasant said calmly, no longer paying attention to the naval officer as he turned to head to his cabin. Admiral Kazan, I'm not nitpicking. I just feel that you used to be with G5, so you could be considered their elder. Even disregarding your current status as admiral, as a junior. They shouldn't speak to you in that tone. The naval officer, seeing Kazan a bit angry, hurriedly ran forward to find some reasons to explain. Upon hearing the naval officer's words, Kazan suddenly felt an alarm flash in his head, immediately stopping and turning around to ask seriously, what did you just say? Admiral Kazan, I was just rambling. Please don't take it seriously. Seeing Kazan's suddenly serious expression, the naval officer thought he had said something wrong and quickly admitted his mistake. I'm not blaming you. Quickly, what did you say earlier? Repeat what you said. Kazan, realizing the naval officer misunderstood, quickly returned his expression to normal but still spoke urgently. I said, Admiral Kazan, you used to be with G5, so you could be considered their elder. They shouldn't be so arrogant, even if they don't regard your current status. The naval officer, seeing Kazan so eager, dared not say much and quietly repeated what he had said before. Yes, that's it. Kazan felt his thoughts suddenly clear. Indeed, having spent time in G5, the familiar aura he sensed earlier must be from acquaintances. If they were familiar faces from G5, then even if they were in a bad mood and executing a special mission, they would at least speak politely to him. They wouldn't have such an attitude. Kazan immediately grabbed the megaphone from the naval officer's hand, ran to the deck of the warship, and shouted at the G5 warship, which had already started to accelerate. Brothers of G5, it's Kazan. Do you remember me? What mission are you on now? Do you need my help? Eddie-sensei this. Raylo and the others did not expect that after their warships set sail, Kazan would come to inquire again, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. So they could only look to Eddie. Kazan, you really found the flaw. Eddie smiled helplessly, taking the megaphone from Raylo. Of course, I remember you, Kazan. It's been a while since we last met. We haven't seen each other for a short time, and you've actually become an admiral. When we first met, we were just ordinary soldiers. You don't need to worry about our mission. You can't help us. It seems that there are indeed big figures on that warship, able to know Kazan when he was still a soldier. The soldiers on Green Pheasant's ship were relieved after hearing Eddie's response. Only Green Pheasant, upon hearing the other party's voice, immediately recognized their identity, and his expression darkened further. So it's you, Brother Eddie. It has indeed been a long time. Brother Eddie, that's where you were wrong. Clearly, you are an instructor of S6. Why are you pretending to be from G5? I remember you left the world government with Lord Ironbone, so why are you deigning to return and go to G5 now? Kazan said into the megaphone, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. Once Kazan's words came out, the naval officers, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. They hadn't expected that the former friends would instantly become enemies. Heavens, don't torment us like this, my heart can't take it. Kazan. I was just joking with you. I just want to avoid unnecessary troubles, but I didn't expect your keen nose to sniff it out. So, what do you want to do now, Kazan? Eddie, seeing that Kazan had no intention of letting him go, dropped the pretense of polite conversation and directly asked, how could I dare to do anything to you, Brother Eddie? I just think it's a pity for the world government to lose someone like you. I want to bring you back to the government. I believe the 5 elders will give you a better position than mine. It's a critical time for recruitment, and I have some confidence in this. Kazan replied politely with a smile. Kazan, it depends on your skills. Eddie said with a faint smile, casually tossing the loudspeaker aside, then turning to Raylo and the others to instruct them to prepare for battle. XuanYuan, something has happened. Something has happened. Noah shouted as he rushed into XuanYuan's room, where XuanYuan was concentrating on healing his hands, having just found a method to eliminate the black substance at the broken meridian. But Noah's shout made him forget everything. Noah, what's the matter? You should remain calm in times of trouble, as you are now responsible for all matters in the Huaxia Empire. Don't be like that kid Raylo, who shouts at the slightest issue. Although XuanYuan was very unhappy about being interrupted, seeing that it was his brother who did it, he held back his words and simply reminded him. XuanYuan, you don't understand. Something big has happened. Noah did not calm down due to XuanYuan's reminder and continued anxiously, saying, something happened that has you so worried. Take your time and explain clearly. Seeing Noah's anxious expression, XuanYuan sensed that this matter was not simple and asked seriously. XuanYuan, it's Raylo and the others. They are in trouble, Noah said breathlessly, not from exhaustion, but from his inner panic, causing him to struggle to control his breathing. What? Upon hearing that Raylo and the others were in trouble, XuanYuan felt a jolt in his heart, and his hands, which had already been broken, suddenly found strength and tightly gripped Noah's shoulder. Noah, clarify what you mean. What happened to Raylo? What is going on with them? XuanYuan, your hands. Your hands are okay. Noah exclaimed as he shook XuanYuan, about to answer XuanYuan's question, but was suddenly astonished by the strength coming from XuanYuan's hands, calling out to him. What is wrong with my hands? XuanYuan was first taken aback, then realized that he could actually exert strength to grip Noah. But just as XuanYuan calmed down to pay attention to his hands, the strength he had just gained seemed to be sucked away like it was drawn into a black hole, and he could no longer hold on to Noah, his hands slipping down. XuanYuan, how could this happen? Seeing XuanYuan's hands regain strength only to slip again, Noah's initial joy was replaced by worry. It seems that healing is not impossible, XuanYuan thought to himself, but after a brief moment, he let it go and looked at Noah seriously, saying, let's not rush to discuss this matter. What exactly happened to Raylo and the others? Raylo and the others, well, XuanYuan, I received the latest intelligence that Raylo and the others are in trouble. They are. Under XuanYuan's reminder, Noah regained his focus, temporarily shifting his thoughts away from XuanYuan's hands and began to explain the situation of Raylo and the others. It turned out that initially, Raylo and the others encountered Fujitora, and after being seen through by him, they had no choice but to engage in battle with the Navy forces led by Fujitora. Although Raylo had the powerful instructor Eddie on his side, along with Raylo, Ryan, Tarsalin, and Anchi, each of them had training that made them comparable to a Navy vice admiral. However, this time Fujitora came with a mission to eliminate the 4 emperors, and the troops he brought were substantial. The new Navy's elites had almost all mobilized, faced with a force that outnumbered them several times. Raylo and the others only managed to resist for a few rounds before Eddie signaled them to stop resisting and let Fujitora's men capture them. Eddie was also shocked that Fujitora brought so many Navy elites, underestimating the situation, leading to the current predicament. Had Eddie known earlier that so many Navy elites would be present, he would have had Raylo and the others escape in a small boat. While he fought to resist for a while, now that the battle had already begun, escape was impossible. Continuing to fight would only result in greater losses for them. These kids were all trained by Eddie himself. Even if it meant he would be injured, he did not want these kids to get hurt, especially since he had promised Ironbone that he would safely deliver these kids to XuanYuan. Therefore, after much consideration, Eddie signaled Raylo and the others to give up the resistance and allowed Fujitora and his men to capture them all. Eddie knew, just as Fujitora said, that the world government needed to use strong personnel at this time, and they would absolutely not want to lose so much powerful combat strength on their side, particularly since they had Ironbone backing them, although Ironbone was no longer considered part of the world government. The saying goes that a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Ironbone had worked for the world government for many years, and not to mention that his brother Steelbone was currently the commander of the entire military of the world government. The influence he had established was also quite impressive. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the 5 elders would not easily harm them, and Eddie believed that so far they had not posed a deadly threat to the world government. The 5 elders would not impulsively kill them all, especially since they hoped Ironbone could serve them again, as that was a legendary power. As long as they were not killed, everything could be discussed. Being imprisoned was nothing to fear because Eddie believed that Ironbone and his most prized students, XuanYuan and Noah, would find a way to rescue them, so there was no need to worry. Damn, how could this happen? That damn Fujitora. Can't he turn a blind eye and let them go? Does he have to wholeheartedly act as the world government's lapdog? After listening to Noah's account, XuanYuan could no longer suppress his inner anger, and a terrifying killing intent was released from his body. Fortunately, there were only him and Noah in the room. If someone slightly weaker had been present, they would have been injured just from a sudden burst of killing intent. Noah did not stop XuanYuan, who was somewhat losing control at that moment, as he could fully understand XuanYuan's feelings. When he first received the news, his reaction was the same as XuanYuan's. The domineering aura he released at that time even knocked out the informant who brought the news. So what about Raylo and the others now? They haven't been hurt after giving up resistance, right? After trying to stabilize his emotions, XuanYuan asked again. There is no need to worry about that. Fujitora knows that the 5 elders want to use this powerful force again, especially with the influence of Lord Ironbone. He wouldn't dare to do anything to Raylo and the others. After capturing them, Fujitora postponed the mission to eliminate Big and Charlotte Linlin and first escorted Raylo and the others back, which also shows how much the world government values Raylo and the others. So don't worry, their lives are temporarily not in danger. Noah said seriously. That's good, as long as they are okay. Let the intelligence department use every method to obtain the latest situation of Raylo and the others, and we will prepare well. When the time is right, we will go rescue them. XuanYuan said seriously. I have already instructed that. By the way, XuanYuan, should we inform Lord Ironbone about this matter and discuss a plan together? This way, the chances of rescuing Raylo and the others will be much higher. Lord Ironbone, doesn't he know about this yet? XuanYuan looked at Noah in surprise. In his subconscious, such a big event should have been reported to Ironbone immediately. It is estimated that Lord Ironbone didn't expect that Raylo and the others would run into trouble. Their ship's overall strength could be said to be exceptionally powerful. If it weren't for encountering Akiji, who was leading the entire new Marine headquarters elites, they definitely wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Noah calmly analyzed. Tell Lord Ironbone that we can't keep this matter a secret. After all, the world government intends to use Lord Ironbone again, so they will definitely inform him. XuanYuan said lightly. Leave this matter to you to arrange. I will think about the next plan and see if my hands can recover quickly. That way, our chances of winning will be greater. Well, take good care of your hands. Right now, your top priority is to recover your hands. This way, whatever we do will be much simpler. I will discuss it with Lord Ironbone. Noah nodded seriously and then left. XuanYuan forced himself to calm down and observe the condition of his hands. Although he was mostly worried about Lalo and their situation, worrying was useless. As Noah said, recovering his hands was the top priority, which would indeed significantly increase their chances of winning. However, the world government's reaction was not as positive as XuanYuan and the others had imagined. When the five elders learned that Akiji had brought back all of Ironbone's prize subordinates, including Eddie, they did not show excessive happiness. Instead, their faces took on a hint of coldness. Five gentlemen. Marshal Akiji is currently asking for your instructions on what to do next. He said that Eddie and the others are an important link to summon Lord Ironbone back. Shouldn't they be given the best treatment and placed under house arrest? The intelligence officer reporting to the five elders respectfully conveyed Akiji's words. Give them the best treatment? There's no need for that. These guys are our enemies, including that stubborn Ironbone. They should consider who trained him to be this strong, ungrateful, and lacking in consideration. Just let Akiji execute them all and then go hunt down Big and Ma'am Charlotte Linlin. We can no longer afford to be lenient with these guys. They should be exterminated directly. Elder 3 said coldly. The reason Elder 3 made such a tough decision was not that the five elders lacked manpower and didn't want Ironbone to lead the once powerful S6 back. It was because they knew Ironbone too well and had been disappointed by him too many times before. Their principle regarding powerful forces that could not be used was to completely exterminate them to prevent them from becoming a threat. Currently, Ironbone was considered a presence that must be exterminated. Wait, let Akiji throw those kids into Impel Down and have Magellan keep a close watch on them. We'll give Ironbone one last chance. If he doesn't seize it, he can't blame us for being ruthless. Elder 5 stretched out his hand to stop the intelligence officer who was about to convey Elder 3's orders. Old 5, what you're doing is raising a tiger to trouble us. You know that old guy Ironbone won't accept such a threat. It would be better to just kill those guys off, which would weaken Ironbone's power and serve as a warning. Elder 3 strongly rebutted Elder 5's suggestion. Old 3, you're overthinking it. How can throwing those kids into Impel Down be considered raising a tiger to trouble us? If Ironbone agrees, these powerful forces will be at our disposal. If he disagrees, we can execute them later. Why rush? Giving that old guy Ironbone one last chance isn't a big deal. Elder 5 said lightly. I also think Old 5 has a point. Although the possibility is slim, it's worth a try. After all, there's no loss. Elder 4, who usually had a good relationship with Elder 5, spoke in support of him. It's just a little more time. It's not a big deal. Old 3, let's do it as Old 5 suggested. Elder 2 said nonchalantly. Well, do whatever you want. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Elder 3 said no more. He wasn't entirely opposed to Elder 5's suggestion, and now that he found himself unable to argue, he stopped insisting. Well, since that's the case, you can go down and tell Akiji to send Eddie and the others to Impel Down. Have Magellan take good care of them. Also, tell Akiji not to ask about this matter anymore, and to regroup the troops to hunt down Big and Ma'am Charlotte Linlin. Elder 1 instructed the reporting personnel lightly as the group's opinions aligned. Whoosh! XuanYuan closed his eyes and felt a breath suddenly penetrate the black substance at the intersection of the meridians in his previously severed hands. Although it was a small breath, the refreshing feeling indeed made XuanYuan overjoyed. It seemed that his hands could recover. XuanYuan used all his strength to control that breath, continuously crashing against the black substance. After countless impacts, the black substance gradually shrank at an imperceptible speed. Moreover, the intensity of this breath could change with XuanYuan's emotions. XuanYuan immediately forced himself to maintain a state of anger to keep the breath at its strongest to strike the black substance. After countless impacts, XuanYuan finally became exhausted and collapsed to the ground. XuanYuan, don't push yourself too hard. Noah quickly came from behind and helped XuanYuan up. Noah, what did you come? Didn't I tell you to handle Lord Ironbone's matters? XuanYuan, who was absorbed in recovering his hands, didn't notice Noah had returned so soon. Fortunately, his room was heavily guarded. If the world government had sent assassins earlier, they could have killed him before he regained his senses. However, this world is not full of what-ifs, and XuanYuan's life wouldn't be so easily lost. I've already handled the matter a long time ago and even gathered some new intelligence. I was originally going to discuss it with you, but seeing you immersed in your recovery, I didn't want to disturb you. Noah said with a faint smile. Time flies so fast. XuanYuan looked out the window and realized it was already night, meaning he'd spent most of the day recovering his hands and diluting the peculiar black substance. However, his efforts were not in vain. After a long day of work, he had diluted the peculiar black substance by 1/5 with a refreshing breath. Although there was still more than half remaining, this was already a promising result for XuanYuan. Now, although his hands had not fully recovered their combat power, he could hold the Minghong Blade and engage in simple combat without any problem. Noah, look! XuanYuan held the Minghong Blade in front of Noah and then exerted all his strength to swing it a few times, immediately creating a few small slashing waves. Although they were not as powerful as the slashing waves produced by CP9's 6 styles, the change was significant compared to XuanYuan, who couldn't even grip the Minghong Blade before. XuanYuan, your hands are recovering. That's great. That's great. Noah looked at XuanYuan's hands being able to wield the Minghong Blade again, tears of joy streaming down his face. Haha, why are you crying? Is my hand recovery making you so happy? XuanYuan smiled slightly at Noah's happy expression. No, I'm just happy. Noah laughed while wiping the tears from his eyes. By the way, Noah, did you come to find me for something? XuanYuan smiled as he patted Noah on the shoulder and asked. Suddenly, the feeling of being able to use his arms with strength made XuanYuan feel very comfortable, and he wanted to move a few more times. Noah was taken aback by XuanYuan's question, his expression clearly stunned for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled while shaking his head. It's nothing. I mainly came to see you. You can train slowly, recover your hands quickly. I'll head down first. After saying that, Noah turned to leave, but XuanYuan immediately grabbed him. No, Noah, there must be something going on. You can't hide it from me. Tell me quickly. Noah, really, there's nothing wrong. Just focus on recovering your hands. Everything else is up to me. You can rest assured. Noah looked at XuanYuan seriously and said, Noah, it's not that I don't understand you. After being brothers for so long, if it weren't for encountering something difficult, would you come to discuss it with me? Tell me what happened. If you don't say, do you think I can still calmly recover my hands? XuanYuan said solemnly as he looked into Noah's eyes. Seeing the stubbornness in XuanYuan's eyes, Noah could only sigh. He knew XuanYuan's personality too well. If he didn't tell him what was going on today, he would definitely not let him go. All right, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me that after you know, you'll stay and take care of your hands. You go ahead. If you can handle it without needing me, then I'll stay and recover my hands properly. XuanYuan said lightly. The situation is like this. The response from the world government has exceeded our expectations. The 5 elders have now imprisoned Raylo and the others and impelled down and sent a message to Master, Ironbone, with an exceptionally tough tone. If Master doesn't agree to serve the world government again, they will immediately execute Raylo and the others without any mercy. Noah briefly explained the decision of the 5 elders to XuanYuan. Damn, those 5 old bastards, I will definitely kill them all. XuanYuan shouted angrily, and his hands, which had just regained a bit of strength, made a creaking sound at that moment. XuanYuan, don't get worked up. Your hands have just recovered a little. Seeing XuanYuan's hands making a sound, Noah hurriedly shook him to calm down. It's fine, Noah. So what is Master planning? Is Raylo and the others okay? XuanYuan, calmed down a bit by Noah shaking him, immediately asked with concern. Don't worry. Master will not be easily intimidated by the 5 elders. He will bargain and find a way to buy himself a day to think, and he has already started planning a rescue for Raylo and the others during this time. You know, the Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, is following Master S lead, and this is still a secret, so this operation isn't that difficult. You can rest assured. Noah advised XuanYuan. It's not as simple as we think. Calm down, XuanYuan said lightly. He didn't expect that the 5 elders would no longer have any illusions about Master. Now, Master would definitely be under strict surveillance, and if Master wanted to send someone, the 5 elders would know immediately. By the time Master S people arrived, Raylo and the others would definitely be executed. Then it seems the only way is for us to rescue Raylo. XuanYuan, you focus on recovering your hands. I'll take people to rescue Raylo and the others. I know Magellan very well, so you can leave it to me. Noah nodded in agreement, but also expressed his opinion that he would handle this matter himself without letting XuanYuan interfere. Noah, stop deceiving yourself. You should know very well in your heart, since the 5 elders have no illusions about Master and are monitoring him, how could they not monitor us here? Once they find out we are sending people to Impel Down, then without a doubt, Raylo and the others will be executed immediately. XuanYuan said lightly as he looked at Noah. Recently, due to my physical condition, all matters in the base have been handled by you. If you leave, the world government will definitely know immediately. And the people in our base who have the strength to rescue Raylo are absolutely tied up. like Hades and the others. If they leave, the world government will know right away. What should we do then? Are we just going to abandon Raylo and the others? I will keep all information blocked and then use my fastest speed to rescue Raylo and the others. XuanYuan, you can rest assured. After Noah said that, he turned to leave. XuanYuan hurriedly grabbed Noah's shoulder. Actually, you know very well what to do. As I said before, during this time, I have entrusted all affairs to you to handle because I am recovering my hands. You guys can't leave, but I have completely freed myself. If I leave quietly, no one will notice, and given my familiarity with Impel Down, do you think there is anyone more suitable than me? No way, absolutely not. XuanYuan, you said it yourself. Your hands are still recovering, and they have just recovered a little. How can you go on a mission? Since the 5 elders are wary of Master, the defenses in Impel Down will definitely be extremely strict. You can't go. Noah shook his head seriously. This is not a mission. I am just going to save my brother. With strict defenses, what is there to fear? XuanYuan smiled slightly, exerted force under his feet, and with a flash, he disappeared. Even though XuanYuan's hands were injured, they were not affected, and during this time he couldn't use his hands. So the load on his legs had increased significantly. Unknowingly, his speed had also increased a lot compared to before. Now even at full speed, Noah could not catch up with him. XuanYuan. Looking at the suddenly vanished XuanYuan, Noah could only sigh. He knew he could no longer catch up and could only do something else to ensure XuanYuan's safety. Director Magellan, the 5 sent this time are Eddie, Raylo, Ryan, Taslin, and Anchi. The 5 elders have ordered you to keep a close watch on them, and you must not let them escape. A former CP9 member of the world government said seriously after imprisoning Eddie and the others in Impel Down. Understood. It is my responsibility to guard Impel Down. Even if you don't instruct me, I won't let them escape. Magellan was very dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, but since he was directly sent by the 5 elders, he couldn't explode in anger and could only say lightly, "Yes, I know Director Magellan is loyal, which is why the 5 elders entrusted such important prisoners to you." The former CP9 member pretended to be respectful towards Magellan and said, "Director Magellan, in order to lighten your burden, the 5 elders also specially sent 2 members to assist you in guarding Eddie and the others. You can see how much the 5 elders value you. Isn't this distrust, sending people to monitor me?" Magellan coldly looked at the former CP9 member, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. How could that be? Director Magellan, don't think too much. If they didn't trust you, who could they trust? You must know that this time the prisoners have a special identity. They are the subordinates of the traitor Ironbone, the former commander of S6. You also know the influence of that traitor. The 5 elders have to be on guard. The former CP9 member said respectfully. Ironbone, it seems the time for me to make a choice has come. Magellan looked at the government personnel in front of him, having already made up his mind. Director Magellan, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. These 2 are Chino and Salon. They will help you handle all matters. If there is anything inappropriate, I hope Director Magellan will be understanding. Former CP9 members saw Magellan not speaking and assumed he was tacitly agreeing, so they respectfully left 2 members behind and departed. Magellan, seeing this, did not stop them and turned to find a secluded place to contact Ironbone and ask what he should do next. Director Magellan, where are you going? Wait for us. Kino and Sarin shouted as they saw Magellan turning to leave. You 2 are going to follow me the whole way. Magellan shot an unhappy glance at the 2 following him. Director Magellan, please bear with us. This is our mission. We must follow you to assist with all matters. If we cause you any inconvenience, we hope you can forgive us. Kino said respectfully, his smiling face hiding a tone that left no room for Magellan to refuse. I have diarrhea. If you're not afraid of being poisoned, then come along. Magellan scoffed, glancing at the 2 before ignoring them and heading towards his private restroom. Kino and Sarin exchanged glances, recalling the information they had previously read about Magellan. Since Magellan ate the poison fruit, his exhaled breath was toxic, which also meant that the food he consumed was toxic. Thus, each time Magellan would suffer from severe diarrhea due to the potency of these poisons. It is said that when Magellan has diarrhea, no one can be within 10 meters of the restroom. Otherwise, even with a gas mask, they would be poisoned. Should we go take a look? Kino asked curiously, looking at Sarin. You can go. I don't want to die on a minor support mission. Sarin rolled his eyes at Kino, speaking seriously. That mission. Forget it. Magellan is just going to the restroom. How could he let anyone go in this situation? Besides, our data shows that Magellan is an absolutely loyal person. Our task is merely to assist him with some. Yes. We just need to do our job well. Kino and Sarin nodded seriously at this point. After all, everyone fears death, especially dying in such a humiliating manner. Brew. As soon as Magellan entered his private restroom, his black snail phone rang. After confirming that no one was around, Magellan quickly answered the black snail phone. Try to lower his voice. Hello. Who is it? Big Brother Magellan, are you okay? A concerned voice came from the other end. XuanYuan. What made you think to contact me? Magellan immediately recognized the voice. Big Brother Magellan, do you know? My brothers and instructors have all been captured by the world government and imprisoned and impelled down. Even Lord Ironbone is being monitored by the world government. Director Magellan, you've come out. Kino and Sarin hurriedly followed as Magellan exited his private restroom. By the way, we need to meet with Eddie and the others, who are highly valued by the 5 elders. I thought about it and realized the previous arrangement was inappropriate. I'll put them in a special room that only I have the key to, so I can feel more at ease. Magellan said seriously, glancing at Kino and Sarin. I see, of course, it's up to you, Director Magellan. After all, you have the most experience in imprisoning criminals. Kino and Sarin nodded repeatedly, having no objections, feeling pleased that Magellan was so invested in this matter. After all, if they could properly guard Eddie and his group this time, it would definitely be a great achievement. Hee. Magellan secretly smiled in his heart, but did not show it on his face. Kino and Sarin were completely unaware that they had fallen into XuanYuan and Magellan's plan. Eddie, long time no see, Magellan said lightly as he looked at the group being imprisoned. As a fellow veteran serving the world government, Magellan naturally knew Eddie, especially since Magellan was a secret subordinate of Ironbone, a fact Eddie was aware of. Seeing the look in Magellan's eyes, Eddie understood his choice at this moment and smiled slightly. Yes, I didn't expect to end up under the command of Director Magellan and impelled down. What great luck. Hee. Yes, you were really lucky, Eddie. You can forget about escaping now that you have fallen into the hands of Director Magellan. Your fate is determined by your leader. Ironbone, Kino said with a faint smile as he looked at Eddie and the others. You little brat, don't be so arrogant. You're just a government lapdog. Seeing Kino being even more arrogant than Magellan, Lalo couldn't hold back and yelled at him. You little brat dared shout. Do you think you're really that impressive? Do you think that traitor Ironbone can still protect you? Kino, infuriated by Lalo's insults, rushed forward to teach him a lesson. Don't get worked up. Ironbone's choice hasn't been decided yet. If he can turn from darkness to light, you will still be companions, so don't harm your comrades. Magellan would not allow Kino to beat Lalo and grabbed Kino, who was about to strike. Since Director Magellan said so, I'll spare you this time. Kino, unable to move with Magellan holding him, had no choice but to relent. I need your mercy. If I weren't tied up, I would definitely beat you into submission. Lalo, not knowing that Magellan was on his side, couldn't comprehend that he was being saved. Instead, he felt that Magellan's words were an insult to him. Shut up. Magellan thought to himself how clueless Lalo was. Couldn't he see that he was trying to help him? To prevent him from saying more, Magellan directly shouted angrily and exhaled a cloud of gas towards him. This was the weakest poison that Magellan could control. It would cause any real harm to the enemy, but after inhaling a large amount, it would cause temporary unconsciousness. Naturally, the bound Lalo couldn't escape and fell unconscious after inhaling a lot of gas. Lalo, damn it, you beast. If you have the guts, let me go. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? I'll kill you. Ryan, seeing Lalo fall unconscious, thought he had been severely poisoned and immediately became furious, completely disregarding his current situation. Ryan, calm down. Now is not the time to get angry. Angie and Tarslan, still relatively calm, quickly tried to reason with him. You all are too noisy. Magellan coldly glanced at everyone and exhaled another puff of gas, causing Ryan and the other 3 to immediately fall asleep. Eddie, it seems you still can't teach people. After knocking everyone out, Magellan turned to Eddie and said lightly, they are all very capable. They just lack experience. Eddie was not angry that Magellan had knocked out Lalo and the others. He could naturally see that the gas Magellan had exhaled was harmless and merely caused temporary unconsciousness. On the surface, it was punishment, but in reality, it was saving them. I won't waste more words. Since we are all old acquaintances, I will certainly give you some special care. Come on, let's go to my specially designed prison, where I will personally keep an eye on you. How about that? Magellan said with a wicked smile at Eddie, his demeanor intended for Kino and Sarin to see. The two were completely oblivious and had fallen for Magellan's ruse. All right, you can rest assured that Eddie and the others are locked up here. The only key that can open this door is in my hand. Without this key, unless someone like Lord Ironbone uses all their strength, this door will never be opened. After Magellan locked Eddie and the others in a special room, he seriously explained to the still somewhat uneasy Chino and Sarung. Seeing that Magellan had said so, Chino and Sarung didn't know what else to say and could only nod seriously, fully following the arrangements of Director Magellan. Excuse me, Magellan. What do we do next? Do we stay here? There's no need for that. Didn't I tell you? Without this key, at least someone with the legendary strength of Lord Tiego is needed to open this door. Do you think someone like that would come here? And would it be useful for you to guard this place? Magellan said lightly, looking at Chino and Sarung. Of that, Chino and Sarung felt they really couldn't say anything for a moment, and they had no right to command Magellan to stay here. Don't worry, it's fine. I will come here to guard regardless of the situation, but I need to go take a dump now. By the way, you two, I have a task for you. Magellan instructed Chino and Sarung. Please give your orders, Magellan. After a short time together, Chino and Sarung had slowly let down their guard against Magellan and felt that he was sincerely helping them, beginning to genuinely respect him, even changing how they addressed him to Lord Magellan. You go tell the 5 elders that I will keep a close watch on Eddie and the others here, so they can rest assured. Right now, they just need to focus on persuading Lord Tiego to surrender. Magellan said lightly. Yes, Lord Magellan, we will go now. Chino and Sarung respectfully nodded and immediately ran off. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, playing with the government as people so easily. As soon as Chino and the others left, a lazy laughter sounded behind Magellan. All right, now that these troublesome spies are gone, what do you think we should do next? Magellan turned around and spoke to a young man behind him. This young man was XuanYuan. After he contacted Magellan, he had let Magellan handle the subsequent arrangements, putting Eddie and the others in a special room, which not only facilitated his rescue of Eddie and others, but also Wu Ti aroused the suspicion of the world government. More importantly, it would allow them to carry out a major event next. Leave the instructors Eddie and them to me. Big Brother, you should continue to follow our previous plan. XuanYuan said with a slight smile. All right, brother, be careful, and keep in touch with Big Brother at all times. Magellan handed the room key to XuanYuan and seriously reminded him. Don't worry, Big Brother, do you still not trust your brother? XuanYuan smiled lightly as he took the key from Magellan's hand and entered the special room where Eddie and the others were held. Brother, how could Big Brother not trust you? If Big Brother didn't trust you, would he agree to such a crazy big plan with you? Magellan said, looking at XuanYuan's back with an unusually firm gaze. XuanYuan. Eddie, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing the door open again and sensing a very familiar aura. Sure enough, he saw a figure that was both familiar and strange to him. Instructor Eddie, you've suffered, XuanYuan said, genuinely happy to see Eddie, and immediately rushed forward to untie him. You've really grown up. Looking at the young man in front of him anxiously untying the ropes, Eddie suddenly felt a sense of aging. He remembered when XuanYuan was just a child, and he arranged his first mission, after which he shone brightly. Whether in training or carrying out missions, he could be said to be the most outstanding genius in S6 history, and Eddie was exceptionally fond of him. He never expected that the beloved pupil he hadn't seen for so long had grown up so much, which left Eddie with many feelings. Just as Eddie was lost in thought, XuanYuan had already untied him and started to untie Lalo and the others. Don't worry, they were just hypnotized by Magellan with gas. They weren't hurt. Magellan is also Lord Tiego's man, and everything he did was to save Lalo and the others, to prevent them from being beaten by the dogs sent by the world government. Eddie also stepped forward to help XuanYuan untie everyone. I know. Magellan is also my big brother. Putting you all in here was a plan between me and Big Brother Magellan, XuanYuan said with a slight smile. Instructor Eddie, step back. The spray I'm using now is quite pungent, but it can quickly neutralize the gas poison in them. XuanYuan took out a spray can and sprayed it on the unconscious people, and as he said, a pungent smell immediately rushed towards them. But as soon as the pungent smell dissipated, the previously unconscious Lalo and the others opened their eyes and stood up. XuanYuan. When they came to their senses and saw the person standing in front of them, they all happily rushed over. Lord Magellan, we have conveyed your message to the 5 elders. They not only will take your advice, but also praised you greatly, and they have entrusted you with the responsibility for the upcoming events in the city. What a great trust! After reporting what Magellan had instructed to the 5 elders, Chino and Sarung happily ran to Magellan to seek credit, believing that Magellan would surely praise them. Are you saying that the 5 elders have completely entrusted me with handling the affairs here, fully trusting me, and will not come to check on me anymore? Magellan said with a faint smile, but there was a hint of unnoticeable joy in his smile. Chino and Sarung naturally did not notice anything unusual about Magellan and nodded seriously. That's right, the 5 elders completely trust Lord Magellan, handing everything over to you to handle. Lord Magellan, it seems you will be promoted soon. It seems this is indeed good news. Magellan said with a mischievous smile. Of course. Congratulations, Lord Magellan. Although Chino and Sarung felt that Magellan's smile was a bit strange, they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong and could only go along with it. Then I'll give you a choice. Will you choose to follow me or continue to be loyal to that decaying government? Magellan looked at Chino and Sarung and asked lightly. Lord Magellan, what do you mean by this? Chino and Sarung were stunned, and it took a while for them to come back to their senses, still not daring to confirm what Magellan had said earlier, and asked once again. Didn't you understand? What I mean is, I see that you two are not bad. Not completely polluted by that decaying world government, especially since you two brats listen to me. That's why I'm giving you both this opportunity to decide whether to join me and completely overthrow this decaying government with Lord Tiego or continue to be loyal to this decaying government. But I can assure you that if you choose the latter path, the result will be death. Magellan looked at the two with a wicked smile. Chino and Sarung's faces changed drastically. This time, they understood Magellan's words completely. However, they couldn't believe that the Magellan who had previously seemed to care about the world government and helped to seriously guard the prisoners, and had gained the special favor of the five elders, suddenly turned into an unforgivable criminal. What are your choices, you two? My patience is running low. Magellan looked at the two hesitating and already knew their choice, but he still patiently asked. Damn it, Magellan, you irredeemable sinner. How dare you utter such treasonous words? Go to hell. Chino and Sarung, who were deep in thought, suddenly shouted in anger and charged at Magellan. Damn it, Magellan, you irredeemable sinner. How dare you utter such treasonous words? Go to hell. Chino and Sarung, who were deep in thought, suddenly shouted in anger and charged at Magellan. Sigh, I gave you two a way out, but you didn't choose. Magellan looked at the two suddenly attacking him without panic. Suddenly, venom began to ooze from his body, wrapping him like an ice cream melting on a hot stove. Retreat. Chino and Sarung were not fools. They knew very well about Magellan's venom, and seeing him covered in it, they dared not charge forward, quickly kicking off the ground to retreat. Looks like we can have some fun. Seeing the two pulled back at the moment of attack, Magellan smiled slightly. Chino, this guy is too strong. We're no match for him. Let's run. Sarung looked at Magellan, now covered in venom, and recalled the information he had seen, knowing that Magellan was among the world's top combatants. Definitely not something he and Chino could handle together. All right, let's split up and run. Once we escape, we'll contact Lord Gorosei and have him deal with this traitor. Chino immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction from Sarung. They're actually running in different directions. This seems troublesome. Magellan furrowed his brow slightly as he saw them disperse, but his hands had already begun to gather venom, preparing to use his ultimate move, the Poison Dragon, to take them both down. How can I enjoy this moment alone? Big brother, that's not fair. Just then, a swift figure darted out from behind Magellan. It was XuanYuan, who had gone to rescue everyone, quickly chasing after the slightly faster Chino. XuanYuan, big brother finally has a chance to play. Why are you stealing my fun? Seeing XuanYuan charge towards Chino, Magellan knew Chino was now XuanYuan's prey and could only complain before quickly pursuing Sarung, thinking if he didn't speed up, he wouldn't even get a chance to play with Sarung. You are Monkey D, XuanYuan, that abyss demon. Chino, seeing the figure suddenly appear before him, was momentarily stunned, and when he recognized who it was, he couldn't help but shout. Abyss demon? Didn't I call myself Demon Blade? When did I get this nickname? But this nickname pairs well with Robin's child of the demon. XuanYuan thought mischievously to himself. Taking advantage of XuanYuan's momentary distraction, Chino quickly seized the opportunity to run in another direction. He absolutely would not engage with a legendary figure like XuanYuan. After all, while Magellan was also a terrifying presence, at least he had detailed information within the world government. But this Monkey D, XuanYuan, was like a mystery, although he had trained in the world government's exclusive organization S6. After the departure of Iron Bone, all his information was destroyed, making his overall strength a puzzle. Moreover, it seemed every time he fought, he had astonishing breakthroughs. Even admirals like the recently deceased Kizuru seemed helpless against him. Kino's principle was to run as far away as possible from such people. Still trying to escape? Seeing the opponent take advantage of his distraction to slip away, XuanYuan showed no panic, but instead, a smile appeared on his face. After all, cats enjoy playing with mice in the game of cat and mouse. If it ended too soon, it would be too boring. Now XuanYuan had clearly become a cat, while Chino reluctantly turned into the mouse. What? So fast? Just as Kino turned to escape, he suddenly found his path blocked by another figure. When he focused his eyes, he was taken aback to see XuanYuan, who had previously been distracted, now right in front of him. What incredible speed! He still running? XuanYuan smiled at him, and that originally warm smile now felt like the call of death to Kino, filling him with dread. Damn it! Realizing he had nowhere to escape, Kino, who had been trained by the world government, was still able to suppress his fear with reason. He roared and kicked at XuanYuan. Oh, not bad. XuanYuan was also surprised by Kino's sudden attack. He could tell that this kid had been completely stunned by his own power, but even in this situation, he could overcome his fear and immediately attack him. It had to be said that his psychological quality was quite good. Good awareness of attack, but unfortunately, not enough strength. XuanYuan easily dodged Kino's sudden strike and smiled slightly. What? Seeing his all-out sneak attack fail, Kino's heart raced again, realizing he had no chance of winning this time. I'll give you one last chance. If you surrender now, I can spare your life and even promote you. XuanYuan felt a bit reluctant towards the somewhat talented Kino, wanting to recruit him for himself. Dream on. I will never submit to someone as evil as you, Kino replied firmly, jumping into the air and kicking out several slashing waves towards XuanYuan. Seeing his determined gaze, XuanYuan couldn't help but sigh internally. This kid had been brainwashed by the world government, and there was no way he could return to the right path. What a pity. Just as Kino was in the air kicking out slashing waves at XuanYuan, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. XuanYuan had somehow appeared behind him and delivered a strong kick to the back of his head, causing Kino to lose consciousness instantly and fall heavily to the ground. Wait, XuanYuan, you can't kill him. Just then, an anxious voice immediately rang out. Wait, XuanYuan, you can't kill him. At the moment XuanYuan kicked Kino from the air, an urgent voice immediately echoed. Big brother. XuanYuan quickly recognized the voice as belonging to his older brother Magellan, who had rushed forward. But he'd already kicked out and it was too late to save him. So he could only watch as Kino fell heavily to the ground and immediately landed himself. Seeing Kino still being kicked to the ground by XuanYuan, his life and death unknown, Magellan rushed forward in shock to lift Kino, searching his body carefully for something. Big brother, what's wrong? What are you doing? Not understanding why Magellan was so nervously searching Kino, XuanYuan guessed something was wrong from his anxious expression. Besides, too late. Magellan unbuttoned Kino's shirt, revealing a device similar to a transponder snail, but it had been smashed to pieces. Big brother, this is... XuanYuan seemed to realize something, and a bad premonition began to surface in his mind. That's right, this is a life-linking transmitter. If the host dies, it will immediately send out a signal. A special signal. I estimate that the Gora CEI must have received it by now and will know about Kino's death right away. When I wrapped Sarung with the poison dragon, I discovered this thing and immediately spared him half a life to come and stop you. But I was still a step too late. Magellan put Kino down and shook his head, saying, damn it, I didn't expect those old men from the Five Elders to be so difficult to deal with. I didn't expect them to play such a trick. It seems they really don't trust anyone completely. XuanYuan clenched his fists and said, Sai, it's normal. Those old men who have been ruling this decayed government for so many years can't be simple. We've underestimated the situation. It seems there's no way out, XuanYuan. Our plan looks like it won't be able to be implemented. Let's hurry and leave, or we won't be able to escape. Magellan shook his head, stood up, and with a gesture, covered Sarung, who was still lying on the ground in the distance, with poison, completely ending his painful life. No rush, big brother. I have a way that can take advantage of the situation, and we can implement our plan ahead of schedule. XuanYuan reached out to stop Magellan, who was about to leave, and said seriously, our plan was to use these two kids to stall the world government, and then select usable prisoners from Impel down to disrupt the world government. Now that these two kids are dead and the Five Elders already know, we don't have time for this. How can we implement the plan now? Magellan looked at XuanYuan in confusion. If I say there's a way, then there is. And it's a good one. XuanYuan looked at Magellan mischievously. Big brother, you just. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the office of the Five Elders. What? The life phone bugs of Chino and Sarung have sent a message? How is that possible? Didn't they just send good news not long ago? How could they be dead in the blink of an eye? The third elder exclaimed incredulously as he listened to his subordinate's report. It shouldn't be. They had Magellan's protection. And according to what they said, Magellan didn't think highly of them. How could he let something happen to them? The fourth elder also couldn't believe it. What if Magellan killed them? That would explain everything. The second elder's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said coldly, Magellan killed them? That shouldn't be. He has no reason to do so, and, in short, it's impossible. The fifth elder shook his head firmly while looking at the second elder. There is nothing impossible in this world, and he isn't without reason. The second elder looked at the fifth elder indifferently. Old Five, don't forget about Ironbone. That old guy's influence far exceeds our expectations. Old Two, are you implying? Exactly. If you think about it, everything makes sense if Magellan is Ironbone's man. The second elder said casually while polishing his beloved sword. Although the second elder spoke lightly, it stirred up a storm in the hearts of the third and fifth elders. Indeed, if what the second elder said is true, then everything can be explained, and the subsequent events will be very troublesome. Then we should immediately send troops to besiege Impel Down. We can't let Magellan take Eddie and the others away, or it will lead to endless troubles. The fifth elder, coming to his senses, said seriously, exactly, we should send troops immediately. The third elder nodded in agreement. No rush, don't jump to conclusions. The fourth elder reached out to stop the fifth and third elders, who were about to send troops. What we are saying now is just speculation, without any solid evidence. So we can only confirm everything once we get in touch with Magellan. Get in touch with Magellan? Can we still reach him? The third elder looked at the fourth elder with disdain. Don't be so hasty. Old Four has a point. Let's listen carefully. The fifth elder, who had a good relationship with the fourth elder, naturally supported him. All right, stop arguing. Just contact Magellan and everything will be clear. If we can't reach him, we can almost be certain of our previous speculation. Seeing the tension between everyone, the first elder quickly intervened. Now is a time of trouble, and he certainly couldn't allow contradictions to arise within their ranks. Voodoo voodoo. The phone bug in Magellan's arms began to ring incessantly. XuanYuan, you were right. It seems these old men really are contacting us. Magellan said to XuanYuan. After all, those 5 old men are the monsters that have ruled this world for so long. Although some of them may act impulsively, there will still be 1 or 2 who are rational. Especially in this situation, they won't rashly send troops. Big brother, let's proceed according to our plan now. XuanYuan said proudly to Magellan. Magellan nodded seriously, opened the phone bug, and pretended to be anxious as he shouted. Who is it? If you have something to say, hurry up. Is this Magellan? It's us. A cold voice from the 5 elders came from the other end of the phone bug. Magellan looked at XuanYuan, who was signaling him, and said anxiously, 5 elders, something bad has happened. Because I was focused on guarding Eddie and the others earlier, it led to a vacuum inside Impel Down, resulting in an unprecedented prisoner riot. Even your 2 young brothers, Chino and Sarong, unfortunately met with misfortune. I was suppressing it earlier, and the situation is now under control. 5 elders, this incident is my dereliction of duty. Once I handle the follow-up matters here, I will come to you to plead my case. So that's how it is. The 5 elders' tone remained cold, but their expressions on the other end of the phone bug had clearly softened. Magellan, are Eddie and the others all right? Don't worry, I've locked them in a special room. This riot didn't affect them. Only the prisoners in the first 3 levels of Impel Down were involved, but it has already been controlled. Magellan said seriously to the phone bug, but his face was full of smiles because the 5 elders' questions were almost identical to XuanYuan's earlier speculation. You manage Impel Down well. This incident can't be entirely blamed on you. Stabilizing the chaos is already making amends. After this chaos is settled, you will need to come and plead for forgiveness. Just continue to guard your Impel Down well. Once we handle this matter with Eddie, we will reward you. The tone of the 5 elders became softer. 5 elders? Aye. Following XuanYuan's suggestion, Magellan answered the 5 elders with an excited voice. All right, Magellan. Do well. You've worked hard, and if you need anything, just let us know. The voice of the 5 elders became unusually gentle, resembling that of a kind elder. Don't worry, 5 elders. I will handle everything properly and will not let you down again. Yes, we absolutely believe in you. Magellan, do well. XuanYuan. It seems you were right. After hanging up the phone, Magellan smiled at XuanYuan. The 5 elders really still believe my words. But do you think they really won't send anyone again? If they send someone, won't everything be exposed? Don't worry, the possibility of that is almost zero, because the 5 elders are not having a good time either, facing internal and external troubles. They don't have a manpower to monitor you here. Even if they are really worried about you, they would only send 1 or 2 people to keep an eye on you. XuanYuan comforted Magellan. Since you say so, XuanYuan, I feel relieved. Magellan never doubted XuanYuan's words. But big brother, we should first send instructor Eddie and Lalo back to the base in the EC. After all, there are no absolutes in this world. If something unexpected happens, it will be too late for us to regret. After experiencing the loss of his arms, XuanYuan has also started to prepare for the worst in every situation. Even though he is confident in the decision made by the 5 Elder Stars, he still prioritizes the safety of Eddie and the others. XuanYuan, I'm not leaving. I want to be with you. When XuanYuan was about to send Eddie and the others onto a special military ship to return to the EC base, while he stayed behind with Magellan to handle matters, Tarslin shook her head resolutely. Exactly, XuanYuan. We brothers haven't seen each other for so long. How could I just leave you in such a dangerous place? Unless you no longer recognize me as your brother, I'm absolutely not going. Lalo also stood up and said seriously, Haha, of course I'm not leaving either. Don't forget, the 4 of us brothers haven't been together for a long time. Even without Noah, the 3 of us will never be separated. Ryan smiled slightly, but his tone was resolute and unchangeable. Angela held Ryan's hand, and although she didn't speak, her actions expressed her stance. XuanYuan, you little brat, even though you've graduated, you're still my student. As an instructor, do you really want me to leave first? Are you looking for a beating? Eddie looked at XuanYuan earnestly, his tone strict but with a hint of concern. You all. Seeing the determined expressions of those around him, XuanYuan felt warmth in his heart. This group of people was the reason he dared to risk everything to push into the city. As long as they were in danger, XuanYuan wouldn't hesitate. Even knowing it could lead to death, he wouldn't frown. Holy Land. Mary Ahua, Office of the 5 Elder Stars. How is it? I told you not to be too anxious. The 4th Elder said lightly to the 3rd Elder. Old 4, what are you so proud of? I think Magellan's serious dereliction of duty means we should send someone to take over the management of the city. Sending troops is necessary. The 3rd Elder was filled with anger at the 4th Elder's smugness. Send someone to take over? Who are you going to send? Can you find someone more suitable than Magellan to manage the city? Besides, Magellan's dereliction of duty is understandable. If we hadn't ordered him to keep an eye on Eddie and the others, this wouldn't have happened, so we can't blame him entirely. The 4th Elder earnestly defended Magellan. Can't the world government find a replacement for Magellan? Old 4, I think all these recent issues are the result of your indulgence. It's your leniency that has caused us so much trouble. The 3rd Elder was immediately fired up by the 4th Elder's words, directly pointing the finger at him. Old 3, you've gone too far. You really know how to shift responsibility. I say the current situation is due to your inability to utilize your pawns and your suspicion, which turned many useful pieces into our troubles. You are the real culprit when it comes to responsibility. The 4th Elder was also enraged by the 3rd Elder's words, and the two immediately became confrontational. All right. Stop arguing. Thanks to Old 4's calmness, we didn't hastily send troops. The 1st Elder quickly stepped in to mediate as the 3rd and 4th Elders were about to come to blows. However, Old 3's concerns are quite reasonable. We are in a tumultuous time, and it's not wrong to be cautious. Old 4, don't try to corner Old 3 on this matter. We are partners. Let us not have any infighting. Hearing the 1st Elder say this, although the 3rd and 4th Elders still felt dissatisfied, they decided to let it go, considering their long-standing relationship. Then, Old 1, do we still need to send someone to monitor Magellan? The 5th Elder asked seriously from the side. For now, it shouldn't be necessary. From this contact, I believe we have completely brought Magellan under control. There's no need to monitor him further. The current troop strength is not very sufficient, and to clean up the chaotic world, we need a lot of manpower, so there is no need to waste resources. I believe Magellan can manage everything in the city well. The 1st Elder waved his hand. Was this okay? Can we really trust Magellan just because of one phone call? The 2nd Elder, who had been silent, suddenly adjusted his glasses. If Magellan is truly working for us, then that's great. But what if he isn't? I still feel something is off about the deaths of Chino and Salon. Even if the prisoners completely rebelled, couldn't Magellan have found a way to save them? Unless he didn't want to save them. The 1st Elder and the others were taken aback by the 2nd Elder's words. Indeed, if what the 2nd Elder said was true, the situation could escalate. Old 2, are you overthinking? Don't assume the worst in every situation. Even if we take a step back, even if Magellan had some dissatisfaction at that time and didn't fully help us, resulting in Chino and Salon's deaths, it's clear from previous conversations that he is already our pawn. He will definitely be loyal to us from now on. The 4th Elder, although somewhat agreeing with the 2nd Elder's perspective, still defended his previous statement. Then Old 4, you also admit that Magellan wasn't fully on our side before? The 2nd Elder looked at the 4th Elder calmly. So how can you be sure that Magellan is now 100% loyal to us? The 4th Elder was momentarily speechless by the 2nd Elder's question, but he quickly recovered and looked at the 2nd Elder. Then Old 2, why are you so sure that Magellan is not 100% loyal to us now? I'm not sure. So I think we should quietly send someone to the city to find out everything. The second elder said with a cold smile. Old 2 makes a lot of sense. We should send someone to quietly monitor Magellan and clarify everything. The first elder nodded in agreement. Although he didn't want Magellan to be a traitor, the second elder's words forced him to be cautious. Exactly. Let us follow Old 2's suggestion and send someone to confirm things, so everyone can feel at ease. The other few nodded in agreement. Although the fourth elder was somewhat reluctant, he still nodded in agreement under the circumstances. Meanwhile, at the port of the city, Eddie and the others remained by XuanYuan's side, unwilling to leave. All right, XuanYuan, don't say anything more. We absolutely want to leave. Whatever happens, we'll stick with you and do it together before we go. Eddie looked at XuanYuan, who was still trying to persuade him. Instructor Eddie, it's not that I don't want to be with you, but you need to hurry back to the East Sea base and contact the Master. Once your safety is confirmed, the Master can refuse the 5 Elder Stars and truly negotiate with the world government. XuanYuan patiently explained to Eddie and the others. Besides, Instructor Eddie, right now the 5 Elder Stars are focused entirely on you. Once you leave, even if they find out later, it won't matter that much. I and Big Brother Magellan will then be safe and can proceed with our plan without worry. Oh, I see. Eddie and the others felt that XuanYuan made a valid point, and for a moment they were at a loss for words to refute him. Don't worry, Eddie. I'll be with XuanYuan. He won't be in any danger. Besides, you know XuanYuan's strength, right? As long as he is careful, there won't be any problems. Magellan stepped forward with a smile and advised, please take care of XuanYuan. With Magellan saying this, Eddie and the others found it hard to continue opposing, so they nodded in agreement to leave. What are you talking about? XuanYuan is my brother, and I will protect him even at the cost of my life. Magellan assured seriously. You all go ahead. No matter what, I will absolutely not leave XuanYuan. Just as everyone was about to leave, Taslin tightly hugged XuanYuan, firmly expressing her stance. Listen, Xiaolin, go with Instructor Eddie and the others to the East Sea and wait for me. I will handle things here with my brother and come find you. XuanYuan held Taslin in his arms, soothing her like a child. XuanYuan completely understood Taslin's thoughts at that moment. She disobeyed him because she loved him and was afraid of losing him. No, we haven't seen each other for so long. I don't want to separate right after we meet. XuanYuan, I'm not leaving. Taslin clung tightly to XuanYuan, fearing that if she let go, she would lose him. Xiaolin, seeing the beautiful woman tightly wrapped in his arms, XuanYuan could only sigh and gave Magellan a look. Sigh. Magellan sighed and exhaled some gas towards Taslin and XuanYuan. XuanYuan, Taslin suddenly shouted, propping herself up, only to realize she was lying on a comfortable bed. You're awake. Seeing Taslin wake up, Angel, who was by the bed, smiled slightly. Angel, where are we? Upon seeing Angel, Taslin's heart calmed down, but just as she was calming down, she quickly realized she was already on a fast-moving ship. We are on a warship heading to the East Sea. Seeing Taslin's excited expression, Angel nodded and said without hiding anything, XuanYuan, where is XuanYuan? Now confirmed, Taslin could no longer hold back and shouted, disregarding Angel's attempts to stop her. She was about to rush out of the room. Stop shouting, XuanYuan didn't come. He said he will come later and let you wait for him in the East Sea. Just as Taslin broke free from Angel's restraint and was about to rush towards the door, Lalo and Ryan were already standing at the entrance. No, you guys move aside. I want to go back. I want to be with XuanYuan. Taslin pushed Lalo and Ryan towards the door, determined to rush out. All right, Taslin, stop being willful. XuanYuan let you go first for a reason. You should understand. At that moment, Eddie appeared in front of Taslin and shouted at her. Seeing that she could not rush out no matter what, Taslin could only squat on the ground, hugging her knees and crying, while Angel hurriedly came forward to comfort her. All right, let's go. Let her calm down for a bit. Seeing that Taslin had turned into a tearful mess, Eddie could only shake his head and left with Lalo and Ryan. Meanwhile, in Impel Down, XuanYuan and Magellan were quickly reviewing all the prisoners' files, planning to classify all the prisoners comprehensively in the shortest time possible. They aimed to arrange all the prisoners based on their uniqueness, maximizing benefits for themselves while posing the greatest obstacles to the world government. This was the grand plan XuanYuan had previously discussed with Magellan. Although it seemed simple, the difficulty of actually implementing it was far beyond imagination. First, not to mention the difficulty of secretly hiding it from the world government. Just getting the prisoners in Impel Down to work for you was almost an impossible task. One must know that the prisoners detained in Impel Down, regardless of the level, were not ordinary people. They were a group of tough individuals. Getting these people to work for you was undoubtedly a fantasy. Phew, that's it. XuanYuan took out a few sheets from a thick stack of documents and said seriously, XuanYuan, you only selected a few out of so many prisoners' files? And these guys aren't even all below level 5. What are you thinking? Magellan said, somewhat dissatisfied, looking at the few prisoner files selected by XuanYuan. Brother, being able to select these is already very good. I thought there would only be 1 or 2 at most. XuanYuan smiled faintly at the slightly dissatisfied Magellan. You know better than anyone about the prisoners in Impel Down. The guys in there are almost all tough nuts. How many do you think would willingly work for us if we let them out? Under my intimidation, I don't believe these guys won't listen. If they don't listen, I'll just take care of all of them. Magellan confidently clenched his fist, and drops of venom seeped through his fingers. Magellan was quite confident about his standing in the prisoners' hearts. Brother, it's not as simple as you think. Yes, there are only a few who won't listen to your management and Impel Down, but the reason they obey is that they are completely powerless to resist you in here. But what if they go out? How many of those despicable individuals would listen to you, even if they seem to obey you on the surface? Once they are out of your control, would they still willingly work for us? XuanYuan asked Magellan seriously. Hearing XuanYuan say this, Magellan was indeed taken aback. Once they were out of his control, he couldn't guarantee that anyone would still listen to him. Not even one. Then XuanYuan, are you saying that the ones you selected won't have any issues? These guys don't seem to be easy to deal with either. Are you sure you can make them listen to you? Magellan curiously asked, looking over the selected prisoner list again based on XuanYuan's statement. Brother, don't worry. Although these guys are not easy to deal with, they all have a common characteristic. XuanYuan pointed to a column on the prisoner files and smiled slightly. You mean their reasons for imprisonment? After XuanYuan's prompt, Magellan noticed the common point of these prisoners. Their reasons for imprisonment were to form an evil organization to resist the world government and achieve their malicious rule. Haha, brother. These guys can be said to be unwilling to accept the decaying rule of the world government and want to overthrow it. Although the organizations they form have their own characteristics, they're all people against the world government. XuanYuan explained seriously, while we may not necessarily become friends, we have a common enemy, which is the world government. So, I selected them. Haha, XuanYuan, your brain is really useful. So what do we do next? I'm all ears. Magellan laughed happily, patting XuanYuan on the shoulder. At that moment, while XuanYuan and Magellan were studying the list of prisoners in Impel Down, a fast-speed small boat had already arrived at the port of Impel Down. Who dares to intrude into Impel Down? The guards at the port of Impel Down rushed over as soon as they saw the sudden appearance of the speedboat. Get out of the way. A shadow jumped directly from the speedboat in front of the guards and said coldly, we pay our respects, my lord. We didn't know you were coming to Impel Down. We will notify Director Magellan immediately. The guards, upon recognizing the person who came down from the speedboat, immediately bowed respectfully. Although they were unsure of who the visitor was, they could tell from her splendid attire that she was a high-ranking official from the world government. I am Major General Panklin, directly subordinate to the world government, and I am here under the orders of the 5 Elder Stars to find Magellan and receive the prisoners. Eddie, Rello, Ryan, Taslin, and Anshi were brought here. Take me to see Director Magellan quickly. The visitor took out a badge and said faintly, Yes, Lord Panklin. Please wait a moment. We will immediately notify Director Magellan. Please hold on. The guards became even more respectful upon seeing Panklin take out the badge, saying they would take him to the VIP room to rest first. No need. Tell me where Magellan is. Take me to see him. Panklin had no intention of resting with the guards and coldly said to the guard who was about to contact Magellan, Well, Lord Panklin, Director Magellan has given orders that anyone who wishes to see him must be notified first, as he hates being interrupted during work. The guard said awkwardly, I am here on the orders of the 5 Elder Stars. I do not have time to waste. Quickly take me to see Magellan. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Panklin coldly glanced at the guard. All right, Lord Panklin, please follow me. The guards initially wanted to insist, but upon seeing Panklin's murderous gaze, they dared not say anything further and could only lead him to the room where Magellan and XuanYuan were working. Why are soldiers coming towards us? Brother, didn't you say they couldn't disturb us? XuanYuan, who had just organized the list in the room, suddenly felt the strange aura of the soldiers approaching and asked. Due to Panklin's level of expertise, he is quite adept at using observation hockey. If he hadn't deliberately let XuanYuan sense him, XuanYuan would not have been able to detect him. That's right. I've already given the order that they cannot disturb me under any circumstances, and if there is a major issue, They must contact me in advance using a din mushy to enter. What is going on with these guys? Magellan also felt the approaching energy of the guards and was quite puzzled. Something unusual must be afoot. Brother, I will hide for now. You adapt to the situation. XuanYuan hid in the inner room of Magellan's office, while Magellan put away all the prisoners' information, quietly waiting for the other party's arrival. Lord Panklin, this is Director Magellan's office. The guard leading the way stopped in front of Magellan's office and did not proceed further. Although Panklin had said he would take responsibility for anything that happened, who knows if the strongest man in Impelled Down, Magellan, might impulsively kill him. At least the guard leading the way did not have the courage to test this matter. Understand, you may go. Seeing the guard's demeanor, Panklin knew what he was afraid of, so he didn't put him in a difficult position, waved his hand to signal him to leave, and fearlessly pushed open the door to Magellan's office without knocking. Who are you? Magellan coldly looked at the impolite Panklin, filled with shock, although he had long guessed that the guards of Impelled Down were compelled to bring someone to his office. He only sensed Panklin's presence at the moment he touched the door to his office, a terrifying power that made even Magellan reassess him in his mind. Nice to meet you. You're the director of Impelled Down, Magellan, right? I am Major General Panklin, directly under the world government, here on the orders of the 5 Elder Stars. I hope Director Magellan will give me guidance. Panklin said to Magellan with a smile, and while he was very polite in words, his actions were anything but. He completely ignored Magellan's opinion and directly sat down across from him, coldly staring at Magellan. So who let you in? Magellan was also very displeased with Panklin's rudeness and coldly asked him. If it weren't for Magellan and XuanYuan not having resolved the issues within Impelled Down yet, and not being able to turn against the world government immediately, Magellan would have already sentenced Panklin to death in his heart based on Panklin's previous behavior. Director Magellan, do you have a hearing problem? Didn't I say that I am a Major General directly under the world government, sent here by the 5 Elder Stars? Panklin thought Magellan had heard his previous words clearly and doubted his identity, specifically taking out the badge that proved his identity and waving it in front of Magellan. I mean, who told you to enter without knocking, without my permission? How uncultured. Are you really a Major General of the world government? Magellan looked at Panklin without courtesy, and there was already a hint of gunpowder in their tones. Magellan, what did you say? Sure enough, upon hearing Magellan insult him, Panklin immediately became furious. As a Major General directly under the world government, his status was significantly higher than that of an ordinary vice admiral. And how could Magellan insult him so directly? His almost constantly inflated vanity could not take it anymore. I said you are rude, and your current behavior is just proving it. A dignified Major General of the world government. Is this how you should react? It's truly embarrassing. It seems the world government has indeed had issues with selecting people in recent years. Magellan looked at Panklin with a calm expression. He didn't care about provoking Panklin at this moment, because as long as Panklin made the first move against him, he would have ample reason to kill him. Panklin, don't think I won't kill you. Panklin coldly looked at Magellan. A strong killing intent directly assaulted Magellan. Even XuanYuan, who was hiding in the inner room, felt that astonishing, murderous intent. Do you think being a Major General of the world government makes you something special? Don't forget, this is Impelled Down. I'm the law here. Magellan also looked at Panklin without backing down. Brew. Just as the battle between the two was about to break out, a sound from a din mushy interrupted the tense atmosphere. It turned out that Panklin's black din mushy was ringing. 5 Elder Stars. Upon realizing that his black din mushy was ringing, Panklin immediately understood who was contacting him and didn't dare to delay, quickly answering the call respectfully. Magellan, seeing it was the 5 Elder Stars calling, thought to himself that it was not good and suppressed his impulse to charge forward and kill Panklin. Panklin, how is it? Have you arrived at Impelled Down? Have you seen Magellan? The emotionless voice of the 5 Elder Stars came from the din mushy. Lord 5 Elder Stars, I have arrived at Impelled Down, but Director Magellan seems to be somewhat uncooperative with my work, or rather, he does not take you seriously at all. Panklin coldly said to Magellan while looking at him. He was certainly happy to report Magellan's black mark to the 5 Elder Stars first, as a consequence of Magellan daring to underestimate him earlier. Oh, what is going on? Is Magellan there? The 5 Elder Stars felt very strange about Panklin's sudden complaint. Lord 5 Elder Stars, I am here. Since the call had been connected, Magellan knew he couldn't stop it, so he could only adapt to the situation as XuanYuan had previously advised. Magellan, what exactly is going on with what Panklin said? The 5 Elder Stars coldly asked Magellan. If you have the ability, repeat what you said before in front of the 5 Elder Stars. If you have the ability, say it. Panklin looked at Magellan with disdain. Master Gorsi, I just want to ask why you sent such a disgraceful piece of trash to me. Can I take care of this garbage for you? So he won't embarrass you anymore? Magellan coldly said to the Den Mushy, completely ignoring Punk Hazard's glare. Magellan, what did you say? Hearing Magellan's words, Punk Hazard, who was originally feeling proud, immediately became furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was still reporting to the Gorsi, he would have rushed forward to tear Magellan apart. But that was assuming he had the ability to do so. Punk Hazard, don't speak. The Den Mushy transmitted the Gorsi's reprimand. Magellan, since you used such sharp words to describe Punk Hazard, you should know he is a rear admiral of our world government. State your reasons. And if you cannot convince us, you will have to take responsibility for your actions. No need to say more. I believe the Gorsi understand this guy better. He is boastful and superficial, unworthy of the title of Rear Admiral of the world government. Magellan replied calmly. Damn it, I want to kill you. Punk Hazard could not believe that Magellan would insult him so thoroughly. Unable to bear it any longer, he roared and charged at Magellan. He, finally making a move. Watching Punk Hazard suddenly attack, Magellan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he secretly rejoiced that this guy could no longer hold back. Poison Dragon. In response to Punk Hazard's sudden kick, Magellan smiled slightly and unleashed a Poison Dragon, its large mouth opening wide to swallow him. What is this thing? Although he had heard of the power of Magellan's Poison Dragon, how could Punk Hazard, who was already furious, back down? Arrogant as he was, he enveloped himself with a layer of haki and charged directly at the Poison Dragon. Punk Hazard, enhanced by haki, was indeed formidable, piercing through like a sharp sword. Magellan quickly dodged this powerful blow. After being pushed back by Punk Hazard's full force attack, Magellan felt no anger. Instead, he secretly laughed because, although Punk Hazard had pierced through the Poison Dragon, he still got splattered with some of Magellan's venom, and even more delightfully, this idiot had no idea. Stop it. You two are too reckless. The Den Mushy transmitted the furious shout of the Gorsi. Although it was just through the Den Mushy, the intense anger could still be felt. Magellan and Punk Hazard exchanged glances and had to temporarily cease their combat. However, Magellan was filled with joy because, unbeknownst to them, the situation had returned to a level he could control. You two have gone too far. What time is it now that you are actually fighting in front of us? The elder scolded coldly. Gorsi, but this guy attacked first. He disregarded you, and I was just instinctively defending myself. Magellan replied indifferently. Damn it, you are seeking death. Seeing that Magellan dared to push all the responsibility onto him, Punk Hazard, who had just calmed down, was about to charge at Magellan again. Punk Hazard, stop it! The elder shouted again at the about-to-explode Punk Hazard, secretly lamenting why he had sent such an impulsive subordinate. Elder, Punk Hazard recognized who was reprimanding him. He originally wanted to explain his actions, but swallowed his words upon seeing the elder's furious expression. All right, Magellan, don't say anything. Punk Hazard is at least one we sent. If there's anything wrong, we will discipline him, the elder said coldly. Yes, I understand, elder. Magellan replied lightly. Magellan, we sent Punk Hazard mainly to assist you. Didn't the prisoner riot just happen? Even if you don't say anything, we know you are short-handed right now, and you need to keep a close watch on Eddie and those prisoners, so I sent Punk Hazard to assist you. Take him to meet Eddie and the others. The elder spoke in an unarguable tone. Did you hear that? I represent the Gorsi. Magellan, if you continue to be so arrogant, I can eliminate you directly. Punk Hazard looked at Magellan with a proud expression, feeling that he had risen a whole level above him after hearing the elder's earlier words. The sense of superiority that had been shattered by Magellan earlier quickly returned. Punk Hazard, you need to tone it down as well. Remember, you are here to assist Magellan. Everything is at his discretion. Don't misplace your position. Before Punk Hazard could bask in his sense of superiority, the elder once again ruthlessly struck him down from the Den Mushy. I understand. Initially taken aback by the Gorsi's decision, Punk Hazard felt very dissatisfied but dared not say anything further in the face of the Gorsi's fury, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Watching Punk Hazard being scolded by the Gorsi, Magellan found it quite amusing. Although he knew the Gorsi were putting on a show for his sake to win his favor, he still found their reactions very entertaining. All right, Magellan, quickly take Punk Hazard to meet Eddie and the others. You both need to work together well. There will be many troubles ahead, the elder said coldly. Okay, I will take him there right away. Magellan nodded in agreement, his voice full of confidence. Punk Hazard, listen to Magellan's arrangements. If you have any questions, you are not allowed to act on your own. Everything must be reported to us. The elder reminded one last time before hanging up the Den Mushy. After the elder hung up the Den Mushy, He looked at the other elders and said, "Now we just need to wait." However, looking at Magellan's confident demeanor, we may not have made a mistake this time. That's hard to say. What if he is just pretending to be calm? The second elder, while playing with his beloved sword, had a cold light in his eyes. No matter what, let's wait a little longer. Once Punk Hazard's news arrives, everything will be clear. Hee, it seems you're doing quite poorly. On the surface, you seem glamorous, but in reality, you're just a dog of the Gorasii, just a dog that has been pampered by the Gorasii. Magellan smiled at the somewhat gloomy Punk Hazard following him. Magellan, what did you say? You dared to say such things. Punk Hazard, who was originally feeling frustrated over being scolded by the Gorasii, was suddenly taken aback by Magellan's words. Coming back to his senses, he instantly yelled at Magellan. It seems the Gorasii trained you well. You are so loyal to your master that even after being scolded by them, you can still shout for them. Magellan looked at the furious Punk Hazard with disdain. What did you say? Although Punk Hazard was very angry at Magellan's words, for some reason, there was a resonance in his heart, which is why he didn't immediately attack Magellan, but instead coldly asked. From the earlier reprimand by the Gorasii, Punk Hazard could clearly feel that he was merely a pawn in the hands of the Gorasii, or to put it bluntly, as Magellan said, a dog. However, he was a very obedient dog, which gave him a slightly higher status, but in the end, he was still just a dog. Do I need to say more? I just want to ask you, do you intend to continue serving the Gorasii? Magellan suddenly looked very serious and asked Punk Hazard. Panklun was also taken aback by Magellan's unexpected question. His mind raced with various thoughts, pondering whether he should continue to be loyal to such a person, whether he should continue to be the obedient dog that the 5 elders commanded to bite whoever they wanted, but also a role that could be discarded at any moment based on the elder's mood. The self-esteem and some indescribable emotions within Panklun were strongly resisting this relationship, urging him to break away from the government and stop being someone else's dog. However, when he thought of the status the 5 elders could give him and the comfortable life he was currently living, Panklun ultimately decided to let go of the self-esteem that was worthless to him. Magellan, you dare to speak such treasonous words. It seems there is no need to inform the 5 elders. You must have colluded with Eddie and the others, so now I will execute you on the spot. Having made his decision, Panklun no longer hesitated and immediately exuded an aura of dominance, preparing to attack Magellan. It seems you're not truly loyal to the 5 elders, but rather afraid to betray them. Or perhaps you're just willing to be their dog for the sake of those so-called riches. Magellan looked at Panklun with disdain. From Panklun's earlier reaction, he knew that Panklun was not unaware of his current situation. He was merely willing to be a government lapdog. Even if you're right. So what, Magellan? Even if I can't kill you in the short term, as long as I don't contact the 5 elders in a while, they will know something is wrong. And then your end will come. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say these things to me. Panklun replied disdainfully to Magellan. Why shouldn't I be confident? A dog like you, since you are loyal to the government, I can make you loyal to me immediately. Magellan looked at Panklun with a face full of scorn. Loyal to you? What a joke. Who do you think you are? What do you give me? As the deputy director of Impel Down, your position is still lower than mine. If you want me to be loyal to you, Magellan, have you poisoned yourself silly? Panklun mocked Magellan with disdain. I can give you the most important thing, the antidote that will let you live. Magellan was not the least bit angered by Panklun's mockery. He looked at him coldly, as if he were gazing at a corpse. Magellan, what do you mean? Panklun was also taken aback by Magellan's sudden remark, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Does it feel good right now? Your whole body is starting to feel weak, and your chest is heavy. Magellan coldly stared at Panklun, speaking without a hint of emotion. Upon hearing Magellan's words, Panklun immediately felt the sensation he described, a discomfort that made it almost impossible for him to breathe spread throughout his body. At first, Panklun thought it was just his psychological effect, that he was scared by Magellan's words, but the real feeling made him subconsciously glance at his hands. He regretted looking. It nearly knocked him unconscious. His hands had turned completely blue at some point, and blue liquid was starting to ooze from his skin, creating a terrifying scene. Magellan. Panklun was about to rage at Magellan, but as his emotions surged, he felt as if he had lost all strength and fell heavily to the ground. Don't get agitated. If you get agitated, the blood will flow faster, and the poison will also speed up in your body. If you delay any longer, even I won't be able to save you. Magellan looked at Panklun with a wicked smile, resembling a death god from hell. What have you done? Panklun was also frightened by Magellan's appearance. Although he tried to control himself, his voice still trembled. It's nothing, just giving you a chance for you to have the honor of becoming my dog. Magellan looked at Panklon with extreme disdain, his tone leaving no room for negotiation, as if he would kill him without hesitation if Panklon refused. But the reality was indeed such. Can I trust you? Looking at Magellan's demeanor, Panklon knew he had no reason to refuse, or perhaps he realized he no longer had the courage to refuse. But now he was still gathering courage to propose his final condition to Magellan. He was willing to be anyone's dog as long as he could live. You have no choice. As a dog, you have no right to question your master. Magellan looked down on Panklon, who still dared to propose conditions. If it weren't for considering the greater picture that XuanYuan had mentioned, he would have killed him long ago. If you can't guarantee my survival, I won't serve you. Anyway, living a few more seconds means nothing to me. In a rare moment of defiance to protect his life, Panklon seriously put forth his condition to Magellan. What? Looking at Panklon, who dared to speak to him like that, Magellan was furious, gathering a large amount of poison in his hand again. It seems the lesson I gave you wasn't enough. You need to suffer some more. Even if you kill me, I won't surrender. Besides, you can't kill me now. You still need me to report to the 5 elders, right? You definitely can't let the elders know you have rebelled. Facing impending death, Panklon's mind became exceptionally sharp, quickly understanding Magellan's current situation and realizing that he still had a chance to live. I never expected your courage to be so great. However, while you calculated other things, you completely underestimated me. Having a obedient dog is convenient, but not having one isn't a big deal. Don't overestimate your importance. Magellan had not expected Panklon to see the current situation so clearly, but his proud self-esteem absolutely did not allow a defeated subordinate to negotiate with him. What? As Panklon watched the poison in Magellan's body form into a poisonous dragon, opening its mouth wide to swallow him, he became frightened. He began to regret his cleverness. Why was he trying to be a hero? Being Magellan's dog was fine. Nothing was more important to him than surviving. Magellan, master. Seeing that Magellan was serious, and the poisonous dragon had formed and was about to strike, Panklon truly became afraid, losing all his courage and hurriedly begging for mercy. However, Magellan ignored him and directly controlled the dragon to attack. A knife sings. Just as the poisonous dragon was about to devour Panklon, a red light flashed, directly knocking Panklon away from the dragon's mouth, allowing him to escape disaster. Brother, there's really no need to be so heavy-handed. If your poisonous dragon really hits this guy again, he will be completely lost. XuanYuan sheathed the Minghong knife and slowly walked over from a distance. XuanYuan, why are you here? I have my own plans for this matter. Don't worry. Magellan looked at XuanYuan with some dissatisfaction, as if he was angry that XuanYuan interrupted his handling of Panklon. In truth, although Magellan appeared angry, he was very pleased internally. As XuanYuan said, if the previous poisonous dragon had swallowed Panklon, he would have been completely lost, and the plan he had discussed with XuanYuan would have been completely ruined. He dared to use the poison dragon against Panklon precisely because he saw XuanYuan had appeared and was giving him a wicked smile. You are XuanYuan. The evil that the 5 elders have said must be eradicated. Demon, Blade Monkey D, XuanYuan. When Panklon was struck by XuanYuan's blade, aura, the pain nearly made him faint. But just at the moment his body was flying through the air, he accidentally caught a glimpse of XuanYuan's figure, which instantly revived his fading consciousness. I didn't expect you to recognize me, kid. Looks like my saving you once wasn't in vain. XuanYuan said with a slight smile as he looked at Panklon. XuanYuan, why are you stopping me from killing him? Magellan pretended to be angry and asked XuanYuan knowingly. Because I want him to be of some use. XuanYuan said with a faint smile, turning to look at Panklon. So, Major General Panklon of the world government, are you willing to serve me? Although XuanYuan was speaking politely to Panklon with a smile, to Panklon, that smile felt like the call of death. Remembering XuanYuan's terrifying record of slaughtering the celestial dragons, he absolutely believed that this lord in front of him would dare to kill him as easily as stepping on an ant. Without any hesitation, Panklon forced his battered body to bow his head to XuanYuan, displaying the most respectful gesture, declaring that from now on, his life would be completely entrusted to Lord Monkey D. XuanYuan. Magellan, standing by, was surprised that Panklon, who had previously dared to negotiate conditions with him, was now showing no signs of resistance and was submitting to XuanYuan. In fact, Magellan played a significant role in Panklon's quick surrender. He had nearly broken Panklon's spirit earlier. If he hadn't used the poison dragon at the last moment and had continued to threaten him a bit, Panklon would have surrendered anyway. Good. You made a wise choice. Brother, first temporarily detoxify him. XuanYuan also put away his smile and nodded seriously. Hearing XuanYuan's words, Panklon knew his life was saved. and his spirit relaxed. His exhausted body could no longer hold up and fell heavily to the ground. It seems you are quite perceptive. Magellan looked at Panklun, who was now submissive at XuanYuan's feet, with some disdain, but his actions were not slow at all. Magellan's hands, which had some venom, now withdrew all the venom back in his body before striking Panklun heavily on the chest. This strike was powerful, and Panklun felt as if he couldn't breathe from the impact, pulling him back to consciousness from his previous faintness. However, the pain was only temporary. Once Panklun caught his breath, he found his whole body felt incredibly refreshed. The body that had been scarred from poisoning was now completely healed without any signs of injury. You actually absorbed all the poison from me. Panklun looked at Magellan in surprise. From his previous careful reading of Magellan's information, he clearly remembered that while Magellan was a master of poison, there was no information indicating he could detoxify or even reverse the deadly poison he used. I am a poison man who ate the poison fruit. What's so great about absorbing back the poison I released? Magellan looked at the astonished Panklun with disdain. The intelligence of the world government is indeed too outdated. They couldn't even gather information on someone with Magellan's personality. It seems the recent difficulties are inevitable. Panklun tried to maintain a calm demeanor while looking at Magellan, but inside, he was already greatly shocked. You know less than you think, kid. Since you are now barely considered one of us, there's no need to hide things from you. Although Panklun appeared calm on the surface, Magellan had been the warden of Impel Down for so long that he had encountered all kinds of criminals. A performance like Panklun's level couldn't escape his sharp eyes. At this moment, Panklun felt like a real fool. He thought he had done his homework on Magellan, but now it seemed he was far from it. Maybe this surrender was indeed a very correct choice. All right, I want to say more to you, kid. Now let us detoxify you of the deadly poison. Just wait. I will inject you with a bit of slow-acting poison. It won't have any immediate effects on your body, and when you fully earn our trust, I will completely detoxify you. Magellan's hands began to ooze some venom again, but this time the color of the venom was much lighter. Yet it still had a pungent smell. What? Panklun, who was still calculating in his mind, turned ashen upon hearing Magellan's words, but at that moment, he couldn't think of any excuse to refuse such a reasonable request from Magellan. All right, brother, there is no need to inject him with slow-acting poison to control him. To Panklun's and even Magellan's surprise, XuanYuan, who had been silent beside them, suddenly spoke up to stop him. Why, XuanYuan? This kid may have submitted now, but who can guarantee he won't betray us? If he betrays us, it would be quite troublesome, and everything we've done would be in vain. Magellan expressed his concerns directly to XuanYuan, completely ignoring whether Panklun was present. Even Panklun couldn't help but nod in agreement internally. Although he felt fortunate to have submitted to XuanYuan at this moment, it was merely a delaying tactic for his life. He believed that if given the chance, he would betray XuanYuan. It was nearly impossible for someone like him to be completely loyal to a person without any threat. Panklun won't, because he values his life and is a smart person. XuanYuan looked confidently at Magellan, showing a strange smile. Could it be? Seeing XuanYuan smile, Panklun's heart, which had been put at ease. So it's settled then. Eddie and the others are all being watched very well. They're doing fine. That guy Magellan has locked them up in a special room and knocked them all out. Panklun pretended to be angry as he spoke into the transponder snail. 5 elders. Magellan is really going too far. I came here on your orders. But he says that the management of the prisoners is up to him and even forbids me from waking Eddie and the others. Isn't he just disrespecting you? All right, Panklun. Magellan has his own plans for this matter. You don't need to be dissatisfied. Remember your mission, assist Magellan well and Impel Down, and keep a good watch on Eddie and the others. As long as you complete this mission well, we will naturally reward you handsomely. A cold command from the 5 elders came through the transponder snail. All right, I understand. Panklun hung up the transponder snail with a helpless expression. But as soon as he hung up, he turned to XuanYuan with a smile and said, Lord XuanYuan, how about it? Are you satisfied with my performance? Not bad. XuanYuan patted Panklun on the shoulder. First, go to the medical room to treat your injuries. Later, I will take you for the next step of the action. Yes. Lord XuanYuan, here, take this. Panklun handed the transponder snail in his hand to XuanYuan. No need, you keep it. This way, I can contact you more easily. XuanYuan did not care about the phone bug and said nonchalantly, This. Panklun looked at XuanYuan in disbelief. After all, he was holding a black phone bug specifically used by high-ranking officials of the world government, which could contact others anywhere and was tamper-proof. Could he really trust himself so much, not afraid that he would find a deserted place to report to the elders? Or All right. I said to hold on to it, so just take it and go to the treatment room to heal your wounds. We still have actions to take, so don't waste time. XuanYuan said impatiently to Panklun. Yes. Seeing XuanYuan a bit angry, Panklun had no choice but to suppress his doubts and ran towards the treatment room. XuanYuan, I understand why you did this. After Panklun ran a distance, Magellan could no longer hold back and questioned XuanYuan. What's wrong, big brother? Is there a problem? XuanYuan looked at the somewhat angry Magellan and smiled slightly. What do you mean there's no problem? This is a big problem. Looking at XuanYuan's relaxed smile, Magellan felt he was about to go crazy. You didn't let me inject him with venom to control him before so that he could safely make this call without revealing any flaws to the elders. Fine. I understand and support that, but now what? Magellan said excitedly to XuanYuan. Now that he has reported to the elders, his usefulness has been exhausted, and it's time to eliminate him. Do you still plan to reuse him? You know how suspicious the elders are. They might contact Panklun at any time. Do you think we can still kill him under these circumstances? XuanYuan explained to Magellan with a smile. All right, even if we can't kill him for now, why are you still letting him go to the treatment room alone? And why didn't you confiscate his phone bug? Aren't you just enabling him to report to the elders? Do you really think a petty person like him will be loyal to you because of your trust? Although Magellan's tone lowered a bit, he still questioned XuanYuan. No, big brother, I never trusted him. Do you think I'm still that little brat who easily trusts anyone? XuanYuan said seriously to Magellan. Then why? It's just like managing some prisoners. It's all about psychological warfare. Psychological warfare. Magellan felt he had heard a term that he could understand, but couldn't express. It's just some measures taken based on the other party's psychology. XuanYuan realized he had misspoken and quickly explained, Big brother, think about it. If we had injected Panklun with venom to control him from the start, what would he think? What would he think? Even if he was unconvinced to survive, he would have to cooperate with us and listen to us. That coward would probably not dare to resist. Magellan said dismissively, Exactly, big brother. Given Panklun's personality, he indeed wouldn't dare to resist, but that would only be in front of us. Deep down, he would know that we only spared his life because he was still of some use. Once he has no use, we would eliminate him without hesitation. This would cause him to hold back in everything he does, which might alert the elders and bring us unnecessary trouble. XuanYuan analyzed seriously to Magellan. I see. Then XuanYuan, why didn't you confiscate his phone bug, and why let him go to the treatment room alone? Magellan asked XuanYuan, voicing his last confusion. The reason is simple. It's still about using his psychology. Whether I confiscate his phone bug or supervise him to the treatment room, both would let him know our true intentions. Panklun is a smart guy. If we did that, it would backfire. XuanYuan smiled slightly. Instead, if we give him enough freedom, he wouldn't dare to act. Or rather, he wouldn't dare to betray us in the short term because he would constantly wonder what our dependence on this freedom is. Until he has a confirmed answer, he absolutely wouldn't dare to betray us and would only obediently serve us. This is what they call being too clever for one's own good. Magellan realized, looking at XuanYuan with a smile. Hee, you little rascal, it seems that Lord Ironbone's judgment is indeed not wrong. You not only have a perverse talent for combat, but with your mind, you truly have the ability to change this world. XuanYuan only smiled slightly at Magellan's praise and did not show much emotional fluctuation. In fact, it was proven that XuanYuan's psychological theory was absolutely correct. But there were too many variables in this world. What do you think? The elder looked at the latest intelligence sent by the intelligence department. Ironbone has not given any positive response, and his subordinates have shown no signs of movement. I think Ironbone is likely still contemplating further. After all, this is a significant decision for him, to give up his beloved disciple, Monkey D, XuanYuan for Eddie and the others. It's a tough decision to make. The fifth elder calmly analyzed the report. I support the fifth elder's view. For now, we just need to ensure that Magellan and Panklun keep an eye on Eddie and the others. We don't need to continue pressing Ironbone. I believe this old guy can recognize the situation. Naturally, the fourth elder, who was always on the same side as the fifth elder, stood by him at this moment, and his reasoning was so sound that it was almost irrefutable. However, I still think there's a problem. The third elder said coldly while looking at the report. The others did not expect the third elder to say this at this moment, and given his serious attitude, it did not seem like he was opposing the fifth and fourth elders. Third elder, express your doubts. The elder looked at the third elder approvingly, as if he had also noticed something wrong, but was not certain. That's right, third elder. In this situation, Ironbone's silence is a normal reaction. What do you mean there's a problem? The fourth elder at this moment had no mood to quarrel with the third elder and asked seriously. precisely because he is too calm that I feel there is a problem. The third elder looked seriously at everyone. Think about it. Is the iron bone we know indecisive? The third elder's words awakened the others, and after hearing this, the others seemed to come to their senses. That's right. Although maintaining silence at this time is a normal reaction for a person, that is for ordinary people, Iron Bone is not an ordinary person. We cannot infer his actions using ordinary logic. Not to mention the current situation, even if it were 10 or 100 times more complicated, given Iron Bone's style, he would definitely have countermeasures. If Iron Bone weren't that kind of person, he wouldn't have become a legendary figure, nor would the elders go to such lengths to try to recall him for their use. Then why hasn't he taken any action? Our people are almost fully monitoring Iron Bone. If he made any small moves, we would surely notice. Yet even the latest intelligence shows that he is completely inactive. The fifth elder looked at the intelligence in front of him, somewhat confused. That's right, Elder 5. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case, but considering Iron Bone's character, it's not that simple. He must have already formulated a countermeasure. The third elder patiently explained to the fifth elder. The fact that Iron Bone has not taken any action yet only indicates two possibilities. One, he has already abandoned Eddie and the others. Or two, he is stalling for time, stalling our time. The first scenario is definitely impossible. Iron Bone would never abandon his subordinates. Therefore, the only remaining possibility is the second one. As you said, he is stalling for time. The fourth elder looked at the third elder curiously and asked, then why is he stalling for time? What's his plan? I'm not sure for now, but we can speculate. The third elder said lightly, since Iron Bone does not want to give up on Eddie and the others, it's clear he will find a way to save them. Without a clear stance, he is betting that we won't easily kill Eddie and the others, which gives him time to rescue them. Old 3, you make a good point. We should strengthen our forces to guard Iron Bone and absolutely must not let him send troops to rescue Eddie and the others. The fifth elder said seriously, no, if we send heavy troops to guard Iron Bone this time, I believe we will fall into their plan again. The second elder, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Old 2, do you have a new perspective? The first elder also looked at the second elder seriously. I just think we need to approach the problem from a different angle. The second elder sheathed his beloved sword and said coldly, don't you think we are always being led by the nose? We are always forced to react after they take some action. So, Old 2, what do you mean? The third elder looked at the second elder with confusion, suddenly feeling that his analysis of the situation was insufficient. We cannot be too passive. We must not always formulate plans based on the opponent's thoughts. Think about it from a different direction. You said Eddie was captured, besides Iron Bone. Who else is concerned? The second elder looked at everyone and said lightly, are you saying that Manchi D. XuanYuan? The third elder came back to his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Old 2, you're correct. According to our latest intelligence, that Manchi D. XuanYuan seems to have sustained significant injuries after the last battle with Borsellino. He has been recuperating for a long time, and because of this, his movements have become exceptionally concealed. Even our intelligence department cannot probe his actions. This unusual calm makes me feel that things are far from simple. The first elder nodded in agreement. Hearing them say this, even the fourth and fifth elders, who would occasionally support XuanYuan, fell silent, feeling that there might indeed be something to it. I believe the reason Iron Bone is so quiet and has not taken any action is that he is stalling for time and diverting our attention. The one who will act this time is that Manchi D. XuanYuan. He must have made plans with Iron Bone. While Iron Bone stalls for time, he goes to rescue Eddie and the others. The second elder's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said lightly, very likely. The third elder also came back to his senses and said seriously, then we should immediately send troops to encircle the entire EC. We must not let Manchi D. XuanYuan set off to rescue Eddie and the others. No, even if we send troops now, it will be too late. The second elder stood up and said, although we can initially infer from Pan Cologne's report that Manchi D. XuanYuan has not yet reached Advanced City, given his personality, he would never have just set out now. He is either already on the way or about to reach Advanced City and is planning something. Therefore, if we head to the EC now, it will only be in vain. Then we must immediately notify Magellan and Pan Cologne to strengthen their vigilance and send heavy troops for support. The third elder nodded in agreement, saying this as he picked up the snail phone to contact Magellan. Don't rush. If we make any movements, we will alert that brat XuanYuan. This could lead him to change his plans. In that case, even if we don't let him rescue Eddie and the others, we will definitely not be able to capture him. The second elder stopped the third elder from using the snail phone. We should only send a small number of elite forces to quietly head to Advanced City, without notifying Magellan and Pan Cologne. This way, we can catch that brat XuanYuan completely off guard. But we need an incredibly strong force for that. Where can we mobilize it from? The third elder asked curiously. Even if we could mobilize, it would be too late. Those kinds of forces are usually quite lazy. The fourth elder also expressed his doubts. Then I will go. The second elder placed his beloved sword at his waist, stretched lazily, and thought to himself that he hadn't exercised in a long time. He wondered how strong the young ones of this era could be. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. XuanYuan, everything is ready, Magellan said to XuanYuan, who was wearing a gas mask after pulling his hand from the last prison door's lock cylinder. I didn't expect gas could be used this way. By the way, big brother, when will they wake up? XuanYuan asked, looking at the prisoners locked in the prison. Magellan thought seriously for a moment. These guys are not easy to deal with. Even my gas can only make them unconscious for about 3 hours. In 3 hours, they will gradually wake up, and the side effects of the gas may make their tempers extremely volatile. Isn't that exactly the effect we want? 3 hours is enough. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Magellan. Big brother, you go put those guys we selected earlier into the warship. I'll go find that brat Pan Cologne. The plan can begin to be executed. XuanYuan, do we really have to do this? Pan Cologne looked at XuanYuan with curiosity, unable to understand why he wanted to do this. Don't question your superior's orders. A good subordinate only needs to execute their superior's orders perfectly, XuanYuan said lightly, but his voice carried a power that left no room for doubt. Yes. Realizing that XuanYuan was not joking, Pan Cologne did not dare to express any doubts and immediately took out the snail phone to contact the 5 elders as XuanYuan instructed. 5 elders, it's bad. That evil representative, Magic Blade, Manchi D. XuanYuan has actually come to Advanced City. He has released all the prisoners in Advanced City, and Magellan has also been injured. He is currently leading a large group of prisoners towards the special room where Eddie and the others are held, saying he wants to rescue them. I'm about to hold on any longer, requesting support. Pan Cologne pretended to be out of breath as he shouted into the phone. What? He really came? The voice of the third elder came through the snail phone, slightly surprised. Then, the voice of the first elder immediately followed, still so dignified and calm. Pan Cologne, don't panic. Try to divert Manchi D. XuanYuan's attention. We cannot let him rescue Eddie and the others. If necessary, take the unconscious Eddie away. The other brats can be left behind. We will send heavy troops to support you immediately. Yes, first elder, I will try. Pan Cologne's words were cut off as the 5 elders ended the call. XuanYuan, did I do something wrong? Pan Cologne turned around to see that XuanYuan's expression was not good, and he cautiously asked, fearing he had said something wrong. Nothing, you did very well. Now let's set off. XuanYuan shook his head and turned to lead Pan Cologne away. For some reason, the earlier reaction of the 5 elders in the phone bug had instilled a strong sense of unease in XuanYuan's heart. Why did they subconsciously say they really have come? Did they already calculate that I would come? Has my movement been exposed? And why did they hang up the phone bug so quickly? Were they really anxious? Or did they have some plan? Was it a plan that even Pan Cologne couldn't be told about? XuanYuan was lost in thought as he led Pan Cologne, and before he knew it, they had arrived at the port, where Magellan was already waiting for them on a warship. XuanYuan, everything is ready. We can set off at any time, Magellan said seriously as he jumped down from the warship upon seeing XuanYuan. That's good, big brother. Let's set off right away. Are the people you're bringing trustworthy? Otherwise, we can take the criminals separately and act separately. For some reason, I have a feeling of unease in my heart. My instincts have always been accurate. XuanYuan whispered to Magellan, the intense feeling of unease from before enveloping him and growing stronger. He was almost certain that something unexpected would happen soon. They should all be trustworthy. As your big brother, I might not be able to say much, but I am quite accurate in judging people. The ones who are taking this time have been with me for a long time. If there's anyone I can't guarantee, I think that Pan Cologne you brought this time is the real ticking time bomb, Magellan quietly said, glancing at Pan Cologne, who was not far behind XuanYuan. Big brother, don't worry about that. I have other arrangements for him. Since there are no other issues, let us set off. We cannot afford to be delayed. Seeing that XuanYuan had said so, Magellan didn't say anything else and led him and Pan Cologne onto the warship. Indeed, that brat XuanYuan has come. He actually managed to release the prisoners from Impel Down. This kid is as terrifying as ever. On a speedboat not far from Impel Down, an old man with a knife was leisurely basking in the sun. He was one of the highest-ranking officials in this world, the second elder of the 5 elders. Second elder, where are you now? Pan Cologne, that useless fool, probably won't hold on much longer. after XuanYuan rescues Eddie and the others. He will definitely take advantage of the chaos to escape with the prisoners. The first elder said seriously, "Don't worry, big brother. You should immediately mobilize the troops around Impel Down to encircle it. Leave the ordinary prisoners to them. I will stay on the only route to the East China Sea and wait for that brat XuanYuan and those ignorant prisoners." The second elder said with a faint smile, "XuanYuan, your feelings were indeed correct. I didn't expect the world government's reaction to be so swift. They have already surrounded Impel Down." Shortly after XuanYuan and the others left Impel Down, they sensed warships approaching from all directions. However, both XuanYuan and Magellan were masters of observation hockey, and they had already escaped from the encirclement of the warships. So they easily avoided detection and headed towards the East China Sea. Wait, my feeling of unease is not caused by them. It is still ahead, and it's getting stronger. There must be something terrifying up ahead. Big brother, be prepared. XuanYuan didn't care about the warships surrounding Impel Down. All his thoughts were on the increasingly strong feeling of unease. Although Magellan still had many doubts about XuanYuan's premonition, he nodded with extra caution, trusting his brother. Pankalun, not far from XuanYuan and Magellan on the deck, was lost in thought, and his feelings were as chaotic as XuanYuan's. But he was more worried about what to do about his future. He knew that he was no longer of any use to XuanYuan and the others. Logically, XuanYuan should have killed him but XuanYuan didn't do that. Instead, he seemed to want to take him back to his base in the East China Sea and make him his companion. If it were the old Pankalun, he would have tried to secretly inform the 5 elders of the situation or find a way to slip away and return to the world government as a rear admiral. He would never agree to give up wealth and power to go to a newly risen Huaxia Empire, a place with no future guarantee. However, he didn't do that now. He didn't even know when he had changed. Perhaps it was after meeting XuanYuan, the trust XuanYuan had given him, or the conversation with Magellan before. He wasn't sure. He just knew he had changed. He didn't want to go back. Didn't want to return to being the obedient dog of the 5 elders. He wanted to be with XuanYuan and create a dream he had never dared to think about before. This feeling is, just as XuanYuan and Magellan were discussing their next steps on the deck, that strong feeling of unease suddenly became clear ahead. XuanYuan immediately looked in the direction of the feeling, and Magellan followed his gaze. And both of them saw a small speedboat slowly approaching them not far in front of the warship. For some reason, despite being a small boat, it gave off a terrifying sense of oppression, like a giant beast. The warship they were on seemed like a small boat, while the other side's small boat had transformed into a warship. What is going on? What exactly is on that speedboat? Magellan felt a bit uncomfortable from the unknown pressure and was now fully convinced of XuanYuan's feelings. However, more than that, he was curious about what could exert such pressure. That is, Pankalun also saw the small boat and immediately turned pale, as if he knew his doom was approaching. It seems we can't avoid this. Big brother, you and your trusted subordinates should quickly take those we selected back to the Huaxia Empire via submarine. I'll hold them off here for now. XuanYuan could tell the seriousness of the situation from Pankalun's expression and immediately said to Magellan, "Are you kidding, XuanYuan? Big brother won't abandon you at this time." Magellan said angrily, looking at XuanYuan, "But big brother, the people coming this time are very likely." XuanYuan wanted to continue explaining to Magellan, but upon seeing Magellan's expression, he let it go and smiled lightly. "I understand, big brother. Let us face the enemy together this time." "Hee, that's more like it." Magellan happily patted XuanYuan's shoulder and smiled, then turned to the other members on the warship. "You guys go and put all the unconscious prisoners onto the submarine. You will take them to the eastern base of the Huaxia Empire and follow the arrangements from the leaders there." "Yes, sir." Magellan's trusted subordinates had no doubts about his orders and immediately ran towards the bottom of the warship as instructed. "Pankalun, you should go too. After returning to the Huaxia Empire, someone will arrange for you," XuanYuan said to Pankalun, who was almost stunned with fear. Lord XuanYuan, we should hurry. That is the second elder's exclusive speedboat. No one knows who among the 5 elders has the strongest overall strength. But the swordsmanship of the second elder inside is definitely the best. Even Hawkeye Mihawk from the warlords of the sea would not be his opponent. Pankalun came to his senses after hearing XuanYuan's voice and seriously said to him, his level of tension indicating his deep-seated fear of the 5 elders. It turns out the 5 elders have arrived, and it is the second elder who wields the strongest demon sword first-generation Go/, personally coming here. It seems that sometimes we need to reassess the strength of our opponents. Although XuanYuan had already had a premonition, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised when everything was confirmed. "That's right, Lord XuanYuan. Don't underestimate the second elder, just because he is an old man of indeterminate age. His strength is definitely monstrous. We need to escape quickly. XuanYuan noticed that XuanYuan remained so relaxed after learning the situation, which made him a bit anxious. We know. XuanYuan, hurry and leave with the others on the submarine. This place will be handled by me and my brother. XuanYuan smiled slightly at the anxious XuanYuan and said calmly, "What? Lord XuanYuan, you plan to confront the second elder?" XuanYuan could hardly believe his ears, staring at XuanYuan in shock. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and get out with the others. Don't stay here to be a hindrance." Seeing that XuanYuan was still trying to persuade XuanYuan to leave, Magellan knew this matter had nothing to do with him. But the initial annoyance he felt towards XuanYuan couldn't be dismissed immediately. He waved his hand impatiently to interrupt XuanYuan's words and urged him to leave quickly. But this, watching XuanYuan and Magellan both urging him to escape, XuanYuan felt a strange sensation in his heart. His rational mind kept telling him to leave. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't know what force was compelling him to stay here. "You don't need to leave. None of you can escape." At that moment, a faint voice rang out. The second elder of the 5 elders had appeared on the deck at some point, looking at the 3 of them and speaking calmly. "What? This is completely beyond the range of my observation hockey. How powerful is this?" XuanYuan and Magellan quickly turned around, preparing for battle, but both were immensely shocked. The second elder XuanYuan was so startled by the sudden appearance of the second elder that he almost couldn't speak, his body going soft as he felt the urge to kneel before him. "XuanYuan, it seems you have also betrayed us and embraced evil. I never expected this from you. And you, Magellan, you have also become evil." The second elder looked at XuanYuan and Magellan with a calm tone, devoid of any emotion, as if speaking to 2 corpses. "What is evil and what is justice? Don't act so noble. Your decayed government should have been overthrown long ago. You are the true evil that needs to be eliminated." Magellan didn't care at all about the second elder's accusation. What he believed in wouldn't change, even in death. Hearing Magellan's words, XuanYuan realized he must make a stand and choose a side. His previously weak body found strength from somewhere, allowing him to stand tall again, seriously looking at the second elder, fully prepared for battle. Seeing that Magellan and XuanYuan actually expressed their stance in front of him, the second elder was slightly taken aback. He turned to XuanYuan and smiled faintly, saying, "Monkey D. XuanYuan, you are truly remarkable. A young man like you, sigh, what a pity. You are so confident." XuanYuan understood the second elder's meaning of what a pity, but he didn't believe the second elder could kill him here. Although his hands had not fully recovered their strength, he was confident that if he wanted to escape, even a much stronger second elder wouldn't be able to stop him. Young people are ultimately young people. They think they can be arrogant just because they have achieved a little. But you are indeed excellent. And Magellan and XuanYuan, you have contributed to us over the years. So I'll give you a chance to witness the true pinnacle of power in this world." The second elder said to the 3 of them calmly, "One sword Minghong. Following the principle of a 1-team move unless the enemy moves. If the enemy moves, I'll strike first." XuanYuan suddenly drew the Minghong sword as soon as the second elder finished speaking, launching a red light directly at him. What a hothead! Facing XuanYuan's sudden strike, the second elder did not show any panic. He merely moved slightly, avoiding XuanYuan's attack effortlessly. So strong, although he had prepared himself mentally. XuanYuan was still stunned when the second elder unleashed power beyond his imagination once again. You can't be distracted during battle. In the instant XuanYuan was stunned, the second elder did not idle. He casually waved his hand, and the legendary strongest demon sword, first generation Ghost Slash, was finally unsheathed. A cutting wave of force, several times stronger than XuanYuan's previous full force one-sword Minghong, surged towards XuanYuan, moving so fast that he could only instinctively swing the Minghong sword to block it, unable to apply armament hockey in time. Ugh! An extremely strong force came from XuanYuan's Minghong sword, almost making him unable to hold on to it. Fortunately, at the last moment, XuanYuan instinctively used his Devil Fruit ability, transforming his body into a demon to barely withstand the blow. However, that terrifying power still made him feel a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up. You actually managed to block it. That must be your Devil Fruit ability, while hidden. We had no information about this aspect of you, but it seems to be just a Zoan-type fruit. The second elder smiled slightly as he looked at XuanYuan's transformation due to the Devil Fruit. To him, the more cards XuanYuan had up his sleeve, the more enjoyable the game became. XuanYuan, Seeing XuanYuan being easily knocked away by the second elder with a single sword strike, Magellan exclaimed in shock, feeling nothing but anger, without a trace of fear of the second elder's power. In an instant, Magellan's whole body was covered in venom, and 3 venomous dragons surged towards the second elder, who was preparing to pursue XuanYuan. You foolish idiot, you're nothing but the strongest in Impel Down. Just remember, this world is countless times larger than Impel Down. The second elder looked at Magellan with disdain when he dared to attack him. Without even seeing how the second elder swung his sword, a flash of white light appeared in his hand, and countless terrifying sword energies surrounded his body. The 3 poisonous dragons that Magellan unleashed were instantly shattered, scattering around. Raging foot shatter. At this moment, Panklon also jumped into the air, exerting all his strength to unleash a powerful cutting wave from behind the second elder. Oof. You obedient dog also dares to jump up against your master? Sensing Panklon's attack, the second elder didn't even turn his head. He simply countered with a reverse strike, sending an even more powerful cutting wave towards Panklon, directly shattering his attack and knocking him down to the ground. You must understand, you're just a dog. The most important thing for a dog is to be obedient. Only then can it be a useful dog. Otherwise, no matter how mad it bites, it will never become a wolf. Looking at the fallen Panklon, the second elder said coldly, "Damn, is this the true pinnacle of power in this world?" XuanYuan endured the pain in his chest, watching as the second elder completely defeated the 3 of them. A sense of powerlessness surged in the hearts of the 3. Damn, I didn't expect the gap to be this big. It seems I was too arrogant in the past, thinking I'd already reached the peak of strength in this world, vastly underestimating these old monsters. As he watched the second elder completely overpowering the 3 of them, XuanYuan felt utterly helpless at this moment. What's wrong? Have you lost confidence so quickly? Why have you become so cowardly now? Just as XuanYuan began to feel powerless and lose his fighting spirit, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Minghong. XuanYuan immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the Minghong Blade, which he had lost contact with for a long time. Now is not the time to be stunned. The game has just begun. Let me see how much this new generation peak brat can grow. While XuanYuan was distracted by his conversation with the Minghong Blade, the second elder's attack showed no signs of stopping. He casually waved his blade a few times, and instantly a tornado made of blade energy rushed towards XuanYuan, imbued with terrifying dominance. What? He can effortlessly unleash such a powerful move. Seeing the sudden appearance of the blade energy storm, XuanYuan snapped back to reality and prepared to dodge with all his might. Can you dodge it? You should know your current speed. Even with all your effort, you can't escape. So why run? The dissatisfied voice of the Minghong Blade echoed in XuanYuan's mind. You should be aware of the extent to which your strength has recovered. Even with all your effort, you can't withstand it. XuanYuan replied to the Minghong Blade in his heart while desperately trying to dodge. Since you can't dodge, why not try to resist? A glorious battle is far better than leaving behind the shame of fleeing. Do you lack even this bit of courage now? The Minghong Blade roared at the now somewhat cowardly XuanYuan. XuanYuan felt something within him being stirred. His body froze, and he unexpectedly stopped facing the second elder's blade energy tornado. XuanYuan, Lord XuanYuan, Magellan, and Panklon, who had been dodging to the sides, were stunned by this scene. Especially Magellan, who suddenly halted and with a forceful push of his legs, ran towards XuanYuan, intending to help him against the second elder's attack. Have you given up? How clever of you. Waiting to die is indeed easier, but I haven't finished playing yet. What a pity. The second elder saw XuanYuan stop and thought he had given up resistance, feigning a sigh as he spoke. A fleeting glimpse. However, XuanYuan did not stop to wait for death. Suddenly, his entire body burst forth with dazzling red light. Just as the second elder's blade energy tornado was about to hit him, he transformed into a streak of red light and charged at it. Whoa! I didn't expect the power that had been blocked for so long to suddenly open up to be this strong, maybe even 50% stronger than my past peak state. After the 2 powerful forces collided, the explosion generated a powerful shockwave that blew Magellan, who was rushing over back. However, XuanYuan emerged unscathed from the explosion, emanating faint wisps of heat. This is normal. Your meridians were completely blocked by that peculiar black substance for a while, preventing your strength from being transferred to your hands. Yet, you never stopped channeling your power into it every day, which is why you now have such formidable strength. The calm voice of the Minghong Blade resolved XuanYuan's confusion. XuanYuan nodded, understanding this principle in his heart. It's like a faucet. If you keep it running, even at full blast, it's nothing. But if you turn it off for a long time and then suddenly turn it back on to the max, the amount of water that bursts forth is unimaginable. By the way, after we re-established our connection, I forcibly drew out much of the latent power within you. You should now have the ability to fight this old man for a short time, but you can't sustain it for long. So you need to think of a solution quickly. If this drags on, you'll be gambling with your life. Even if you win, you might not have long to live. Just as XuanYuan was still delighted by the sudden increase in his power, the Minghong Blade suddenly brought up a question that left XuanYuan speechless. Haha, this new generation elite brat is indeed interesting. This trip was not in vain. The second elder did not give XuanYuan much time for emotional fluctuations. Seeing XuanYuan's sudden surge in power as he blocked his blade energy tornado, he smiled instead of getting angry and prepared to launch the next round of attacks. What kind of power is that? The excited second elder did not immediately attack XuanYuan, but instead tightened his grip on the original ghost cutter. A terrifying aura immediately radiated from him, increasing exponentially. Unlike the conqueror's haki of XuanYuan and the others, which directly knocked people unconscious and made them lose consciousness, the aura the second elder emitted was like a blade piercing the soul, instilling a palpable fear in everyone. It rendered them powerless to fight, but did not cause them to faint. It was a far more terrifying blow to a person's inner self. What is going on? Panklun trembled in response to the second elder, losing all courage to attack, and even the will or strength to flee. Simply standing before the second elder was perhaps already a breakthrough. Damn! At this moment, Magellan also quickly covered himself with a layer of venom, using the pain from the poison to overcome the oppressive fear and regain the ability to move. This sense of oppression, it's indeed quite formidable. XuanYuan forced a smile. Although his strength had suddenly surged, the fundamental power of his body had not changed, so the second elder's aura still exerted tremendous pressure on him. However, being mentally strong, he managed to resist this aura, albeit at a significant cost to his strength. I didn't expect it. The Minghong Blade seemed to be affected by the second elder's aura, repeatedly expressing some kind of astonishment. Minghong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? XuanYuan never overlooked the Minghong Blade's reactions. I don't even know what to say about you. You actually encountered such a monster in this world. The Minghong Blade said with a smile. What? A monster? Minghong, did you sense it wrong? This isn't our original world. How could there be monsters here? The one opposite is just a powerful person. XuanYuan explained the Minghong Blade's mistake seriously. How could I sense it wrong? You should know that I was created by the Yellow Emperor alongside the XuanYuan sword to deal with Qiyu before I came to this world. How could I not be familiar with demonic energy? Although the guy you're facing is completely in a different realm from Qiyu, he can still be considered a very powerful monster, or rather, the blade in his hand is a powerful monster. That terrifying demonic energy is almost emanating from that blade. The Minghong Blade said seriously to XuanYuan. That blade, right? The blade in the second elder's hand is the strongest demon blade in this world, the original ghost cutter, one of the 12 great blades of supreme joy. It seems our opponent is not just the second elder, but also that demon blade. XuanYuan recalled the information he had inadvertently come across in S6 and realized that the second elder's weapon was likely the original ghost cutter, which was now confirmed. Isn't this just perfect 2 against 2? Give me that knife, and I will definitely suppress him. As for that old man, I'll leave him to you. If you can't even deal with an old man, then I have nothing to say. Just go find a block of tofu to smash your head against. Minghong Dao said seriously, while starting to glow with a red light. With my brother and I together. How could I lose to you? XuanYuan was also inspired by Minghong Dao's words, and immediately his whole body shone with black and white lights, indicating that he was fully activating the power of his Panda Fruit ability. Interesting. To think that I could actually inspire fighting spirit in the face of such a challenge. Seeing XuanYuan's enhanced power, the second elder smiled happily. But only then do you qualify to die in my hands. So die. With a maniacal laugh, the second elder suddenly swung his arm, and a black crescent moon attacked XuanYuan as if it were tearing through space. XuanYuan. The black crescent moon was so fast that by the time Magellan regained his senses, it had already swallowed XuanYuan. After seeing XuanYuan being engulfed by the black crescent moon released by the second elder, Magellan finally snapped back to reality and frantically ran towards where the crescent moon had gone. Lord XuanYuan. Panklun was also stunned by the scene before him, momentarily forgetting the fear brought by the second elder, and flew towards XuanYuan. A fleeting shadow. just as Magellan and Panklun were madly rushing toward the black crescent moon. A cold voice rang out. The black crescent moon suddenly stopped moving and then shattered like glass, revealing a figure stepping out from inside. This is the first time I've activated both power enhancement and speed enhancement simultaneously. It wasn't as difficult as I imagined. XuanYuan stepped out wearing a black and white leather outfit, speaking, with the Minghong Dao in his hand glowing red, exuding a full fighting spirit. XuanYuan, Lord XuanYuan. Seeing XuanYuan come out and scathe, Magellan and Panklun both breathed a sigh of relief. What? This kid's strength has actually increased so much that he can withstand the combined attack of me and Huaxia. The second elder was also surprised that XuanYuan, whom he had previously easily defeated, had suddenly gained so much strength. However, he quickly regained his composure and tightened his grip on the original Huaxia, charging at XuanYuan. Good timing. Watching the second elder attack him, XuanYuan couldn't help but smile slightly, gripping Minghong Dao and silently saying, "Minghong, let's go." No problem. Minghong Dao replied excitedly, also glowing red as he flew out with XuanYuan. Boom! Two powerful forces collided, and the resulting shockwave forced Magellan and Panklun, who were far away, to brace themselves with all their might to avoid being blown away. Kid, what method did you use to increase your strength so much? The second elder looked at XuanYuan, who was blocking his Huaxia, unable to suppress his inner curiosity. This time he didn't hold back at all. Yet his confident, full-powered strike was still met with resistance from XuanYuan, which made him doubt whether the guy in front of him was still the XuanYuan he had previously dominated. What's wrong, old man? Feeling scared? You old geezers who only sit in high positions and point fingers at those below, you will never understand the changes in this world. XuanYuan looked disdainfully at the second elder. Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, XuanYuan was very aware of how strained he currently was. Although he had temporarily increased his strength, the shockwave from that last attack had almost made him unable to grip Minghong Dao. It was hard to imagine that such an old man, like the second elder, could possess such strength. Damn it, arrogant brat. I'll make you understand how vast this world is. Feeling belittled by someone younger than himself, the second elder felt he had received the greatest blow. What? Suddenly, black mist began to envelop the second elder's entire body, significantly increasing his power. He swung his knife fiercely, and although XuanYuan tried to block it with Minghong Dao, he was still knocked flying by that immense force. XuanYuan, be careful. That old guy is actually using the demon knife to enhance his demonic power. We must stop him, or we will really be in trouble. Minghong Dao reminded XuanYuan in his mind. I know, partner, let's go. At that moment, XuanYuan forcibly activated the strongest power he could currently use, gripping Minghong Dao and charging at the second elder. Poison Dragon. Storm Step. Seeing this, Magellan and Panklun, who had been unable to help from a distance, realized that the second elder was concentrating his strength and seized the opportunity to unleash their strongest moves. Good timing. Seeing Magellan and Panklun working together, XuanYuan smiled slightly, exerting force in his hand, and swung Minghong. Three powerful forces surged towards the second elder. Not good, XuanYuan. Run. Just as the three tremendous forces were about to hit the second elder and achieve victory, Minghong Dao's firm reminder echoed in XuanYuan's mind. Be swallowed. In that instant, the second elder also swung the original Huaxia, and the three attacks meant to strike him were actually engulfed by a black light. What was that? XuanYuan and the others looked at the second elder at that moment, unable to believe their eyes. The second elder no longer appeared frail. Instead, he had transformed into a robust middle-aged man. Especially, his usual small glasses were shattered in an instant, replaced by a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. Sharper than an eagle's. What kind of devil fruit ability is that to make an old man young again? Magellan couldn't believe his eyes. He could only attribute this miraculous transformation to that mysterious devil fruit ability. No, this isn't the ability of a devil fruit. This is the true form of the second elder, the face of the ruler of this world. Panklun looked at the second elder in shock, realizing from his expression that he had already given up on any thought of resistance. Panklun, it seems you have done well as my dog, understanding some things about your master. Well, being able to see me like this is your good fortune, so you can go die now. The second elder said to the three of them. What is going on? What kind of devil fruit ability does he have? XuanYuan looked at the second elder's transformation, shocked, suddenly feeling that his knowledge was so inadequate. That's not a devil fruit ability. He is absorbing demonic energy, transferring the demonic energy from the knife to himself to enhance his overall strength. He is no longer even human, although he still has a human appearance. He can be considered a demon now. Minghong Dao analyzed the situation seriously. All right, being able to die in my current form is also your good fortune. The second elder coldly looked at XuanYuan and the others, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of Pangclun. Ah, second elder. Pangclun was stunned to see the second elder suddenly appear before him, forgetting to attack or escape, his body unable to react, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? I have already enhanced all aspects of my power with Minghong, yet I still saw his movements. XuanYuan was in disbelief at the sudden disappearance of the second elder. I really didn't expect that such an obedient dog like you would actually turn around and bite your own master. It seems we need to pay attention to how we train obedient dogs in the future. The second elder sighed as he looked at Pangclun, and with a casual wave of his hand, a black light flashed. However, considering that you have done so much for us, I won't torture you. I'll give you a quick end. Pangclun only felt a chill enter his chest, and then he saw a blood-red scene before his consciousness became a bit hazy, his body feeling unusually heavy as he fell towards the ground. Pangclun. Although Pangclun had only recently joined his side, and he didn't fully trust him, the fact that Pangclun dared to stand with him against his former master, the second elder, made XuanYuan see that Pangclun was someone worth nurturing, not completely brainwashed by the world government. Seeing someone who chose to trust him and was killed for pursuing his dreams made XuanYuan furious. He forced himself to increase his power, and his leather outfit almost turned white, speed enhancement, like a white light rushing towards the second elder. XuanYuan, run. Even if you activate your latent power now, you won't be a match for this guy. Hurry and escape. This way, you, your big brother, and another person might have a chance to survive. Just as XuanYuan was attacking the second elder, Minghong Dao suddenly shouted at him, bringing him back to his senses. Hearing Minghong Dao's shout, XuanYuan immediately regained some clarity from his anger, realizing that continuing down this path was like a moth to a flame. However, he still didn't stop his attack. Instead, it was as if he had understood something, and his gaze became even more determined as he charged towards the second elder. You overestimate yourself. Watching XuanYuan swing his sword at him, the second elder's eyes were filled with disdain, just like the expression he had at the beginning of the battle. Or perhaps even more so. As XuanYuan rushed towards him, the second elder tightened his grip on the first-generation Huaxia and, at the same time, swung it out at an even faster speed, colliding with Minghong Dao with a force that seemed to tear through space. Power enhancement. The moment they made contact, XuanYuan felt the terrifying power of the second elder's strike. That immense strength, even through Minghong Dao, made XuanYuan feel as if his arms were about to break. Thankfully, it was Minghong Dao. Otherwise, even the Great Knife 21 would surely have shattered under such a collision. But XuanYuan did not yield to this overwhelming force. Instead, he gritted his teeth, immediately using the powers of the Devil Fruit to boost his arm's strength to the maximum, barely withstanding the second elder's blow without being directly sent flying. Interesting, seeing XuanYuan able to block his full strike, which was completely fused with the demon sword. The second elder smiled faintly, but was not overly surprised. He raised his knife again, and with even greater speed, he struck at XuanYuan once more. What? This sudden strike from the second elder completely exceeded XuanYuan's reaction time. Luckily, Minghong Dao was already in sync with XuanYuan's thoughts, instinctively guiding XuanYuan's hands to block this sudden blow. Although he managed to block it, the immense power still sent XuanYuan flying backward, and his chest felt as if it had been struck by a speeding train, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. XuanYuan. Seeing XuanYuan spit blood, Magellan was pushed to the brink of fury, roaring, "Giant of poison, judgment of hell. Is this the strongest form you can achieve with your devil fruit? Although it's very powerful, trying to defeat me is like an ant trying to stop a chariot." The second elder suddenly appeared behind Magellan, who had already transformed into a giant of poison. Sensing the second elder suddenly behind him, Magellan, now a giant of poison, had no time to be surprised and directly swung his enormous arm made of poison towards the second elder. Let me show you how powerless the ability of the devil fruit becomes once your strength reaches its peak. Facing Magellan's toxic punch, the second elder's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't evade or use the first-generation Huaxia to block. Instead, he tightened his fist and directly struck with a powerful punch against Magellan's fist. Magellan, who was originally confident in his strength, never expected that the second elder's punch would disperse all the poison covering his body. Not only that, but he was also sent flying backward by the terrifying force. even breaking his right hand in the process. Did you think being a poisoned person gave you the right to be so arrogant? Have you forgotten that as long as you elevate your armament haki to a certain level, you can completely resist the abilities of the devil fruit? The second elder said, looking at Magellan, who was gazing at him in shock, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret. Magellan, you were originally a good pawn, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. However, in consideration of your past merits, I will give you a quick end, just like I did with Panklun. Stormfoot, Storm Slash. Just as the second elder prepared to deliver the final blow to Magellan, XuanYuan in the distance enhanced his leg strength and rapidly kicked out several waves of Stormfoot, converging into a storm of slashing waves rushing towards the second elder. What? He actually has this kind of power. The second elder was slightly taken aback by XuanYuan's sudden attack. Big brother. In a moment the second elder was distracted, XuanYuan didn't hesitate and quickly ran to Magellan's side, carrying him on his back and starting to sprint towards the lifeboat at the rear of the warship. XuanYuan, are you all right? Magellan, being carried by XuanYuan, had no time to consider his injuries and instead asked XuanYuan first. Don't worry, big brother, I'm fine. However, we must run away this time. XuanYuan smiled helplessly at Magellan, although he said that his current condition was not much better than Magellan's. His earlier instinctive block against the second elder's blow had severely injured his hands, significantly reducing his strength. That's why he had chosen to use his legs to perform Stormfoot, Storm Slash, instead of using the power of Minghong Dao. In the brief seconds during their conversation, the second elder easily dispersed the storm of slashing waves that XuanYuan had kicked out and charged towards the two of them. Damn it, leg strength enhancement. Seeing the second elder pursuing them, XuanYuan felt a headache coming on. However, with Magellan on his back, it was impossible for him to win, so he had to maximize his leg speed, and his legs instantly turned white as he leaped into the air. Moonwalk's ultimate secret, instant. XuanYuan, carrying Magellan, jumped to the high altitude of the warship and immediately used the Navy's Six Styles technique that allowed movement in the air, moonwalk, to move quickly towards the speedboat of the impelled down personnel who had not yet run far at their command. Your fundamental skills are quite good, but can you escape? Seeing XuanYuan moving at high speed in the air, the second elder revealed a cold smile. He also exerted force with his feet and jumped into the air, chasing after XuanYuan at a speed that was over twice as fast, quickly closing in on him. XuanYuan, put me down quickly, otherwise we both won't escape. Seeing the second elder approaching them at an even faster speed, Magellan could no longer stay calm and began to struggle, wanting XuanYuan to let him go so he could escape on his own. Sigh, big brother, I'm sorry. Magellan struggled at first, but XuanYuan's speed immediately slowed down and the distance between him and the second elder quickly shrank again. At that moment, XuanYuan seemed to have made a significant decision, and his gaze suddenly became determined. Hee, it's okay. I'm willing to die to do something for you, big brother. Seeing the determined look in XuanYuan's eyes, Magellan thought he had decided to abandon him. He felt no anger, only relief and happiness. In his view, it was only natural to die for a brother, and if he could provide XuanYuan with a glimmer of hope, his death would be worth it. Big brother, Haki protects me. XuanYuan suddenly threw Magellan far away and shouted, All right, let's go. Hearing XuanYuan's words, Magellan thought XuanYuan intended to use him as a springboard to accelerate his moonwalk, so he immediately did not hesitate, covering himself with armed haki, ready for XuanYuan to step on him. Stormfoot, round break. However, XuanYuan did not go as Magellan imagined. Instead, he exerted force with his feet, kicking out a not too strong, not too weak slashing wave towards Magellan. What? Magellan completely did not understand why XuanYuan suddenly executed such a move. However, before he could ask, the slashing wave had already hit him. This slashing wave seemed somewhat superficial. It looked powerful, but its lethality wasn't strong. With his body covered in armed haki, Magellan hardly felt any pain, but he was still pushed away by the slashing wave towards the speedboat of the advancing city personnel. XuanYuan. At that moment, Magellan understood XuanYuan's intention, why he said sorry, why he wanted to protect him with haki. Everything was to allow him to escape while he blocked the second elder. Magellan wanted to go back, but unfortunately, his body had already lost control. Moreover, he was not skilled in the Navy's Six Styles moonwalk and definitely could not run into the air to help XuanYuan. He could only let out a helpless roar and allow the slashing wave to send him to the vicinity of the speedboat, waiting for the personnel of the advancing city to rescue him. I'm sorry, big brother. As brothers, we should share blessings and face difficulties together. XuanYuan looked at Magellan, who had been knocked away, and said lightly, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but more determination, using this method to let Magellan escape. But would it be effective? Just as XuanYuan kicked Magellan away, the second elder also caught up. Seeing XuanYuan's actions, he was filled with disdain. Whether it's useful or not, it's not for you to decide. XuanYuan exerted force under his feet, jumping high into the air, preparing to dive down to attack the second elder from above. Is it useful? The second elder looked at XuanYuan diving down from the sky with a face full of disdain. He merely shook his feet slightly and surprisingly stabilized his body in midair, as if standing on flat ground. Do you think you can defeat me by using the terrain to your advantage? But I forgot to tell you, there is no distinction of territory in front of me. Damn, what level of mastery in the Navy's 6 styles is needed to achieve this? This guy is indeed an old monster. XuanYuan was also surprised to see the second elder standing in midair. He knew that if one practiced the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk to the extreme and improved upon it, they could stand in the air for a short time. He could barely manage that, but to do it as effortlessly as the second elder did, he knew he was far from it. Such a display completely ignored the influence of the terrain. What's wrong? Are you scared by the power displayed by the opponent? Then hurry up and run away. Maybe you still have a chance. The voice of the Minghong Blade echoed in XuanYuan's mind. What if I escape and live? Wouldn't that make me a coward for life? What qualifications do I have as a Chinese person? What qualifications do I have to fight alongside you? XuanYuan said seriously as he reached the highest point. But if you do this, you will die. I don't want to lose you. At this moment, the Minghong Blade was also very conflicted and finally voiced its answer. I would rather be a hero for 1 second than a coward for a lifetime. XuanYuan exerted force with his feet, kicking off towards the second elder below at high speed. Good partner, let's fight side by side. This may be our last battle. Okay. The Minghong Blade, tightly held by XuanYuan, also felt his current emotions and replied seriously, radiating a dazzling red light. Suddenly, XuanYuan was enveloped in this red light, like a hawk swooping down towards the second elder. Come on. Seeing XuanYuan unleash his strongest move, the second elder showed no fear, but rather a smile. Immediately, an astonishing black aura emanated from him, and the initial generation of Huaxia began to release a black light that seemed capable of devouring everything. The second elder transformed into a grim reaper wielding a scythe, easily reaping anyone's life. The fiery eagle's claws collided with the terrifying grim reaper's scythe at that moment. Roar! At first, the scythe formed of black aura and the flame-like claws were evenly matched, with both sides using their strongest powers to clash. But after just a moment of contact, it became apparent that the eagle's power had weakened considerably, while the grim reaper, made of black aura, grew even stronger. XuanYuan's strike relied on the momentum from diving down from above to attempt to defeat the second elder in one blow, putting all his strength into that one strike. It could be said that he succeeded or failed with this one move. However, the second elder, as a legendary old monster, faced such a terrifying blow and still managed to block it. It could be said that XuanYuan had already lost. As expected, after the scythe formed of black aura blocked the eagle's claws, the flames on the eagle diminished significantly. With another exertion of strength, the Grim Reaper's scythe passed through the eagle, extinguishing the flames on it, causing the eagle's form to disappear. XuanYuan then coughed up a mouthful of blood from his chest and fell into the sea as if lifeless. So this is the feeling of death. Falling into the sea, XuanYuan felt as if all his strength had drained away, and the surrounding seawater became increasingly cold, colder than Qingji's freezing power. Even if Qingji froze him, he could still use his internal power to resist and break free. But now, his body had no strength left, and he could only let the cold seep into him, the icy pain emanating from his bones. How do you feel about your actions now? The voice of the Minghong Blade echoed in XuanYuan's mind again, devoid of any emotion. I don't. XuanYuan was about to firmly answer the Minghong Blade's question, but his disobedient body opened its mouth, seawater pouring directly in. He wanted to spit it out, but couldn't. XuanYuan could only muster his last bit of strength to tightly close his mouth. But quite a bit of seawater had already entered his trachea. The suffocating sensation struck at his last thread of consciousness, making him feel how close death truly was. How about it? The feeling of death isn't pleasant, is it? The Minghong Blade suddenly released some red light, pushing the surrounding seawater away and creating a relatively stable space for XuanYuan to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he broke free from the enveloping seawater, XuanYuan began to cough violently in the space created by the Minghong Blade, expelling the seawater he had swallowed, but along with it came a large amount of blood. Quick, treat your chest wound. If this goes on, you will die. Looking at the blood that kept pouring out as he coughed, XuanYuan had a large amount of blood spilling out. The wound that had been cut into his chest by the second elder was now also bleeding profusely. Minghong Dao quickly called out to him, wanting to heal XuanYuan, but he needed to control the surrounding seawater to create a breathing space for XuanYuan, and also to extract the air from the seawater so XuanYuan could breathe. He was already stretched thin. Damn it! XuanYuan gritted his teeth and took out a bag of black medicinal powder from his belongings, applying it directly to the wound on his chest without a second thought. Ugh! As he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on XuanYuan's forehead, and the pained expression on his face would frighten any ordinary person. However, despite the pain, it must be said that the medicinal powder XuanYuan took out was quite effective. The wound, which had previously been deep enough to see the bone, was surprisingly stopping the bleeding immediately and began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. After applying the medicinal powder, XuanYuan let out a long sigh, knowing that he had saved his life. Although he was in the world of the Pirate King and had walked the path of the Revolutionary Army, risking his life for many years, this moment was definitely the closest he had been to death. He could almost feel heaven beckoning him, assuming there really was a heaven. Your life is indeed tough. You can survive this, and that medicinal powder is truly a treasure. Its healing effect is not far off from my full treatment. Seeing that XuanYuan was no longer in grave danger, Minghong Dao breathed a sigh of relief and started to tease XuanYuan. Yes, that was developed using the entire strength of the Huaxia Empire by Noah and the others. But the quantity is very limited. I only brought this little bit with me, and I've already used it up, XuanYuan said blandly. Then with difficulty stood up, gripping Minghong Dao tightly and preparing to charge out of the water once more. What are you doing? That old monster hasn't gone far. If you go out now, you'll definitely die if he spots you. Minghong Dao shouted as he watched XuanYuan's movements. It's precisely because he hasn't gone far that I must go out. Otherwise, he will definitely catch up to Brother Magellan, and everything I've done will be in vain. I must get him off, and even if I have to escape, I must wait until Brother Magellan is completely safe before I start to flee. XuanYuan said lightly, and from his voice, it was clear that he was already at the end of his strength. Yet even so, his tone remained firm, leaving no room for negotiation. You brat. Minghong Dao wanted to scold XuanYuan, but didn't know where to start. What XuanYuan was doing at this moment was exactly what he believed XuanYuan should do. It was his consistent principle. However, deep down, he didn't want to lose XuanYuan, not just because he was his master and partner, but because XuanYuan was the only person in this world who understood him, and he was his only family. For XuanYuan, he could give up the principles he had held on to for so long. Are you sure? This is the path you want to take, even if it leads to death. It doesn't matter. You've already tasted the feeling of death, and it is very painful. Are you certain you want to regret it? Minghong Dao asked XuanYuan seriously as he was about to break the surface of the water. Minghong, do you think it's meaningful to ask these questions now? The path I've decided on will absolutely not change. XuanYuan replied blandly to Minghong Dao as his body quickly rushed toward the surface of the sea. All right, since that's the case. After receiving XuanYuan's affirmative answer, Minghong Dao seemed to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, he released a dazzling red light, very red, so red that it seemed to be blackened. As soon as the red light appeared, it engulfed XuanYuan, who was rushing toward the surface. What is that? In the air above the sea, the second elder, who had just knocked XuanYuan down and was about to chase Magellan, also saw that dazzling red light, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He forgot about chasing Magellan and rushed toward the place where the red light was flashing. What's going on? Minghong, why have you brought me into your space again? As soon as Minghong Dao released that dazzling red light, XuanYuan felt his body tremble, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. XuanYuan, I asked you one last time, do you really want to choose that path? Even though you have tasted the flavor of death, you will not back down. In this special space, Minghong Dao transformed back into human form, becoming a handsome young man, and looked at XuanYuan seriously. Minghong, don't you know me yet? I am the person who understands you best in this world, and you should be the one who understands me the most. Do you really not trust my answer? XuanYuan said lightly as he looked at Minghong Dao. All right, Minghong, let me out quickly. Otherwise, it will really be too late to stop the second elder. Don't worry, XuanYuan. Don't forget that in this space, time is almost frozen compared to the outside world. What we do here will not affect the outside for a short time. Minghong Dao said to XuanYuan lightly. That's a relief, but Minghong, this is not the time for us to chat. We need to stop the second elder. After we handle this, We can have a good talk alone. It must be a big burden for you to bring me into this space. XuanYuan said seriously to Minghong Dao. XuanYuan, do you think we will have a future? Do you think you can survive if you rush to stop the second elder now? Minghong Dao looked at XuanYuan with a bitter smile, not knowing whether he was laughing at XuanYuan or himself. Minghong, looking at Minghong Dao like this, XuanYuan for a moment didn't know what to say. Just as Minghong Dao said, going to stop the second elder this time was a life and death situation, and he had no confidence at all that he could survive. He would consider it great if he could delay the second elder for a while. All right, I won't waste time with you anymore. Let's get down to business. Since you have decided to take this path, I will support you. As your brother, I will help you one more time. Minghong Dao said to XuanYuan seriously. Minghong, what do you mean? XuanYuan looked at Minghong Dao in confusion, completely not understanding why he would say that. But before he could wait for an answer, the scenery around him changed abruptly. He was no longer in a pitch-black space. He suddenly found himself in a sea of fire, and Minghong Dao, who had been standing in front of him, had also disappeared. Ugh! Before XuanYuan could regain his senses, the flames at his feet rushed toward him, and the scorching sensation made XuanYuan feel as if the Grim Reaper, who had just separated from him, was beckoning him again. Minghong, what the hell is going on? He immediately wrapped his whole body in armed color hockey and used his devil fruit abilities to resist the suddenly appearing flames. However, the power of the flames was actually stronger than Akainu's magma, and XuanYuan felt that even if he exerted all his strength, he might not be able to last for 5 minutes. XuanYuan, this space is formed by all the power within you. When you can break through here, although you won't reach the level of Chi-Yu, you will definitely have the ability to fight against that monster called the Second Elder. Minghong Dao's voice echoed in the sea of fire. But, ugh, even with all my strength, I can't possibly defeat flames of this level. XuanYuan moved his body quickly, but there were too many flames attacking him, making it impossible to dodge all of them. He could only evade the stronger flames while dispersing those he couldn't avoid with hockey. XuanYuan, why don't you use all your strength? If you exert all your strength and still have a glimmer of upgrade, you might still be able to break through. The sound of the Minghong Blade rang coldly once again. Minghong, have exhausted all my strength. Don't you understand how much I can do? XuanYuan, while desperately resisting the flames, answered the Minghong Blade with difficulty. No, XuanYuan, you haven't used all your strength. Don't forget you haven't used me. You haven't fought alongside me. The Minghong Blade replied seriously. Minghong, what do you mean? XuanYuan felt that some of the words from the Minghong Blade were somewhat perplexing. He had already manifested, and now, without a physical form, how could he fight alongside him? XuanYuan, you'll have to comprehend this yourself. By the way, XuanYuan, you don't have much time left. I can only maintain this space for less than 5 minutes. If you can't figure out how to break through and leave here in 5 minutes, this space will shatter completely, and both you and I as partners will vanish. The Minghong Blade earnestly reminded him, then fell silent. Minghong. Not understanding why the Minghong Blade said this, XuanYuan had a series of questions he wanted to ask, but there was no response. Fight side by side, Minghong. What do you really mean by that? XuanYuan wanted to calm down and grasp the inner meaning of the Minghong Blade's words. But the flames attacking from all directions gave him no chance. Gale Step Storm Slash. With no time to think too much, XuanYuan quickly spun his body, kicking out a storm formed by the slashing wave to surround himself, blocking the flames from all sides. However, the surrounding flames were far too strong. Even the slashing storm kicked out by XuanYuan only temporarily obstructed them, and soon it would be engulfed by the flames. Damn it, the slashing waves kicked out by my feet are indeed not as powerful as the ones released together with Minghong. At this rate, that's right. Watching his ultimate move about to be destroyed by the flames, XuanYuan secretly complained, when suddenly a flash of light crossed his mind, and he grasped an important piece of information, a confident smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. What's going on? Could it be my illusion? The second elder arrived at the spot above the sea where the red light had appeared earlier, but found nothing. Even extending his observation hockey into the sea, he couldn't detect XuanYuan's presence. Logically speaking, in this situation, XuanYuan had undoubtedly died and his body sunk to the sea. Sigh, looks like I'm being overly sensitive. I've wasted quite a bit of time. I wonder if I can catch up with that Magellan guy. After confirming the result, the second elder no longer hesitated and turned to chase after the already distant Magellan and his group with all his might. One slash of Minghong. Just as the second elder was about to turn around, a red light suddenly burst forth from the sea, rushing towards him. Caught completely off guard, the second elder was hit squarely by this sudden red light. What? Although he was caught off guard by the sudden attack, the second elder was no pushover. In midair, he forcibly turned around and managed to stop his body from being knocked away. Haha, truly impressive, second elder, to have successfully ambushed you without causing any harm. I must say you old monsters ruling over a decaying government are quite formidable. XuanYuan emerged from the red light that struck the second elder, holding the Minghong Blade. Although he had only been absent for a moment, XuanYuan's gaze was incredibly resolute now, and all his injuries had healed. He was wearing a black and white leather outfit that reflected light, looking in peak condition. Monkey D, XuanYuan, you actually didn't die. The second elder looked at XuanYuan, who was hovering in midair, his eyes filled with shock. The fact that XuanYuan stood there with an air of leisure not inferior to his own proved that at this moment, he was not only at full strength, but also much stronger than ever before. Haha, I must thank you, second elder, for your gift. If it weren't for that death blow, I wouldn't have had such a breakthrough, XuanYuan said lightly, as if he had merely been an observer during the previous life and death crisis. So it was a breakthrough. I must say, you are indeed impressive, managing to break through in such a situation. However, you haven't become much stronger. If you had seized that earlier opportunity to defeat me in one go, you would have had all chances, but now you can no longer hit me. The second elder looked at the confident XuanYuan with disdain. Really? XuanYuan smiled coldly, exerting force under his feet, his figure trembling as he appeared in front of the second elder, slashing at him with the blade. The second elder's reaction was also extremely quick. Although surprised by XuanYuan's sudden attack, he quickly responded, drawing out the original Go Slash and placing it in front of his chest to block. With a clang, both XuanYuan and the second elder were pushed back several steps by the powerful force. Ha, second elder, how about that? You were just talking big, and I've hit you again with this slash. XuanYuan looked at the second elder with a calm expression. The fear he once had towards the second elder seemed like a thing of the past. Damn it, you little brat. Seeing himself so casually looked down upon by XuanYuan, the second elder couldn't help but be furious, his entire body surging with power once again, releasing black mist towards XuanYuan. Don't be so angry. Is your loud shouting to cover up your weakness? XuanYuan looked at the second elder with a calm face. What? You little brat. Do you think that just because you've become a bit stronger, you can be so arrogant? I'll let you know what it means to be outclassed. You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. The second elder shouted angrily at XuanYuan, and the black mist around him once again formed a grim reaper wielding a scythe, slashing at XuanYuan. I'm not being arrogant, just stating the truth. Someone like you, who blindly pursues power and loses sight of oneself, is definitely not a match for me and Minghong. XuanYuan looked at the attacking second elder without a trace of panic in his eyes. Suddenly, XuanYuan, glowing with red light, transformed into a firebird, charging towards the Grim Reaper. You still don't understand, do you? In front of the Grim Reaper, no matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. The second elder shouted angrily at XuanYuan's reaction, facing the second elder's words. XuanYuan made no explanation, but directly let the firebird collide with the Grim Reaper's scythe once again. Roar! The firebird was struck by the Grim Reaper's scythe, and like last time, the flames on its body immediately extinguished considerably. It seemed the second elder was right. A small bird could not escape the fate of the Grim Reaper. Haha, how about that, kid? I told you a little bird like you absolutely cannot contend with the Grim Reaper, just like you can't contend with me. How can garbage stand against greatness? The second elder laughed triumphantly as the flames on the firebird were about to extinguish. You'll find out soon enough whether it works or not. As XuanYuan's words fell, the firebird, which had been struck and was about to extinguish, suddenly flapped its wings, bursting forth with dazzling light. Its power so strong that it directly shattered the scythe formed by the black mist. Roar! The firebird, reborn from the ashes, no, it should be called a phoenix reborn from the flames, pierced directly through the second elder's Grim Reaper body. This, impossible. The death god, pierced by the phoenix, shattered and fell like broken glass, while the second elder returned to his ordinary state, becoming a frail old man, falling toward the ocean. However, he still endured his injuries and leaped into the air again to avoid falling into the sea, but the strongest demon sword in his hand. The original Kichiku, one of the supreme great blades, shattered just like the broken death god. The phoenix is an immortal bird. Its strength comes from its ability to survive in adversity, gaining even greater power. However, the concept of rebirth through nirvana is something that you old men, who have completely fallen, cannot understand. At this moment, XuanYuan also dissipated the illusion of the fiery phoenix and said to the second elder calmly, Monkey D, XuanYuan. The second elder, seeing XuanYuan shatter the strongest demon sword in his hand, was at a loss for what to do. Coming back to his senses, he quickly turned and fled into the distance. No need to rush. Without the demon sword, I have no need to kill you. XuanYuan used his foot to push off the ground, placing himself in front of the second elder to block his path. At this moment, the second elder was completely terrified by XuanYuan's presence. Seeing him suddenly appear in front of him, he stumbled and looked like he was about to fall into the sea. Fortunately, at the last moment, XuanYuan pulled him back, preventing this tragedy. Go back and tell those other 4 old men that this world cannot be controlled by just you 5 decrepit old men and a decayed government. If you know what's good for you, I might consider not killing you. After pulling the second elder up, XuanYuan did not pursue him further, but said to him indifferently. The second elder, having lost the original Kichiku, was like a tiger without claws and fangs, reduced to a little cat. Seeing that XuanYuan did not kill him, he did not dare to say anything more and quickly turned to escape at his fastest speed. However, without demon power, he could not run very fast. XuanYuan merely shook his head lightly upon seeing this. Huff! Just returning to the warship, XuanYuan felt completely drained, unable to stand any longer, collapsing onto the deck and gasping for air, as if only this could prove that he was still alive. Indeed, this kind of battle is still too much for you. Although your body can fully accept my power, it cannot bear it. Minghong Dao said to the collapsed XuanYuan. Yes, I didn't expect that just giving my body to you would exhaust my strength to this extent. I really don't know how long it will take to fight alongside you. XuanYuan, having caught his breath, said with a wry smile. At this moment, he could only lie there and talk, lacking the strength to stand. We are fighting side by side now, XuanYuan. We are partners, brothers. The power we unleash together is our power, not just the strength of one. Don't you remember that it was this understanding that allowed you to break through my space? Minghong Dao said seriously. Yes, but I also need to quickly improve my strength. Otherwise, even if we work together, my body cannot withstand this load for too long. If this continues, we want to be able to defeat those monsters. If it weren't for our luck today in destroying that demon sword, we would have likely lost. XuanYuan recalled the terrifying second elder and involuntarily gasped. Indeed, winning against that monster today had an element of luck. According to your original statement, that guy is just one of the 5 old monsters. So, your future battles will be even more difficult. Therefore, XuanYuan, you must work hard. They now know how terrifying you are. It won't be as easy to deal with you as before. Minghong Dao calmly analyzed the situation for XuanYuan. Exactly. I must quickly get used to the consumption of fighting together. XuanYuan nodded seriously, trying to force himself to stand up from the deck. All right, there's no need to push yourself so hard. You are already completely exhausted. The fact that you haven't fainted yet is due to your strong willpower supporting you. Don't be too hard on yourself. Take a good rest when you need to. Only then can your body get the best training and recover as quickly as possible to accept upcoming training. Minghong Dao said to XuanYuan, who was trying to force himself to get up. But we still need to. Don't worry. Controlling the warship and keeping watch will be left to me. Do you think I can't handle such a small matter? Minghong Dao knew what XuanYuan was worried about and spoke for him. Well, then brother, I'll trouble you. Knowing Minghong Dao's abilities, XuanYuan did not say much. As soon as he relaxed, he felt his eyelids getting heavy and could no longer hold on, falling into a deep sleep. XuanYuan, XuanYuan. When XuanYuan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by a large group of familiar figures, including Noah, Raylo, Ryan, Instructor Eddie, and Tarslan. Great, XuanYuan is awake. Yes, awake. Tarslan was the first to notice XuanYuan waking up and joyfully exclaimed, prompting everyone to gather around. Why are you all here? Am I? You sleep too much. You actually slept for 3 whole days. But fortunately, your body didn't sustain any serious injuries. That is quite lucky. Before XuanYuan could ask, Noah answered for him. 3 days? I didn't expect it would take so long to fully recover after exhausting myself. XuanYuan hadn't thought he would faint for such a long time, slightly moving his hands. Fortunately, he had recovered in all aspects, and his condition had returned to peak. XuanYuan, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing XuanYuan talking to himself, Tarslan asked with concern. Don't worry, I was just checking my body. I feel fine. I'm already in the best condition. XuanYuan smiled slightly at Tarslan, noticing her slightly darkened eye sockets, definitely having worried about him and kept vigil for several nights. XuanYuan was deeply moved by everything Tarslan had done for him. By the way, am I now at the base in the EC? How did I get back? And where are the others? Why can't I sense their presence? gently pulling Tarslan into his embrace. XuanYuan did not forget to use his observation hockey to observe the surroundings, but the result puzzled him. Having a beauty in your arms, and still having the mood to care about other matters, XuanYuan, it seems I need to re-evaluate you. Noah, not letting go of any opportunity to tease XuanYuan, said mischievously. Exactly, XuanYuan. You haven't seen Tarslan for so many years. Should you take some time to enjoy each other as company? Raylo chimed in at the right moment. Eddie and Ryan exchanged amused glances, but remained silent. Faced with the teasing from everyone, Tarslan's face immediately turned red. Originally somewhat shy, she didn't know what to say at that moment, and could only bury her head completely in XuanYuan's embrace. Stop joking around, you guys. Noah, is something wrong? XuanYuan looked at Noah seriously and asked. Seeing XuanYuan's serious expression, Noah put away his playful attitude and said earnestly, some things have happened. This world has entered a new era. What do you mean? It turned out that after XuanYuan finished fighting the Second Elder, he fainted on the warship, and it was Minghong Dao who controlled the warship to safely return to the EC. Before this, the injured Magellan, who was kicked by XuanYuan onto a small boat heading to Advanced City, arrived in the Eastern Seas Huaxia Empire under the escort of his subordinates, and informed Noah and the others, who were already anxious. After learning the news, Noah and his companions could no longer stay idle and immediately set off to search for XuanYuan's whereabouts. Just as they boarded the fastest warship heading towards the Grand Line, a warship sailed into the port of the Eastern Sea, and there was only one person on board, XuanYuan, who had thrown them into disarray. Noah and the others quickly conducted a thorough examination of XuanYuan and discovered that he was merely in a deep sleep, not injured, but exhausted and in the process of recovering. They finally relaxed, placed XuanYuan in his room, and everyone kept watch around him, no longer in a mood to do anything else. However, many things in this world do not go as one wishes. Just as everyone was guarding XuanYuan, the entire world underwent a massive upheaval. It turned out that after XuanYuan fought with the Second Elder, the defeated and injured Second Elder returned, shocking the other 4 elders of the 5 old stars. They believed they represented the strongest power in the world, and now they were injured by a 20-year-old kid, who also destroyed the strongest demon sword, Shodai Kitetsu, one of the strongest combat powers in the world. If the Second Elder had not personally returned to tell them, they would never have believed it. However, when the injured Second Elder appeared before them, they had no choice but to believe it. Since everything had already happened, they no longer had the mind to consider why it had all occurred. The most important thing before them was not to understand why XuanYuan had become so powerful, why he had defeated the Second Elder and destroyed Shodai Kitetsu, but rather to comprehend XuanYuan's next intentions. To them, XuanYuan was akin to the Revolutionary Army leader, Monkey D, Dragon, an existence even more troublesome than Dragon. Although Dragon, like XuanYuan, threatened their regime, their understanding of Dragon allowed them to anticipate his actions, whether he would recklessly engage them in a frontal battle or completely overthrow the regime to rescue the seemingly worthless citizens. It was clear that Dragon chose the latter, so they could still engage in a protracted battle against him. However, the sudden emergence of XuanYuan left them perplexed. According to the Second Elder, all past information about XuanYuan was false and did not reveal any substantial issues. The variables surrounding XuanYuan were too great. Who knew whether he would spare no effort to lead all his elite forces to directly attack them? While they were confident that XuanYuan would certainly fail in such an endeavor, the incident with the Second Elder led them to doubt themselves, even questioning their past strategies. An unprecedented sense of panic enveloped each of them. Monkey D, XuanYuan must die. At all costs, they must destroy their so-called Huaxia Empire. After serious discussions, the 5 old stars unanimously reached this conclusion. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. It was now the 5 old stars' turn to face misfortune. Just as they were gathering forces to deliver a devastating blow to the Huaxia Empire, someone leaked the news of the Second Elder's defeat by XuanYuan. This news undoubtedly had the effect of a powerful bomb dropping into a tranquil lake. When the various factions around the world learned that the Second Elder of the 5 old stars had been defeated by the newly risen Monkey D, XuanYuan, they began their respective actions. In the New World, the major pirate factions led by the 4 emperors began to act wildly, robbing and tormenting the local populace while expanding their territories. Not only pirates, but also mountain bandits and various evil forces went mad at this moment. Previously timid, they now dared to attack the world government's forces. What worried the world government, or rather the citizens, even more, was that many individuals on the edge of falling into chaos also joined their ranks. Furthermore, these crazed individuals not only began to actively attack the world government's territories, but also started to harass the Huaxia Empire and the Revolutionary Army's influence along the Grand Line. It was unclear whether they understood their positions. In any case, they were indiscriminately attacking to expand their power, blurring the lines of allegiance. The entire world could be said to be in utter chaos. Under Dragon's command, the Revolutionary Army quickly dealt with the intruders with ease. Dragon also realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and led his subordinates to liberate the oppressed people, seizing the chance to overthrow the world government. He had already sent someone to the Huaxia Empire to notify XuanYuan not to miss this opportunity. XuanYuan, still in a coma at the time, left everything to Noah, who also had a broad perspective. Although he wanted to stay by XuanYuan's side and watch him wake up, he understood that as long as XuanYuan rested for a while, he would be fine. So he immediately contacted Ironbone after seeking his opinion and began arranging countermeasures for the Huaxia Empire. Due to the numerous hidden forces within the Huaxia Empire, even with the protection of the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, including Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, and the legendary Gold Lion, they were still overwhelmed. Consequently, he had to deploy all the forces that were originally guarding the Eastern Sea. After all, with Rayleigh, Ryan, and instructor Eddie present, temporary self-defense was definitely not an issue. Moreover, he also needed to stay behind to oversee the situation, and the distribution of elite forces around the world required their support. Thus, Noah had to nearly deplete their manpower, which was also the reason XuanYuan was unable to sense everyone's presence upon waking up. If it weren't for Rayleigh and the others being completely unfamiliar with the Huaxia Empire, Noah might have even considered relocating them. After hearing Noah briefly recount the events of his 3 days in a coma, XuanYuan was deeply shocked. Although he had long suspected that his actions would certainly impact the situation, he never expected the effect to be so significant, nearly altering the entire world's landscape. By the way, where is my brother Magellan? Didn't he return before me? What's his condition now? Just as XuanYuan pondered how his battle with the Second Elder could lead to such a significant change, he suddenly remembered Magellan, who had returned first, and immediately inquired with concern. Rest assured, Brother Magellan is fine. Originally, he was seriously injured and was supposed to accompany us to the Grand Line to find you. We couldn't hold him back, so we brought him along, and upon seeing that you were safe, he could finally rest and heal. However, the events of these past few days have made him restless. Fortunately, his injuries are nearly healed, so we let him return to the Grand Line to assist Lord Ironbone. Eddie, who had been silent, finally spoke up to explain. That's good. Hearing that Magellan is fine, XuanYuan nodded in relief. By the way, Noah, what exactly is the current situation in the world? It's still full of strife. It could be summed up in one word, chaos. Noah said, by the way, XuanYuan, what do you think we should do now? Should we seize this opportunity to completely crush the world government? No, since it's so chaotic now, it's not easy to take advantage of the situation before we've arranged everything. Let us observe from the sidelines and wait a bit longer. XuanYuan seemed to have thought of something, revealing a mischievous smile. Seeing this expression on XuanYuan's face, Noah also nodded as if he understood, leaving the people around them looking bewildered. The world situation was just as XuanYuan had anticipated. Both the first half and the second half, New World, of the Grand Line had turned into chaos, with various forces infiltrating and a multitude of strong fighters engaged in battle. In contrast, XuanYuan instructed Noah to withdraw or conceal all the battle power of his Huaxia Empire from the Grand Line, focusing on clearing out the remaining forces in the 4 seas and taking this opportunity to allow his own faction to recuperate well. The chaotic battle lasted for 2 full months before gradually calming down, and the results were indeed as XuanYuan had predicted. Some forces had expanded their territories, while others had lost land, but overall, their available battle power had been more or less damaged, suffering significant losses. Even Whitebeard and Red-Haired Shanks, who could not leave the New World due to being one of the 4 emperors, saw their fleet sustain some damage due to the chaos. And this was after they heeded XuanYuan's advice not to directly participate in the battle. This chaotic battle could be described as darkening the skies, with various peak powers participating. The most noteworthy conflict was the direct clash between the world government and the Revolutionary Army, with the most intense battle being between the 4th Elder of the 5 Elder Stars and the Revolutionary Army leader, Monkey D. Dragon. Their fight nearly destroyed the small island where the battle took place. No one expected the usually refined 4th Elder to be a super expert in physical combat, having mastered the Navy's 6 styles to an extraordinary level and evolving each technique into its highest form, which could almost be called the 12 styles of physical combat. The power of Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon was equally terrifying. It was unclear what devil fruit he had consumed, but immediately, fierce winds and lightning appeared on the island, with even the seawater being controlled to attack the fourth elder. The two fought for an entire day, and ultimately, Dragon managed to narrowly win. However, just as Dragon was about to kill the fourth elder to eliminate any future threats, the third elder and the fifth elder from the five elder stars arrived by warship. Seeing that the fourth elder no longer posed a threat, Dragon chose not to linger in battle and left on a speedboat. This battle significantly diminished the prestige of the world government, leading the world to believe that the seemingly godlike five elder stars were not invincible. The rising supernova, Monkey D. XuanYuan had defeated one, and now the Revolutionary Army leader, Monkey D. Dragon had defeated another. It seemed those old guys were merely a hollow name, and various restless forces began to attack the world government frantically with this mindset. Although the world government had many hidden powers, there were too many unstable forces that needed to be suppressed, and their territories were too vast, making them overwhelmed. The world government suffered repeated defeats during the chaos, especially with two of the five elder stars, who symbolized the highest authority, now having been defeated and losing their combat capabilities. This led many within the world government to doubt its effectiveness, and several elite fighters even left to develop their own factions. Faced with this series of setbacks, the five elder stars, after serious discussions, decided to no longer hold on to so many territories. Their repeated losses were due to having too broad a territory while lacking elite fighters, making them the prime targets for various restless forces. In contrast, XuanYuan's Huaxia Empire did not participate in the chaotic battles of the Grand Line. Although they lost the opportunity to expand their territory, they preserved their strength well, waiting for everyone else to be weakened before joining the fray to gain the maximum benefit. Realizing this, the five elder stars decided to shrink their territorial range, ceding a significant amount of land to the restless forces, and biding their time until they could rebuild their strength and then strike back at all evil forces in one go. However, things did not go as smoothly as the five elder stars had imagined. They ceded a lot of territory to the unstable forces in the chaos. But those restless factions were not satisfied. They believed that the world government was indeed vulnerable, that the five elder stars were afraid, and that they should seize the opportunity to strike while they were down. As a result, both the fortunate and unfortunate unstable forces began a new wave of attacks against the world government. Internally, the world government was also extremely angry due to the five elder stars' concessions. Most of them could not understand why the five elder stars chose to retreat. And with too many external rumors, they began to believe that the world government was becoming increasingly corrupt and incompetent, with the five elder stars falling into decline. Only knowing how to concede to evil forces, morale started to wane, combat power continuously decreased, and many individuals began to leave the world government. This made the originally retreating world government not only fail to achieve the expected good results, but also suffer even more severe losses from the unstable forces, losing a considerable amount of territory. After numerous strategic adjustments by the five elder stars, the world government finally united to defend their last territories, reaching a stalemate with other forces. However, by this time, their territorial range was less than 1/5 of what it had been. After a long period of chaos, various forces finally delineated their own territories. Weak forces either grew stronger to dominate a region or were swallowed by stronger forces, becoming part of their combat power. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times, and this could not be more accurate. When the world government still ruled this world, there were quite a few formidable pirates and revolutionaries, but the ones who shone brightly were the four emperors of the New World, the seven warlords of the sea, and the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, along with the most dazzling supernova, the leader of the Huaxia Empire, Monkey D. XuanYuan, and Noah, these extraordinary individuals. However, the sudden onset of chaos allowed many previously unknown newcomers to rise to prominence. Notably, Luffy, who was originally sent by XuanYuan for training, actually completed his training and, with XuanYuan's tacit approval, charged into the Grand Line with his companions, making quite a name for himself. However, Luffy's personality remained the same as before. He wandered solely for his dreams and did not establish any power. So he was now referred to as a super problematic newcomer. It's about time. We should be ready to set off, Noah said to XuanYuan, who was standing at the east seaport, staring at the sea in a daze. Yes, it's time. It's been a long time since I used this power. My body is getting rusty. XuanYuan smiled slightly, touching the Minghong knife on his back, which responded with a low hum, echoing his desire to fight. Hee hee, brothers, are you ready? I've been waiting impatiently. I'm just waiting for your command. All right, let us set off and create our new era. XuanYuan drew the Minghong knife, fully ignited with battle intent. Introduction: an ordinary person, XuanYuan, crosses from the Huaxia continent to the world of One Piece. From now on, he will no longer be ordinary. After eating a special devil fruit, the Panda Fruit, he surprisingly becomes immune to water. The weapon he wields is not the supreme great knife 12 techniques, but the #1 knife of Huaxia, the Minghong knife. His dream is neither to be a pirate nor a navy, but to overthrow the world government with the revolutionary army. Watch how XuanYuan dominates the world of One Piece and establishes the Huaxia Empire in another world.